Yunheng's fingertips slid across the cracked screen of the control panel, pale blue data streams flickering like dying pulses. The life support system of the Stardust issued its 37th alarm, a sharp buzz piercing the cockpit's silence, eerily resonating with the eternal darkness outside the porthole. Only 72 hours of oxygen left, he muttered to himself, his voice unnaturally dry in the empty cabin. In the holographic projection, his sister Yun, she's smiling face was gradually distorting, pixels falling off like peeling plaster. It was a recording from 10 years ago when they left Earth, a 17-year-old girl holding the Star Alliance emblem, her eyes shining like a newly discovered supernova. Brother, you must find a habitable planet. I'm waiting to plant sunflowers in our new home. Yunheng clenched his fist, knuckles white from the pressure. He remembered the day of departure, the starlight lasers weaving a giant net in the night sky, the Stardust, as one of the first pioneer ships carrying humanity's hope for continuity. But now the Pioneer fleet had long lost contact, the Star Alliance's signal completely dead, leaving only him and this near-scrap ship drifting through unknown star regions for a full 8 years. The control panel suddenly shuddered violently, data streams on the screen instantly chaotic. Yunheng looked up sharply, catching a dark red ribbon of light passing outside the porthole like a cosmic scar. That was no natural celestial body. Within the ribbon, the outline of metal structures was faintly visible, reflecting a cold gleam in the darkness. Unknown structure detected, distance 1,200 kilometers, rapidly approaching. The ship's AI system announced in an emotionless electronic voice, its first active transmission in 3 days. Yunheng's heart pounded, his fingers flew across the console. Enlarge image, analyze structural composition. The image on the screen gradually sharpened. A colossal ring-shaped structure at least 100 kilometers in diameter, its surface covered with energy veins like blood vessels from which the dark red light flowed. Most shocking of all, the edges of the structure were embedded with countless shipwrecks, human, unknown, alien, layered like coral reefs. Structural analysis failed. Energy reaction unknown. Weak biological signals detected. The AI's voice had a strange stutter. Biological signals. Yunheng's pupils contracted. In this star region called the Dead Zone, even the hardiest space bacteria couldn't survive. How could there be biological signals? Just then, the ring-shaped structure emitted a dark red beam that precisely struck the engine section of the Stardust. The ship shook violently, sparks flying from the console, the oxygen alarm turning into a continuous siren. Engine failure, hull locked by unknown energy being towed into the structure interior. The AI's broadcast became intermittent. Yunheng was pressed into his seat by the immense inertia. He struggled to look at the porthole. The ring structure's outline grew clearer, and on the shipwrecks embedded in its edge something seemed to squirm. He suddenly recalled the Star Alliance scientists' warning before departure: at the edge of the universe existed the star-eating civilizations, beyond human understanding, feeding on planetary energy, assimilating every civilized artifact they encountered. Could the legend be true? As the Stardust passed through a viscous energy membrane and entered the ring structure's interior, the violent shuddering suddenly stopped. Gasping, Yunheng raised his head and saw an unforgettable sight. In the center of the structure floated a huge dark red crystal from which countless luminous tendrils extended, connecting to surrounding shipwrecks. On those tendrils were bizarre, half-mechanical, half-biological constructs, their bodies displaying human spacecraft hulls, alien bones, even fragments of Star Alliance emblems. Detecting high-intensity mental wave intrusion, the AI issued its final alarm, then fell completely silent. Yunheng felt a violent headache as countless fragmented images flooded his mind: burning planets, crying children, exploding ships, and a gentle ancient voice whispering deep in his consciousness, "Join us. Become part of eternity." He bit his tongue sharply. The pain brought a moment of clarity. His right hand groped under the seat, finding his father's old laser gun, a relic banned by the Alliance, now his only hope. Just then the cabin door was pushed open by an invisible force. A tentacle of metal and biological tissue reached in its tip, splitting into countless tiny suction tubes glowing with blue light. Yunheng could clearly see dried bloodstains on the tubes and a small piece of familiar fabric, the uniform of the Star Alliance pioneer team. It was the assimilated construct of the star-eating civilization. Yunheng raised the laser gun, his fingers squeezing the trigger. Just as the beam was about to fire, his gaze fell on a fragment embedded in the tentacle tip. Half a Star Alliance emblem with an engraved number, his sister Yun, she's pioneer ship number. The laser gun slipped from his hand. Yunheng's mind went blank. His sister's ship, assimilated too. That girl who loved sunflowers, now part of this grotesque construct. The tentacle crept closer, carrying a viscous liquid. Yunheng smelled a pungent mix of metal and humus. The ancient voice eroded his consciousness again. Pain will fade, memories will endure. Become part of the cosmic cycle. Just as the tentacle was about to touch him, Yunheng's eyes swept across the console, seeing his sister's fading smile on the screen. He suddenly recalled the vow made at departure. "I will find a new home, and you can come plant sunflowers. No, he could not give up. Yunheng suddenly grabbed the dropped laser gun, aiming not at the tentacle, but at the control panel's energy core. A violent explosion generated a powerful electromagnetic pulse. The tentacle convulsed, and the mental intrusion momentarily ceased. Seizing the gap, he lunged toward the emergency escape pod, fingers trembling as he pressed the launch button. As the escape pod detached from the Stardust, passing through the energy membrane into the unknown darkness, Yunheng looked back and saw the red crystal at the center of the ring structure open a huge compound eye, watching his escape with an otherworldly stare. The escape pod had only 48 hours of oxygen left, communication systems completely destroyed, surrounded by darkness deeper than death. Yunheng curled up in the cramped space, looking at the stars flashing past the porthole, and suddenly laughed. From the Alliance's hope to the universe's outcast, his life truly was the absurd drift. Just then, the escape pod's detector emitted a weak signal. Yunheng struggled to sit up, seeing a line of faint text on the screen. Terrestrial planet signal detected. Distance 7. 3 light-years. Liquid water and atmosphere present. A terrestrial planet. Yunheng's heart began to beat again. He thought of his sister's sunflowers, his father's dying wishes, the hope of human civilization. His fingers operated the control panel, swiftly adjusting the pod's course toward the signal source. 48 hours of oxygen, 7. 3 light-years. He murmured, a faint light rekindling in his eyes. Looks like I have to gamble. 48 hours of oxygen, 7. 3 light-years. He murmured, a faint light rekindling in his eyes. Looks like I have to gamble. The escape pod's engine rumbled with strain, dragging a faint trail of light as it sailed into the unknown star region. Behind it, the ring structure's red crystal flickered, and countless tentacles began to writhe, as if brewing something. And in some corner of the universe, the Star Alliance's final signal was fading. The ember of human civilization seemed to be only this tiny escape pod, and one soul unwilling to give up. What Yunheng didn't know was that the ring structure he escaped was actually the universe's oldest civilization's graveyard, and the red crystal was the star core that devoured civilizations. What he also didn't know was that the terrestrial planet he was about to reach had already bred a highly advanced civilization, one that waited for alien visitors with entirely different intentions. The cosmic game had just begun, and this rusted ember would ignite a storm on an unknown planet, one capable of changing the fate of an entire galaxy. When the escape pod siren turned into a desperate wail, Yunheng used his last ounce of strength to wipe the laser gun left by his father. The metallic shell was already worn, yet the engraved words, Guardian, remained clear. This was his father's relic as a Star Alliance guard, and his only spiritual solace during the drift. Oxygen reserve 5%, fuel depleted, about to enter planetary atmosphere. The AI's electronic tone carried an eerie calm, as if pronouncing an already fated end. Yunheng looked out the porthole. The Earth-like planet called Emerald Star rapidly enlarged. Deep blue oceans and emerald continents formed a beautiful swirl, white clouds draped like silk over the surface, resembling a gem embedded in the universe. Hard to imagine such a planet could harbor danger, but in the Star Alliance database, behind every beautiful planet lay hidden deadly threats. As the escape pod pierced the atmosphere, intense friction turned the capsule into a fireball. Yunheng was crushed into the seat by centrifugal force, his consciousness wavering between clarity and blur. Before losing consciousness completely, he saw a dense forest below with strange purple light flickering among the treetops like countless peering eyes. Bang! The violent impact plunged Yunheng into darkness, completely unconscious. After an unknown time, he woke up to a biting cold. The escape pod's hatch had deformed, and cold air mixed with damp vegetation scent rushed in. He struggled out of the pod and found himself in a vast forest. Towering trees pierced the sky, trunks covered with glowing moss emitting a faint green light in the darkness. Cough, cough. Yunheng coughed up blood-sharp pain throbbing in his ribs. He checked himself. Oh, fortunately no fatal injuries, just multiple soft tissue contusions. The laser gun was still at his waist, energy display showing only 30%, his only weapon now. The forest was eerily silent. No bird or animal calls could be heard, only the rustling of wind through leaves and a faint low-frequency hum. Yunheng gripped his laser gun tightly and cautiously observed his surroundings. The trees were grotesque in shape, trunks twisted into spirals, branches bearing no leaves, but tentacle-like vines with purple lights at the tips swaying slightly as he moved. These were not naturally grown plants. Yunheng's heart raced instantly. He recalled the Alliance database. Certain alien planet plants evolved predatory abilities, sensing biological energy fluctuations to entangle and digest prey. He quickened his pace, trying to flee the strange forest. But no matter which direction, the surroundings looked identical, the glowing vines seeming to guide him ahead, forming an invisible maze. Just as despair set in, a clearing appeared ahead. In the center stood a massive stone tablet engraved with spiral runes unknown between which flowed pale blue energy, matching the signal frequency detected by the escape pod. A relic of intelligent civilization. Overjoyed, Yunheng strode toward the tablet. As his hand touched its surface, the runes suddenly lit up blue energy, surging into his body through his arm. A warm sensation spread through his body, the pain in his ribs actually eased. At the same time, the surrounding trees began to shake violently, vines dancing wildly with sharp hisses. The ground trembled, cracks appeared at the edge of the clearing, and hands made of plant fibers emerged from the soil, rapidly weaving into a huge net that encircled the entire area. Yunheng turned to flee, but found a wall of vines behind him. He raised his laser gun and fired. The beam hit the vines, leaving only a small scorch mark, soon repaired by new fibers. This is a living plant prison. Yunheng's spine chilled. The tablet was no relic, but a lure to trap creatures wandering into the forest. Just then, the runes atop the tablet formed a humanoid silhouette, emitting a soft white light. A clear female voice echoed in the clearing. Though the language was unknown, Yunheng sensed curiosity and vigilance. Immediately after the surrounding vines stopped attacking, an opening appeared in the net wall, revealing several creatures about 2 meters tall at its end. They had plant-like, green skin, heads like blooming flowers with intelligence gleaming between petals, bodies formed of wood fiber tissue, and flexible root-like appendages at the ends of limbs. Original inhabitants of Emerald Star. Yunheng tightened his grip on the laser gun, not relaxing his guard. These plant-like intelligent beings were likely the controllers of this forest, and he was now their prisoner. The leading plant being stepped forward, its flower head swaying softly, emitting a gentle glow. The blue energy remaining on Yunheng's arm suddenly lit up, resonating with the flower's light. He was astonished to find he could understand the being's speech, as if a translator had been added to his mind. "Outsider, who are you? Why have you intruded into the sacred forest?" The leading plant being asked, the same female voice heard earlier. Yunheng hesitated, then decided to tell the truth. "I am a human from Earth, crash-landed here in an escape pod. My ship was attacked by the Devourer civilization. My companions may all be." His voice dropped, recalling his sister's badge fragment, his heart constricted like being tangled by vines. The plant beings exchanged a few words, their flower heads flickering. The leader spoke again. "Devourer civilization. You mean the star core assimilation entity? They have not appeared in this sector for 1,000 years. Yunheng's heart jolted. "You know the Devourer civilization? Yes, they are the plague of the universe, once devoured our sister planet." The plant being's voice carried sorrow. "We call them star core assimilation entities. They absorb all civilizations' energy and assimilate every creature they encounter." Yunheng pressed urgently. "Do you know how to fight them? My sister may have been assimilated. I must save her." The leading plant being was silent for a moment, its flower light dimming. The method to counter the star core assimilation entities exists only in ancient legends. Our sacred tree records that at the dawn of the universe there existed the Stardust heart, the only power that can restrain the star core assimilation entities. But the sacred tree withered 100 years ago, and the legend was lost. Stardust heart. Yunheng recalled his ship's name, Stardust. Was this just coincidence? "Outsider, you carry the scent of Stardust." The leader suddenly said, its root tendrils pointing to the blue energy on his arm. "This is the sacred tree's energy. Only life chosen by Stardust can sense it. Come with us. The Council of Elders may answer your questions." The vine-woven net wall fully opened. The plant beings gestured for Yunheng to follow. Yunheng looked at the plant beings, then at the surrounding menacing forest. Knowing he had no choice, he picked up his laser gun and followed them into the depths of the forest. As they went deeper, the trees grew taller, the glowing moss denser, and the air filled with rich life energy. Yunheng could sense that this forest was actually a massive living organism, and the plant beings were its neurons, forming a vast consciousness network together. After about half an hour of walking, a vast lake appeared ahead, water crystal blue, with a towering tree standing in its center. This tree was 100 times taller than the surrounding ones, its trunk so thick that dozens of people would need to link arms to encircle it. The canopy blotted out the sky, and glowing fruits hung from the branches like strings of stars. But most astonishingly, the trunk was covered with energy veins resembling blood vessels flowing with the same blue energy as the stone tablet. And midway up the trunk was a huge hollow, its entrance woven with vines and engraved with complex runes. "This is our sacred tree, the core of Emerald Star," the leading plant being said reverently. "It withered suddenly 100 years ago, its energy continuously draining. Our homeland is slowly losing its vitality. Your arrival may be the guidance of the sacred tree." When Yunheng followed the plant beings into the hollow, he saw a vast space made of plant fibers. Seated in the center were several larger plant beings, their flower heads half-withered, yet emitting powerful energy fluctuations. "Outsider, welcome to the heart of Emerald Star." The eldest elder spoke, voice aged and majestic. We are the Council of Elders of the Sacred Tree. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yunheng asked doubtfully, you knew I was coming. Before withering, the sacred tree left a prophecy when the shadow of the star core once again shrouds the universe. An outsider bearing the scent of stardust will descend, bringing hope of rebirth and also the crisis of destruction. The old elder's flower trembled slightly. You carry both the aura of the stardust heart and traces of the star core assimilation entity. You have been chosen by two forces. Yunheng looked down at his arm where small wounds left by the tentacle attack remained, the surrounding skin faintly dark red. He had thought it was just ordinary wounds, never expecting contamination by the star core assimilation entity. I'm contaminated. Yunheng stepped back in panic. Not yet, the old elder said. Because you have the protection of the stardust heart within you, but that protection is weakening. If you cannot find pure stardust heart energy, you will eventually be consumed by the assimilation entity. Yunheng's heart sank. Just as he found a glimmer of hope, a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He looked at the old elder imploring. You must have a way, right? Please tell me how to find the stardust heart, how to save my sister. The old elder was silent for a long time, the flower light flickering, as if communicating with the sacred tree. Finally, he spoke. The sacred tree's roots connect to the universe's memory. It tells me that the stardust heart is not a physical object, but an energy core existing in ancient civilization relics. In the forgotten galaxy 3 light-years away lies a relic called Stardust Cradle, which may still contain the energy of the stardust heart. But that is also one of the dens of the star core assimilation entities. The leading plant being added with concern. 100 years ago, our expedition team lost contact there. Yunheng clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter how dangerous, I must go. The old elder nodded, root tendrils pointing into the depths of the hollow. The sacred tree is willing to help. Its fruits contain pure life energy that can temporarily suppress the star core contamination within you. We will also provide you with a ship, an ancient model but sufficient to reach the forgotten galaxy. When Yunheng accepted a glowing blue fruit, feeling its warm energy, he suddenly remembered his sister's sunflower. The energy of the holy tree's fruit flowed slowly within him, washing away the burning sensation brought by the star core contamination like a clear spring. Yunheng looked at the faint blue halo lingering in his palm, a complex emotion stirring within him for this mysterious emerald star, both a prison that confined him and a sanctuary that offered him a new hope. The plant technician was repairing his spaceship. It was an ancient-looking single-seat craft, its metallic shell adorned with spiraling energy patterns mirroring the runes on the holy tree's stone tablet. The leading plant person, Leah, introduced it as the exploration ship from a century ago on the Emerald Star, powered by the energy of the holy tree. Although its speed could not match that of human starships, it could shield against the mental detection of the star core assimilators. The energy core has been replaced with holy tree resin, providing enough endurance to reach the forgotten galaxy. Leah's petals gently swayed, her roots pointing to the holographic map inside the cockpit. But you must be cautious of the Mist Nebula. It is the natural barrier of the star core assimilators. Any electronic device that enters will fail, and you must rely on manual navigation. Yunheng nodded in gratitude, his fingers brushing against the cold surface of the spaceship. He could feel the faint energy flowing within, resonating wonderfully with the stardust aura inside him. Just as the elder had said, he seemed to be intertwined with this planet and this spaceship by some thread of destiny. On the eve of departure, Yunheng came alone to the base of the holy tree. On the massive trunk, countless energy veins flowed like a river of stars, outlining the contours of life in the darkness. The figure of the elder appeared in the tree hole with flowers emitting a soft glow. The stardust aura within you is quite unique. The elder's voice carried a hint of confusion. It does not resemble any energy form recorded by us, being both pure and filled with contradictory fluctuations, as if simultaneously embodying the powers of creation and destruction. Yunheng recalled his father's words before his passing. He was only 10 years old then when his father handed him a laser gun, saying intermittently, "The secret of stardust lies within humanity's genes. The Alliance has been concealing this. Protect yourself and Shaoxi." At that time he thought it was just the ramblings of a dying man, but now he wondered if his father had known something all along. "My father was a guard of the Interstellar Alliance," Yunheng said softly. "He sacrificed himself on the battlefield against alien civilizations, and before his death, he spoke of the secret of stardust in human genes. Do you know what this implies?" The elder remained silent for a long time, and the flow of energy veins suddenly quickened. In the memory of the holy tree there is indeed a record of stardust descendants. In the dawn of the universe, the heart of stardust birthed 3 civilizations: the plant civilization of the Emerald Star, the devouring civilization of the star core assimilators, and the human civilization capable of harnessing the power of stardust. Yunheng's pupils contracted. "Are you saying that humanity was created by the heart of stardust?" More precisely, it is a product of the fusion of the heart of Stardust's energy and Earth's life. The elder's voice was filled with reverence. This is also the reason why the star core assimilators are so obsessed with consuming humanity. Your genes harbor the key to restraining them. This revelation thundered through Yunhang's mind. He finally understood why the Interstellar Alliance concealed information, why the pioneering fleet suddenly went missing, and why his sister's spaceship was assimilated. Humanity had been destined to be the key to this cosmic war from the very beginning. The cradle of Stardust not only held the energy core, but might also conceal the secret of humanity's origins. The elder's roots pointed to the sky. Go find the truth not only to save your sister, but also to fulfill the destiny of the heart of Stardust. As the morning light filtered through the leaves and fell onto the forest, Yun-Hang piloted the spaceship into the sky. Leah and the plant people stood in the open space to bid farewell the energy patterns of the holy tree, leaving a faint blue trail at the tail of the spaceship, like a protective hand extending from the Emerald Star. After 7 days of travel, the spaceship reached the edge of the Mist Nebula. The sight before him was breathtaking. The dark red nebula resembled a massive vortex with countless tiny light points flickering within, reflecting the starlight from the wreckage of assimilated spaceships. The mental waves of the star core assimilators pressed down like a tangible force. Even with the holy tree's energy shielding, Yun-Hang felt an intense headache. Switching to manual control mode, he took a deep breath and disabled the spaceship's autopilot. The dials on the dashboard began to spin wildly, and the images on the screen disappeared completely, leaving only the dark red mist rolling outside the porthole. The spaceship cautiously navigated through the outer layer of the nebula. The space here was exceptionally chaotic, with asteroids and energy turbulence everywhere, and each turn came with violent jolts. Yun-Hang gripped the control stick tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the laser gun within arm's reach. He did not know what he would encounter and could only prepare for the worst. 3 hours into the nebula, a massive metal structure suddenly appeared ahead. It was the wreckage of a circular space station with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, its surface covered in the tentacles of the star core assimilators, resembling a gigantic eye embedded in the nebula. Is this the cradle of Stardust? Yun-Hang murmured. The outline of the space station was strikingly similar to that of a human circular colony station, yet filled with a sense of unfamiliar technology and the details, clearly a creation of some ancient civilization. As the spaceship approached the space station, a faint blue energy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping him. The anticipated attack did not come, rather the barrier acted like a protective film, blocking the surrounding mental waves of the star core. Yun-Hang was astonished to find that the energy patterns on the barrier shared the same origin as the runes of the Emerald Star and the insignia of human starships. The entrance of the space station slowly opened, revealing a deep passage. Yun-Hang hesitated for a moment before piloting the spaceship inside. On both sides of the passage, ancient murals covered the walls. A glowing star shattered into 3 pieces, each falling into 3 different galaxies. Green plant people, red assimilators, and yellow humans engaged in fierce battles in the starry sky. The final image froze on a pulsating blue core surrounded by symbols of the 3 civilizations. The heart of Stardust split into 3 cores. Yun-Hang realized. The Elder's records were not complete. After creating civilizations, the heart of Stardust split, with the holy tree of the Emerald Star, the red crystal of the star core assimilators, and the 3rd core hidden here, together forming the complete power of Stardust. At the end of the passage was a vast control room. At the center of a high platform floated a blue crystal the size of a fist, emitting a gentle glow. It was the energy core of the heart of Stardust that he had been searching for. Around the crystal, countless data streams floated, forming a complex 3D star map with a blinking red, situated deep within the Mist Nebula. That is the main nest of the star core assimilators. Yun-Hang's heart raced. The star map showed a large gathering of energy reactions around the red, one faint signal matching perfectly with the frequency of his sister Yunzai's pioneering ship. Just as he was about to retrieve the core, the main door of the control room suddenly closed, and countless metal tentacles extended from the walls, glowing with a dark red light similar to that of the star core assimilators. A chilling consciousness directly invaded his mind, a force 100 times stronger than the mental waves within the circular structure. Stardust, descendant, I have finally waited for you. Yun-Hang suddenly raised his laser gun and fired the beam, hitting a tentacle, but being deflected by an energy shield. He then realized that the entire control room was being transformed by the star core assimilators. Those metal tentacles had been parasitically attached later. Did you think you could escape it? The icy consciousness was filled with mockery. The energy barrier of the Emerald Star can indeed shield detection, but it has also turned you into a turtle in a jar. Hand over control of the heart of Stardust, and I can allow your sister to retain her consciousness, becoming a part of me. Not a chance. Yun-Hang shouted angrily, activating the spaceship in an attempt to break through the door. But as soon as the spaceship moved a few meters, it was ensnared by countless tentacles, the energy shield rapidly dimming under the assault of the dark red light. In that critical moment, the blue crystal on the platform suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. A pure energy surged along the spaceship's energy patterns into the cockpit, resonating with the Stardust aura within Yunhang. He felt his mind clear as memories of his father, his sister's smiling face, and the revelations of the holy tree flashed rapidly through his consciousness, ultimately coalescing into a vivid image. The badge on his father's uniform perfectly matched the symbol of the Stardust core. So that's how it is. Yunhang murmured, finally understanding all the truths. The Interstellar Alliance had long discovered the secret of the heart of Stardust, and they had been searching for the core, trying to control this power. Yunhang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He reached out his hand, and the Stardust core transformed into a streak of light flying into his palm. No, you can't activate it. The cold consciousness screamed in terror. The walls of the control room began to shake violently, and the metal tentacles frantically attacked the spaceship, trying to prevent the fusion of the energy. Yunhang pressed the core against his chest, the energy flowing through his veins. He felt the memories of the heart of Stardust, the brilliance of the universe's birth, the cycles of civilization rise and fall, the pain of Stardust splitting, and the yearning for peace. These memories transformed into a powerful force, turning his eyes into a dazzling blue. In the name of the Stardust, descendant purified. Yunhang raised his right hand, and a massive blue beam shot from his palm, instantly piercing through the entire control room. The metal tentacles dissolved inch by inch in the beam, the dark red corrosive light melting away like snow. When the beam struck the main door of the control room, the heavy metal shattered like paper, revealing the vast network of giant tentacles of the star core assimilators outside. The energy of the Stardust core activated the defense system of the space station. Countless blue energy cannons protruded from the wreckage of the space station, firing wildly at the surrounding star core tentacles. The originally dark red nebula was dispersed by patches of blue light, revealing the true appearance of the cradle of Stardust. A massive graveyard composed of countless spaceship wrecks, with a pulsating red crystal standing tall at its center, the main nest of the star core assimilators. On the edge of the main nest, Yunhang saw a familiar wreckage of a spaceship. It was the pioneering ship of his sister Yun, she the hull wrapped in tentacles, but still flickering with a faint blue signal in the light of the Stardust core. Xiaoshik. Tears welled up in Yunhang's eyes. He piloted the spaceship out of the control room, leaving behind a brilliant trail of blue energy shield, as he charged straight toward the main nest. The main nest of the star core assimilators sensed the threat, and countless tentacles attacked like venomous snakes. Yunhang controlled the energy of the Stardust core, forming a blade of blue light around the spaceship, severing the tentacles. He could sense his sister's consciousness still existed, trapped in that spaceship by the star core assimilators, waiting to be completely consumed. As the spaceship approached the wreckage of the pioneering ship, Yunhang witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. His sister's body was fixed to the energy core of the main nest, countless tiny tentacles piercing her skin, continuously siphoning Stardust energy to the red crystal. Yet in her eyes a faint glimmer of light still flickered, a testament to the indomitable will of humanity. Xiaoshi, I'm here to save you. Yunhang roared, pushing the energy of the Stardust core to its limits. The blue blade transformed into a massive sword, striking hard at the tentacles connecting his sister to the main nest. A howl. The star core assimilators let out a piercing scream, the red crystal trembling violently. At the moment the tentacles were severed, Yunzai's body fell limply. Yunhang immediately piloted the spaceship closer, extending a mechanical arm to pull his sister into the cockpit. Go. Yunzai's lips moved slightly, tears streaming down her eyes. I knew you would come. Yunhang tightly embraced his sister, feeling her weak breath. The energy of the Stardust core surged into her body, dispelling the dark red contamination. He looked up at the red crystal, determination flashing in his eyes. He must completely destroy the main nest, or more civilizations would suffer the same fate. He placed his sister in the co-pilot seat, fastening her safety belt, then turned back to the control panel. The Stardust core floated before him, radiating a warm glow, as if awaiting his command. Heart of Stardust, respond to my call. Yunhang placed both hands on the control panel, merging the Stardust energy within him completely with the core. The entire cradle of Stardust began to tremble, countless energy cores from the wrecked ships activated, transforming into beams of blue light that converged into a pillar of light, piercing through the nebula, crashing down on the red crystal. The main nest of the star core assimilators erupted with earth-shattering roars. The red crystal shattered inch by inch within the blue light pillar, and countless assimilated spaceship wrecks regained their original colors while the mental waves of the star core receded like a tide. The dark red of the mist nebula gradually dissipated, revealing a brilliant starry sky. When the last trace of star core energy was purified, Yun Heng felt a wave of intense fatigue. The glow of the Stardust core faded gradually, transforming into a streak of light that merged into the bodies of him and his sister. He understood that the heart of Stardust had chosen them, entrusting the mission of maintaining the cosmic balance to humanity. The spaceship carried the siblings slowly away from the cradle of Stardust. Behind them, where the former main nest of the star core had been, a new blue star was being born, formed from the purified energy of the heart of Stardust, bringing new life to this star region. Under the nourishment of Stardust energy, Yun, she gradually awoke, looking at the newborn star outside the porthole, softly asking, "Go, where are we going?" Yun Heng held his sister's hand, hope shining in his eyes. "Home. But not back to Earth. We are going to find a new homeland, just like you said, a place filled with sunflowers." The spaceship turned direction, flying towards the Emerald Star. Leah and the plant people should be waiting for their news, and the Elder might explain more about the secrets of the Stardust descendants. In the distant depths of the universe, the fleet of the Interstellar Alliance was assembling. They had received the energy explosion signal from the cradle of Stardust and were heading in this direction. Yun Heng knew that the real war was just beginning. The connection between human civilization and the heart of Stardust, the ambitions of the Interstellar Alliance, the future of the Emerald Star, and whether the star core assimilators had been completely eradicated. Countless questions awaited them to answer, but he no longer felt lost. The laser gun in his palm radiated a familiar warmth, his sister beside him breathing steadily, and the starry sky outside the porthole was dazzling as day. As long as the belief in protection remains, as long as the siblings walk side by side, there is no star river they cannot cross. At the end of the Stardust Passage lies an unknown fate and a new hope. And their story had just begun to unfold, a new chapter. After placing Yun Shi in the healing chamber of the sacred trees hollow, Yun Heng finally had the opportunity to carefully observe this planet that nurtured miracles. The daylight on the Emerald Star was starkly different from that of Earth, with two suns alternating in the sky, casting the forests in a blend of golden-green hues. Luminous moss refracted a rainbow-like halo under the sunlight, and floating seeds that glowed like flowing stars danced in the air. Leah was explaining the energy circulation system of the sacred tree to him. This comatose woman always kept her petals unfurled, her roots gently swaying on the ground. Whenever the sacred tree was mentioned, her radiance would become particularly bright. The roots of the sacred tree extend deep into the core of the planet, absorbing the energy of the planet. Its crown reaches into the stratosphere, capturing particles from stellar winds. We, the people of the Emerald Star, connect with the sacred tree through our roots, sharing energy and memories. But it is wilting, isn't it? A century ago, when the star core assimilator passed by the Emerald Star, it extracted 30% of the sacred tree's core energy. Since then, energy circulation has had a gap, leading to vast areas of forest wilting each year due to insufficient energy. If it weren't for the energy of the Stardust heart you brought back, temporarily nourishing it, I'm afraid. Can the energy of the Stardust core fully heal it? The voice of the old elder echoed from deep within the tree hollow. The energy of the Stardust heart is the key, but it is not the cure. What the sacred tree needs is a complete Stardust cycle, and what we lack is the Stardust seed, the primordial particles left in the universe when the Stardust heart was split, and they are key to activating the ultimate form of the sacred tree. Do you know the whereabouts of the Stardust seed? The memory of the sacred tree shows that the last place it appeared was the abandoned starport. That was an outpost established by the Interstellar Alliance 300 years ago, later abandoned due to the attack of the star core assimilator. It is said that the Alliance took a treasure capable of changing the pattern of the star system before retreating, very likely the Stardust seed. I will go find it, Yun Heng said without hesitation. Saving his sister, healing the sacred tree, and exploring the origins of humanity. These three goals intertwined at this moment, pointing in the same direction. Leah hurriedly advised, the abandoned starport is an active area for the star core assimilators, and the psychic wave interference there is more intense than the Mist Nebula. Moreover, according to the memory of the sacred tree, the Interstellar Alliance left a deadly defense system there, and even our exploration team was annihilated. I must go. Yun Heng's tone was exceptionally firm. He looked at his sleeping sister in the healing chamber. The Stardust seed can not only save the sacred tree, but perhaps it is also the key to completely eliminating the star core pollution. The remaining pollution in Xiaoxi's body is still spreading. I cannot wait. The old elder was silent for a moment before finally nodding. The sacred tree will provide protection for you. I will use core energy to empower your ship with the Stardust barrier, which can resist psychic waves and physical attacks. Leah will accompany you. She can decode the Alliance's encrypted signals and is familiar with the habits of the star core assimilators. Leah looked up in surprise. Elder, This is the will of the sacred tree. The old elder's radiance flickered. You carry the affinity of Stardust, and walking with the descendants of Stardust is the destiny of the Emerald Star. 3 days later, Yunzai's condition was temporarily stable. The energy of the Stardust heart formed a protective layer within her, curbing the spread of pollution, yet she remained unresponsive. Yunhang placed his father's laser gun beside her pillow and softly promised, "When I return, I will definitely show you a world full of sunflowers." Piloting the ship equipped with the Stardust barrier, Yunhang and Leah embarked on a new journey. The energy patterns of the ship turned into a brilliant gold under the blessing of the sacred tree, forming a beautiful light track as they passed through the atmosphere of the Emerald Star. The abandoned starport is 1.2 light-years away. We need to traverse the debris belt and the electromagnetic storm zone. Leah was adjusting the ship's detection equipment, her roots connecting to the control panel where plant nerves perfectly interfaced with the electronic system. According to the star map provided by the sacred tree, the fastest route takes 5 days, but passes through 3 nests of star core assimilators. Is there a safer route? A safe route would require a detour of 3 light-years, taking half a month. Leah pulled up another star map, but Miss Yunzai's condition. Let's take the fastest route. Yunhang interrupted her, tapping on the control panel. I don't want to waste any time. After the ship entered sublight speed cruising, Leah suddenly pointed at the detection screen and exclaimed, "Detected high-frequency energy signals. It's the Alliance's encrypted band. Can it be decrypted?" Yunhang's heart jolted. Is it possible? Leah's petals flickered rapidly, her roots dancing across the control panel, attempting. The signal is coming from the direction of the abandoned starport. The content is a distress signal. A distress signal. Yunhang found it hard to believe. The abandoned starport has been deserted for 300 years. How could there be any living beings? The signal is repeating, and the coding format is the Alliance's emergency encryption protocol. It should be real. Leah pulled up the coordinates of the signal source. It's right in the central control room of the starport. The signal strength is very weak, as if it is struggling to survive. A thought flashed through Yunhang's mind. Could it be a trap set by the star core assimilators? They can mimic biological signals. Perhaps they can also forge the Alliance's communications. It's possible, but the signal is mixed with fluctuations of Stardust energy. Leah's radiance became grave. This fluctuation is very weak, but it does exist. Only objects carrying the Stardust seed can emit it. Accelerate. We need to arrive early. As the ship passed through the debris belt, they encountered an attack from the star core assimilators for the first time. They were a group of predators made of metal scraps and biological tissue, resembling enormous scorpions, with dark red glowing stingers at their tails. Their target is the ship's energy core. Leah quickly activated the defense system, and the golden Stardust barrier unfolded around the ship. These are star core larvae. They grow by devouring energy and are very dangerous when acting in groups. Dozens of star core larvae launched simultaneous attacks, their spikes hammering down on the barrier like rain, creating ripples. Yunhang skillfully maneuvered the ship while activating the energy pulse weapon provided by the sacred tree. The golden energy wave spread out, causing the star core larvae to retreat, as if burned, and several sluggish ones instantly turned to ashes. They fear Stardust energy. Yunhang was delighted to discover. Increase energy output and charge through. With the protection of the Stardust barrier, the ship forcefully broke out of the encirclement of the star core larvae. When the last larva disappeared from view, Leah finally sighed in relief. This is just the beginning. The closer we get to the star port, the more intense the attacks will become. After 5 days of arduous sailing, the silhouette of the abandoned starport finally appeared in their sights. It was a massive space station floating in the asteroid belt, over 50 kilometers in diameter. Its metal shell, riddled with bullet holes and scratches, and parts of the structure had collapsed, exposing the complex internal pipes and cables. Countless shipwrecks floated around the starport, including both the Alliance's standard warships and the Emerald Star's exploration vessels, forming a vast cosmic graveyard. Detected strong psychic wave interference. The energy of the Stardust barrier is depleting rapidly. Leah's petals trembled slightly. There are numerous star core energy reactions inside the starport, at least thousands of assimilators. Yunhang docked the ship at a relatively intact docking bay, and after shutting down the engine, he softly said, "Let's enter on foot." The energy signal from the ship is too obvious and easy to attract attacks. Wearing the protective suits provided by the Emerald Star, a lightweight gear made from sacred tree fibers that shields against psychic waves and offers basic protection, the two cautiously stepped out of the ship. The docking bay was filled with a pungent metallic rust smell and the odor of humus, with the ground covered in a sticky dark red liquid that made a sickening sizzle sound when stepped on. This is the secretion of the star core assimilators, capable of corroding metal and organic tissues. Leah's roots gently touched the ground, then quickly retracted. The protective suit can resist it temporarily, but but cannot stay too long. Through a damaged passage, they entered the interior of the starport. The sight here was even more shocking than outside. The walls were covered with blood vessel-like biological tissue, where dark red energy flowed. Countless metal pipes were entwined, with biological fibers transformed into blood vessels delivering nutrients. Tiny spores floated in the air, shimmering with eerie light under the lamps. These spores can parasitize within living organisms. They are a means for star core assimilators to expand their infection. Leah activated the purification feature of the protective suit. Try not to breathe unfiltered air. Following the direction of the distress signal, they made their way to the central control room. Along the way, they encountered continuous attacks from star core assimilators, including patrolling forms resembling worms and ambushers lurking in the shadows. Yunhang's laser gun and Leah's energy pulse worked in harmony with golden stardust energy intertwining with green plant energy to form a moving defense net. As they passed by a data center, Leah suddenly stopped. There are remnants of the Alliance's database here. Perhaps we can find records of the Stardust seed storage. She inserted her roots into a damaged terminal, petals shimmering with the glow of data flow. Found it. The Stardust seed was stored in Lab 0, researched by the Alliance's top scientific team. During the Star Core attack 300 years ago, the lab initiated a self-destruction program, but the records show the scientists at the last moment transferred the Stardust seed to a safety box in the central control room. What about the password for the safety box? Yunhang asked urgently. Leah's glow dimmed. The data is corrupted and cannot be read. But the records mentioned that the key to the safety box is the genetic sequence of the Stardust descendants. Yunhang's heart trembled. Are you saying? Only I can open it. It seems so. Leah's petals gently touched his arm. The memory of the sacred tree is not wrong. Humans are indeed the descendants of Stardust. At that moment, the entire starport suddenly shook violently. A piercing alarm sounded, and red warning lights began to flash. Leah's roots inserted into the terminal again. Not good. The main consciousness of the Star Core assimilators has detected our objective and is activating the defense system of the central control room. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. The two quickened their pace, running through the intricate passages. The attacks from Star Core assimilators became increasingly fierce, with countless tendrils extending from the walls and the ground cracking open, spewing sticky secretions. Yunhang's laser gun's energy was over half depleted, and Leah's energy pulse had also become intermittent. When they finally arrived at the door of the central control room, a massive Star Core assimilator appeared before them. It resembled an octopus covered in a metallic shell with a body diameter of over 10 meters, its numerous tentacles adorned with spikes, and eyes at the center of which was a giant mouth filled with fangs, emitting a piercing screech. It's the Star Core Guardian. Leah's voice trembled with fear. It is the strongest assimilator inside the starport, equivalent to the evolved form of the Star Core larvae. The tentacles of the Star Core Guardian launched simultaneous attacks, whipping towards the two like dozens of whips. Yunhang shielded Leah, behind him, activating the Stardust barrier to resist. The golden barrier shook violently under the impact of the tentacles, and the energy value dropped rapidly. Aim for its eyes. That is the location of the energy core. Leah shouted, gathering all her energy to fire a green energy beam. The energy beam struck the eye of the Star Core Guardian, igniting a burst of sparks. It let out a painful roar, and the tentacle attacks became even more frenzied. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhang drew his laser gun from his waist, concentrating all remaining energy and aiming to shoot at the largest eye. The laser beam accurately hit the target, and the eye of the Star Core Guardian erupted with blinding red light before gradually extinguishing. Its body twitched violently, its tentacles drooping weakly, ultimately turning into a puddle of dark red liquid. The two collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yunhang looked at the laser gun in his hand, now out of energy, and said with a wry smile, "Now we are out of weapons." Leah's petals glimmered softly, "But we succeeded. Hurry, the door of the central control room hasn't fully sealed yet." Inside the central control room was a scene of devastation. Most of the equipment was damaged, but a silver metal box remained intact on the central platform. The surface of the box was engraved with the same symbols as the Stardust core, emitting a faint blue glow. Yunhang walked up to the platform and pressed his palm against the metal box. The moment his fingerprint made contact with the box's surface, the symbols suddenly lit up, and a scanning beam swept over him. Identity verification: Stardust descendant. Genetic sequence matched successfully. A cold electronic voice sounded as the metal box slowly opened. Inside the box lay a seed-like object, transparent, with golden light wrapped within, emanating a purer energy fluctuation than that of the Stardust core. When Yunhang's finger touched it, the seed suddenly transformed into a stream of light, burrowing into his palm and merging into his body through his blood vessels. As the spacecraft pierced the atmosphere of Emerald Star, the Stardust patterns on Yunhang's fingertips suddenly burned with a searing pain. Outside the porthole, the once verdant forest had turned a sickly gray, and the life energy emanating from the direction of the sacred tree flickered weakly like a candle guttering in the wind. Leah's petals trembled violently as her roots pierced the star map projection on the console. The energy circulation is in complete chaos. The core meridians of the sacred tree are being corroded 10 times faster than anticipated. Upon landing, a pungent, cloyingly sweet stench assaulted their senses. The ground of the sacred tree square was covered in a viscous dark red slime, which felt like stepping into a rotting organ. The once luminous moss had lost its luster. Withered yellow leaves rustled down in the wind, revealing writhing core tendrils beneath. The Emerald Star people were constructing a defensive line with their own flesh and blood. Green energy beams collided with the dark red tendrils, producing a sizzling sound, yet they could not halt the spread of the contamination. Its star core spores. Leah's roots swept across the ground slime, retracting instantly with black patterns stained upon them. They have breached the atmospheric defense and are spreading along the sacred tree's root system. The scene inside the tree hollow was even more suffocating. The energy shield around the medical pod was covered with cobweb-like cracks. Yunshi lay inside with her eyes tightly shut, winding black patterns like slithering venomous snakes appearing on her neck. The elder's body was largely withered, with only a few remaining petals clinging to the sacred tree's core. His green energy flickered like a dying candle. The spores carry the will of the star core hive. It seeks the resonance point of the Stardust seed. Yunhang rushed to the sacred tree's core. The 3-meter diameter blue crystal was already over half devoured by black patterns, its once flowing energy veins now sluggish and turbid. The moment he pressed his palm against the crystal, a bone-chilling cold shot up his arm into his heart. Countless twisted fragments of consciousness flooded his mind. The roars of assimilated star cores, the wails of devoured civilizations, the manic laughter of Alliance scientists, and a frigid voice hissing, "Hand over the power of Stardust, or this planet will be utterly annihilated. Guard your mind." The elder poured his last vestiges of energy into Yunhang green light, intertwining with golden Stardust energy to form a barrier. The star core is trying to assimilate your consciousness. Fight it with the conviction of protection. Protection. Yunhang's consciousness struggled amidst the searing pain. He remembered the laser gun his father had pressed into his hand before his death, Yunzai's smiling face, as she spoke of planting sunflowers and the Emerald Star people fighting valiantly with their blood. These warm memories transformed into golden flames, scorching the invading star core consciousness. He snapped his eyes open, a brilliant light bursting from his pupils. In the name of the Stardust, descendant, purify. The Stardust seed within him erupted, golden energy flowing through his veins into the sacred tree's core. The blue crystal trembled violently, a phantom of the Stardust tree emerging on its surface, resonating with Yunhang's energy. The black patterns let out a piercing shriek in the golden light, receding like melting snow and ice, revealing the revitalized energy veins beneath. The sacred tree's revival triggered a chain reaction. A deafening roar came from outside the tree hollow as a golden pillar of light shot up from the core, piercing the clouds and transforming into a colossal energy canopy. Where the light passed, the withered forest turned green again, withered spiritual roots sprouted new shoots, and star core larvae dissolved into nourishing specks of light within the golden radiance. The Emerald Star people were overjoyed to find the energy flow within their bodies smoother than ever before. Even the youngest children could release pure green energy. The Stardust tree has truly awakened. Leah gazed at the blooming energy flowers high in the sky, crystalline dewdrops rolling off her petals. Inside the tree hollow, Yunzai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the black patterns on her neck were fading. The moment she opened her eyes, they locked gazes with Yunhang. Both siblings simultaneously felt fragments of the other's memories flood their consciousness. Their father's silhouette in the lab, the blue crystal in the Alliance base, the ancient star charts of the Stardust passage. These fragmented images made them exclaim in unison, "You can see my memories." This is the resonance ability of the Stardust descendants. The elder said, his petals unfurling anew, his voice regaining some strength. Your genetic sequences have fully synchronized under the stimulus of Stardust energy, allowing you to share memories and perceptions. Those images are likely clues left by your father through genetic inheritance. Just then, a guard hurriedly delivered an energy crystal containing a communication record from an Alliance scout ship. In the holographic projection, Professor Berg's face was clearly visible as he sneered at the camera. The tracker on the Stardust seed has been activated. Coordinates for Emerald Star are locked. Once the Stardust tree's energy stabilizes, dispatch the fleet to harvest the fruits. Remember, the Stardust Warrior Project requires live Stardust descendants as specimens. The moment the projection cut off Yun, she suddenly clutched her chest in a violent coughing fit. Fine star core spores mixed with the blood she spat up. She stared at her palm in horror. The contamination inside me hasn't been completely cleansed. Yunheng quickly grasped his sister's hand. As Stardust energy flowed into her, he clearly sensed the spores lurking within. They were wrapped in Stardust energy, dormant, yet poised to erupt like a time bomb. Leah's roots gently touched Yunzai's arm, her expression grave. These spores have been genetically modified to survive in Stardust energy. They were likely deliberately implanted by the Alliance. The elder was silent for a moment, then ordered a guard to bring a dark green crystal. This is the sacred tree's life core, capable of temporarily suppressing the spore's activity. But to completely eradicate them, we must find the Alliance's genetic laboratory and obtain the original data on the spores. He pointed to the residual signal trail from the energy crystal. According to the sacred tree's perception, Berg's main laboratory is deep within the dark matter nebula. The temporal and spatial distortions there can shield us from the star core hive's detection, but they cannot block the energy resonance of the Stardust tree. Look, there's a faint Stardust signal at the nebula's core, as if calling to us. Yunheng looked out the window. The light of the Stardust tree resonated with the distant nebula, golden threads of energy, weaving a brilliant luminous track across the sky. He tightened his grip on Yunzai's hand, the Stardust patterns on his palm perfectly aligning with his sister's. We're going to the dark matter nebula, not only to eradicate the spores, but also to uncover the clues father left behind and expose the Alliance's conspiracy. The night before departure, Yunheng discovered an anomaly deep within the sacred tree's roots. A cluster of star core spores suppressed by Stardust energy was splitting, with tiny tendrils stealthily burrowing into the soil, attempting to reconnect with the sacred tree's core. As he purified them with Stardust energy, the spores suddenly unleashed a powerful mental shock, transmitting a jumble of information. The Alliance had implanted a star core fuse within the Stardust seed. Once Berg activated the remote control, the Stardust tree would instantly transform into a nest for the star core hive. They've been planning this all along. Yunheng reported his discovery to the elder, a chill of fear running down his spine. The awakening of the Stardust tree has turned Emerald Star into a prey ready for harvest. The elder's petals instantly stiffened. No wonder the spores broke through the defenses. They were cooperating with the Alliance's plan. The sacred tree's energy cycle must be readjusted. I will use the life core to temporarily shield the fuse signal, but I can only maintain it for 3 months at most. You must find Berg and destroy the remote controller before then. He split the life core into 2 pieces and embedded them into the protective suits of Yunheng and Yunxi. This will not only suppress the spores, but also allow you to directly draw upon the Stardust tree's energy in critical moments. Remember, the Alliance is more dangerous than the star core hive. Their greed can corrupt even the purest Stardust energy. As the spacecraft ascended, once more Emerald Star's twin moons shone exceptionally bright in the light of the Stardust tree. Yunheng looked back. The elder and Leah stood on the square, waving green energy beams, intertwining with golden Stardust light to form a blessing ribbon. What he didn't know was that in a corner of the cargo hold, a star core spore wrapped in Stardust energy was quietly awakening, its tendrils gently reaching for the power lines. At the edge of the dark matter nebula, the Alliance's cloaked fleet was on standby. Berg stood in the flagship's command room, watching the blinking Stardust signal on the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let the Stardust descendants explore to their heart's content. Once they activate the dark matter core, the day of the Stardust Warrior Project's success will dawn. His finger traced over the files of Yunheng and Yunxi on the screen, his gaze lingering on the annotation Stardust gene sequence. Human evolution requires sacrifice. And you too are the perfect offerings. As the spacecraft passed through the nebula's energy barrier, Yunheng suddenly felt a pang of unease. He looked at Yunxi and saw her also touching the life core on her chest. They both realized simultaneously that what awaited them in the depths of the dark matter nebula was not only the truth left by their father, but also a colossal conspiracy capable of overturning the fate of the entire galaxy. And the star core spores within them had long since become a part of this conspiracy. The onslaught of the black patterns was more intense than expected. Yunheng felt a piercing pain in his arm, and the flow of Stardust energy became sluggish, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling in his veins. The blue crystal at the core of the sacred tree trembled violently, and a twisted face of the star core assimilation appeared on its surface, emitting a piercing mental shriek. Focus. Do not let its will corrupt you. The old elder exerted his last ounce of strength to release energy. The green power of plants flowed through the roots into Yunheng's body. The power of the Stardust seed lies in your blood. Awaken it with the faith of protection. The faith of protection. Yunheng's mind instantaneously flashed with the silhouette of his father, the smiling face of his sister, and the figures of the Emerald Star people fighting bravely. Those warm memories transformed into a boiling current, dispelling the dizziness brought by the mental shriek. He suddenly bit through his tongue, the sharp pain clearing his mind completely, and the Stardust energy Within him surged like a flood, breaking free from its shackles the golden light, swelling multiple times, pushing back the black patterns inch by inch. In the name of the Stardust, descendants purify. Yunhang's palm erupted with a brilliant beam of light, intertwining golden and blue energy spiraled along the veins of the sacred tree core. Wherever it passed, the black patterns melted away like snow, the withered bark regained vitality, and the broken energy veins began to repair themselves. The sacred tree shook violently, and glowing particles fell from the tree, whole remnants of the purified star core energy. When the last trace of black pattern disappeared, the blue crystal at the core of the sacred tree shone brightly, and a beam of light, piercing through the heavens, shot up from the tree hole. The entire emerald star could see this light, and the star core embryo, engaged in fierce battle, emitted a terrified screech, its body rapidly dissolving in the beam. The withered yellow in the forest faded at a visible speed, the glowing moss reignited, and the dark red secretions on the ground transformed into nutrients nourishing the soil. The Stardust tree is about to awaken. Lia gazed at the energy crown blooming at the top of the beam, her eyes filled with awe. The trunk of the sacred tree began to grow taller, the crown broke through the clouds, and the branches spread in the sky, blooming countless blue flowers. As the petals fell, they transformed into light points, merging into every inch of the emerald star's land. The polluted rivers became clear, the withered spiritual roots sprouted anew, and even the energy in the air turned sweet and fresh. This is the ultimate form of the sacred tree, the Stardust tree, which uses itself as a medium to spread Stardust energy to every corner of the planet. Inside the tree hole, the old elder's flower bloomed with light again, still weak, but with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The awakening of the Stardust tree has temporarily alleviated the crisis of the emerald star. But the star core assimilation can break through the defense barrier. It is no coincidence. Before he finished speaking, the healing pod suddenly emitted urgent alarms. Yunzai's body convulsed violently, black patterns similar to those before on the sacred tree appeared on her skin, and her life signs plummeted. Yunhang rushed over, pressing his palm against his sister's forehead, continuously injecting Stardust energy. Xiaoxi, hold on. At the moment of energy infusion, Yunhang's consciousness was suddenly pulled by a powerful force. Flashes of fragmented images passed before his eyes. A white corridor in the Alliance laboratory, scientists in white coats of blue crystal pulsating in a petri dish, his father's anxious face, and a cold voice saying, "The genetic sequence of the Stardust descendants must be kept secret. It is the key for humanity to control the universe." "Brother!" Yunzai's scream pulled him back to reality. His sister's eyes were already open, her pupils shimmering with golden Stardust light, and the black patterns were rapidly fading. "Did I just see your memories?" Yunhang was stunned. The images earlier were not his memories, but rather fragments of information that seemed to be implanted. Lias Roots gently touched Yunzai's arm, exclaiming in surprise, "The Stardust energy within her resonated with you. This is the memory-sharing ability of the Stardust descendants. Those images might be the genetic memories left by your father." The old elder pondered for a moment, the flower's light flickering. The spores of the star core assimilation can bypass defenses. It may be related to the Alliance. They may have tampered with the Stardust seed to invade the Emerald Star through you. Those memory fragments might be the key to unraveling the mystery. Just then a plant soldier rushed in, handing over an energy crystal. "Elder, we found this on the edge of the forest. Its signal matches that of the star core spores, but the energy fluctuations are very unusual." The crystal contained a blurred holographic image. In the image, several figures in Alliance uniforms were secretly conversing, and one profile could faintly be seen as Professor Berg, the head of the Alliance Academy. He coldly laughed, saying, "The tracker on the Stardust seed has been activated. Once the Stardust descendants awaken the sacred tree, we will be able to locate the coordinates of the Emerald Star. At that time, both the Stardust energy and the technology of the plant civilization will be in the Alliance's grasp." The image suddenly cut off, and the crystal turned to dust. Yunhang clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. It was indeed the Alliance plotting behind the scenes. They not only coveted Stardust energy, but also aimed to use the star core assimilation to weaken the defenses of the Emerald Star. Simply madness. "The Alliance fleet should already be on its way," the old elder said gravely. "Although the Stardust tree has awakened, its energy is still unstable and cannot withstand a large-scale fleet attack. We must quickly find a countermeasure." Yunshi struggled to sit up from the healing pod, her face still pale, but her eyes exceptionally determined. "I know Professor Berg's secret laboratory. Before being assimilated, my pioneering ship transported a batch of experimental equipment destined for a secret base on the edge of the Dark Matter Nebula. There may be core data on the Alliance's research on Stardust energy stored there. Perhaps we can find their weakness." Lias Roots moved rapidly. The star map of the sacred tree shows that the Dark Matter Nebula is one of the most dangerous areas in the universe, where the space-time is chaotic and any detection equipment will fail. After the awakening of the Stardust tree, I can sense a faint stardust signal deep within the nebula, as if it is calling us. Yuanheng looked at the old elder waiting for his decision. The old elder's roots gently stroked the core of the sacred tree. The energy of the Stardust tree can stabilize the space-time chaos of the dark matter nebula. This might be the guidance of the Stardust heart. You must go, not only to uncover the Alliance's secrets, but also to investigate the true connection between the Stardust descendants and human civilization. He took out a green crystal from the trunk and handed it to Yuanheng. This is the heart of the sacred tree, which can summon the energy of the Stardust tree in times of crisis. Remember, the Alliance is more dangerous than the star core assimilation. Their greed will consume everything, including themselves. On the night before their departure, Yuanheng sat alone on a branch of the sacred tree, gazing at the twin moons of the Emerald Star. Yuanxi gently walked to his side, and golden stardust patterns appeared on the arms of the siblings simultaneously. This was the mark left after memory sharing. Brother, do you remember our childhood? You said you would take me to see the brightest stars in the universe. Yunzai's voice was soft, trembling slightly. Now that I see them, I realize there is so much darkness behind the stars. Yuanheng grasped his sister's hand tightly, the stardust patterns intertwining in their palms to form a star map. It is precisely because there is darkness that we must protect the light. Just as Father said, the secret of Stardust is not a weapon, but hope. What he did not know was that deep within the roots of the sacred tree, a dark red spore suppressed by Stardust energy was quietly splitting into tiny tendrils burrowing deep into the soil. It had not been completely purified, but was waiting for an opportunity to inject more lethal pollution into the core of the Stardust tree. As the spaceship ascended once more, the forests of the Emerald Star had already regained vitality, and the light of the Stardust tree shone exceptionally brightly in the night sky. Yuanheng looked back, seeing the figures of the old elder and Lia standing in the square green energy beams interweaving with golden stardust light to form a blessing of light. Target Dark Matter Nebula. Yuanheng entered the coordinates into the navigation, and the spaceship transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the cosmic dust. At the edge of the Dark Matter Nebula, an Alliance stealth reconnaissance ship hovered in the asteroid belt. The captain watched the fading light of the spaceship on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Speaking into the communicator, Professor Berg, the prey has entered the predetermined flight path. The space-time trap of the Dark Matter Nebula is activated, waiting for them to walk into the net. A cold voice came from the communicator. Remember, I want the Stardust descendants alive. Their genetic sequence is the key to opening the Stardust channel. As for the Emerald Star, once we obtain the Stardust energy, let it disappear completely. The stealth device of the reconnaissance ship activated again, blending into the darkness of the nebula. The cosmic game had just entered its most dangerous phase. Meanwhile, Yuanheng and his sister were flying towards the trap meticulously set by the Alliance, completely unaware that what they were about to uncover was the ultimate secret concerning the origins of humanity and the Stardust civilization. The moment the spaceship entered the Dark Matter Nebula, all instruments fell into paralysis. The pointers on the dashboard spun wildly, the holographic map dissolved into static, and even the view outside the porthole began to warp. Starlight refracted into eerie arcs through the fabric of space-time. Asteroids drifted in trajectories, defying physical laws, and the entire nebula resembled a colossal funhouse mirror, churning reality and illusion into a chaotic blur. The Stardust barrier can still hold. Yuanxi gripped the console tightly, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her palm connected with the heart of the sacred tree, streams of green energy flowing from her fingertips into the ship's systems. The sacred tree's energy is neutralizing the dark matter interference, but the consumption rate is 3 times normal. Yuanheng focused intently on the controls, relying on the intuition granted by Stardust energy to evade obstacles. In this region of temporal spatial disorder, neither vision nor instruments could be trusted. Only the resonance between the Stardust energy within and the nebula could guide the correct path. Based on the Stardust signal's location, we should reach the nebula's core after crossing this temporal spatial turbulence zone. Suddenly, the ship shuddered violently, as if colliding with an invisible wall. The view outside the porthole shattered instantly, countless overlapping images merging together. Yuanheng felt a dizzying vertigo, as though his soul were being wrenched from his body. He saw countless phantom versions of himself flickering in the cockpit, some clad in Alliance uniforms, others transformed into Star Core assimilated forms, and still others lying on laboratory operating tables dissected by scientists. Brother, don't be fooled by the illusions. Yunzai's voice choked with tears as her palm erupted in blinding green light. The energy of the heart of the sacred tree forcibly pulled Yuanheng's consciousness back to reality. This is the dark matter's mental interference. It amplifies inner fears and desires. Yuanheng shook his head violently, cold sweat soaking his back. The illusions had been too vivid, especially the sight of himself as a star core assimilated form, making his heart race uncontrollably. He looked at Yun-Shi and found his sister's complexion even worse, her eyes filled with terror. She too had seen horrifying visions. Focus on sensing the Stardust signal. Yun-Hang grasped his sister's hand, and the Stardust patterns on both their palms lit up simultaneously, golden light spreading through the cockpit. We are descendants of Stardust. A dark matter cannot interfere with true conviction. Stardust energy flowed between them, forming a golden barrier that blocked out the illusions. The ship's vibrations gradually subsided, and the view outside the porthole stabilized once more. They found themselves in the midst of a massive asteroid field, every rock marked with the Alliance's energy sigils. This was indeed an Alliance-laid trap. Detecting high-frequency energy reactions, Yun-Shi suddenly shouted, pointing at a red dot flashing on the screen. It's the Alliance's temporal bombs. They've been activated by dark matter energy and are warping the surrounding spacetime. Blinding white light erupted from the asteroid field, countless temporal rifts appearing around the ship, their immense gravity pulling the vessel toward the cracks. Yun-Hang hastily pulled back on the control stick, the ship narrowly avoiding one rift, but getting struck by the gravitational wave of another. The hull emitted a piercing screech of metal. Left engine damaged. Energy output down by 30. Yun-Shi quickly repaired the system's green energy, surging across the console. At this rate, the temporal rifts will tear us apart. Yun-Hang scanned the asteroid field and suddenly noticed a detail. Though the detonation sequence of the temporal bombs seemed chaotic, the energy fluctuations followed a certain pattern, as if weaving an invisible net. He recalled the star chart engraved on the laser gun left by his father. The complex stellar orbits bore a striking resemblance to the energy fluctuations before him. I know how to get out. A spark of insight flashed in Yun-Hang's eyes. He pulled Yun-Zai's hand and infused his Stardust energy into her. The energy trajectories of these temporal bombs are arranged according to the ancient Stardust channel star chart. Do you remember the navigation star chart Father taught us? The Orion arm trajectory in the third quadrant. Yun-Zai's eyes lit up instantly. She had studied star chart navigation with her father since childhood and knew the Orion arm trajectory by heart. The siblings exchanged a glance, then simultaneously grasped the heart of the sacred tree, merging Stardust energy with plant energy and feeding it into the ship's navigation system. Course correction simulating the Orion arm trajectory. Under Yun-Hang's control, the ship moved like a nimble fish weaving through the temporal rifts. Instead of dodging the bombs, they flew along the energy trajectories, using the temporal distortions from the explosions to accelerate forward. The golden Stardust barrier intertwined with the green plant energy, forming a spiral light trail that resonated strangely with the energy marks in the asteroid field. When the last temporal bomb detonated, the ship passed precisely through the center of the energy net, breaking free from the asteroid field's encirclement. The view before them opened up. At the core of the dark matter nebula floated a massive space station, its silver-white hull resembling a slumbering beast against the nebula's backdrop. This was the Alliance's secret base, Yun-Shi had mentioned. On the central tower of the space station, a blue light identical to that of the Stardust seed flickered. This was the source of the Stardust signal. But even more shocking was the energy cocoon surrounding the station, composed of star core assimilated tendrils. The dark red light interwove with the blue Stardust energy, forming an eerie balance. The Alliance is actually using the energy of star core assimilated beings to power the base. Yun-Zai's voice was incredulous. Are they insane? Doing this will lead to complete assimilation. Yun-Hang's expression was unusually grave. They're not insane. They're conducting some kind of experiment. Look at the structure of the energy cocoon. It's bound by Stardust energy, as if they're artificially merging Stardust and star core energy. The ship cautiously approached the station, finding the Alliance's defense systems inactive. Yun-Shi attempted to hack into the communication system and soon received an encrypted message. The sender's code name was Keeper of Secrets. The message was simple: the base core is on the third underground level. The password for the Stardust database is Stardust Channel 0713. Beware of Berg's Stardust Warrior Project. They've already succeeded. 0713 is Father's birthday. Tears welled up in Yun-Zai's eyes. This Keeper of Secrets must have known Father. Yun-Hang clenched his fists. Whoever he is, let's find the database first. Stay alert. The Alliance's Stardust Warriors don't sound like easy opponents. The ship docked at the station's cargo passage. As expected, the defense systems here were offline, as if someone had deliberately opened the door for them. The passage was empty, lit only by emergency lights. The air carried a mix of disinfectant and metal identical to the smell in the Alliance lab from Yun-Hang's fragmented memories. The energy fluctuations here are strange. Yun-Shi pressed her palm against the wall, the heart of the sacred tree emitting a faint glow. There's the purifying energy of Stardust, the polluting energy of star cores, and Human life signals, but very faint as if suppressed by some force. They advanced along the passage toward the third underground level. The labs along the way were filled with horrifying sights: semi-human, semi-mechanical bodies floating in cultivation tanks, screens displaying failed experiment data, freezers storing dissected star core assimilated samples, and in the deepest lab, several human brains submerged in nutrient fluid connected to complex wires. So this is Berg's Stardust Warrior project. Yunhang's voice was icy, his heart seething with rage. He's experimenting on humans, trying to merge Stardust and star core energy to create super soldiers. At the entrance to the third underground level, they encountered the first Stardust Warrior. It was a giant, 3 meters tall, its body composed of metal and biological tissue. Its left arm was a sharp mechanical claw, its right arm mounted with a star core energy cannon, and the energy core on its chest glowed with interwoven blue and red light, the mixed energy of Stardust and star core. Warning: Stardust descendant intruder detected. Initiating elimination protocol. Red light flickered in the warrior's eyes as its mechanical claw scraped with a harsh screech, advancing step by step. Yunshi immediately released plant energy, green vines sprouting from the ground to entangle the warrior's legs. But the warrior erupted with dark red energy, instantly corroding the vines to ash. It raised its right arm, the energy cannon beginning to charge with a blinding red light. Watch out! Yunhang pushed Yunshi aside while activating his Stardust energy, a golden blade of light coalescing in his palm. Its core is in its chest. That's where the energy fusion is most unstable. He charged at the warrior, the light blade slashing fiercely toward its chest. The warrior's mechanical claw swept across. Yunhang dodged nimbly, the blade grazing the energy core and sending sparks flying. The warrior let out an inhuman roar, the energy cannon's charge accelerating. Use the heart of the sacred tree's energy to disrupt it. Yunhang shouted, drawing the warrior's attention. He could sense the Stardust energy within its body resisting the star core contamination. This was its only weakness. Yunshi understood. She raised the heart of the sacred tree above her head, and a beam of green energy struck the warrior's chest. The energy core indeed became chaotic blue and red light, flickering violently as the warrior's movement slowed. Now, Yunhang seized the moment, channeling all his Stardust energy into the light blade. He leaped and struck the energy core with all his might. Boom! The energy core exploded, the warrior's body disintegrating piece by piece in a blaze of interwoven blue and red light. As the light faded, a faint golden spark rose from the wreckage, spiraling toward Yunhang and merging into his body. A remnant soul fragment of the experimental subject, finally finding release. A sharp pang struck Yunhang's heart. He could feel the soul's pain and despair, a longing for freedom and a hatred for the Alliance. He whispered to the wreckage, "Rest in peace. We will expose the truth." The database on the third underground level was easier to access than expected. When Yunhang entered the password, Stardust Channel 0713, the heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a cluster of servers glowing with blue light. On the central platform, a holographic image played on a loop. A photo of Professor Berg with a young guard whose face bore a resolute smile. It was his father in his youth. "Father." She covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down. The blue glow of the database reflected off Yunhang's trembling fingertips. On the central platform, a holographic image looped endlessly. A young father clad in the uniform of an Alliance guard stood shoulder to shoulder with Professor Berg. Together they held aloft a crystalline shard radiating golden light, the yet undivided seed of Stardust. The date marked beneath the image was precisely 1 year before his father's sacrifice. So father had come into contact with the seed of Stardust long ago. Yunzai's palm caressed her father's face in the projection, the Stardust patterns on her fingertips resonating with the image. But why did he never tell us? The server suddenly emitted a piercing whine, and the blue light shifted to a warning red. Yunhang swiftly connected to the main console. On the screen, encrypted data scrolled furiously before freezing on a report marked Top Secret. Stardust Warrior Project Final Phase. Gene Fusion Experiment Records. The report's cover page bore a photograph. 20 subjects in prison uniforms stood before glass pods, identical Stardust patterns branded on their foreheads. The young man on the far left wore a defiant expression, a half-star-shaped pendant hanging from his neck, identical to the keepsake on Yunhang's chest. Their father's comrades. Yunzai's voice trembled with tears. These are the guards who disappeared with father back then. The contents of the experiment log were chilling. Berg had surgically extracted the subject's consciousness, implanted fragments of the seed of Stardust into their pineal glands, and forcibly catalyzed fusion using stellar core energy. Successful subjects would become perfect weapons, possessing the powers of Stardust purification and stellar core devouring, while failures would completely mutate into mindless monsters. And their father had been among the first volunteers for this project. Father only pretended to cooperate to protect his comrades. Yunheng flipped to the final pages of the experiment log. There his father had written annotations in code. The true power of the seed of Stardust is connection, not devouring. Berg is perverting its essence. The coordinates of the Stardust passage must be destroyed. The Alliance must never find the Stardust homeworld. The Stardust homeworld. Yunheng's heart pounded wildly. Suddenly, a hidden video popped up on the database. In the footage, his father, drenched in blood, burst into the lab and inserted a data chip into the server. Keeper protocol activated. Stardust passage coordinates are encrypted. Only those who possess both the seed of Stardust and the genes of Stardust descendants can unlock them. Berg, your greed will destroy everything. The instant the video cut off, the blue light of the server converged into a single beam, projecting a three-dimensional star map onto the platform. At the center of the star map was a spiral nebula labeled Stardust Homeworld. Surrounding it, points of light formed a complex navigational trajectory, perfectly matching the star chart on his father's laser gun. These are the coordinates of the Stardust passage. She exclaimed in delight, discovering that the notations on the star map's edge perfectly aligned with the ancient legends recorded in the sacred tree of Emerald Star. Legend says the Stardust homeworld is the birthplace of all Stardust descendants, where the ultimate secret to countering the stellar core assimilation entity lies. At that moment, the base suddenly shook violently. Red alarm lights flashed wildly, and Berg's icy voice echoed through the speakers. My dear children, thank you for helping me activate the Stardust passage coordinates. Now hand over the seed of Stardust, and I might make you the leaders of the Stardust warriors. In your dreams. Yunheng swiftly downloaded the data and tucked the chip into the lining of his protective suit. Let's go. The evacuation route was already blocked by Stardust warriors. These half-human, half-machine monstrosities stood in formation, their chest-mounted energy cores flickering with intertwined blue and red light. Their left-arm mechanical claws gouged deep scratches into the walls. The leading warrior stood nearly 4 meters tall, its head encased in a metal shell, with only a single crimson electronic eye rotating to lock onto its target. Around its neck hung the other half of the star-shaped pendant. Uncle Lei. She cried out in shock. Uncle Lei was their father's most trusted comrade, once responsible for protecting them in their youth, but had supposedly been killed in action during a mission. Target confirmed: Stardust descendants. Initiating retrieval procedure. Uncle Lei's voice was entirely mechanized. His electronic eye gleamed with murderous red light as his mechanical claw lunged at Yunheng. Yunheng sidestepped the attack, condensing Stardust energy into a blade of light in his palm. Uncle Lei, wake up. It's me, Yunheng. The light blade struck Uncle Lei's energy core, and the resulting blue flash made him freeze for a moment. In that brief pause, Yunheng saw the skin exposed beneath the metal mask. It was covered in Stardust patterns, resonating faintly with his own energy. His consciousness hasn't been completely devoured yet. Yunheng seized the opportunity, channeling Stardust energy into Uncle Lei's pendant. Use the sacred tree heart's energy to awaken his primal instincts. Yunshi immediately pressed the sacred tree heart against Uncle Lei's energy core. Green energy spread along the patterns. Uncle Lei's electronic eye suddenly flashed blue, his mechanical claw stopped midair, and a pained roar escaped his throat. Xiaoheng. Protect. The coordinates. Destroy his control chip. At the third cervical vertebra. Uncle Lei's voice was intermittent. His mechanical arm suddenly swung around, smashing heavily into the Stardust warrior behind him. Go. Quickly. The passage is in. The asteroid belt. Yunheng fought back tears as his Stardust light blade precisely pierced Uncle Lei's cervical spine. With the sparks from the exploding chip, Uncle Lei's electronic eye cleared completely. Using his last ounce of strength, he shoved a data disk into Yunheng's hand. This is the defense system of the Stardust homeworld. The password is your mother's name. Amidst the explosions, Uncle Lei's body blocked the passageway, buying them time to escape. Yunheng looked back. The once gentle Uncle Lei had transformed into a blazing energy entity, perishing together with the Stardust warriors. The fragments of the star-shaped pendant floating in the air eventually dissolved into motes of light, merging into his palm. As the spaceship burst out of the secret base, the entire space station was collapsing. The energy cocoon of the stellar core assimilation entity had spiraled out of control, its dark red tendrils madly devouring the Alliance facility, interweaving with the flames of the base's self-destruction into a bizarre nebula. Yunheng inserted Uncle Lei's data disk into the navigation system. Immediately, a new route materialized on the star map, a path through the asteroid belt of the dark matter nebula where the Stardust passage leading to the Stardust homeworld lay hidden. Mother's name. Yunzai's voice choked with sobs. They had never met their mother. Their father only said she had died from interstellar radiation shortly after giving birth to Yunxi, but she had left behind a jade pendant engraved with the character Yu. When Yunheng entered Yu, As the password, the star map suddenly blazed with resplendent golden light. A ring-shaped energy gate emerged from within the asteroid belt, its interior flowing with light identical to that of the seed of Stardust. This was the Stardust passage Uncle Lay had mentioned. On the other side of the passage, the faint outline of a cerulean planet was visible, radiating a life energy even denser than that of Emerald Star. The Stardust homeworld. Yunheng gripped the controls tightly, a gleam of hope shining in his eyes. We're finally going to find the truth. The moment the spaceship passed through the Stardust passage, the surrounding spacetime warped. The chaotic energy of the dark matter nebula was filtered by the passage into warm golden light. Countless memory fragments of Stardust descendants flickered outside the porthole. Interstellar travelers piloting ships, sages cultivating Stardust, flora warriors battling the stellar core assimilation entity. All their faces bore Stardust patterns similar to Yunheng's. So we are not alone. Yunxi gazed at these memory fragments, touching the sacred tree hard on her chest. Stardust descendants are scattered across the universe, only separated by the Alliance's conspiracy. The sight at the end of the passage was breathtaking. A planet interwoven with cerulean and gold hung in the starry void. Countless towering Stardust trees stood upon its continents. An energy barrier encircled the atmosphere, and countless ships of various designs shuttled within and beyond the barrier, forming a thriving interstellar civilization. This was the Stardust homeworld, Xinghan. As the spaceship crossed the defensive barrier, a gentle female voice suddenly came through the communication channel. Welcome home, Stardust descendants. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yunheng and Yunxi exchanged a glance, seeing tears of joy in each other's eyes. They had finally found the secret their father had guarded with his life, the birthplace of the Stardust civilization. But they did not know that Berg's fleet had already locked onto the coordinates through the residual signal of the Stardust passage and was heading toward this last sanctuary with even more powerful Stardust warriors. In the Grand Council Hall of Xinghan, several elders draped in Stardust robes were gazing at the images within a crystal ball. The leading elder stroked his beard, his voice heavy with gravity. The prophesied twin stars have finally returned, but they bring with them the shadow that devours galaxies. Prepare to activate the highest defense, the Stardust Wall. The war that will decide the fate of the universe is about to begin. In the crystal ball, the spaceship carrying Yunheng and his sister was flying toward Xinghan's main continent. The Stardust patterns on their palms resonated with the planet's energy barrier, weaving a resplendent star map across the sky. And behind them, at the edge of the dark matter nebula, the shadow of the Alliance fleet was silently spreading. An even greater storm was about to break. As the spacecraft landed smoothly at the spaceport of the Xinghan main continent, Yunheng finally understood the true meaning of Stardust homeworld. The sky here was a flowing gold, the earth blanketed with luminous Stardust grass. In the distance, the Stardust trees towered 100 times taller than the sacred trees of Emerald Star, with energy-formed cities suspended among their branches. Countless residents clad in Stardust robes glided through the air on light wings, each forehead adorned with faint Stardust patterns. A silver-robed elder accompanied by 2 youths was already waiting at the spaceport. The elder's Stardust patterns covered his cheeks, and his gaze was as gentle as a starry sky. He bowed slightly to Yunheng and his sister. I am Qiming, an elder of the Xinghan Council. These are Xingluo and Yueyao, captains of the Stardust Guard. Welcome, descendants of Stardust from Earth. Xingluo stood tall and straight, a laser pistol similar to Yunheng's holstered at his waist, though Stardust energy flowed through its body. Yuyao's robe was embroidered with botanical patterns, and tiny Stardust petals could sprout from her fingertips, a power akin to Leah's abilities. Uncle Lay's data disk confirmed your identities, Xingluo said with reverence. He was the last spy we planted in the Alliance. For 3 years, he transmitted intelligence to us. Yunzai's eyes reddened instantly. Uncle Lay. He sacrificed himself to protect us. Elder Qiming sighed and shook his head. His sacrifice was not in vain. It was the Stardust Warrior program data he sent back that allowed us to perfect our defense systems in advance. Come with me. It is time to reveal the core secrets of Xinghan to you. Riding a hovercar powered by Stardust energy, they traversed the Energy City and arrived at the most ancient Stardust tree of Xinghan. The patterns on the trunk resonated intensely with the Stardust seed within Yunheng. When Elder Qiming pressed his palm against the tree, an energy door slowly opened, revealing a deep passage below. This is the Stardust Sanctum, which houses the primordial Stardust essence from the dawn of the universe. Elder Qiming's voice carried awe. On the walls of the passage, images of the universe's birth were projected. A colossal golden star exploded, its fragments scattering into countless Stardust particles. 3 strands of the purest energy formed the life seeds of the Stardust homeworld, Emerald Star and Earth. The Stardust descendants are not a single civilization, but the sparks of Stardust essence scattered across the cosmos. Your father has long known this secret. At the end of the passage in the center of the sanctum floated a golden crystal the size of a basketball. Its radiance was 100 times purer than the stardust seed, surrounded by countless tiny points of light, each corresponding to the life signal of a stardust descendant. As Yunheng approached, the crystal suddenly released a beam of light, projecting a complex star map onto his palm, the very core password of the defense system missing from Uncle Lei's data disk. "The stardust essence has recognized you, Elder Qiming," said, a gleam of relief in his eyes. "Only a descendant who bears both the stardust seed and the conviction to protect can activate the complete defense system. Berg's fleet has passed through the Stardust Channel and will reach Xinghan in at most 12 hours. Yunshi suddenly pointed to a dim point of light on the edge of the crystal. "The signal there is very weak, as if something is blocking it." Elder Qiming's expression grew grave. "That is the Stardust colony in the Forgotten Star domain, which lost contact a century ago. According to Uncle Lei's intelligence, Berg established his main laboratory there, using the colonists for live experiments to create the Stardust Devourer, a mutated star core assimilator capable of absorbing stardust energy." Xinghua brought up real-time surveillance footage. The vanguard of the Alliance fleet had already arrived outside Xinghan's defensive barrier. Hundreds of warships were arranged in a circular formation, and the flagship's cannons flickered with a bluid light, the mixed energy of stardust and star core. What was most unsettling was the massive container at the center of the fleet, within which a writhing black shadow was faintly visible. Countless tiny tentacles pressed against the container walls, releasing a suffocating sense of oppression. "That is the Stardust Devourer," Yueyao said, her voice chilling. "Its energy fluctuations are 100 times stronger than an ordinary star core assimilator. Once it breaks through the barrier, it will drain all the stardust energy from all of Xinghan." Yunheng clenched the star map in his palm. "How long will it take to activate the defense system?" "The core password is activated, but the energy reserves are insufficient." Elder Qiming pointed to the energy trough in the corner of the sanctum. "The energy of the stardust essence needs to be transmitted through the veins of the stardust trees. But Xinghan's main vein was damaged in an earthquake a century ago. Someone must personally go to repair 3 energy nodes." Xinghua and Yueyao stepped forward simultaneously. "Well, go." "No." Yunheng shook his head, the stardust patterns on his fingertips resonating with the crystal. "Only Yunshi and I can infuse the energy of the stardust seed during the repairs. You need to stay at the barrier and command the defense." Yunshi immediately nodded. "I'll go with my brother. The heart of the sacred tree can help us quickly locate the damaged nodes." After a moment of contemplation, Elder Qiming handed Yunheng a stardust emblem. "This is the key to the sanctum. It can open the protective layers of the energy nodes. Xinghua will send the fastest assault ship to take you. You must complete the repairs before Berg breaks through the barrier." As the assault ship launched, the Alliance fleet began its first round of attacks. Bluid beams of light slammed heavily into the defensive barrier, stirring up ripples of energy across the sky. Xinghan's defensive weapons retaliated simultaneously. Golden energy cannons shot toward the fleet like a meteor shower, but they were neutralized by the energy field released by the Stardust Devourer as they approached. "It's absorbing the energy." Yunshi watched the rapidly declining barrier energy value on the screen. "At this rate, the barrier will break in at most 8 hours. The assault ship flew close to the ground. As they passed through the stardust forest, Yunheng could clearly feel the earth trembling. The leaves of the stardust trees rustled under the energy impact, releasing faint golden light that merged into the defensive barrier. Yu Yao's communication suddenly came through. "The first energy node is in Echo Canyon, but star core spore contamination has appeared there. Beware of the mutated plants." The scene in Echo Canyon was like a nightmare. The once emerald stardust grass had turned dark red, vines grew sharp thorns, and the spores floating in the air could temporarily disable stardust energy. Wearing protective suits, Yunheng and Yunshi trudged forward with difficulty. The light of the heart of the sacred tree guided the way ahead, but it suddenly dimmed as they approached the node. The spores can interfere with plant energy. Yunshi quickly released stardust energy to shield them both. "Brother, you repair the node. It'll clear the spores." She raised the heart of the sacred tree above her head, and green energy interwove with golden star dust to form a barrier isolating the spores outside. Yunheng rushed to the node. The moment he pressed the stardust emblem against the energy slot, the protective layer slowly opened, revealing the flickering circuit board beneath. The core circuits had indeed been corroded by star core contamination. He placed his palm on the node, and the energy of the stardust seed flowed through his fingertips. Golden light coursed over the circuits, repairing the corroded parts. The mutated plants around the node emitted furious hisses. Vines lashed out like venomous snakes, but were blocked by Yunzai's energy barrier. Almost done. Yunheng's forehead beaded with sweat. The node's glow grew brighter, resonating with the distant star dust essence. When the last circuit was repaired, all the mutated plants in the canyon suddenly withered, and the stardust grass regained its vibrant green radiance. Just then the communicator crackled with Xingluo's urgent report. Berg has dispatched a Stardust warrior strike team. They're approaching your location. Their goal is to capture you alive. Yunheng looked up. Dozens of figures appeared at the canyon entrance. The energy core on the chest of the lead warrior pulsed with a glaring red light. Berg's masterpiece, a fully developed Stardust warrior. Their speed was like lightning. The sound of mechanical claws tearing through the air grew closer. Activate the node's self-destruct sequence. Yunheng pulled Yunshi toward the assault ship. We can't let them know the repair route. The moment the Stardust emblem was inserted into the console, the node erupted with a powerful energy wave, temporarily blocking the pursuing Stardust warriors. As the assault ship lifted off, Yunheng saw the energy cores of the Stardust warriors absorbing the Stardust energy from the explosion. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Their absorption ability is stronger than before. Berg must have implanted new Stardust Devourer fragments into them. The second energy node was in the ruins of the floating city. This energy city, suspended high in the sky, had collapsed partially in the earthquake a century ago. Broken energy veins hung like bridges in the air, with an unfathomable sea of clouds below. Yunzai's heart of the sacred tree suddenly beat violently, pointing toward the depths of the ruins. There's a life signal. It's survivors from the Stardust colony. Hidden behind the rubble of the ruins, a group of ragged Stardust descendants were indeed cowering. Their Stardust patterns were dull, and their eyes filled with terror. When the elder at the front saw Yunheng's emblem, he suddenly burst into tears. People from the Stardust Sanctum have finally come. Berg's devil used us as feed to raise those monsters. Before the elder could finish, the rubble was suddenly blown apart. A Stardust warrior's laser cannon had struck an energy line, and the entire ruin began to collapse. Yunheng immediately released Stardust energy to shield the survivors and shouted, Yunshi, repair the node. He'll hold them off. He charged toward the Stardust warrior, condensing a Stardust light blade in his palm. The Stardust warrior, of the same model as Uncle Lay's, was indeed stronger. Its mechanical claws easily deflected the light blade, and the power of its energy cannon could tear through Stardust barriers. Yunheng dodged attacks with agile movements, but was gradually backed to the edge of a cliff. Brother, Yunzai's voice came through. The light from the second node shot into the sky. Hurry! Yunheng executed a backflip, leaping onto the assault ship that had come to pick them up. Through the porthole, he saw the Stardust warriors slaughtering the surviving Stardust descendants. The image of an elder shielding a child with his body seared into his eyes. Xingluo's communication came in again, his voice filled with despair. Barrier energy is down to 30. Berg's flagship is ramming the barrier. The final energy node was located in the underground root system beneath the Stardust Essence Sanctum. The energy concentration here was extremely high. The main roots of the Stardust tree coiled like dragons, and the node was hidden at the center of the thickest root. When Yunheng and his sister arrived, Elder Qiming was already locked in fierce combat, with Stardust warriors alongside the Sanctum guards. The ground was scarred with energy explosion marks. You've finally come. Elder Qiming's robe was covered in dust, and his Stardust patterns flickered intermittently. Berg personally led a team and infiltrated through the underground passages. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the passage, and Berg's figure appeared in the firelight. He wore a specially made Stardust battle armor with a massive Stardust Devourer fragment embedded in his chest. Blue and red light flickered alternately in his eyes. My dear child, hand over the Stardust seed, and I can make you the new rulers of Stardust. Otherwise, you will be annihilated along with these natives. Yunheng shielded Yunshi behind him, condensing Stardust energy into a light blade in his palm. You will never understand the true power of Stardust. It is not a weapon. It is the conviction to protect. Stubborn fool. Berg's armor erupted with dark red energy. The Stardust Devourer fragment released a powerful suction force, and Yunheng felt the Stardust energy within him being forcibly drawn out. Feel the despair of being devoured. This is the ultimate law of the universe. In the critical moment, Yunshi pressed the heart of the sacred tree against the main root. Green energy spread along the root system, intertwining with the golden light of the Stardust essence into a net. Brother, inject all your energy. The node can absorb the Stardust Devourer's power. A sudden realization dawned on Yunheng. He stopped resisting the energy drain and instead actively guided the energy of the Stardust seed toward the node. The suction force of the Stardust Devourer suddenly backfired. The fragment on Berg's armor began to tremble violently, and the blued light became extremely unstable. No. My power. Berg let out a terrified scream. His body began to mutate under the energy backlash, and patterns of star core assimilation emerged on his skin. The node's light erupted completely. The moment the repair was complete, all the Stardust trees of Xinghan lit up simultaneously, and the energy level of the defensive barrier instantly returned to full. The golden light of the Stardust essence formed a giant hand grabbing the mutating Berg, and dragging him toward the direction of the Stardust Sanctum. I will return. The Stardust descendants will eventually be destroyed. Berg's roar echoed through the passage before being completely swallowed by the golden light. The energy cores of the Stardust warriors burst one after another under the impact of the barrier energy, and the Alliance fleet's attack was utterly crushed. Yun Hang and Yun Shi collapsed to the ground, looking at each other's pale faces, finally revealing exhausted smiles. Elder Qiming stepped forward and placed the Stardust emblem on their chest. You have done it. The flame of Stardust will never be extinguished. But Berg's mutation is only the beginning. The threat of the Stardust Devourer has not yet been neutralized. We must prepare. The sky of Xinghan had returned to its flowing gold. The leaves of the Stardust trees rustled in the wind, as if celebrating this victory. But Yun Hang knew this was not the end. He looked toward the direction of the Stardust essence, where the golden crystal was flashing a warning light, portending an even greater crisis awaiting them in the deeper reaches of the cosmos. At the other end of the Stardust channel, amidst the wreckage of the abandoned Alliance warship, a Stardust Devourer fragment that had not been completely destroyed was writhing. On its surface emerged the last remnants of Berg's consciousness, flickering with a vengeful red light. The cosmic game was far from over. On the third day after Berg was consumed by the Stardust origin, Xinghan held a grand celebration. The radiance of the Stardust tree cascaded down like a golden rain. The energy lamps of the floating city formed a dazzling star map, and the surviving Stardust descendants danced and sang, praising their rebirth with ancient hymns. Yet Yun Hang stood on the high platform of the sanctuary, gazing at the faint glimmer of the Stardust origin, a lingering unease gnawing at his heart. Worried about Berg's remnants, Elder Qiming approached him, the Stardust crystal in his hand, projecting images of the wreckage of the Alliance fleet. Our patrol ships have cleared all vessels near the Stardust passage, and the fragments of the Stardust Devourer have been purified. Yun Hang shook his head, pointing to a dark spot on the crystal's edge. The energy signals of these fragments haven't completely vanished. They've infiltrated the energy veins of the Stardust passage like a virus. Look here. He enlarged the image, revealing tiny writhing tentacles within the dark spot. They are absorbing energy from the passage to multiply. Before he could finish, the sanctuary's alarms blared. Xing Luo's figure appeared in a holographic communication, her face ashen with gravity. Elder, the defensive barrier of the Stardust passage is malfunctioning. We are detecting numerous unknown energy signatures resembling the larvae of the Stardust Devourer. The jubilant celebration instantly froze. The residents of Xinghan looked up in terror as dark red ripples spread across the direction of the Stardust passage. Countless black spores the size of fingernails drifted down along the energy veins. Upon contact with Stardust energy, they swelled into fist-sized monsters, possessing the tentacles of stellar nucleus symbiotes, but capable of absorbing starlight like a sponge. Wherever they passed, Stardust grass withered rapidly. It's Berg's contingency. Yun Zai's sacred tree heart burned intensely green, energy coalescing into a shield in her palm. Before his transformation, he injected Devourer spores into the passage's veins. They activate upon contact with Stardust energy. Stardust warriors immediately launched a counterattack. Golden blades and green energy intertwined into a net, but they could not halt the spore spread. When shattered, the Devourer larvae split into even more fragments like an inexhaustible tide, quickly reaching the edge of Xinghan's main continent. We cannot fight, Hedon. Yun Hang watched the warrior's energy rapidly depleting, suddenly recalling the records in Uncle Lei's data disk. Although the Stardust Devourer can absorb energy, it fears pure life will condense energy with conviction. Do not rely on the power of the Stardust origin. He raised his hand first, pouring his determination to protect his sister, his longing for his father, and his responsibility to the Stardust civilization into the Stardust energy. The golden blade lost its dazzling glare, but now pulsed with a warm fluctuation. When it struck the Devourer larvae, the monsters let out agonized shrieks and dissolved into harmless motes of light within the blade. This is the power of life origin. A flash of enlightenment crossed Elder Qiming's eyes. He immediately transmitted an order through the Stardust network. All Stardust descendants, hear me. Let conviction be your guide, condense your life energy. A miracle unfolded over Xinghan. Surviving colonists, plant people from Jade Star who had rushed to assist warriors of Xinghan, and even children, all extended their hands, infusing their sincerest emotions into the energy. This radiance, untainted by any technique, converged into a golden torrent. Where it passed, the Devourer larvae melted like snow, and the withered Stardust grass was revived. When the last larva was purified, the dark spots in the Stardust passage vanished completely. Warm energy lingered in Yun Hang's palm. He finally understood the true meaning of his father's annotation. The power of Stardust was never in the energy itself, but in the conviction and emotions of the user. The celebration resumed after the crisis, but the atmosphere was tinged with solemnity. Elder Qiming convened an emergency meeting in the sanctuary. Xing Luo, Yu Yao, the Yun siblings, and Leah, who had rushed over from Jade Star, sat in a circle. The Stardust crystal projected a star map covering the entire galaxy. The threat of the Devourer proves that the Stardust descendants must unite. Elder Qiming's finger traced the glowing points on the star map. Earth, Jade Star, Xinghan, and those lost colonies. We share a common origin, yet we have fought separately, isolated by the cosmos. Now it is time to rebuild the Stardust Alliance. Xing Luo called up defense system data. According to the intelligence Uncle Lei left behind, there are at least 3 main nests of stellar nucleus symbiotes in the universe. Among them, the Abyss of Oblivion has the strongest energy reaction. That place likely holds the origin of the stellar nucleus, the legendary Dark Star Core. Dark Star Core. Lia's petals trembled slightly. Ancient records on Jade Star describe it as a mirror image of the Stardust origin born from the singularity of the Big Bang. Its power is enough to devour an entire galaxy. Yun Zai's finger pointed to an uncharted region at the edge of the star map. There is a faint Stardust signal here, matching the coordinates of the lost colony from Father's memory fragments. Perhaps the inhabitants there know the secret of the Dark Star Core. Yun Hang's gaze swept across the star map, finally resting on Earth's position. The Stardust signal there was so weak it was nearly invisible, yet it had never been extinguished. We should also return to Earth. The remnants of the Alliance might still be there, and the clues Father left behind need verification. Then we shall split into 3 groups. Elder Qiming made the decision. Xing Luo will lead a fleet to clear the known stellar nucleus nests, buying time for the Alliance. Yu Yao and Li Yo will head to the lost colony to seek intelligence on the Dark Star Core. The Yun siblings will return to Earth to investigate the movements of the Alliance remnants and awaken the Stardust descendants there. He pushed 3 Stardust badges toward them, each engraved with runes of defense, exploration, and awakening. These badges can activate the Stardust network, allowing us to stay in constant contact. Remember, no matter what difficulties you face, the Stardust Alliance will always be your support. On the eve of their departure, Yun Hang went alone to the Stardust origin. The golden crystal projected a phantom of his father, a memory fragment recorded by Stardust energy. A younger version of his father stood in a laboratory, speaking softly to a Stardust seed. When the children are strong enough, I will take them to see the radiance of Xinghan. What do you think? They will grow patterns like yours, capable of communicating with plants. As the phantom faded, a jade pendant engraved with the character "You" drifted out from the crystal. The moment Yun Hang caught the pendant, it resonated with the star-shaped pendant on his chest and dissolved into a stream of light, merging into his body. He felt the Stardust energy flow more smoothly, and a wealth of knowledge about plant energy flooded his mind. His mother's gift passed down through genetic memory into his bloodline. Mom, Dad, we will fulfill your wishes. Yun Hang whispered to the crystal, a resolute light shining in his eyes. Aboard the ship returning to Earth, she was calibrating the connection between the sacred tree heart and the Stardust badges. On the screen, Xing Luo's fleet had already departed, golden warships drawing brilliant light trails through the Stardust passage. Yu Yao and Li Ya's exploration vessel sailed into unknown star sectors, a protective shield of green plant energy surrounding its hull. Brother, look at Earth's Stardust signal. She suddenly pointed at the screen where a faint light flickered, as if responding to their call. It seems something is awakening it. A warmth surged in Yun Hang's heart. He knew it was the awakening of the Stardust descendants on Earth. The hope that his father and countless guardians had sown with their lives now beginning to sprout. The ship traversed the Stardust passage, heading toward the blue planet. The starlight outside the porthole scattered like sown seeds, broadcasting the Alliance's message across the cosmos. Unknown to them, at the heart of the Abyss of Oblivion, the Dark Star Core sensed the formation of the Stardust Alliance, and strange patterns emerged on its surface. Countless stellar nucleus symbiotes knelt around it, and a vortex of dark red energy swirled, heralding a storm potent enough to overturn the universe. Meanwhile, in a secret base on Earth, an elderly man with glasses was studying experimental data on Stardust energy. On his computer screen, photos of Yun Hang and Yun Shi were marked as targets. An Alliance badge on the corner of his desk glinted coldly. Though Berg was gone, his plan had already planted deeper seeds on Earth. The banner of the Stardust Alliance flew over Xinghan, its golden light interwoven with the green of Jade Star and the blue of Earth, forming a protective barrier. Yun Hang knew that the true war had only just begun, but this time they were no longer solitary warriors. Every star in the cosmos would fight alongside them. As the spaceship traversed the asteroid belt of the solar system, Yun Hang's Stardust patterns suddenly grew scorching hot. Outside the porthole, the blue Earth floated serenely amidst the starlight, yet a pale gray energy haze shrouded its atmosphere. The Stardust shielding field deployed by the remnants of the Alliance, specifically designed to suppress Earth's Stardust energy. Signal suppression at 90. Our Stardust energy will be drastically weakened. Yunshi adjusted the detection equipment, frowning deeply. According to Uncle Lei's data, the Alliance has established at least 3 underground bases on Earth. The main base is located beneath the former site of the Stellar Alliance Earth branch, where Father once served. The spaceship skimmed the edge of the atmosphere, evading satellite surveillance before landing in the uninhabited region of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Here the Stardust signal was relatively clear. Amidst the endless snow-capped mountains lay an ancient temple, its golden spire glinting in the sunlight, resonating faintly with the Stardust energy. It's the Star Observation Temple. Yunhang gazed at the murals on the temple walls, which depicted star charts identical to those in the Stardust Holy Hall. Father said this is the inheritance site of Earth's Stardust descendants. Monks 1,000 years ago already knew how to use Stardust energy to observe celestial phenomena. The temple's abbot was an old man with white hair. When he saw the Stardust emblems of Yunhang and his sister, his cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. The children of Stardust have finally returned. This old monk has waited for this day for a full 50 years. In the secret chamber of the meditation room, the abbot lifted a floorboard, revealing a Stardust energy array beneath. A crystal ball at the array's center glowed with a faint blue light, recording the history of Earth's Stardust descendants. A century ago, after the Alliance took over Earth, they began to purge the Stardust descendants. We hid deep in the mountains, using the temple's Buddhist radiance to mask our Stardust energy, preserving this last ember. Suddenly, the crystal ball projected an image: Alliance soldiers storming the temple, monks resisting with Stardust energy, and amidst the clash of golden light and laser beams, a young abbot fled with a baby in his arms. Around the baby's neck hung a star-shaped pendant identical to Yunhang's. That was your father. The abbot's voice choked with emotion. He was the last descendant to awaken Stardust abilities. We infused a fragment of the Stardust origin into his body, hoping he would one day awaken Earth's Stardust energy. Later he joined the Alliance, but in truth it was to find the imprisoned Stardust descendants. Yunzai's sacred tree heart suddenly grew hot, pointing toward the depths of the chamber. There's a life signal there. Many people. Behind a stone wall at the end of the secret chamber were hidden dozens of Stardust descendants. Most were elderly or children, their Stardust patterns dim, their bodies too weak to stand. A woman holding a child saw Yunhang's pendant and suddenly broke down sobbing. Are you Captain Yun's child? He saved us back then, but the Alliance executed him as a traitor. The woman's words confirmed Yunhang's suspicions. His father's sacrifice was an Alliance conspiracy. They feared his Stardust abilities, and even more, they feared he would awaken Earth's Stardust flame. Yunhang clenched his fists, Stardust energy coalescing in his palm. We will save everyone and rebuild Earth's Stardust legacy. Just then, an explosion echoed from outside the temple. The Alliance's mecha battalion surrounded the temple. The commanding officer shouted through a loudspeaker, Stardust remnants inside, hand over the Stardust descendants, or we'll level this entire mountain. The abbot handed Yunhang a bronze key. This is the key to the secret passage leading to the Alliance's underground base. The base's energy core is connected to the Stardust shielding field. Destroy it and the shield will be lifted. This old monk will hold them off. You must go. Yunhang and his sister followed the abbot's disciple through the secret passage, the roar of the temple's explosion echoing behind them. Yunshi looked back. The golden spire of the Star Observation Temple crumbled in the flames, and the old abbot's figure dissolved in a burst of Stardust light. He had sacrificed his life to buy them time. The end of the secret passage led to the ventilation ducts of the Alliance base. Surveillance cameras on the duct walls glowed red. Yunhang released a faint pulse of Stardust energy, disrupting their signals. According to Uncle Lei's data, the energy core is on the 3rd sublevel, guarded by Stardust warriors. In the corridor of the 3rd sublevel, the crimson electronic eyes of Stardust warriors flickered in the darkness. These warriors were different from those encountered in Stardust. Their bodies were more human-like, with only their arms modified into mechanical claws. The energy cores on their chests emitted a stifling blue light. The Alliance had conducted transformation experiments on human bodies. Their consciousness hasn't been completely erased. Yunshi noticed the warriors' mechanical claws trembling, their eyes flashing with a struggling red light. Use Stardust energy to awaken their memories. Yunhang channeled Stardust energy into his pendant, and the star-shaped ornament released a gentle golden glow. The moment the Stardust warriors touched the light, their electronic eyes flashed blue, and hoarse roars of agony escaped their throats. Family. Children. The lead warrior suddenly fell to his knees, smashing his mechanical claw against his own energy core. Quick! Destroy the core. The shielding field. Amidst the explosions, the Stardust warriors used their self-destruction to open a path to the energy core. Inside the core chamber, a massive energy furnace was emitting gray shielding energy. The furnace walls were entwined with tentacles of star core assimilation identical to those in the Stardust warriors' energy cores. The Alliance is using star core energy to maintain the shielding field. Yunzai's sacred tree heart pounded violently. They've turned Earth into a breeding ground for Stardust devourers. Yunheng inserted the bronze key into the control panel, and Stardust energy flowed through the circuits into the energy furnace. The gray shielding energy dissipated in the golden light, revealing the imprisoned Stardust origin beneath. A blue crystal the size of a fist tightly bound by star core tentacles. In the name of the Stardust, descendants be free. The siblings simultaneously infused their energy golden and green light, interweaving into a blade of radiance, severing the star core tentacles. The blue crystal, now free, transformed into a streak of light shooting out of the base and merging into Earth's core. In an instant, Stardust descendants worldwide felt their energy begin to awaken, their suppressed Stardust patterns glowing anew. The base began to collapse. Yunheng grabbed Yunzai's hand and rushed toward the emergency exit. When they burst out onto the surface, they witnessed a breathtaking sight. Countless beams of golden light rose from all corners of the world, resonating with the energy of Stardust and Jade Star, weaving a vast Stardust network above Earth. The Alliance's mecha battalion lost power in the golden light, soldiers watching in terror as their weapons turned to scrap. It's the Stardust awakening. Yunshi wept with joy. Earth's Stardust flame has finally been ignited. Amidst the ruins, the surviving Stardust descendants gathered, using their energy to rebuild their home. Standing before the ruins of the Star Observation Temple, Yunheng buried his father's pendant in the earth. The moment it touched the ground, a tender green sprout emerged, and from it bloomed a golden flower in the shape of the Stardust tree. "Dad, Mom, look. Earth's Stardust tree has sprouted," Yunheng whispered, the Stardust patterns on his palm resonating with the land. The communicator suddenly lit up, and Xing Luo's image appeared on the screen, his expression grim. "Yunheng, the Dark Star core in the Abyss of Silence is becoming active. Its energy fluctuations are 10 times stronger than anticipated. Stardust's defense systems detect it, summoning all-star core assimilation entities across the universe, preparing for a full-scale assault." Yunshi pulled up a star map. Earth's Stardust network had connected with the energy of Stardust and Jade Star, forming a defensive line spanning the galaxy. But in the direction of the Abyss of Silence, a massive mass of dark red energy was coalescing like a wound in the universe, devouring the surrounding starlight. The Stardust Alliance must prepare for battle. Yunheng's eyes burned with resolve. This time we will completely purify the Dark Star core and let the light of Stardust illuminate the entire universe. In Earth's night sky, the light of the Stardust network shimmered in harmony with the moon and stars. The sprout on the ruins of the Star Observation Temple grew rapidly in the starlight, and among its branches and leaves emerged the smiling faces of countless Stardust descendants. His father, the abbot, Uncle Lei, and all those who had sacrificed their lives to protect the Stardust flame. Their faith became nourishment for the newborn hope. And at the heart of the Abyss of Silence, the surface of the Dark Star core manifested a phantom of Berg. He sneered silently in the direction of the Stardust Alliance as the star core assimilation entities gathered like a tidal wave. The ultimate battle that would decide the fate of the universe was about to begin. On the 7th day after the activation of the Stardust network on Earth, the Starry Council convened a holographic meeting spanning across star systems. The Yunheng siblings stood before the teleportation platform at the Earth subvenue, gazing at the flickering points of light on the screen, each point representing a gathering place of awakened Stardust descendants. The golden glow of the main continent of Starry, the emerald veins of the Emerald Star, the blue sparks from various continents of Earth, and the faint signals coming from the lost colonies, collectively forming a defense line spanning 3 light years. According to the intelligence relayed by Yuyao, the Dark Star core has entered the devouring phase. The hologram of Elder Qiming hovered in the center of the hall with the Stardust crystal projecting real-time images of the Abyss of Annihilation. A dark red energy vortex was spinning rapidly, devouring surrounding stars one by one, creating a bizarre energy wasteland. It will complete its energy accumulation in 30 days, at which point all-star core assimilators will launch a full-scale attack on the Stardust Alliance. Xing Luo pulled up the fleet deployment map with golden warship icons moving across the star map. The main fleet of Starry has assembled at the Stardust Wall defense line, equipped with the latest Stardust purification cannons. The plant engineers of Emerald Star have retrofitted 50 colonial ships capable of releasing large-scale life energy barriers. The Stardust descendants on Earth are repairing the old Alliance's defense satellites, expected to complete initial deployment within 10 days. Suddenly, the screen switched to the images of the lost colonies. Yuyao's robe was covered in dust. Behind her were the rebuilding defense works. The residents here have preserved ancient Stardust texts which record the weaknesses of the Dark Star core. Its energy core lies beneath the void shell, and only by striking with 3 types of Stardust primordial energy simultaneously can a breach be opened. 3 types of primordial energy. Yunshi immediately reacted. The Stardust primordial energy from Starry, the heart of the holy tree from Emerald Star, and the newly awakened Stardust sparks from Earth. Leah's petals flickered with green light. But the frequencies of these three energies are completely different. Forced fusion would trigger an energy explosion. Does the text mention a method for fusion? Yu Yao's hologram pulled up pages of the text depicting a complex star map. The text states that a Stardust key is needed as a medium. This is an energy crystal formed during the splitting of Stardust primordial energy, said to be lost in the time-space turbulence zone, the very Stardust route guarded by my father back in the day. Yunhang's Stardust markings suddenly became hot fragments of memories of his father flashing through his mind, a young father piloting a warship through the time-space turbulence, the energy slots on the bridge embedded with a diamond crystal radiating light that harmonized various energies. I know where the Stardust key is, he exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the star map. The wreckage of my father's warship is in the meteorite canyon of the time-space turbulence. The key must be there. After the meeting concluded, various star systems immediately entered a state of readiness. The Yunhang siblings piloted their ship equipped with a Stardust shield heading towards the time-space turbulence. As the ship passed through the Stardust passage, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. Countless ships of Stardust descendants were gathering towards the Stardust wall. Golden, green, and blue trails of light intertwined in the universe like numerous converging rivers rushing towards the same battlefield. Look over there. Yunshi pointed out the window where an exploration ship from Emerald Star was supplying energy to Earth's transport ship, with the Stardust spirits chiming sands circulating between the two vessels, forming a beautiful light band. This is the universe my father envisioned, where all Stardust descendants fight side by side. Yunhang tightened his grip on the control stick, the sensation of the Stardust key becoming clearer. Once we win this battle, we will take everyone to find a new homeland, the kind filled with sunflowers. As the ship entered the time-space turbulence zone, the instruments fell into disarray once again. Meteors darted through at bizarre angles, time-space rifts flickered intermittently, and a moment's inattention could lead to being torn apart. Relying on the guidance of the Stardust seed within him, Yunhang skillfully navigated through the turbulence, finally arriving at the meteorite canyon, where countless warship wrecks floated, and the largest one was the Guardian that his father piloted back in the day. The bridge of the warship wreck was relatively intact. Yunhang donned a protective suit and entered the bridge, his fingers brushing over the dust-covered control panel, and he could almost feel his father's presence lingering in the air. The bridge of the warship wreck was relatively intact. Yunhang donned a protective suit and entered the bridge, his fingers brushing over the dust-covered control panel, and he could almost feel his father's presence lingering in the air. Found it. Yunhang carefully retrieved the Stardust key, and when the crystal touched his Stardust markings, it suddenly released a soft glow, projecting his father's final image. If you are seeing this recording, it means the Stardust Alliance has been established. The Stardust key can harmonize the three types of primordial energy, but requires the user to possess a pure heart of guardianship. Remember, the Dark Star Core is not just an energy entity, but a collection of the universe's negative emotions. Greed, fear, and hatred have nourished it. It is not strength that can defeat it, but belief. As the image faded, the Stardust key melded into Yunhang's palm, transforming into a diamond-shaped marking. He felt the Stardust energy within him becoming more harmonious, clearly sensing the energy fluctuations of Starry, Emerald Star, and Earth, as if the Stardust primordial sources of the three planets were resonating with him. On the way back to Starry, Yunhang received an urgent communication from Xinghua. The Dark Star Core has launched an attack ahead of schedule. It has dispatched a vanguard force currently devouring the defense barriers of the lost colonies. On the screen, a black torrent formed by countless Star Core assimilators was crashing against the colony's green barrier, while the escort team, led by Wei Yao, fought valiantly, unable to withstand the tidal wave of attacks. The most terrifying part was that the fear waves released by the Dark Star Core were disintegrating the soldiers, while many Stardust warriors began to experience energy disruptions. We head directly to the lost colonies. Yunhang adjusted the course, pushing the ship's engine to its limit. The Stardust key can purify the fear waves. As the ship broke through the encirclement of Star Core assimilators and landed on the colony's defense tower, a massive breach had already appeared in the barrier. Yu Yao's arm was scratched by a Star Core tentacle, the green energy rapidly fading. Upon seeing Yunhang's figure, she smiled weakly. You finally came. Yunhang immediately infused the energy of the Stardust key into the defense tower, and the golden, green, and blue lights spread along the energy conduits, melting the fear waves like snow and ice, revitalizing the Stardust warriors, their confusion replaced by determination. It's the Stardust key, Wei Yao exclaimed in delight, looking at the three-colored light patterns at the top of the defense tower. The texts were right. It can dispel negative energies. With the enhancement of the Stardust key, the defense barrier of the colony was solidified again. Yunheng stood at the top of the tower, injecting the 3 types of primordial energies into the Stardust network, transmitting them to every corner of the Stardust Alliance. The Stardust purification cannons of Starry increased their power dramatically. The life barriers of Emerald Star expanded, and Earth's defense satellites began to release purifying beams, greatly enhancing the fighting capability of the entire alliance. The Dark Star Corps seemed to sense the threat, and the Vanguard forces suddenly began to retreat, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with devastation. Yu Yao's escort team hurriedly repaired the defensive works while the residents of the colony used Stardust energy to treat the wounded, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of gunpowder and hope. In the command tent late at night, Yunheng, Yu Yao, and the elders of the colony sat together studying the energy comparison charts of the Stardust Key and the Dark Star Core. An elder pointed to the center of the energy vortex of the Dark Star Core. There is an extremely faint golden point of light, here resonating with the frequency of Stardust primordial energy. The texts say that when the Dark Star Core was born, the Stardust primordial energy attempted to purify it, and this light point might be the seed of hope left behind. The Stardust Key can sense that light point. Yunheng's Stardust Key suddenly became hot. If we could inject the 3 types of primordial energy through that light point, perhaps we could purify the Dark Star Core from the inside. But that requires someone to enter the energy vortex of the Dark Star Core. Yu Yao's expression grew serious. The negative energies there could consume any will. Even with the protection of the Stardust Key, it would be hard to survive and return. I will go. Yunheng's gaze was resolute. The Stardust Key is within me. Only I can accurately locate the seed of hope. And this is the unfinished mission of my father. Outside the tent, the children of the colony were using Stardust energy to draw star maps, their laughter bright and pure, as if dispelling the shadows of war. Yunheng looked at those innocent smiling faces, his resolve deepening. No matter the cost, it was worth it to protect this beauty. 3 days later, the 3 fleets of the Stardust Alliance completed their assembly at the Stardust Wall. Yunheng stood on the bridge of the flagship of Starry, looking at the continuous fleet outside the Stardust Key, in his palm, radiating a warm glow. Elder Kaiming's voice spread through the Stardust network to every bridge. Descendants of Stardust, the fate of the universe rests in our hands. Remember, we fight not for conquest, but for guardianship, guarding our homes, our beliefs, and the right for every life to shine. Now let the light of Stardust illuminate the abyss of annihilation. The Golden Fleet surged forward like a flowing river of stars, heading towards the dark red energy vortex. Yunheng knew that the most arduous battle since the birth of the universe awaited them ahead, yet he no longer felt fear. For by his side were comrades fighting shoulder to shoulder, behind him were the beliefs of countless Stardust descendants, and in his heart was the light of guardianship passed down by his father. At the edge of the abyss of annihilation, countless twisted faces emerged from the energy vortex of the Dark Star Core, and the Phantom of Berg sneered at the top of the vortex, as if mocking these Stardust descendants who dared to fly into the flame. The ultimate battle of the universe was about to erupt at the boundary of light and darkness. Standing in the cockpit of the Starlight, Yunheng fixed his gaze upon the boundless cosmos before him. The various instruments around him glowed with a soft radiance, emitting a faint hum as if whispering the secrets of the universe. At that moment, the spacecraft was advancing along a predetermined course into the unknown depths. Yunheng, we are approaching the target area. The voice of co-pilot Lin Yu broke the silence in the cockpit. While manipulating the instruments, she transmitted the latest coordinate data to the screen before Yunheng. Yunheng nodded slightly, his eyes falling upon the coordinates on the screen, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. Their mission this time was to explore a newly discovered cosmic region rumored to harbor remnants of an ancient civilization. For Yunheng, who cherished exploration, such a mission held immense allure. As the Starlight gradually neared the target area, the ship's detection instruments began to sound frequent alarms. Yunheng and Lin Yu quickly sprang into action, meticulously analyzing the data fed back by the instruments to identify the cause of the alarms. What is this? Lin Yu suddenly pointed at an anomalous set of data on the screen. The frequency of these signals is very peculiar. I have never seen anything like it. Yunheng leaned closer to the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. As he examined the data, a wave of inexplicable unease washed over him. The signals seemed to follow a pattern yet remained elusive. Don't rush. Let's move closer to gather more information, Yunheng said calmly. He maneuvered the Starlight, slowly approaching the source of the signals. When the Starlight was only a few hundred kilometers from the signal source, Yunheng and Lin Yu finally discerned its true nature. It was a colossal relic floating in space, its form resembling a massive disk, its surface covered in bizarre symbols and patterns. Could this be the legendary relic of an ancient civilization? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yunheng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the relic, his heart filled with perplexity. The relic appeared to have existed for an eternity, its surface bearing clear marks of age. Yet why was it here, and what secrets did it conceal? Just as Yunhang and Lin Yu prepared to approach the relic for further investigation, the ship's communication system suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Warning! Warning! Unidentified flying objects are approaching rapidly, the ship's AI assistant announced in a cold voice. Yunhang and Lin Yu exchanged glances, a trace of tension flashing in their eyes. They swiftly activated the ship's weapon systems, ready to confront the impending crisis. Soon a swarm of unidentified flying objects came into view of the starlight. These objects resembled black spheres, their surfaces shimmering with eerie light, hurtling toward the starlight at tremendous speed. What are these things? Lin Yu asked nervously, her fingers pressing firmly on the weapon launch button. I don't know, but they seem hostile. Stay calm. Let's see what they want first, Yunhang said coolly. The unidentified objects quickly closed, encircling the starlight, rapidly, as if scanning it. Yunhang and Lin Yu watched them intently, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly, one of the objects emitted a powerful beam of light aimed directly at the starlight. Yunhang reacted swiftly, maneuvering the starlight to evade. The beam grazed the ship's hull, leaving a bright trail across space. They're attacking us, Lin Yu shouted. What do we do? Fight back, Yunhang ordered decisively. Activate the weapon systems, full assault. With his command, the starlight's weapon systems sprang to life. Beams of laser and missiles streaked toward the unidentified objects, igniting a fierce battle in space. The objects moved with incredible speed, nimbly dodging the starlight's attacks while retaliating with their own beams. This starlight gradually found itself at a disadvantage, its hull struck multiple times, suffering damage. We can't keep this up, our energy is nearly depleted, Lin Yu exclaimed anxiously. Yunhang gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly an idea struck him. Lin Yu, keep the ship maneuvering to draw their attention. They'll go activate the backup power system, Yunhang said. All right, be careful, Lin Yu replied. Yunhang quickly left the cockpit, dashing toward the backup power room. During his absence, Lin Yu single-handedly piloted the starlight in combat against the unidentified objects. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she gripped the controls tightly, focusing entirely on the crisis. Finally, Yunhang succeeded in activating the backup power system. With the infusion of backup energy, the starlight's weapon systems regained formidable strength. Yunhang returned to the cockpit and resumed control of the ship. Lin Yu, get ready. We're going to deliver the final blow, Yunhang declared. Lin Yu nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. Working in perfect coordination, they maneuvered the starlight to launch a final assault on the unidentified objects. Under the intense barrage, the objects began to show signs of collapse. Their numbers dwindled until only a few remained, struggling to hold on. Where do you think you're going? Yunhang shouted, directing the starlight to fire a final powerful laser beam that obliterated the remaining objects. With the last object destroyed, the fierce battle finally came to an end. Yunhang and Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing into their seats, exhausted yet triumphant. It's finally over, Lin Yu said, a weary smile gracing her lips. Yunhang nodded, gazing at the still mysterious relic before him, silently vowing, I will uncover the secrets of this relic. After a brief rest, Yunhang and Lin Yu once again guided the starlight toward the relic. This time they encountered no obstacles and arrived safely near it. Yunhang opened the ship's hatch, and together they donned their spacesuits, stepping out of the spacecraft. They flew toward the relic's surface, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. As they set foot on the relic's surface, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. They carefully examined the symbols and patterns, seeking clues about the relic's origins. These symbols look like some kind of writing, but I've never seen it before, Lin Yu remarked, using her instrument to scan the symbols. Yunhang studied them intently, a vague feeling stirring within him that these symbols were conveying something crucial. Just as they were absorbed in their study, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from within the relic. The shock threw Yunhang and Lin Yu to the ground. They stared in alarm into the relic's interior, uncertain of what was happening. What's going on? Lin Yu asked in terror. Yunhang did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the interior, a powerful sense of dread rising within him. He sensed that the relic harbored a great danger, and they seemed to have triggered its mechanism. As the tremors intensified, cracks began to appear on the relic's surface, widening as if the entire structure was about to collapse. We have to get out of here, Yunhang shouted, grabbing Lin Yu's hand and racing toward the starlight. Just as they were about to reach the ship, a massive beam of energy shot out from within the relic, striking the starlight directly. This starlight was instantly engulfed, reduced to rubble. Yunhang and Lin Yu stood frozen, staring in despair. Their ship was destroyed, leaving them stranded on this mysterious relic, unsure of what to do. What do we do? Lin Yu asked in despair, tears welling in her eyes. Yunhang clenched his fists, his heart seething with anger and defiance. He looked at the relic still radiating mystery and swore silently. I will find a way out of here, and I will uncover the secrets of this relic. As they wallowed in despair, a strange sound reached their ears. It seemed to come from within the relic, resembling the cry of some creature. Yunhang and Lin Yu exchanged glances, curiosity stirring within them. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the relic to see what lay hidden. When they entered the relic's interior, the sight before them left them awestruck. At the center stood a massive circular platform upon which rested a crystal orb glowing with blue light. Surrounding the orb were strange beings, humanoid in shape, but radiating a mysterious luminescence. What is this place? What are these creatures? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yunhang remained silent, his eyes locked on the crystal orb, an overwhelming impulse surging within him. He sensed that the orb was intimately connected to the relic's secrets. Suddenly, the strange beings noticed Yunhang and Lin Yu. They let out angry cries and charged at them. Yunhang and Lin Yu reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons to fight the creatures. However, they soon realized the creatures were immensely powerful. Their weapons had almost no effect. What do? We can't beat them. Lin Yu cried in desperation. Yunhang gritted his teeth, then an idea struck him. He shouted to Lin Yu to split up and lead them away. With that, he ran in one direction while Lin Yu dashed in another. The creatures, drawn by their movement, divided into two groups and gave chase. As Yunhang ran, he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed the relic's interior was a labyrinth of passages and chambers. Using the complex terrain, he skillfully evaded the pursuing creatures. Finally, Yunhang found a safe spot. He crouched in a corner, panting, thinking, what now? As he pondered, he suddenly felt a powerful force emanating from behind him. He turned in alarm to find the crystal orb glowing with blue light had somehow appeared behind him, its radiance growing even brighter. Before he could react, the orb emitted a blinding flash enveloping him. Yunhang saw only a sea of white light before losing consciousness. Yunhang slowly opened his eyes amidst a warm radiance, the piercing blue light, causing him to squint instinctively. The surroundings were no longer the frigid metal corridors of the ruin's interior, but were enveloped by a flowing azure halo, as if immersed in liquid starlight. Where is this? He struggled to rise, only to find his body feeling ethereally light, as if it had lost all weight. The crystal orb, radiating a blue glow, floated before him, its surface pulsing with a rhythmic alternation of light and shadow like breathing. The intense glare that had swallowed him moments ago had receded, leaving only a soft halo. He tried to move his fingers and noticed that his spacesuit helmet had somehow opened, allowing air tinged with a faint scent of sandalwood to fill his nostrils. This aroma was far from what one would expect in the vacuum of space. It was more like the fragrance of burning vegetation, inexplicably soothing his taut nerves. Lin Yu. Yunhang suddenly remembered his companion, his heart clenching. He looked around, but saw no familiar figure, only endless blue light and the faint outlines of the ruin's interior structure in the distance. Lin Yu, where are you? He shouted, but his voice eerily dissipated in this space without an echo. Just as panic set in, the crystal orb emitted a low hum, and a soft beam of light shot from its center, projecting flowing shadows onto the void before him. The shadows twisted and transformed like living entities, eventually coalescing into a series of familiar symbols, the same ancient patterns he and Lin Yu had seen on the ruin's surface. Is this writing? Yunhang's pupils contracted. He had seen similar pictographic symbols in the Star Alliance's ancient civilization database, said to be the embryonic script of the precursor civilization from eons ago. Yet the database contained only fragmented records, never such a complete sequence. The luminous symbols flowed slowly, as if undergoing some form of interpretation. Yunhang held his breath, staring intently, and suddenly realized the symbols were gradually transforming into a common language he could understand, suspended in the blue light. Outsider, why have you intruded upon the Star Core Sanctuary? Star Core Sanctuary. Yunhang spoke instinctively. We are explorers from the Star Alliance, tracking an anomalous signal to this location. My companion. Is she all right? The crystal orb's light flickered and the luminous text reassembled. She is in a safe zone. The Guardians will not harm harmless intruders. Why did you destroy the Shadow Guards? Shadow Guards. Yunhang was taken aback, then quickly understood. You mean those black spheres? They attacked our ship first. We were only defending ourselves. The luminous text paused for a few seconds, as if verifying his words. Moments later, new text appeared. The Shadow Guards are the Star Core's automated defense system. They initiate a purge protocol upon detecting high-energy reactions. Your ship's weapon systems triggered the defense mechanism. Yunhang finally understood, a wave of belated fear washing over him. If they hadn't activated the backup energy source to counterattack, the Starlight would likely have been completely destroyed. But he soon frowned. But our ship has been destroyed by the energy beam. How do we leave now? The Star Core detected that your ship's core is not entirely damaged. Emergency repair protocols have been initiated. The luminous text continued to pulse. But you must first answer why were you tracking the star core signal? Yunheng hesitated. The Star Alliance had strict regulations regarding the exploration of ancient civilization ruins. According to protocol, he should state their purpose truthfully. We received an anomalous energy signal from this region and suspected the presence of ancient ruins. We came to conduct a survey and record findings with no malicious intent. Suddenly, the crystal orb's light blazed brightly, and the surrounding blue light began to churn violently. Yunheng felt a powerful mental force scanning his consciousness, as if it were penetrating the depths of his memories. He fought against the dizziness, clenching his jaw to stay lucid, a basic training requirement for astronauts facing mental interference. Benevolent intent detected. Explorer gene sequence detected. The luminous text flickered erratically. Star core judgment meets preliminary conditions for successor. Successor. Yunheng was stunned. The blue light gradually subsided, and the crystal orb drifted slowly toward him, hovering before his chest. A warm stream of energy flowed from the crystal orb into his body, coursing through his veins to every limb, instantly dissipating the fatigue from the earlier battle. To his astonishment, the old communicator on his wrist, which he had worn for years, suddenly lit up the screen, displaying the same blue symbols as the crystal orb. Star core energy has been bonded with your personal terminal. The luminous text reappeared. Before the fall of the precursor civilization, the star core was left here, awaiting a successor capable of unraveling the universe's ultimate enigma. Now the shadow energy is encroaching upon the Milky Way. The star core needs your help. Shadow energy. What is that? Yunheng pressed. The luminous text suddenly dimmed, and the projected image became blurry. Countless black mists were devouring stars, and once brilliant galaxies were extinguished one by one within the dark haze. The image finally froze on a massive black vortex at whose center a colossal eye exuding an aura of destruction was faintly visible. Shadow energy is the ultimate manifestation of cosmic entropy, the primordial force of annihilation. The precursor civilization was consumed by it. The luminous text began to fragment. The star core holds the technological legacy of the precursors capable of countering shadow energy. But it requires a successor to activate the star core's heart. At that moment, the entire ruin began to tremble violently, and the blue light became highly unstable. The crystal orb emitted an urgent hum, and the luminous text twisted and dissolved. Remnants of the shadow guards are attacking the star core's barrier. Successor, activate the star core defense system. Coordinates have been sent to your terminal. With a final flash of light, Yunheng felt a powerful force propelling him backward. His body passed through layers of blue light before crashing heavily onto the cold metal floor. The crystal orb had vanished, replaced by the familiar ruin corridor where the symbols on the walls were rapidly dimming, as if energy was draining away. Cough, cough. Yunheng struggled to his feet, finding himself still in his spacesuit, the helmet having somehow sealed shut automatically. He immediately checked the communicator on his wrist. The screen indeed displayed a flashing set of coordinates and a red countdown, 015930. Linyu. He pressed the communicator's talk button. Linyua, please respond if you can hear me. A burst of static came through, followed by Lin Yu's tearful voice. Yunheng. Where are you? I was taken to a strange room by those glowing creatures. They didn't harm me, but I can't open the door. Don't be afraid, I'm coming to find you. Yunheng sighed with relief, quickly locating her coordinates on the communicator. You're 300 meters northwest of my position. I'm moving toward you. Keep the channel open. He sprinted down the corridor, the symbols on the walls lighting up one by one with his footsteps, as if guiding his way. The information transmitted by the crystal orb echoed in his mind. Shadow energy, precursor civilization, star core inheritance. The secrets hidden behind these words were clearly far more significant than he had imagined. As he rounded a corner, the corridor suddenly echoed with the sound of tearing metal. Yunheng immediately ducked behind a broken stone pillar, only to see 3 remnant black spheres floating in the center of the passage, their surfaces flickering with an unstable red glow, clearly shadow guards that had survived the earlier battle. They seemed not to have noticed him as they fired beams at an energy barrier ahead. Behind the barrier, a massive metal door was faintly visible, engraved with the same symbols as the crystal orb. That should be the control room for the star core defense system. There's less than 2 hours on the countdown. Oh, I need to deal with them quickly. Yunheng gripped the laser pistol at his waist. Standard lasers had limited effect on shadow guards, but he noticed fine cracks on the surface of these spheres, damage from the previous fight. He pulled a concussion grenade from his backpack, the Star Alliance's latest non-lethal weapon capable of disrupting mechanical structures with high-frequency sound waves. He pulled the pin, aimed at the gap between the shadow guards, and threw it, swiftly turning back behind the pillar. A low hum filled the air as the grenade detonated midair, sending out an invisible sound wave. The shadow guards instantly lost balance, their red light becoming chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng activated his laser pistol's maximum power mode and fired 3 consecutive shots into the cracks on their surfaces. The black spheres emitted a piercing shriek, their surfaces cracking like a spiderweb before shattering into fragments scattered across the floor. With the shadow guards destroyed, the energy barrier dissolved, revealing the metal door covered in symbols. Yuanheng approached the door and noticed a recessed slot shaped exactly to fit his communicator. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the communicator into the slot. Blue symbols instantly lit up, spreading across the door's surface as it slowly slid open. Beyond the door was a circular control room, at the center of which stood a massive energy pillar with the same blue light flowing within it as the crystal orb. Linyu was sitting on a chair in the corner of the room. Seeing Yuanheng enter, she stood up excitedly. "Yuanheng, I'm so glad you're okay." "I'm fine." Yuanheng hurried to her side to check for injuries. "Did those glowing creatures do anything to you?" "They just brought me here and showed me some strange images." Lin Yu's face was still pale. There were so many stars going out and a terrifying black vortex. Yuanheng's heart tightened. It seemed Lin Yu had also received some of the information. He pointed to the central energy pillar. "No time to explain. We need to activate the star core defense system, or the entire ruin might be consumed by shadow energy." Before the energy pillar was a console covered in the same symbols as the crystal orb. Suddenly, Yuanheng's communicator detached itself from his wrist, hovering above the console as blue light poured into the control panel, lighting up the symbols one by one to form a complex star map. The star core is guiding the operation process. Yuanheng stared at the star map. "We need to input the correct energy frequency to activate the defense barrier." Lin Yu immediately moved to the other side of the console, calling up the Starlight's database. "They'll help with the calculations." The arrangement of these symbols follows the Fibonacci sequence, and the energy frequency should correspond to the standard interstellar defense bands. The two worked in perfect sync. Yuanheng selected symbol combinations based on intuition from the crystal orb's transmission, while Lin Yu verified frequency parameters through the database. As the final set of symbols was activated, the central energy pillar erupted in a dazzling blue light, and the entire ruin began to shake violently. The control room screens displayed external views. Cracks on the ruin's surface were healing, and countless streams of blue energy surged from the symbols, forming a massive spherical barrier around the structure. Beyond the barrier, the encroaching black mists were firmly blocked, unable to advance another step. "We did it!" Lin Yu cheered excitedly. Yuanheng watched the defense barrier on the screen, but did not let his guard down. He knew this was only the beginning. In the images transmitted by the crystal orb, the shadow energy that devoured stars was far more terrifying than they had imagined, and they had already been drawn into a crisis that threatened the very existence of the Milky Way. Just then, the console suddenly projected a hologram in which a blurry humanoid silhouette appeared, radiating blue light. "Successors, you have successfully activated the first layer of defense." The silhouette spoke, its voice ancient and majestic. "But this is only the beginning. The vanguard of shadow energy has already reached the edge of the Milky Way. The true battle is about to commence." The blue silhouette in the hologram slowly raised its hand, and a rotating star map materialized in its palm. The map was densely marked with glowing points, and a small region was visibly darkening like rice paper being soaked in ink. "This is a real-time star map of the Orion arm in the Milky Way," the figure said, its voice carrying a metallic quality. "The vanguard of the shadow energy has breached the Kuiper Belt defense line and will reach the Beidou space station within 3 days. Yuanheng's heart sank. The Beidou space station was a crucial hub for the Interstellar Alliance in the Orion arm, coordinating material transport for 37 colonized planets. If it fell, the entire Orion arm's shipping network would collapse. Hasn't the Interstellar Alliance noticed? Lin Yu asked urgently, her fingers gliding rapidly across the console as she tried to connect to the Alliance's communication channel. "We must send the message back immediately. Conventional communication bands have been jammed by shadow energy," the blue silhouette said, shaking its head slowly. On the star map, the wavy lines representing communication signals had all turned into chaotic red. "The stellar core communication system left by the precursor civilization is the only channel that can penetrate the interference, but you need to pilot the repaired Starlight and deliver the encrypted coordinates to the Beidou space station." Yuanheng glanced at the communicator on the corner of the console. It was emitting a soft blue glow, clearly having completed a deep binding with the stellar core system. "How is the Starlight's repair progress? How much time do we have?" "The core engine is 70, repaired enough for a short-range jump." The figure pointed to the side door of the control room. "The repair passage is open. Follow the guidance to reach the hangar. But remember, the Shadow Vanguard can not only exist in energy form, but also parasitize mechanical bodies. Your ship may have been infiltrated." As the words faded, the hologram dissolved into a shower of light particles. The side door of the control room slowly opened, revealing a passage bathed in blue light. The symbols on the walls pulsed like breathing, as if urging them forward. "Parasitic mechanical bodies." Lin Yu shuddered. "Can that black fog control machines?" "Whether it can or not, we must be careful." Yuanheng picked up the floating communicator and reattached it to his wrist. You check the ship for system vulnerabilities, Gil test the engine performance. We'll split up and meet in the cockpit in 20 minutes. The two passed through the blue-lit passage and soon arrived at the hangar. The once-destroyed Starlight was suspended in an energy repair field. Flowing blue light covered the breaches on its hull, and the charred outer shell was gradually restoring its silver-white luster. But upon closer inspection, one could see spiderweb-like black patterns lingering in several places on the hull, like some kind of unclean stain. These patterns are wrong, Lin Yu said, staring at the black traces. She activated the scanner for detection. The energy readings are negative, as if eroded by some kind of antimatter energy. Yuanheng touched the hull. A chill came through his fingertips. The communicator suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Low concentration of shadow residue detected. It is recommended to initiate the purification procedure. Following the alarm, stellar core energy surged through the communicator into the hull. The black patterns receded like snowflakes meeting fire. Yuanheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the stellar core energy can counter them. Let's board first. The two entered the ship, greeted by the familiar scent of metal, but the air was faintly tinged with a rusty metallic odor. The cockpit lights flickered, and the main control screen displayed garbled code, a sign that the system was not yet fully stable. They'll go to the engine room. Yuanheng grabbed the toolbox. You restore the communication system as quickly as possible, at least be able to pull up the Beidou space station's route map. In the engine room, the core reactor emitted a soft blue glow. The previously damaged pipes had been covered by an energy repair layer. Yuanheng circled to the back of the reactor and suddenly noticed a viscous black substance attached to a cooling pipe, like solidified petroleum slowly writhing. Is this the shadow parasite? He held his breath and took out a high-energy purification spray from the toolbox, the Alliance's standard anti-biological corrosion agent. Aiming at the black substance, he pressed the nozzle. The moment the spray touched the shadow, a sizzling sound of burning erupted. The black mass curled up like a living thing and dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. But where the smoke had cleared, the metal surface of the cooling pipe was now riddled with fine holes. Yuanheng frowned as he inspected the damage. The corrosion had penetrated deep into the pipe. Damn, the core cooling system has been compromised. Forcing the engine to start like this will cause an explosion. He immediately called up the Stellar Core System's auxiliary interface. The communicator projected a three-dimensional model of the cooling pipe with blue energy flows moving through it, marking the components that needed replacement. Stellar Core, can you generate replacement parts? Precursor alloy from the relic reserves can be utilized. Should I initiate the material conversion procedure? The communicator emitted a mechanical prompt. Initiate. With Yuanheng's command, a metal device in the corner of the engine room suddenly lit up. Blue energy flowed into it, and the unknown ore inside began to melt and reshape, quickly forming an alloy pipe that perfectly matched the cooling tube. Yuanheng swiftly replaced the part and activated the cooling system. The reactor's temperature finally stabilized within a safe range. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Lin Yu was sweating profusely as she hammered at the keyboard. The garbled code on the main screen gradually faded, but each time it neared recovery, a black ripple would flash across the screen, scrambling the program anew. What the hell is interfering? She gritted her teeth. She pulled up the ship's firewall logs and discovered an unknown data stream constantly invading the system core. The source was indicated as the ship's own backup energy compartment. Backup energy compartment. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. She immediately called up the surveillance footage. The camera in the backup energy compartment was obscured by black fog, but she could hear the harsh screech of metal scraping as if something was moving inside. Just as she was about to notify Yuanheng, the communicator suddenly crackled with his voice. Engine repair complete, ready to initiate jump sequence. How's it going on your end? Don't start. Lin Yu shouted urgently. There's something wrong with the backup energy compartment. There's something inside. As the words left her mouth, the ship suddenly shuddered violently, and a loud crash echoed from the direction of the backup compartment. Yuanheng rushed from the engine room to the cockpit, just in time to see on the monitor a monster composed of black metal fragments burst through the energy compartment's door. It was crawling along the passage toward the cockpit. Its body made from the Starlight's own damaged parts, its surface covered in writhing black fog, dragging countless metal tentacles behind it that crackled with electric current. So this is the parasitic mechanical body. Yuanheng gasped, quickly pressing the hatch lockdown button. Lin Yu, activate emergency isolation procedures. Trap it in the passage. No, it's destroying the isolation door locks. Lin Yu pointed to the red alarms flashing on the screen. This thing can directly interfere with electronic devices. The black monster smashed through the last isolation door, revealing a metal head covered in serrated edges. Its two eyes, modified from surveillance cameras, glowed red, locking onto the two in the cockpit. Yuanheng immediately grabbed a pulse rifle from the corner and pulled the trigger at the monster. The pulse beam struck the monster's body. The black fog churned violently, and the body composed of metal fragments briefly scattered but quickly reassembled, becoming even larger. Physical attacks are useless, Lin Yu shouted. Use stellar core energy. It's afraid of that. Yunheng immediately recalled the scene when he repaired the cooling pipe and quickly activated the communicator's energy release function. A blue beam shot from the communicator, striking the monster's body. This time the black fog let out a piercing scream, blazing like ignited gasoline. The metal fragments forming its body began to melt. The monster twisted wildly, trying to lunge at them, but under the continuous burning of the blue energy, it eventually dissolved into a pool of smoking black liquid, leaving a pungent, burnt odor on the floor. Finally got it. Yunheng panted, putting away the communicator. It seems shadow energy can indeed parasitize machines, but stellar core energy is their bane. Lin Yu, however, did not relax. She pointed to a new communication request on the screen. Look, it's an emergency signal from the Beidou space station. The screen displayed the image of a middle-aged man, his face etched with exhaustion. He wore an Alliance officer's uniform, and the insignia on his shoulder marked him as the station's defense commander. This is the Beidou space station. We are under attack by unknown mechanical entities. Defense systems are 70 paralyzed. Requesting support from all nearby ships. Repeat, requesting support. The image shook violently, with flashes of explosion in the background and faint shadows of monsters similar to the one they had just fought could be seen racing through the corridors. The communication abruptly cut out, and the screen went dark. Yunheng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. It seems there's no time to prepare. Yunheng took a deep breath and sat in the pilot's seat. Lin Yu, calibrate the jump coordinates. Target Beidou space station. We must deliver the stellar core coordinates before the Shadow Vanguard fully occupies it. Lin Yu nodded, her fingers dancing across the console. Coordinates calibrated. Engine energy reserve at 90. Ready to jump at any time. But our defense systems haven't been repaired yet. The jump process might be disrupted by shadow energy. Yunheng looked out the window. Beyond the relic's blue barrier, the black fog surged like a tide, as if waiting for them to leave the protection of the shield. He tightened his grip on the communicator, feeling the warm energy flowing within, and a firm conviction suddenly welled up in his heart. The precursor civilization could fight shadow energy. So can we. He pressed the jump initiation button. Starlight, let's go. The engine emitted a low roar. Blue energy streamed into the thrusters. The Starlight slowly departed the relic's hangar, passed through the energy barrier inscribed with runes, and re-entered the vast cosmos. The black fog, like sharks scenting blood, immediately converged from all directions, trying to block their path. Lin Yu, hard to port, avoid that fog. Roger. Calculating evasive course. Activate stellar core auxiliary defense. Use the energy barrier to shield the hull. Energy barrier activated. Ready to enter the jump tunnel. The Starlight weaved nimbly through the encirclement of black fog. The blue energy barrier continuously repelled the fog's erosion, leaving behind trails of brilliant light. Yunheng gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the jump window ahead, the only shortcut to the Beidou space station. As the ship plunged into the jump tunnel, the surroundings instantly warped. Stars turned into streaks of light, and time and space blurred under the superluminal speed. But Yunheng knew this was not the end, it was the beginning of the true battle. The threat of shadow energy was imminent, and they would be the first line of defense in this cosmic war for survival. At the far end of the jump tunnel, the silhouette of the Beidou space station was faintly visible, but around it no longer shone brilliant stars. Instead, it was enveloped by a suffocating black fog. A fierce battle of attack and defense awaited them there. The Starlight howled out of the warp passage, and the Beidou space station before them was shrouded in layers of black mist, like a lonely fortress eroded by darkness. The defense turrets on the station's exterior sporadically fired beams of energy, but they were easily blocked by the black mechanical entities surging from the mist. How is this possible? Lin Yu stared at the scene, her eyes filled with shock. Yunheng, too stunned for words, quickly activated the ship's scanning system. No time to be amazed, there are more shadow vanguards than we imagined. The scan results showed over 500 black mechanical entities surrounding the station, their numbers still growing. Like ravenous beasts, they furiously assaulted the station's defensive shields. The station's shield strength is down to 30. If this continues, it won't last 5 more minutes. Lin Yu said anxiously. Yunheng stared at the screen, his mind racing. He knew conventional weapons had limited effect on the shadow mechanical entities. He had to find their weakness. Suddenly recalling how the core in the ruins had suppressed shadow energy, he shouted, Lin Yu, activate the core energy amplifier. Channel all power to the main weapon. But that'll leave the ship defenseless. No time to worry about that. Yunheng cut her off. If the station falls, we all die. Lin Yu gritted her teeth and nodded. All right. She swiftly operated the console, linking the ship's energy core with the core system. Blue energy surged like a tidal wave into the main weapon's launcher. Core energy injected. Main weapon fully charged. Lin Yu called out. Lock on target and fire. Yuanheng decisively pressed the launch button. A thick blue beam shot from the starlight, piercing through the layers of black mist and striking a cluster of shadow entities nearest to the station. The moment the beam touched the entities, it erupted into a dazzling light. The black mist melted like snow, and the mechanical beings shattered into fragments. It's working, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Keep firing. But Yuanheng frowned. No, this drains energy too fast. We need to get into the station and deliver the core coordinates. He studied the battlefield and noticed an entrance to the station with relatively few shadow entities, a possible opening. Lin Yu will charge through that in trance. Yuanheng pointed to the coordinates on the screen. You pilot the ship and dodge attacks. They'll concentrate fire to clear the way. Understood. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gripped the controls firmly, and steered the starlight toward the entrance. The black mechanical entities sensed their intent and immediately diverted some to converge on them. They fired streams of black energy beams, weaving a dense net of fire across space. Watch out! Yuanheng shouted, activating the ship's energy shield while operating the weapon system to fire blue beams in retaliation. The starlight wove through a hail of gunfire, the energy shield flickering with defensive countermeasures and emitting a sizzling electric hum. Suddenly, a black beam struck the ship's flank, tearing a gap in the shield. The vessel shuddered violently. No good. The shield can't hold. Lin Yu cried out. Yuanheng quickly assessed the damage. Shield energy was down to 10. Frantic, he glimpsed the communicator on his wrist, and an idea struck him. Lin Yu had deactivate the shield and divert all power to the thrusters. Yuanheng said, "They'll protect the ship with core energy." Without waiting for her reply, he activated the communicator, releasing core energy to form a pale blue protective film around the ship. Lin Yu followed suit, channeling all energy into the thrusters. The starlight shot forward like an arrow racing toward the station's entrance. The shadow entities' attacks intensified, but the core energy film was incredibly resilient. Beams striking it only created ripples. With tremendous thrust, the starlight broke through the fire net and plunged into the station's entrance. We made it, Lin Yu shouted jubilantly. But Yuanheng remained vigilant. Don't celebrate yet, we don't know what's inside. He guided the ship to a gentle landing on the platform. As the hatch opened, a pungent smell of gunpowder assaulted them. The two stepped out cautiously. The platform was in chaos, scarred by battle. Explosions and gunfire echoed from distant corridors. The shadow entities had clearly breached the station. We need to find the command center and transmit the core coordinates, Yuanheng said. They advanced along the corridor, carefully evading the roaming shadow entities. The entities varied in form, some like giant spiders skittering across walls and ceilings, others humanoid, wielding energy weapons and emitting piercing shrieks. At a crossroads, a swarm of shadow entities surged ahead, blocking their path completely. Yuanheng and Lin Yu quickly ducked behind cover, drawing their weapons. There are so many, how do we get through? Lin Yu asked anxiously. Yuanheng observed their movement patterns, noting they seemed controlled by a central hub acting in unison. An idea sparked. Lin Yu, draw their fire with your weapon while I find their control hub. He activated the core energy's cloaking function and vanished instantly. Lin Yu popped out from cover, firing continuously to attract the entity's full attention. The shadow entities surged madly toward her. Just as they were about to reach her cover, Yuanheng located the control hub, a black sphere floating midair, pulsating with eerie red light. He crept close and struck, suddenly a blue beam hitting the sphere. The sphere trembled violently, its red light flickering erratically. The shadow entities lost control, their movements becoming sluggish and chaotic. Now, Yuanheng shouted. Lin Yu dashed from cover, and together they sprinted down the corridor. They navigated through the disoriented entities and reached the entrance to the command center. The heavy door was sealed, surrounded by defense systems. Yuanheng pulled out his communicator, attempting to crack the security code, but the system kept blaring alarms indicating incorrect passwords. What now? The password's been changed. Yuanheng frowned. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. They spun around to find a group of soldiers in Alliance uniforms led by the Beidou space station's defense commander from their earlier communication. Who are you? How did you get in? The commander asked warily. Yuanheng quickly explained. We're explorers from the Stellar Alliance, here from the ruins with core coordinates that can counter shadow energy. Hope flickered in the commander's eyes, but soon turned to hesitation. Why should I trust you? Yuanheng raised his wrist communicator. This is a core system terminal, activatable only by the inheritor. If you doubt me, you can have someone verify the energy fluctuations from this communicator. The commander pondered a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll trust you. But time is short, we must activate the defense systems immediately. He stepped to the door, entered a code, and the massive portal slid open. Inside, the command center bustled with activity as staff worked frantically to repair damaged systems. The commander led Yuanheng and Lin Yu to the main console. Yuanheng connected his communicator to the console and core energy surged into the system. The screen displayed the transmission interface for the core coordinates. He quickly entered the commands, and the coordinate data began transmitting at high speed. Transmission complete. Yunheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then the entire station shuddered violently. The main screen showed a powerful wave of shadow energy approaching. The commander's face paled. No, the main force of the Shadow Vanguard is here. Yunheng, Linyue, and the commander stared intently at the massive screen. The encroaching shadow energy surged like a dark tide, devouring the surrounding light and shrouding the entire space station in a suffocating dead silence. We must activate the Star Core defense system immediately. Yunheng exclaimed, his heart racing. His fingers flew across the console, desperately trying to accelerate the system's startup process. However, the interference from the shadow energy caused the system to boot up with agonizing slowness. Every increment of the progress bar was accompanied by severe stuttering. Sweat beaded on the commander's forehead. As he repeatedly urged the crew to accelerate repairs on other damaged systems, he asked Yunheng about the Star Core defense system's details. Just how effective will this Star Core defense system be? How much longer can we hold out? Yunheng took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. The Star Core defense system is a powerful weapon left by the Forerunner civilization. In theory, it can release a special energy field to neutralize and repel shadow energy. But I'm not certain how long it can withstand such a powerful main force of the Shadow Vanguard. Lin Yu added, we must use this time to evacuate as many personnel as possible to safe zones and organize an effective defense to coordinate with the Star Core defense system. The commander nodded and quickly issued a series of orders through the communication channel. All non-combat personnel proceed immediately to the underground bunkers and activate the emergency life support systems. Combat units report to defensive positions and prepare to engage the enemy. Engineering accelerate repairs on the weapon systems and shield generators. I want every cannon operational before the enemy arrives. Instantly, the space station erupted into a flurry of activity, the sounds of footsteps and alarms intertwining. Yunheng and Lin Yu remained focused on initiating the Star Core defense system, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve, as if engaged in a silent contest against the encroaching darkness. Just as the main force of the Shadow Vanguard was about to reach the space station, the Star Core defense system finally completed its startup. A brilliant blue energy field radiated outward from the station, clashing head-on with the approaching black shadow energy. At the point of impact, intense light and energy fluctuations erupted as if light and darkness were vying for control of this cosmic region. We did it, Lin Yu shouted excitedly. However, before they could catch their breath, they realized the shadow energy's assault showed no sign of abating. The black mist, as if alive, constantly shifted its form, seeking weak points in the blue energy field to breach. Yunheng's gaze was fixed on the screen as he meticulously observed the energy field's fluctuations. Not good. The shadow energy is adapting to the Star Core defense system. At this rate, the energy field won't hold much longer. The commander's face grew grim. We can't just wait to be slaughtered. We must take the initiative. All warships form attack formations and charge the Shadow Vanguard. With the commander's order, the warships docked at the space station powered up and surged toward the Shadow Vanguard. Yunheng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and boarded the Starlight. Lin Yu, this time we fight side by side. We must protect the space station, Yunheng declared. We will. Lin Yu nodded firmly. The Starlight weaved through the warship formation, closing in on the Shadow Vanguard. By then, the space station's weapon systems were partially repaired and beams of energy shot from the turrets, joining the fierce battle. The Shadow Vanguard's mechanical units reacted swiftly, firing black energy beams in retaliation. The crossfire wove a dazzling yet perilous barrage across the void of space. Warships darted through the hailstorm of fire, with some being struck and exploding in brilliant flashes against the dark backdrop. Yunheng piloted the Starlight with agility, evading attacks, while coordinating the weapon systems to fire upon the shadow mechs. With Star Core energy infused into the weapons, their destructive power was significantly enhanced. Each shot inflicted heavy damage on the shadow mechs. Yet the sheer number of Shadow Vanguard units was overwhelming, surging forward like an endless tide. One by one, Alliance warships were shot down, and the space station's defensive perimeter steadily shrank. At this rate, we're doomed. We need a way to break through their encirclement, Yunheng shouted. Lin Yu quickly brainstormed countermeasures, then her eyes lit up. Yunheng, remember the control core of the shadow mechs we discovered in the ruins? These Shadow Vanguard units might have a similar core control device. If we can find and destroy it, perhaps we can cripple their offensive. That makes sense. Yunheng's eyes gleamed. They'll scan the surrounding energy fluctuations to locate the control core. He immediately activated the ship's advanced scanning system, sending out powerful scanning waves. After a thorough search, Yunheng finally detected an object with an exceptionally powerful energy signature at the heart of the Shadow Vanguard formation. Found it. They're a sphere radiating intense shadow energy. That must be the control core. Let's go, Lin Yu urged. The starlight altered its course and charged toward the core area of the Shadow Vanguard. Along the way, they encountered relentless resistance as countless shadow mechs converged, trying to prevent the starlight from getting closer. Yunhang and Lin Yu worked in perfect sync. Yunhang piloted the ship, dodging attacks, while Lin Yu operated the weapon systems to return fire. The starlight pressed on through a storm of bullets, its hull struck multiple times, and its energy shield teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as they neared the control core, a colossal shadow warship materialized before them, blocking their path. This vessel dwarfed the starlight several times over, its surface bristling with weaponry and exuding an aura of dread. That's the Shadow Vanguard's flagship. Yunhang's expression shifted. The flagship's weapon systems activated, instantly firing volleys of black energy beams at the starlight. Yunhang frantically maneuvered the ship to evade, but the barrage was too dense. The starlight was struck several times. The energy shield finally collapsed, and the hull sustained severe damage. What do? We can't get through, Lin Yu exclaimed anxiously. Yunhang gritted his teeth. We can't give up. Lin Yu, initiate the ship's self-destruct sequence and set the timer for 5 minutes. Self-destruct? Have you lost your mind? Lin Yu stared at him in shock. It's the only way to break through the flagship's defenses and reach the control core, Yunhang explained. It'll use the star core energy to protect us and eject at the last moment before the explosion. Lin Yu looked into Yunhang's resolute eyes, and a surge of determination welled up within her. All right, I trust you. She quickly initiated the self-destruct sequence, and together, they activated the star core energy shield. Trailing smoke, the starlight hurtled toward the shadow flagship. The shadow mechs aboard the flagship seemed to sense the danger and intensified their attack. But Yunhang and Lin Yu did not flinch. With unwavering will and masterful piloting, they finally breached the flagship's defenses and arrived near the control core. Just as the starlight was about to collide with the control core, Yunhang and Lin Yu activated the star core energy and instantly ejected from the ship. Deprived of its command core, the Shadow Vanguard fell into chaos, their attacks becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, the Alliance warships launched a full-scale counteroffensive. Under the relentless assault, the Shadow Vanguard began to retreat in defeat. Protected by the star core energy, Yunhang and Lin Yu descended slowly onto the space station. By now, the shadow energy around the space station had dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the battlefield. We did it, Lin Yu exclaimed, embracing Yunhang in exhilaration. Yunhang gazed at the scene before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within. Yes, we succeeded. But this is only a temporary victory. The threat of shadow energy has not been completely eradicated. We still have a long road ahead. Yunhang and Lin Weiner stood in the ravaged command center of the space station, surrounded by the bustling figures of crew members, the sounds of emergency repairs and communications intertwining. Outside the window, cleanup vessels were methodically clearing the battlefield debris, the chaotic scene a silent testament to the breathtaking battle that had just concluded. The commander wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with the exhaustion and relief of a narrow escape. We owe this to you. If you hadn't brought the star core coordinates to activate the defense system and sacrificed yourselves to destroy the Shadow Vanguard's control hub, the Beidou space station would have been lost. Yunhang shook his head slightly, yet his expression remained grave. Commander, this is merely a small victory. The threat of the shadow energy is far from over. We must urgently relay the details of this battle and the information on the Star Core defense system to the Interstellar Alliance headquarters so they can prepare for a full-scale defense. Indeed, Lin Weiner interjected. Furthermore, we need to conduct in-depth research on the properties of Star Core energy and shadow energy to find a definitive way to counter the shadow. The commander nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for an emergency communication link with the Alliance headquarters. While waiting for the connection, Yunhang and Lin Weiner went to the space station's research lab. Several researchers had already gathered their studying samples extracted from the wreckage of the shadow mechs. The structure of these shadow mechs is extremely peculiar, said an elderly scientist with white hair, pointing at a sample under the microscope. Their core appears to be a crystal formed from shadow energy. This crystal not only contains immense power, but also possesses the ability to self-repair and control other machinery. Yunhang frowned as he observed the sample. Is there any way to destroy this crystal? We found that conventional weapons have little effect on the shadow mechs during the fight. The scientist sighed. We haven't found an effective method yet. However, by analyzing the reaction between Star Core energy and shadow energy, we discovered that Star Core energy can interfere with the energy field of the shadow crystal, thereby weakening its capabilities. But this is only a temporary suppression, not complete destruction. Just then a message came from the communications room. The connection with the Interstellar Alliance headquarters was established. Yunhang Lin Weiner and the commander hurried to the communications room, where the stern face of Supreme Commander General Li appeared on the screen. Yunhang gave a detailed account of their entire journey from tracking the relic signal to encountering the Shadow Vanguard, activating the Star Core defense system, and destroying the control hub. After listening, General Li's expression turned exceptionally grave. I never imagined the threat of shadow energy would be so imminent. General Li stated, the Interstellar Alliance must immediately initiate a comprehensive defense plan and organize research teams for an in-depth study of Star Core energy and shadow energy. Yunhang Lin Weiner, you have rendered great service this time, but the tasks ahead are even more arduous. Yunhang and Lin Weiner exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. We understand, General. No matter the difficulties, we will give our all. In the days that followed, the Beidou space station entered an intense phase of reconstruction and defensive deployment. Yunhang and Lin Weiner were not idle either. They assisted the research team in studying the shadow mechs and Star Core energy while actively participating in the construction of the space station's defense systems. During their research, they discovered that Star Core energy could not only counter shadow energy, but also possessed a peculiar purification ability. When Star Core energy was infused into matter contaminated by shadow energy, it could gradually decompose the shadow energy, within restoring it to normal. Perhaps we can utilize this purification ability to develop a device capable of cleansing an entire galaxy. Lin Weiner excitedly proposed her idea. Yunhang's eyes lit up. That's an excellent idea. If we succeed, we might have the hope of completely eliminating the threat of shadow energy. The research team immediately began work based on this concept. After countless experiments and refinements, they finally developed a device model called the Star Core Purification Engine. This device could convert Star Core energy into a special purification wave theoretically capable of covering an entire galaxy and purifying shadow energy. However, transforming this model into a practical, usable device required immense energy support. The space station's current energy reserves were far from sufficient, forcing them to seek a more powerful energy source. Just as everyone was troubled by the energy problem, Yunhang suddenly recalled the mysterious crystal sphere in the relic. It contained boundless energy and might just be the answer they needed. We could return to the relic and try to use the crystal sphere's energy to power the Star Core Purification Engine, Yunhang suggested. After some discussion, everyone decided to adopt Yunhang's suggestion. Thus, Yunhang and Lin Weiner once again boarded the repaired and upgraded Starshine, setting course for the relic. When they arrived at the relic again, they found it shrouded in an even denser layer of shadow energy. The symbols on the relic's surface glowed faintly, as if on the verge of extinguishing. It seems the shadow energy has launched a more ferocious attack on the relic since we left, Yunhang said with a frown. Lin Weiner clenched her fists. We must protect the relic. We cannot let the shadow energy prevail. They carefully navigated through the shadow energy layer and entered the relic's interior. In the core area of the relic, they found the crystal sphere. The crystal sphere's light was now dim and cracks had appeared on its surface, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yunhang gently touched the crystal sphere, attempting to awaken its energy. The moment his hand made contact, the crystal sphere emitted a brilliant flash of light, and a surge of powerful energy flooded into his body. Yunhang, are you all right? Lin Weiner asked anxiously. Yunhang took a deep breath, feeling the surging energy within him. I'm fine. The crystal sphere's energy seems to be merging with me willingly. As the energy fused, more information about the progenitor civilization flooded into Yunhang's mind. He finally understood that the crystal sphere was the last line of defense left by the progenitors. Its mission was to await the arrival of a successor to activate the Star Core defense system and to combat the shadow energy. Yunhang channeled the crystal sphere's energy into the Starshine. After a series of conversions and adjustments, he successfully powered the Star Core Purification Engine. A powerful purification wave was emitted from the Starshine, spreading across the entire galaxy. Under the wave's influence, the shadow energy began to dissipate rapidly. Contaminated planets gradually revived, and destroyed stars reignited with light. The entire galaxy seemed to awaken from a nightmare, bursting forth with renewed vitality. Standing in the cockpit of the Starshine, Yunhang and Lin Weiner gazed at the scene before them, their hearts filled with joy and pride. They knew the battle against shadow energy was not yet completely over, but they had taken a crucial step forward. As the galaxy was purified, the Interstellar Alliance's defense system was gradually perfected. Various planets began to unite, jointly confronting the threat of shadow energy. Yunhang and Lin Weiner became heroes of this cosmic defense war, their story inspiring countless others to dedicate themselves to the fight against the shadow. Yet in the distant depths of the universe, the source of the shadow energy remained hidden in the darkness. But Yun Hang and Lin Weiner firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they would find a way to completely eliminate the shadow energy and protect this vast cosmic home. The star core purification wave continued to spread through the galaxy, and the surfaces of planets eroded by shadow energy gradually revealed a resurgence of green vitality, while the withered stars once again radiated warm light. Yun Hang stood before the observation window of the starshine, watching the continuously refreshing purification data on the screen as his tense nerves finally began to relax. Purification efficiency has reached 78. The remaining shadow energy has been compressed to the dark matter belt at the edge of the galaxy. Lin Yu pulled up a three-dimensional star map, the blue purification area, engulfing the black remnants of shadow like a tide. At this rate, the purification of the entire galaxy can be completed in 12 hours. Yet Yun Hang could not completely ease his mind. In the memory fragments transmitted by the crystal ball, there was always a vague area of darkness where the energy fluctuations were far more terrifying than the shadow vanguard they had encountered. Completion of purification does not mean the threat has vanished. The memory of the crystal ball indicates that the true source of the shadow energy lies in a distant and unknown star domain. He accessed the communicator on his wrist, and the screen displayed a fragmented star map. This was the coordinate imprinted in his consciousness during the energy fusion of the crystal ball, pointing to a blank area beyond the Milky Way. We must find this place, otherwise the shadow energy will inevitably return. Lin Yu looked at the incomplete star map, her brow furrowed. But this area is not recorded in any of the Alliance's star maps, and the interstellar probe has never transmitted signals from there. We don't even know if there are stable spatial routes there. Just then the communication system of the starshine suddenly activated, displaying the image of General Li. The old general's face bore an unmistakable weariness, yet his gaze remained sharp. Yun Hang, your purification operation has been very successful, and the Alliance has received feedback from the various colonial planets. But I have bad news. There has been a stronger reaction of shadow energy at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. The screen switched to footage captured by the Alliance observation station. A massive black nebula was rapidly expanding, with a swirling black vortex faintly visible at its center, countless stars being torn apart and consumed within it. According to spectral analysis, the intensity of this energy is over 100 times that of the previous shadow vanguard. We suspect this is the source of the shadows you mentioned. Yun Hang's heart sank sharply. The black vortex in the image perfectly matched the dark area in the memory of the crystal ball, and the aura of destruction seemed to seep through the screen. General, we must head there immediately. No. General Li immediately refuted. The Alliance Council has just passed a resolution appointing you as the chief consultant of the Star Core defense system. Your duty is to assist the various star domains in establishing a defense network, not to delve into unknown peril. But if we don't find the source, all defenses will be in vain. Yun Hang said urgently. The memory of the crystal ball tells me that the shadow energy is seeping into various star systems through interstellar rifts, and delaying will only lead to more planets falling into destruction. Lin Yu added from the side. We can bring the star core purification engine with us. As long as we locate the energy core of the source, we can use the purification wave to completely seal the rift. The starshine, after upgrades, is now capable of interstellar jumps, and we are confident we can complete the mission. General Li fell silent for a moment, looking at the rapidly expanding black nebula on the screen, and finally nodded heavily. All right, but you must accept the Alliance's support. The Guardian battlecruiser will escort you there, and the Scientific Research Department will analyze the shadow energy data in real time to provide you with support. 3 days later, the Starshine and the Guardian formed a small fleet, arriving at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. From a distance, the black nebula resembled a wound in the universe, constantly swallowing surrounding light. Even starlight could not escape its gravity. We have detected strong spatial distortions. The jump engine cannot approach the core of the nebula. The captain of the Guardian said through communication, we can only establish a temporary base at a safe distance. Yun Hang looked at the chaotic spatial parameters on the screen and decided to act alone. The Guardian will remain to establish a defense perimeter. The Starshine is small and can resist spatial distortions with the star core energy. Lin Yu and I will pilot the Starshine into the nebula. That's too dangerous. The captain urged. The spatial rifts in the nebula could tear the ship apart at any moment. It's the only way. Yun Hang said firmly. We will maintain communication and withdraw immediately if we detect anything abnormal. The Starshine slowly entered the black nebula. The moment they entered the nebula, the ship's external cameras were enveloped in darkness, relying solely on the detection waves generated by the star core energy to perceive the surrounding environment. Countless tiny black fragments floated in the nebula, remnants of shattered planets, exuding a cold, dead silence. The energy detector is responding. Lin Yu suddenly shouted as a pulsating red dot appeared on the screen, 5,000 kilometers ahead of us, there is an energy source steadily releasing shadow energy, with a frequency similar to the previous control center. Yunhang steered the ship towards the red dot. The closer they got to the target, the stronger the spatial distortions around them became, and the ship's hull emitted the sound of metal being pressed. The protective shield formed by the star core energy fluctuated violently, the blue light flickering. 1,000 kilometers remaining. Lin Yu closely monitored the energy readings. The energy intensity is rising exponentially, already exceeding the detector's range. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic red eyes lit up in the darkness ahead, followed by a massive claw, formed from shadow energy, striking towards the starshine. Yunhang quickly pulled the ship up, the giant claw grazed the hull, and the resulting energy shockwave violently shook the ship. What was that? Lin Yu exclaimed. A blurry outline appeared on the screen. It was a colossal creature over 10 kilometers long, composed entirely of pure shadow energy, with countless star fragments swirling within it, exuding a suffocating pressure. It is a life form condensed from shadow energy. Yunhang gritted his teeth as he maneuvered the ship to evade the attack. It is the barrier guarding the source. The giant creature emitted a silent roar, and countless black energy beams shot out from within it, weaving into a deadly energy net. Yunhang skillfully navigated the starshine through the energy net while activating the star core weapons. Lin Yu concentrate all energy on the main cannon and aim for its eyes. The blue star core beam shot out like a sword, striking the red eye of the giant creature. The creature let out a pained howl. Its body quaked violently, causing a brief disruption in the surrounding shadow energy. Effective, but its energy is recovering rapidly. Lin Yu shouted, "The core is not in its eyes." Yunhang noticed that whenever the giant creature attacked, a black vortex would appear on its chest, where the energy fluctuations were more intense than in its eyes. It's the vortex on its chest. That must be its core. He abruptly turned the ship, risking being hit by the energy beams charging straight for the giant creature's chest. The starshine weaved through the gaps in the energy beams, the ship's protective shield being struck multiple times, emitting sharp alarm sounds. Now is the time. As the ship reached the giant creature, Yunhang pressed the main cannon's launch button. This time he compressed the star core energy to the limit, and the blue beam coalesced into a sharp energy spear that plunged fiercely into the black vortex. The giant creature's body instantly froze, its red eyes dimmed, and its massive form began to collapse and dissipate, turning into countless black fragments that merged into the nebula. As it vanished, the center of the nebula revealed a massive interstellar rift with unstable purple light flickering deep within, and shadow energy continuously surged out from it. We found the source. Lin Yu excitedly accessed the control panel of the purification engine. Prepare to activate the maximum power purification wave. Yet Yunhang sensed something was wrong. The space around the rift was rapidly collapsing, forming many black holes. Wait, the spatial structure is unstable. If we forcibly release the purification wave, it may trigger a spatial explosion. He stared at the purple light deep within the rift, suddenly recalling a scene from the crystal ball's memory. The pioneer civilization once constructed a spatial stabilization device, using star core energy, reinforcing the rift through specific energy frequencies. Lin Yu accessed the resonance frequency of the star core energy. We need to stabilize the spatial structure first. The two worked together to adjust the frequency of the star core energy, with blue energy waves spreading like ripples around the rift. The previously collapsing space gradually stabilized, with the many black holes disappearing one by one. Once the last energy wave was released, Yunhang took a deep breath. Activate the purification engine. The main cannon of the starshine lit up again. This time the blue purification wave transformed from a sharp beam into a gentle flow of energy, slowly injecting into the interstellar rift. The purple light within the rift struggled violently, but gradually faded and dissipated under the enveloping purification wave. When the last hint of purple light disappeared, the interstellar rift began to slowly close, ultimately vanishing completely within the nebula. The surrounding black nebula lost its energy source, receding like a tide to reveal the brilliant starry sky behind it. We did it. Lin Yu slumped in her seat, a tired yet radiant smile on her face. Yunhang gazed at the now tranquil starry sky, but he understood in his heart that this was merely a temporary stopgap for a rift. There could still be more unknown shadow sources in the universe, and their battle was far from over. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist suddenly lit up, projecting a new star map. This was the last memory of the crystal ball, pointing to the depths of the universe, marked with more flickering red dots. Yunhang clenched the communicator, his eyes shining with determination. No matter how many unknowns and dangers lay ahead, he would pilot the starshine across the starlit pathways, continuing to safeguard the light of this universe. As the starlight sailed away from the dissipating black nebula, Lin Yu was calibrating the ship's self-diagnostic system, the green data flickering on the screen, gradually relaxing her taut nerves. Hull damage at 37 and energy reserves at 42. The purification engine core temperature is too high, requiring at least 12 hours to cool down. She turned to look at Yun Hang in the pilot's seat. We need to find a safe star sector to rest and repair, and also transmit the newly discovered star chart coordinates back to the Alliance. Yun Hang's gaze remained fixed on the star chart projected by the communicator. Those blinking red dots were like hidden reefs scattered across the cosmos, each one representing a potential shadow rift. These coordinates are too dispersed, spanning 3 star systems. The farthest one is even at the edge of the known universe. He magnified a red dot at the corner of the star chart, where the energy fluctuation annotations were abnormally glaring. The frequency of this red dot is very strange, different from any shadow energy we've encountered before. Lin Yu leaned in for a closer look, her fingertip tracing the energy curve on the screen. Indeed, its fluctuation cycle is more stable, as if it's artificially controlled. As her voice faded, the ship's communication system suddenly blared a sharp alarm. An unfamiliar communication request popped up on the screen, the signal source originating from the exact coordinates of that anomalous red dot. Who would be sending a communication from a place like that? Lin Yu warily adjusted the communication encryption level. The encryption method is very ancient. It looks like the encoding format of the progenitor civilization. Yun Hang's heart stirred, recalling the memory fragments transmitted by the crystal orb before its fall. The progenitor civilization had established observation stations throughout the universe. Patch it through. The communication screen lit up, showing no image, only a stream of flowing blue symbols. These symbols rapidly assembled on the screen, gradually transforming into common language text. Heirs, we are the night watchers of the Stardust observation station. We detected your closure of the shadow rift in the 7th quadrant. Come to the observation station immediately. There is crucial information regarding the origin of the shadow. After the text vanished, a detailed navigation route automatically generated on the screen, its destination precisely that anomalous red dot. Lin Yu immediately cross-referenced the star chart database. This location is in the Forgotten Star sector. The Alliance's records only list abandoned colony planets there. There has never been any record of an observation station. An observation station of the progenitor civilization certainly wouldn't appear on standard star charts. Yun Hang manipulated the ship to adjust its course. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to go and see. Information about the origin of the shadow is far too important to us. The Starlight activated its warp engines and set course for the Forgotten Star sector. After 2 days of travel, the ship arrived at the edge of the sector. The starscape here was exceptionally dim, with only a few dying stars emitting faint light. The surroundings were littered with the wreckage of abandoned ships and debris from colonial structures. Scanning a strong energy signal right in that abandoned space station ahead. Lin Yu pointed at a bright spot on the screen. The signal frequency matches the previous communication exactly, but the energy intensity is very unstable, as if it could cut out at any moment. Yun Hang piloted the Starlight closer to the station. It was a colossal ring-shaped space station, its outer shell scarred by meteorite impacts. Most areas were covered in cosmic dust, but a faint blue light still flickered in the core region. Its progenitor civilization architecture. He recognized the familiar runes on the station's outer wall, identical to those found in the ruins. The ship passed through the station's damaged entrance and slowly descended onto the landing pad. The site here was more complete than expected, though covered in dust. The landing tracks and energy supply devices were well preserved. Yun Hang and Lin Yu donned spacesuits armed with energy weapons and exited the ship. The air composition is breathable and no residual shadow energy detected. Lin Yu looked at the data on her helmet display. The energy signal is coming from the station's central control room. The two proceeded along a corridor. The runes on the walls lit up automatically as they approached, emitting a soft blue glow that illuminated the metal floor scarred with scratches. At the end of the corridor was a massive alloy door engraved with a complex star chart relief with a dim blue crystal embedded at its center. Yun Hang pressed his wrist communicator against the crystal. Blue stellar energy surged into it instantly. The star chart relief began to rotate, and the alloy door slowly slid open. Behind the door lay a circular control room. 36 floating consoles surrounded a central holographic projection platform, upon which a blurry humanoid silhouette was projected. Heirs, you have finally come. The silhouette's voice was ancient and frail, like a candle flickering in the wind. I am the last night watcher of the Stardust observation station, a descendant of the progenitor civilization. Yun Hang and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and stepped forward. Sir Night Watcher, you mentioned you have information about the origin of the shadow. The silhouette nodded slightly. The image on the holographic platform shifted, revealing a chaotic ocean of energy. Shadow energy is not a natural product of the universe. It is a weapon of the Void civilization. They come from a dimension outside our universe, feeding on energy. The shadow rifts are the dimensional channels they open. In the image, countless rifts similar to those encountered before opened and closed within the energy ocean, black shadow energy, surging forth to devour surrounding galaxies. The progenitor civilization fought the void civilization for a millennium, finally using stellar energy to seal most of the dimensional channels. But we paid a terrible price. Our homeworld was destroyed, our people scattered, leaving only a few of us to guard the observation stations and monitor the rifts. Lin Yu frowned and asked, "Do you know the void civilization's weakness?" "Well, the rifts we closed open again. Dimensional channels require energy to be maintained. As long as you cut off the void civilization's energy supply, the rifts will not regenerate." The silhouette's outline began to flicker, its energy clearly running out. But their mothership has already entered this universe, hiding within the dark matter belt, channeling energy through countless small rifts. The red dots on the star chart mark the locations of these small rifts. A more detailed star chart appeared on the holographic platform. Beside each red dot were annotations for energy intensity and activation time. The central red dot blazed with a piercing light, with mothership coordinates annotated beside it. This is the location we detected using our last reserves of energy. Only by destroying the mothership can we completely halt the void civilization's invasion. Yunheng transmitted the star chart data to his communicator, a heavy sense of responsibility welling up in his heart. We will complete this mission. But the environment within the dark matter belt is complex and conventional weapons cannot lock onto a target. Do you have any suggestions? The silhouette's voice became intermittent. The progenitors left behind a stellar key in the core chamber of the ruins, capable of activating the ultimate purification program. Before the words could finish, the silhouette dissolved into countless points of light and vanished, the lights in the control room dimming along with it. The surrounding alloy doors began to close slowly, and the station's alarm system suddenly blared, energy depleted. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 10 minutes. Run. Yunheng grabbed Lin Yu and sprinted towards the landing pad. Behind them, the sound of collapsing metal echoed from the control room, the entire station shaking violently. As they burst into the Starlight's cockpit, the ship had just lifted off when the space station behind them erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a brilliant sea of fire. The Starlight lurched through the blast wave as it left the Forgotten Star sector. Lin Yu stared at the new star chart on the screen, her expression grave. The dark matter belt lies between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. The spatial magnetic fields there will interfere with all detection equipment. We simply won't be able to locate the mothership. Yunheng, however, was lost in thought, staring at the annotation for the stellar key. The crystal orb's memories indeed contained a core chamber he had never entered, as they had been forced to retreat due to a shadow attack during their previous exploration. We need to go back to the ruins to find the stellar key. Only it can lock onto the void mothership within the dark matter belt. He adjusted the ship's course, and the Starlight turned, heading back towards the star sector where the ruins were first discovered. The stars outside the window streaked backward, but Yunheng's resolve was firmer than ever. From the initial exploration of the ruins to the battle against the Shadow Vanguard, and now to the knowledge of the Void Civilization's existence, their journey had long since transcended simple exploration, becoming a mission to protect the universe. Lin Yu calculate the shortest return route and simultaneously transmit the star chart data back to the Alliance, asking them to assemble a fleet and stand by at the edge of the dark matter belt. Yunheng gripped the control stick tightly. Once we get the stellar key, it will be time for the final showdown with the Void Civilization. Lin Yu nodded, her fingers flying across the console. Course calculation complete. Estimated arrival at the ruined star sector in 3 days. The order for fleet assembly has been sent. Yu generally replied that he would personally lead the support. The Starlight's engines emitted a low hum as it accelerated towards the unknown ahead. Yunheng knew the journey ahead would be far more dangerous. The void mothership within the dark matter belt, the unknown challenges of the ruins core chamber, all awaited them. But he felt no fear, for by his side was his most reliable partner, in his hands the stellar energy to combat the darkness, and in his heart the unwavering belief in protecting the light. On the vast stellar pathways their story continued, and this battle for the very survival of the cosmos had only just entered its most critical phase. The Starlight sailed smoothly through the warp channel, Lin Yu meticulously calibrating the navigation parameters toward the relic starfield. On the screen, the Alliance fleet's assembly progress kept refreshing. General Lee had already led 30 main battleships to the edge of the dark matter belt, awaiting the acquisition of the star core key to launch the final assault. 8 hours until we reached the relic starfield. Lin Yu pulled up the latest scan data, her brow furrowing. The scanners show anomalous energy fluctuations around the relic, completely different from the frequency when we left. Yunheng leaned closer to the screen, observing the turbulent energy ripples. Has the Void Civilization discovered our return for the star core key? He retrieved the memory fragments from the crystal orb. The entrance to the core chamber was concealed within the deepest energy vortex of the relic, passable only by the star core inheritor. Whatever it is, we must be prepared. Lin Yu integrated the star core energy into the ship's defense systems. Weapon systems and shields are upgraded. The purification engine is cooled and ready for activation. 8 hours later, the starlight emerged from the warp channel. The sight before them made both their hearts sink. The blue defensive barrier around the relic had grown thin. Countless black shadow tendrils were drilling through the gaps in the barrier, weaving an enormous web across the relic's surface. More alarming was the energy vortex at the relic's center, rapidly expanding. At its core, a triangular black warship was faintly visible, the vanguard of the Void civilization. They're already attacking the core zone. Yuanhang swiftly maneuvered the ship to descend. Lin Yue used the purification wave to clear the shadow tendrils near the barrier. Well, enter the relic through the energy weak point on the west side. The Starlight's main cannon fired a blue beam. Wherever the purification wave passed, the black tendrils dissolved into wisps of smoke like snow under the sun. The ship flew close to the relic's surface, evading the constantly flailing tendrils, finally slipping through a gap in the barrier and landing at the entrance of a previously explored passage. The energy vortex is 300 meters ahead. The core chamber should be behind it. Yuanhang opened the hatch, concentrating star core energy in his palm. He'll retrieve the star core key. You stay on the ship, keep watch, and be ready to provide support. No. Lin Yu immediately followed, her energy rifle gripped tightly. The core chamber is bound to be dangerous. We must go together. Yuanhang met her resolute gaze and finally nodded. Keep communication open. Retreat immediately if danger arises. They advanced along the passage. The runes on the walls glowed faintly, their energy supply severely disrupted by the shadow tendrils. The energy vortex at the passage's end was more violent than in memory. Purple energy streams roared like a furious river, constantly battering the surrounding rock walls. At the vortex's center hovered a rhomboid metal door engraved with the same star core patterns as the crystal orb, the entrance to the core chamber. How do we cross? Lin Yu stared at the turbulent energy currents. Even from meters away, she could feel the space-rending power. Yuanhang raised his wrist. The communicator released a blue energy, carving a narrow energy channel through the vortex. Star core energy can temporarily stabilize the space. Follow me and don't leave the channel. They carefully stepped onto the energy channel. The blue light beneath their feet fluctuated violently under the assault of the purple vortex. With each step, they felt two opposing forces tearing at their bodies as if they might be swept away at any moment. When they finally reached the rhomboid door, cold sweat covered Yuanhang's forehead. The energy frequency of the star core key should match this door. Yuanhang pressed the communicator against the metal door. The blue star core patterns instantly illuminated, writhing across the door's surface like awakened serpents. With a heavy rumble, the metal door slowly swung inward, revealing a resplendent sight within. The core chamber was vaster than imagined. At its center hovered a miniature crystal orb surrounded by 12 energy crystals radiating different hues, forming a perfect star array. At the center of the star array, the ancient inscriptions of the precursor civilization were etched into the floor, chronicling their history of fighting the Void civilization. That's the star core key. Lin Yu pointed at the hovering crystal orb, excitement gleaming in her eyes. However, as they stepped into the star array, the inscriptions on the floor suddenly flashed red. The 12 energy crystals simultaneously released beams of light, forming an energy barrier in the center of the chamber, separating them from the star core key. A humanoid silhouette emerged on the barrier, resembling the night watcher they had encountered at the observation station, but with a more imposing aura. Inheritor, to obtain the star core key, you must pass the trial of the precursors. The silhouette's voice resonated like a bell within the chamber. The trial consists of 3 stages, testing your courage, wisdom, and conviction. Failure in any stage will result in annihilation by the star array. Yuanhang and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. We accept the trial. The silhouette nodded slightly, and the first trial commenced. The chamber floor suddenly split open. Countless shadow tendrils surged from the fissures, morphing into the various shadow mechanical entities they had encountered before, shrieking as they lunged at them. But these entities were not corporeal. They were energy projections impervious to ordinary weapons. It's a mental illusion. Lin Yu realized instantly. They're attacking our consciousness. Yuanhang quickly released star core energy to shield both their minds. Focus. Don't let the illusion affect you. These entities have the same attack patterns as before. Find their energy cores. Back to back in the star array, they relied on their countless battles' tacit understanding to precisely evade the attacks of the illusory entities. Yuanhang used star core energy to mark the core position of each entity, while Lin Yue, following his directions, shot at the projection's weak points with her energy rifle. With their coordination, the shadow illusion entities dissipated one by one. The barrier of the first trial slowly opened. The second trial descended abruptly. The chamber walls transformed into transparent screens displaying the annihilation of the precursor civilization, countless planets exploding in shadow energy, precursor warriors piloting their ships toward the void main vessel only to be consumed like moths to a flame. At the end of the vision, an elder of the precursors used his life's energy to seal the final rift, his eyes filled with regret and despair in his final moments. This is your future. The silhouette's voice carried a seductive tone. The void civilization's power is far beyond your imagination. Continuing to resist will only lead you to repeat the precursor's fate. Give up and you might still survive. Linyu trembled slightly. The horrific scenes reminded her of the colony planets destroyed by the shadows. But Yunheng firmly grasped her hand, his gaze resolute. The precursor's sacrifice wasn't meant to make us give up, but to teach us the meaning of protection. Even if the odds are against us, we will not retreat. As his words echoed, the images on the screen shifted, showing the defense of Beidou Space Station, the purification of planets by the star core wave, and the valiant struggles of Alliance soldiers. Conviction is not blind faith, but the courage to act even when the outcome is uncertain. The silhouette's voice softened, and the second barrier dissipated. The third trial was the most peculiar. The energy around the star core key suddenly surged, transforming into a blinding light that enveloped Yunheng. His consciousness was instantly pulled into a pure white space. Countless diverging paths appeared before him, each leading to different visions, one of him abandoning exploration for an ordinary life, another of him becoming the Alliance leader commanding fleets, and yet another of him perishing alongside the shadow energy. Choose a path. This is your destiny. The silhouette's voice echoed in the space. Yunheng gazed at the paths, countless memories flashing through his mind, the joy of first meeting Lin Yu, their seamless coordination in battle, the hope of purifying planets. Suddenly, he understood the meaning of the trial. True inheritance is not about choosing a destiny, but creating one. Instead of walking down any path, he condensed star core energy within the pure white space and forged a new path of his own. As the path extended, the pure white space began to collapse. Yunheng's consciousness returned to the core chamber. The three barriers completely vanished, and the hovering star core key slowly descended, coming to rest in Yunheng's hand. The moment it touched his palm, it transformed into a stream of blue light that merged with his communicator. The communicator's screen immediately displayed a detailed analysis of the void main vessel, including the location of its energy core and defensive weaknesses. Congratulations on passing the trial, inheritor. The silhouette's form gradually clarified, revealing the image of an elder clad in precursor battle armor. The star core key can not only locate the void main vessel, but also activate the ultimate mode of the star core purification engine. Remember, the essence of purification is not destruction, but balance. The elder's figure dissolved into motes of light. The core chamber began to tremble violently. Lin Yu looked at the alarm on the screen. The shadow tendrils have breached the relic's last line of defense. We need to leave now. Yunheng gripped the communicator, the energy from the star core key filling him with power. Let's go to the dark matter belt and end this fight. They rushed out of the core chamber and retraced their steps back to the starlight. As the ship ascended, the entire relic began to collapse under the erosion of shadow energy. Blue star core light and black shadow energy intertwined and clashed, creating a scene both magnificent and tragic. The starlight burst through the wreckage of the relic, heading toward the dark matter belt. In the cockpit, Yunheng opened a channel to the Alliance fleet. General Lee, the star core key has been acquired. We are preparing to enter the dark matter belt and lock onto the target, requesting the fleet to stand by for support. General Lee's excited voice came through the communicator. The Alliance fleet is ready and waiting. We await your good news. The Starlight's engines roared at maximum power, transforming into a blue meteor that vanished into the depths of space. At the edge of the dark matter belt, 30 Alliance warships stood at the ready. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of the universe was about to begin. Yunheng piloted his small yet remarkably agile spacecraft, racing through the Stardust passage. His destination was a mysterious planet deep within the passage, rumored to hold the crucial clues that could alter his destiny. Warning: high-energy signatures detected ahead, likely a large interstellar pirate fleet. The spacecraft's AI assistant Xiao A issued an urgent alert. Yunheng frowned, quickly scanning the radar screen. Dense clusters of red dots were rapidly closing in on his position. Damn it, why such bad luck? He muttered under his breath. These interstellar pirates were notorious throughout the Stardust passage, infamous for their plundering and merciless deeds. Yunheng knew well that if they caught up, his fate would be grim. He immediately adjusted the spacecraft's course, attempting to evade the pirate fleet. However, the fleet seemed to have locked onto him, swiftly altering their trajectory and giving relentless chase. Xiao A, engage maximum power. We must shake them off, Yunheng commanded decisively. The spacecraft's engines roared with a deafening thunder, accelerating to its utmost limit. But the pirate fleet's vessels were evidently specially modified, boasting even greater speed than Yunhang's ship. The distance between them narrowed with each passing moment. Just as despair began to set in, a vast asteroid field appeared ahead. These asteroids, varying in size and shape, hurtled through space at high velocity, forming a natural barrier. Yunhang's eyes lit up as a plan formed in his mind. He steered his spacecraft into the asteroid field, weaving nimbly through the rocks with exceptional piloting skill. The pirate fleet, without hesitation, followed suit. Inside the field, the danger escalated. Massive asteroids hurtled from all directions. A single misstep could mean utter destruction. Yunhang focused intently on maneuvering the ship, dodging each asteroid. Shawa continuously provided data on their trajectories and velocities. The pirate fleet was less fortunate. In their pursuit, they maintained high speed, unable to match Yunhang's agility in evading the rocks. Soon, several pirate vessels were struck by asteroids, erupting in violent explosions. Yet the remaining ships pressed on, refusing to relent. Yunhang knew this couldn't continue. He needed a way to shake them off for good. He scanned his surroundings, pondering a countermeasure. Suddenly, he spotted a massive hollow asteroid ahead, its interior seemingly concealing something. A spark of inspiration struck, and he decided to take a risk. He guided the spacecraft toward the hollow asteroid, swiftly darting inside. The pirate fleet hesitated at the entrance, but then followed. However, the moment they entered, they found themselves ensnared in a colossal trap. The hollow asteroid was riddled with mechanisms and pitfalls, remnants of an ancient civilization's defensive system. As the pirate ships entered, they triggered the traps. Countless laser beams and missiles erupted from all directions, instantly obliterating several vessels. The remaining pirates panicked, attempting to flee, but it was too late. Under the relentless assault, the entire fleet was annihilated. Yunhang, safe inside his ship, watched the pirates' demise with a sigh of relief. He carefully navigated the spacecraft out of the hollow asteroid. After this breathtaking chase, his ship had sustained some damage, yet it remained operational. Yunhang continued his journey toward the mysterious planet. Following a long flight, he finally reached his destination. As the mysterious planet came into view, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The planet was enveloped in a mystical glow, its surface adorned with strange structures and shimmering energy crystals. Eagerly, Yunhang landed the spacecraft on the planet, ready to explore this enigmatic realm. Yet the moment he stepped out, a powerful wave of energy surged toward him. He looked around warily, sensing countless unseen eyes silently watching his every move. Yunhang knew that new challenges and adventures lay ahead. But he felt no fear, for his heart was driven by an unshakable conviction to unravel the secrets of the Stardust passage and forge his own future. Yunhang tightened his grip on the energy dagger at his waist, his fingertips lightly brushing the wristband to activate his full-body energy shield. A pale blue luminescence swirled around him, partially repelling the bone-piercing energy fluctuations. He drew a deep breath, stepping across the ground carpeted with fluorescent moss, and walked steadily toward the most majestic spire-topped structure not far ahead. The building's walls were constructed from dark purple rock, its surface etched with twisted silver veins resembling a flowing star chart. As Yunhang drew near, the veins suddenly illuminated, casting intricate shadows on the ground, as if tracing an invisible threshold. Little A scanned the building's structure and energy source. He issued the command in a low voice while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Those hidden gazes in the shadows did not vanish. Instead, they grew clearer as he approached, carrying an ancient and majestic sense of scrutiny. A high-intensity energy core detected at the building's base. The wall veins contain unknown elements. Initiating biometric matching. Match successful. Little's voice carried a hint of static. Building entrance unlocked. As the prompt faded, the main door of the spire-top structure slid open slowly, revealing a deep passage. Niches along both sides of the passage housed humanoid stone sculptures. Their faces were blurred, yet all knelt facing the depths of the corridor, holding luminous energy crystals that illuminated the path as bright as day. Yunhang advanced along the passage, the stone slabs beneath his feet emitting a faint hum as if responding to his steps. At the end of the corridor, a circular hall came into view. At the center of the hall stood a suspended crystal platform upon which floated a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a fist. Within it flowed a silver-blue light, the very source of the energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier. This is a star core fragment. Yunhang's pupils contracted. He had once read records in ancient texts that the origin of the Stardust passage concealed a primal star core, which shattered into fragments scattered across the lands, each holding the mysterious power to control the passage. Just as he reached out to touch the star core fragment, the stone sculptures around the hall suddenly emitted a clicking sound. Their previously lowered heads slowly lifted, and red light blazed in their hollow eye sockets. The energy crystals in their hands burst into blinding beams, weaving into a net of light at the hall's ceiling, trapping Yunhang at the center. Warning: high-intensity defense mechanism activated. The sculptures are guardian robots initiating attack protocols. Little as alarm rang urgently. The first sculpture struck first, raising its crystal staff to fire an energy beam straight at Yunhang's face. He swiftly sidestepped to dodge. The beam struck the ground, blasting a charred crater. He rolled over to the crystal platform, using the floating star core fragment as cover while pulling a portable energy cannon from his pack and pulling the trigger at the sculpture. The energy cannon's beam hit the sculpture's chest, but only sparked briefly. The sculpture remained unmoved, instead accelerating its attack frequency. More sculptures closed in their beams, raining down, densely compressing Yunhang's evasive space. These robots have energy shields on their shells. Yunhang's heart sank. He noticed a faint light film enveloping the sculptures, formed by the energy emitted from the star core fragment. His gaze swept over the floating star core fragment, and a sudden idea struck. As another wave of beams surged, he leaped, using the recoil to charge toward the crystal platform and grabbed the diamond-shaped crystal. The instant his fingertips touched the crystal, a surge of immense energy rushed through his arm. Yunhang felt countless streams of information explode in his mind. Spinning galaxies, flickering passage coordinates, fragmented star charts. Simultaneously, the sculptures in the hall froze, their red lights extinguishing as they reverted to silent statues, and the light net above dissipated. The star core fragment grew warm in his palm, its silver-blue radiance gradually softening. Gasping, Yunhang tightened his grip on the crystal. The residual streams of information in his mind slowly clarified, with one coordinate sequence standing out prominently, pointing to the farthest end of the Stardust passage, marked by a name, the Gate of Termination. So that's it, he murmured, finally understanding the fragment's purpose. It was not only an energy source, but also the key to unlocking the next journey. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the hall's entrance. Yunhang turned warily to see several figures in white uniforms burst into the hall. The leader wore a silver mask and wielded a peculiarly shaped energy gun, its muzzle aimed at his chest. Mr. Yunhang, thank you for helping us find the star core fragment, the masked figure's voice said, distorted by a voice modulator into a cold, alien tone. Now hand it over. Yunhang tightened his hold on the star core fragment, stepping back slowly. Who are you? The masked figure chuckled lightly, removed the mask to reveal a pale face, his left eye a mechanical prosthetic glinting with metallic luster. Forgive my rudeness. I am an executive of the Star Orbit Chamber of Commerce, codename White Crow. We have been searching for this fragment for 3 full years. As White Crow finished speaking, his subordinates raised their weapons, the hum of energy guns reverberating through the hall. Yunhang looked at the resolute determination in their eyes, then down at the star core fragment in his palm, knowing a new confrontation was inevitable. And this time he faced not pirates, but a far more formidable interstellar force. Yunhang tightened his fingers around the star core fragment, its temperature rising gradually with his heartbeat. He slowly retreated to the side of the crystal platform, half concealing his body behind the floating halo of energy, his gaze sweeping swiftly over the 5 subordinates brought by Ya, silver Star Trek emblems embroidered on their uniform cuffs, uniform energy, weapons at their waists, clearly elite and well-trained. Star Trek Chamber of Commerce. Yunhang sneered, his palm quietly sliding over his wristband to activate the remote control of his spacecraft. You dare to meddle with ancient ruins, aren't you afraid of triggering more dangerous defense mechanisms? Baya raised his hand to press his mechanical prosthetic eye, which flickered with scanning blue light. Rest assured, we've long deciphered this planet's energy frequency. As for you, Yunhang, an unknown interstellar scavenger, how do you know about the existence of the star core fragment? Yunhang did not answer, but abruptly tossed the star core fragment into the air. Baya's men immediately raised their guns to aim, but just as the beams were about to fire, they were tripped by the silver patterns suddenly glowing on the hall floor. Those were the energy nodes Yunhang had secretly noted when stepping on the stone slabs. Using the motion of tossing the fragment, he triggered a faint interference with the energy device on his boot. In that instant of hesitation, Yunhang had already lunged at the nearest subordinate, elbowing his wrist and sending the energy gun flying out of his hand. He seized the dagger at the man's waist and pressed it against his neck. Nobody moved. Baya, however, remained utterly unruffled, even raising a hand to signal his men to lower their weapons. Interesting. More troublesome than the intel suggested. But you should know the Star Trek Chamber of Commerce never fails to get what it wants. He took a metal box from his coat and opened it to reveal a chip emitting green light. This is the Star Chart, key capable of unlocking all uncharted routes in the Stardust Passage. Trade the star core fragment for it. You won't lose. Out of the corner of his eye, Yunhang noticed the star core fragment slowly descending in midair, while among the stone statues on the other side the fingers of 2 seemed to twitch slightly. Those were the 2 least damaged when the defense mechanism activated earlier. A thought struck him, and he deliberately stalled for time. How do I know the key is genuine? What if you go back on your word later? We're merchants, not pirates. Baya's prosthetic eye glinted coldly. We know the rules of trade better than anyone. Just answer trade or not. Just then Xiao's voice suddenly rang in Yunhang's earpiece. Detected energy fluctuations outside the spacecraft, likely a support fleet from the Star Track Chamber of Commerce approaching. Yunhang's pupils contracted. So Baya had already prepared a backup. He stared at the key chip in Baya's hand, then at the star core fragment about to fall from the air, and suddenly smiled. Fine, well trade. But I need to verify the key's authenticity first. Throw the chip over. Baya hesitated for a moment, then finally tossed the chip to Yunhang. As Yunhang caught the chip with a sidestep, he abruptly shoved the hostage toward Baya, and seizing the opening dashed toward the star core fragment, falling through the air. Get him! Baya roared. His men instantly reacted, leveling their energy guns at Yunhang again. But just as the beams were about to fire, a violent tremor suddenly shook the hall. The two previously still stone statues rose with a thunderous crash, their hollow eye sockets blazing with red light. The interference Yunhang had triggered not only bought him time, but also accidentally activated the statue's backup defense program. The statues raised their crystal staves, and energy beams instantly sent two of Baya's men flying. The hall descended into chaos, forcing Baya to first command his men to deal with the statues. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhang caught the star core fragment and turned to dash toward a side door deeper in the hall, the emergency passage Xiao had just scanned. Trying to run, Baya saw through his intention at once, and a laser shot from his mechanical eye striking the ground beside Yunhang's feet, sending debris flying. Yunhang stumbled, turning to see Baya circling around the statues in pursuit, his energy gun already locked onto his back. At the critical moment, Yunhang pressed the star core fragment against the energy lock of the side door. The moment the fragment touched the lock, silver patterns spread rapidly, and the side door slid open with a hum. He slipped into the passage, hit the close button, and watched Baya's furious face be sealed behind the heavy stone door. The passage was pitch black, lit only by the faint glow of the star core fragment. Yunhang leaned against the cold stone wall, panting as Xiao's voice sounded again in his earpiece. The spacecraft has initiated emergency launch procedures and is hovering above the ruins. Detecting that the star core fragment's energy frequency matches the passage walls, it might activate the passage's teleportation function. Yunhang looked down at the fragment in his palm, where a silver blue light seemed to show a star chart slowly revolving. He recalled the coordinates of the terminus gate that had flashed through his mind, then touched the key chip in his pocket, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whatever Baya's scheme in this game, he had gained the upper hand for now. But he knew this was only the beginning. The Star Track Chamber of Commerce's support fleet had already arrived, and the secret of the terminus gate still awaited him at the end of the Stardust passage. He gripped the star core fragment tightly and walked deeper into the passage. The light stretched behind him, casting a silver trail upon the unknown path ahead. The silver patterns on the corridor walls ignited one after another, with Yunhang's footsteps pulsing like a living breath. The star core fragment trembled faintly in his palm, as if resonating with the passage itself. Yunhang activated the illumination function on his wristband. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing a spiral staircase ascending ahead. Little A analyzed the activation conditions for the teleportation function. He inquired while climbing the soles of his boots, striking clear echoes against the steps. The star core fragment must be embedded into the energy interface at the end of the passage, along with the verification code from the key chip. Little A's voice crackled with static, but I detect energy traps hidden within the stone walls on both sides of the staircase. It is advisable to remain vigilant. Yunhang was about to respond when a sudden tremor ran through the step beneath him. He leaped swiftly, and from the spot where he had stood, several spikes shot up, gleaming with an eerie blue electrical light. He looked down to see the patterns on the staircase surface rapidly changing color, shifting from silver to a dangerous scarlet. The trap is triggered. Yunhang accelerated his ascent as the steps behind him began to collapse one by one, the sound of falling rubble echoing through the corridor. He caught a glimpse of many diamond-shaped recesses embedded in the stone walls, seemingly sealing some kind of crystal within. As the trap activated, the crystals in these recesses emitted a blinding glare. Just as he was about to reach the top of the staircase, several energy nets shot out from the stone walls on either side, attempting to ensnare him. Yunhang hurled the star core fragment forward. The fragment traced a silver blue arc through the air, striking the node of the energy net with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp crackling sound was heard, and the energy net instantly disintegrated, dissolving into a myriad of light particles. Seizing this opening, he leaped onto the platform. In the center stood a circular console bearing a recess, perfectly matching the shape of the star core fragment, with a slot for the key chip beside it. The console was engraved with complex astral symbols identical to the patterns flowing within the star core fragment. This is the place. Yunhang took a deep breath and embedded the star core fragment into the recess. The moment the fragment touched the console, the entire platform began to tremble violently. The astral symbols on the console's surface lit up one by one, emitting a humming resonance. He immediately retrieved the key chip and inserted it into the adjacent interface. The instant the chip was inserted, a virtual star map was projected above the console with countless points of light twinkling within, the complete view of the Stardust passage. However, an area at the edge of the star map was shrouded in thick fog marked as the location of the Gate of Eternity. Please enter the verification code. An ancient mechanical voice suddenly echoed across the platform, emanating not from little A, but from the console itself. Yuanhang was momentarily stunned, then realized this was the relic's automated voice system. He glanced at his wristband screen. Little A had already deciphered the basic code within the chip. The verification code is the identification number of the Stardust Merchant Guild C7391. He entered the code as instructed. The thick fog on the star map began to slowly dissipate, revealing the coordinates of the Gate of Eternity. But just as the coordinates were about to be fully displayed, the console emitted a piercing alarm, and the star map began to flicker violently. Warning: detecting external energy interference. The Stardust Merchant Guild's fleet is attacking the relic's shield. Little as alarm rang out urgently. Shield energy remaining at 30. Maximum support time is 5 minutes. Yuanhang looked up at the dome above the platform. He could faintly hear the dull thuds of the shield being assaulted. He turned his gaze back to the console, noticing that the coordinates of the Gate of Eternity on the star map were rapidly fading, evidently affected by the external interference. We must activate the teleportation immediately, Yuanhang commanded decisively, pressing his hand against the console. Little A forcefully synchronized the star core fragment with the console's energy core, using the ship's backup power to assist the startup. This will overload the ship's energy system, Little A warned. It may cause the ship to lose control. Execute the order. Yuanhang's tone brooked no argument. He could feel the star core fragment vibrating violently within the recess, as if resisting the forced activation. The patterns on the console's surface began to heat up, radiating a scorching aura. Energy synchronization in progress. 30. 70. Little's voice was laced with static. Ship's energy system overloaded. Engine temperature rising sharply. Yuanhang's palm was stinging from the heat, but he did not let go. The coordinates of the Gate of Eternity on the star map stabilized once more. A silver pillar of light shot up from the center of the console, forming a swirling portal above the platform. Within the portal was the profound depths of space. The portal is open, Little A shouted. The shield is about to collapse. Get it? Yuanhang cast a final glance at the console. The star core fragment had completely merged with the recess, becoming the portal's energy source. He turned and dashed towards the portal. Behind him came the deafening crash of the shield shattering as rubble and energy shockwaves surged towards the platform. In the split second before his body was swallowed by the portal, he seemed to see the silhouette of Baiyu appear at the platform's entrance, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Then an intense sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. The surroundings began to warp and spin, countless stars streaking past his vision. After an indeterminate time, the weightlessness ceased, and Yuanhang crashed heavily onto a cold metal floor. He struggled to his feet, finding himself inside a colossal space station. Through a distant porthole, he could see a nebula unlike any he had ever witnessed, shimmering in dreamlike hues of purple and gold. A communication request from Little A suddenly popped up on his wristband. When the image connected, Little A's virtual form appeared, voice crackling with static. Teleportation successful. The ship. Outside the station. Emergency landing. Energy. At 10. The communication abruptly cut off. Yuanhang stared at the dark screen of his wristband, then at the deep shadowy corridor stretching before him within the space station. He knew he had arrived at the end of the Stardust passage, and the secret of the Gate of Eternity was likely concealed within this mysterious space station. He gripped the energy dagger at his waist and strode towards the depths of the corridor. The indicator lights on either side of the passage slowly illuminated, as if welcoming his arrival, yet also heralding new dangers. The terminus of the Stardust passage lay just ahead, but the true trial had only just begun. A faint tremor vibrated through the icy metal floor, as if some colossal machinery was churning in the depths. Yuanhang advanced along the corridor, the indicator lights on either side casting an eerie green glow. His elongated shadow stretched across the scarred bulkhead. The gashes were smooth at the edges, not from natural wear, but as if carved by some claw or energy weapon. Xiaowei, can you hear me? He tapped his wristband, but the screen remained pitch black. The impact of the crash landing had evidently damaged the communication module. Now he had to explore this unknown space station alone. At the end of the corridor lay a sealed hatch, its electronic lock long dead, leaving only a twisted hole. Yuanhang sidled through the gap and entered a spacious control room. The console was thick with dust, most screens shattered, yet the central main screen miraculously glowed, displaying chaotic streams of data and occasionally flickering with blurry star chart coordinates. Anyone here? Yun Hang called out tentatively. His voice echoed in the empty control room, met with no response. He approached the main console, brushing his fingertips over the dust-laden keys. Suddenly, he touched a warm piece of metal, a badge of the Star Trek Trade Syndicate, its edges stained with dark red traces. White Crow and his team have been here too. Yun Hang's heart tightened as he gripped his energy dagger. The dark red on the badge reminded him of the Syndicate member wounded by a stone statue in the ruins. It seemed that after the shield collapsed, they had also found a way aboard the space station. Just then a faint rustling came from the corner of the control room, like the sound of metal scraping. Yun Hang spun around, his dagger pointed at the source, only to see a ventilation grill trembling slightly. He crept closer to the grill. Just as he reached out to inspect it, a black shadow darted out from the ventilation shaft, moving so fast its outline was almost indiscernible. Yun Hang instinctively sidestepped, and the shadow grazed his shoulder before crashing into the console with a resounding clang. As the dust settled, Yun Hang saw it was a waste-time maintenance robot, its metal shell covered in rust, one mechanical arm missing, exposing flickering wires inside. But its optical lens glowed red, and it swung its remaining arm, brandishing a welding torch that hissed sharply. Warning. Detected unauthorized intruder. The robot's voice was a stuttering electronic tone as sparks from the welding torch flew straight at Yun Hang's face. He ducked, dodging the sparks, and kicked the robot's base in one fluid motion. The robot lost its balance and fell. Its red flickering lens stared intently at him, repeating in a broken voice, "Eliminate. Intruder. Gate of Eternity. Keep away. Gate of Eternity." Yun Hang seized on the keyword, crouching to examine the robot's core module. "Do you know where the Gate of Eternity is, A?" Suddenly, the robot thrashed violently, its remaining arm hammering the floor while emitting a shrill alarm. "Alert. Activating self-destruct sequence. Countdown 10 seconds. 9 seconds. Yun Hang immediately retreated as the robot's body began to swell, red light glowing from within. He turned and dashed out of the control room. A violent explosion erupted behind him, the shockwave hurling him through the air until he slammed heavily against the corridor's hatch. Cough. Cough. Yun Hang scrambled to his feet, coughing. A gash on his forehead bled crimson, streaming down his cheek. The explosion triggered a chain reaction across the space station. Emergency lights in the corridor began to flicker, their red glow pulsing on and off, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Clutching his wound, he pressed on. The hatch ahead slid open automatically, revealing a deep, dark corridor beyond. Most of the nameplates on the cabin doors along the corridor were illegible, but the one at the very end read, "Gate of Eternity Control Room," with startling clarity, as if recently polished. A faint smell of blood hung in the air. Following the scent, Yun Hang reached a half-open cabin door. The moment he pushed it open, a thick, coppery stench hit him. Inside the cabin, several bodies lay scattered, all wearing Star Trek Trade Syndicate uniforms. Among them was the very subordinate he had once hijacked, his chest bearing a charred, penetrating wound. This wasn't done by the robot. Yun Hang examined the wound. The edges showed signs of energy, burns more like a blast from an energy gun. A mutiny? Or did they encounter something else? Just as he stood up, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, accompanied by White Crow's icy voice. "Looks like you're tougher to kill than I thought." Yun Hang turned to see White Crow at the far end, flanked by only two remaining subordinates, their uniforms all stained with blood. White Crow's mechanical eye glowed red, fixed on Yun Hang. "My men were attacked by an unknown creature here. You'd better pray it wasn't you." "Likewise." Yun Hang sneered, his gaze sweeping over the shadows behind White Crow, where something seemed to writhe. "What about your support fleet? Didn't they board with you?" White Crow's face turned grim. The energy surge from the shield collapse destroyed the teleportation device. "Only the few of us managed to force our way aboard. Now we might be trapped here." Just then a teeth-grinding sound of tearing metal came from deeper in the corridor. The writhing in the shadows intensified, and countless slender tendrils could be vaguely seen swaying. White Crow's two subordinates suddenly let out terrified screams and turned to run, but were instantly ensnared by the tendrils and dragged into the darkness, leaving behind only two brief cries. White Crow's face turned pale. He instinctively raised his energy gun. "What the hell is that?" Yun Hang stared at the silhouette slowly emerging from the shadows. A massive creature whose body seemed made of liquid metal, its surface covered in countless eye-like luminous organs with tendrils sparking with energy at their tips. Its optical organs swiveled toward Yun Hang and White Crow, emitting a low hum. "It seems the master of this space station doesn't welcome us." Yun Hang tightened his grip on the energy dagger and stood back to back with White Crow. "Maybe now we should call a temporary truce." White Crow didn't reply, but the hum of his energy gun spoke for itself. The creature in the shadows slowly advanced, its tendrils scraping noisily across the floor. The emergency lights flickered red over its form like a phantom from the abyss. The secret of the Gate of Eternity remained unrevealed, yet a new crisis had already descended upon them. Thick blood oozed down the cabin wall, illuminated by the red emergency lights, resembling writhing blood serpents. Yunheng stared at the metallic creature in the shadows as the star core fragment in his palm suddenly heated up, the silver-blue aura within becoming unstable, as if warning him of impending danger. "It's absorbing energy," Baya suddenly exclaimed as the energy gun fired first, hitting the glowing organ on the creature's surface. The moment the beam exploded, the creature let out a piercing shriek, its surface tentacles violently expanding, whipping towards the two with the ferocity of whips. Yunheng pulled Baya to roll aside, narrowly avoiding the oncoming tentacles. The tentacles struck the cabin door, instantly tearing deep gashes into the thick alloy door panel, sending metallic debris flying. He noticed that as the creature's tentacles swept across the ground, they left behind a faint green slime, and where the slime dripped, the metal floor was visibly corroding. "Its weakness is in the glowing organ," Yunheng shouted, throwing an energy grenade towards the creature's head. The grenade exploded under the interception of the tentacles, the bright light temporarily repelling the creature and illuminating the corridor behind it. There lay more corpses of Star Trajectory Guild members, their surfaces covered in the same green slime. Baya seized the opportunity to shoot continuously, the energy beams accurately striking the creature's glowing organ. The creature let out a pained howl, its body curling up violently as countless tentacles flailed wildly, smashing everything around them, control panels and pipes alike. The alarm of the space station grew increasingly urgent. The cabin's air pressure began to plummet, and a chilling wind surged in through the breaches, carrying a strong stench of blood. "It's gathering strength. Get down." Yunheng pulled Baya into the adjacent cabin, swiftly shutting the heavy isolation door behind them. As soon as the door closed, a violent impact sound echoed, shaking the entire cabin, the indicator light on the lock flashing erratically, poised to collapse at any moment. The two leaned against the cold door, gasping for breath in the pitch-black cabin, with only a faint light seeping through the ventilation duct. Yunheng touched the wound on his forehead. The blood had already congealed, and he could distinctly hear his own heartbeat alongside the relentless pounding from the creature outside the door. "What on earth is that thing?" Baya's voice trembled slightly, the red glow of his mechanical eye stark against the darkness. "There's no record of such a creature in the space station's database." Yunheng did not answer, his gaze fixed on the ground. There lay a trail of fresh blood, footprints not human, but resembling those of a clawed creature with green slime, smeared along the edges, extending deeper into the cabin. He cautiously approached, discovering the blood trail ended at a tightly locked storage room, door dark red, liquid seeping from beneath it. "There's something inside," Yunheng whispered, sliding his fingertip across his wristband, attempting to activate the lighting function. The wristband screen flickered a few times before finally illuminating, revealing the label on the storage room door, "Biological Sample Storage Area." Just then the banging from outside suddenly ceased. Silence enveloped the cabin. The only sound remaining was the whimpering from the ventilation duct. Baya tightened his grip on the energy gun, warily watching the isolation door. "Has it gone?" Yunheng shook his head, his gaze falling on the blood seeping from the storage room door crack. Those blood droplets were slowly flowing, as if drawn by some unseen force, gathering towards the ventilation duct. He suddenly looked up, seeing several silver-white tentacles sticking to the ventilation grill, swaying gently with the airflow. "It's up there." Before Yunheng could finish, the ventilation grill was suddenly smashed, countless tentacles raining down like a storm from above. "Damn it." Baya fired frantically in midair, the energy beams striking the cabin ceiling, sending debris and sparks raining down. Seizing the moment, Yunheng lunged for the storage room door, inserting his energy dagger into the lock, forcibly prying it open. Crack! The lock broke and the storage room door swung open. The sight inside made Yunheng's pupils constrict. Inside were numerous transparent incubation pods, most of which were shattered green nutrient liquids spilling across the floor. In the center of the storage room lay a massive humanoid corpse with a piercing wound in its chest, blood seeping from there, and in its hand it tightly clutched a crystal similar to the star core fragment. The second star core fragment. Yunheng's heart stirred. Just as he was about to step forward, he was interrupted by a commotion behind him. Baya had already broken free from the tentacles, crashing to the ground, his energy gun flying out of his hand. The metallic creature fully emerged from the ventilation duct, its massive body filling half the cabin, its glowing organs fixated greedily on the corpse in the center of the storage room, emitting a ravenous hum. It seemed more interested in the crystal in the corpse's hand, temporarily ignoring Yunheng and Baya as its tentacles slowly extended towards the corpse. Yunheng seized the opportunity to rush to the corpse's side, attempting to pry open its fingers, only to find the skin cold and hard, the fingers gripping like steel. "Use this." Baya suddenly threw an energy dagger while he picked up the energy gun from the ground, drawing the creature's attention again. "Hurry. It's coming." Yunhang received the dagger and stabbed down hard at the corpse's wrist. The moment the dagger pierced the corpse, suddenly opened its eyes. Those were white eyeballs without pupils hollowly staring at the ceiling. Its fingers abruptly relaxed. The star core fragment dropped to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The instant the fragment hit the floor, the metallic creature emitted a deafening shriek, rushing madly towards the storage room. Yunhang snatched up the fragment and he and Baiyu sprinted towards the emergency exit on the opposite side of the cabin. Behind them, the incubation pods were smashed by the tentacles. Green nutrient liquid mixing with blood splattered, leaving winding blood trails on the floor. The two burst out of the emergency exit, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. Yunhang turned to see the metallic creature's tentacles extending through the door cracks, swiftly spreading along the blood trails on the ground. He immediately gripped both star core fragments in his hand, and the moment the fragments made contact, they erupted with a blinding silver-blue aura, forcing back the encroaching tentacles by half an inch. The fragments can restrain it. Yunhang exclaimed with delight, tightening his grip on the fragments, the aura growing even more intense. Follow me to the control room of the end of days. Baiyu followed without hesitation. The two raced down the corridor, the tentacles still closely pursuing the blood trails on the ground, sizzling under the burning aura. In the red glow of the emergency lights, two figures sprinted amidst the chase between the blood trails and the aura, the outline of the end of days door faintly visible at the corridor's end. Yunhang piloted the starship, racing along the Stardust passage. His gaze was fixed intently on the instrument panel, his mind still replaying the breathtaking interstellar chase from earlier. Though he had temporarily evaded the enemy, he knew the danger had not yet fully dissipated. The ship's energy shield had sustained some damage during the pursuit. Fortunately, Yunhang possessed a unique repair technique. He deftly operated the console to perform emergency repairs on the shield. During this process, his communication device suddenly emitted a peculiar fluctuation. Yunhang frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what kind of signal is this? Could this be a new tracking method from the enemy? He quickly adjusted the communication channel, attempting to decipher the mysterious signal. As the parsing progress bar advanced, the content of the signal gradually became clear. It was a distress call from an unknown coordinate. This is quite troublesome, Yunhang muttered to himself. Going to the rescue might delay my arrival at the destination and could even lead me into new danger. But ignoring it would go against my principles. After a brief internal struggle, Yunhang ultimately decided to head toward the source of the distress signal. He deeply understood that in the vast universe, every life deserved to be saved. As the ship approached the signal's origin, Yunhang saw a badly damaged small spacecraft floating in space. Its surface was riddled with holes, clearly having suffered a severe attack. Yunhang carefully docked his ship beside it, donned his spacesuit, and prepared to mount a rescue. He opened the hatch and used his thrusters to fly toward the crippled vessel. Upon entering the spacecraft, Yunhang found it in utter disarray, with various pieces of equipment scattered everywhere. In the cockpit, he located the one who had sent the distress signal, a seemingly very weak alien being. Hello, I've come to rescue you, Yunhang said in the common tongue. The alien creature lifted its head slightly, a glimmer of gratitude in its eyes, but it soon showed a pained expression. Yunhang examined its body and found it was seriously injured, in urgent need of treatment. He carried the alien back to his own ship and placed it in the medical pod for care. During the treatment, he began studying the damaged ship's flight logs, hoping to find clues about the attack it had endured. After a thorough analysis, Yunhang discovered that the spacecraft seemed to have been attacked by a group of unidentified space pirates while on a secret mission. It seems this part of the universe is not peaceful, Yunhang murmured to himself. I must be cautious and avoid getting entangled in more trouble. Just then, the medical pod emitted a beep, indicating that the alien's injuries had been brought under initial control. The alien slowly opened its eyes, looked at Yunhang, and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Rueyer, and I am an interstellar explorer." Yunhang smiled and replied, "You're welcome. My name is Yunhang. How did you come under attack by space pirates?" Rueyer sighed and recounted his experiences to Yunhang in full detail. It turned out that during an expedition, Rueyer had discovered a mysterious planet that seemed to harbor a tremendous secret. His find had drawn the attention of certain factions, including those space pirates. Determined to seize this secret, they had relentlessly pursued Rueyer. After hearing this, Yunhang's heart stirred, and he asked, "Do you still remember the coordinates of that mysterious planet?" Rueyer nodded and said, "Of course I do, but I advise you not to go there. It's far too dangerous." Yunhang chuckled and replied, "I'm no stranger to danger. Perhaps this mysterious planet will bring me new opportunities." During his conversation with Rueyer, Yunhang discovered that the alien was a knowledgeable interstellar explorer with considerable understanding of various enigmatic regions along the Stardust Passage. Yunhang decided to invite Rueyer to join his journey to explore the unknown universe together. Rueyer gladly accepted, hoping to use Yunhang's strength to uncover the secrets of that mysterious planet. And so Yunhang and Rueer piloted the starship once again, setting out on the Stardust passage. Before them lay a universe filled with unknowns and challenges. Behind them the dangers and tales gradually faded into oblivion. What adventures and trials await them on this new journey? Everything remains an enigma. As the spaceship emerged from the warp lane, the sight outside the porthole made both Yunhang and Rueer hold their breath. The celestial body, which Rueer called the mist planet, floated in the pitch-black cosmos, its surface shrouded in thick purplish-gray clouds. Between the gaps in the clouds, silver-blue arcs of electricity flickered occasionally, like a slumbering giant beast breathing slowly. This is it. Rueer pointed at the coordinates on the holographic star map, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. My probe once penetrated the clouds and captured the outlines of structures on the surface, but the signal was soon jammed and lost. Yunhang adjusted the ship's attitude, attempting to scan the structure of the planet's atmosphere, but the scanner screen displayed only a chaotic mess of static. The interference is too strong, he frowned. Keep the shield energy at 80%. We'll have to navigate through the ionosphere carefully. The moment the spaceship broke through the clouds, violent turbulence set off a chorus of alarms on the console. The purplish-gray mist coiled around the hull, as if alive, and soon ice crystalline substances condensed on the porthole, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters. Yunhang gripped the control stick tightly, relying on years of interstellar navigation instinct to dodge floating meteorite fragments like hidden reefs. An air vortex 3 kilometers to the port side. Rueer suddenly shouted, the ancient astrolabe before him emitting a rapid faint glow. Follow the astrolabe's guidance and turn. There's a safe passage. The spaceship grazed the edge of the vortex, and the turbulence abruptly subsided. The mist seemed to be dispersed by an unseen force, revealing a vast valley before them. In the center of the valley stood dozens of pyramid-like structures, their surfaces covered with flowing energy runes that glowed faintly in sync with the planet's rotation. This is the ruin complex, I discovered. Rueer's voice carried a note of awe. Those runes don't match any known civilization. They're like some kind of living energy entity. Yunhang landed the spaceship in the shadow of the largest pyramid. As soon as the hatch opened, an ancient and pure surge of energy flooded in. The ground was covered in a translucent crystalline substance that emitted a crisp resonance with each step, as if the entire planet was responding to their arrival. Watch out for the runes on the ground. Rueer crouched down, gently touching a glowing line on the surface. My probe malfunctioned after coming into contact with this kind of energy. They seem to be able to sense outsiders and are defending something. As his words faded, a beam of light suddenly blazed from the apex of the pyramid, shooting straight into the sky. The energy runes around the valley instantly flared to life. The once still pyramids began to tremble slightly, as if something was awakening. Yunhang's communicator suddenly emitted a harsh static laced with a faint garbled signal, its frequency exactly matching the distress signal Rueer had sent before. This isn't a distress signal, Yunhang realized abruptly, pulling up the signal spectrum analysis. This is some kind of homing beacon. Someone is using Rueer's signal to track this place. In the distance, the roar of engines came from the sky. 3 ferocious-looking spaceships burst through the clouds, diving toward the valley. Their hulls were emblazoned with a skull emblem, the mark of the space pirates who had attacked Rueer. How did they find this place? Rueer's face paled. I encrypted the flight log. Yunhang stared at the pirates' flight trajectory, then suddenly looked at the light beam atop the pyramid. They're not tracking you. They're tracking the energy signal from this ruin. Your ship just happened to trigger the beacon, making it their guide. The pirate ships began to strafe the ground. Energy beams struck the pyramid's energy shield, creating ripples across its surface. The crystals on the ground vibrated violently, and the light flowing through the ancient runes grew frenzied. Run! Yunhang grabbed Rueer. The ruins' defense systems are activated. If we don't leave now, we'll be caught between the pirates and the ruins. The two sprinted toward the spaceship. Behind them, the pyramid emitted a low hum. The light beam at its peak suddenly split into countless energy bolts, shooting toward the pirate ships in the sky like a meteor shower. Explosions echoed through the clouds, but more pirate ships were breaking through the mist, converging on this ancient valley. They had just burst into the cockpit when the entire valley began to shake violently. The apex of the largest pyramid slowly split open, revealing a bottomless black void. A wave of energy 100 times more powerful than before surged out, scattering even the clouds in the sky. What is that? Rueer pointed at the enormous shadow faintly visible within the black void, his voice trembling with fear. Yunhang started the engines, and the spaceship struggled to lift off amid the shockwaves of energy. He turned to look back at the black void. Within the shadow, countless eyes seemed to be slowly opening, their gaze cold and ancient, fixed upon the intruders and uninvited guests. Whatever that is, Yunhang gripped the control stick, pushing the engine thrust to maximum. We have to get out of here before it fully awakens, or none of us will leave this planet alive. The spaceship pierced through the mist that was closing in again. Behind them, the Valley of Ruins was being engulfed by an energy storm. The explosions of pirate ships and the roar of the ruins intertwined, becoming the mysterious planet's first gift to the intruders. And Yunheng knew this was only the beginning. They not only had to escape the pirates' pursuit, but also uncover the secrets hidden within these ruins and why they had attracted so many covetous eyes. The spacecraft shuddered violently as it burst through the misty planet's atmosphere, the violet-gray clouds outside the porthole torn apart by the engine's exhaust plume. Yunheng stared intently at the energy dashboard. The shield value had plummeted to 40% from the recent shockwave, and the hull groaned with an unsettling creak due to resonance. The left engine's energy output is unstable. Rue Air's voice came with heavy gasps as he manually adjusted the energy conduits, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The energy storm just now disrupted the circuits. At this rate, we won't make it through the jump preparation. Yunheng yanked the control lever, sending the ship into a perilous arc to evade a homing missile fired by the pirate vessel. Activate the backup power and charge the engines. He fixed his gaze on the relentless red dots on the radar screen. They're still chasing us. These madmen dared to brave the energy storm from the ruins. Behind them, above the misty planet, the energy storm was expanding at a visible rate. The pirate fleet's formation had long since scattered, yet two ships still clung stubbornly to their trail. Even more chilling, from the colossal black chasm on the planet's surface, countless thin energy beams shot into space, tightening like an invisible net. Wait! Rue Air suddenly grabbed Yunheng's hand, pointing at the energy waveforms dancing on the control screen. Look at this. Our ship's energy frequency is resonating with the ruins' signal. On the screen, the green waveform representing the ship's engine was gradually overlapping with the purple waveform from the planet. With each resonance, the ship's vibrations lessened. Yunheng's pupils contracted. What does this mean? It means we can use this resonance to cross the energy net. Rue Air pulled up the star map and plotted a course through the gaps in the energy web. But we must maintain this frequency. Any deviation and the beams will tear us apart. Yunheng took a deep breath and switched the ship to full manual control. The vessel darted like a nimble fish, weaving through the dense energy beams. Every turn was precise to the millimeter. The engine's roar and the beam's hum formed an eerie resonance, and faint energy patterns even began to ripple across the hull's surface. One of the pursuing pirate ships, clearly unaware of the energy net's danger, attempted to accelerate past, but was struck by a suddenly constricting beam. The ship disintegrated into countless specks of light, without even an explosion. Only one left. Rue Air shouted as the safe exit on the star map lay just ahead. They're going to ram us. From the corner of his eye, Yunheng saw the pirate ship adjusting its angle, clearly intent on a mutual destruction. Suddenly recalling the faint glow of Rue Air's astrolabe, he abruptly switched the energy output mode. Rue Air channeled the astrolabe's energy into the navigation system. The ancient astrolabe burst into dazzling light as energy surged into it. A fine beam shot toward the console, and a new branch suddenly appeared on the star map, the weakest node of the energy net and the pirate ship's blind spot. The spacecraft descended at a near vertical angle, barely avoiding the pirate ship's collision. Unable to turn in time, the pirate vessel plunged straight into the net's node and was reduced to ashes in a violent explosion. As they passed through the energy net, all vibrations ceased abruptly. Yunheng looked back to see the misty planet completely engulfed by the ever-expanding energy storm, transformed into a slowly burning purple fireball in space. None of the pursuing pirate ships ever emerged from the storm's range. The spacecraft settled into stable cruising, and Yunheng collapsed into his seat with a long, relieved sigh. Rue Air was carefully examining the astrolabe. Its faint glow had subsided, but a new engraving resembling the energy patterns of the ruins had appeared on its surface. What kind of ruins are these? Yunheng asked softly, the icy gaze from the black chasm still lingering in his mind. Rue Air traced the new engraving on the astrolabe, his expression grave. The astrolabe transmitted a message during the resonance. Those aren't man-made ruins, they're the hibernation pod of a warden. He paused, lowering his voice further. And we might have just woken it up. Yunheng's communicator buzzed again, this time not with static, but a clear pulse signal. The signal's frequency matched the earlier beacon perfectly, yet carried a new rhythm, like a warning or perhaps a summons. The signal source. Rue Air pulled up the coordinates, his face turning deathly pale. Is the end of the Stardust passage the dead planet, known as the Forgotten Star Core? Yunheng gazed out the porthole at the deep cosmos. The Stardust passage stretched ahead like a silver ribbon, guiding them into the unknown. He knew the adventure on the misty planet was merely an interlude. The true secrets and dangers awaited them at the end of the passage. And the awakened warden, along with the relentless signal, would become the greatest enigma of their journey ahead. The spacecraft glided smoothly through the undercurrents of the Stardust passage. The starlight beyond the portholes stretched into ribbons of iridescent hues by the warp channel. Yunheng replayed the pulse signal from the Forgotten Star core repeatedly. The rhythm in the waveform resembled an ancient heartbeat, each fluctuation resonating faintly with the etchings on Rueer's astrolabe. The astrolabe's energy response is intensifying. Rueer placed the astrolabe flat on the central console. The flowing etchings crept slowly along its edges, leaving trails of pale gold on the metal surface. It's deciphering the signal. As if translating a text, Yunheng stared at the coordinates of the Forgotten Star core marked on the star chart. It was the terminus of the Stardust passage, a place labeled Forbidden Zone in every interstellar navigation log. Legend held that an interstellar war had erupted there, leaving residual radiation capable of paralyzing any ship's circuitry. The signal's frequency is changing. Yunheng pointed abruptly at the screen. The once regular pulses had become erratic, interspersed with faint crackling noise. It sounds like a distress call. Rueer pressed down on the astrolabe, sharply, a jolt of pain shooting through her fingertips. The etchings on the astrolabe suddenly flared, projecting a blurry holographic image. Amidst the wreckage of a shattered planet stood a pyramid similar to the one on the misty planet, countless energy beams shooting from its apex into the cosmos. The final frame showed a pair of bloodshot eyes staring intently into the lens. Is this the Guardian? Rueer's voice trembled. It's under attack. The spacecraft shuddered violently. The light bands of the warp channel began to twist. Yunheng switched to conventional flight mode. As they burst out of warp, the sight before him made him gasp. The end of the Stardust passage was littered with drifting wreckage. Rusted metal fragments were entwined with dark crimson energy, threads forming a colossal web that shrouded the dead planet ahead. That's the Forgotten Star core. Rueer pointed at the gray-black planet in the distance. Its surface showed no light, yet a faint dark crimson glow could be seen shifting beneath the crust. The radiation belt from the war is still active. Our shields can hold for 3 hours at most. Yunheng maneuvered the ship through the debris. The dark crimson energy threads sparked upon contact with the shields. He noticed that all the fractures on the wreckage were eerily clean, as if precisely cut by some energy beam. The signal is getting stronger. Rueer suddenly shouted. The astrolabe's projection became clearer, revealing the pyramid surrounded by armored figures whose weapons fired the same dark crimson beams as the energy threads. It's the Obsidian Legion. They're attacking the Guardian. Yunheng recalled the images from interstellar wanted bulletins. The Obsidian Legion was a mysterious armed force active in the Stardust passage, notorious for plundering the energy cores of ancient ruins with extreme brutality. He hadn't expected they would follow them here. As the ship passed through the radiation belt and neared the atmosphere of the Forgotten Star core, Yunheng saw the pyramid on the planet's surface beginning to collapse. A colossal energy column shot up from the pyramid's apex, colliding with the dark crimson energy net in space. The resulting shockwave rocked the spacecraft violently. The astrolabe is burning up. Rueer cried out. The etchings on its surface began to flake off, transforming into golden particles that merged with the console. It's channeling energy into the ship. The relic energy from the misty planet. The ship's shield readings suddenly surged to 100%, and the engines roared with unprecedented power. Yunheng watched in astonishment as the dark crimson energy threads upon touching the hull were repelled by golden energy patterns. We can penetrate the energy net directly. Yunheng gripped the controls, and the ship plunged toward the planet's surface like a golden meteor. Rueer pinpoint the pyramid's location. We need to help the Guardian. Rueer pulled up real-time coordinates, her expression growing graver. No need to locate it. It's coming toward us. In the holographic display, the crumbling pyramid suddenly stopped collapsing. The energy beam at its peak swiveled toward the ship. Countless golden specks flew out from the pyramid, coalescing in space into a radiant ribbon, a guiding pathway leading into the darkness at the planet's core. The Obsidian Legion's ships detected their movement and swiveled their cannons to fire. But the golden energy patterns formed an impenetrable shield around the hull. The energy beams merely left ripples upon impact. The spacecraft pierced the atmosphere and landed on the plaza before the pyramid. As Yunheng and Rueer stepped out of the hatch, a tall figure emerged from the pyramid's ruins. It was composed entirely of golden energy, yet its form resembled a human. Its face bore no features, only a pair of luminous eyes identical to those in the hologram. Outsiders, you have awakened me. A deep voice resonated directly in their minds devoid of emotion. And you have brought the destroyers. The Guardian raised an arm, forming a golden shield before them, while transmitting a thought to Yunheng. The secret of the Stardust passage lies here. What they seek is the Star Core force, power enough to annihilate a galaxy. Yuanheng looked at his communicator, which had suddenly lit up. The frequency of the pulse signal matched the Guardian's mental waves perfectly. He finally understood that ever since the Misty Planet they had been drawn into a guardianship battle spanning eons. What should we do? He responded in his mind. The Guardian's energy form began to flicker clearly at its limit. The astrolabe has activated the ship's resonance device. You can enter the Starcore Nexus, find the Source Stone, and stop them from activating the Starcore Force, or the entire Stardust passage will be reduced to ashes. The ground of the plaza suddenly split open, revealing a staircase descending into the planet's heart from which golden light surged endlessly. Obsidian Legion soldiers had already breached the shield and were charging toward them. Go! Yuanheng shoved Rueer, then turned to activate the ship's defensive weapons. They'll cover you. Activate the Star Core Nexus defense system. Rueer glanced at Yuanheng's retreating figure, then at the stairway to the planet's core. Clutching the astrolabe tightly, she resolutely dashed down the steps. Golden light blazed behind her, forming a stark contrast with the distant dark crimson energy. Thus began the battle that would decide the fate of the Stardust Passage. Ryer's footsteps echoed in the stairway passage, the golden light flowing along the rock walls, stretching his shadow long. The star disk burned in his palm, the energy in its engravings resonating with the light deep within the passage, as if guiding his direction. He could hear the roar of energy weapons and Yuanheng's shouts behind him, every step feeling extraordinarily heavy. Just 3 more levels to reach the core. Ryer shouted into the communicator, but only received static in response. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace, charging into the final stretch of the passage. Before him, a vast circular space, hundreds of meters in diameter, hovered in midair, countless energy beams cascading down from the ceiling. In the center floated a crystal the size of a fist, radiating a gentle white light. That is the Source Stone. Ryer recognized the pattern recorded in the star disk. It was smaller than the legends described, yet contained energy capable of shaking the entire planet. As he reached out his hand, the surrounding energy beams suddenly flickered violently, and a harsh sound of metal scraping came from the edge of the space. Soldiers of the Obsidian Legion burst through the passage entrance, leading a man clad in dark red armor, a scar running across his left eye. Hand over the Source Stone, the scarred man said, his voice rasping like sandpaper. I can make your death a little easier. Ryer instinctively raised the star disk in front of him, which suddenly erupted with a bright light, forming an energy barrier. The Guardian said, you will not use the power of the star core for evil. He retreated while feeling his way to the control panel, which was covered in patterns similar to those on the star disk. Guardian, that old relic about to extinguish. The scarred man scoffed, signaling his soldiers to open fire. Energy beams struck the barrier, creating ripples as Ryer felt the energy of the star disk rapidly dwindling. Just as the barrier was about to shatter, the control panel suddenly lit up. Ryer realized what to do and pressed the star disk into the central groove of the control panel. The engravings on the star disk perfectly aligned with the patterns on the control panel, causing the energy beams surrounding the space to instantly redirect, trapping the soldiers of the Obsidian Legion between the beams. No, the scarred man roared, trying to destroy the beams, but was thrown back by the rebounding energy. Seizing the opportunity, Ryer rushed towards the floating Source Stone. The moment his fingertip touched the crystal, a massive flow of information surged into his mind, originating from the Stardust pathway's secrets guarded by the Guardian and records of countless civilizations' rise and fall. The Source Stone suddenly blazed with light, and the entire core space began to tremble violently. Ryer saw a thin line of energy form between the star disk and the Source Stone, the patterns on the control panel illuminating, and an ancient text appeared in the air, Guardian of the Star Core, awaken now. The ground erupted with violent explosions, and the rocks at the passage entrance began to collapse. Ryer looked up to see Yuanheng charging and covered in wounds, followed by several Obsidian soldiers. Ryer, have you activated the defense system? Yuanheng shouted, while shooting blood seeping from his shoulder wound. Just one last step. Ryer pointed at the Source Stone. I need to use the energy of the star disk to activate the defense mechanism of the Source Stone, but I need time. Yuanheng suddenly threw the last grenade at the pursuing soldiers, dashing to the control panel amidst the explosion's cover. They'll cover you. He drew the short blade from his waist, its edge glinting coldly in the energy light. Just initiated with me here, they won't get in. The scarred man broke through the collapsing rubble, swinging his energy blade wreathed in dark red flames at Yuanheng. Get out of my way. Yuanheng sidestepped the attack, the short blade clashing against the energy blade, sparks flying to the ground. He could feel the opponent's strength far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers, with each collision sending tingling sensations through his arm. Ryer closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his spirit on the star disk. The engravings on the star disk gradually melded with the Source Stone, the stone's glow intensifying as it began to emit a deep resonant hum. The energy beams surrounding the space suddenly converged, forming a massive energy sphere that trapped all the obsidian soldiers within. No. The scarred man realized something was wrong and attempted to retreat, but was held back tightly by Yun Hang. Enduring the severe pain from his wound, Yun Hang plunged the short blade into the gap in the man's armor, dark red energy bursting forth. As the source stone was fully activated, the entire core space began to shake violently. Ryer saw the star disk and source stone merge into one, a dazzling white light shooting upwards, piercing through the planet's crust and soaring into the sky. The obsidian spacecraft in space melted away like ice and snow in the white light, the dark red energy net collapsing instantly. Yun Hang supported the nearly exhausted Ryer, watching the white light in the sky gradually dissipate. The core space began to stabilize and the energy beams softened once more. Did we succeed? Ryer's voice trembled. The star disk in his palm had disappeared, leaving only a faint mark. Yun Hang gazed at the golden light gradually brightening outside the passage. The voice of the Guardian came through the communicator, this time not as a thought, but as clear common speech. Thank you, outsiders, for safeguarding the balance of the Stardust pathways. The balance of the Stardust pathways has been protected by you. The two exchanged smiles, exhausted yet relieved. As they returned to the surface along the stairs, they saw the mist had dissipated from the atmosphere of the Forgotten Star core, revealing the azure ocean and green land. In the distance, the light of the Stardust pathways shone brighter than ever, like a silver ribbon, rejuvenated, flowing gently through the universe. Where to next? Ryer looked at Yun Hang, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yun Hang gazed at the starry sky outside the viewport, subtly adjusting the controls. The Stardust pathways are so long, new adventures await us. The spacecraft slowly ascended, flying towards the distant pathways, behind them the reborn planet, and ahead the endless universe and unknown possibilities. The spaceship glided through the warm currents of the Stardust passage, and the starlight outside the porthole shone brighter than ever before. Yun Hang adjusted the energy circuits, repairing the damage left from the battle, while Rue'er studied the mark left after the star chart vanished. As his fingertips traced the pale golden patterns on his wrist, fine specks of light scattered. Look at this. Rue'er suddenly pointed at the navigation screen, where a string of unfamiliar signal frequencies appeared, strikingly similar to the energy fluctuations of the previous Guardians. It's coming from a tributary of the passage, like some sort of invitation. Yun Hang connected the signal to the analysis system, and on the screen instantly emerged a planet encircled by colorful rings, its coordinates marked at the unexplored end of a Stardust passage tributary. There's no record of this planet on the star chart, he mused, stroking his chin. But the energy frequency is very pure, not seeming dangerous. Just then, the ship's communication channel suddenly activated on its own, and a melodious tune flowed out. Not a mechanical signal tone, but an ancient piece played on some stringed instrument, the notes mingling with faint human voices, as if in a low chant. It's the star speakers. Rue'er exclaimed excitedly, searching out a yellowed star chart handbook. Legend says they are an ancient civilization guarding the tributaries of the Stardust passage, able to converse with the stars, revealing themselves only to those who protect the passage. Yun Hang looked at the illustration of a star speaker in the handbook. A creature with a human body and bird wings seated beside strings woven from starlight, perfectly matching the ring patterns of the planet on the screen. It seems our reputation has spread across the passage, he said with a smile, pushing the control stick. Let's go meet this new friend. As the spaceship entered the tributary, the surrounding starlight began to flicker in rhythm with the music. Countless luminous particles gathered around the hull like a swarm of guiding fireflies. The mark on Rue'er's wrist grew scorching hot, and he could clearly sense the goodwill emanating from the planet, as if countless eyes were gently watching them. They are welcoming us, Rue'er said softly, the flowing ribbons of light outside the window reflected in his eyes. The handbook says the star speakers can sense the balance of the passage, and when a guardian appears, they share hidden star charts. The moment they passed through the colorful rings, the spaceship was enveloped in a layer of warm energy, and all the damage alarms suddenly went silent. Yun Hang stared in amazement at the energy dashboard. The shields and engines had been restored to optimal condition, as if an invisible hand was healing the ship. The planet's surface bore no cities, only an endless crystal plain. At the center of the plain stood a towering tree, its trunk entwined with glowing vines, its crown extending into the clouds. Countless specks of light leaped among the branches and leaves, as if playing a silent symphony. Yun Hang parked the ship beneath the great tree. As soon as he opened the hatch, he saw a group of human-bodied, bird-winged creatures hovering in the air. Their wings were composed of starlight, and their faces bore gentle smiles. The leading star speaker spread its wings, and the string-like feathers emitted a pleasant resonance. Welcome, guardians of the Stardust. How do you know about us? Yun Hang asked curiously. The star speaker pointed to the sky, where images of the Forgotten Star core emerged from the clouds, clearly showing scenes from the battle to the rebirth. We can sense every tremor in the Stardust passage. Its voice sounded as beautiful as music. You awakened the Guardian and protected the Star Core. Now it is our turn to repay this kindness. Suddenly the mark on Rue Air's wrist lit up, resonating with the vines of the great tree. The star speaker waved its wings, and a beam of light surged from the tree trunk, forming a three-dimensional star chart before the two of them. It marked all the undiscovered tributaries of the Stardust Passage, along with countless twinkling dots representing hidden ruins and resource planets. This is the Stardust Secret Chart, the star speaker explained. It records the secrets of the passage's birth. Among them is a route leading to the timespace hub, which will allow you to cross distant galaxies and go wherever you wish. Yunheng gazed at the farthest on the star chart, where an unfamiliar galaxy name was marked beside it, a drawing of a blue planet somewhat resembling the homeland in his memory. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Having left home so long ago, he had almost forgotten the way back. But the timespace hub also holds danger. The star speaker's voice turned solemn. It connects different times and spaces. Once unbalanced, it could trigger a collapse of the passage. Only those who truly understand the meaning of guardianship can pass through safely. Rue Air noticed Yunheng's gaze lingering on that blue planet and gently patted his shoulder. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Yunheng snapped back to reality, looking at the star speaker's gentle gaze, and then at Rue Air's resolute expression, suddenly breaking into a smile. There's no rush for the timespace hub. The Stardust Passage still has so many tributaries to explore. Let's start with the nearest ruin. A pattern of musical notes imprinted itself on the ship's control console. The Stardust will guide your way. As the spaceship ascended, the great tree on the crystal plane emitted a melodious resonance, and the star speakers spread their wings behind the ship, forming a trail of starlight. Yunheng looked at the new routes added to the navigation screen, his heart filled with anticipation. Where to first? Rue Air pointed to a dot on the star chart labeled Echo Ruins. Yunheng turned the control stick, and the spaceship flew toward the new route. Outside the porthole, the Stardust flowed gently behind them like an awakened river. Let's go listen to the echoes of the ruins, he said with a smile. Maybe we'll discover even more interesting stories. The new chapter of the Stardust Passage had only just begun. Those hidden secrets, the balance waiting to be guarded, and the distant unknown galaxies all lay ahead in the starlight, awaiting their exploration. And this time, they were no longer solitary travelers. They had the guidance of the star speakers, the company of each other, and the blessings of the entire Stardust Passage. Guided by the Stardust chart, the spacecraft veered into a branch route shrouded in a lavender nebula. Beyond the porthole, the nebula drifted languidly with the ship's motion, a boundless expanse of silk. Occasionally, a flickering star would pierce the clouds, leaving a fleeting trail of light. The Echo Ruins are in the asteroid belt ahead. Riel pointed to the navigation screen, where a glowing that was magnifying, revealing a region of shattered planets. On the largest meteor, faint outlines of structures were visible. The Starlight speaker said there are fragments of information about the origin of the routes hidden here. Yunheng adjusted the ship's attitude, carefully weaving between the asteroids. These floating rocks were covered in strange patterns somewhat similar to the energy patterns of the forgotten star core, yet more ancient, as if inscribed in a liquid metal script. When the ship drew near, the patterns emitted a soft blue glow, as if responding to their arrival. These patterns are transmitting messages. Riel suddenly pressed a hand to his temple. The star mark on his wrist was burning hot. I can feel an emotion. It's like loneliness or anticipation. The ship landed on the largest meteor platform, where a half-collapsed circular building stood. Its broken walls were covered with the same patterns as the meteor's surface. In the center of the building was a circular depression just large enough for one person to stand in. The patterns at the bottom formed a complex star map, perfectly matching the outline of the Stardust chart. Yunheng stepped into the depression and stood still. The patterns at his feet instantly lit up, the blue light spreading up the broken walls, illuminating the entire ruin as if it were daylight. A beam of light suddenly shot from the top of the circular building, forming a flowing nebula image in the air, the Stardust route as it was first formed. Countless planets revolved around a silver main line like a string of pearls scattered across the cosmos. Is this the birth of the route? Riel exclaimed in awe. In the image, Starlight speakers appeared, using their wings to stir starlight and link the scattered planets into a line. So the Stardust route was created by the Starlight speakers. Suddenly the image became chaotic. The nebula contracted and a massive burning planet hurtled from the depths of the universe, crashing into the main line of the Stardust route. The Starlight speakers spread their wings to form a shield, but were scattered by the planet's shockwave. Parts of the route's branches instantly snapped off, turning into the floating asteroid belt, the very region they were standing on. That is the Calamity Star, an ancient voice suddenly echoed within the ruins. From the beam of light materialized an elderly starlight speaker clad in starry armor. The oldest enemy of the Stardust route awakening from the edge of the cosmos every millennium to devour its energy. Yunhang and Riel exchanged a glance, finally understanding that the Guardians and Starlight Speakers protected not only the star core, but the very existence of the entire route. Where is the Calamity Star now? Yunhang asked. The Elder's image flickered and his voice grew distorted. It sleeps. But its next awakening is 100 years away. The space-time nexus marked on the Stardust chart holds the method to stop it. Only those who can read the echoes can find the key to the nexus. The image faded with the voice. The patterns on the circular building began to reconfigure, forming the outline of a key on the ground. Embedded in the center of the pattern was a translucent crystal within which flowed the same silver light as the Stardust route. Riel reached out and touched the crystal. It instantly dissolved into his palm, merging with the mark on his wrist. The patterns on the broken walls suddenly began to sing. An ancient melody echoed in harmony with the music the Starlight Speakers had played before, reverberating through the asteroid belt. This is the key to the echo. Riel felt the energy flowing within him. What the Starlight Speaker meant by read the echoes is to resonate with the route's energy. As the spaceship lifted off, the patterns on the asteroid belt continued to flicker as if bidding them farewell. Yunhang looked at the new marker on the navigation screen. The coordinates for the space-time nexus were unlocked, located at the very edge of the Stardust route. 100 years is enough time for us to prepare. Yunhang gripped the controls, and the ship broke through the purple nebula, rejoining the main line of the Stardust route. Before that, we have many more ruins to explore, many secrets to uncover. Riel gazed at the silver light flowing in his palm and smiled, nodding. I heard that at the end of the route lies a sea of stardust that can fulfill a traveler's wishes. Once we've dealt with the Calamity Star, let's go there and see it. Outside the porthole, the light of the Stardust route unfurled behind them like a silver scroll with no end. In the distance, the space-time nexus glimmered faintly on the star chart. The crisis 100 years hence had not yet arrived, but a new mission was already awaiting them. And the ruins scattered along the route, the guidance of the Starlight Speakers, and their companionship would all become the strength that drove them forward, writing a new chapter for the Stardust Guardians in this boundless cosmos. The starship glided along the terminus of the Stardust Passage, where the star's cape ahead began to transform. Countless fine particles surged like ocean waves, dyeing the cosmos a gentle silver white. This was the sea of stardust that Royer had spoken of. Yunhang reduced the engine's speed, and the spaceship, like a small skiff, gently sailed into this sea of light. According to the Stardust Speaker's journal, this is the source of the Stardust Passage. Royer spread his palm, and the silver light in his hand resonated with the stardust outside the window. All dissipated stars converge here, settling into the energy of the passage. Within the luminous currents of the sea of stardust floated countless translucent memory fragments. Some were afterimages of ancient starships, others were scripts of alien civilizations, and still others captured the very moments of a star's birth and death. Yunhang reached out to touch the porthole. A fragment landed on the glass, transforming into a blurry image, the Stardust Speakers weaving the passage with their wings for the first time, and the Guardian standing beside the yet sleeping star core, his eyes reflecting the nascent starlight. These are the memories of the passage, Yunhang said softly. Suddenly the shadow of the Calamity Star flashed through the image, and the wings of the Stardust Speakers withered in the darkness. So they were fighting the Calamity Star from the very beginning. Royer's wrist suddenly burned intensely. The silver light in his palm transformed into a beam that shot into the sea of stardust. The sea of light instantly surged, and fragments began to orbit the spaceship, forming a vortex of light. At the center of the vortex materialized a floating key, identical to the pattern seen in the Echo ruins, yet clearer. The key's handle was engraved with the star map of the Stardust Passage. It's the key to the space-time nexus, Royer exclaimed. The beam slowly drew the key toward the spaceship. As the key touched the hatch, it melted into a luminous pattern that merged with the hull. On the navigation screen beside the coordinates of the space-time nexus, a line of text appeared: only the Stardust Guardian may open the gate of time and space. Just then a low hum emanated from the depths of the sea of stardust. A familiar energy fluctuation came from afar, similar to the shadow of the Calamity Star, yet much weaker. Yunhang pulled up the scan results, his expression turning grave. It's the hibernation signal of the Calamity Star, but it's earlier than the Stardust Speakers recorded. Something is awakening it. The memory fragments in the sea of light suddenly became chaotic. Images of countless exploding warships flashed by, and scenes of the shattered Stardust Passage stung their eyes. Royer clenched his fist, and the key pattern on his palm emitted a dazzling glow. It must be the remnants of the Obsidian Legion. Since they couldn't obtain the Star Core's power, they want to awaken the Calamity Star for revenge. Yuanhang quickly locked onto the signal's source, an abandoned space station at the edge of the Sea of Stardust, once a secret base of the Obsidian Legion. "We must stop them," he said, pushing the control stick. The spaceship surged out of the vortex of light. If the Calamity Star awakens early, the entire passage will suffer. As the spaceship approached the space station, they found it had been heavily modified. Countless energy conduits extended from the station into space, connecting to a small asteroid bound by chains. The asteroid's surface was covered with the same black patterns as the Calamity Star, radiating an ominous red light. They're using the asteroid to simulate the Calamity Star's energy field to accelerate its awakening. Ruayer pointed at the fluctuating energy values on the screen. At this rate, the Calamity Star will be awakened within 3 days. Yuanhang activated the spaceship's weapon systems and opened the communication channel. "This is the Stardust Guardian. Cease your actions immediately." A burst of maniacal laughter came from the space station's broadcast. It was the scarred man from the Obsidian Legion, his voice even hoarser. "You ruined my Star Core plan, so let the entire Stardust passage be buried with you. The Calamity Star will devour everything, including you self-righteous guardians." The energy conduits suddenly erupted with red light. The asteroid's tremors grew more violent, and the luminous currents of the Sea of Stardust became turbulent. Yuanhang looked at the coordinates of the space-time nexus on the screen and had a sudden idea. Ruayer used the key's energy to connect to the space-time nexus. "What are you planning?" Ruayer asked in surprise. "The space-time nexus can connect different times and spaces," Yuanhang said, staring at the asteroid. "Maybe it can also transfer the Calamity Star's energy." Ruayer immediately channeled the key's energy into the navigation system, forming an energy beam between the spaceship and the space-time nexus. Yuanhang piloted the ship around the space station, wrapping the energy beam around the conduits. The moment the red and silver lights collided, the asteroid's tremors abruptly subsided, and the glow of the black patterns began to fade. "It's working," Ruayer shouted excitedly. "The energy is being drained by the space-time nexus." The scarred man's roar came from the broadcast. "Madman, you'll destroy the space station." The station's hull began to crack, and the energy conduits exploded one after another. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanhang fired a final energy projectile, precisely striking the station's core. With a deafening roar, the space station disintegrated into fragments within the Sea of Stardust. The black asteroid, deprived of its energy supply, gradually calmed and eventually dissolved into stardust, merging back into the Sea of Light. The crisis was averted. The Sea of Stardust regained its gentle nature. Yuanhang and Ruayer gazed toward the distant space-time nexus, whose light shone brighter than ever. "We've temporarily halted the Calamity Star, but the true challenge still lies ahead," Yuanhang said softly. Ruayer looked at the key pattern on his palm, his eyes filled with determination. "With the power of the Sea of Stardust, with each other's company, and with the secrets of the space-time nexus, we will surely find a solution before the Calamity Star fully awakens." The spaceship re-entered the luminous currents of the Sea of Stardust. This time their goal was clear: to journey to the space-time nexus and uncover the ultimate secret to stopping the Calamity Star. The memory fragments in the Sea of Light chased after the ship, as if seeing them off. The light of the Stardust passage stretched ahead, guiding the way for the Guardian. Their adventure was far from over. As the spaceship traversed the edge of the Stardust Sea, the sight before them left Yuanhang and Ruayer breathless. A ring-shaped structure suspended in the void was rotating slowly, with countless silver light bands extending from its rim, connecting to different parts of the starry sky. Fine star dust flowed along these bands, resembling bridges spanning time and space. This was the time-space hub. "It's 100 times larger than what the star charts indicated," Ruayer said, staring at the constantly refreshing energy data on the screen, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. "The energy fluctuations of the light bands are peculiar, as if they exist simultaneously in the past and future." Yuanhang maneuvered the ship closer to the hub. Suddenly, a rift opened in the center of the ring-shaped structure, revealing a gentle white light surging within. The moment the ship entered the rift, the surroundings twisted violently. The starry sky outside the porthole began to flow backward. Star dust receded like a tide, and countless overlapping images emerged before them. The star speakers creating the first passage, the Guardians sealing the star core, the Black Obsidian Legion's initial attack on the ruins. "It's a time-space disturbance." Ruayer urgently activated the ship's stabilization system. "The hub is testing our experiences. Only those who truly understand the meaning of guardianship can pass." Amid the chaos, a clear image surfaced. During the battle at the Forgotten Star core, Yuanhang stood alone against the Black Obsidian soldiers to protect Ruayer's retreat. The moment the image froze, the surrounding time-space suddenly stabilized, and the ship gently docked on a platform inside the hub. At the center of the platform stood a stele engraved with the same patterns as the Echo ruins. At its apex floated a crystal radiating a purer light than a source stone. Rue Air stepped forward, and the key pattern on his palm immediately resonated with the steel. The steel's patterns began to flow, transforming into ancient script. To avert the calamity, seek the Stardust heart. It lies hidden at the birthplace of the passage, and only those bearing the will to protect can awaken it. The Stardust heart. Yunheng frowned in thought. The Star Speaker's journal never mentioned this. As his words faded, the steel suddenly projected an image of a white planet surrounded by star dust slowly rotating in the cosmos. On its surface stood a great tree similar to the one in the Echo ruins, its trunk entwined with the same silver patterns as the hub's light bands. The image concluded with a distant coordinate, located at the very edge of the Stardust passage, a region not even covered by the Stardust secret chart. That's the birthplace of the passage. Rue Air exclaimed in astonishment. The Star Speaker said the passage's original energy came from there, but no one has ever found its exact location in eons. The steel's light suddenly dimmed, and a slight tremor ran through the hub. Yunheng's scanner showed that the energy of the surrounding light bands was depleting, with signs of another time-space disturbance looming. The hub's energy is waning, he said, pulling Rue Air back to the ship. It seems it can't sustain itself much longer. We must find the Stardust heart as soon as possible. As the ship departed the time-space hub, Rue Air looked back and saw the light bands of the ring-shaped structure gradually fading as if they had fulfilled their purpose. He glanced down at the key pattern on his palm, where a tiny Stardust heart symbol had appeared, radiating a warm glow. It's guiding the way, Rue Air said with a smile. No matter where the Stardust heart is hidden, we will find it. Yunheng gazed at the distant coordinate on the navigation screen, gently turning the control stick. The birthplace of the passage. Sounds like a new adventure. The ship burst through the hub's entrance, heading toward the unknown edge of the Stardust passage, with the vanishing time-space hub behind them and the journey to the origin of the passage ahead. Outside the porthole, Stardust converged into streams spreading out behind the ship. Rue Air leaned by the window, watching the pattern on his palm resonate with the Stardust outside, and whispered, "Do you think the Stardust heart could be a star capable of purifying all darkness?" Yunheng shook his head with a smile. "I don't know, but I do know that as long as we're together, we'll never fail to find the answers." The ship's engines hummed steadily, carrying them toward the distant stars. The shadow of the Calamity Star had not yet fully dissipated, but the hand holding the key was more resolute, and the journey bearing the will to protect continued. At the end of the Stardust passage, the white planet hiding the Stardust heart awaited their arrival. The spacecraft flew through the edges of the Stardust passage, where the starry sky outside the window was eerily silent, with even the fine stardust becoming sparse. The Stardust heart pattern in Rue Air's palm grew increasingly bright, resembling a small compass that guided them deeper into the universe. The energy scanner is about to fail. Yunheng adjusted the spacecraft's backup systems, with the signals on the screen flickering in and out. The spatial energy here is quite unusual, as if it has been shielded by some force. At that moment, Ruhr suddenly pointed at the window. "Look!" In the distance, a planet enveloped in a silvery halo was slowly rotating, its halo flowing with the same patterns as the temporal nexus, and the outline of a towering tree could be faintly seen on its surface, its crown extending beyond the atmosphere, like a giant umbrella shielding the entire planet beneath. "It's the planet from the image," Rue exclaimed excitedly, the pattern in his palm resonating strongly with the planet's halo, and countless bands of stardust suddenly appeared around the spacecraft, autonomously pulling them toward the planet. As they passed through the halo, a warm energy enveloped the spacecraft, and all instruments instantly returned to normal. Yunheng landed the spacecraft on a grassy area beneath the tree, where the air carried a faint scent of greenery intertwining with the essence of stardust, bringing a sense of serenity. The tree trunk was sturdier than the circular structures of the Echo ruins, its surface covered in flowing silver patterns as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Rue approached the trunk, gently touching the patterns, and suddenly the trunk emitted a deep hum as a light gate slowly opened before them. "The Stardust heart must be inside." Rare turned to Yunheng, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Behind the light gate was a passage leading to the heart of the tree, with countless glowing crystals embedded in the walls, each preserving a memory of the Stardust passage. The birth of the Star Speaker, the oath of the guardian, scenes of countless civilizations thriving along the passage. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the view opened up. In a vast tree-hollow space, a basketball-sized crystal floated, pure white and filled with flowing silver stardust, radiating a gentle yet powerful energy. This was the Stardust heart. "It's gentler than I imagined," Yunheng said softly, with no hint of aggression in the energy fluctuations of the Stardust heart, only pure protective strength. Rue extended his hand, the key pattern in his palm resonating with the Stardust heart. The Stardust heart slowly descended, resting in his palm, and a stream of information flooded into his mind. the core principle of the Stardust passage: to protect rather than possess, to balance rather than conquer. I see now. Rur opened his eyes, his gaze shining with understanding. What halts the Calamity Star is not power, but the balance of the passage itself. The Stardust Heart can awaken the energy of the entire passage, forming a protective barrier that traps the Calamity Star forever at the edge. Just then the entire tree hollow space suddenly shook violently, and the crystals on the walls flashed wildly. A piercing noise came from Yunhang's communicator, mixed with a familiar energy fluctuation. The breath of the Calamity Star 100 times stronger than what they had sensed at the space station. It has awakened early. Yunhang's expression changed drastically as he pulled up the external scan display, revealing a massive planet engulfed in black flames rapidly approaching outside the halo, its shadow swallowing the surrounding starry sky. Ruer tightly gripped the Stardust Heart, energy flowing through his arm and body, and the silver patterns on the trunk instantly brightened. We must activate the protective barrier immediately. But we need the power of the Star Speakers and Guardians. We can't do it alone. Yunhang quickly opened the communication channel, sending the energy signal of the Stardust Heart. Star Speakers, Guardians, please respond. The Calamity Star has awakened, and we need your strength. There was silence on the channel for a few seconds, then the voices of the Star Speaker leader and the Guardian overlapped, filled with resolute strength. We have received the signal and are gathering all forces. Outside the tree hollow, the Star Speakers unfurled their starlight wings, and countless beams of light converged from all directions to the top of the tree. From the distant direction of the Forgotten Star, a golden beam shot into the sky, merging with the light beams of the Star Speakers. All the ruins along the Stardust Passage lit up simultaneously, and silver energy flowed along the main line of the passage towards the birthplace. Ruer raised the Stardust Heart above his head, and it burst forth with dazzling light, connecting with the external flow of energy. A massive silver barrier expanded rapidly from the center of the birthplace along the Stardust Passage, enveloping the entire passage. The moment the Calamity Star collided with the barrier, it produced a deafening roar, and the black flames raged on the surface of the barrier, but could not advance further. The silver patterns on the barrier flowed faster and faster, continuously purifying and dissipating the dark energy of the Calamity Star. It's retreating, Yunhang exclaimed excitedly as he watched the Calamity Star gradually moving away on the screen. Ruer was covered in sweat, his body slightly trembling from bearing the immense energy, but his eyes sparkled with determined light. The balancing power of the Stardust Passage is always stronger than darkness. As the Calamity Star completely vanished into the depths of the starry sky, the barrier slowly retracted, transforming into countless stardust scattered back throughout the passage. The voices of the Star Speakers and Guardians resounded once more. The protection was successful. Thank you, Guardians of the Stardust. Yunhang supported the nearly exhausted Ruer, watching as the Stardust Heart floated back to the heart of the tree, restoring tranquility to the tree hollow space. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm and peaceful. We did it, Ruer said with a smile, the key pattern on his wrist resonating with the light of the Stardust Heart. Yunhang gazed at the starry sky outside, which had become bright again, the radiance of the Stardust Passage more dazzling than ever. No, we did it together, he said softly. The story of the Stardust Passage will continue. As the spacecraft ascended, the great tree at the birthplace emitted a melodious resonance, as if sending them off. The light of the Stardust Heart flickered at the top of the tree, becoming the brightest beacon of the Stardust Passage. Yunhang and Ruer exchanged smiles, piloting the spacecraft towards the distant passage with the once again tranquil universe behind them and countless new adventures and possibilities ahead. The spacecraft glided smoothly through the warm currents of the Stardust Passage, the starlight outside the porthole more brilliant than ever. Ruer leaned against the window, tracing the patterns on the key imprinted on their wrist where the warmth of the Stardust Heart still lingered. Yunhang was calibrating the navigation system. The star chart flickering on the screen had been updated, the coordinates of the birthplace permanently marked at the end of the passage like a bright period. Look, Ruer suddenly pointed at the communicator where countless signals from planets along the passage flooded the screen. Blessing melodies from the Star Speakers, energy ripples from the Guardians, and greeting messages from unknown civilizations. We've become the messengers of the passage. Yunhang smiled and channeled all the signals into the public frequency. The ship's broadcast was instantly filled with a multitude of sounds, some like the tinkling of wind chimes, some deep chants, and others cheerful rhythms, all weaving together into a symphony belonging to the Stardust Passage. The Stardust Heart didn't just stop the Calamity Star, he mused. It also awakened the connection between all civilizations along the passage. The ship entered a familiar star field near the misty planet where they had first met. Now the violet-gray clouds had long dissipated, revealing azure oceans and green continents. Several uniquely shaped spacecraft orbited overhead, their hulls bearing the winged insignia of the Star Speakers. It's an exploration team from the Star Speakers, Ryer said, pulling up the identification signals. They're helping rebuild the civilization here. The creatures affected by the relic energy are recovering. Yunhang slowly brought the ship closer. The leader of the Star Speakers appeared on the communication channel, their wings brighter than before. Guardians, welcome back. The energy of the misty planet has stabilized. We invite you to attend the foundation ceremony of the new civilization. The foundation ceremony was held in the former Relic Valley, now covered in lush green grass. The ancient pyramid's energy patterns had transformed into soft bands of light, encircling a newly erected stele, inscribed with the star chart of the Stardust passage marking every journey from the Forgotten Core to the birthplace. During the ceremony, Ryer engraved the tail of the Stardust heart on the back of the stele, while Yunhang connected the ship's energy core to it, ensuring the light of the Stardust passage would shine here forever. As the ceremony concluded, the Star Speaker leader presented them with a badge embedded with a Stardust crystal. This is the Stardust badge. Its bearer shall forever be the guardian of the passage, and all civilizations will offer you their aid. Leaving the misty planet, the ship's navigation system suddenly received a special signal from a new, uncharted branch of the Stardust passage. The signal's frequency was similar to that of the Stardust heart, yet carried a hint of youthful fluctuation. It feels like newly born Stardust energy, Yunhang said, amplifying the signal source. A small planet glowing with pink light appeared on the star chart. There are new secrets waiting for us. Ryer gazed at the small planet, anticipation sparkling in their eyes. The Stardust passage has no end, does it? Yunhang turned the control stick, steering the ship toward the new branch. Outside the porthole, the Stardust flowed like an awakened river, trailing gently behind them. Of course, he said with a smile. Just like adventures never end. The ship's engines hummed with a cheerful roar, carrying them toward the unknown star fields. The Stardust badge on their wrist glimmered faintly, echoing the distant pink planet. A new chapter of the Stardust passage was unfolding. Planets waiting to be discovered, civilizations yet to be encountered, and secrets hidden deep within the Stardust all awaited them in the starlight ahead. And Yunhang and Ryer knew that as long as they had each other, and as long as their conviction to protect remained, they would forever be the most steadfast travelers on the Stardust passage. The story of the Stardust Guardians continues. As the spaceship entered the orbit of the pink asteroid, the entire bridge was bathed in a soft, rosy glow. The planet was smaller than the star charts indicated, its surface covered in crystalline pink plains dotted with silver plants, whose leaves swayed gently in the stellar wind, scattering fine shimmering dust. Energy scans show life signals here. Yunhang adjusted the ship's attitude, avoiding drifting crystal fragments in orbit. But they're very faint, like a civilization just born. Rueyer's key patterns suddenly grew hot, and the phantom image of the Stardust heart emerged in his palm, resonating with the crystals on the planet's surface. They're responding to us, he pointed to the dancing waveforms on the screen. This frequency, it's like calling out to companions. The ship landed on an open crystal plain. As soon as the hatch opened, a swarm of palm-sized creatures surrounded them. They were translucent, their bodies composed of pink stardust, trailing long luminous tails behind them, like a flock of flying stardust fireflies. They're Stardust spirits. Rueyer recognized the description from the Star Speaker's Codex. Legend says they are life forms condensed from stardust, born only on planets with pure energy. The Stardust spirits danced around the two travelers, using fine points of light to form a picture in the air. A palace atop a crystalline mountain range with a pink crystal similar to the Stardust heart at its center, surrounded by silver plants. They're leading us to the core area. Yunhang followed the guidance of the light points, the pink crystals beneath his feet emitting crisp sounds. The planet's energy core must be hidden there. The palace atop the crystal mountain range was indeed as the spirits had shown. Built from translucent pink crystal, its dome inlaid with countless glowing stardust particles like a miniature starry sky. On the central dais of the palace, the pink crystal radiated a gentle light, with silver plant vines entwined around it, absorbing energy. Rueyer stepped forward. The moment his fingertip touched the pink crystal, it emitted a melodious resonance, and a stream of information flooded his mind. This planet was a newborn star, formed from scattered pure energy after the Stardust heart purified the Calamity Star, and the pink crystal was the Stardust heart's child, responsible for nurturing new Stardust life. It's asking for help. Rueyer opened his eyes, a gentle smile on his face. The newborn star's energy is still unstable. It needs guidance to form a stable ecosystem. Yunhang connected the ship's energy conduit to the palace's energy circuit. The Stardust emblem suddenly lit up, and a silver energy stream flowed through the conduit into the pink crystal. The crystal's light instantly brightened, and the silver plant vines began to grow rapidly, channeling energy throughout the entire planet. The Stardust spirits fluttered excitedly, forming a massive star map on the plains, marking newly discovered branches along the Stardust passage. Rueyer looked at these new routes and suddenly realized The newborn star is creating new paths for the passage. It's expanding the boundaries of the Stardust passage. As the energy infusion completed, the pink crystal gently levitated and transformed into a ribbon of light merging into the planet's core. The entire newborn star began to tremble slightly. Tender green sprouts emerged from the pink crystal plains. The flowers of the silver plants bloomed one after another, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. The Stardust spirits gathered around the two, escorting them back to the ship, leaving a pink light film on the hull, a film that would allow the ship to freely traverse the new routes undisturbed by unknown energies. Yun-Hang gazed at the newly added routes on the navigation screen, stretching into the more distant cosmos, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Stardust passage truly has no end. Ru leaned by the window, watching the newborn star gradually fade into a pink. It's growing along with us. Yun-Hang turned the control stick and the ship flew toward the first coordinate of the new route. Outside the porthole, pink stardust and silver starlight intertwined into a new ribbon of light. A message came through the communicator from the star speaker. Guardians, the newborn star has brought new possibilities to the passage. We await your rendezvous at the new observatory in the Stardust Sea. The ship's engines hummed with a light, cheerful roar, carrying them toward the unknown distances. The Stardust emblem on his wrist resonated with the pink light film on the hull like two bright beacons, guiding them onward along the Stardust passage. As the spaceship traversed the pink light belt created by the nascent star, the stellar dust channel ahead suddenly widened. Countless silver observation towers floated at the edge of the stellar dust sea, their searchlights twinkling like stars, illuminating the surrounding starfield as if it were day. This is the new observation station, the stellar speakers mentioned. It's even more magnificent than I imagined. Yun-Hang adjusted the ship's attitude, slowly gliding into the station's docking area. Vessels from various civilizations were docked here. Some had hulls covered in crystal scales, others possessed wing-like thrusters, yet all bore a mark similar to the stellar dust emblem on their prows. Ru'Aer's communicator suddenly lit up, and the image of the stellar speaker leader appeared on the screen. Guardian, welcome to the Stellar Dust Hub Observation Station. This is the new communication center of the channel, where all civilizations can share information and record the flow of stellar dust. After the ship docked, the two walked along the starlit promenade toward the main tower of the station. Beyond the transparent walls on either side of the promenade, the luminous currents of the stellar dust sea flowed gently, with countless memory fragments drifting within, resembling a flowing cosmic museum. Pointing at a passing fragment that showed their battle at the Forgotten Star Core, Ru remarked, "Even our story has been recorded." Inside the main tower was a vast circular hall. At its center stood a stellar dust tree made of light, its branches adorned with countless glowing crystal spheres, each encapsulating a piece of the channel's history or a civilization's message. Stellar speakers, keepers, and many alien beings never seen before communicated beneath the tree, with harmonious energy fluctuations permeating the air. "This is the Stellar Dust Archive," said the stellar speaker leader, approaching them and gently touching a crystal sphere, which immediately displayed an image of the nascent star. Each sphere is powered by stellar dust energy, recording everything that transpires on the channel. "We invite you to leave a record belonging to the Guardians." Yun-Hang and Ru walked up to the stellar dust tree and pressed their palms against its trunk. The light of the stellar dust emblem resonated with the trunk, and a new crystal sphere condensed from the branches, gradually revealing their journey from their first meeting, the rescue at the misty planet, the battle at the Forgotten Star Core, the trial at the time-space hub, the protection of the birthplace. Finally settling on an image of them standing side by side, gazing at the starry sky. "From today onward, your story will become a beacon for the channel, guiding future travelers." The keeper's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Its energy body was even more solid than before. "But the challenges of the stellar dust channel never cease. We have detected anomalous flows of stellar dust seemingly related to the residual energy of the Calamity Star." The stellar speaker leader called up a star chart marked with several red glowing zones. In these areas, the stellar dust is rapidly dissipating, as if being devoured by some force. "We suspect it's the dark energy left behind when the Calamity Star awakened, eroding the foundation of the channel." Ru'Aer's key pattern suddenly grew hot, and a phantom of the stellar dust heart appeared in her palm, repelling the red light on the star chart. "The stellar dust heart can purify dark energy, but we need to find its source." Yun-Hang looked at the farthest red zone on the star chart, near the new frontier of the stellar dust channel, an area the nascent star had yet to explore. "It seems our next stop is right there." The stellar speaker leader handed them a new crystal chip. "This is the latest star chart from the observation station, with coordinates of all dark energy zones marked. The stellar dust tree will recharge your ship, and the power of the stellar dust heart will travel with you." As the ship departed the station, the light of the stellar dust tree flowed along energy beams into the hull, intertwining the pink light film with silver stellar dust to form an indestructible shield. Gazing at the shrinking station outside the porthole, Rear whispered, "So guardianship was never a solitary fight." Yun Hang turned the control yoke, steering the ship toward the dark energy zone. The crystal spheres of the stellar dust archive glimmered behind them like countless eyes watching over them. Because the true essence of the stellar dust channel is connection and protection. He smiled. And our journey has just entered its most thrilling chapter. The ship's engines left two bright trails of light in the stellar dust, one silver, one pink, stretching across the vast cosmos like two clasped hands linking the channel's past and future together. The spaceship navigated slowly at the edge of the dark energy zone, with the stardust outside the viewport losing its former luster, presenting a dull gray-black hue, as if shrouded in a layer of dust. Ruel stared intently at the energy scanner. The red area on the screen was larger than indicated on the observation station star map, and the fluctuations of dark energy crashed against the spaceship's shield like waves. The rate of energy erosion is accelerating. Yunhang adjusted the shield frequency in an attempt to counteract the effects of dark energy. The shield's energy decreases by 5% per hour. We must locate the source quickly. Ruel's key pattern suddenly pointed to a nearby asteroid belt on the left, where the dark energy fluctuations were most intense. There, he pointed at the dense red dots on the screen. There is an energy core at the center of the asteroid belt from which the dark energy spreads. The spaceship cautiously wove between the gray-black asteroids, their surfaces covered with black patterns resembling those of the Calamity star, emitting a harsh sizzling sound when colliding with the spaceship's shield. The closer they approached the center, the faster the surrounding stardust dissipated, even the starlight dimmed. At the center of the asteroid belt, a black asteroid with a diameter of about 100 meters floated in the void, its surface covered with writhing black tendrils that continuously devoured the surrounding stardust energy, with red light from dark energy surging out from within the asteroid. What was even more alarming was that faintly visible on the surface of the asteroid were the skeletal marks of the Obsidian Legion. It's the remnants of the Obsidian Legion. Yunhang's pupils contracted sharply. They have transformed this asteroid using the residual energy of the Calamity star, turning it into a dark energy generator. The black asteroid suddenly turned towards them, its tendril tips shooting out beams of dark energy. Yunhang yanked the control stick sharply, the spaceship grazing the edge of the beam as it passed, while a trailing asteroid was struck by the beam and instantly reduced to powder. Its attack pattern is very similar to that of the Calamity star, he shouted while dodging the attacks. Ruel, prepare to activate the purification energy of the Stardust Heart. Ruel pressed his palm against the energy interface on the control panel. The key pattern erupted with dazzling silver light, and the phantom of the Stardust Heart materialized in front of the spaceship. Energy charging complete, he shouted. We need to get within 50 kilometers to release the purification wave. Yunhang piloted the spaceship skillfully through the asteroid belt, using the floating asteroids as cover, continuously closing the distance to the black asteroid. The tendrils of the black asteroid grew denser, weaving a net of death with the beams of dark energy. Just as they were a step away from 50 kilometers, a massive asteroid suddenly collided from the side, forcing the spaceship to slow down, and the dark energy beam struck the left engine. Engine output has dropped by 30%. Ruel urgently repaired the energy circuit, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this continues, we will be consumed by dark energy. Yunhang looked at the fluctuating energy values on the screen and suddenly turned towards the backside of the black asteroid. There the tendrils were sparse, a weak point in the dark energy defense. Trust me, he shouted to Ruel, suddenly pushing the engine thrust to maximum, the spaceship risking collision with the asteroid as it rushed towards the backside of the black asteroid. In the moment they reached the 50-kilometer line, Ruel pressed the purification button. The phantom of the Stardust Heart erupted with brilliant silver light, and a circular purification wave spread out from the spaceship, brightening the gray-black stardust it passed through, while the black tendrils rapidly dissolved in the silver light. The black asteroid emitted a piercing shriek as the internal dark energy core was exposed. It was a fragment of the Calamity star modified by the Obsidian Legion. At the moment the purification wave struck the core, the fragment began to burn violently, ultimately transforming into stardust in a burst of white light, merging into the surrounding universe. The red light in the dark energy zone gradually faded, and the stardust began to flow again, restoring the tranquility of the asteroid belt. Yunhang breathed a sigh of relief, maneuvering the damaged spaceship slowly away from the asteroid belt as the alarm from the left engine finally ceased. Ruel leaned back in his seat, watching the star map on the screen gradually return to normal, smiling as he said, "Another trouble solved." Yunhang gazed at the now bright stardust outside the viewport, and a message from the star speaker came through the communicator. "Guardian, the purification signal from the dark energy zone has been received. The observation station spaceship is on its way to clear the residual energy. Your position shows engine damage. Do you need support? No need. Yinhang adjusted the repair program. This level of damage is nothing we can't handle. However, it seems the residual effects of the Calamity Star are more tenacious than we imagined. The spaceship's engine emitted a steady rumble. Although the left wing still vibrated slightly, it was sufficient for navigation. Ruel looked at the shimmering Stardust heart light within the key pattern and whispered, "As long as we are here, we will not let dark energy corrode the path." Yinhang turned the control stick and the spaceship flew towards the next dark energy zone, leaving 2 bright trails of light in its wake. He knew that the journey to cleanse dark energy had just begun, but as long as the light of the Stardust heart shined, as long as they fought side by side, there was no darkness that could not be purified. The path of the Guardian of the Stardust Highway would forever extend beneath their feet. After the spaceship was repaired, it continued to delve deeper into the dark energy zone. Outside the porthole, the Stardust gradually regained its silvery hue, though occasionally wisps of gray-black energy still swept by resembling lingering shadows. Riel was adjusting the energy detector brought from the observation station. The oscillating waveform on the screen displayed peculiar patterns in the dark energy fluctuations ahead, akin to a conscious breathing. "This is strange," Riel frowned as he enlarged the waveform graph. "Ordinary dark energy should be chaotic and disordered, but the fluctuations here seem to resonate with a certain frequency." Yinhang suddenly recalled the obsidian markings on the black meteorite. Could it be that remnants of the Obsidian Legion are remotely controlling this? He accelerated the spaceship, and the Stardust ahead suddenly churned violently, forming a counterclockwise vortex with a strange red light flickering at its center. "It's a dark energy vortex." Riel urgently activated the shield enhancement mode. It is absorbing the surrounding Stardust energy, and the energy intensity at the center of the vortex is 10 times that of the previous meteorite. The spaceship is being captured by the gravitational field of the vortex and is starting to spin uncontrollably. Yinhang struggled to stabilize the control stick, only to find that the engine's energy was being slowly drained by the vortex. "At this rate, we will be sucked in." He watched the decreasing values on the energy dashboard, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Just then, the patterns on Riel's keys suddenly erupted with bright light resonating strongly with the red glow at the vortex's center. "It's responding to the heart of Stardust." Riel exclaimed in surprise. "This is not ordinary dark energy, it contains the essence of Stardust." The red light at the center of the vortex suddenly split apart, revealing a silver crystal enveloped in dark energy, with patterns flowing on its surface similar to that of the heart of Stardust. "It's a fragment of Stardust." Yinhang instantly understood. The Obsidian Legion is using dark energy to pollute the core of the Stardust in the pathway. Riel pressed his palm against the energy control panel, the phantom of the heart of Stardust reappearing, resonating with the silver crystal in the vortex. "I can feel its distress signal," he gritted his teeth. "We must rescue it from the dark energy." Yinhang abruptly altered the spaceship's course, charging towards the center of the vortex along the energy channel created by the resonance. "Hold on tight. We are going to penetrate the dark energy layer." The spaceship shook violently within the energy channel as dark energy relentlessly battered the shield, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Riel focused intently on guiding the energy of the heart of Stardust. A silver beam shot out from the front of the spaceship, accurately striking the silver crystal at the center of the vortex. The crystal erupted with dazzling light, resonating with the energy of the heart of Stardust, creating an opening that forced the surrounding dark energy away. "Now's our chance." Yinhang seized the opportunity, piloting the spaceship through the opening and using the mechanical arm to precisely grasp the silver crystal. At the moment of contact, the dark energy on the surface of the crystal receded like a tide, revealing a pure silver glow that merged with the phantom of the heart of Stardust. The dark energy vortex, having lost its energy core, began to dissipate, and the gray-black energy threads scattered within the Stardust, causing the surrounding Stardust to shine brightly once again. Yinhang steered the spaceship out of the vortex's range, gazing at the silver crystal suspended in the mechanical arm, and let out a long sigh of relief. Riel carefully cradled the crystal in his palms, the warm energy emanating from it flowing through his fingertips. The glow of the key patterns became even more brilliant. "This is a fragment of the heart of Stardust containing the life energy of the pathway." The Obsidian Legion must have collected many such fragments to create dark energy sources. Suddenly, the spaceship's communicator rang, and the image of the leader of the star speakers appeared with a grave expression. "Guardians, the observation station has discovered multiple similar dark energy vortices, all resonating at the same frequency, as if they are charging a massive energy core." Yinhang looked at the newly added dark energy distribution map on the screen, where all the vortices connected to point towards a newly defined boundary of the Stardust pathway, an area of darkness that had never been explored. "They are gathering energy. The target must be there." Riel embedded the silver crystal into the spaceship's energy core, causing the engine to emit an unprecedented roar. The shield's surface displayed the patterns of the heart of Stardust. The Stardust fragments can enhance our energy, but we will confront the next vortex. Yunhang turned the control stick, directing the spaceship towards the next dark energy vortex, as the silver crystal outside the porthole mirrored the phantom of the heart of Stardust, radiating a resolute glow. He knew that the true battle lay ahead, but as long as the light of Stardust remained, they would never cease their guardianship. Every inch of light in the Stardust pathway is worth protecting with their lives. The starship traversed the new frontier of the Stardust Passage, and the starscape before them plunged into utter darkness. No starlight, no stardust, only a deathly void. Even the ship's sensors could only detect within a 50-kilometer radius. The Stardust fragment in Ryer's palm emitted a faint silver glow, becoming the sole source of light in this darkness. Is this the terminus of the dark energy vortex? Yunhang reduced the engine power, and the ship glided through the darkness like a phantom. Even the star tree star charts have no records of this place. Ryer's key patterns suddenly flared with intense heat, pointing into the depths of darkness on the left. There's a powerful energy reaction, not just one dark energy core, but many clustered together. The ship slowly approached, and the silhouette of a colossal space station gradually emerged from the darkness. It was 100 times larger than the previous Black Obsidian Legion base, its surface clad in black metallic armor. Countless energy conduits extended from the station, connecting to dozens of dark energy vortices. Crimson light flowed through the conduits into the station's core, coalescing into a pulsating black heart. They're using Stardust fragments and dark energy to forge a new Calamity Star. Yunhang's pupils contracted sharply as the energy readings on the screen breached the warning threshold. The station's core is the energy nexus. Once it's complete, the consequences will be catastrophic. Just then, the space station flared with red light, and countless beams of dark energy shot toward the ship. Yunhang swiftly pulled the ship upward, the beams grazing the stern and striking the distant void, stirring up ripples of gray-black energy. "They've detected us all along," he shouted. "This is a trap." The station's hangar doors opened, and dozens of Black Obsidian ships surged out, forming a tight encirclement. On the lead ship, the scarred man's image appeared on the comm screen. Half of his body had been corroded by dark energy, revealing eerie black patterns. "Guardian, we meet again. Thank you for helping us collect the Stardust fragments. Now it's time to send you on your final journey." The Black Obsidian ships opened fire simultaneously, dark energy beams weaving a net of death in the darkness. Yunhang deftly maneuvered the ship, dodging the attacks, while activating the purifying energy of the Stardust Heart. Ryer channeled the Stardust fragment's energy into the weapon system. Ryer pressed the Stardust fragment against the weapon console, silver energy spreading along the circuits as the ship's main cannon began to gather silver light. Energy fully charged, ready to fire the purifying beam. Seizing an opening, Yunhang drove the ship toward a Black Obsidian vessel. The main cannon fired instantly, and a silver beam struck the enemy's engine. The dark energy armor melted away like snow under the sun, and the ship disintegrated into stardust in a brilliant explosion. "It works," Ryer exclaimed excitedly. "The purifying energy is their bane." But the sheer number of Black Obsidian ships was overwhelming. E-beams continuously struck the ship's shields, causing them to deplete rapidly. The scarred man's ship seized the moment to attack from the flank, a thick beam of dark energy slamming into the ship's left wing. The engine immediately sputtered and died. "Left wing is down. We're losing altitude." Ryer frantically initiated repairs, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Shield energy is down to 30%. Yunhang gazed at the approaching space station, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. "Ryer, divert all power to the Stardust Heart's projection. We're going to crash into the station." "Are you insane?" Ryer shouted in astonishment. "It's filled with dark energy inside. Only by destroying the core can we stop them." Yunhang gripped the control yoke tightly, risking further hits as he steered the ship toward the station's energy conduits. "Trust in the power of the Stardust Heart." Gritting his teeth, Ryer nodded and channeled all remaining energy into the Stardust Heart's projection. A colossal silver shield enveloped the ship, which then smashed through the energy conduits and plunged into the space station's interior. Dark energy surged wildly outside the silver shield, but could not penetrate it by even a fraction. Inside, the space station housed a vast energy chamber. At its center pulsed the Black Heart, surrounded by dozens of Stardust fragments encased in dark energy. The scarred man appeared at the far end of the chamber, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he activated the core's power switch. Too late. The core has completed its charge. The Stardust Passage is about to witness a new calamity. The Black Heart suddenly erupted with intense crimson light, and dark energy surged toward the ship like a tidal wave. Yunhang pushed the Stardust Heart's energy to its limit. The silver shield collided violently with the red light, producing a deafening roar. Ryer used the key patterns to connect with all the Stardust fragments, he shouted. They can resonate. Ryer pressed his palm against the floor, and the silver light of the key patterns spread across the ground, linking to every Stardust fragment. The fragments simultaneously burst into silver radiance, resonating with the Stardust Heart's projection. A colossal pillar of silver light shot upward, piercing through the entire space station. The Black Heart trembled violently within the pillar of light as the dark energy rapidly dissipated, revealing the final Stardust fragment encased within. The scarred man let out a furious roar before being consumed by the silver pillar, utterly reduced to stardust. The space station began to collapse. Yunhang piloted the ship out through a breach, and behind them the dark star field gradually dissolved in the silver light, revealing the original starry sky. The light of the Stardust fragments converged into a luminous ribbon, reintegrating into the Stardust passage. The dark energy vortex vanished completely. The ship drifted slowly through the stardust. The damaged left wing still smoked, but the engine had regained power. Ryer leaned back in his seat, gazing at the key patterns in his palm, now bright once more. He smiled. We did it. Yunhang looked out the viewport at the resplendent starscape as cheers from the star speakers and watchers crackled through the calm. He knew this battle was over, but the path of guarding the Stardust passage stretched far ahead. The ship's engines hummed steadily, carrying them toward the Stardust Observatory. Behind them lay a universe restored to light. Ahead awaited a new journey for the Guardians. As the spacecraft slowly entered the docking area of the Stardust Observatory, the entire station suddenly burst into a dazzling radiance. The light ribbons of the Stardust tree wove a colossal dome around the main tower as countless crystal spheres simultaneously illuminated, projecting the Guardians' journey upon the Stardust Sea like a flowing cosmic film. They are welcoming us, Ryer remarked, gazing at the star speakers dancing outside the window, their wings shimmering with starlight brighter than before, holding garlands woven from stardust. No sooner had the spacecraft come to a halt than the star speaker leader and the keeper approached, followed by representatives from various civilizations, each bearing unique gifts. Some were luminous, or others instruments that could record the flow of stardust, and still others were commemorative badges woven from energy. Guardians, you have saved the Stardust Passage. The star speaker leader pinned a medal embedded with a fragment of the Stardust Heart onto their chests, the medal's light intertwining with their own Stardust insignias. The dark energy core of the Shadow Expanse has been completely purified. All Stardust fragments have returned to their birthplace, and the balance of the passage is more stable than ever. The celebration was held in the hall of the Stardust Tree, where beings from diverse civilizations danced around it. The star speakers played melodious tunes with their wings, and the keeper released soft ribbons of energy, adorning the entire hall into a resplendent starry sky. Ryer was surrounded by a group of Stardust spirits who used points of light to spell out Guardian around him, while Yunhang stood before the Stardust Archive, watching as the crystal sphere that recorded their journey was solemnly hung at the highest point of the Stardust Tree. This crystal sphere will remain here forever, the star speaker leader said, walking to his side, eyes filled with gratitude, telling all future travelers that two Guardians once protected the light of the Stardust Passage with courage and conviction. Midway through the celebration, the Stardust Tree suddenly trembled violently, and all the crystal spheres turned simultaneously towards the Stardust Sea. Everyone looked out the window to see the streams of light in the Stardust Sea converging into a massive luminous band. At the band's end, in the direction of the birthplace, a dazzling white light blazed, the radiance of the Stardust Heart sending blessings across the entire passage. It is the Stardust Heart's response. The keeper's voice carried a tone of reverence. It is thanking all lives that have been sacrificed to guard the passage. Within the light band, countless faces suddenly emerged. Warriors who had fallen at the Forgotten Star Corps, volunteers who had helped rebuild on the Misty Planet, and researchers who had silently recorded the flow of stardust at the observatory. Their images smiled within the light band, eventually dissolving into stardust and merging into the passage, becoming part of the Stardust Sea. Ryer's eyes grew slightly warm as he watched this scene. It turns out that guarding was never just the work of us two. Yunhang nodded, his gaze falling upon the Stardust Passage stretching into the distance beyond the window. But the adventure is not over yet. The new route the star speaker mentioned, there are still many unknown star domains awaiting our exploration, aren't there? At the end of the celebration, representatives from all civilizations jointly launched the Stardust Lighthouse Project, establishing energy lighthouses at key nodes of the Stardust Passage to guide lost ships with the power of the Stardust Heart, while monitoring any potential dark energy fluctuations. Yunhang and Ryer were elected as the supreme advisors for the Lighthouse Project. Their spacecraft would carry the latest star charts and purification equipment, cruising on the new route, becoming the Stardust Messengers, connecting each lighthouse. As the spacecraft departed the observatory, all the observation towers of the Stardust Observatory lit up simultaneously, forming the word Guardian with their lights. Star speakers and countless ships from various civilizations formed an escort formation, accompanying them all the way to the entrance of the new route. We are heading to the first lighthouse. Ryer looked at the new coordinates on the navigation screen. It was at the end of the pink route created by the nascent star, where a brand new lighthouse was twinkling amidst the stardust. It is said that an energy vein capable of accelerating stardust growth has been discovered there. Yun-Hang turned the control yoke, steering the spacecraft towards the pink band of light. Outside the porthole, the stardust trailed behind them in two bright streaks. He looked at the metal and the stardust insignia on his chest, feeling the warm power of the stardust heart, and whispered, "A new journey begins." The spacecraft's engines hummed with a light roar, carrying them towards the unknown star domain. The light of the Stardust passage stretched ahead like a silver scroll, without end, awaiting them to inscribe the next chapter of the Stardust Guardians with new adventures and stories. And this time behind them lay the blessings and companionship of the entire Stardust passage. After 3 days of traveling along the pink route, a lighthouse constructed entirely of crystal finally appeared beyond the porthole. The lighthouse stood hundreds of meters tall, its energy core at the apex emitting a soft silver glow that dyed the surrounding stardust into a warm, luminous hue. Countless small vessels darted around it like planets orbiting a star. "This is the Stardust 1 lighthouse," Riel said, pulling up its data. It was jointly built by the Star Speakers and the Stardust Spirits of Nova Genesis, serving as the first coordinate point of the new route. Yun-Hang docked the ship at the lighthouse's landing zone. As they stepped out of the hatch, they saw a familiar group, Stardust Spirits trailing pink luminous tails as they flew toward them. The leading spirit, slightly larger than the others with a silver mark on its forehead, was the one that had guided them on Nova Genesis. "It's welcoming us." Riel smiled and extended his hand. The Stardust Spirit alighted lightly on his palm, using specks of light to form the pattern for friend on his wrist. The lighthouse keeper was an elder from the Crystal Civilization, his body composed of translucent crystals, his voice resonating with a clear chime as he spoke. "Guardians, welcome to Stardust 1. We have been awaiting your arrival to activate the lighthouse's resonance core. Only the power of the Stardust emblem can synchronize it with the Stardust heart of the birthplace." The activation ceremony took place in the control room at the lighthouse's summit. The central console was a massive Stardust crystal, its surface engraved with the same patterns as the Stardust tree. Yun-Hang and Riel pressed their palms against the crystal. The radiance of the Stardust emblem resonated with it, and instantly streams of silver light surged within the crystal, spreading along the lighthouse's pillars to the energy core at the top. With a low hum, the light at the lighthouse's apex intensified abruptly, and a silver pillar of light shot straight into the cosmos, connecting with the luminous belt of the Stardust Sea. On the distant star chart, the light point representing the Stardust 1 lighthouse began to flicker, forming a complete network with the coordinates of other lighthouses. "Success!" the Crystal Elder exclaimed excitedly. "Now even the most remote star realms can receive the signals of the waterway." After the ceremony, the Stardust Spirits led them to an observation deck beneath the lighthouse. Beyond the transparent walls, a colossal stardust or floated pink energy flowing within it, emitting waves that accelerated the growth of stardust. "This is the Stardust source, or we discovered," the Crystal Elder explained. "It purifies impurities within the stardust, allowing the waterway's energy to flow more smoothly. But recently its energy has become somewhat unstable, as if it is sensing something." Riel's key pattern suddenly resonated with the source, or he approached it, gently touching its surface with his fingertip. The pink energy within the or surged toward his fingertip, condensing into a small energy bead in his palm. Within the bead, the faint phantom of an unfamiliar vessel was visible. "This is a distress signal," Riel said in astonishment. "The source, or is transmitting energy fluctuations from afar. A ship is in danger at the edge of the new route." Yun-Hang immediately pulled up the star chart. The direction indicated by the energy bead was the Mist Nebula, an unexplored part of the new route marked as a hazardous zone due to its turbulent magnetic fields. "They must have wandered into the nebula," he said, gripping the control yoke. "We have to go and rescue them." The Crystal Elder handed them a crystal chip. "This contains the latest survey data of the Mist Nebula. Our patrol ships just mapped out some safe routes last week. The Stardust Spirit says it wants to go with you. It can sense the energy vortices within the nebula." The Stardust Spirit fluttered excitedly around the ship before diving into the energy slot in the cockpit. The ship's console immediately lit up with pink light patterns. Yun-Hang looked at the coordinates of the Mist Nebula on the screen, then at Riel and the Stardust Spirit beside him. Smiling, he started the engines. A new adventure begins. As the ship departed from Stardust 1 lighthouse, the pillar of light at its summit guided their way. The Crystal Elder and the Stardust spirits waved farewell beneath the lighthouse, the silver light shimmering behind them like a brilliant star. Riel gazed at the energy bead in his palm and murmured, "I wonder what kind of travelers we'll encounter this time." Yunhang looked out the porthole at the approaching mist nebula where lightning flickered faintly within the purple clouds. "Whoever they are on the Stardust waterway, we never let our comrades face danger alone." The ship's engines hummed with resolve as they carried them into the edge of the mist nebula. The Stardust spirit glowed within the energy slot, guiding them along a safe course. The tale of the new route was just beginning, and every encounter and every act of guardianship added new radiance to the Stardust waterway. The moment the spaceship entered the nebula of mist, the view outside the porthole instantly became blurred. Violet clouds thick as viscous fog completely obscured the starlight. Only the energy slot containing the Stardust spirit emitted a pink glow, providing faint illumination for the console. The ship's sensors blared incessant alarms. Magnetic field disturbances caused the navigation system to malfunction repeatedly. "There's an energy vortex 3 kilometers to the port side." Riel stared intently at the direction indicated by the Stardust spirit, whose silver markings on its forehead flickered urgently. "Follow the trajectory of the pink cursor and turn. There's a stable energy flow over there." Yunhang slammed the control yoke, the ship grazing the edge of the vortex. The violent turbulence sent the console's indicator lights into a frantic frenzy. A blue arc of electricity suddenly cut through the mist, illuminating the wreckage of a tilted spaceship in the distance. It was the same unfamiliar vessel that had appeared in the energy orb. Its left wing was broken, slowly spinning as it was swept along by the nebula's currents. "Found it." Yunhang adjusted the ship's attitude, cautiously approaching the damaged vessel. "Riel, prepare the docking procedure. I'm going to tow it out of the danger zone." The Stardust spirit's pink glow suddenly intensified, forming an energy bond between the two ships. Yunhang manipulated the robotic arm to grasp the damaged ship's tow ring, slowly pulling it away from the energy vortex. When the ship finally entered the stable region of the nebula, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Riel attempted to open a communication channel. After a burst of static, a weak voice finally came through. "This is the Stardust courier. Do you copy?" "We are the Stardust Guardians," Yunhang replied. "What is the condition of your ship? Are there any injuries?" The channel was silent for a few seconds, then a response laced with surprise came through. "Guardians, is it really you? Imloka, an interstellar mail carrier responsible for delivering mail on the new route. My ship was hit by a magnetic storm in the nebula, the power system failed, and the navigation is broken too." Yunhang secured the two ships together and piloted his vessel back towards Stardust Beacon 1. "Don't worry, we'll take you back to the beacon for repairs. Is your mail compartment intact?" "The mail is fine." Loka's voice instantly perked up. "It contains a research report from the star speakers and an invitation to a celebration from a newborn star. Oh, and I also brought the latest star map from the Stardust Observatory. They say it marks the newly discovered crystal star domain." During the return journey, Loka recounted his experiences through the communicator. He was a member of the Interstellar Mail Carrier Alliance, specifically tasked with delivering mail and information on the new Stardust route, and had been traveling on it for 5 years. "I've heard your stories," Loka said with a laugh. "All the mail carriers tell your adventures as bedtime stories, calling you the guardian spirits of the route." Riel couldn't help but chuckle. "We just did what we had to do. It's you delivering information on the unknown routes who are the true connectors of the route." When the ship finally emerged from the nebula of mist and saw the silver beam of Stardust Beacon 1, Loka cheered excitedly. The Crystal Elder was already waiting in the docking bay with repair robots. Upon seeing the damaged Stardust courier, he immediately began organizing emergency repairs. Loka followed them to the beacon's lounge, eagerly opening the data disk he carried. "This is the latest star map from the observatory. Look, the crystal star domain is at the end of the new route. They say there are luminous crystal forests there and ores that can create energy shields." Yunhang looked at the crystal star domain marked on the star map. The energy fluctuations there were similar to Stardust's source, or but denser. Riel's key pattern grew slightly warm, clearly intrigued by this star region. "Once my ship is repaired, I can take you there," Loka declared, thumping his chest. "I know the way, the safest route. Consider it a free tour guide in return for your rescue." Yunhang and Riel exchanged a glance, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. The light from Stardust Beacon 1 streamed through the window, illuminating the star map in the hands of the three. A new star domain, unknown adventures, new civilizations yet to be encountered. The tale of the Stardust route always has another journey awaiting. And this time their company had gained another friend who delivered the light of the stars. Loka's Stardust courier was restored to vitality 3 days later thanks to the efforts of the Crystal Elder and the maintenance robots. When the ship's engines hummed steadily again, Loka pulled Yunhang and Rayer aboard, excitedly showcasing the repaired mail compartment. "See, all the mail is perfectly intact, especially the invitation from the Crystal Star domain. The crystal seal on it is still glowing. The invitation was crafted from a transparent crystal sheet, its surface etched with flowing stardust patterns. A gentle touch conjured a vision. A forest blanketed with luminous plants, towering crystal trees swaying in the stellar wind, their treetop buds radiating rainbow light. At the end of the vision, a line of text slowly emerged. Cordially invite the Stardust Guardian to the Crystal Star Domain to celebrate the Stardust Blossom Festival. The Stardust Blossom Festival is the most important celebration of the Crystal Civilization, Loka explained. Every year at this time, the crystal tree buds bloom, simultaneously releasing energy waves that can purify stardust. They say this year's bloom will be especially grand because they've discovered a millennium-old stardust mother tree. Yunhang gazed at the mother tree in the vision, 100 times taller than the surrounding crystal trees, its trunk entwined with silver patterns similar to those of the stardust heart. A thought struck him. This mother tree's energy fluctuations are unusual. Perhaps it's connected to the stardust source, or... Rueer's key patterns tingled warmly as his fingertip traced the crystal seal on the invitation. The Stardust Spirit says the energy there is very warm, like a child of the Stardust heart. The fleet set sail with the blessing of Stardust Beacon No. 1. Aloka's Stardust Courier, leading the way, followed closely by Yunhang's ship. After leaving the pink route, the starscape ahead gradually took on a faint crystal hue. Countless translucent asteroids floated within the stardust, refracting a myriad of colors. This was the edge of the Crystal Star Domain. Past this crystal belt lies the main planet of the Crystal Civilization, Crystal Source Star. Loka pointed at the navigation screen. Their cities are built atop the crystal tree canopies. Transportation relies on floating crystal platforms, and even the air is filled with luminous crystal dust. As the ship passed through the crystal belt, the asteroids outside the porthole suddenly emitted a pleasant resonance, as if playing a welcoming melody. Rueer reached out his fingertip, touching the porthole. A small crystal stone drifted along the energy fluctuation, adhering to the glass and transforming into a delicate sparkling flower. They like us very much, he said with a smile. Crystals have life too. The silhouette of Crystal Source Star appeared in the distance. The planet was wrapped in a crystal-colored atmosphere, its surface glittering with countless points of light, the radiance of blooming crystal trees. As the ship approached orbit, 3 elegantly designed crystal vessels came to escort them, their hulls inscribed with the word "Welcome" in stardust patterns. It's the welcoming party of the Crystal Civilization, Loka exclaimed excitedly. Their leader, the Crystal Speaker, has come in person. A clear voice as melodious as crystal chimes came through the communication channel. Welcome, guardians of the Stardust, and our old friend Loka. The Stardust Mother Tree has sensed your arrival. Its buds await the moment to bloom. The ship landed smoothly on the largest crystal tree canopy platform on Crystal Source Star. The platform was surrounded by members of the Crystal Civilization, their bodies composed of pale purple crystal with glowing gemstones embedded in their foreheads. Upon seeing Yunhang and Rueer, they bowed in unison. The Crystal Speaker stepped forward, her crystal gown adorned with flowing stardust. Welcome to Crystal Source Star. The light of the Stardust Heart fills this star domain with vitality, and your guardianship ensures that light endures. Rueer looked at the blooming crystal buds around him, then gazed toward the towering Stardust Mother Tree in the distance, whispering, the energy here feels very much like the place of birth. The Crystal Speaker smiled and nodded, because the roots of the Stardust Mother Tree connect to the energy veins of the Stardust Route. It is the heart of Crystal Source Star and a companion of the Stardust Heart. Tomorrow at the Stardust Blossom Festival, you will witness its most beautiful form. As night fell, countless crystal lamps lit up the crystal canopy, illuminating the platform as bright as day. Loka was already deep in animated conversation with the crystal couriers, while Yunhang and Ring sat at the edge of the platform, gazing toward the Stardust Mother Tree. The light of the buds grew brighter and brighter, as if gathering strength for the bloom. What will it be like tomorrow? Rueer asked softly. Yunhang looked at the stardust flowing through the night sky and smiled. It will surely be more beautiful than any story has ever described. The evening breeze of Crystal Source Star carried the fragrance of crystal, and the buds of the Stardust Mother Tree swayed gently in the night, awaiting the moment of bloom. The celebration of the Crystal Star Domain was about to begin, and a new chapter for the Stardust Guardians amidst this resplendent crystal forest turned gently to a tender page. Yunhang snapped back from his contemplation, gazing at the invitation from the Crystal Star Domain in his hand. Its intricate patterns seemed to whisper a tale of mystery. An invitation from the Crystal Star Domain. What secrets lie behind this? He murmured to himself, a flicker of doubt and anticipation in his eyes. In the ship's conference room, the crew gathered, the atmosphere thick with gravity. We know far too little about this Crystal Star Domain. Venturing there rashly carries immense risk, a crew member said, frowning. Yet it might be a rare opportunity, one that could unravel some of the universe's enigmas. Yun Hang's gaze was resolute. He understood it was a gamble, but as an explorer he could not afford to let any potential chance slip by. After a heated debate, they ultimately decided to accept the invitation and set course for the Crystal Star domain. As the spacecraft slowly entered the bounds of the Crystal Star domain, the sight before them left everyone utterly astounded. The entire domain resembled a colossal crystal palace. Countless crystalline planets radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors while immense bands of crystal energy coiled through the starry void, a dreamlike spectacle. This is breathtakingly beautiful, someone exclaimed in awe. Yun Hang piloted the ship, navigating carefully through this mysterious expanse. Suddenly, they received a cryptic signal laced with strange fluctuations that defied comprehension. What is this signal? Yun Hang tensed immediately, his keen instincts sensing that this signal was intimately connected to their mission. As confusion gripped them, a colossal crystalline warship materialized before them. Its surface shimmered with an uncanny radiance, as if flaunting the formidable might of the Crystal Star domain. Greetings, travelers from afar. Welcome to the Crystal Star domain. A voice emanated from the warship, cordial yet inscrutable. Yun Hang activated the communication channel. Thank you for your invitation. We are explorers from the Stardust Passage. Follow us to the Crystal Heart, where all your questions will be answered. With that, the crystalline warship turned slowly, signaling for Yun Hang to follow. Exchanging glances with his crew, Yun Hang, though plagued by doubts, decided to proceed. Upon arriving at the Crystal Heart, they were once again stunned by the spectacle. A colossal crystalline castle hovered above a giant crystal planet, encircled by countless pillars of crystal energy, each pulsing with immense power. At the castle's entrance, a group of figures clad in exotic attire had been waiting. They exuded an aura of mystery, commanding an almost reverent awe. Welcome to the Crystal Heart, Captain Yun Hang, said the leader, stepping forward with a smile. Greetings. May I ask the purpose of your invitation? Yun Hang inquired, directly, unwilling to waste time. Our Crystal Star domain has long observed the civilizations across the cosmos. Your spirit of exploration and courage have earned our deep admiration. We invite you here in hopes of forging an alliance. An alliance? For what? Yun Hang pressed. A dark force is rising silently in the universe, bent on conquering everything and destroying all civilizations. We, the Crystal Star domain, possess formidable crystal energy, while you boast rich exploration experience and advanced technology. Together we believe we can stand against this darkness. Yun Hang fell into deep thought. He knew this was a matter of universal consequence, leaving no room for error. We need time to consider, Yun Hang said. Of course, we shall give you one day. We await your answer at this time tomorrow. With that, the figures turned and departed. Back on the ship, Yun Hang and his crew debated the monumental decision. This sounds perilous. Should we truly entangle ourselves in a cosmic war? But if we refuse to help, the entire universe could fall into darkness, and we would not escape unscathed. Voices clashed in heated discussion. Yun Hang, however, retreated alone to the ship's deck, gazing out at the mysterious and breathtaking Crystal Star domain, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew this decision would alter their destiny, and perhaps the fate of the entire universe. Under the shroud of night, the Crystal Heart appeared even more enigmatic, its energy pillars casting a glow that seemed deeper and more profound than during the day. Yun Hang stood before the observation window of his starship, his fingertips lightly tapping against the icy porthole as the words of the Crystal Star domain's envoy echoed repeatedly in his mind. The dark forces, he murmured under his breath, pulling up the uncharted blind spots on the star map. The regions marked as dangerous forbidden zones now seemed like dormant beasts lurking beneath the veil of stardust, ready to stir. Captain Weave detected anomalous energy fluctuations on the periphery of the Crystal Heart. Came the voice of the observer over the communicator, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Yun Hang immediately switched to the external surveillance feed. Before him, the energy barrier surrounding the crystal castle suddenly rippled as a sinister stream of dark purple energy slithered through like a venomous serpent, vanishing into the nebula in an instant. The fluctuation was brief, yet highly corrosive, causing even the light of the crystal energy pillars to dim for a moment. Trace its origin, Yun Hang commanded in a low voice. Unable to trace. The energy signal is too concealed, as if masked by some technology. Just then the ship's alarms blared to life. A red warning flashed on the main control screen. An unknown fleet was breaching the outer defenses of the Crystal Star domain, its trajectory aimed directly at the Crystal Heart. It's the Dark Forces fleet, a crew member exclaimed. The images on the screen tightened everyone's chests. The warships were pitch black, their hulls covered in twisted patterns that exuded a suffocating aura of destruction. How dare they directly invade the Crystal Star domain? The first officer asked in disbelief. Yun Hang's gaze grew solemn. They're not here to declare war. They're probing. He suddenly recalled the envoy's mention of cooperation. It seemed this crisis had been imminent all along. At that moment, a communication from the crystal warship came through. Captain Yun Hang, the Dark Fleet's target, is the energy core of the Crystal Heart. Please assist us in intercepting them immediately. All hands to battle stations. Yun Hang made a swift decision. Target the left flank of the Dark Fleet, cover the crystal warship's energy shield. The Stardust Passage's starship quickly activated its weapon systems. A laser beam sliced through the starry sky, precisely striking the engine of a dark warship. Amid the explosion's blaze, Yun Hang keenly noticed that the wreckage of the dark warships was disintegrating, transforming into wisps of dark purple mist that remerged with the fleet. Their ships are absorbing energy, the observer shouted. The Crystal Envoy's voice came through again, now laced with urgency. That's shadow energy. It can devour all matter and energy. We must stop them from approaching the energy core, or the entire crystal star domain will be consumed. Yun Hang took a deep breath, sharply turning the ship to evade an incoming shadow beam. First officer, calculate the resonance frequency of the crystal energy pillars. We'll use energy waves to disrupt their shadow energy. Calculating. Frequency match successful. Now, Yun Hang pressed the control key, releasing an energy wave synchronized with the crystal energy pillars. As the energy wave collided with the shadow fleet, the dark purple mist began to falter, and the warship's attack rhythm noticeably stalled. It's working. The crew's spirits lifted. Seizing the opportunity, the crystal warship launched a concentrated counterattack. Seeing this, the dark fleet disengaged without lingering, retreating like a tide, and soon vanishing into the stardust. The immediate crisis was resolved, and the starry sky regained its calm, yet a heavy weight pressed on everyone's hearts. Gazing at the direction where the dark fleet had disappeared, Yun Hang said softly, "It seems we have no choice but to cooperate." The next day, in the Crystal Castle's meeting room, Yun Hang looked at the Crystal Envoy with unwavering resolve. "We accept the cooperation. But I need to know everything about the Dark Forces, who they are, where they come from, and your true trump card." A glint of approval shone in the Crystal Envoy's eyes, a wise choice. "As for the Dark Forces, they hail from the Shadow Rift at the edge of the universe. And our trump card." He raised a hand, and the floor of the meeting room slowly parted to reveal a floating crystal within which a radiant light was sealed. "This is the primordial energy of the Crystal Heart, the only hope against shadow energy. But to fully activate it, we need the stellar core coordinates that the Stardust Passage possesses." Stellar core coordinates. Yun Hang froze. Those coordinates were the secret map they had discovered in the Stardust Passage, recording the nodes of the universe's primordial energy, never revealed to anyone. The Crystal Envoy nodded. "Only by resonating the stellar core energy with the Crystal Heart's essence can we forge the ultimate barrier against shadow. That is the true reason we invited you." Yun Hang fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I can hand over the stellar core coordinates, but the terms of cooperation will be set by both of us. Moreover, we must participate in the decision-making for every operation." The Crystal Envoy smiled and extended his hand. "Deal. From today onward, the Stardust Passage and the Crystal Star Domain will stand together to protect this starry sky." Under the crystalline glow, their hands clasped, sealing an alliance that would shape the fate of the universe. Meanwhile, from the distant Shadow Rift, a pair of crimson eyes watched everything unfold, a chilling laugh echoing through the darkness. The news of the alliance's formation quickly spread across the Crystal Star Domain, yet the atmosphere within Crystal Castle remained far from relaxed. Yun Hang stood before the floating platform of crystal origin energy, his fingertips gently touching the crystalline wall that enveloped a dazzling radiance. He could clearly sense the immense power contained within, yet also detected a faint trace of restlessness. "It is uneasy," the crystal emissary said, walking to his side, his voice low. "Shadow energy is infiltrating the universe's energy network. Even the crystal origin has been affected. If we cannot activate the ultimate barriers soon, even the energy core of the Crystal Star Domain will be corrupted before long." Yun Hang nodded and called up a holographic projection of the star core coordinates. It was a complex map composed of countless points of light and star trails. Each point of light represented a primordial energy node of the universe, flickering with ancient and pure brilliance. The star core coordinates record 37 primordial energy nodes distributed across 12 star domains of the known universe. To resonate them with the crystal origin, at least 20 nodes must be activated simultaneously to form an energy loop. "This means your ships must split into multiple groups," the crystal emissary frowned. "The Shadow Fleet is prowling across several star domains now. Acting alone is too dangerous. We have encrypted routes through the Stardust Passage," Yun Hang said, pulling up another star chart marked with dozens of concealed jump channels. "These are safe routes we've explored over the years, capable of avoiding most shadow patrols. But we need the Crystal Star Domain to provide energy shield enhancement technology, though our ship defenses are still insufficient against shadow energy." The crystal emissary nodded immediately. I will arrange for technical personnel to coordinate right away. Additionally, we will dispatch 3 crystal battleship squads for escort responsible for activating nodes in the core star domains. 3 days later, the 5 exploration ships of the Stardust Passage completed comprehensive modifications. The hulls were coated with a flowing crystalline luster, and the energy shield readings had tripled compared to before. Standing on the bridge of the flagship the Stardust, Yun Hang watched the crew conducting final adjustments, his gaze unwavering. Attention, all ships proceed according to the scheduled plan. Yun Hang ordered through the encrypted channel. First squad head to the Orion arm to activate nodes Alpha through Epsilon. Second squad, take charge of the Andromeda periphery. Third squad, stay with me in the Crystal Star domain to activate the proximal nodes. Remember, maintain communication silence. If you encounter danger, prioritize initiating an emergency jump. Understood. The responses from each ship were crisp and forceful. The 5 vessels activated their jump engines, simultaneously vanishing into the starry void as 5 streaks of light. The Stardust target was the 3 energy nodes closest to the Crystal Heart, the most heavily defended region. After the ship exited the energy barrier of Crystal Castle, Yun Hang ordered the observer to continuously scan the surrounding space. Captain, I've detected faint spatial disturbances, as if an invisible unit is following us, the observer suddenly reported. Yun Hang immediately ordered, switch to anti-stealth scanning mode. Raise energy shields to maximum. After a moment of fluctuation on the scanning screen, 3 blurry shadows appeared 50 kilometers behind the Stardust, precisely the Shadow Fleet's stealth reconnaissance ships. Seeming surprised at being detected, they paused briefly before launching an attack, 3 dark purple beams streaking straight toward the Stardust. Hard to port evade the attack. Yun Hang maneuvered the ship with agile turns while pressing the weapon launch key. Prepare crystal pulse cannons, lock onto targets. The crystal device at the Stardust's bow emitted a blinding light, and a pulse beam condensed with crystal energy roared out, precisely striking one of the reconnaissance ships. The stealth shield of that vessel collapsed instantly. Its hull exposed in space, it erupted in a violent explosion, dissipating as a cloud of dark purple mist. The other 2 are fleeing, the first mate shouted. Don't chase them. Yun Hang shook his head. They are bait meant to probe our defenses. Continue to the first node. Increase speed. The Stardust pressed forward at full throttle, soon arriving at the location of the first energy node, a crystal meteorite floating within an asteroid belt. Inside, the meteorite glowed with a soft radiance, the external manifestation of the primordial energy node. Yun Hang docked the ship beside the meteorite and dispatched an engineering team carrying activation devices to land. Node energy is stable. Initiating activation procedure, the engineering team leader's voice came through the communicator. The moment the activation device made contact with the meteorite, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. Dozens of shadow warships materialized out of nowhere, encircling the Stardust and the meteorite. The lead vessel was far larger than any encountered before, with a crystal radiating a sinister red glow embedded at its bow. That's the Shadow Lord's flagship. The crystal emissary's voice came through the emergency channel, laced with shock. They've deployed a Lord-level combat force. Yun Hang stared at the colossal flagship on the screen, took a deep breath, and ordered, activate the Node Guardian protocol. Have the engineering team speed up the activation. Stardust, prepare to break out. The Stardust's crystal shield flickered intensely, withstanding the concentrated assault of the Shadow Fleet. Yun Hang weaved the ship through the dense barrage of fire, the crystal pulse cannons firing continuously in an attempt to buy time for the engineering team. Just as the shield was on the verge of collapse, the engineering team leader's shout came through the communicator, node activation successful. Energy is beginning to flow into the crystal origin. With the activation of the first node, the crystalline luster on the Stardust's hull suddenly surged. A beam of energy shot up from the bow, connecting with the energy node within the meteorite. The surrounding shadow warships seemed to be struck by an invisible force, their attack rhythm noticeably slowing. Receiving energy feedback from the crystal origin, a crew member reported excitedly. Shield strength is recovering. A glimmer flashed in Yun Hang's eyes. Now is the moment. Jump to the next node. Under the cover of the energy beam, the Stardust activated its jump engine and vanished from the Shadow Fleet's encirclement in an instant. Aboard the Shadow Lord's flagship, a cold voice resounded, pursue them. They must not be allowed to activate more nodes. The energy of the Crystal Star domain must belong to the Shadow. As the jump light of the Stardust had yet to fully dissipate, Yun Hang was already plotting the route to the next node. The Stardust disengaged from its warp state, and the image of the target galaxy appeared on the main screen. This was a star field shrouded in a crimson nebula, where the second energy node lay hidden beside a white dwarf at the nebula's core. Scans show abnormal energy fluctuations at the node, with strong residual shadow energy in the vicinity. The observer's voice was heavy with concern. The first squad's signal has vanished. They must have been here. Yun Hang's heart sank. Approach the node. Maintain alert. The Stardust slowly sailed into the crimson nebula. The surrounding starlight filtered into an eerie dark red by the nebula. The closer they drew to the white dwarf, the more pronounced the spatial tremors became, and the ship's alarm system began to sound intermittently. Node wreckage spotted. The first officer pointed at the screen, his voice taut. The screen displayed a shattered crystal meteorite. Where its surface should have radiated luminous energy, it was now coated with a layer of dark violet crystals like congealed blood. Floating within the white dwarf's gravitational field were the wreckage of several ships, the exploration vessels of the first squad. They failed to activate the node and were ambushed. Yunheng clenched his fists. Inspect the wreckage. See if there's any message left. Just then the Stardust lurched violently, and the main screen flashed a red warning, detecting high-intensity spatial distortion. Numerous shadow warships are emerging from warp. Dozens of shadow warships materialized from the distorted space like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, swiftly forming an encirclement. More chilling was the sudden appearance of a blurry figure on the flagship screen. A humanoid silhouette shrouded in dark violet mist, its eyes gleaming with a bloody red light. Explorers of the Stardust Passage. A rasping, grating voice transmitted directly into the ship's communication system. You lapdogs of the Crystal Starfield, your luck has run out. Who are you? Yunheng demanded coldly. I am the executor of the Shadow Rift, tasked with eliminating all ants hindering the Shadow's descent. The figure let out a sinister cackle. The first node has been purified. Next come you and that ridiculous crystal heart. Activate the crystal pulse cannon. Target the enemy ship engines. Yunheng wasted no more words and directly ordered a counterattack. The Stardust's bow blazed with light, and a beam of condensed crystal energy shot toward the nearest shadow warship. But this time the beam did not destroy the target as before. Instead, it was blocked by a dark violet shield that suddenly materialized on the warship's surface. Useless. The executor's laugh was filled with mockery. The shadow shield, having absorbed the node's energy, can withstand crystal energy attacks. Now feel despair. The shadow warships opened fire simultaneously, unleashing countless dark violet beams at the Stardust. The crystal shield flickered violently under the assault, its energy readings plummeting. Shield energy down to 30%, the operator shouted. Their shield can absorb our energy. Yunheng stared at the node wreckage on the screen, a sudden idea striking him. First officer, calculate the gravitational resonance frequency of the white dwarf. Channel the crystal energy into the gravitational field, and use the star's gravity to amplify the energy wave. This is too dangerous. The white dwarf's gravitational field is unstable. Forcibly channeling energy could trigger a spatial collapse, the first officer exclaimed. There's no safer option now. Yunheng's gaze was resolute. Trust the Stardust's hull strength, and trust the stability of the crystal energy. The first officer gritted his teeth. Frequency calculation complete. Energy channel opened. All crew brace for impact. Yunheng pressed the control key. Maximum crystal energy output. Inject into the gravitational field. The Stardust's energy core hummed as vast amounts of crystal energy flowed along the calculated trajectory into the white dwarf's gravitational field. The crimson nebula suddenly churned violently. The white dwarf's light began to flicker irregularly, and ripples of distortion spread through the surrounding space. Energy resonance has begun, the observer shouted excitedly. Rings of golden energy ripples spread across the space around the white dwarf like stones cast into a still pond. When the ripples touched the shadow warships' shields, the dark violet barriers instantly cracked. The previously absorbed crystal energy turned against them, exploding into blossoms of fire across the hulls. Impossible. The executor's voice betrayed panic for the first time. Now, break through the encirclement and head for the third node. Yunheng seized the opportunity, maneuvering the Stardust toward a weak point in the nebula. The energy waves formed by the crystal energy and the star's gravity continued to expand, breaking the shadow warship's formation and creating a gap in the encirclement. The Stardust charged through the barrage, escaping the siege and initiating warp before the shadow warships could regroup. After breaking free from the danger zone, silence fell over the ship. Everyone was still shaken. The tactic they had just employed was nearly a gamble. One misstep would have meant mutual destruction with the enemy. Yunheng looked at the blinking communication requests on the screen. Some from the Crystal Starfield, others urgent signals from the remaining squads. He took a deep breath and connected to the Crystal Emissary. The second node has been destroyed. The first squad is missing. We need to adjust the plan immediately. The Shadow Rift's strength far exceeds our expectations. The Crystal Emissary's figure appeared on the screen, his expression grim. The third squad has also been ambushed and is retreating. It seems their goal is to destroy the star core nodes one by one, preventing us from activating the ultimate barrier. How much time do we have? Yunheng asked. At most 7 days. The Crystal Emissary's voice carried a hint of weariness. The shadow energy is accelerating its erosion of the crystal origin. If the barrier isn't activated in 7 days, the crystal starfield will be completely lost. Yunheng was silent for a moment, then his gaze turned resolute again. Give me the coordinates of all remaining nodes. The Stardust will press on. At the same time, notify all squads to abandon dispersed operations and rally at the nearest node. We'll concentrate our forces to break through their blockade. Be careful, Captain Yunheng, the Crystal Emissary warned. The Executor's personal involvement means they've marked you as the highest priority target. The communication ended. Yunheng gazed at the few blinking node lights remaining on the star chart and said softly, set course for the third node. We cannot afford to fail again. The Stardust's engines ignited once more, sailing toward the unknown star field. The shadow of the Crimson Nebula seemed to still loom over the bridge, while in the distant shadow rift more darkness was awakening. A race that would decide the fate of the universe had entered its most critical phase. The Stardust lurched through the warp lane, its hull emitting a faint hum from the relentless high-intensity combat. Yunheng stared at the constantly updating battle reports on the screen, his brows furrowed. The second squad had successfully activated 2 nodes on the outskirts of the Andromeda Galaxy, but the escorting crystal warships had suffered heavy losses. The third squad was struggling to break through, with their wounded retreating towards the third node. Captain, we've detected an emergency signal from the third squad. They are being pursued by 3 shadow warships at the edge of the Orion Arms asteroid belt. The observer's voice carried a note of anxiety. Yunheng immediately pulled up the star chart, calculate the shortest rescue route, and initiate an emergency jump. The Stardust burst out of the warp tunnel, revealing a harrowing sight. 2 ships of the third squad were maneuvering through the asteroid belt with their hulls battered, dodging dark purple beams that pursued them like venomous serpents. One ship's engines were already ablaze, trailing black smoke as it plummeted towards a cluster of asteroids. Lock the crystal pulse cannon onto the enemy flagship. Yunheng roared as he slammed the firing button. Vice Captain used the asteroid's gravitational field as cover and circle around to the enemy's flank. Like a nimble fish, the Stardust wove through the dense asteroid field. A beam condensed with crystal energy struck the side of a shadow warship with pinpoint accuracy, the explosion tearing a massive gash across its dark purple hull. It's the Stardust. Our reinforcements are here. Excited shouts came through the third squad's communication channel. The pursuing shadow warships, clearly not expecting an ambush, fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng maneuvered the Stardust to ram the tail of one warship, using the asteroid's gravity to sling it into another enemy vessel. The moment the 2 shadow warships collided, the Stardust launched high-energy torpedoes, completely detonating their power cores. Seeing the tide turn, the last enemy ship attempted to flee, but was swiftly destroyed by concentrated fire from the arriving third squad. The crisis was over, and the 3 ships docked within the asteroid belt. Yunheng boarded the third squad's flagship. The cabin was thick with the smell of gunpowder as the wounded received emergency treatment. Captain Yunheng, the third squad leader, leaning on a half-shattered mechanical arm, approached him, his face etched with exhaustion. We activated Node Theta, but were ambushed by the main force of the Shadow Fleet. We lost 17 crew members. Yunheng patted his shoulder, his voice heavy. You did well. Now take inventory of the supplies and repair the ships. We must depart for the third node within 2 hours. Just then the Stardust communicator blared a sharp alarm. The image of the Crystal Emissary appeared on the screen, with a violently shaking crystal castle in the background, its energy barrier flickering under a corroding dark purple assault. Captain Yunheng, the Shadow Lord, is personally leading the main fleet in a siege on the heart of Crystal. The Crystal Emissary's voice was laced with unprecedented panic. Our energy shields won't hold much longer. You must activate the remaining nodes as quickly as possible, or else. The communication cut off abruptly, leaving only a screen of static snow. They're trying to besiege a point to lure reinforcements, the vice captain realized. They'll use the heart of Crystal to pin us down, while eliminating the squads, activating the nodes one by one. Yunheng immediately returned to the Stardust and brought up the coordinates of all remaining nodes. The third node is closest to the heart of Crystal, but it will surely be heavily guarded. Now change of plans. He pointed to a remote light on the star chart. We'll activate the farthest node, Omega. It's a blind spot in the Shadow Fleet's defenses. But what about the heart of Crystal, as someone asked? Trust the defensive power of the Crystal Star Domain. Yunheng's eyes were as sharp as blades. Only by activating enough nodes can the ultimate barrier take effect. That is the only way to save the heart of Crystal. Notify all squads we can contact to converge on the Omega node. We must activate it with all possible speed. 2 hours later, the 3 battered ships set sail once more. After 3 consecutive days of covert travel, they finally arrived at the star region where the Omega node was located. A derelict starship graveyard where the wreckage of countless ancient civilizations' vessels floated in the void, forming a natural barrier. The spatial signal interference here is intense. The Shadow Fleet will have a hard time tracking us, the the observer reported. Yunheng breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Send out an engineering team to activate the node immediately. Everyone else heighten your alert. We have no time to spare. The Omega node was hidden within the wreckage of a colossal ancient mothership. When the engineering team opened the hatch, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The node crystal emitted a soft blue light, surrounded by energy conduits that looked remarkably similar to those on the Stardust, as if they were custom-made activation interfaces. What? What is this? The engineering team leader murmured. Yunheng stepped forward, touching the cold metal conduits, and suddenly recalled the legend of the Stardust Lane's origin, that their ancestors were the earliest explorers of the universe intricately connected to the ancient civilization. So that's it, Yunheng realized with sudden clarity. The star core nodes have been linked to our civilization from the very beginning. This is the true reason the crystal star domain needed us. The activation device was seamlessly connected to the node, and the sound of flowing energy echoed through the mothership's wreckage like an ancient ballad. As the node's blue light merged with the ship's crystal energy, the Stardust's main control screen flickered to life, displaying a live feed of the crystal star domain. The heart of Crystal's energy barrier had shattered, the shadow fleet pouring in like a tidal wave, the crystal castle teetering under the bombardment. Node activation successful. The energy is being channeled into the crystal source. The engineering team leader's shout pierced the tense atmosphere. On the screen, the core of the heart of Crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding light. A golden energy barrier rapidly expanded from its center, isolating a portion of the shadow fleet outside. But the barrier's light flickered unsteadily. Clearly, the energy from this single node was far from sufficient. We need at least 6 more nodes. Yunheng watched the battle on the screen. Set a course for the next node. We must race against time. The Stardust set sail again, its hull now glowing with a faint blue light from absorbing the node's energy. Standing on the bridge, Yunheng gazed at the distant crystal star domain shrouded in the flames of war. A single thought in his mind. No matter the cost, he would activate the ultimate barrier to protect the light of this starry sky. What he didn't know was that the Shadow Lord's flagship had already locked onto their energy signature and was silently closing in from the darkness. The engines of the Stardust hummed with a low, ominous roar as it weaved through the wreckage of the derelict starship graveyard. No sooner had the newly activated Omega node's energy stabilized than a glaring red warning flashed across the main screen. Spatial curvature anomalies indicated a large vessel performing a short-range jump. It's the Shadow Lord's flagship. They've tracked us. The observer's voice trembled. On the radar, a silhouette dwarfing ordinary warships burst through the Stardust, heading straight for the graveyard. The crimson crystal at its prow gleamed like a hungry eye, locking onto the Stardust's position. Yunheng's heart clenched. How did they find us? The Omega node's location was never on any star chart. Energy trace. The first mate analyzed swiftly. The energy surge from activating the Omega node was too intense. They must have installed a device specifically to track stellar core energy. The Stardust made an emergency turn, hiding behind the wreckage of a 10-kilometer-long mothership. The jump flare of the Shadow flagship erupted nearby, its colossal form blotting out the stars and swallowing all surrounding light. A frigid voice crackled through the comm channel, dripping with undisguised murder. Captain Yunheng, the game of hide and seek is over. Hand over all stellar core node coordinates, and it'll grant you a swift end. Don't even think about it, Yunheng growled through gritted teeth. Activate all stealth modules. Mask our signal as wreckage energy emissions. Engineering crew, deploy crystal energy traps among the debris immediately. The crew sprang into action. The Stardust hull was coated with a layer of simulated rust, blending seamlessly with the surrounding derelict vessels. Engineering robots carrying small crystal bombs laid a dense minefield along the path the Shadow flagship was likely to take. The Shadow flagship advanced slowly through the graveyard. Its crimson scanning beams swept back and forth across the wreckage like searchlights. Yunheng held his breath as a beam passed just over the Stardust, his heart pounding against his ribs. They haven't spotted us, someone whispered in triumph. But Yunheng shook his head, his expression grave. No, they're deliberately slowing down, trying to force us to reveal ourselves. As if on cue, the Shadow flagship abruptly turned its prow, aimed directly at the mothership wreckage hiding the Stardust. Several dark violet energy beams howled towards them. No time to dodge. Full power to energy shields. Yunheng roared as he slammed the control keys. A tremendous explosion erupted behind the mothership wreck. The Stardust was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the metal walls of the debris. Ear-splitting alarms filled the cabin, sending many crew members stumbling. Port shields offline. Engine 3 lines severed, the operator shouted. The Shadow flagship slowly closed in. Behind the observation window of its bridge, a figure wreathed in dark violet mist was clearly visible, the Shadow Lord himself. He seemed to be scrutinizing the Stardust through the screen, his cold laughter dripping with mockery. Give up. Before absolute power, all schemes are futile. Who said we only had schemes? Yuanhang suddenly smiled and pressed a red button hidden beneath the control console. Dozens of dazzling crystal beams erupted across the starship graveyard. The energy traps laid earlier activated simultaneously, forming a colossal energy cage that trapped the Shadow flagship in its center. The crystal energy resonated with the metal debris, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic pulse. The Shadow flagship's engines died instantly, its hull shuddering violently. This? A crystal energy trap. The Shadow Lord's voice wavered for the first time. It's a gift from you, Yuanhang replied, maneuvering the Stardust out of the blast zone. Shadow energy can consume matter, but it's disrupted by the resonance between metal and crystal. Thank you for chasing us all this way. You helped us find the perfect battleground. The Stardust rendezvoused with the third squad ships and began its breakout towards the edge of the graveyard. The Shadow flagship rammed against the energy cage repeatedly. Dark violet energy shockwaves pulverized the surrounding wreckage, but the crystal energy barrier proved exceptionally resilient, resisting all attempts to break free. They won't last long. The energy trap only has a 10-minute duration, the first mate warned. That's enough, Yuanhang said, pulling up the coordinates of the next stellar core node. Set jump coordinates. Target node Kappa. There's a secret outpost in the crystal nebula there, we can resupply. The Stardust's engines restarted, dragging its battered hull towards the jump corridor. Yuanhang glanced back at the Shadow flagship trapped in the energy cage, knowing this was only a temporary victory. The Shadow Lord's patience was exhausted, the pursuit to come would only be more relentless. After the jump, the Stardust arrived in a starfield shrouded in a green nebula. Node Kappa was hidden within the rings of a gas giant at the nebula's center, and the crystal outpost was built on an asteroid within those rings. As the ship neared the outpost, Yuanhang sensed something was wrong. The outpost's energy signature was completely gone, and the asteroid's surface was scarred with dark violet erosion marks clearly destroyed by the Shadow fleet. The outpost has fallen, the observer cried out in despair. Yuanhang's heart sank. Just as he was about to order a retreat, the main screen flickered to life with a weak signal. The image showed a badly wounded Crystal Guardian, his body being consumed by Shadow energy, yet he still clung desperately to a crystal communicator. Captain Yuanhang. Node Kappa is still here. We activated the final defense protocol. In the core of the gas giant. Use the encrypted frequency of the Stardust corridor. To activate it. The transmission cut off, and the screen went dark. Yuanhang clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Set course for the gas giant's orbit. First mate, decode the outpost's encrypted frequency. We're going to the core zone to activate the node. The Stardust slowly entered the gas giant's rings, surrounded by countless ice crystals and rock fragments. Within the planet's green atmospheric currents, dark violet energy vortices could be seen drifting, patrols left behind by the Shadow fleet. They haven't left, the observer reported tensely. Yuanhang took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. Disguise the ship as a meteorite. We're infiltrating the core zone. No matter the cost, we must activate Node Kappa. The Stardust shut down most of its energy systems, coating itself in an icy camouflage. It drifted with the ring debris deeper into the gas giant. The green currents grew denser and dark violet energy vortices brushed past them, each close call sending a jolt of terror through the crew. Yuanhang stared intently at the control console, the Crystal Guardian's words echoing in his mind. He knew this infiltration might be their last chance. And in the core zone of the gas giant, waiting for them, besides the stellar core node, were unknown dangers. The rings of the gas giant flowed like a belt of emerald, and the Stardust, disguised as a frost-laden meteorite, descended slowly amidst the stream of debris. As the planet's gravity intensified, a thick layer of frost formed on the ship's hull, and the console readings flickered erratically due to the powerful magnetic field interference. 5,000 kilometers to the core zone. Ambient shadow energy concentration is rising, the observer reported, eyes fixed on the scanning screen. Detecting 3 energy vortexes circling nearby as if on patrol. Yuanhang maneuvered the ship, slightly adjusting its angle to hide behind a massive shard of ice crystal. Reduce energy output to minimum. Shut down all active scans. While navigate by sight. The Stardust's viewports transformed into transparent observation screens, projecting the external vista in real time. Green currents intertwined with dark violet lightning, each strike causing ripples of spatial distortion. Those shadow energy vortexes drifted through the rings like living phantoms, eroding ice and rock into dark violet powder in their wake. They seem to be searching for something, the first mate whispered. The outpost guard said the node is in the core zone. Could it be that the Shadow fleet hasn't found it yet? The star core node's energy is shielded by a special force field. It can only be triggered by the encrypted frequency of the Stardust channel. Yuanhang explained, pulling up the ship's energy spectrum. That's why they're stationed here. They know the node is near, but they can't pinpoint its location. The ship continued its descent, piercing through a thick layer of methane clouds, and the view before them opened up dramatically. The core zone of the gas giant was not the inferno of high temperature and pressure one might imagine. Instead, it was a crystal platform suspended amidst energy streams supported by dozens of colossal crystal pillars. At its center, the star core node emitted a soft blue light, maintaining an eerie equilibrium with the violent energies around it. But at the platform's edge stood over a dozen figures shrouded in shadow energy, wielding energy weapons and patrolling with vigilant eyes. More chilling was the sight of a gigantic shadow creature lurking in the energy currents beneath the platform. Its body, like a serpent formed of dark violet mist, stretched hundreds of meters, its eyes burning with a scarlet gleam. A shadow devourer, the observer gasped. The records from the Crystal Star sector mention these creatures. They feed on energy and are living weapons born from the shadow rifts. Yunhang's heart pounded. It seems they've invested heavily to guard the node. Engineering team, prepare. We need to create a diversion and use the chaos to land on the platform and activate the node. He pointed to a crystal pillar on the platform's left. First, calculate the energy stream's fluctuation cycle. At the next energy surge, hit that pillar with a shipboard torpedo to trigger a chain reaction. In the confusion, the engineering team will rush in with the landing pod. Understood. The fluctuation cycle is 3 minutes. 40 seconds to go. Yunhang stared at the timer, his palms slightly damp. As the countdown hit 0, a massive energy torrent erupted from the gas giant's core, green currents sweeping through like a tidal wave. Now, fire the torpedo. The Stardust burst from its hiding place among the ice crystals, the shipboard torpedo streaking towards the target pillar with a white tail flame. A violent explosion thundered within the energy torrent. The crystal pillar shattered, sending fragments flying, and the patrolling shadow guards were thrown into disarray by the chaotic energy flow. Launch the landing pod. 2 small pods shot out like arrows from a bow, piercing through the energy turbulence and landing precisely at the platform's center. The engineering team swiftly exited and rushed towards the star core node. Alert! The shadow devourer is stirred. Below, the colossal beast raised its head, its scarlet gaze locking onto the landing pods. It opened its maw and unleashed a beam of dark violet energy, striking one of the pods instantly. The pod disintegrated into fragments, its energy signature completely extinguished. Pod 2 is destroyed. The engineering chief's voice crackled through the communicator. We've reached the node. Initiating encrypted frequency handshake. The shadow guards on the platform regained their senses and opened fire on the remaining engineers. Seeing this, Yunhang dove the Stardust down, its crystal pulse cannon firing continuously to draw their fire. Hold on. We've got your back. The Stardust weaved agilely above the platform, dodging attacks from the guards and the Devourer's energy beams. The ship's shields flickered under the relentless assault, energy levels plummeting. Encrypted frequency handshake successful. Activation sequence initiated. The chief reported, his voice ragged. But the node's energy is being disrupted. We need more time. The Shadow Devourer let out a deafening roar, its massive form surging out of the energy currents towards the platform. Its colossal tail swept across, instantly destroying 2 crystal pillars, and the platform began to shake violently. Captain, shield energy is down to 10%. We can't hold out much longer. Yunhang watched the activation progress bar on the screen flicker, just 5% remaining. Clenching his jaw, he made a desperate decision. First mate, take the helm. Keep up the cover fire. Engineering team, connect your power cells to the node. Force inject the core energy from the landing pod. That will detonate the pod. The chief exclaimed. No time. Do it. Yunhang's voice carried an unyielding resolve. The engineers sprang into action, linking the pod's energy lines to the star core node. The moment energy was injected, the node's blue light surged brilliantly, and the activation bar filled instantly. Activation successful. At that same instant, the Shadow Devourer's maw lunged for the platform. The engineering chief, seeing the beast charge, pressed the detonator and shouted into the communicator, Captain, survive. Guard the stars. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the platform's center, annihilating the engineering team and the shadow guards alike. Propelled by the blast, the star core node released a dazzling blue light. A pillar of energy shot through the gas giant's atmosphere, piercing the heavens. Energy resonance achieved. The crystal origins barrier is strengthening, the first mate exclaimed excitedly. Yunhang watched the towering beam of light on the screen, his eyes burning with emotion. He fought back his feelings, steering the Stardust out of the core zone. Retreat. Head to the final rally point. The Stardust struggled to break free from the energy torrent. As it emerged from the gas giant's rings, Yunhang cast a glance back at the green nebula. There lay not only his valiant crew, but also the Shadow Devourer and its guards. More importantly, they had ignited yet another beacon of hope. On the main screen, the image of the crystal heart flickered to life again. The golden ultimate barrier now covered half the star sector, and the Shadow Fleet's assault had noticeably weakened. But the Shadow Lord's flagship continued its relentless attack, the barrier's light flickering unsteadily. 3 more nodes to go. Yunhang clenched his fist. Next, target the birthplace of the Stardust channel, the Alpha Star sector. That is our final hope. The Stardust adjusted its course heading towards its home. Yunheng knew the final battle was imminent, and the Star Core node in the Alpha Star sector might yet hold the deepest secrets of the Stardust channel. The engines of the Stardust hummed wearily in the jump tunnel, the ship bearing the scars of relentless combat. As the jump light faded, a familiar starfield emerged before them. The Alpha Starfield, birthplace of the Stardust passage and the location of the final 3 Star Core nodes. The starfield here was serene and tranquil, a stark contrast to the war-torn crystal starfield. Countless twinkling stars traced the original route of the Stardust passage, with a faintly blue glowing star suspended silently at the starfield's center, the mother star of the passage, Alpha Star. Finally back, the first officer murmured, gazing at the familiar star chart with a hint of emotion. The last 3 nodes are on Alpha Star's satellite orbit, the ancient ruins and the passage's first-generation space station. Yunheng's gaze fell upon the coordinates of the first-generation space station, the starting point of the passage's exploration history, and the place where he had trained in his youth. Head to the first-generation space station first. Its defense systems are the most complete. It will serve as a temporary command center. The Stardust slowly entered the docking lane of the first-generation space station. The hull of this ancient space station was etched with the marks of time, yet its core systems still hummed with life. Pale blue energy currents flowing silently through the conduits like a slumbering dragon. Detecting the space station's automated defense systems are still active. It has identified the Stardust's transponder signal and is unlocking the core area, the observer reported. As the ship docked at the station's berth, a familiar figure appeared at the passageway entrance. The station's keeper, an elderly man with graying hair, once Yunheng's mentor. Yunheng, you've finally returned, the old man said, stepping forward with a smile, yet his eyes held a trace of worry. We learned of the Shadow Rift through the interstellar broadcast. Master, is the station's Star Core node safe? Yunheng asked urgently. The old man nodded, leading them to the station's core control room. We hid the node within the energy core of the ancient database. The Shadow Fleet came once, but they couldn't breach the defenses. However, they left behind numerous reconnaissance drones. The station's perimeter is no longer secure. In the center of the control room, a massive holographic projection displayed the real-time battle situation in the Alpha Starfield. 3 Shadow warships were besieging Alpha Star's satellite, attempting to destroy the Star Core node there. The satellite node's defenses are failing, the observer exclaimed, pointing at the projection. The Shadow Fleet's attack frequency is increasing. Yunheng immediately ordered Stardust depart at once to support the satellite node. Master, please activate the station's defensive weapons to cover us. Go with peace of mind, the old man said, pressing a red button in the control room. The main cannon of the first-generation space station is not just for show. As the Stardust left the station and entered the satellite's orbit, it was ambushed by the Shadow warships. 3 warships deployed in a wedge formation, firing a dense network of dark violet beams at the Stardust. Space station main cannon is ready. The old man's voice came through the communicator. The hull of the first-generation space station slowly opened, revealing a colossal energy cannon 100 meters long, its muzzle gathering a blinding blue light. At the old man's command, a thick energy beam roared forth, instantly destroying the engine of 1 Shadow warship. Now, Yunheng piloted the Stardust and charged the crystal pulse cannon, precisely striking the shield core of another warship. Amidst the flames of the explosions, the Stardust broke through the encirclement and arrived at the satellite node, an energy tower built on the satellite's surface. Engineering drones repair the node's defenses immediately. Yunheng dispatched a repair team. First officer coordinate with the station's main cannon to eliminate the last warship. With the station's fire support, the Stardust maneuvered nimbly and soon destroyed the last Shadow warship. The repair team also successfully restored the energy tower's defenses. The satellite node's light flared anew, forming an energy resonance with the previously activated nodes. Satellite node activated. Ultimate barrier coverage expanded to 70%. At that moment, the main screen flickered violently as the Shadow Lord forcibly connected to the communication channel, his voice seething with rage. Yunheng, do you think retreating to your origin will save you? The star core energy of the Alpha Starfield will become nourishment for the Shadows. A despair-inducing sight appeared on the screen. Dozens of Shadow warships were emerging from a jump tunnel led by the Shadow Lord's flagship, its bowmount crimson crystal pulsing with an ominous light. They've deployed their entire force, the first officer exclaimed, pale-faced. Yunheng took a deep breath, his eyes eerily calm. Notify all allied forces we can reach. Rally at the ancient ruins on Alpha Star. That is where the last Star Core node lies, and our final battlefield. The Stardust returned to the first-generation space station, picked up the old man and the core data from the ancient database, then set course for the ancient ruins. Along the way, remnants of the Stardust Passage's fleet continuously joined the formation, the once lonely convoy gradually swelling. When they arrived at the ancient ruins, everyone was awestruck by the sight. At the center of the ruins stood a colossal stele, its surface carved with ancient star charts. The final star core node was embedded at its apex, radiating a gentle white light. This is the Cosmic Genesis star chart, the old man exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Legend says it maps the energy flow at the dawn of the universe. I never imagined it truly existed. Yunheng studied the patterns on the star chart and suddenly understood. The star core nodes aren't natural formations. They were created by the ancient civilization to counter the shadow rift. Their energy flow perfectly matches the Genesis star chart. The vanguard of the Shadow Fleet had already arrived, bombarding the energy barrier of the ruins. Standing before the stele, Yunheng shouted to all allied forces, explorers of the Stardust Passage, guardians of the Crystal Starfield. Today we stand at the origin of the universe, with home behind us and darkness ahead. Activate the final node. We will use the light of origin to purify all shadows. Activate the node. Defend our home. The crew's cries echoed across the starfield. Yunheng infused the core authority of the Stardust Passage into the node, while the old man activated the energy of the ancient database, creating a resonance with the node. The star core node at the steel's apex erupted with a dazzling white light, and the lines of the Genesis star chart lit up in sequence, as if coming alive. The Shadow Lord's flagship broke through the clouds, its crimson beam aimed directly at the stele. Destroy it. Just as the beam was about to strike the stele, all activated star core nodes burst with energy simultaneously. The ultimate barrier rapidly expanded from the ancient ruins' golden light, enveloping the entire Alpha Starfield. The Shadow Fleet's attacks collided with the barrier and vanished like stones thrown into the sea. Impossible, the Shadow Lord roared in disbelief. Standing before the stele, feeling the origin energy flowing through his body, Yunheng said softly, "Shadows can never understand that light's strength lies not in the absence of darkness, but in those willing to burn themselves to ignite the glow." The ultimate barrier's radiance grew ever brighter, and the shadow energy rapidly dissolved within the light. The Shadow Lord's flagship began to break apart, disintegrating into countless dark violet sparks that dissipated into the starfield. Seeing this, the remnants of the Shadow Fleet attempted to flee via jumps, but were blocked by the golden energy barrier, ultimately purified in the light. When the last trace of shadow energy vanished, the starfield regained its tranquility. The golden ultimate barrier slowly faded, revealing a clear starry sky, with countless stars twinkling as if celebrating the victory. Standing before the stele of the ancient ruins, Yunheng watched the ships of the Stardust Passage and the Crystal Starfield converge in the starfield, a smile spreading across his face. He knew the war was over, but the spirit of exploration would never cease. "Set a course for unknown starfields," he said to the first officer. "The universe is vast, and there are many secrets yet waiting to be discovered." The Stardust slowly departed from the Alpha Starfield, heading toward the more distant stars. The smoke of war gradually dissipated across the starry expanse, and the light of the Alpha Star sector regained its purity. The crew of the Stardust stood before the viewport, gazing at the Allied vessels repairing their homes, their faces adorned with weary yet gratified smiles. After months of arduous battle, they had finally safeguarded this stretch of stars. "Captain, a communication from the Crystal Star sector. The Crystal Envoy wishes to hold a post-war meeting with you," the communications officer reported. Yunheng activated the channel, and the Crystal Envoy's figure appeared on the screen, the crystalline patterns on his body brighter than before. "Captain Yunheng, we thank you for your efforts. The main force of the Shadow Fisher has been routed, and the remnants are no longer a threat. As agreed, the Crystal Star sector is willing to share exploration data of all star sectors with the Stardust Passage. This is a victory we share," Yunheng said with a slight smile. "However, regarding the data sharing, I have a proposal. Why don't we jointly establish a cross-star sector exploration alliance, allowing all civilizations to participate in the exploration of the cosmos?" A flicker of surprise passed through the Crystal Envoy's eyes. This is exactly what we hoped for. The ancient texts of the Crystal Star sector record that the prosperity of the universe requires the intermingling of civilizations, not isolation. After reaching a consensus, Yunheng ended the communication, turned to the crew, and said, "The war is over, but our mission is not yet complete. Next, the Stardust will become the pioneer vessel of the Exploration Alliance, venturing forth to forge new passages." Just then, the elder from the first-generation space station hurried onto the bridge holding a faintly glowing crystal. "Yunheng, during the post-war analysis of the ancient database, we discovered this peculiar signal source. Its energy frequency resembles that of the stellar core nodes, yet its location lies outside any known star sector of the universe." Yunheng took the crystal, and the moment his fingertip touched it, the crystal projected a strange star map. At its center lay a nebula radiating iridescent light, surrounded by many never-before-seen stellar trajectories. These are coordinates of an unknown star sector, the first mate exclaimed in surprise. The energy fluctuations here are purer than even the stellar core nodes, resembling a more ancient cosmic energy source. The elder nodded. The database speculates that this might be the sea of creation recorded by ancient civilizations, the wellspring of cosmic energy. The emergence of the shadow fissure may be related to the energy imbalance in this nebula. Yunheng gazed at the iridescent nebula on the star map, a flame of exploration igniting in his eyes. It seems a new journey already awaits us. Set course, target the sea of creation. We shall see what secrets lie hidden at the origin of the universe's birth. The Stardust underwent a week of resupply and refitting. Technicians from the Crystal Star sector installed the latest energy shields and warp engines on the vessel, while engineers from the Stardust passage upgraded the ancient database's analysis system to ensure it could handle unknown energy environments. On the day of departure, all vessels in the Alpha Star sector came to see them off. The radiance of the crystal warships interwove with the lights of the Stardust passage ships, forming a brilliant ribbon of light across the starry sky. Stardust safe travels. The Crystal Envoy's blessing came through the communication channel. Remember to send us your exploration logs. The elder from the first-generation space station waved and shouted. Yunheng stood on the bridge, saluting all the allied forces, seeing them off, Stardust departing. Target the sea of creation, opening a new Stardust passage. The ship slowly departed from the Alpha Star sector, heading into the unknown depths of the cosmos. As the Stardust entered the warp tunnel, a message from the ancient database suddenly appeared on the main control screen, attached with a brief star map annotation. Where Stardust reaches, light follows. Where passages extend, civilization endures. Yunheng looked at the words, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew that no matter how many unknowns and challenges lay ahead, as long as the Stardust engines were running, the footsteps of exploration would never cease. A new Stardust passage was slowly unfolding in their wake, and the secrets of the universe awaited revelation. The figure of the Stardust vanished into the warp light, leaving behind only a faint energy trail, like a new beacon drawn across the starry sky, guiding future explorers to continue onward. The light of the jump channel shattered like diamond fragments, and the Stardust emerged from the warp lane with a slight tremor. When the view outside the porthole cleared, every crew member held their breath. The sea of creation before them was not a nebula as imagined, but an ocean of energy flowing with iridescent light. Countless transparent energy currents wound through the starry void like rivers, with golden specks flickering within like dancing sparks. This is no physical starfield, the observer exclaimed. Scans show the spatial structure here is a liquid energy field. Matter would be disassembled into its most fundamental particles here. Yunheng gazed at the energy ocean, his fingertips gently touching the porthole. No wonder the ancient civilization called it a sea. The energy flows here truly resemble seawater. Switch the ship to energy suspension mode, deactivate the physical shields, and activate the crystal energy barrier. We must traverse it like sailing through water. The Stardust engines emitted a soft stream of energy, slowly gliding into the sea of creation. The moment the ship entered the energy field, everyone felt a strange resonance, as if every particle in their bodies trembled gently with the energy currents. The readings on the main console began to fluctuate wildly, with countless unseen energy data pouring into the database. Captain, I detect faint consciousness fluctuations within the energy currents. The communications officer suddenly reported. It sounds like an ancient whisper. Yunheng immediately ordered the system to analyze the wave frequency. After amplification through crystal energy, a blurred voice echoed across the bridge. It was not any known language, but more like a pure stream of consciousness conveying warmth, creation, and balance. Is it the consciousness of the sea of creation? The first mate asked in shock. It seems to be welcoming us. Just then a massive wave surged within the energy ocean, the iridescent light churning violently. A colossal wreckage of a ship emerged from the energy currents, its hull covered with patterns similar to the Stardust lanes, yet more ancient and immense. At the center of the wreckage, a dim crystal trembled faintly within the energy flow. It's an exploration vessel of the ancient civilization. Yunheng ordered immediately. Approach the wreckage and see if we can retrieve data. The Stardust cautiously approached the wreckage as engineering robots navigated through the energy currents, connecting data lines to the core system of the ruined ship. As data transmission began, a holographic image suddenly appeared on the main console. Within the frame, figures dressed in ancient civilization attire stood in an environment resembling the sea of creation. Their leader spoke to a crystal with a solemn expression. The shadow is not evil, but merely a reflection of the sea of creation. When light and shadow fall out of balance, rifts appear. The voice in the image was fragmented. We must return the heart of balance to the source of the sea of creation, or the energy cycle of the universe will be severed forever. The image suddenly cut to static. An alarm from the engineering robots blared. The core system of the wreckage is collapsing. That crystal is absorbing energy from the sea of creation. It's going to explode. Yunhang's pupils contracted. It's the heart of balance. It's the core that regulates energy balance as recorded by the ancient civilization. Robots retrieve the crystal immediately. We're retreating. The moment the engineering robot seized the crystal, the wreckage erupted with blinding light, and an energy shockwave radiated outward from its center. The Stardust was flung by the shockwave, rocking violently like a small boat in a tempestuous sea. Energy barrier down to 40%. The ship is being dragged by the energy currents. The first mate roared while maneuvering. Starboard engine is failing. Yunhang fixed his gaze on the crystal brought aboard. It now emitted a soft white glow, its surface etched with patterns identical to those in the sea of creation. As his fingertips touched the crystal, a clear stream of consciousness flooded his mind. Balance is broken. Shadows breed from imbalance. Only by returning the heart of balance to its source can the cycle of light and shadow be reconnected. Where is the source? Yunhang asked within his mind. The patterns on the crystal suddenly illuminated, pointing deep into the sea of creation. There a swirling energy vortex spun, its center shimmering with interwoven black and white light, like the very heart of the sea of creation. That's the starting point of the energy cycle. Yunhang ordered immediately. Repair the engines. We must deliver the heart of balance into the vortex. The root of the shadow rifts must lie here, not because shadows are inherently evil, but because the balance of the sea of creation has been shattered. The Stardust's engines restarted, dragging its damaged hull toward the energy vortex. The energy currents of the sea of creation grew increasingly violent, with dark purple veins weaving through the iridescent light like ominous cracks. The consciousness transmitted by the crystal grew urgent, constantly urging them to hasten. As the Stardust neared the vortex, everyone witnessed a chilling sight. The black and white light at the vortex's center was separating. The white light grew ever brighter, while the black light became dim and twisted with dark purple energy, seeping from the fissures, the very source of the shadow energy. This is the place. Yunhang cradled the heart of balance as he walked to the center of the bridge. Open the ship's energy channel. We'll use the Stardust's core power to propel it into the vortex. The crystal energy intertwined with the Stardust's core energy, forming a brilliant pillar of light. Yunhang placed the heart of balance into the energy channel, watching it rise slowly within the radiance, flying toward the vortex's center. The moment the heart of balance touched the black and white light, the entire sea of creation trembled violently. The dark purple fissures began to heal, and the separated black and white light rewove into a perfect taiji pattern. The energy currents of the sea of creation grew gentle, the iridescent light flowing anew, transmitting a consciousness of joy and balance. We did it. The crew cheered. Yunhang gazed at the now restored energy vortex, his mind suddenly enlightened. Shadows were not enemies, but a part of the universe's balance. The mission of the ancient civilization was not to eliminate shadows, but to maintain the equilibrium between light and shadow. The wars of the past were merely the pangs of imbalance. When the energy of the sea of creation fully stabilized, the heart of balance transformed into a streak of flowing light and merged into the vortex. Suddenly, a line of ancient script appeared on the Stardust's main console, automatically translated by the system. Balance is eternity, exploration is legacy. The Stardust lane shall forever connect light and shadow. Yunhang looked out the porthole at the now serene energy ocean and said softly, set a course for home. We must bring this news back to the Alliance. The truth of the universe is gentler than we ever imagined. The Stardust slowly departed the sea of creation, the energy ocean rippling softly behind it, as if bidding a silent farewell. On the bridge, the ancient whisper echoed once more, this time clear and warm, like a blessing from the universe itself. Yunhang knew they had not only found the root of the shadow rifts, but had also unveiled the deepest secret of the cosmos. The Stardust turned gently amidst the energy ripples of the creation sea, preparing for its return voyage. Just as the ship was about to initiate its warp drive, the main control screen suddenly illuminated. Outside the porthole, the energy currents of the creation sea coalesced into a humanoid silhouette of light. A figure formed from iridescent energy, its features indistinct yet exuding a gentle aura. It was the embodiment of the creation seas that had previously communicated with them. Explorers, there is no need to depart in haste. The silhouette spoke, its voice as melodious as flowing energy. The restoration of balance requires a final covenant. Yunhang halted the ship within the energy stream and rose to approach the porthole. Are you the guardian of the creation sea? The silhouette nodded gently. I am the collective consciousness of the universe's energy cycle. The ancient civilization made a covenant with me, vowing to guard the balance for generations. But with their disappearance, the covenant gradually faded, causing light and shadow to fall into imbalance and breed rifts. It extended a hand formed of energy, and in its palm materialized a crystal emblem woven from black and white. Now that you have restored the balance, it is time for you to inherit this covenant. The crystal emblem drifted slowly toward the Stardust, passing through the porthole to land in Yunhang's hand. The emblem felt warm and smooth in his grasp, its black and white hues swirling like living entities radiating the pulsating energy of equilibrium. This is the emblem of balance, capable of sensing points of energy imbalance in the universe, the silhouette explained. When light and shadow tilt once more, it will guide you to those places for restoration. Explorers of the Stardust Passage, your civilization has inherited the ancient spirit of exploration and possesses the ability to connect with balance. This is your mission. Yunhang clasped the emblem tightly, feeling the weight of responsibility flowing within it. We will safeguard this balance, not in the name of guardians, but as explorers. The balance of the universe should not be confined, it should be naturally maintained through exploration. The silhouette seemed to smile, its energy form rippling with a soft radiance. A wise choice. The Creation Sea will open a permanent passage for the Stardust Passage. You may come here anytime to acquire energy and knowledge. But remember, never attempt to control the energy here. The essence of balance is coexistence, not domination. As the words faded, the silhouette gradually dissolved into the energy currents. The iridescent radiance of the Creation Sea softened, and a pathway formed of golden light particles unfurled before the Stardust, pointing toward the edge of the cosmos, as if guiding them toward new horizons of discovery. Captain, the emblem of balance has successfully connected with the ship's systems, the first mate reported excitedly. The system now contains a star map of energy imbalance points along with exploration logs left by the ancient civilization. Yunhang gazed at the twinkling points on the star map, his eyes brimming with anticipation. These imbalance points are our new exploration targets. Set a course back to the Alpha Star sector first. Let us inform the Alliance of the truth about balance. He paused, his gaze fixed on the end of the Golden Passage. Then, let us embark on the true Stardust Passage to explore the unknown star regions hidden by energy imbalances. The Stardust departed from the Creation Sea along the Golden Passage. As the ship re-entered normal space, the main control screen automatically displayed a recording, a message from the leader of the ancient civilization. The image was somewhat blurred, but the voice remained clear. To the future explorers, the beauty of the universe lies not in eternal light, but in the dance between light and shadow. The meaning of exploration is not to conquer the unknown, but to understand differences. When you see this message, it means balance has been restored, and the Stardust Passage shall extend once more. Go forth with curiosity and reverence, so that civilization may endure eternally among the stars. The recording ended. Yunhang turned to the crew with a smile. Did you hear that? A new journey begins. The Stardust's engines hummed with a cheerful roar as it set course toward the Alpha Star sector. Outside the porthole, the light of the emblem of balance intertwined with the starlight, leaving a faint sinuous trail across the cosmos. That trail was not a straight line, but undulated like waves, symbolizing the balance of light and shadow and the unending exploratory path of the Stardust Passage. Deep within the distant Creation Sea, the iridescent energy currents flowed gently, as if whispering a silent blessing. And in every corner of the universe, the star regions once shrouded by shadow were reviving as new civilizations quietly emerged in the radiance of Stardust. The story of the Stardust Passage has no end, for the footsteps of explorers guided by starlight will stretch all the way to the edge of the cosmos. The Stardust's warp light cut through the night sky of the Alpha Star sector. As the ship slowly docked at the space station's berth, they were greeted not only by familiar allies, but also by representatives from the Crystal Star sector and various colonies along the Stardust Passage. Everyone looked up at the scarred, yet still proud vessel, their eyes filled with reverence. Captain Yunhang, welcome home. The Crystal Envoy stepped forward first, followed by Crystal Elders bearing a shimmering crystal scroll. The alliance has been formed. We await only the tidings you bring from the Sea of Creation. Yunhang displayed the balance emblem before the assembly. Its interwoven black and white radiance illuminated the hall. The root of the shadow rift is not evil, but an imbalance in the universe's energy. The Sea of Creation is the source of energy. Light and shadow were meant to circulate and coexist there. It is only when this balance is shattered that calamities arise. He projected an image of the Sea of Creation. As the seven-colored energy streams and the balanced vortex appeared, a wave of awe swept through the audience. The Crystal Elders gazed at the image, tears glistening in their eyes. The ancient prophecy is true. Balance is the true essence of the universe. That afternoon, the first assembly of the Interstellar Exploration Alliance convened at the Prime Space Station. Standing at the podium, Yunhang embedded the balance emblem into the console. Instantly, a star map of the universe's energy imbalance points was projected in the center of the hall, resembling a shimmering spiderweb. These luminous points are the known imbalance zones. They are not necessarily dangerous shadow rifts. They could also be light blind spots where energy is overly concentrated. Yunhang's voice resonated through the speakers across the hall. The Alliance's primary mission is not combat, but exploration and restoration. To use our technology and crystal energy to help these regions regain balance. But how do we determine the standard of balance? Asked a colonial representative. Yunhang raised the balance emblem, its light pulsing in rhythm with his words. The answer lies here. It will sense the tilt of energy. More importantly, it will teach us to listen to the unique rhythm of every star sector and every civilization. Balance is not a uniform formula, but a symbiosis that respects differences. The assembly ultimately passed the Stardust Compact, establishing 3 core principles: exploration, first balance, as foundation civilizations, and shared prosperity. The Crystal Star sector would provide energy technology, the Stardust Passage would open encrypted routes, and the colonies would train cross-sector coordinators. As for the Stardust, it was officially appointed as the Alliance's flagship of balance, tasked with exploring imbalance points and spreading the ideals of the Compact. During the shore leave, Yunhang returned to the ancient ruins on Alpha Star with the balance emblem. The creation star map on the steel re-illuminated under the emblem's glow. The ancient engravings seemed to come alive, resonating with the emblem's light. "What troubles you?" an old man asked, approaching with a cane, observing Yunhang's contemplative silhouette before the star map. "I wonder if the ancient civilization also went through a phase like this." Yunhang said softly. "They discovered the secret of balance, but failed to keep their pact. Will we repeat their mistakes?" The old man smiled and pointed to a line of small script at the edge of the star map. Ancient characters never seen before. The system translated it: balance lies not in eternal stillness, but in eternal adjustment. An explorer's strength is not in never erring, but in learning from their mistakes. The old man patted his shoulder. What the ancient civilization left behind was not a perfect answer, but the courage to ask questions. Go forth. It is more important to journey with questions than with answers. A week later, the Stardust set sail once more. This time, a new emblem adorned the ship's hull. The interwoven black and white balance emblem was engraved beside the Stardust Passage insignia, symbolizing the fusion of tradition and a new mission. The crew stood on the bridge, their eyes full of anticipation as they watched more ships join the formation. "First, stop the imbalance point at the edge of the Crab Nebula," Yunhang ordered. "Energy readings there indicate an overconcentration of light. Let's see if we can help." The Stardust, leading 3 Alliance vessels, slowly departed the Alpha Star sector, leaving behind countless twinkling stars and signals of blessing. As the ship entered the warp tunnel, a video began to play on the main screen. A compilation of blessings recorded by representatives from various star sectors: the Crystal Envoy's energy message, a colonial child's hand-drawn starscape, and the warm, smiling words of the Elder from the Prime Space Station. "Where Stardust travels, balance follows." Yunhang softly recited the opening line of the Stardust Compact. The balance emblem in his hand grew slightly warm, as if responding to this promise. In the light of the warp tunnel, the Stardust gradually faded from view, but the course it charted continued to extend across the starry void, connecting one star sector after another, one civilization after another. In the distant sea of creation, the 7-colored energy streams gently surged, as if witnessing a new covenant. A Stardust Compact belonging to all explorers and all civilizations, a covenant of balance and symbiosis. And in the depths of the universe, more unknown imbalance points awaited discovery, more secrets awaited being heard. The roar of the Stardust's engines became a new cosmic overture, echoing through the starry void. The light of the jump passage shattered like fragments of sunlight as the Stardust and the Alliance fleet slowly sailed into the edge of the Crab Nebula. The scene before them was utterly different from the star charts. This nebula, once filled with dark matter, was now shrouded in blinding white light. Countless energy particles danced wildly in the starry void, forming scorching streams of light, even causing the crystal shield of the Stardust to ripple with defensive waves. Energy readings are 3 times over the limit. The light energy here has overflowed. The observer stared at the screen. The prolonged energy overload has melted the surfaces of the planets within the nebula. There are no signs of life. Yunhang summoned the balance emblem. The white half of the emblem blazed brilliantly, while the black half was dim and lifeless. The imbalance is severe. Light energy is suppressing all shadow energy cycles. Activate the Stardust Harmonizer. Let's try using crystal energy to guide dark energy particles into the core. The belly of the Stardust slowly opened, revealing a device forged from crystal and stardust alloy. At its center was a small energy core retrieved from the sea of creation. At Yunhang's command, the device released a gentle beam of dark purple light, like a delicate thread pulling dark energy particles from the outer reaches of the nebula and slowly injecting them into the white light-enveloped core region. The moment the beam touched the white light, a violent energy explosion erupted. The white light, like an enraged beast, madly lashed out at the dark purple beam, and the Stardust shield energy instantly dropped by 20%. No, direct injection will cause an energy clash, the first mate shouted urgently. Their energy frequencies are completely incompatible. Yunhang stared at the chaotic energy waveforms on the screen, then suddenly recalled the energy flow of the Sea of Creation. Switch the harmonizer to resonance mode. Don't force the injection. Use the frequency of the balance emblem to make the dark energy particles resonate with the light energy. The crew swiftly adjusted the device parameters. When the black and white radiance of the balance emblem merged with the dark purple beam, a miracle occurred. The once violent white light showed subtle fluctuations. Dark energy particles, like drops of water merging into the sea, began to slowly diffuse within the white light, forming interwoven black and white energy vortices. It's working. They're beginning to merge, the observer reported excitedly. Energy conflict intensity has dropped by 40%. The 3 alliance ships also joined the harmonization. For beams like 4 energy bonds wove a vast web of balance in the starry sky of the Crab Nebula. As time passed, the blinding white light gradually softened and streams of dark purple energy meandered within it, forming an energy cycle reminiscent of the Sea of Creation. Just as the harmonization was nearing completion, an intensely bright pillar of light erupted from the center of the nebula. A ship composed of pure light energy burst through the clouds, heading straight for the Stardust. The ship's form was somewhat similar to the Stardust, but it was entirely made of white light, with a massive light core embedded in its bow. It's a guardian ship of the Light Spirit clan. The Crystal Messenger's voice suddenly came through the communicator, as if he had been watching the situation all along. The Light Spirit clan is an ancient civilization that depends on light energy for survival. When light energy becomes unbalanced, their consciousness gets controlled by the energy, making them extremely aggressive. The Light Spirit Guardian ship indeed launched an attack, a thick beam of light aimed directly at the Stardust. Yunhang swiftly maneuvered the ship to evade, shouting, "Don't counterattack. Use the balance emblem to transmit a wave of consciousness, make them understand we are restoring balance." The light of the balance emblem surged dramatically, black and white energy interweaving into a stream of consciousness that flew toward the Light Spirit Guardian ship. When the consciousness stream touched the light energy shell of the ship, the Guardian ship's attack suddenly halted. Countless agonized faces emerged on its white light hull. "They are struggling," the communications officer exclaimed. "The light energy overload has caused them to lose their self-awareness." Yunhang immediately ordered, "All ships concentrate the harmonization beams on the light core of the Light Spirit Guardian ship. We need to help them shed the excess energy." 4 beams simultaneously struck the core of the Light Spirit Guardian ship. The balancing energy surged in like a tide. The white light of the Guardian ship flickered violently as the surplus light energy was stripped away, turning into golden specks of light that drifted into the starry void. When the light of the core softened, the ship's form gradually changed. Humanoid outlines emerged within the white light. This was the true form of the Light Spirit clan. "Thank you, emissaries of balance." A gentle voice came through the communication channel. "We were trapped by excess energy for too long. We nearly lost ourselves completely." The leader of the Light Spirit clan appeared on the screen. His body was composed of soft white light, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. The imbalance in the Crab Nebula originated from an explosion in an energy vein. We tried to suppress it with our own energy, but instead we were consumed. Your arrival has set us free. Yunhang smiled and said, "We are members of the Cross-Star Domain Exploration Alliance. Restoring cosmic balance is our mission. If you are willing, you can join the Alliance. With your understanding of light energy, you can help more unbalanced star domains." The Light Spirit leader nodded in agreement. The Guardian ship transformed into a beam of white light and hovered alongside the Stardust in the starry sky. By now the Crab Nebula had regained its balance. Soft white light and dark purple energy streams interwove and flowed, while golden specks of light drifted slowly within like a blessing from the cosmos. Detecting a new point of imbalance, the observer suddenly reported. At the edge of the Andromeda spiral arm, the energy fluctuation is very peculiar. It's as if light and shadow are chasing each other. Yunhang looked at the newly lit point on the balance emblem, a flame of exploration kindling in his eyes. "Set course, target the Andromeda spiral arm." It seems the journey to balance the universe has only just begun. The Stardust and the Light Spirit Guardian ship departed from the Crab Nebula, leaving behind a star domain that was slowly returning to life. Golden specks of light twinkled in the ship's wake like beacons guiding their path. Yunhang stood on the bridge, gazing at the brilliant starry sky beyond the viewport, and murmured, "Every time we repair a point of imbalance, we encounter a new civilization and hear new stories. This is the true meaning of exploration. The ship's engines hummed with a lively roar, carrying new companions and a new mission toward the next unknown star domain. The light of the balance emblem cast a reflection of Yunhang's resolute face on the console, while the light dust of the Crab Nebula wrote the first page of the Stardust Covenant in the starry sky. The formation of the Stardust and the Spirit Guardian fleet traversed through the starry void, and after 3 days of warp travel, they finally arrived at the edge of the Andromeda spiral arm. The spectacle here was even more bizarre than the Crab Nebula. The entire starfield was segmented by interwoven bands of light and shadow, streams of luminous energy and dark energy, coiling like two serpents in pursuit, winding and spiraling through the cosmos, sometimes colliding into brilliant sparks, other times intertwining in a delicate equilibrium. This energy flow, it's like a chaotic dance. The spirit leader's voice carried a note of awe. The concentrations of light and shadow are within normal ranges, but their trajectories are utterly out of control, like a symphony that has lost its rhythm. Yunhang brought up the scanning data from the balance emblem, a slight frown creasing his brow. The energy density isn't imbalanced, but the circulation path is wrong. Under normal circumstances, light and shadow should merge naturally like the Sea of Genesis, not chase and collide like this. Observer, check the historical records of this starfield. Has there been any anomalous event? Querying the Alliance database. Found it. The observer reported swiftly. 500 years ago, a binary supernova eruption occurred here. A light star and a shadow star exploded simultaneously. The energy shockwave altered the spatial structure of the entire starfield, and since then the energy flow here has been extremely unstable. The spirit leader gazed at the energy bands. The souls of the stars still linger within the energy flow. They lost their forms in the explosion and can only confirm their existence by chasing each other. This obsession traps them in an eternal cycle, robbing this starfield of true balance. Then how can we help them? The first officer asked. Direct intervention could trigger a catastrophic energy explosion. Yunhang pondered for a moment, his gaze settling on the energy spectra of the Stardust and the Spirit Guardian fleet. Perhaps we don't need to intervene, but to guide. The spirit race excels at communicating with light energy, and the Stardust crystal energy can connect with shadow energy. We can each establish resonance with one of the energy flows, guiding them to find a new circulation path. The plan was swiftly set in motion. The Spirit Guardian fleet transformed into a beam of white light, soaring toward the source of the luminous energy stream. They released gentle waves of consciousness, attempting to communicate with the lingering soul of the star. The Stardust activated its crystal energy barrier, slowly approaching the dark energy stream. The black half of the balance emblem glowed, radiating calming vibrations. Initially, the energy flow reacted violently. The band of light became blinding, while the dark energy churned into dark purple vortices, as if resisting the external intrusion. But as the gentle consciousness waves of the spirit race and the soothing crystal energy persisted, the fluctuations of the two energy streams gradually subsided. They are responding to us. The spirit leader's voice brimmed with joy. The remnant soul of the light star says it fears losing the reflection of the shadow, just as light fears losing its shadow. The remnant soul of the shadow star is also transmitting its thoughts, Yunhang added. It fears being consumed by the light, which is why it keeps running. They are not in conflict, they are bound by fear and dependence. Having identified the crux, Yunhang immediately adjusted the plan. Spirit Guardian fleet released light bridge energy to establish a stable energy channel. Stardust initiate the Dark River program to construct shadow return circuits on both sides of the light bridge. We need to show them that light and shadow can coexist without the need for pursuit. The Spirit Guardian fleet released a golden energy bridge spanning between the two energy streams. The Stardust deployed dark purple energy circuits on either side of the light bridge, forming a circulatory structure reminiscent of the Sea of Genesis. As the black and white radiance of the balance emblem simultaneously infused the energy bridge, a miracle unfolded. The luminous energy stream ceased its frantic chase, flowing gently along the light bridge. The dark energy stream halted its surging, intertwining with the light energy along the Dark River circuits. The two energy bands, woven like a garland, formed a stable double helix structure in the starry void, reflecting each other without conflict. The explosive sparks vanished, replaced by a gentle radiance. At the moment the energy cycle stabilized, two ethereal silhouettes emerged from the energy flow, the remnant souls of the light star and the shadow star. They met at the center of the energy bridge, transforming into two star cores, one bright and one dark, suspended serenely in the cosmos. They have found a new way to exist, the spirit leader whispered in awe. No longer needing to chase, for they have become a part of each other. Yunhang looked at the stable energy readings on the screen and smiled. This is true balance. Not light overwhelming shadow, nor shadow devouring light, but being each other's foundation like this. Just then the main console of the Stardust received an encrypted signal. The sender was the Elder from the first-generation space station. The signal contained only a star chart and a single sentence: anomalous energy fluctuations detected at the edge of the Sea of Genesis. The source of the balance emblem is calling. Yunheng exchanged a glance with the spirit leader, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. He immediately ordered, "The formation will return. Target the Sea of Genesis." It seems the balance of the cosmos holds deeper secrets. The formation of the Stardust and the Spirit Guardian fleet slowly departed from the Andromeda spiral arm, the double helix energy band behind them shimmering in the starry void like a colossal symbol of balance. Yunheng stood on the bridge gripping the balance emblem in his hand. Its black and white radiance trembled faintly, as if responding to the call from the Sea of Genesis. He knew the journey ahead might be even more arduous, but as long as he held fast to the conviction of balance, the Stardust's course would never lose its way. And the civilizations encountered, the wonders witnessed along the voyage would all become the most precious annotations of the Stardust New Testament, eternally echoing through the starry cosmos. Yunheng's fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the console as the crystal starfield beyond the porthole visibly dimmed its resplendent luster. Faint lavender ripples from the jump still lingered on the Stardust's energy shield, while in the holographic projection, the rhombus crystal hovered silently, its surface shimmering with light patterns that traced an eerie star chart trajectory. Coordinates decoded, Lin Xia's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but these coordinates don't appear on any known star chart. It's like a blank area deliberately erased from the database. Yunheng pulled up the star chart archives of the crystal starfield, his fingertip tracing the dark red boundary line marked Forbidden Passage. The coordinate point transmitted by the crystal lay precisely 3 light-years beyond that boundary, a region labeled in Federation navigation logs as a high-incidence zone of space-time turbulence, untouched by any merchant vessel for nearly a century. "The energy fluctuations inside the crystal are still intensifying," said mechanic Old K, tapping the detection instrument. "This thing isn't naturally formed, it has intricate energy circuits inside like some kind of beacon." Before his voice faded, the Stardust suddenly shuddered violently. The star chart on the main screen warped instantly. The once smooth orbital lines cracked into fine fissures from which seeped streams of azure energy. Yunheng yanked the control lever, the ship swerving dangerously close to a stream of energy as the cockpit's alarms blared shrilly. Spatial stability dropping to critical levels. Lin Xiao's fingers flew across the control panel. "It's the crystal. It's synchronously activating the surrounding spatial nodes." Yunheng looked at the crystal floating at the center of the console. Its surface light spots had now coalesced into a rotating halo within which faint silhouettes of ships emerged, their contours starkly different from current Federation models bearing the same rhombus insignia on their prows as the crystal. Old K cut the crystal's energy connection. Yunheng's voice was steady, his eyes fixed on the expanding spatial rift on the screen. "Lin Xia, calculate the rift's expansion rate, and give me the optimal breakout route." The moment the energy cutter touched the crystal, the entire Stardust plunged into an eerie silence. The alarm ceased abruptly, the starlight outside froze into tiny points, and even time seemed to slow its flow. The halo on the crystal's surface suddenly expanded, enveloping the cockpit. Within the glow, Yunheng glimpsed a blurry vision. A fleet of countless rhombus-shaped ships was traversing a stargate, the starfield beyond the gate blazing with the flames of war. "They await you, navigator," an ancient distant voice resonated directly in his mind. "The rift is about to open. The covenant of the crystal starfield must now be fulfilled." As azure light surged from the spatial rift, Yunheng tightened his grip on the control lever. The Stardust's engines roared, and guided by the crystal, it slowly sailed into that forgotten, unknown starfield. He knew that this invitation initiated by the crystal was far more perilous than it appeared, yet it might also hold the key to unraveling the ultimate secret of the Stardust passage. The moment the Stardust entered the rift, torrents of azure energy engulfed the hull like a tide. The coordinates on the instrument panel failed completely, yet the originally chaotic spatial fluctuations grew docile within the crystal's radiance, as if an invisible hand was carving a path for the ship. Yunheng stared intently out the porthole. The frozen starlight gradually converged into spiral bands of light, guiding the ship as it plunged into the depths of the rift. "The energy shield readings are stable." Lin Xia stared at the monitor, her tone laced with astonishment. "These cerulean energies are protecting us like some kind of spatial navigation barrier." Old K circled the crystal with a scanner, the torrent of data on the instrument screen, making him gasp. "This energy frequency matches the records in the ancient civilization database. Legend has it that the spatial technology of the Crystal Tribe was just like this, capable of taming the turbulence of spacetime." At the end of the light ribbon, a floating continent suddenly appeared. It was not the wreckage of a natural planet, but a colossal structure assembled from countless diamond-shaped crystals. The continent's edges were inlaid with energy circuits identical to those inside the Stardust, gleaming with a metallic chill in the cerulean glow. As the Stardust slowly descended onto the crystal plaza, Yun Heng realized the ground beneath his feet could reflect the ship's shadow, as if treading upon a frozen expanse of stars. The communicator is responding, Lin Xia exclaimed suddenly. It's a directional broadcast repeating a set of coordinate signals, identical to the initial coordinates transmitted by the crystal. Yun Heng pushed open the hatch and stepped off the ship carrying the crystal. The moment he set foot on the crystal ground, the stone pillars around the plaza blazed to life and countless specks of light surged from the surface, forming a three-dimensional star chart in the air. At the center of the star chart, 3 blinking red dots were marked. One indicated their current position, while the other 2 were scattered across opposite ends of the starfield. The voice in my head has returned. Yun Heng suddenly halted, touching his fingertips to his brow. It says this is the first beacon point, and we need to activate the crystal resonance to unlock the next leg of the route. Old K crouched down and knocked on the ground. The crystal emitted a crisp echo. These pillars are energy amplifiers. How about we try placing the crystal we brought into one? As the diamond-shaped crystal was embedded into the recess at the center of the plaza, the entire ruin suddenly trembled. Light from the stone pillars flowed along the energy circuits, weaving together into a colossal phantom gateway in the sky. Within the phantom gateway, a clear image emerged, a space station floating beside a gas giant, its hull scarred with bullet holes, yet still glowing with a faint red light. That's the Mist Shadow Space Station. Lin Xia pulled up a star chart for comparison. The Federation's navigation logs say it was destroyed by pirates 50 years ago. The image suddenly shifted, revealing a group of figures clad in crystal armor. They were embedding diamond-shaped crystals into the station's core device. The leading figure turned toward the lens. Beneath the armor's visor, a pair of eyes glowed with blue light. When all 3 beacon points are activated, the true star chart of the Stardust Passage will see the light of day again. But beware of the Crystal Eaters. They will stop at nothing to prevent the covenant from being fulfilled. As the words faded, the phantom gateway suddenly fluctuated violently. Cracks split open the crystal ground at the edge of the plaza. Black, vine-like substances emerged from the fissures, and wherever they passed, the energy circuits instantly dimmed. Old K's scanner issued a sharp alarm. Space parasites. They're devouring the crystal energy. Yun Heng swiftly drew his particle gun, but the energy beam only sparked as it struck the vines. The black matter was actually absorbing the energy. The areas touched by the beam grew even faster. Retrieve the crystal, Yun Heng shouted as he retreated. Stardust, prepare for takeoff. When the diamond-shaped crystal was pulled from the recess, the black vines abruptly ceased their spread, receding into the cracks like a tide. Yet the light of the entire crystal ruin had noticeably dimmed, and the phantom gateway dissipated into the cerulean starry sky. Yun Heng gazed at the crystal in his hand, now calm once more. The light spots on its surface were pointing toward the second red dot on the star chart, the coordinates of the Mist Shadow Space Station. He knew that the appearance of the Crystal Eaters was no coincidence. This covenant concerning the crystal starfield had long been entangled in a century-spanning web of grudges. And the place they were headed next might hold even more secrets about the Crystal Tribe and the Crystal Eaters. As the Stardust departed from the crystal ruins, Yun Heng carefully secured the rhomboid crystal within an energy isolation case. Old K marveled at the scanning records, noting that the energy signatures of the black vines matched no parasitic entity in the Federation database, as if they were hunters born specifically to devour crystal energy. The coordinates of Mist Hidden Space Station lie within the gravitational ring of the gas giant Mist. Lin Xia enlarged the star map, her fingertip tracing a region shrouded in violet gas. The magnetic interference there will render conventional communications useless, and the planetary ring is filled with debris requiring manual calibration of the navigation system. Yun Heng gazed at the thickening purple nebula outside the porthole. A fine layer of ice crystals had already formed on the Stardust's hull, a sign they were entering the gas giant's gravitational field. He suddenly recalled the images from the crystal ruins. When the armored figures mentioned the true star chart of the Stardust Passage, the gravity in their tone was no jest. Old K max out the weapon systems. Yun Heng tapped the control stick lightly. Since the crystal devourers have already targeted us, Mist Hidden Space Station won't be peaceful. The ship's passage through the debris field was more perilous than anticipated. Fist-sized icy meteorites relentlessly struck the shields, producing dull thuds. When the Stardust finally broke through the violet clouds, the silhouette of a dilapidated space station slowly emerged from the mist. Its main structure appeared torn apart by a colossal force, exposed metal struts wrapped in gray-brown nebular dust, with only the core area flickering with sporadic red light, like the final heartbeat of a dying creature. The life detector has a reading. Lin Xia's voice suddenly rose. A faint life signal right in the central control room. Yuanhang hovered the Stardust beside the station's docking tunnel, donned his spacesuit, and carrying the crystal and particle gun was the first to exit. The docking tunnel's hatch had long rusted away, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Inside the tunnel, a pungent smell of metal corrosion filled the air. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and broken weapon parts littered the floor, clear evidence of a fierce battle. These bullet marks were made by Federation standard-issue rifles. Old K picked up a deformed shell casing, but the edges show signs of energy burns not typical of pirate equipment. The door to the central control room had been forcibly blasted open. The moment he pushed through, Yuanhang witnessed a shocking scene. Dozens of bodies in Federation military uniforms lay on the floor, their postures suggesting they had been guarding the control console. Embedded in the central recess of the console was a rhomboid crystal identical to the one in Yuanhang's possession. Only this one had lost its luster, its surface covered in a web of fine cracks. The life signal is coming from beneath the console. Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator. There's an energy shield. Yuanhang lifted the metal panel of the console, revealing a curled-up figure hidden below. It was a boy who appeared to be no more than a teenager, clad in a mechanic's uniform, stained with grease, clutching a data chip tightly to his chest. He trembled all over at the sight of Yuanhang. "Don't touch that crystal." The boy's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the dark crystal in the center of the console. "It attracts the crystal devourers." Old K stepped forward to examine the dark crystal, his expression turning grim. "The energy residue matches the vines from the ruins. This thing is a trap." Before his words faded, a grating screech suddenly came from the control room's porthole. Yuanhang turned to see countless black vines slithering from the station's cracks, coiling around the porthole like serpents. The suckers at the tips of the vines secreted a corrosive liquid, and fine cracks were already appearing on the glass surface. "It's the crystal devourers. They followed the crystal's signal." The boy suddenly shouted, thrusting the data chip into Yuanhang's hand. "This is the star chart left by the Star Guardians. They said only by finding the crystals of the 3 navigators can the true passage be reconstructed." Yuanhang tightened his grip on the chip. The warmth on its surface resonated with the crystal in his hand. He looked at the dark crystal on the console and suddenly realized it wasn't a trap, but a screening mechanism. Only those who could protect the crystal under siege by the crystal devourers were worthy of inheriting the pact. Old K destroyed the dark crystal's energy core. Yuanhang raised his particle gun, aiming at the porthole. "Lin Xia, prepare for extraction. We evacuate in 5 minutes." The moment the particle beam struck the dark crystal, the entire space station shuddered violently. The dark crystal erupted with blinding white light, and the black vines recoiled as if scorched, but not before leaving deeper cracks behind. Yuanhang pulled the boy and dashed toward the docking tunnel as the control room behind them began to collapse in a thunderous roar. When the Stardust once again sailed into the nebula, Yuanhang looked at the 2 crystals in his hands, one emitting a soft glow, the other now dim. The boy curled up in a corner, his voice low as he recounted the tale of the Star Guardians. They were descendants of the Crystal Clan who had guarded the secrets of the Stardust passage for generations. 50 years ago, the Federation fleet had suddenly attacked the space station, seizing most of the crystals, and the Dark Crystal was their last line of defense. "Why did the Federation want the crystals?" Lin Xia asked in confusion. The boy looked up, his eyes filled with terror. "Because they want to monopolize the end of the Stardust passage, where a power lies that could change the fate of the entire star sector. And the crystal devourers are actually crystal guardians corrupted by that very power." Yuanhang caressed the data chip. The star chart within it resonated with the crystal, and the coordinates of the 3rd beacon gradually became clear. It was the forgotten starport on the edge of the Federation's capital star sector, also the site of the Federation fleet's secret shipyard. He suddenly realized that behind this pact lay not only the enmity between the Crystal Clan and the Crystal Devourers, but also a vast conspiracy within the Federation's high command. The Stardust smoothly navigated the stellar track on its return journey, and a rare sense of relaxation enveloped the cockpit. Lin Xia was synchronizing the latest data from the Crystal Star Domain to the Federal Council as a star map network flickered on the screen, covering nearly 100 colonized planets. Those routes once marked as forbidden were now being relabeled as safe with green lines. "The Council has sent a commendation," Lin Xia said with a smile. Turning her head, "They wish to bestow upon you the title of Federal Honorary Navigator and have designated the Stardust as a merit ship." Yuanhang's fingertips caressed the now glossy crystal, the light spots dancing on its surface more gently than before. He recalled what the youth had said at the starport. "The mission of the Navigator is to guard the balance," and shook his head. "There is no need for honors. Open the Stardust permissions to all legitimate merchant ships. True routes should not be monopolized." Old K was repairing the engine and scoffed upon hearing this. "It should have been this way long ago. Back when the Federation blocked the Crystal Star Domain, they didn't realize how many free merchant ships like us they forced into oblivion." He paused, suddenly pointing at the detection instrument. Strange, the energy frequency of the crystal is changing, as if it is sending a signal. No sooner had he spoken than the light spots on the crystal's surface suddenly leaped, forming a series of flowing star symbols within the cabin. These star symbols matched the ancient script of the Stardust route. Lin Xia quickly summoned the translation system, and a line of text appeared on the screen. The echo remains. The star core awaits discovery. Star core. Yunhang frowned. Did the records of the Crystal Clan mention this? The youth, later revealing himself as a descendant of the last navigator of the Misty Space Station, was currently examining a data chip. He looked up upon hearing this. The ancient texts of the navigators say that the network of the Stardust route is maintained by 12 star cores, and the mother crystal is merely the central control hub. What was taken by the Federation 50 years ago might not just be ordinary crystals, but also 3 of the star cores. Lin Xia immediately accessed the secret files of the Federation's armory. Her expression, gradually becoming serious, found it. The Federation initiated the Star Core project 5 years ago, transforming 3 unknown energy bodies into the power cores of interstellar fortresses deployed at 3 strategic points in the border star region. No wonder there have been constant reports of spatial tremors from the border recently. Old K slapped his thigh. The star cores were forcibly modified, and the energy overflow is causing temporal instability. If this continues, the entire route network will collapse. The crystal's radiance flickered once more, and the star symbols formed a new pattern. A crystal palace suspended within a gaseous planet, its apex adorned with 12 star-shaped crystals, 3 of which corresponded to the coordinates of the Federation's border fortresses. Is this the relic of the Crystal Clan's home planet? Achi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ancient texts say that the home planet sank into the Phantom Sea Nebula during the prehistoric war, where the remaining 9 star cores are hidden. Yunhang gazed out the porthole at the deep starry sky. The route of the Stardust happened to pass by the edge of the Phantom Sea Nebula. He suddenly understood that the invitation from the Crystal Star Domain had never truly ended. Guarding the balance of the route was just the beginning. Retrieving the distorted star cores and restoring the shattered star map network was the true mission of the navigator. Change the course, target the Phantom Sea Nebula. Yunhang pulled the joystick and the engine of the Stardust emitted a cheerful roar. Lin Xia, investigate the defense deployment of those 3 interstellar fortresses. Old K, install star core energy neutralizers on the ship. HA, mark the coordinates of the relic of the home planet. We must go retrieve the lost star cores. As the Stardust turned towards the nebula, the light spots on the crystal's surface suddenly formed a phantom of a ship. Its outline strikingly similar to the Stardust, except its bow was adorned with a badge formed by 12 star cores. Ache gazed at the phantom and softly said, according to legend, the first navigator's flagship was called Stardust. It traveled through the star regions with the star cores weaving the initial network of routes. Yunhang felt a stir in his heart as he looked at the name Stardust engraved on the control panel. This old companion that had accompanied him through countless perilous paths perhaps had an inextricable connection to this millennium-spanning promise from the very beginning. As the Stardust entered the Phantom Sea Nebula, purple currents transformed into flowing light bands outside the porthole, as if countless stars were guiding them. The crystal gently trembled at the center of the control panel, resonating with some energy deep within the nebula. Yunhang knew that what awaited them ahead would be secrets older than the Crystal Star Domain and challenges more arduous than the Federation's schemes. But as long as the engine of the Stardust kept running and the crystal in hand continued to glow, this journey concerning the Stardust route would never come to an end. In the cockpit, Old K hummed an ancient sea shanty. Lin Xia marked new routes on the star map. HA examined the secrets of the star cores in the ancient texts, while Yunhang's gaze remained fixed on the starry sky ahead. There lay relics waiting to be awakened, star cores in need of rescue, and the next legend belonging to the navigator. On the 3rd day of the Stardust's voyage into the Phantom Nebula, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. Purple currents coalesced into vast luminous vortices of mist, the coordinates on the star chart drifting erratically, plunging even the most advanced navigation system into chaos. The light spots on the crystal's surface flickered intermittently, as if contending with some unknown energy, while the ship's engine emitted a dull tremor from time to time. The spatial refraction index is 3 times above normal. Lin Xia set her eyes fixed on the cascading data streams on the screen. It feels like we're traversing countless overlapping fragments of space. Just now the radar even picked up the phantom image of the silver gull, which vanished a century ago. Ache crouched beside the crystal, clutching an ancient tome, his finger tracing the stellar core atlas on the page. The ancient texts say the Phantom Nebula is the realm of time-space reflections, where the energy here mirrors images of the past. The resonance signal of the stellar cores should lie in the deepest still flow zone, but to traverse this maze of drifting currents, we must follow the crystal's guidance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Stardust lurched violently. Yunheng yanked the control stick, the ship grazing a spiraling luminous mist as it veered sharply. Outside the porthole, an image of the Federation fleet materialized, a scene from the assault on the misty space station 50 years ago. Beams of laser cannon fire pierced the mist, leaving phantom scorch marks on the Stardust shields. Its energy afterimages. Old K shouted, reinforcing the shields. These images carry the energy fluctuations from that era. They'll disrupt the ship's systems. Suddenly, the crystal blazed with a piercing light, its surface spots forming a clear navigational beacon pointing straight ahead to a tranquil zone of pale blue mist. Yunheng stared at that region where the luminous mist was utterly still, even the starlight seeming frozen in midair, creating an eerie contrast with the raging vortices around it. That's the still flow zone. Achi's eyes lit up. The ancient texts say it's a temporal anchor capable of stabilizing the nebula's chaotic energy currents. The moment the Stardust entered the still flow zone, all tremors ceased abruptly. The luminous mist vortices outside the window vanished, replaced by an asteroid belt dotted with glowing flora. Dewdrops hung from the vines of these plants, each droplet reflecting distant galactic images. The crystal's resonance intensified, projecting a three-dimensional star chart within the cabin. The positions of 12 stellar cores were clearly visible. 3 of them flickered with unstable red light corresponding to the Federation fortresses, while the other 9 emitted a soft blue glow densely clustered deep within the asteroid belt. Detecting a high-intensity energy reaction, Lin Xia pointed to the center of the star chart. There's a massive structure there with an energy signature identical to the mother crystal. As the Stardust landed on an asteroid less than 10 kilometers in diameter, the crew finally beheld the ruins of the Crystal Clan's homeworld. Not the palace they had imagined, but a colossal crystal tower half buried underground. The tower was covered in spiral energy patterns, and a groove at its apex could accommodate all 12 stellar cores, though most were empty now. The 3 remaining blue cores emitted a faint glow. There's a life signal at the tower's base. Achi's voice trembled with excitement. It's alive? Perhaps descendants of the Guardians still dwell here. Descending the crystal staircase within the tower, the air grew thick with a faint energy aura. In the hall at the staircases end, a semi-transparent memory crystal floated, containing a sealed image, a group of Crystal Clan elders praying around 12 stellar cores. Suddenly, the stellar core network fluctuated violently, and 3 cores broke free, flying into the distance. The elders cried out in alarm. The stellar cores have been stolen. Then the entire star domain was engulfed in war. Is this the truth behind the prehistoric war? Lin Xia murmured. Not a civil strife within the Crystal Clan, but an energy imbalance caused by the theft of the stellar cores. Yunheng reached out to touch the memory crystal, and a warm current surged into his mind, carrying a message. Stellar cores are the bones of the starways. I lose 3, and the network fractures. The thieves carried them away, wielding force to harness their power, only to invite the cores' backlash. Retrieve the lost cores, restore the 12 to their places, and safeguard the star domain's peace. So the Federation's modified stellar cores are undergoing backlash. Old K exclaimed in sudden realization. The spatial tremors at the border are the precursors of that backlash. Before his words faded, the entire crystal tower began to shake violently. A piercing energy shriek came from outside the tower, and Lin Xia's communicator blared an alarm, detecting Federation fleet signals. 3 interstellar fortresses are approaching, their energy readings matching the stellar cores. Yunheng rushed to the tower's summit, where he saw 3 red glowing stellar cores suspended at the center of the fortresses, their cannons trained on the crystal tower. On the lead fortress bridge, Walker's figure appeared in a holographic projection, his eyes wild and twisted. Yunheng hand over the remaining stellar cores. With all 12, I will become the master of the Stardust Sea. The 3 blue cores atop the crystal tower suddenly flared, resonating with the crystal aboard the Stardust. Achay scanned the ancient text, his face paling. Walker is forcibly activating the stellar core's energy. This will cause them to explode, obliterating the entire nebula. Yunheng gripped the control stick, and the Stardust's engine roared to life. He looked at the 9 blue cores within the crystal tower, then at the 3 red cores in space, and suddenly understood his final mission, not to forcibly reclaim the cores, but to soothe their turbulence with the power of balance. Old K, activate the stellar core neutralization device, and link it to the crystal tower's energy circuit. Yunheng's voice was steady and resolute. Lin Xia, calculate the resonance frequency of the red and blue cores. I need to resynchronize them. Achay, guard the memory crystal. It's the key evidence to convince the Federation. As the energy beam from the Stardust connected the crystal tower with the red core fortress, Yunheng felt a powerful force coursing through him. The navigator's power transmitted by the crystal. The red and blue stellar cores gradually converged in the energy stream, their lights intertwining into a harmonious purple radiance. Walker's frantic screams grew fainter amidst the resonance. The memory crystal's images broadcasted across the nebula via the Stardust comms, revealing the truth of the prehistoric war to the Federation soldiers, the theft of the stellar cores, and the Crystal Clan's unwavering resolve to maintain balance. The fortress cannons slowly lowered, and the soldiers began to defy Walker's orders. As the 12 stellar cores finally returned to their places atop the Crystal Tower, a pillar of light pierced through the nebula. The network of Stardust starways was fully restored within that pillar of light, and the space-time distortions caused by the stellar core imbalance gradually subsided. Walker was subdued by his own soldiers, his head bowed as he gazed upon the reactivated stellar core network. As the Stardust departed the Phantom Nebula, the Crystal Tower's light had already merged into the star chart network. Aceh remained at the ruins, determined to rebuild the Guardian organization and safeguard the stellar cores alongside the Federation. Yunhang stood in the cockpit, gazing at the now peaceful starfield beyond the porthole. The crystal in his hand trembled faintly, as if in farewell, or perhaps in anticipation. "The Council has sent word," Lin Xia said with a smile. "They've repealed all Starway blockade orders and invited you to serve as an advisor to the Stardust Starway Regulatory Committee." Old K took a swig of his drink and chuckled. "An advisor? Nothing beats piloting a ship yourself. Where to next?" Yunhang looked at the new coordinates emerging on the crystal's surface, an uncharted terminal region of the Stardust Starways. He pulled the control stick and the Stardust engine roared with joy as it set course for the distant stars. "Let's go see the end of the Starway," he said with a smile. "They say it holds the original covenant between the Crystal Clan and the Stardust Sea." The Stardust sailed for 7 full days along the restored stellar trajectory. Beyond the viewport, the starry sky grew ever more profound. Even the brightest navigation stars dimmed, yet the luminous spots on the crystal's surface remained steadfast, like a string of guiding stars leading them toward the terminus of the Stardust Passage. According to the star chart, ahead lies the abyss of silence. Lin Xia magnified the detection screen, revealing a pitch-black expanse where even starlight seemed devoured. The Federation database holds only one sentence: "At the abyss depth lies a gate, none but the navigator may enter." Old K finished overhauling the last engine and wiped the grease from his hands. "This place is eerie. The probes go dead the moment they enter. Just now I tried sending a scout drone. It lost signal right past the boundary." Yunhang's fingertip brushed the crystal, and a gentle warmth surged through his body. He could sense the crystal's resonance with this void growing stronger, as if answering a long slumbering call. "Pull up the drone's last footage," he said. "Pull up the drone's last footage," he said. On the screen, the image transmitted just before the drone vanished slowed. Within the black void, countless tiny points of light flowed, their trajectories perfectly matching the energy circuits on the crystal's surface. "It's not devouring starlight," Yunhang suddenly realized. "Here starlight transforms into energy currents nourishing the passage's terminus." The Stardust slowly entered the abyss of silence. The moment the ship crossed the boundary, all data on the main console zeroed out instantly, yet no alarms sounded in the cockpit. Instead, a soft white radiance diffused. The darkness outside faded and countless phantom stars unfurled around the vessel. They were fragments of history from all civilizations along the Stardust Passage, scenes of the Crystal Clan building the Star Core, the daily guardianship of the Keepers, the joyous songs of free merchant ships traversing the route. "It's a memory star stream," Lin Xia exclaimed. "The Crystal Clan stored the entire star sector's history here." "It's a memory star stream," Lin Xia exclaimed. "The Crystal Clan stored the entire star sector's history here." The light spots on the crystal suddenly coalesced into a luminous gate beyond which a planet emitting a gentle glow was faintly visible. Not a physical world, but the star core's essence, composed of pure energy with 12 star cores orbiting it like moons around a planet. "So this is the passage's terminus." Old K's eyes widened. "Looks like an energy star, but with zero radiation." Yunhang piloted the Stardust through the gate, and the sight before them stole everyone's breath. Around the star core's essence floated countless phantom ships from different eras and civilizations, all bearing a similar rhomboid emblem, the signature of past navigators' vessels. At the center of these phantoms lay a ship identical to the Stardust, its bow plaque clearly legible, first-generation Stardust. "So every navigator comes here," Yunhang murmured, his fingers gliding across the console. The Crystal Clan's pact wasn't about passing down secrets, but the duty of guardianship. The Star Core's essence suddenly released a stream of energy, injecting into the Stardust's engines. On the main screen, a passage of text appeared, automatically written in the scripts of all civilizations across the Stardust Sea. The passage is endless, the guardianship eternal. When the 12 star cores return, a new era shall dawn upon the Stardust Sea, and the navigator's mission is to witness the continuity of civilizations. At that moment, the crystal suddenly trembled violently. From beyond the gate came a familiar energy fluctuation. Lin Xia's scanner displayed a set of coordinates. "It's Aceh. He's brought the Keepers and the Federation fleet." and a large remnant of the Crystal Eaters. Yuanheng looked toward the gate where black vines were madly assaulting the barrier, while the keepers and Federation soldiers' ships struggled amidst the tendrils. A Chi's voice crackled through the encrypted channel laced with urgent breaths. Walker's remnants activated the dark crystal shards, luring the last of the Crystal Eaters. They want to destroy the star core's essence. The 12 star cores around the essence suddenly blazed, and the phantom of the first-generation Stardust slowly turned toward the gate, as if awaiting a command. Yuanheng gazed at the countless phantom ships of past navigators and suddenly understood the ultimate form of guardianship. Not fighting alone, but uniting all protective forces. Old K connect the energy circuits of all navigator ships. Yuanheng's voice resounded through the cockpit. Lin Xia synchronized the frequency of the 12 star cores and reinforced the light gate. As the Stardust's energy linked with the phantoms of past vessels, an energy barrier composed of countless ships unfolded beyond the gate. The radiance of the 12 star cores infused the barrier, and the once black Crystal Eater vines dissipated inch by inch in the light. The Keepers and Federation soldiers seized the opportunity to counterattack. The energy of the dark crystal shards gradually crumbled under the star core's essence. When the battle ended, the gate of the abyss of silence slowly opened. The light of the star core's essence spilled into every corner of the Stardust Sea, and the planets once desolated by war and turbulence began to revive. Che piloted a small ship alongside the Stardust and saluted Yuanheng through the porthole. A new era begins, Navigator. Yuanheng watched the phantoms of past navigators' ships around the star core's essence. Having fulfilled their mission, they gradually dissolved into points of light, merging with the star stream. Before the first-generation Stardust phantom vanished, its bow plaque flickered gently, as if conveying a blessing. It's time to go home. Yuanheng pulled the control lever, and the Stardust slowly departed from the gate. As the ship re-entered familiar routes, the starry sky outside turned warm and bright. Lin Xia was organizing the voyage log. Old K hummed a newly composed sailing song, and the crystal hovered quietly on the console, its surface light spots forming a complete star map of the Stardust Passage. The council wants to erect a statue of you, Lin Xia teased, right at the starting station of the Stardust Passage. Yuanheng smiled and shook his head. Replace the statue with a navigation beacon, so everyone entering the passage knows that the starlight here will always guide their way. Old K suddenly pointed out the window. Look, so many merchant ships. Beyond the porthole, countless merchant vessels bearing different flags sailed along newly opened routes, their paths weaving a bustling network on the star chart, like countless flowing rivers of stars. The crystal trembled softly. Yuanheng knew this was not an end, but a new beginning. The tale of the Stardust Passage would be continued by all the travelers who journeyed through it. The return voyage of the Stardust was particularly lively. Along the restored Stardust Passage, merchant ships, research vessels, and even tourist spacecraft from various star sectors shuttled back and forth incessantly. Their navigation lights formed a flowing ribbon in the starry sky, like a welcoming corridor laid out for the Stardust. Lin Xia's communicator kept receiving greeting signals from familiar old friends among the merchant ships and from young navigators she had never met before. All were grateful for the passage reborn after the return of the 12 star cores. Look at this, Lin Xia said with a smile, pulling up a message. The Stardust Passage Travel Company has been established. They've adapted our experiences into a holographic drama, planning to film a Legend of the Navigators series. Old K leaned in for a look and clicked his tongue. This screenwriter really knows how to embellish. They've turned me into a warrior who can drive away crystal devourers with a wrench. He turned and tapped the crystal. Speaking of which, this little fellow has been quiet lately. Has it gone into hibernation now that its mission is complete? No sooner had he spoken than ripples suddenly spread across the crystal's surface, projecting a three-dimensional star map. It was an uncharted star region on the edge of the Stardust Sea. The map marked over a dozen star points never before recorded, each flickering with a faint blue light. Lin Xia quickly cross-referenced the Federation database and exclaimed in surprise, the energy signatures of these star points are identical to those of the 12 star cores. Yuanheng's fingertips gently landed on the nearest star point. The ancient voice echoed in his mind once more, but this time it carried clear guidance. The old passages are pacified, new voyages await. Beyond the Stardust, there are still realms unreached. Beyond the Stardust. Ake's holographic projection suddenly appeared in the cockpit with the rebuilt crystal tower behind him. The ancient texts of the passage keepers mention extraterritorial passages. Legend says the Stardust Sea is only part of a much larger star map. Once the 12 star cores are in place, the stargate connecting to the outer realms will open. Old K's eyes lit up. You mean there are new passages waiting for us to explore? It's more than just exploration. Ake pulled up an encrypted file. The Federation decrypted Walker's personal logs. Back then he stole the star cores to search for resources in the extraterritorial passages. The logs mention void creatures in the outer star regions that can devour star core energy. 50 years ago, they launched a small-scale invasion of the Stardust Sea and were repelled by the Crystal Clan. The star map projected by the crystal suddenly zoomed in. One of the star points began to flash red, and within the red glow the twisted silhouette of a creature was faintly visible. Lin Xia's scanner simultaneously issued an alert, detecting void energy fluctuations. 50 light-years away, and closing fast. Yunheng looked out the porthole. The once bustling passage had descended into chaos. Merchant ships in the distance were executing emergency turns, and a research vessel's engines were disrupted by an unknown energy spewing black smoke. The crystal's glow suddenly intensified, forming an energy shield around the Stardust. The void creatures are breaking through the natural barrier of the Stardust Sea. The energy of the 12 star cores can temporarily hold them back, but we need to find the balance anchor in the extraterritorial passage to seal the invasion channel completely. Where is the balance anchor? Yunheng gripped the control stick tightly. At the origin star gate of the extraterritorial passage, Ake's voice was heavy with gravity. Ancient texts say there is a source star core, they're the energy origin of all star cores. Only it can stabilize the spatial barrier between the two star regions. But the source star core was lost during a prehistoric war. The Crystal Clan searched for 1,000 years and never found it. On the crystal projected star map, beside the red flashing star point, the phantom image of a spacecraft suddenly appeared. A vessel far more ancient than the first-generation Stardust with the emblem of half a star core embedded on its bow. Lin Xia magnified the phantom's details and gasped. The coordinates of this wreck were recorded. It's in the graveyard of the Forgotten on the farthest edge of the Stardust Sea. The Federation thought it was just an ordinary prehistoric shipwreck. Old K, give the engines full thrust. Target the graveyard of the Forgotten. Yunheng's gaze sharpened. Lin Xia notified the nearby Federation fleet to intercept the void creatures. We're going to find the source star core. The Stardust accelerated away from the main passage, the void energy fluctuations growing stronger behind them. When the ship arrived at the graveyard of the Forgotten, the sight was breathtaking. Tens of thousands of prehistoric shipwrecks floated in the pitch-black void, their hulls bearing traces of energy corrosion similar to that of the void creatures. The crystal's light pointed to the center of the graveyard, where a colossal vessel lay at anchor. The half-star core emblem on its bow was glowing. That's it. Ake's voice trembled with excitement. The Seeker of Origins recorded in the ancient texts, the flagship of the last Crystal Clan navigator. The Stardust docked beside the wreck of the Seeker of Origins. Yunheng boarded the ancient vessel carrying the crystal. The bridge was thick with dust, but on the main console a shattered energy crystal was perfectly preserved. Its material was identical to that of the star cores. It was a fragment of the source star core. When the crystal in Yunheng's hand touched the fragment suddenly released a blinding light, reassembling into a complete phantom of the source star core in midair. So the source star core was never lost. Yunheng realized with sudden clarity. It shattered into 12 pieces during the final battle, each becoming one of the 12 star cores of the Stardust Sea. The crystal resonated with the source star core fragment, and the extraterritorial passage on the star map began to appear clearly. The energy fluctuations of the void creatures had reached the edge of the graveyard, and the wreck of the Seeker of Origins began to tremble violently. Yunheng carried the fragment back to the Stardust. The crystal surface displayed a new course. We need to inject the energy of the 12 star cores into the source star core fragment to rebuild the spatial barrier. As the Stardust carrying the fragment headed toward the energy convergence point of the 12 star cores, the Federation fleet was locked in fierce battle with the void creatures. The black void energy continuously eroded the warship's shields while the light of the 12 star cores slowly suppressed their expansion. Yunheng placed the source star core fragment on the energy emitter. The crystal's light synchronized with the 12 star cores. The fragment gradually repaired itself in the radiance, finally transforming into a complete source star core floating in the starry sky. The torrent of energy released by the source star core instantly enveloped the entire Stardust Sea. The erosion of the void creatures was completely halted. They let out unwilling roars within the energy torrent and eventually retreated back into the extraterritorial passage. The spatial barrier was rebuilt in the light of the source star core, and the entrance to the extraterritorial passage was temporarily sealed, leaving only a small observation channel. Cheers from the Federation fleet came through the communicator. Ake's figure appeared in the projection, followed by the passage keepers and Federation High Command. We have decided to establish the Cross-Passage Alliance with the Passage Keepers, the Federation, and free merchant ships jointly overseeing the spatial barrier. Yunheng, everyone hopes you will serve as the Alliance's chief navigator. Yunheng gazed at the starry sky, now calm again outside the porthole. The light of the 12 star cores intertwined with that of the source star core forming new navigational beacons that marked the boundary between the known and the unknown. Old K patted him on the shoulder. What, feeling the urge to set off again? Yunheng nodded with a smile, pulled the control stick, and the Stardust slowly sailed toward the observation channel. The crystal flickered on the center console, projecting the first starfield image of the extraterritorial passage. The stars there were utterly different from those of the Stardust Sea, radiating a strange and alluring light. The moment the Stardust passed through the observation channel, a surge of unfamiliar energy enveloped the hull. The starfield outside the porthole had completely transformed. No familiar navigation stars. The starlight bore a faint golden hue, and even the nebulae exhibited rare spiral structures. The air was saturated with an energy aura resembling crystal, yet far more ancient. Detecting an unknown energy field, Lin Xia set her eyes fixed on the screen as her fingers moved swiftly. The energy frequency is stable, but it doesn't match any records from the Stardust Sea. The crystal is actively absorbing this energy as if it's replenishing itself. Yunheng turned his gaze to the crystal at the center of the console. Its luminous spots were now more brilliant than before, casting faint star trails across the cabin. Trails that formed a route precisely connecting to a golden nebula ahead. This is the guidance of the source star core, he murmured. The first stop on the outer domain passage should be within that nebula. Old K was adjusting the energy converter, muttering under his breath. The energy density here is almost comparable to the star core's origin. If we could take some back as fuel, the Stardust could traverse half the starfield. Before he finished, the converter suddenly blared an alarm, and the energy readings on the screen instantly maxed out. Damn, this energy is corrosive. Almost fried the circuits. The crystal suddenly trembled, projecting a vision: countless golden ships shuttling through the nebula, their hulls adorned with markings identical to the source star core. They revolved around a colossal energy star, its surface covered in circuits resembling those on the crystal. At the end of the vision, a ship's silhouette turned toward the Stardust, its bow inscribed with the name, same origin. An outer domain branch of the Crystal Clan, Lin Xia speculated. They seemed to be guarding that energy star. As the Stardust entered the golden nebula, the surrounding stars suddenly brightened, forming flowing light bands to guide the way. At the end of the light bands, the outline of the energy star grew clearer. It was no ordinary star, but a star core hive condensed from pure energy. Embedded within its surface energy circuits were countless tiny star core fragments radiating a warm glow. Life signals detected. Lin Xia's voice carried a note of surprise. On the energy ring of the star core hive, intelligent life. As the Stardust approached the energy ring, Yunheng beheld a startling sight. A group of figures clad in golden armor floated on the ring. Their forms resembled the Crystal Clan, but their armor bore more intricate patterns, and they held long staves capable of manipulating energy currents. The leading figure raised its staff upon seeing the Stardust, and a golden beam of light landed around the ship, forming a friendly communication barrier. Navigators from the Stardust Sea, welcome home. A gentle voice resonated directly within their minds, akin to the ancient voice transmitted by the crystal. We are the Source Guardians. We have awaited you for 1,000 years. Yunheng piloted the Stardust onto the platform of the energy ring and disembarked with the crystal. The leader of the Source Guardians, an elder with white hair and beard, fixed his gaze on the crystal, tears glistening in his eyes. The fragment of the mother crystal has finally returned. When the star core split long ago, we brought the other half of the source star core to the outer domains to guard the star core hive, while you safeguarded the passageways in the Stardust Sea. This was the original pact of the Crystal Clan. The elder led them inside the star core hive, which turned out to be a vast energy archive. The star charts on the walls depicted the complete outer domain passage, marking countless civilization relics similar to those in the Stardust Sea, as well as the layers of void creatures, the abyss of dark energy at the passage's terminus. The void creatures are not native to this realm, the elder explained, pointing to the abyss on the star chart. They hail from a more distant, desolate starfield feeding on star core energy. 1,000 years ago, they invaded the Stardust Sea. We repelled them together with your ancestors, but the energy of the abyss has been intensifying, and it is now on the verge of breaching the final seal. Suddenly, the crystal resonated with the star core hive. The energy pillar at the hive's center projected a vision. Within the abyss of dark energy, countless void creatures were assaulting the seal, and beyond it a starfield blazed with war, its civilizations being devoured. The vision concluded with the merging of 12 star cores with the source star core. The combined core erupted with purifying light, and the abyss of dark energy dissipated completely. This is the ultimate guardianship, the elder said, looking toward Yunheng. The 12 star cores of the Stardust Sea must merge with the source star core fragment in the outer domains to form the complete purifying force. But the merging ritual must be performed at the seal of the abyss of dark energy, where the energy environment is extremely perilous. At that moment, the star core hive began to tremble violently. The The Source Guardians on the energy ring cried out in alarm. The Elder raised his staff, and an energy screen displayed an urgent scene. Cracks had appeared in the seal of the abyss of dark energy, and a horde of void creatures was surging toward the star core hive, their energy fluctuations far more powerful than before. They have sensed the energy of the Mother Crystal, the Elder said, his voice grave. The seal has broken prematurely. Yuanheng tightened his grip on the crystal, its luminous spots forming a defensive array. He looked toward the Stardust, where Old K had already activated all weapon systems, and Lin Xia was calculating the void creature's attack trajectory. Do the Source Guardians have purifying weapons? He asked the Elder. The Elder shook his head. Our weapons can only temporarily hold them back, not eliminate them. Only the complete Source Star Core can purify the abyss of dark energy, but the merging ritual requires time. Yuanheng turned his gaze to the energy pillar at the center of the Star Core hive, where the outer domain Source Star Core fragment was stored. We'll buy you the time, he said decisively. Old K linked the Stardust energy to the hive to reinforce the defensive barrier. Lin Xia contact the Alliance fleet in the Stardust Sea and have them bring the 12 star cores for reinforcement. Elder, please prepare the merging ritual. We will hold the hive until reinforcements arrive. As the black tide of void creatures crashed against the energy barrier, the particle cannons of the Stardust and the energy staves of the Source Guardians wove a network of fire. Golden energy currents collided with black void energy, erupting in dazzling bursts of light. Yuanheng maneuvered the Stardust nimbly along the energy ring, each shot precisely striking the weak points of the void creatures, a vulnerability map transmitted to him by the crystal. The battle raged for an entire day. When the Alliance fleet from the Stardust Sea finally emerged through the observation channel, and the light of the 12 star cores converged with the energy pillar of the star core hive, Yuanheng knew the final ritual was about to begin. The Elder raised his staff, and the 12 star cores and the Source Star Core fragment slowly drew together within the energy currents. The merging light began to dispel the shadows of the abyss of dark energy. Standing in the cockpit of the Stardust, Yuanheng watched the two cores gradually fuse, understanding in his heart that neither the Stardust Sea nor the outer domains had ever existed in isolation. The fates of all civilizations had long been intricately linked through the star cores. And the mission of a navigator was to safeguard this connection, ensuring that the starlight along the passageways would forever illuminate the unknown horizons. When the complete Source Star Core erupted with purifying radiance, the shadows of the abyss of dark energy vanished entirely. The void creatures dissolved into specks of light within that brilliance, merging into the outer domain starfield. Cheers from the Source Guardians and the Alliance fleet echoed through the cosmos. The Elder approached Yuanheng and handed him a badge embedded with a star core fragment. From this day forth, you are the navigator bridging two realms. The passageways of the Stardust Sea and the outer domain shall under your guardianship be woven into a true sea of stars. The complete Source Star Core hovered at the center of the star core nest, its golden radiance flowing like a river, fully integrating the star charts of the Stardust Sea and the outer realm's navigation routes into a single entity. The Source Guardians and the ships of the Alliance fleet formed a circular formation within the energy ring, with the Stardust anchored at the forefront like a brand new beacon marking the starting point of the passage connecting the two realms. The first fleet of merchant ships for the cross-realm passage is ready to set sail. Lin Xia brought up the Federation's navigation schedule, the screen densely covered with routes overlaying the new star chart. From the free port of the Stardust Sea to the golden nebula of the outer realm, the entire journey takes only 7 days. A full half-month faster than the old detour. Old K crouched beside the engine, fiddling with a fragment of the Source Star Core, a gift from the Source Guardians said to stabilize the engine's energy. Fast as it is, the energy currents on this new passage are incredibly complex, he said, pointing to the monitor. I just measured it. There's a sector where the energy can disrupt communications. We'll need to install a Source Star Core signal booster on the merchant ships. Yuanheng's gaze fell upon the star chart projected by the crystal. After the abyssal dark energy vanished, the star region, once occupied by void creatures, revealed countless remnants of civilizations. One drifting space station wreckage caught his attention. Its structure bore features of both the Stardust Sea and the outer realm civilizations, resembling an ancient way station for exchanges between the two domains. Elder of the Source Guardians, Yuanheng contacted the old man through the communicator. Do you have any records of that space station? The Elder's image appeared on the screen. Gazing at the space station wreckage, his eyes welled with nostalgia. That is the Convergence Station, a trade hub from 1,000 years ago when the two realms were connected. Later, when the void creatures invaded, the Convergence Station became a battlefield and eventually sank into the turbulent energy currents. He paused, then added, legend has it that the station's core holds the star chart, key capable of unlocking even more ancient cross-realm passages. Suddenly, the crystal projected an internal structural diagram of the space station, revealing a recess in the core area that perfectly matched the contour of the source star core. It seems we need to visit the convergence station, Yuanhang said, rising to his feet. Old K, install energy current buffer devices on the Stardust. Lin Xia, chart a course to the turbulent energy currents zone. As the Stardust entered the turbulent energy currents zone, the surrounding spacetime began to warp. Golden and blue energy currents interwove into whirlpools from which broken ship parts occasionally flew out. The light spots on the crystal surface formed a protective shield, deflecting these fragments while guiding a stable passage, a memory route left by the Source Guardian ancestors within the crystal. The wreckage of the convergence station was more colossal than imagined. Though its main structure was battered, the central energy tower still glowed, its star chart patterns resonating with the source star core, generating a stable energy field around it. Yuanhang boarded the space station with the crystal and discovered that the recess in the core area still bore residual energy traces of the source star core, suggesting that a star core had once stood guard there 1,000 years ago. When the crystal was embedded into the recess, the entire convergence station suddenly illuminated. The energy tower's apex projected a complete ancient star chart. This chart not only encompassed the Stardust Sea and the outer realm, but also extended toward more distant unknown star regions. A route marked Superrealm Passage promised to have travel time. In a corner of the star chart, an ancient script of the Crystal Clan was engraved: passages thrive through exchange, civilizations flourish through mutual trust. So the Crystal Clan from 1,000 years ago had already intended to forge the Superrealm Passage, Lin Xia exclaimed in awe. Their plans were merely interrupted by the void creatures. Yuanhang traced the patterns on the energy tower, suddenly understanding guarding the passage was not only about repelling external enemies, but also about continuing the exchange of civilizations. Like this convergence station, it was both a trade hub and a cultural bridge. When they returned to the Star Core nest, the first fleet of cross-realm merchant ships had already departed. Yuanhang stood at the porthole of the Stardust, watching the navigation lights of the merchant ships merge into the golden stellar currents like a string of flowing pearls. The Source Guardian Elder walked over to him and handed him a chip engraved with the Superrealm star chart. New passages need new navigators. Are you willing to take this star chart and explore the more distant star seas? Yuanhang took the chip, which resonated with the crystal, instantly clarifying the details of the Superrealm passage. Old K came over and patted the engine casing. The Stardust has been ready for a long time. As long as there's fuel, it'll run with you to the edge of the star sea. Lin Xia smiled as she brought up the coordinates of the first stop on the Superrealm passage. There's a planet there covered entirely in crystal forests. The Source Guardians say those crystals can record the voices of civilizations, perfect for adding new stories to our voyage log. Yuanhang grasped the control lever. The Stardust's engine roared to life, and the ship slowly departed from the convergence station. Outside the window, the light of the source star core illuminated the starting point of the Superrealm passage. Countless new star markers flickered under the crystal's projection, as if beckoning explorers to come. Let's go, he whispered. The Stardust accelerated toward the unknown star. See the crystal on the control console, shining brightly like a star. It had recorded the storms of the Stardust Sea, witnessed the reopening of the Outer Realm Passage, and now would accompany the navigator to unlock the secrets of the Superrealm Passage. On the third day of the Stardust's voyage through the hyperspace channel, the golden streams of stars beyond the porthole gradually softened. Ahead lay a starfield enveloped in a faint purple glow, at whose center floated a colossal planet, its entire surface covered in dense crystal forests with flowing specks of light flickering among the groves. From afar, it resembled a gem studded with countless stars. This is the Echo Star. Lin Xia magnified the observation image, revealing the crystal forest in exquisite detail. Tree trunks were translucent crystal pillars, leaves were energy crystals, as thin as cicada wings, and even the grass on the ground shimmered with a faint light. The keeper said these crystals can record sounds. What does that really mean? Old K strode out of the cockpit holding an energy detector, and as soon as he stepped onto the deck, he exclaimed, "My God! The energy concentration here is 3 times that of the star core hive. The detector is about to max out." He pointed toward the depths of the forest. "Listen, there seems to be a sound." Everyone strained their ears, and indeed from the direction of the crystal forest came a faint rustling. Not the sound of wind, but countless blurred whispers, as if multitudes were speaking at once, mingled with the roar of ship engines and the laughter of children. The crystal on the console trembled gently, its surface spots flickering in rhythm with the whispers. "It's the memory of a civilization," Yuanhang said softly, touching the crystal with his fingertip. "These crystals can absorb and store surrounding energy fluctuations, including sounds, images, and even emotions. All the stories of cross-domain exchanges from 1,000 years ago are sealed within here." The Stardust slowly descended onto a clearing at the edge of the crystal forest. As soon as the hatch opened, a warm, gentle energy rushed forth and the whispers in the air became distinct. Yuanheng stepped into the forest. The crystal grass underfoot emitted crisp, tinkling sounds, and the surrounding crystal trees suddenly illuminated, projecting blurry images. Envoys in keeper attire trading goods with merchants from the Stardust, sea children chasing and playing among the grove's ships shuttling through the planet's orbit. These are scenes of life from 1,000 years ago. Lin Xia recorded the images excitedly. These crystals are truly living archives. Deep within the forest, a circular plaza composed of giant crystal pillars came into view. At the center of the plaza stood a crystal stele tens of meters high, bearing no inscriptions, but flowing with intricate energy patterns. When the crystal in Yuanheng's hand neared the stele, it suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The whispers coalesced into clear words that resonated directly in everyone's minds. When crystals record laughter, the channels are filled with warmth. When crystals witness war, energy breeds shadows. When civilizations cease to communicate, the forest falls into slumber. Within the radiance, clearer images emerged 1,000 years ago. On the eve of the void creatures' invasion, exchanges between the Stardust Sea and the outer domains suddenly dwindled. Suspicion and estrangement gradually grew, and the crystal forest's light began to dim. When war erupted, countless ships exploded in the planet's orbit, and the crystal stele recorded not laughter but lament and fury, plunging the forest into utter silence. So that's it, Yuanheng realized. The energy state of the crystal forest is actually a mirror of the relationship between the two realms. When communication flows smoothly, it brims with vitality. When relations break down, it falls into slumber. Old K touched the crystal stele and suddenly noticed a depression on it, its shape perfectly matching the star core fragment. Are we supposed to put the star core fragment in here? As the fragment was embedded into the depression, the light of the crystal stele surged intensely, and the slumbering forest seemed to awaken. Countless specks of light flew out from the crystal trees, forming a colossal star map above the plaza. This was the Panstar Sea route, more ancient than the hyperspace channels, covering over a dozen unknown star regions, each marked with the symbols of civilizations. The Panstar Sea route. The voice of the elderly keeper came through the communicator, trembling with excitement. The ultimate channel mentioned in ancient texts. Legend says it connects all civilizations in the universe that possess crystal energy. In the images, the final scene recorded by the crystal stele was heartbreaking. A keeper envoy wept as she clutched the crystal stele, behind her a burning ship, in her hand a peace letter never delivered. The words on the letter gradually became clear. The end of the channel is not territory, but understanding. Just then the crystal forest suddenly trembled violently. The crystal trees in the distance began to emit a piercing hum, their light becoming unstable. Lin Xia's detector flashed an alarm, detecting intense energy conflict. The war memories sealed in the crystals have been activated. The star map above the plaza began to warp, and the symbols of the Panstar Sea route vanished one by one. Yuanheng gazed at the image of the letter on the crystal stele and suddenly understood how to calm the restless energy. Old K, transmit the cross-domain exchange records we've gathered to the crystal stele. Lin Xia, play the records of the Alliance fleet cooperating with the Keepers. As the peaceful images stored on the Stardust were infused into the crystal stele, the turbulent energy gradually subsided. The lament of war was replaced by laughter, and the shadow of suspicion was dispelled by the light of cooperation. The crystal forest became docile once more. The star map of the Panstar Sea route stabilized above the plaza, and new connection nodes linking the Stardust Sea to the outer domain channels even appeared. So what awakens it is not energy but trust, Yuanheng said softly. As they left the Echo Star, the crystal forest behind them shimmered with a warm glow, and the whispers in the air turned into gentle blessings. Yuanheng looked at the Panstar Sea route projected from the crystal surface, knowing this was only the beginning of a new journey. Old K hummed a tune as he inspected the engine, while Lin Xia wrote in her log. The meaning of a channel is never about shortening distance, but about bringing hearts closer together. The Stardust's engine hummed steadily, carrying the secret of the Panstar Sea route toward the next unknown star region. The crystal on the console shone as brightly as ever, as if proclaiming a truth: as long as the exchange between civilizations never ceases, the channels among the stars will never be broken. And the mission of a navigator is to extend this thoroughfare to every corner of the universe, bearing understanding and trust. The Stardust departed from Echo Star, and the crystalline star map of the Panstar Sea routes grew increasingly clear. Those unknown star regions marked with civilization symbols resembled a string of codes awaiting decryption. One of them, emitting a faint green light, shone exceptionally brightly. Crystal light spots flickered repeatedly around it, as if emphasizing some special connection. The energy signature of this green mist nebula is very strange. Lin Xia zoomed in on the star map details. It has both the energy fluctuations of the crystal race and a plant-like life signal. Is there any record in the Source Keeper's ancient texts? Yunhang called up the database shared by the Source Keeper's his fingertip tracing a blurred inscription. Deep within the green mist dwells the forest spirit with a star core as its root and a letter as its guide. It seems to be related to the unsent letter on the Echo Star crystal steel. Old K was adding newly refined energy fluid into the engine, made from the energy crystals of the Echo Star crystal forest, which could enhance the ship's adaptability in complex star regions. Whatever it is, let's go check it out first. He patted the engine. The Stardust is now fully powered. Even if it's a plant that has become sentient, we can handle it. The moment they entered the green mist nebula, the Stardust was enveloped by dense green nebulae. Unlike golden or purple energy streams, the nebulae here carried the fragrance of grass and trees. Through the portholes, they could even see glowing vines drifting within the nebula. As if alive, they avoided the ship, but left behind shimmering trails. These vines are guiding us, Lin Xia exclaimed, staring at the screen. Their growth trajectory perfectly matches the course projected by the crystal. The crystal suddenly projected an image 1,000 years ago. The Source Keeper envoy carrying the peace letter had piloted his ship into this very green mist nebula. In the image, deep within the green mist, stood a colossal star root tree, its trunk embedded with countless crystals, its roots anchored to a rotating star core. The core's radiance was identical to that of the Source Star core. The star root tree is the core of the forest spirit. Yunhang gripped the control lever. The letter must have been delivered here. The Stardust pierced through layers of green mist, and the full splendor of the star root tree finally unfolded before them. It was even more immense than the crystal forest of Echo Star. Its trunk pierced the clouds, its branches spread into the shape of a nebula, each leaf a miniature star map. The star core, entwined by its roots, pulsed with stable energy, nourishing the vitality of the entire nebula. Even more awe-inspiring were the countless glowing letters hanging from the trunk, swaying gently in the stellar wind, emitting a melodious resonance. Those letters. Lin Xia pointed at one. They're identical to the one on the crystal steel. Yunhang piloted the Stardust closer to the trunk and discovered that each letter recorded the exchange stories of different civilizations. Some were trade agreements, some were records of cultural exchanges, and others were declarations of peace after wars. And at the highest point of the star root tree hung the letter from the Source Keeper envoy. Its light was brighter than all the others, surrounded by a flow of green energy. When Yunhang reached out to touch the letter, it suddenly dissolved into specks of light and merged into the crystal. A complete memory flooded into his mind. After the envoy arrived at the star root tree, he entrusted the peace letter to the guardian of the forest spirit, a humanoid entity condensed from the star root tree's energy. The guardian promised to deliver the letter to all civilizations of the Panstar Sea, but the subsequent outbreak of the Void War interrupted its mission. It could only seal the letter within the star root tree, awaiting the arrival of a new navigator. The forest spirit is waiting for us to fulfill the unfinished pact, Yunhang said softly. The crystal surface displayed a new directive. Inject the star map of the Panstar Sea routes into the star root tree to activate the letter's transmission function. Old K was calibrating the energy transmission device. This is my specialty. Just like transmitting images to the Echo Star crystal steel, just pump the star map data in. As the star map data was injected into the star root tree via the crystal, the hanging letters suddenly lit up in unison. They broke free from the trunk's bonds and transformed into countless luminous birds flying towards the various star regions of the Panstar Sea. The branches and leaves of the star root tree began to grow vigorously. New star map patterns spread across the trunk, completely connecting the Stardust Sea, the outer domain passage, and the green mist nebula into one. Detecting response signals from various star regions of the Panstar Sea. Lin Xia's voice trembled with excitement. Over a dozen unknown civilizations are replying to the letters. Their energy signals are all homologous with the crystal race. Just then a disturbance came from the roots of the star root tree. The roots entwining the star core began to tighten, and the star core's radiance became unstable. The forest spirit's voice echoed directly in their minds, tinged with vigilance. The residual shadow of the Void War still lingers. Some civilizations have closed their passages due to the war, and their letters have been corrupted by fear. On the branches of the star root tree, several letters turned black, emitting negative energy that began to erode the healthy letters around them. Yunhang looked at the crystal, which displayed a solution: purify the corruption with the energy of the source star core and overwrite the records of fear with new peace letters. Old K connected the source star core fragment to the energy emitter, while Yunhang retrieved the latest peace agreement of the cross-domain alliance and converted it into an energy letter. As the purifying energy and the peace letter were simultaneously injected into the star root tree, the black letters gradually dissolved in the light, replaced by new records of exchange trade data between the Stardust Sea and the Outer Domain cultural exchange plans between the Source Keepers and the Federation navigation logs of free merchant ships. The forest spirit's voice grew gentle. Fear is dispelled, trust is growing. The passages of the Panstar Sea will be reopened, and the letters will carry the seeds of peace to every civilization. As the Stardust departed from the green mist nebula, the light of the star root tree had transformed into a pillar of light spanning the starry sea, guiding the letters towards the distant reaches. Yunheng watched the crystal as it continuously received new response signals from civilizations, knowing that the exchange of the Panstar Sea had finally been reinitiated. Old K hummed a newly composed ballad of the letters while Lin Xia wrote in her log, "The best passages are paved with trust, the farthest distances are severed by prejudice." The crystal flickered on the console, projecting the coordinates of the next star region, where the letters held the secret of the origin of the star core. Yunheng pulled the control lever and the Stardust's engine roared cheerfully, heading deeper into the Panstar Sea. He knew that what the letters conveyed was not just words, but the hope of civilization's continuation, and what the navigator carried was not just routes, but the understanding that spanned the starry sea. This invitation initiated by the crystal had long surpassed its original purpose, becoming a bond connecting countless civilizations eternally transmitted across the vast starry sea. Guided by the crystal, the Stardust sailed into the core starfield of the Panstar Sea route. The starry sky here displayed a rare silver-blue hue, with countless tiny star core fragments drifting like fireflies through the void. They orbited a colossal gas giant, and within its rings a space station composed of pure energy was faintly visible. Is this the primordial star? Lin Xia magnified the observation feat. The gas giant's rings formed a perfect energy circuit identical to the patterns on the source star core. According to the ancient texts of the Guardians, this is where all star cores are born. Old K held up an energy detector. The readings were so high that the instrument's screen flickered incessantly. No wonder civilizations across the Panstar Sea possess crystal energy. The root is right here. Look at these star core fragments. The energy in just one piece rivals a small crystal mine in the Stardust Sea. Suddenly the light spots on the crystal's surface coalesced into the phantom of a ship, more ancient than the Quester, bearing no markings, yet radiating energy identical to that of the primordial star. In the phantom, figures in simple robes were sending star core fragments into the gas giant's rings. The fragments gradually condensed within the rings, eventually forming complete star cores. The creators of the star cores. Yunheng was awestruck. They aren't the Crystal Clan or the Guardians, they seem more like the universe's first navigators. As the Stardust passed through the planet's rings, the space station's silhouette grew clearer. It was not a physical structure, but a star core cradle woven from energy streams. At the cradle's center floated a translucent star core embryo with countless energy threads extending from it, connecting to the surrounding fragments like a mother's umbilical cord nourishing new life. Detecting intense consciousness fluctuations, Lin Xia suddenly exclaimed, "This space station has a self-awareness. It's welcoming us." A gentle yet ancient voice echoed in Yunheng's mind, its tone pure as the universe's dawn, distinct from the Crystal Clan or the Guardians. "We have awaited the navigator for eons. The secrets of the star core shall be known to the Guardian." The Stardust entered the station's core. The star core embryo suddenly released a stream of energy enveloping the crystal. Images of the universe's birth emerged on the crystal's surface, countless nebulae coalescing in explosions, star cores emerging as anchors to stabilize space-time, the first navigators piloting ships to deliver star cores across starfields, sowing the seeds of civilization. And the primordial star was the matrix that birthed all star cores. So star cores aren't man-made. They're the universe's own balancing mechanism, Yunheng realized. The Crystal Clan and the Guardians both inherited the mission of the first navigators. The imagery continued, turning somber. The first navigators discovered that as civilizations advanced, star core energy was overexploited. Some cores began to mutate, eventually becoming breeding grounds for void creatures. To protect the star cores, they sealed the primordial star as a forbidden realm, leaving only the embryo to continue the birth of new cores. They then piloted their ships toward the most severely mutated starfields, using their own energy to purify the void creatures. The root of void creatures is the greed of civilizations, the ancient voice resonated in their minds. When star core energy is used for war and plunder, the balance is broken and darkness breeds. The crystal trembled violently. The energy threads around the star core embryo began to snap. The gas giant's rings grew chaotic, and the star core fragments in the void lost order, colliding and exploding. Alarms blared on Lin Xia's scanner, detecting synchronous anomalies in star core energy across all Panstar Sea starfields. Residual energy from void creatures is counterattacking the primordial star. The space station's consciousness grew urgent. The seeds of mutation remain. Some civilizations in the Pan-star sea still abuse star core energy. Their greed is polluting the primordial star. Yuanheng looked at the star core embryo. Its radiance was dimming. The crystal's surface displayed real-time images from various starfields. Some civilizations were building weapons with star core energy, others trading core fragments as luxury goods, and some even mining energy near star core cradles. All these actions were transmitting negative energy back to the primordial star. We have to stop them. Old K slammed the console in desperation. If this continues, the primordial star will collapse entirely, and all star cores will lose their energy source. The ancient voice offered guidance. You must purify the primordial star's energy with a pure guardian's heart. Make all civilizations understand that star cores are not resources. They are the keys to cosmic balance. Yuanheng gazed at all the memories stored within the crystal. From the invitation of the crystal starfield to the guardianship of the Stardust passage, from the founding of the cross-domain alliance to the delivery of the Pan-star sea missives. Each memory carried the pure energy of protection and understanding. He placed the crystal before the star core embryo and whispered, "This is the conviction of all guardians." The crystal resonated with the embryo, and countless streams of pure energy surged from the crystal into the primordial star's rings. In the images from across the Pan-star sea, civilizations that had abused star cores suddenly witnessed the truth of the void creatures birth, the sacrifice of the first navigators, and the true meaning of star cores as keys to balance. They ceased their actions one by one, transmitting thoughts of repentance and guardianship toward the primordial star. The star's rings gradually stabilized, the embryo regained its vitality, and the severed energy threads began to mend. The star core fragments in the void resumed their orderly rotation, emitting a softer light than before. The ancient voice spoke with relief. Balance has been restored. The primordial star will continue to nurture star cores, and you shall become the balance envoys of the Pan-star sea, conveying the true essence of star cores to every civilization. The star core embryo released an energy emblem engraved with the primordial star's pattern, which perfectly matched Yuanheng's navigator emblem. When the two emblems merged, the complete star map of the Pan-star sea route was fully unlocked, with each starfield annotated with star core distributions and key points for protection. As the Stardust departed from the primordial star, the gas giant's rings transformed behind them into a colossal star core symbol, illuminating every corner of the Pan-star sea. Yuanheng gazed at the revitalized starry sky beyond the porthole, understanding that the mission of guardianship had taken on new meaning, not only to protect the routes, but also to safeguard the balance between civilization and the cosmos. Old K hummed a tune while replenishing the engines with the primordial star's pure energy. Lin Xia wrote in her log, "The origin of star cores is balance. The future of civilization is guardianship." The crystal shone brightly as ever on the console, projecting the coordinates of the next starfield, where a mutated star core awaited redemption and new civilizations yearned for understanding. Yuanheng pulled the controls, and the Stardust's engines emitted a steady roar, carrying the conviction of balance toward the farther reaches of the Pan-star sea. The Stardust sailed along the Panstellar sea route. On the star chart projected by the crystal, a planet emitting a dark red glow was particularly striking. This planet was marked as the heterized star core zone. The surrounding star core fragments all appeared twisted and black, like stars steeped in ink. "This is the place," Lin Xia said, magnifying the detection data with a grave expression. "The energy fluctuations of the planet's star core are extremely chaotic, identical to the residual energy of void creatures, but the intensity is 10 times greater than what we've encountered before. The Sourcekeepers call this place the scar of the Panstellar Sea. The explosion of a heterized star core 1,000 years ago plunged this entire starfield into deathly silence." Old K checked the newly modified purification device, a special construct made from the energy crystals of the primal star capable of neutralizing heterized energy. "This thing better be reliable," he said, patting the device's casing. "If the purification fails, we might just blow up along with this broken planet." Yuanheng looked at the crystal. Its surface light spots were revolving around the dark red planet, forming a faint golden barrier, as if resisting the erosion of the heterized energy. "The crystal is warning us," he said softly. "The heterization of this star core is not natural. It harbors intense negative emotions, anger, despair, hatred, which are even harder to purify than void energy." As the Stardust entered the heterized starfield, the surrounding starscape instantly darkened. Dark red energy flows coiled around like venomous snakes, and the ship's shield crackled with electric sparks. Outside the porthole, the planet's surface, which should have been brimming with life, was covered in black crystals. These crystals writhed continuously, oozing corrosive liquid that eroded the terrain into a pitted wasteland. "Life signal detected," Lin Xia suddenly exclaimed. "It's near the heterized star core at the planet's center." the energy signature of intelligent life. Yuanhang piloted the Stardust through the energy flows with difficulty, landing in the basin where the heterized star core was located. At the center of the basin stood a colossal black star core. Its surface was riddled with cracks continuously spewing dark red energy mist. Around the star core knelt a group of figures in tattered armor. Their skin showed signs of crystallization, yet faint light still burned in their eyes. They are the descendants of the star core guardians. Yuanhang recognized the insignia on their armor identical to that on the phantom image of the first navigator's flagship. They are still guarding the heterized star core. As Yuanhang approached, the leading guardian suddenly raised his head. His voice was hoarse and pained. "Leave this place. The star core is already corrupted. Anyone who approaches will be devoured." The crystal suddenly released a golden light, enveloping the surrounding guardians. In the light, the guardians' agony seemed to lessen significantly, and the energy mist from the black star core temporarily receded. Yuanhang saw blurred text inscribed on the star core's surface written in the most ancient language of the Panstellar Sea. Translated, it read, "The brand of the betrayer shall never be erased." Betrayal? Lin Xiao wondered. Could it be that the star core's heterization here was caused not by greed, but by betrayal? The crystal projected a fragment of imagery. 1,000 years ago, the civilization of this starfield waged war against the Panstellar Sea Alliance. The Alliance's betrayal led to a crushing defeat for the Star Core Guardians. In despair, their leader detonated a portion of the Star Core's energy, repelling the enemy, but plunging the Star Core into heterization. The Guardians themselves were forever trapped on the planet, suffering the torment of energy erosion. Hatred prevents the Star Core from being purified, Yuanhang realized with sudden clarity. The root of the heterization isn't energy abuse, it's unresolved resentment. Old K activated the purification device. Golden energy streams poured into the black star core, but only provoked a more violent resistance. The energy mist spewed by the star core instantly morphed into a ferocious monster lunging at the Guardians. "It's not working," Old K shouted. "The negative emotions are amplifying the heterized energy. The purification device is being repelled." The leading Guardian gave a bitter laugh. "See, hatred is an unbreakable chain. We and the Star Core are both trapped here forever." Looking at the records of peace missives from the Panstellar Sea Alliance stored in the crystal, Yuanhang suddenly had an idea. He projected the Alliance's latest peace treaty, cross-domain civilization exchange footage, and even the stories of guardianship recorded throughout the Stardust journey, all through the crystal into the air. These images exploded within the energy mist, forming a warm rain of light. "The war of 1,000 years is over," Yuanhang shouted to the Guardians. "The Panstellar Sea is no longer a battlefield. The current alliance is composed of all civilizations together. We use missives to deliver peace and star cores to maintain balance. Hatred should not be perpetuated forever." In the images, envoys from different civilizations shook hands in reconciliation. Star core energy was used to nourish planets instead of waging war, and children laughed in crystal forests. These scenes gradually changed the flame in the Guardians' eyes. Anger turned to astonishment, despair turned to wavering. The energy fluctuations of the black star core began to weaken. The ferocious energy monster dissipated in the rain of light. The leading Guardian trembled as he reached out a hand to touch the peace images in the air. His crystallized skin began to return to normal. Is this real?" "It is real," Yuanhang said, handing him a Panstellar Sea missive. "This is the promise of all civilizations and the answer to the past." When the Guardian took the missive and pressed it against the black star core, the core suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. The dark red energy mist dissipated in the radiance. The black crystal surface began to peel away, revealing the pure blue star core beneath. The marks of erosion on the Guardians vanished as well. They looked up at the star core, now restored to vitality, and tears streamed from their eyes. The resentment has truly been released. As the Stardust departed the planet, the dark red of the heterized starfield was replaced by blue. The restored star core emitted a gentle glow, reconnecting with the star chart network of the Panstellar Sea. The Guardians stood on the planet's orbit, saluting the Stardust. Their silhouettes appeared exceptionally tall and straight in the sunlight. "So redemption isn't just about purifying energy," Lin Xiao wrote in her log. "It's also about unshackling the human heart." Old K hummed a tune while adjusting the purification device. Now the device is upgraded. It can not only clean energy but also untie emotional knots. Yuanhang looked at the newly illuminated starfield coordinates on the crystal, knowing that the balance of the Panstellar Sea had gained another layer of protection. The crystal projected the next destination, the most remote starfield of the Panstellar Sea, where the first navigators had last disappeared, holding the ultimate secret of the navigator's legacy. The Stardust's engines hummed with a light roar, carrying the hope of resolving hatred, sailing towards the unknown boundaries of the Panstellar Sea. When the Stardust arrived at the edge of the vast star, the starry sky ahead exhibited an unusual gray-blue hue. There were no dazzling stars here, only a shattered starfield known as the Forgotten Ruins. Countless shipwrecks floated in the void, their silhouettes spanning different eras, yet all tilted in the same direction, as if still pursuing some goal in their final moments. The final destination of the first batch of navigators is right here. Lin Xia enlarged the detection screen, her fingertip gliding over an area of energy turbulence. The ancient texts of the Guardians say that this place conceals the heritage of the navigators, which can answer all ultimate questions about star cores and pathways. But the ancient texts also warn that no ship has ever returned from the Forgotten Ruins. Old K checked the ship's defense system, his voice tinged with excitement. The more dangerous the place, the more treasures it holds. Look at these wrecks. Even a single fragment's age surpasses the history of the Stardust Sea. Perhaps we can uncover the blueprints of the original engines. Suddenly the light spots on the crystal surface became frantic, projecting a complete phantom of a ship. This was the oldest flagship of the vast star. See the Morning Star, its silhouette flickering among the wrecks with the star core emblem at its bow emitting a faint glow. The Morning Star is at the heart of the ruins. Yunhang tightened his grip on the control stick. The heritage must be on it. The Stardust entered the Forgotten Ruins, and the surrounding spacetime began to warp. What was once a stationary wreck suddenly transformed into a stream of attacking energy. Though it was a straight path, it always circled back to the origin. The crystal continuously released golden barriers, barely allowing the ship to evade the deadly spacetime traps. The space here has been distorted into a maze. Lin Xia stared at the coordinates dancing on the screen. It is a test set by the first-generation navigators. Only ships that truly understand the meaning of the navigators can find the Morning Star. The crystal projected fragments of images, the first-generation navigators praying beside the star core, sacrificing in wars, signing peace treaties. These fragments ultimately formed a sentence. The navigator is not a coordinate for guidance, but a light to illuminate the darkness. Yunhang suddenly released the control stick, letting the Stardust drift along the energy flow. Follow the guidance of the defense barrier, he said. The crystal is sensing the light of the Morning Star not by the path, but by resonance. Indeed, the Stardust no longer circled around. The golden barrier pointed like a compass towards the heart of the ruins. When the full silhouette of the Morning Star finally appeared, everyone held their breath. This ancient ship, though covered in scars, still maintained its sailing posture with the star core emblem at the bow intact, radiating energy identical to that of the source star core. Stepping onto the bridge of the Morning Star, a semi-transparent energy crystal floated above the main console, older than the crystal, with symbols from all civilizations of the vast star sea flowing across its surface. As Yunhang brought the crystal closer, the energy crystal suddenly illuminated, projecting the image of the first-generation navigator, a gentle-looking elder, smiling at the camera. Welcome, new navigator. The elder's voice transcended billions of years, resonating clearly in the bridge. When you see this image, it means the pathways of the vast star sea have been reconnected, and you have passed the final test. Understanding the true meaning of the navigator, it is not about controlling the pathways, but safeguarding the continuity of civilization. In the image, the elder showcased the heritage of the navigators, a coordinate for the civilization seed bank of the vast star sea, which stored the genes and cultural data of all civilizations on the brink of extinction, a star core self-healing system that automatically initiated balance procedures when the star core was destabilized, and a letter left for all navigators. The pathways may vanish, the star cores may cool, but the flame of civilization should never be extinguished. This is the ultimate heritage. Lin Xia excitedly recorded the data. With the seed bank and self-healing system, the vast star sea no longer needs to worry about the discontinuity of civilizations and the aberration of star cores. Just then, the Forgotten Ruins suddenly shook violently. Cracks began to appear on the hull of the Morning Star, and the glow of the energy crystal flickered erratically. Lin Xia's detector blared an alarm. The space-time structure at the heart of the ruins is collapsing. We activated the heritage, triggering the final self-destruction program. Old K urged, quick, download the data. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried with this old relic. But Yunhang looked at the elder in the image. The elder's last words echoed, heritage is not an object, but a legacy. When a new navigator appears, the old guardians will turn to Stardust, nourishing the new pathways. He understood that the self-destruction of the Morning Star was not the end, but a final infusion of energy into the star map network of the vast star sea, strengthening the balance mechanism of all star cores. Yunhang swiftly transmitted the coordinates of the seed bank and the data of the self-healing system into the Stardust, then bowed deeply to the elder in the image. We will inherit the heritage and keep the flame of civilization burning forever. As the Stardust departed from the Forgotten Ruins, the wreckage behind it exploded violently into a dazzling rain of stardust. This stardust did not dissipate. Instead, it flowed through the star map network to various star domains of the vast star sea, infusing new energy into the star cores. The phantom of the morning star flickered one last time in the stardust rain before transforming into a light point that merged into the crystal of the stardust. The symbols on the crystal's surface became complete, and the star map network of the vast star sea covered the last blank area. Lin Xia looked at the completed data transmission, tears glistening in her eyes. The hope guarded by the first-generation navigators with their lives has finally been entrusted to us. Old K for once did not joke, quietly repairing the engine. We need to maintain the stardust well. In the future, we still have to carry the civilization of the seed bank to new planets to Sao. Yunhang gazed at the stardust rain outside the porthole as they formed new beacons in the starry sky, guiding the direction of the future. The crystal in the center of the console shone brightly, as ever projecting greetings from all civilizations of the vast star sea. There were blessings from the echo star, resonance from the star root tree, gratitude from the aberrant star cores, and hopes from the primordial star. "We are going home," Yunhang said softly. The engine of the stardust emitted a steady roar, carrying the heritage of the navigators along the familiar pathways back home. It was no longer a lonely explorer, but a bond of the civilizations of the vast star sea. Yunhang was no longer just a navigator, but a bearer of balance and hope. As the stardust re-entered the stardust sea, it was greeted by a welcome parade of countless ships. The Guardian, Elder, HA, and the allies were all waiting, their smiles especially warm against the starry sky. The return route of the stardust is bustling with activity. Merchant fleets from the stellar sea, the observation ships of the Guardians, and the free merchant vessels of the stardust sea line the sides of the waterway. Their navigation lights form a flowing river of light, enveloping the stardust. The communication channel is filled with greetings from familiar old friends to new companions never met before. Even the Speaker of the Federal Council personally sends congratulations. You have rekindled the starlight of the stellar sea, illuminating the stardust sea once more. The first batch of seeds from the seed vault has been successfully sown. Lin Xia activated the holographic projection, revealing a desolate planet coming to life. Verdant plants breaking through the soil purification devices, releasing streams of energy into the air. In the distance, at a temporary base, the Guardians and scientists from the Stardust Sea are collaborating to debug equipment. Aceh said this planet is named New Waypoint, serving as the first station for cultural exchange among the Stellar Sea. Old K is replacing the energy core of the Stardust engine with a new one made from the remnants of the Morning Star, compatible with the energy frequencies of all star domains in the Stellar Sea. From now on, we won't fear running out of fuel no matter how far we go. He patted the engine casing and suddenly pointed out the porthole. Look, isn't that the crystal forest envoy from Echo Star? And the spirit of the forest representative from the Green Mist Star domain. Outside the porthole, ships adorned with crystal vines gradually approached, and the envoys waved through holographic projections. The crystal in the center of the control panel gently trembled, projecting the new charter of the Stellar Alliance with the Star Core as a contract and the waterway as a bridge. All civilizations coexist, equally sharing the resources of the Star Sea and safeguarding the path of balance. Yunhang's gaze fell upon the signature area at the end of the charter, where countless civilization marks were already inscribed. There's the federal emblem of the Stardust, see the Star Core insignia of the Guardians, the crystal patterns of Echo Star, and the armor symbols of the mutated Star Core Guardians. Lin Xia smiled and handed over an energy pen. It's our turn to sign now. The name of the Stardust should be inscribed at the very front. As Yunhang's name and the emblem of the Stardust appeared on the charter, the entire star map network suddenly lit up. All star cores in the stellar sea pulsed synchronously, creating an energy resonance that spanned light years. The voice of the Elder Guardian resonated throughout the Star Sea via the Alliance channel. Today, we established the new Stardust Covenant, allowing past agreements to continue and future hopes to set sail. The celebration is held on the planet New Waypoint. In the temporarily constructed plaza, envoys from different civilizations sang and danced. The Crystal Forest Envoy played the strings of an energy harp, while the spirit of the forest representative manipulated glowing vines to weave star maps, and the Guardians of the mutated Star Core showcased the restored Star Core technology. Yunhang stood in the center of the plaza, observing the scene before him, suddenly recalling the moment he first encountered crystals. Back then, he never imagined that an invitation involving crystals would lead to such a vast legend of the Star Sea. Someone is looking for you. Old K patted his shoulder and pointed to the edge of the plaza. There stood a white-haired elder dressed in the oldest merchant ship uniform of the Stardust Sea, holding a yellowed logbook. I am a descendant of the first pilot of the Stardust. The elder handed the logbook to Yunhang. This log records the initial agreement, and now it belongs to you. The logbook contained no text, only hand-drawn star maps from the Stardust route to the Stellar Sea routes, each marked with the footprints of the pilot. The last page was blank with a small ship drawn beside it accompanied by the words "The waterways are endless," and the legend continues. Yunheng closed the logbook and looked towards the direction where the Stardust was docked. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of the ship was edged in gold, and the light of the crystal filtered through the porthole, casting moving spots of light on the ground. Lin Xia was sharing experiences with the young pilots, while Old K demonstrated the principles of star core energy to the children, their laughter echoing in the plaza. The new pilots have already matured. The elder guardian walked up to him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The Alliance has decided to establish the Star Sea Piloting Academy, and everyone hopes you will serve as the dean. Yunheng gazed at the young trainees practicing their piloting skills in the distance, their small ships sharing a similar silhouette with the Stardust. The dean of the academy should be someone younger, he chuckled, shaking his head and handing the logbook to the nearest young pilot, but I can guide them on the first leg of the journey starting from the Stardust route. That evening, a simple farewell feast was held on the deck of the Stardust. Old K enjoyed the treasured Stardust wine, while Lin Xia flipped through the accumulated voyage log, and the crystal quietly flickered on the table. Yunheng looked at the star map of the stellar sea, now filled with countless new routes, each connecting different civilizations, resembling a vast spider web that unified every corner of the star sea. Where to next? Lin Xia asked. Yunheng looked at the latest coordinates projected by the crystal, which indicated an unknown star domain beyond the stellar sea, marked only by a vague point of light on the star map. Let's go see the edge of the star sea, he replied. I've heard that the first ray of starlight from the birth of the universe resides there, like the initial glow of the crystal. Old K immediately stood up. Then we need to give the Stardust a comprehensive inspection. Ensure it can reach the edge of the universe. As the Stardust set sail once more, the young pilots navigated their ships alongside as escort until the Stardust entered the depths of the superdomain route. Yunheng stood in the cockpit watching the familiar Stardust sea gradually fade away with the stars of the stellar sea twinkling ahead. The light spots on the crystal surface formed new beacons guiding towards the unknown. The engine of the Stardust emitted a familiar roar, carrying new agreements and hopes sailing towards the more distant star sea. And the waterway it left behind had long since become a bond connecting civilizations, allowing starlight to illuminate every corner, letting understanding bridge every distance, and in the endless starry sky, forever conveying the belief in guardianship and peace. The Stardust sailed into the unknown star domain beyond the Pan-Star Sea, where the starscape outside the porthole presented a deep indigo hue. Here there were no familiar fluctuations of stellar core energy. The stars were sparsely distributed and distant, even the light spots on the crystal surface dimmed, as if they had entered the edge of the universe. The probe can only scan a range of 50 light-years ahead. Lin Xia stared at the blurred image on the screen. The space-time structure of this star domain is very peculiar. Time flows 1/3 slower than in the Pan-Star Sea. We have been sailing for 7 days, but the probe shows only 5 days have passed. Old K adjusted the navigation device modified with the first fragment of the first starlight. A gift from the forest spirit representative when they left the new waypoint, said to be able to sense the energy traces from the birth of the universe. This thing is more sensitive than the source star core. He pointed at the flickering light dots on the screen. Look, there's an extremely powerful energy source straight ahead, exactly matching the first starlight described in ancient texts. Suddenly, the crystal projected a blurry image. After the Big Bang, the first starlight pierced the darkness, condensing into a crystal-clear crystal in the void. Around the crystal, star cores and nebulae gradually formed, eventually evolving into the prototype of the Pan-Star Sea. At the end of the image, the crystal transformed into a stream of light, flying into the depths of the universe, leaving behind a faint trail of beacons. The first starlight is not a star, it is the energy origin of the universe, Yunheng realized with sudden clarity. The energy of the crystal clan, the power of the star cores, and even the civilization of the Pan-Star Sea all originated from it. As the Stardust approached the energy source, the sight before them was awe-inspiring. A nebula composed of pure light streams floated in the void. At its center, there was no physical planet, only a rotating band of light. Within the light band flowed silvery white energy. The moment this energy touched the crystal, the light spots on its surface brightened abruptly, and it even projected the complete history of cosmic evolution inside the cabin. It's the origin light band, Lin Xia exclaimed in amazement. The energy in the light band is restructuring the star map. The unknown star domains beyond the Pan-Star Sea are being marked out. When the Stardust entered the light band, time seemed to lose its meaning. In the light band, Yunheng witnessed the birth and demise of countless civilizations. Some continued because they protected the star cores, while others were destroyed by the abuse of energy. Some sank in war, and others prospered in peace. These images flooded into his mind like a tide, finally freezing at the moment the first starlight condensed into a crystal. The balance of the universe has always been in the hands of civilizations themselves. A voice more ancient than the first navigator echoed in his mind, carrying the pure essence of the universe's birth. Starlight bestows hope, but does not interfere with choices. Suddenly, the crystal resonated intensely with the light band, and a star map of the unknown domain beyond the Panstar Sea appeared on its surface. The star map marked 3 massive energy nodes, each emitting fluctuations of the same origin as the first starlight, but the light of 2 of them was dimming. They are the other energy origins. Old K pointed at the star map. They are calling for help. The energy fluctuations are similar to the mutated star cores, but weaker, as if they are withering. The image in the light band changed accordingly around the 2 dimming energy origins in the unknown domain. Civilizations fell into war due to resource depletion, and the energy of the origins was consumed by the conflict, gradually losing its luster. The 3rd origin, however, was guarded by a mysterious civilization. There the star core and civilization coexisted harmoniously, its light stable and warm. This is the ultimate mission of guardianship. Yuanheng tightened his grip on the control lever, not just to protect the Panstar Sea, but to ensure all origin starlight can endure. The crystal projected a course to the first withering origin, and the light band opened a safe passage for the Stardust. Old K installed an origin starlight energy module onto the purification device. This time, we can not only purify the mutations, but also recharge the origins. We'll make sure they shine again. As the Stardust departed from the origin light band, the star map on the crystal's surface had fully covered the unknown domain. Lin Xia wrote in the log, "The edge of the universe is not an end, but a new beginning." The first starlight tells us that the choices of civilizations determine the future of the star sea. Gazing at the gradually clearer stars of the unknown domain outside the porthole, Yuanheng knew that a new journey had just begun. The crystal shone brightly on the console, as ever the energy of the first starlight flowing within it, as if carrying the hope of the universe. Old K hummed a newly composed starry tune, and the roar of the engine blended with the resonance of the light band into a harmonious symphony. "Set sail," Yuanheng whispered. The Stardust's engines roared with power, carrying the hope of the origin starlight towards the first energy origin in the unknown domain. Outside the porthole, the beacons left by the first starlight flickered ahead, like an eternal chain of lighthouses guiding the navigator deeper into the universe. He knew that no matter how many challenges lay ahead, as long as the crystal still shone and the faith of the first starlight endured, the navigator's ship would never lose its way. The Stardust ship entered the first energy point star domain of the unknown region, where the starry sky outside the window displayed a desolate dark yellow. The stars here had lost their luster, and the nebulae resembled solidified dust, with even the energy flows imbued with a chilling silence. The light spots on the crystal surface weakened, constantly flickering warning signals. "This is at the desolate origin point." Lin Xia magnified the detection data, her expression grave. "The energy at the core of the origin point is less than 1%, and the surrounding planets are all dead stars with remnants of war energy lingering in the atmosphere." The detector showed that the last war occurred 100 years ago, where 2 civilizations annihilated each other in their struggle for the origin energy. Old K inspected the purification device equipped with the origin starlight module. The energy readings were so low that he frowned. "This place is worse than the mutated star core area, not even starlight can penetrate it." The purification device needs to be set to maximum power, hoping the origin starlight can be effective. The crystal projected an image 100 years ago. The desolate origin point was still a vibrant star domain, where 2 civilizations thrived on the origin energy, their ships traversing the starry sky and trade letters passing between the crystals. However, as the demand for energy grew, suspicion gradually festered, eventually evolving into a catastrophic war, with the origin energy rapidly depleting amidst the flames of conflict, causing the star domain to wither. It was not a natural depletion, but the internal strife of civilizations that killed the origin. Yuanheng said softly, tracing his fingertip over the dim origin symbol on the crystal. "The origin starlight can replenish energy, but for it to truly be reborn, it requires the vitality of civilization." The Stardust ship landed next to the remnants of the origin core. There were no solid planets here, only a shriveled energy core, its shell covered in cracks resembling a fruit that had lost its moisture, with faint energy sparks occasionally seeping from the fissures and dissipating into the void. Countless shipwrecks floated around, their cannon muzzles still pointing at each other, frozen in the moment of the final battle. "Weak life signals detected," Lin Xia suddenly exclaimed. "Deep within the core remnants, there are fluctuations from some energy creature." Yuanheng piloted the landing pod deeper into the core, discovering a cluster of flickering star spirits within a relatively intact energy chamber. Native life forms birthed from the origin energy, small in size, like fireflies trembling around a small piece of remaining pure energy, their glow flickering. "They are guarding the last bit of pure energy." Yuanheng extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation the star spirits cautiously landed in his palm. The vitality of the origin has not been completely severed. They are the hope. Old K connected the energy conduit of the purification device to the core remnants, and the origin starlight flowed through the conduit, causing the shriveled core shell to start emanating a faint glow. But this light was soon suppressed by the surrounding remnants of war energy, causing the star spirit's glow to dim again. No, Old K shouted, the negative energy from the war is repelling the purification. Yunheng looked at the surrounding shipwrecks and suddenly had an idea. He projected the peaceful images of the vast star sea, the letters of civilization exchange, and even the scenes of sowing new waypoints all through the crystal into the core chamber. These warm images flowed among the wreckage, illuminating the coldness of the cannon muzzles, also warming the glow of the star spirits. Look, the star spirits are absorbing the energy of the images. Lin Xia exclaimed with delight. The glow of the star spirits gradually brightened, and they flew in groups toward the areas where the remnants of war energy gathered, using their own light to neutralize the negative energy. The sparks seeping from the cracks in the core remnants were no longer fire, but soft streams of energy, which merged with the origin starlight to form a rotating halo around the core. The crystals suddenly floated in the air, its surface light spots forming complex energy patterns connecting the halo with the star spirits into a whole. Yunheng could feel that the energy of the star core from the vast star sea was continuously supporting the desolate origin point through the crystal. This was the resonance of the star map network, the power of all civilizations protecting their companions. The origin is repairing. Old K's voice was filled with excitement. The energy readings are rising. As the last trace of negative war energy was purified by the star spirits, the desolate origin point erupted with dazzling light. The shriveled core shell peeled away, revealing the energy core within that was rejuvenated, its glow identical to the origin starlight, warm and pure. The surrounding dead stars began to condense their atmospheres again, the dark yellow starry sky being replaced by a light blue, while the star spirits joyfully danced in the new streams of energy. As the Stardust ship departed, the desolate origin point had regained its vitality. A new star core formed at the center, successfully connecting with the star map network of the vast star sea, while the star spirits formed glowing beacons guiding future explorers. Lin Xia wrote in her log, more terrifying than energy depletion is the despair of civilization, and more precious than the rebirth of the origin is the transmission of hope. Old K adjusted the purification device, which still bore the faint glow left by the star spirits. This thing can absorb negative energy now. Next time we go to the second origin, efficiency will double. Yunheng looked at the unknown star map projected by the crystal. The coordinates of the second decade origin were flashing, and the energy fluctuations there were even more complex, marked with the words fog origin. Light spots on the crystal's surface formed a phantom of a ship with unique markings of the fog origin civilization on its hull, as if recounting a forgotten story. Next stop, fog origin. Yunheng pulled the control lever and the Stardust ship's engine emitted a steady roar. Let's see what secrets the civilization there holds. Outside the window, the glow of the desolate origin point gradually receded behind them, while the stars of the unknown region twinkled ahead. The crystal at the center of the control panel remained bright as ever, and the faint light of the star spirits seemed to merge with the crystal's glow, becoming a new force of guardianship. The Stardust sailed towards the second energy nexus of the unknown domain. The starscape beyond the porthole was enshrouded in dense gray mist. Unlike the desolate stillness of the barren nexus, eerie energy ripples flowed within the mist here, ceaselessly jamming the ship's sensors, even blurring the star charts projected by the crystal. So this is the mist nexus. Lin Xia adjusted the detection frequency as images on the screen flickered intermittently. The probe can only penetrate the surface mist. The core of the nexus is wrapped in deeper energy fog. Nothing is visible. The ancient records of the Nexus Guardians contained but a single line, mist hides the past, whispers summon the returnees. Old K inspected the ship's anti-jamming device, his brow deeply furrowed. This mist is off. The energy ripples carry a mental interference attribute. I almost mistook the engine button for a coffee cup just now. We need to set up a mental barrier for the whole ship, or we might circle around in this fog until we go mad. The light spots on the crystal's surface flickered, projecting fragmented images, a group of cloaked figures walking through the mist, holding glowing crystal spheres, seemingly performing some ritual. The light of the Nexus core gradually dimmed during the ceremony, eventually swallowed by the mist, while the figures dissolved into motes of light that merged into the fog. They are the guardians of the Mist Nexus, Yunheng said, staring at the symbols on the cloaks in the image. They didn't die in war, they willingly walked into the mist. This mist feels more like a self-imposed seal. As the Stardust ventured deeper into the mist, faint whispers began to surround them. These voices did not come from outside but echoed directly within their minds as if countless souls were recounting their regrets and sorrows. Lin Xia covered her forehead, her face pale. These whispers are amplifying negative emotions. I almost wanted to toss the navigation log out the window just now. Yunheng immediately instructed Old K to activate the mental barrier. The moment it expanded, the whispers subsided significantly. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a golden radiance, carving a clear path ahead. Within the light, the faint phantom of an ancient starship was visible, the flagship of the Mist Nexus civilization, with a crystal sphere identical to those in the images embedded in its bow. The flagship is guiding us, Yunheng said, gripping the control stick. It wants to take us to the Nexus core. After weaving through layers of mist, the outline of the Nexus core finally emerged. It was a star core tightly bound by gray energy fog, its surface engraved with the same symbols as the crystal spheres. Countless luminous threads extended from the core into the mist, as if maintaining the seal. Floating around the star core were hundreds of translucent memory crystals, each encapsulating a fragment of an image. These crystals are the Guardian's memories. Lin Xia exclaimed in delight. The crystal can interpret them. The crystal projected scenes from the memory crystals. The civilization of the Mist Nexus was once one of the most prosperous beyond the Panstellar Sea. They excelled in fusing mental energy with star cores, creating the Star Mist prophecy, art capable of foreseeing the future. However, in one prophecy, they foresaw their civilization becoming rigid due to over-reliance on prophecy. To break this fate, the Guardians chose to generate mist with their mental energy, sealing the star core, allowing their civilization to seek new possibilities in slumber. It wasn't self-destruction, but a slumber of self-redemption, Yunheng realized. The whispers aren't a curse, they are the Guardians testing intruders. Only those who can resist mental interference and harbor hope are worthy of awakening them. Old K adjusted the equipment and discovered that the Nexus core's energy wasn't depleted, merely sealed by mental energy. Just break the seal? But how? It's not like we have to don cloaks and perform a ritual dance, is it? The crystal projected the final memory the Guardians had left behind, a beacon of hope hidden in the densest cluster of memory crystals. Within it lay their aspirations for the future. Activating the beacon with pure hope energy would dispel the mist. Yunheng searched among the memory crystals and finally discovered a faintly glowing beacon deep within the core. What the beacon contained was not sorrow, but the Guardian's blessing. We await those who can break fate, who believe the future is not determined by prophecy. He infused the beacon with the stories of breaking fate recorded during the Stardust journey. The redemption of the anomalous star core, the rebirth of the barren Nexus, the cooperation of the Panstellar Sea civilizations. As the final tale was transmitted, the beacon erupted with dazzling light, spreading through the star core's threads across the entire mist. The whispers ceased, replaced by a warm resonance. The gray mist gradually dissipated in the light, revealing a sapphire starscape. The sealed star core revived, its symbols shimmering with a gentle glow. The Guardian images in the memory crystals transformed into motes of light, forming a new star chart in the sky. The unfinished star mist passage of the Mist Nexus civilization, a new route connecting the unknown domain and the Panstellar Sea. The mist is gone, Lin Xia cheered, detecting numerous life signals. There are slumbering cities on the planets around the Nexus. They are awakening. A gentle voice came through the Stardust communication channel, its tone identical to the Guardians in the memory. Thank you for bringing new hope. The prophecy's fate has been broken. The civilization of the Mist Nexus will return to the Starry Sea with a new form. As the Stardust departed, the mist had completely vanished. Awakening cities lit up on the planets like stars being rekindled. The Guardian images saluted one last time in the starry sky, then dissolved into motes of light that merged into the Stardust crystal, imbuing it with a new attribute of mental energy. So the most powerful seal can only be unlocked by hope, Lin Xia wrote in her log. And the most terrible fate is no match for a civilization's courage. Old K hummed a tune while inspecting the mental barrier. Now if we encounter mental interference again, our crystal can counter it directly. Next time we head to the third Nexus, even if it's hidden inside a black hole, we'll find it. Yunheng gazed at the unknown domain star chart projected by the crystal. The coordinates of the final energy nexus became clear. The cradle of star cores at the edge of the unknown domain, where the first ray of starlight once shone, holding the primal secret of all Nexus energies. The light spots on the crystal surface formed a complete star chart network connecting the Panstellar Sea, the unknown domain's nexuses, and the cradle of star cores like a beating heart. Next stop, the cradle of star cores. Yunheng pulled the control stick and the Stardust's engine hummed with a light roar. To find the origin of all nexuses and fulfill the promise of the first starlight. Outside the porthole, the starry sky, now free of mist, was exceptionally clear. Awakened civilization ships formed a procession below to see them off. The crystal shone brightly on the console, as before the Guardian's mental energy, resonating harmoniously with the star core's energy. Yunheng knew that each Nexus rebirth added a layer of security to the universe's balance, and this Guardian journey initiated by the first starlight was about to enter its most crucial chapter. The Stardust sailed toward the stellar cradle at the edge of the unknown domain, the starry vista beyond the porthole, gradually bathed in a warm golden hue. Here the stars were arrayed in a perfect spiral with nebulae flowing like silk, and even the energy currents bore a pristine newborn purity, akin to the aura of the Origin light belt, yet richer and more profound. The detectors indicate an energy concentration 10 times that of the prime star. Lin Xia's voice carried a note of awe as the star chart on the screen automatically unfurled, revealing countless tiny stellar embryos drifting within the nebula. They resembled dormant seeds gently enveloped by golden energy. This is the true stellar cradle. All the energy of the Origins flows from here. It was here that the first ray of starlight conceived the very first stellar core. Old K calibrated the ship's energy absorption device, the readings on the instruments steady and gentle. This energy is as pure as distilled water, utterly devoid of impurities. No wonder it can nurture stellar cores. Even the engine is auto-repairing its wear. The light spots on the crystal's surface suddenly transformed into flowing bands of light perfectly synchronized with the spiral stars in the cosmos. Within these light bands emerged visions of the universe's birth, the first ray of starlight cleaving through the darkness, condensing into an energy core within the stellar cradle around which countless stellar embryos gradually formed. These embryos then drifted with the energy currents to every corner of the universe, eventually evolving into the energy origins of the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain, nurturing diverse civilizations. The stellar cradle is the energy heart of the cosmos. Yunheng murmured, his fingertips touching the crystal. All origins are its branches, and all stellar cores are its children. The covenant of the first starlight is to safeguard the beating of this heart. As the Stardust entered the core region of the stellar cradle, the sight before them left everyone breathless. A colossal golden energy core hovered at the nebula's center, its size rivaling a small star. Energy patterns identical to the first starlight flowed across its surface, and countless energy threads extended from the core, connecting to the surrounding stellar embryos like a mother's arms gently cradling her children. Around the core were docked the phantom vessels of ancient ships, each from a different civilization, yet all oriented toward the core. Their bow insignias corresponded precisely to the symbols of the various origins in the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain. The flagships of the past Guardians, Lin Xia realized with sudden clarity. They all came here to preserve the balance of the stellar cradle. As the Stardust neared the golden core, the crystal detached from the console and floated in the center of the cockpit. The light spots on its surface resonated with the energy patterns of the core, and an ancient consciousness surged directly into Yunheng's mind. The will of the first starlight, pure and warm, bearing the memories of the universe's inception. Welcome, the last Guardian. The will of the first starlight echoed in his mind. The stellar cradle maintains the energy balance of the cosmos. Only when all origins are reconnected and the belief in guardianship converges can the secrets of the origin be unveiled. The golden core suddenly released a stream of energy enveloping the Stardust within it. In that energy stream, Yunheng glimpsed the universe's future civilizations of the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain were intricately linked through the stellar core network. The stellar cradle ceaselessly nurtured new stellar cores, bringing vitality to withering star regions. Yet he also saw a looming concern. As civilizations expanded, the demand for energy grew, and the burden on the stellar cradle was gradually increasing. Without restraint, it would eventually face depletion. This is the ultimate test. Yunheng clenched his fists, not to combat corruption or war, but to balance development and preservation. The crystal projected a solution. The stellar core energy of the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain needed to be channeled back to the stellar cradle via the star chart network, forming an energy cycle. Simultaneously, a stellar core compact must be established with all civilizations jointly agreeing on an upper limit for energy usage to ensure the cradle's sustainable operation. Old K, activate the Stardust's energy conduction device and connect the crystal to the golden core. Yunheng's voice was steady and resolute. Lin Xia, transmit the energy cycle plan and the stellar core compact through the Panstar Sea network to all civilizations requesting their synchronized energy contribution. As the Stardust's energy beam connected with the golden core, the star chart networks of both the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain illuminated simultaneously. Countless civilizational vessels heeded the call, injecting their surplus stellar core energy into the network. This energy flowed upstream along the star tracks, converging into the golden core of the stellar cradle. The patterns on the core's surface grew ever brighter, and the surrounding stellar embryos began to accelerate their growth, radiating a more vigorous vitality. The will of the first starlight radiated approval. Balance is established, the cycle is formed. The stellar cradle shall forever nourish the cosmos, and you shall become the star, see stewards of balance, transmitting the creed of this compact to every civilization. The golden core released an energy emblem engraved with the spiral pattern of the stellar cradle. It merged perfectly with Yunhang's navigator's emblem and the prime star emblem. The instant the three emblems combined, the star charts of the Panstar Sea and the unknown domain fused into a single complete energy network covering the known universe. Every node of the network shimmered with the light of balance. As the stardust departed from the stellar cradle, the golden core's radiance had transformed into a pillar of light, piercing the cosmos, illuminating every star track. Lin Xia watched the continuous stream of civilizational response signals, tears glistening in her eyes. All civilizations have signed the stellar core compact. Even the most remote star regions have sent congratulations. Old K hummed a tune while replenishing the engine with cradle energy. Now the stardust can sail until the heat death of the universe. From now on, we're cosmic-level stewards of balance. We'll be treated as honored guests wherever we go. Yunhang gazed at the complete star chart network beyond the porthole. The crystal on the console pulsed silently, its light spots forming the symbols of all civilizations. He knew that this invitation initiated by the crystal had finally reached its most perfect chapter, not in finding a final destination, but in establishing an eternal balance, not in monopolizing a secret, but in having all civilizations guard it together. We're going home, Yunhang said softly. The Stardust's engine emitted a steady hum, carrying the belief in balance and boundless hope, navigating back along the familiar star tracks. Beyond the porthole, the golden light of the stellar cradle gradually receded. The stars of the Panstar Sea twinkled ahead, and the beacons of the unknown domain had been lit. The crystal projected a final image, countless children of different civilizations laughing in crystal forests, envoys of various races exchanging letters beneath star root trees, and guardians planting new seeds of vitality on restored origins. These scenes crystallized into a tableau titled Radiant Harmony across the star sea, forever preserved within the crystal's memory. Yunhang stood within the starship's command center, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the flickering, mysterious coordinates on the star map, a point pointing toward the very origin of the star core cradle. After traversing the vast interstellar expanse and overcoming countless arduous trials, they had finally approached the most enigmatic existence in the universe. Activate the Stardust channel propulsion mode. Advance at full speed toward the target. Yunhang's voice was steady and resolute, echoing through the silent command center. At his command, the starship shimmered with radiance, as if enveloped in a resplendent cloak of stardust, and then surged forward at multiple times the speed of light toward the destination. During the voyage, Yunhang's mind was repeatedly flooded with the myriad legends and records concerning the star core cradle. Legend had it that the star core cradle was the mysterious birthplace of star cores at the dawn of the universe, each core harboring boundless energy and secrets, the very key to the evolution of cosmic civilizations. Yet rumors also whispered that the origin of the star core cradle concealed power sufficient to annihilate the entire universe, and if it fell into the hands of those with ill intent, the consequences would be catastrophic. 10 minutes until arrival at the target zone. The navigator's voice shattered Yunhang's reverie. He drew a deep breath, his eyes betraying a blend of tension and anticipation. This expedition would be the pivotal step in unraveling the universe's enigma, or perhaps an adventure that would determine the fate of the cosmos. When the starship finally reached the origin region of the star core cradle, the sight before them left everyone utterly astounded. In the boundless expanse of the starry void, a colossal energy vortex hovered, its center blazing with countless dazzling lights, as if myriad star cores were colliding and merging in a celestial dance. Is this the origin of the star core cradle? Yunhang murmured to himself, his voice filled with awe. At that moment, the starship's alarm suddenly blared. Warning. Detected intense energy fluctuations, a suspected approach of unknown organisms. Yunhang instantly became vigilant, gripping his weapon tightly as his eyes swept the surroundings. Moments later, a swarm of colossal interstellar creatures emerged from the energy vortex, their bodies gleaming with strange luminescence. Moving at incredible speed, they reached the starship in the blink of an eye. Prepare for battle, Yunhang shouted. At his command, the starship's weapon systems activated fully, unleashing beams of laser toward the swarm of interstellar beings. Yet these interstellar creatures seemed impervious to the starship's assault, effortlessly evading the laser beams as they charged forward. Amid the fierce combat, Yunhang realized that the creature's target was not the starship, but the origin of the star core cradle itself. They kept drawing closer to the energy vortex, attempting to extract something from it. A thought struck Yunhang. These interstellar beings might know the secrets of the star core cradle. Thus he resolved to take a daring gamble. Cease fire. Let's follow them and observe. Yunheng commanded. The starship slowly trailed the swarm of creatures approaching the energy vortex. As they entered the interior of the vortex, the scene before them became even more astonishing. At the vortex's center floated a colossal star core radiating immense energy fluctuations surrounded by countless smaller star cores interwoven into a complex and mysterious energy network. The swarm of interstellar creatures circled the massive star core as if awaiting something. Suddenly, one of them emitted a piercing cry, and then all the creatures surged toward the enormous core. The instant they touched the star core, the entire energy vortex convulsed violently, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward. Yunheng and his crew were thrown off balance by the shockwave, and the starship sustained severe damage. Yet they did not retreat. Instead, their resolve to uncover the secrets of the star core cradle grew even stronger. In the chaos, Yunheng spotted a mysterious entrance concealed behind the star core. With a flash of insight, he decided to lead the team inside to investigate. After passing through the mysterious entrance, a vast space unfolded before their eyes. Within this space were arrayed countless technological devices and peculiar crystals which emanated a soft glow as if whispering the secrets of the universe. "What is this place?" one crew member asked in astonishment. Yunheng shook his head, indicating he too was uncertain. Just then a voice resonated in their ears. "Welcome to the core region of the star core, cradle brave explorers." The voice echoed within the mysterious space, its timbre ethereal, indistinguishable in gender, and its origin unknown. Yunheng and his team instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes alert as they scanned for the source of the sound. There is no need for alarm. To have arrived here proves that you are fated to connect with this stellar cradle. The voice spoke again, its tone carrying a hint of warmth. As the words faded, a phantom figure slowly materialized in the space, seemingly condensed from pure energy, radiating a soft blue glow. Yunheng took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, and asked, "Who are you? What is the true secret of this stellar cradle? And why are those interstellar beings so fixated on this place?" The phantom figure nodded slightly and explained, "I am the guardian of the stellar cradle, born at the dawn of the universe, tasked with protecting the source of cosmic energy. The stellar core contains the primordial power from the universe's inception, the key to unlocking the mysteries of the multiverse. As for those interstellar beings, they are manipulated by a dark force seeking to seize the stellar core's power, disrupt the cosmic balance, and achieve their nefarious goals." Upon hearing this, the team members' expressions shifted. Yunheng pressed further. "Then how do we stop them? How do we protect the stellar cradle?" The guardian's figure flickered, the surrounding light rippling in response. "You must activate the stellar cradle's defense mechanism. It lies hidden deep within this space, initiated by a set of ancient runes. But finding the runes will not be easy. They are surrounded by layers of mist and traps. One misstep, and you will fall into an abyss of no return." Without a moment's hesitation, Yunheng declared resolutely, "We are willing to try." Guided by the guardian, Yunheng and his team cautiously ventured deeper into the space. Along the way, they encountered various strange phenomena and dangers. First, a patch of energy mist flickered with eerie light. Stepping into it, their consciousness seemed to be pulled, conjuring their deepest fears. Yunheng suppressed his terror, shouting loudly to keep his teammates lucid. With indomitable will they arduously traversed the mist. Next, a passage bristling with energy spikes appeared before them. The turbulent energy currents within surged like a raging tide. A single touch could tear them to shreds. After observing for a long time, Yunheng discerned a pattern in the energy fluctuations. He led the team in seizing the intervals, darting through swiftly and passing the passage with narrow escapes. When they finally reached the location of the runes, they found them encased in a powerful energy shield. After several futile attempts to breach it, Yunheng fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he recalled the Guardian's words about their fate with the stellar cradle. Perhaps their own energy could resonate with the runes. He slowly channeled his energy into the runes. Miraculously, the shield began to waver. Seeing this, his teammates followed suit. With united effort, they finally broke through the barrier. As the runes were activated, the entire stellar cradle trembled violently. Powerful beams of energy shot out from all directions, striking the interstellar beings attempting to seize the stellar core. Under the fierce assault, the interstellar beings fled in disarray, temporarily averting the crisis. Yet before they could catch their breath, the Guardian's voice rang out again, tinged with urgency. "The dark force will not relent. They will surely return. You must master the power of the stellar core as soon as possible. Only then can you truly safeguard the peace of the universe." The Guardian's words struck the hearts of the group like a heavy hammer. Yunheng gazed at the enormous star core suspended in the center of the space, its unceasing waves of energy seemingly calling out to him. He took a deep breath, turned to his teammates, and said, "Everyone take a moment to rest. We must quickly figure out how to master the power of the star core." The team members checked their equipment and recovered their strength while the lights in the command cabin flickered slightly with the vibrations of the star core cradle. Yunheng approached the Guardian's energy form and asked softly, "What must be done to master the star core's power?" "This power is so immense. Could it turn against us?" The Guardian's blue light flickered a few times, its tone grave. "The star core's power originates from the universe's essence. It is pure, yet also violent. To control it, one must first pass the core trial, the ultimate test of the star core cradle for its guardian, testing your will, faith, and understanding of the cosmos. If there are distracting thoughts, the energy may scorch you lightly or utterly annihilate you." "Where is the core trial?" Yunheng pressed. The Guardian pointed toward the depths of the star core, and an illusory staircase materialized out of thin air, leading to a platform enveloped in a soft white glow. "It is there. But the trial can only be undertaken by one person. Among you, the most worthy must be chosen." Upon hearing this, the team members turned their gazes toward Yunheng. Having shared countless life and death experiences, he had long become their irreplaceable leader. His old partner Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. "Yunheng, go ahead. We believe in you." Yunheng nodded, tightened his grip on the energy dagger at his waist, and stepped onto the staircase one step at a time. With each stride, the surrounding energy pressure intensified, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing his soul. When he stood on the platform, the white light abruptly receded and countless illusory stars emerged around him. A majestic voice resounded in his mind. "Outsider, state your reason for protecting the universe." Without a moment's hesitation, Yunheng's voice was resolute. "I have witnessed too many civilizations perish in the flames of war, too many lives wailing in the darkness. Protection is not for power or glory, but so that every star can shine freely and every civilization can exist in peace." As he finished speaking, the star illusions began to spin, transforming into countless fragmented visions: planets destroyed by dark forces, displaced interstellar refugees, warriors fighting to their last breath. These images battered Yunheng's mind, but his gaze remained unwavering. "Can you accept the price this power demands?" The voice echoed again. "If the price is protection, I am willing to bear it all." Yunheng's answer rang out with conviction. In an instant, all the star illusions converged into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight into Yunheng's brow. He felt a warm and immense force surge into his body, flowing through his veins, dissolving fatigue and pain wherever it passed. It was as if a new door had opened in his mind, with countless insights about the star core and cosmic laws flooding in like a tidal wave. When the pillar of light dissipated, Yunheng slowly opened his eyes, a galaxy seemingly swirling within them. He could clearly sense every flow of energy in the star core cradle and even faintly touch the energy pulses of distant galaxies. "You have passed the trial." The Guardian's voice carried a note of relief. "From now on, you are the temporary inheritor of the star core's power. But remember, the true master of this power is the universe itself. You must wield it with reverence." Yunheng descended from the platform. The team members were astonished to see a faint stellar radiance enveloping him, his demeanor growing more composed and profound. At that moment, the starship's alarms suddenly blared. "Warning! Detecting massive spatial jump reactions. The main fleet of the dark forces is approaching." On the screen, countless black warships appeared like locusts around the star core cradle. The lead flagship exuded a suffocating dark energy, its hull emblazoned with a twisted skull emblem, the infamous Annihilation Sect of the interstellar realm. Through the public channel, the leader of the Annihilation Sect let out a rasping laugh. "Pathetic explorers, surrender the star core's power, and perhaps we'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, this star core cradle will become your grave." Yunheng stood before the command console, his gaze cold and sharp. He raised his hand to the control panel, and the star core's energy surged through his fingertips into the starship's systems. The damaged hull was instantly coated with a layer of stellar shield. "Prepare for battle." Yunheng's voice was calm, yet brimming with power. "This time, we will not only protect the star core cradle, but also make the dark forces understand that the light of the universe has never been extinguished." The starship's engines roared, and the stellar shield blazed with brilliant light amidst the dark fleet's bombardment. The ultimate battle destined to decide the fate of the universe had officially begun. The artillery fire of the Annihilation Cult rained down like a black tempest, dense energy beams crashing against the star shield, stirring ripples upon ripples. The starship trembled amidst violent shocks. The energy readings on the console screen flickered continuously, yet remained steadfastly within the safety threshold. "The power of the star core is automatically regulating the shield's intensity," a crew member in charge of the energy system exclaimed in surprise. "Their conventional firepower cannot breach our defenses." A sharp glint flashed in Yunheng's eyes. He could clearly sense the deepening energy connection between the star core and the starship, as if the entire vessel had become an extension of his own body. "Lock onto the enemy flagship's engines and prepare the recoil cannon." The moment his words fell, a dazzling stellar radiance coalesced at the starship's forward energy cannon, its brilliance more intense than any previous attack. Recoil cannon fully charged. Fire. A beam of stellar light piercing heaven and earth shot forth, instantly tearing through the Annihilation Cult's network of fire. The leading flagship attempted to evade, but the beam grazed its side engine. The black hull instantly shattered, spewing thick rolling smoke. The roar of the Annihilation Cult's leader echoed through the public channel. Incompetence. Activate the Annihilation Ray. I want them reduced to cosmic dust. The flagship's bow slowly unfurled, revealing a metallic ring inscribed with dark purple patterns that began to rotate. The very space around it warped under the influence of this malevolent energy. Yunhang's heart tightened. Through the perception relayed by the star core, he sensed a lethal danger, a terrifying power capable of directly annihilating the structure of matter. All crew enter energy resonance state. Yunhang shouted simultaneously, pouring the power of the star core within him into the starship's core without reserve. Using the star core as a guide, deploy the Stardust barrier. The crew immediately pressed their palms onto the energy interfaces of the consoles. Their individual spiritual force and energy converged along the circuits, merging seamlessly with Yunhang's power. The stellar radiance enveloping the starship suddenly surged, transforming into a colossal vortex of stardust that enshrouded the entire vessel. At that moment, the Annihilation Ray was fired. A dark purple pillar of light carrying an aura of obliteration crashed into the Stardust barrier. In the instant the two forces collided, space itself seemed to freeze. Starlight and darkness waged a violent, grinding war, emitting a piercing, screeching howl of energy. Within the starship, everyone felt their blood churn and their chi surge. Yunhang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The power of the star core was being consumed at an alarming rate, and the barrier's light was steadily dimming. We can't stay on the defensive anymore, Lin Feng yelled while manning the weapon systems. 3 enemy ships on the port side have broken formation. They seem to be attempting a flanking maneuver. Thoughts raced through Yunhang's mind as information about the cosmic laws transmitted by the star core flashed before his eyes. He suddenly recalled the Guardian's words, "The power of the star core is not merely for defense. It is the very breath of the universe, capable of resonating with all things." Lin Feng aimed for the gaps in the enemy formation and released the stardust mist. Yunhang suddenly commanded, "Energy team, concentrate all remaining power into the thrusters and prepare for a spatial jump." The stern of the starship instantly ejected vast amounts of shimmering stardust, which rapidly dispersed across the cosmos, forming an immense, obscuring fog. The Annihilation Cult's fleet was thrown into chaos. Laser beams shot wildly in all directions within the mist, unable to lock onto any target. Seizing this opening, Yunhang guided the star core's power to warp the surrounding space. The starship transformed into a streak of light and vanished from its position in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already behind the Annihilation Cult's flagship. Now, Yunhang's eyes blazed with intense light. Activate the star core resonance cannon. Target the flagship's core. A miniature star core condensed at the starship's prow, emitting a fluctuation identical to that of the star core cradle. At Yunhang's command, the miniature star core shot towards the flagship like a meteor. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the miniature star core made contact with the flagship, it merged into it. Then countless rays of stellar radiance erupted from within the flagship, tearing the dark vessel apart from the inside. Deprived of their flagship's command, the Annihilation Cult's fleet immediately scattered. The remaining warships, sensing the dire situation, activated their spatial jumps and fled. The dark energy surrounding the star core cradle gradually dissipated, restoring its former tranquility. The crew collapsed into their seats, panting heavily, yet their faces were alight with the joy of victory. Yunhang gazed at the massive star core at the heart of the cradle, understanding that this was merely a temporary victory. The dark forces behind the Annihilation Cult had yet to reveal themselves. The crisis facing the universe was far from over. The Guardian's silhouette materialized once more, its tone carrying a note of approval. "You have done well, Yunhang. But remember, darkness never truly vanishes, it only bides its time for the next opportunity. The secrets of the star core cradle still await your discovery." Yunhang nodded, his gaze fixed upon the profound depths of space. He knew their journey was not yet over. Greater challenges and deeper mysteries lay waiting for them at the end of the Stardust Passage. As the smoke cleared, the radiance of the stellar cradle softened, once more warm and gentle. Standing before the observation window of his starship, Yunhang gazed at the colossal, slowly rotating star core, the lingering warmth of its resonance still tingling at his fingertips. Though victorious in the recent battle, a shadow of unease clung to his heart. The Annihilation Sect's defeat had been too hasty, as if they were merely probing rather than launching a full-scale assault. Energy readings are stabilizing. The stellar cradle's self-repair system has activated, reported a member of the energy team. Our starship's damage has been preliminarily restored by the core's power with operational capacity recovered to 87. Lin Feng approached Yunhang, handing him a warm cup of nutrient fluid. What's on your mind? We've won a hard battle. Time to take a breather. Yunhang took the cup, swirling it gently. I'm thinking about the Annihilation Sect's flagship. Their Annihilation Ray could have fired one more salvo, yet they retreated before we could counter. That's not like them. He paused, turning to Lin Feng. Don't you find it strange? It's as if they're deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation with the stellar cradle. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. You mean? Their target might not be the star core, but something else. Just then a faint fluctuation from the Guardian rippled through the space. Its form appeared even more ethereal than before, clearly having expended considerable energy in the battle. Have you sensed it, Yunhang? The Annihilation Sect's attack was indeed a probe. They were confirming whether the star core's power had been activated. Confirming that for what? Yunhang pressed. Because the stellar cradle is not the universe's sole energy source. The Guardian's voice carried a note of gravity. At the edge of the cosmos exists the dark matter abyss, the counterpart to the stellar cradle, where the origin of dark energy is nurtured. Legend holds that if the power of the star core and the energy of the dark matter abyss are activated simultaneously, it could trigger a reset of the universe's laws, and that is precisely what the forces behind the Annihilation Sect desire. Yunhang's heart jolted. They want to reset the laws of the universe. What would be the consequences? No one knows. The Guardian's light flickered unsteadily. It could herald the birth of a new cosmic order or the total annihilation of all civilizations. But one thing is certain: whoever masters this power will become the player of the universe's game. Suddenly the star core before the observation window flickered, emitting a soft beam of light that shot toward Yunhang's brow. In an instant, countless fragmented images flooded his mind: a pitch-black cosmic abyss, drifting wreckage of starships, a stele engraved with ancient runes, and a blurred coordinate flickering at the edge of a star chart. This is a message from the star core. Yunhang pressed a hand to his forehead, his eyes wide with shock. The Guardian nodded. Sensing the disturbance in the dark matter abyss, the star core has automatically transmitted a crucial clue to you. Those images point to the forgotten sector, an area where an ancient civilization once studied the balance between the star core and dark matter. It may hold the key to stopping the dark forces. Lin Feng immediately pulled up a star chart, his finger pointing to a region marked as Unknown Hazard Zone at its edge. Right here, the forgotten sector. The Interstellar Alliance's charts only have vague markings. It said that no ship that entered has ever come out. Yunhang took a deep breath, his gaze steeling with resolve. Then we'll be the first to come out. He turned to address the entire crew. Prepare the equipment, replenish energy. We set out in 3 days. Destination: the forgotten sector. Over the next 3 days, the starship underwent rapid repairs under the energy protection of the stellar cradle. The crew spent the time studying the images transmitted by the star core, searching for additional clues. Yunhang frequently communicated with the Guardian, learning techniques to harness the star core's power. He could feel his connection with the core deepening, even faintly hearing its subtle whispers, the voice of the universe's origin. On the night before departure, Yunhang returned to the observation window. The stellar cradle's light streamed through the porthole, draping over him like a battle armor woven from starlight. He murmured to himself, whatever lies ahead, we will forge on. 3 days later, the starship slowly departed from the stellar cradle, heading toward the forgotten sector. The Stardust trail stretched behind the vessel like a ribbon connecting light to the unknown. Standing in the command center, Yunhang watched the coordinates of the forgotten sector draw nearer on the star chart, knowing in his heart that a new adventure concerning the balance of the universe was about to begin. And the whispers of the star core would guide them through the darkness to find the true answer. The moment the starship entered the forgotten star zone, the surrounding starlight abruptly dimmed. The originally brilliant Stardust pathway vanished without a trace, replaced by an expanse of silent darkness illuminated only by the starship's own searchlights, which could barely light up a few kilometers ahead. The communication system is jammed, unable to establish contact with the star core cradle. The communications officer's voice carried a hint of tension. The radar scanning range has significantly decreased, only capable of detecting objects within 10 kilometers. Yunhang stared at the observation screen. Aside from a few drifting fragments of meteors, it was a pitch-black void. He could feel that the power of the star core was suppressed in this region, the once clear energy perception becoming indistinct, as if an invisible barrier was severing his connection to the universe. Reduce speed, activate the energy shield, and remain vigilant, Yunhang ordered. Lin Feng analyzed the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space and see if any patterns can be found. Lin Feng operated the instruments, and a series of chaotic waveforms flashed on the screen. The concentration of dark matter here is abnormally high, and the energy fluctuations are extremely unstable, as if they have been artificially distorted. He pointed to one of the waveforms. Look, these fluctuation frequencies bear similarities to the dark energy of the Annihilation Sect's flagship, but they are older and more powerful. At that moment, the starship suddenly shook violently, as if colliding with some invisible object. The observation screen instantly filled with static, and then the view switched to the external camera. Countless pairs of ghostly green eyes emerged from the darkness surrounding the starship, staring intently at them. "It's a void predator," one of the crew members exclaimed. Records from the Galactic Alliance mentioned that these creatures only appear in areas with extremely high concentrations of dark matter, feeding on energy. Before the words finished, a massive void predator charged at the starship's shield, its ghostly green claws scraping against it with a piercing sound. Yunhang immediately ordered a counterattack, laser beams firing at the predator, but they only stirred up a faint black mist on its body, failing to inflict any substantial damage. "Conventional weapons are ineffective," the weapons operator said urgently. "Their bodies can absorb energy attacks." Yunhang's heart stirred as he attempted to channel the power of the star core into the weapon system. As the starlight energy merged with the laser beams, the previously light blue beams transformed into brilliant golden ones. "Aim for their eyes. That's their energy weakness," he shouted. The golden laser beam accurately struck the eye of a void predator. This time no black mist emerged, instead a sharp shriek was heard, and the predator dissipated into specks of ghostly light in the darkness. Seeing this, the other predators retreated slightly, a flash of fear in their eyes. Effective. The crew members perked up, beginning to concentrate their fire on the predator's weak points. Under the continuous assault of the starlight lasers, the besieged void predators gradually scattered, disappearing into the darkness. The crisis was temporarily averted, and the starship continued to move forward slowly. After an unknown amount of time, a faint glow suddenly appeared ahead. As they drew closer, they saw that it was a planet wrapped in dark matter mist with massive architectural ruins faintly visible on its surface, clearly remnants of a once highly developed civilization. "This should be the planet depicted in the star core transmission," Yunhang said solemnly. "Prepare to enter orbit and deploy the probe robots." The footage returned by the probe robots showed that the planet was covered in crumbling ruins with a dense energy of dark matter permeating the air. However, surprisingly, some of the runes etched on the ruins bore striking similarities to those of the star core cradle. "These runes are absorbing dark matter energy." Lin Feng magnified the image. "Look, there are energy flows between the runes like a massive energy conversion device." Yunhang's gaze settled on a towering stone tablet, its top broken off, leaving only half, but the runes on it were exceptionally clear. When his gaze met the runes, a vague whisper suddenly echoed in his mind, no longer the warm voice of the star core, but an ancient weathered resonance, balance. Shattered, light and dark. Return to nothingness. "Did you hear that?" Yunhang looked at his team members, only to find them all looking bewildered. Clearly, he was the only one able to hear this whisper. He realized it might be related to the star core power within him, so he concentrated, trying to decipher the meaning of the whispers. At that moment, the probe robots transmitted an alarm. High-intensity energy reaction detected located beneath the ruins at the planet's north pole. Yunhang immediately ordered, "Starship land in a safe area. We will investigate personally." He gazed at the mist-shrouded planet, filled with doubt. What caused the civilization here to perish? What exactly is the balance they studied? And what is the constant echoing whisper hinting at? The starship passed through the dark matter mist and slowly descended onto a relatively flat expanse of ruins. As the hatch opened, Yunhang led his team onto the mysterious planet, the crunch of gravel beneath their feet echoing crisply in the silent ruins. Their figures gradually disappeared among the ruins, heading towards the source of the mysterious energy reaction. The secrets of the Forgotten Star Zone awaited their unveiling. Stepping onto the dust-laden ruins, each footfall stirred up fine powder, as if touching an era long silenced. The air was thick with the chilling aura of dark matter, forming a strange opposition against the warmth of the stellar core power within Yunhang, keeping his perception in a delicate balance. "Captain, the detector shows the energy source is in an underground structure 3 kilometers ahead," a team member reported, holding an instrument. "The runic energy in that area is unusually active, as if repairing itself." Yunhang looked in the direction indicated by the instrument. Amidst a pile of collapsed building debris, a massive platform hovered in midair. Its edges were engraved with runes similar to those of the stellar core cradle. A pale purple dark matter energy flowed between the runes, yet it did not radiate a destructive aura. Instead, it exuded a strange sense of stability. "That's not a collapse. It's a man-made barrier." Yunhang approached for a closer look. As his fingertips lightly touched the runes on the platform's edge, the stellar core power resonated with them instantly. A golden ripple appeared within the pale purple energy. These runes absorb both dark matter and stellar core energy simultaneously, creating a balanced field. With his touch, the hovering platform slowly descended, revealing a deep passage below. The stone walls on both sides of the passage were covered in murals. The team turned on their lighting equipment, and the content of the murals gradually became clear. They depicted an ancient civilization that harnessed the power of stellar cores and dark matter, establishing a vast star chart network across the universe. This planet was the core hub of that network. They were studying the balance of light and darkness, Lin Feng exclaimed in awe. Look at this painting. They used both energies to drive starships and could even repair damaged planets. At the end of the passage was a vast underground hall. In the center stood a circular altar upon which a prismatic crystal hovered. One half of the crystal radiated starlight, while the other half flowed with dark matter. The two forces intertwined within the crystal, yet maintained a perfect balance. The intense energy reaction came from this crystal. This is the key of balance. Yun Hang was stunned. In the visions transmitted by the stellar core, the pattern on this crystal was exactly what was carved on the stone tablet covered in runes. The divine artifact said to stabilize the energies of the stellar core and dark matter. Just as he reached out to touch the crystal, a ghostly green light suddenly illuminated the hall. Countless beams of dark matter energy shot out from the stone walls, forming a massive energy net that surrounded the group. At the same time, a hoarse voice echoed through the hall. Intruders, you have disturbed the slumbering balance. Yun Hang looked around warily. From the shadows of the stone walls emerged humanoid beings. Their bodies were half composed of a radiant light form and half a dark form condensed from dark matter. Their eyes shimmered with a cold light. Who are you? Yun Hang tightened his grip on his energy dagger, the stellar core power circulating slowly within him. We are the Balance Keepers, the last guardians of this planet. The leader of the Balance Keepers spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Since the destruction of our civilization, we have guarded the key of balance for generations, preventing anyone from breaking the balance of light and darkness. We mean no harm, Yun Hang explained. The dark forces are trying to activate the abyss of dark matter. We need the power of the key of balance to stop them. The Balance Keeper let out a low laugh. Darkness, light, what you call justice and evil are merely two sides of balance. The Annihilation sect seeks to reset the laws, and by activating the stellar core power, you have also broken the original balance. He pointed to the crystal on the altar. If the key of balance falls into the hands of either side, it will bring disaster. With those words, the Balance Keepers launched their attack. Energy waves woven from light and darkness surged towards the group. Yun Hang immediately ordered a counterattack. Starlight lasers collided with the Keeper's energy waves, exploding into brilliant light in the hall. He noticed that the Keeper's energy fluctuated. When they used their light power, their dark matter part became weak and vice versa. Attack the gap when they switched their energy. Yun Hang shouted while guiding his stellar core power to mimic the fluctuations of the key of balance. Lin Feng, cover me. Seizing the moment a Keeper was transitioning its energy, Yun Hang condensed his stellar core power into a fine thread, precisely striking the Keeper's energy core. The Keeper's body trembled, its forms of light and darkness began to destabilize, and it eventually dissipated into particles of light. During the battle, Yun Hang gradually realized that although the Keeper's attacks were powerful, they always followed a certain pattern, as if they were deliberately guiding them to understand the true essence of balance. A thought struck him. He ceased his attack and called out to the Keepers, "You're not trying to stop us, you're testing us." The lead Keeper paused mid-strike, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. You finally understand. Balance is never static, it is a dynamic symbiosis. A true guardian must master both light and understand darkness. He gestured for the other Keepers to stop and walk to the altar. The key of balance will not choose a side, but it will recognize those who understand balance. Yun Hang, you have maintained your true heart amidst the attacks of light and darkness, proving you are worthy to touch it. As the Keeper spoke, the key of balance on the altar began to spin, emitting an increasingly brilliant light. Yun Hang took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the altar. The moment his palm touched the crystal, a flood of knowledge about the balance of light and darkness poured into his mind. The stellar core power and the dark matter energy latent within him began to resonate harmoniously. Go now, leave with the true meaning of balance. The Keeper's figure gradually became transparent. The balance of the universe will ultimately be guarded by those who understand it. The key of balance transformed into a stream of light and merged into Yun Hang's body. He could feel his stellar core power becoming more rounded and complete. His previously suppressed perception was fully restored, allowing him to even clearly sense the energy fluctuations of the abyss of dark matter in a distant galaxy. The hall began to tremble violently. The Balance Keepers dissipated into particles of light in the air. The murals on the stone walls lit up, projecting a new star chart into the cosmos. At the end of the chart, the precise coordinates of the abyss of dark matter were marked. It's time to set off. Yun Hang turned to look at his team members, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. Next stop, the abyss of dark matter. The starship slowly departed from the ancient planet, leaving the ruins behind to be gradually shrouded by the fog of dark matter. The starship sailed out of the Forgotten Star Zone, and the coordinates representing the dark matter abyss became increasingly clear on the star map. Yunheng could clearly sense the resonance of the key of balance within his body. Half was the warm pulse of the star core, and half was the cold flow of dark matter. The two forces harmoniously coexisted in his veins, forming an invisible barrier that resisted the encroachment from the abyss. There are 3 transition nodes left until the dark matter abyss, reported the navigator. Strong energy distortions have been detected in the space ahead, and the risk of transition is extremely high. Yunheng looked at the observation screen where the cosmos displayed an eerie dark purple hue. Starlight was devoured and distorted here, forming energy whirlpools that seemed capable of engulfing everything. "This is the periphery of the dark matter abyss," he said in a deep voice. Energy team channel the power of the key of balance into the starship's shield to stabilize the spatial coordinates. As the power of the key of balance was injected, a layer of intertwining golden and silver light enveloped the starship, and the previously wildly fluctuating navigation coordinates gradually stabilized. The starship passed through 3 transition nodes in succession. Each jump felt like traversing through icy tides. The aura of dark matter grew denser, even coalescing into dark purple ice crystals on the starship's hull. When the starship finally reached the edge of the dark matter abyss, the sight before everyone made them gasp in shock. An endless expanse of darkness devoid of starlight and matter, only the continuously surging energy flow of dark matter like a wound in the universe, emanating an aura of destruction and void. At the center of the abyss floated a massive altar made of dark matter entwined with countless twisted chains. At the end of the chains connected a pulsating dark purple core, which was the source of dark matter. Even more startling, countless dark battleships were docked around the altar. The remnants of the Annihilation sect had long gathered here, and some never-before-seen dark creatures scuttled between the battleships, their presence more terrifying than that of the void predators. "They are activating the source of dark matter." Yunheng's pupils constricted. "Look at the runes around the altar. They are the exact opposite of the balance runes from the Forgotten Star Zone. These runes are forcibly extracting dark matter energy, trying to break the balance with the star core cradle." At that moment, a chilling voice came through the public channel, different from the hoarse voice of the leader of the Annihilation sect. This voice was filled with an ancient and sinister authority. "Yunheng, you finally arrived. I thought you would hide in the star core cradle, never daring to step into the abyss." "Who are you?" Yunheng asked coldly. "I am the will of the abyss, the other side of the universe." The voice chuckled lightly, carrying a chilling malice. "The star core cradle nurtures light, while the dark matter abyss nurtures darkness. This is the natural order of the universe. But you self-righteous guardians always seek to disrupt this balance. Now it is my turn to reset everything." Suddenly, the dark purple core on the altar throbbed violently, and a massive beam of energy shot skyward, aimed directly at the star core cradle. Yunheng could clearly sense that the energy of the star core cradle was being forcibly pulled. The balance of the universe began to tilt sharply, and the energy fluctuations of countless galaxies became chaotic, as if the entire universe was trembling. "We cannot wait any longer." Yunheng's gaze sharpened. "All members assume battle positions. Lin Feng, lead the left-wing fleet to restrain the enemy's battleships. I, energy team, combine the power of the star core with the energy of the key of balance and prepare to launch the Stardust balance cannon. The rest follow me. Target the dark matter altar." The starship transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the blockade of the dark battleships. The left-wing fleet, led by Lin Feng, fired a barrage of starlight shells, engaging in fierce gunfire with the dark battleships. Golden and dark purple energies exploded at the edge of the abyss, illuminating the dead silence of the darkness. Yunheng piloted the starship, skillfully dodging attacks, as the power of the key of balance allowed them to traverse freely through the dark matter energy flows. As the starship approached the altar, he leaped out of the cockpit, unleashing the powers of both the star core and dark matter, simultaneously transforming into a streak of intertwined golden and silver light rushing toward the top of the altar. "Overreaching yourself." The roar of the will of the abyss echoed through the void, and countless dark matter chains shot out from the altar, coiling toward Yunheng like venomous snakes. Yunheng wielded an energy dagger, the power of the key of balance clinging to the blade, easily severing the chains. He advanced step by step toward the dark purple core, leaving balance runes beneath his feet, suppressing the surrounding violent dark matter energy. Balance is never static, but symbiotic. Yunheng shouted, pouring all his strength into the dagger as he lunged toward the dark purple core. Forcibly breaking the balance will only lead the universe to annihilation. The moment the dagger pierced the core, the dark purple core erupted with blinding light, and the will of the abyss let out a pained howl. Yunheng could feel that the energies of the star core cradle and the dark matter abyss were resonating through the key of balance, and the previously tilted balance was slowly restoring. But at that moment, the altar suddenly exploded violently, and countless dark fragments surged toward Yunhang. He was violently thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily against the starship's shield, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The dark purple core was not destroyed, instead it shattered into countless fragments in the explosion, scattering throughout the abyss, each piece radiating chaotic energy. Ha ha ha! You cannot stop it. The voice of the will of the abyss echoed with madness. The source of dark matter is already out of control, and the universe will soon be reborn in chaos. Yunhang struggled to stand, gazing at the scattered core fragments, knowing in his heart that the true battle had just begun. He clenched his fists, the light of the key of balance rekindling in his palm. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up. The starship slowly flew beside him, and Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator. Yunhang, how much time do we have left? Yunhang looked at the expanding dark matter abyss and replied solemnly, at most 72 hours. Before then we must gather all the core fragments and reseal the source of dark matter. He surveyed the scattered fragments in the abyss and then looked back at his bloodied teammates, the fire igniting once more in his eyes. The 7 Titwohur countdown pulsed silently in the command module, each second striking like a heavy drumbeat upon the hearts of all present. Yunhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and called up the distribution map of the dark matter core fragments. The explosion had scattered the shards across 7 zones of the abyss of dark matter, each guarded by violent energy currents and dark creatures. We split up. Yunhang made the decision, swiftly marking 7 routes on the star map. Lin Feng leads the first squad to the Alpha Zone. The energy reaction from the fragment there is the weakest, so prioritize its retrieval. The energy team will come with me to the Omega Zone, where the energy is most turbulent. The key of balance can suppress the dark matter currents there. The remaining squads will proceed to their assigned coordinates, reporting in every hour. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately. No one engages alone. Understood. The team members responded in unison, their eyes heavy with resolve, but devoid of any hint of retreat. The starship fleet swiftly disbanded, transforming into 7 streaks of light that hurtled toward their respective target zones. The starship carrying Yunhang entered the Omega Zone, where the dark matter energy currents churned like boiling black water, relentlessly battering the ship's shields with a sizzling sound. The gold and silver glow of the key of balance rippled across the shield's surface, gradually neutralizing the dark matter energy and leaving behind patches of shimmering stardust. Detecting a fragment at the center of the dark matter vortex ahead, the navigator pointed at the screen. But the vortex is surrounded by a large number of abyssal guardians. Their energy intensity is more than 10 times that of the void predators. On the screen, a swarm of mantis-like dark creatures circled the vortex, their scythe-like forelimbs gleaming with a cold light capable of tearing space itself. These were the abyssal guardians. Yunhang could sense that these beings had a direct energy connection to the abyss of dark matter, as if they were the fangs extending from the abyss itself. Activate the Stardust mist for cover as we approach. Yunhang gave the order, simultaneously channeling the power of the key of balance into the starship's weapon systems. Aim for their energy nodes, the purple crystal in their chests. That's their core. The stardust released by the starship spread through the dark matter currents, forming a temporary safe zone. The abyssal guardians, sensing the disturbance, rushed toward the starship, their scythe-like forelimbs slashing out dark purple strikes that carved menacing trails through the stardust mist. Now, Yunhang seized the moment as a guardian lunged, ordering the attack. A beam of intertwined gold and silver energy struck the chest crystal of an abyssal guardian with precision. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its body instantly disintegrating into dark matter particles. But more abyssal guardians followed in relentless succession. They ceased their scattered attacks and coalesced into a massive dark vortex enveloping the starship. The energy readings of the starship's shields began to plummet sharply, and the glow of the key of balance flickered unsteadily. Captain, at this rate the shields won't last 10 minutes. An energy team member urged urgently. Yunhang closed his eyes, concentrating his senses to locate the fragment. The key of balance resonated faintly with the dark matter core fragment, allowing him to vaguely perceive its pulsing frequency at the vortex's center. Reverse the energy core's operation and use the impact of the dark matter currents to break out of the encirclement, he suddenly declared. Weapons team, concentrate all energy on the bow and prepare to release a balance pulse. The starship abruptly reversed direction, its engines firing in reverse, and it struggled to turn against the dark matter currents like a fish swimming upstream. Just as the dark vortex of the abyssal guardians tightened, Yunhang shouted, "Release the pulse." A massive gold and silver halo erupted from the starship's bow. This halo was not an attack, but an energy wave centered on the key of balance. Where it passed, the violent dark matter currents temporarily calmed, and the movements of the abyssal guardians froze for an instant. That's our opening. Yunhang seized the opportunity, piloting the starship straight toward the vortex's core. In the moment he neared the fragment, he leaped out of the starship. The key of balance transformed into a chain of light in his palm, precisely latching onto the suspended dark matter fragment. The fragment was icy to the touch and struggled to break free, but it was firmly locked by the power of the key of balance, ultimately turning into a stream of light that merged into Yunhang's body. The moment the fragment was retrieved, the surrounding dark matter currents grew even more violent, and the abyssal guardian's attacks became recklessly frenzied. Retreat. Yunhang returned to the starship, which immediately engaged maximum thrust and burst out of the Omega Zone. No sooner had they exited the danger zone than the communication channel crackled with an urgent distress signal. This is Gamma Squad. We've been ambushed by the remnants of the Annihilation cult fleet. The fragment has been taken, requesting immediate support. A violent explosion echoed in the final moments before the signal cut off. Yunhang's heart sank, and he immediately altered course, heading to the Gamma Zone at maximum speed. The starship raced through the dark matter currents as Yunhang pulled up real-time footage of the Gamma Zone. The ships there were largely destroyed, their wreckage drifting through space, while the Annihilation cult's warships carrying the stolen fragment sped toward the center of the abyss of dark matter. On the lead warship's hull was an even more twisted emblem distinct from that of the previous Annihilation cult. These are the direct fleet of the Abyssal Will. Yunhang's gaze turned icy. They're not just here to retrieve the fragments. They want to stop us completely. He clenched his fists as the power of the key of balance and the star core within him surged simultaneously. Speed up. We cannot let them bring that fragment back to the abyss core. The starship's engines roared with a piercing howl, carving a determined trajectory through the dark abyss. Yunhang knew that the pursuit ahead would be even more perilous. The alliance of the Annihilation cult and the Abyssal Guardians meant the Abyssal Will had been pushed to its limits, and cornered beasts were always the deadliest. Yet he felt no fear. The key of balance in his palm glowed with a warm light, like an unquenchable beacon in the darkness guiding their way forward. The starship streaked through the gloom of the dark matter abyss like a flowing light racing towards the battlefield in the Gamma sector. Yunhang stared at the shrinking distance on the screen. The key of balance within him pulsed with resonance, guiding him towards the location of the stolen fragment. The Annihilation Sect's fleet was rapidly converging on the abyss core, the region with the highest concentration of dark matter energy. If the fragment were brought to the central altar, the consequences would be catastrophic. 5 minutes until we engage the enemy rear guard, the navigator reported. But their main flagship is moving fast, already 3 warp units ahead of us. Yunhang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Ignore the flagship. Capture the rear guard first and force them to reveal the fragment's specific transport route. Energy team, prepare the Stardust anchor missiles to prevent their warp jump. The starship suddenly accelerated, bursting into the enemy rear guard's field of vision. Before they could react, several anchor missiles, shimmering with starlight, shot out, precisely striking the engines of 2 dark warships. As the anchor missiles detonated, they released a torrent of stardust chains, locking the warships firmly in place and severing the energy circuits for spatial jumps. Open fire. Concentrate on the portside warship, Yunhang commanded. The starship's main cannon gathered interwoven silver-gold energy, blasting through the enemy vessel's shields in a single shot. Linfeng's support squad arrived just in time. Caught in a pincer attack, the rearguard fleet collapsed instantly. Yunhang leaped onto a captured dark warship, the radiance of the key of balance suppressing the violent dark matter energy within. He grabbed a surviving Annihilation sect member, pressing an energy dagger against his throat. Which flagship carries the fragment? Where are you taking it? The member's eyes blazed with a mad red light. The abyss will consume everything. You cannot stop. The Great Will. His body dissolved into dark matter particles mid-sentence, leaving only a chilling laugh echoing. Yunhang frowned. These cultists were clearly deeply controlled by the abyss, while making information extraction impossible. Commander, we've detected the energy trail left by the flagship. They're taking a detour towards the Void Rift. A crew member suddenly shouted. That's a weak point in dark matter energy, rumored to allow direct teleportation to the central altar of the abyss. Yunhang's heart tightened. The Void Rift. Isn't that the legendary unstable channel connecting multiple universes? They dare to use the fragment's energy to forcibly stabilize the rift. He immediately ordered, change course. Head for the Void Rift. We must not let them open the passage. The starship veered, speeding towards the Void Rift. The closer they got, the more unstable the surrounding space became, with constant vibrations from spatial turbulence battering the hull. The light of the key of balance grew increasingly brilliant, forming a protective membrane around the ship that warded off the threat of spatial tears. When the starship reached the edge of the Void Rift, the sight before them made everyone's faces change. The Annihilation Sect's flagship was moored beside the rift, its bow aimed at the rift's center. The stolen dark matter fragment hovered before the ship, emitting a ghostly purple light. The space around the rift was being forcibly stabilized, and a pitch-black passage was taking shape. "They're halfway there," Lin Feng exclaimed urgently. "Once the passage is fully open, the fragment can be teleported straight to the altar." Yuan Hang's eyes hardened. "Lin Feng, you lead the fleet to engage the flagship. He'll retrieve the fragment." He leaped from the starship again, the key of balance transforming into a pair of luminous wings behind him, propelling him straight towards the fragment. "Stop him!" Countless dark matter cannons fired from the flagship. Yuan Hang weaved nimbly through the barrage, his light wings tracing golden arcs that neutralized the dark matter energy. Just as he was about to touch the fragment, a dark shadow suddenly burst from the rift, blocking his path. It was a figure clad in dark purple battle armor, the armor flowing with energy identical to the abyss will. A ferocious mask covered its face, and in its hand was a long sword radiating an aura of destruction. "So you are Yuan Hang," the shadow spoke, its voice like grinding metal. "The abyss will says you have ruined its plans. Who are you?" Yuan Hang gripped his energy dagger warily, sensing that this opponent's power far surpassed any he had faced before. "I am the Abyss Arbiter, charged with eliminating all anomalies that disrupt the balance." The Arbiter swung its long sword, unleashing a dark purple sword aura that tore minute cracks in the very fabric of space. Yuan Hang dared not be careless. He infused the key of balance's power into his dagger and met the aura heat. Gold and silver clashed, with dark purple erupting in a deafening roar. The shockwave of energy sent the surrounding dark warships reeling. "The key of balance. So it's with you." A glint of greed flashed in the eyes behind the Arbiter's mask. "Once I seize it, the abyss will can fully master the balance of light and dark." The Arbiter flickered, appearing behind Yuan Hang in an instant, its long sword thrusting towards his back. Relying on the key of balance's perception, Yuan Hang barely managed to dodge, but the sword aura still grazed his shoulder, blood instantly staining his battle robe. "You are stronger than I thought," the Arbiter sneered. "But on the abyss home ground you will ultimately fail." It formed hand seals, and a surge of dark matter energy erupted from the void rift, coalescing behind it into a colossal dark beast. Yuan Hang took a deep breath, enduring the searing pain in his shoulder, and completely merged the power of the star core with the dark matter energy within him. The radiance of the key of balance reached its zenith, countless balance runes manifesting around his form. Balance is not about domination, but coexistence. "You understand nothing." He leaped into the air, engaging the dark beast behind him. The sparks from clashing dagger and longsword illuminated the void rift, and also illuminated the unwavering resolve in Yuan Hang's eyes. He knew he had to deal with the Arbiter and reclaim the fragment quickly. If the passage were fully opened, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Meanwhile, in the flagship's control room, an Annihilation Sect priest whispered into a communicator, "Master, the Arbiter has stalled Yuan Hang. The passage is about to stabilize. The fragment can be transmitted at any moment." At the center of the dark matter abyss, on the colossal altar, countless dark purple chains began to writhe wildly, as if awaiting the return of the final fragment. A far greater conspiracy was quietly unfolding within the depths of this dark abyss. At the edge of the void rift, the brilliance of colliding energies exploded like fireworks in the darkness. The intense battle between Yuan Hang and the Arbiter had reached a fever pitch as the golden and silver light of the key of balance intertwined with the Arbiter's dark purple energy, weaving a massive net of energy that enveloped the entire area. Blood continuously seeped from Yuan Hang's shoulder, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. He discovered that although the Arbiter's power was formidable, it entirely relied on dark matter energy. Every time he countered with the power of the star core, the opponent's movements would exhibit a slight pause. So that's how it is: you can control darkness, but you cannot comprehend light. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Hang concentrated the power of the star core at the tip of his dagger, transforming it into a golden streak of light that pierced through the gaps in the Arbiter's armor. In a moment of panic, the Arbiter swung his sword to block. Although the golden streak was deflected, it left a charred mark on his battle armor. Impudent! The Arbiter roared as a dark beast behind him suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of dark purple energy. Yuan Hang's wings of light flickered as he swiftly moved sideways by several meters, narrowly evading the energy torrent. The torrent struck a nearby dark warship, instantly corroding it into a heap of scrap metal. Taking advantage of the moment, he charged toward the floating fragments of dark matter. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the fragments, the Arbiter's long sword suddenly appeared before him. Not so fast. At the critical moment, Yuan Hang forcibly twisted his body, the long sword grazing his ribs and drawing a trail of blood. However, his other hand had already grasped the fragments, and the key of balance immediately emitted a glow, firmly locking the fragments in place. "Lin Feng, cover my retreat," Yuan Hang shouted, simultaneously absorbing the fragments into his body. Lin Feng had already led the fleet through the main ship's defenses, striking the Arbiter with several beams of starlight, buying Yuan Hang precious time to retreat. Yuan Hang turned and leaped back to the starship. As the wings of light dissipated, the starship immediately initiated its jump and vanished at the edge of the void rift. Inside the starship, the medical team quickly attended to Yuan Hang's wounds. Leaning against the command chair, he felt the resonance between the newly acquired dark matter fragments and the key of balance within him. The fragments inexplicably interspersed with chaotic images. Those were the memory fragments of the abyssal will. In the images, a blurry figure stood beside the singularity of the universe's birth, holding the star core in its left hand and supporting dark matter with its right, a look of compassion on its face. Then the images shattered, transforming into scenes of countless civilizations being destroyed and the fires of war finally freezing on the grotesque face of the abyssal will. These images. Yuan Hang frowned. It seems the abyssal will is trying to convey some information. Could it be a trap? Intentionally showing you these to disturb your judgment. Lin Feng leaned in. Yuan Hang shook his head. No, the emotions in these fragments are very genuine. There is sadness, anger, and helplessness. He suddenly recalled the Guardian's words. Balance is never static. It is a dynamic coexistence. Could the birth of the abyssal will itself be related to the balance of the universe? Just then, the communication channel suddenly received a weak signal. It was the previously lost beta team. Captain, we discovered an ancient database in the Delta area. It contains records about the origin of the abyssal will. Hurry. The signal was intermittent, mixed with noise from energy interference. Yuan Hang immediately stood up, set a course for the Delta area. When the starship arrived at the Delta area, they found a floating ring-shaped space station wreckage. Members of the beta team were guarding a half-damaged data terminal. The terminal's screen flickered with intermittent text recording a shocking secret. At the dawn of the universe, there existed a creator who created the star core and dark matter, maintaining the balance of the universe. However, as civilizations developed, the greed for power shattered the balance. To restore it, the creator split their consciousness into two. The light aspect became the guardian of the star core cradle, while the dark aspect became the will of the dark matter abyss. Yet over the long years, the dark aspect was eroded by negative emotions, gradually forgetting the original intent of guarding the balance, seeking only to reset the universe's laws and create a world of absolute balance. So that's how it is. Yuan Hang murmured. The abyssal will is not inherently evil. It is merely a guardian twisted by negative emotions. It wants to reset the laws, but in reality it seeks to complete the unfinished mission of the creator, just with the wrong approach. Lin Feng was astounded. What should we do now? Continue to stop it, or? Yuan Hang's expression was resolute. Stop it, but not to eliminate it. What we need to do is help it regain its original intention, allowing light and darkness to truly return to balance. He looked at the key of balance within him. This is the true function of the key of balance, not only to stabilize energy, but also to purify distorted wills. At that moment, the entire space station suddenly shook violently, and the voice of the abyssal will echoed through the space, filled with unprecedented rage. You have seen what you should not have seen, Yuan Hang. Since you know the truth, you cannot leave alive. The dark matter energy surrounding the space station began to violently gather, forming a gigantic energy sphere, clearly intending to obliterate them in the Delta area. Yuan Hang clenched his fists. The power of the star core, the dark matter fragments, and the key of balance resonated simultaneously. Activate the starship's highest defense. Lin Feng, prepare to assist me in releasing the balance purification wave. This time we not only need to break through, but also to make the abyssal will hear the original intention of the creator. The shield of the starship blazed with light as Yuan Hang stood before the energy core, pouring all his strength into it. The light of the key of balance spread through the starship, forming a massive golden and silver halo. Wherever the halo passed, the violent dark matter energy gradually calmed down, even emanating a soft glow. The abyssal will let out a painful howl, and the condensation of the energy sphere showed signs of stagnation. Yuan Hang seized the opportunity, shouting, "Now is the time." Full speed ahead. The starship broke through the confinement of the energy sphere, heading towards the center of the dark matter abyss. Yuan Hang knew that the final battle was about to unfold. They not only had to recover all the fragments, but also face the twisted guardian, awakening its slumbering original intention with the power of balance. The starship shattered the blockade of dark matter energy, hurtling toward the core of the abyss. Yuan Hang could clearly sense the key of balance within him resonating intensely with the 5 recovered dark matter fragments. The remaining 2 fragments lay upon the altar at the abyss core. We have only a final stretch left to the abyss core. The navigator's voice carried a note of tension. High-density energy fields detected ahead. The dark matter energy around the altar has formed an energy barrier we cannot approach directly. Yuan Hang gazed at the screen where the altar shrouded in dark purple energy stood. At its apex, the last two fragments hovered beside the remnant core of the dark matter origin, while countless twisted runes revolved around them, attempting to refuse the fragments with the core. That is no barrier, it is the power shield of the abyss, he said in a low voice. Only the key of balance can open a breach. He took a deep breath and addressed his crew. Lin Feng, lead the fleet to hold off the remaining dark vessels on the periphery, and buy me time. Energy team, channel all the starship's power into the key of balance. I will enter the altar myself. Captain, it's too dangerous, a crew member exclaimed urgently. The energy at the altar's center can tear apart any matter. Yuanhang shook his head, his gaze resolute. Only by approaching the dark matter origin can the key of balance purify the distortion of the abyss will. This is the only way. The starship slowly halted outside the energy barrier. Yuanhang stood before the hatch, the key of balance forming a shield of interwoven gold and silver around him. Wait for my signal. Once the barrier is open, retrieve the last two fragments immediately. With these words, he leaped out of the starship, streaking toward the energy barrier like a meteor. The moment he touched the barrier, searing pain shot through him. Dark matter energy frenziedly corroded the shield, and the key of balance's light flickered violently. Yuanhang clenched his jaw, pouring all the power of his star core and the dark matter fragments into the shield. The runes on the shield blazed, forcing open a crack in the barrier. He surged through the gap into the altar. At its center, the remnant core of the dark matter origin pulsed wildly, surrounded by countless agonized consciousness fragments. The resentful spirits of civilizations devoured by the abyss will the very source of its corruption. The form of the abyss will materialize beside the core. This time it was no vague shadow, but an energy entity resembling the Guardian, though wreathed in dense dark purple malice. You have finally come, Yuanhang. The abyss will's voice carried both exhaustion and madness. What does it matter that you know the truth? The Creator's mission has long been forgotten. Only destruction can bring forth rebirth. Destruction brings not rebirth, but nothingness. Yuanhang replied, walking step by step toward the core. The Creator forged light and darkness so that the universe might evolve through balance, not be reset through annihilation. You have let resentment devour your original purpose. Original purpose, the abyss will laugh maniacally. Look at these consciousness fragments. See how those civilizations waged war with star core power, how they plundered resources with dark matter energy. Balance has long been a joke. With a wave of its hand, countless scenes of war and destruction emerged within the altar. Only a complete reset can purge these filthy desires. Yuanhang halted. The key of balance within him suddenly emitted a soft radiance, illuminating the faint specks of light scattered among the consciousness fragments, the kindness, protection, and hope of those civilizations. You have seen only the darkness, yet overlooked the light, he said, pointing at those specks. These are the true power of the universe, the foundation of balance. The abyss was stunned. Those specks seemed to sting it, and it let out a furious roar, manipulating the dark matter origin's energy to surge toward Yuanhang. Lies. I will annihilate you and these hypocritical specks of light together. A torrent of dark purple energy swept in like a tsunami. Yuanhang did not evade. He spread his arms, the key of balance's light reaching its zenith. The power of his star core and the dark matter fragments fused perfectly, forming a colossal pillar of gold and silver that met the energy torrent. At the moment of collision, the entire abyss trembled violently. The runes on the altar spun madly as the energies of light and darkness intertwined and merged, birthing a new balanced energy. Yuanhang felt the consciousness of the abyss will clash with his own, and countless memory fragments flooded his mind. The creators charged the birth of the universe, the rise and fall of civilizations. Creator. The abyss will's voice echoed with confusion. Have I done wrong? You have not done wrong. You merely forgot the true essence of balance. Yuanhang's voice resonated on the plane of consciousness. Balance is not absolute stillness. It is light and darkness colliding, restraining, and growing together. Just like these civilizations, there is darkness and there is light. This is the natural state of the universe. He pushed the key of balance toward the remnant core of the dark matter origin. The gold and silver light poured into the core, and the dark purple malice upon it began to dissipate, revealing the pure, dark matter energy beneath. The form of the abyss will gradually softened, and a blue light akin to the Guardians began to emerge upon it. So, this is it. Its voice regained calm. Thank you, Yuanhang. You have reminded me of the Creator's original purpose. As it spoke, the last two fragments on the altar flew toward Yuanhang of their own accord, merging into his body. The light of the key of balance resonated with the energy of the dark matter origin. The energies of light and darkness spread across the cosmos, calming the raging dark matter currents wherever they passed, and the radiance of the star core cradle responded from distant star regions. The form of the abyss will merged with the dark matter origin. It cast one last glance at Yuanhang, its voice imbued with release, the mission to guard balance. I entrust to you. The altar began to disintegrate, and Yun Hang was carried out by a gentle force returning to the starship. He gazed at the dark matter abyss gradually returning to tranquility, understanding in his heart that the balance of the universe had finally been restored. Yet he also knew this was not an end. The mission to safeguard balance would continue forever. Lin Feng approached and handed him a nutrient drink. Is it over? Yun Hang nodded, looking into the deep cosmos. No, it is a new beginning. The starship slowly departed from the dark matter abyss, charting its return course toward the star core cradle. As the starship departed from the abyss of dark matter, the darkness behind was gradually dispelled by the starlight. Yun Hang gazed at the resplendent starry sky outside the porthole, the key of balance in his palm, still faintly warm, the lingering heat from the perfect fusion of light and dark energy. The final scene on the altar replayed in his mind. The relieved gaze of the abyss, while the pristine origin of dark matter restored, and the beam of balance that pierced the cosmos, all heralding the dawn of a new era. All dark matter fragments have been integrated. The key of balance's energy is stable, reported a member of the energy team. The star core cradle is sending a communication request. It's the Guardian. Yun Hang nodded. Connect. The screen in the command cabin lit up, revealing the Guardian's energy form, now more solid than before, its blue radiance tinged with a faint dark purple aura, clearly having reached a new resonance with the abyss will. Yun Hang, you did it. The Guardian's voice carried a note of relief. The balance of the universe has been restored. Light and darkness will continue the Creator's will in symbiosis. This wasn't my achievement alone. Yun Hang looked at his team. It was the perseverance of everyone and the final awakening of the abyss will. The Guardian nodded gently. Darkness never vanished. It merely found a new way to safeguard balance. From now on, the star core cradle and the abyss of dark matter will establish an energy resonance to jointly maintain the stability of the cosmos. And you, Yun Hang, shall become the emissary of balance, connecting the two. As the Guardian spoke, the key of balance within Yun Hang suddenly flew out, transforming before him into a radiant badge. One half of the badge shimmered with brilliant starlight, the other half was adorned with deep dark patterns, and at its center runes symbolizing balance intertwined. This is the Stardust mark left by the Creator. The one who holds it can freely channel the energies of the star core and dark matter, and shall bear the responsibility of guarding balance. Yun Hang accepted the badge, feeling a warm touch at his fingertips, as if he had established a connection with the entire universe. He could clearly sense the pulse of the star core cradle and feel the breath of the abyss of dark matter. Both forces coexisted harmoniously within him, with no trace of their previous antagonism. Time to head back. Lin Feng stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. The Interstellar Alliance must be anxiously waiting, and countless civilizations are eager for us to bring back news of peace. The starship adjusted its course and sailed toward familiar star regions. The Stardust passage on the return journey shone exceptionally bright, as if the universe itself was celebrating their victory. The crew laughed and chatted in the command cabin, sharing the thrills and gains of the battle. Only Yun Hang stood by the observation window, gazing at the Stardust mark in his hand, lost in thought. He knew that guarding balance was not a one-time endeavor. The development of civilizations would always be accompanied by a thirst for power, and new challenges would inevitably arise. Yet he no longer felt lost. The light of the Stardust mark illuminated the path ahead. The comrades who had sacrificed in battle, the entrustment of the Balance Keeper, and the final awakening of the Abyss will all became the strength that propelled him forward. The starship passed through the last warp node, and ahead appeared the welcoming fleet of the Interstellar Alliance. Countless starships formed a ribbon of light spread across the cosmos, as if welcoming the return of heroes. The communication channel crackled with the Alliance chairman's excited voice. Captain Yun Hang, welcome home. The universe has regained its light because of you. Yun Hang smiled into the communicator. We only did what needed to be done. True light comes from every civilization's commitment to peace. He turned to his team. Prepare for a universal communication conference. We must reveal the truth about the star core and dark matter to all civilizations so that every civilization understands that balance is the cornerstone of the universe's survival. The team responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Escorted by the Stardust passage, the starship slowly sailed into the formation of the welcoming fleet. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a warm glow on Yun Hang. The Stardust mark in his hand refracted into a spectrum of colors, illuminating the profound depths of the cosmos. The radiance of the Universal Communication Conference illuminated the starry skies of countless civilizations. Standing before the starship's holographic projection console, Yun Hang held the Stardust mark, which emitted a soft glow as he eloquently recounted the origins of the star core cradle and the abyss of dark matter and the true essence of balance. On the screen, the faces of countless civilization representatives shifted from shock to contemplation, ultimately transforming into resolute recognition. We once believed that power was the key to conquering the universe, but we forgot that balance is the foundation of survival. The chairman of the Interstellar Alliance rose, first bowing deeply to the holographic projection. Thank you, Captain Yunhang, and your team for revealing the truth of the universe to us. Subsequently, countless civilization representatives responded in kind, pledging to jointly safeguard the balance between the star core and dark matter, establishing the Stardust Covenant with the Stardust mark as a token to eradicate wars and plunder born from the misuse of energy. As the Covenant's oath echoed across the cosmos, Yun-Hang could clearly feel the Stardust mark growing warm, as if responding to this consensus that spanned galaxies. After the conference, the starship slowly docked at the Interstellar Alliance's homeworld port. What awaited them was not a grand celebration, but countless people who had come spontaneously holding banners emblazoned with patterns of the star core and dark matter, their eyes shimmering with hope for peace. Yun-Hang descended from the starship, gazing at the scene, before him a warm current surging in his heart. It seems your story has spread throughout the universe. Lin Feng smiled and handed him a cup of starlight wine, a symbol of celebration. Now you're the guardian of balance of the entire cosmos. Yun-Hang took the cup, looking at the distant, brilliant stars. This title isn't mine alone, it belongs to all who safeguard balance. He turned to the crew. We should rest and resupply, but the journey is not over. During the rest period, Yun-Hang received a message from the Star Core cradle. The Guardian's figure materialized in the holographic projection, its tone carrying a sense of relief. The establishment of the Stardust Covenant has stabilized the universe's balance energy, but the mission left by the Creator does not end here. At the edge of the universe lies the end of the star chart, which holds the ultimate mysteries of cosmic evolution. It may help you better understand the meaning of balance. The end of the star chart. Yun-Hang's heart stirred. What is there? An unexplored star region rumored to contain the original star chart drawn by the Creator, mapping the flow of cosmic energy. The Guardian's figure gradually faded. The Stardust mark will guide you. Go forth with the faith of the Covenant to write a new chapter in the star chart. Upon receiving the news, the crew immediately packed their gear. The starship refueled and hoisted a brand new Stardust Covenant banner, ready to embark on a new journey. On the night before departure, Yun-Hang stood alone on the observation deck. The Stardust mark spun in his palm, reflecting the blurry coordinates of the end of the star chart. What are you thinking about? Lin Feng approached, handing Yun-Hang an energy chip inscribed with the Covenant's signatures. This is the promise of all civilizations, and also our responsibility. Yun-Hang took the chip and embedded it into the starship's core database. I was thinking that balance is not an immutable rule, but a belief that requires constant guardianship. Just like this star chart, every new star region may hold crises that disrupt balance or hopes that make balance more stable. Lin Feng nodded. That's why we must continue moving forward. The universe is vast. There are always sights we haven't seen, mysteries we haven't unraveled. The next morning, the starship slowly departed the port, watched by countless people, and once again entered the Stardust Passage. This time, they were not alone on the passage. Escort ships from various civilizations gradually appeared around them. They had formed a voluntary convoy to accompany the Guardian of Balance to the end of the star chart. In the starship's command center, Yun-Hang looked at the growing escort fleet, then at the direction guided by the Stardust mark, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He knew that the mysteries of the end of the star chart might be fraught with challenges, but as long as they carried the belief in balance and the hopes of countless civilizations, they would never lose their way. The Stardust Passage stretched behind the starship like a bond connecting the past and the future. Yun-Hang gripped the Stardust mark tightly and whispered an oath. We will journey along the star chart, guard the balance of every starry sky, and let the light of the Stardust forever illuminate every corner of the universe. The starship accelerated, breaking through the atmosphere, and flew towards the edge of the cosmos. Yun-Hang's fingertips gently traced over the star map projection, a pale blue glow flowing along his movements, making the three newly added Stardust coordinates of the balance oath increasingly clear. In the control room, the low hum of the star map was the only sound left. Ella leaned against the console with a data pad in her arms, gazing at the three coordinates flickering at the edge of the star map, her brows slightly furrowed. These three coordinates are quite strange. She pointed to the light at the far left of the star map, the fragmented star belt's edge. The spatial turbulence there is so chaotic that even the latest exploration ships of the Federation dare not approach. As for the Silent Star Track, it is an area explicitly forbidden by the Interstellar Treaty. Yun-Hang did not respond immediately. He called up the energy fluctuation graphs of the three coordinates, his pupils reflecting the jumping data flow. Chapter 94. The oath established at the Stardust Council still echoed in his ears. Find the nodes of the imbalanced star track and prevent the collapse of the interstellar energy field. However, the coordinates before him were less like nodes and more like abandoned forbidden zones by Stardust. The energy fluctuations are very weak, but the frequency perfectly matches the imbalanced signal we discovered at the Forgotten Starport. Yuanheng amplified the peaks on the graph, and look here, the triangular area formed by the 3 coordinates exactly covers the borderline between the Federation and the Free Star Alliance. Ella's expression suddenly grew serious. The borderline. Recently, tensions in that area have escalated to armed conflict. If the energy field collapses here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the communicator in the control room emitted a sharp beeping sound, breaking the brief silence. A secure communication request popped up on the screen, the sender's emblem being a gear entwined with Stardust. That was the secret contact channel of the Stardust Council. Yuanheng answered the call, and the aged face of the Stardust speaker appeared on the screen, his voice carrying an unprecedented weariness. Yuanheng, the Council has received an urgent report. An unknown energy explosion has occurred near the Silent Star track, and the fleet of the Free Star Alliance has already sealed off that area, claiming it is an illegal experiment by the Federation. Does the frequency of the energy explosion match the imbalanced signal? Yuanheng pressed for more details. The speaker nodded heavily. It matches perfectly. What complicates matters further is that there are divisions within the Council. Some members believe that the truth about the star track imbalance should be made public. However, once revealed, it is likely to cause panic across the entire galaxy. Yuanheng looked at the flickering coordinates on the star map, his fingertip pausing momentarily on the light of the Silent Star track. Panic won't solve the problem. Grant me the authority. Oh, I need to go to the Silent Star track myself. No. Ella suddenly stood up. The fleet of the Free Star Alliance has already opened fire to drive away all approaching ships. You'll be walking into a death trap. If the energy field collapses completely, it won't just be my life at stake. Yuanheng's gaze was exceptionally resolute. The oath we made is not just words. To balance the star tracks means there is no safe path to take. The speaker on the other side of the screen remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. I will forge an identity for you as an exploration ship of the Free Star Alliance and send the Stardust Guardian team to assist you at the border. Remember, no matter what you discover, report it immediately. The Council needs the truth, even if it is cruel. Just as the communication was cut off, the alarm in the control room suddenly blared, red warning lights flashing rapidly within the cabin. Ella's terminal emitted a piercing alert, and when she looked down to check, her face turned pale. It's the encrypted frequency of the Free Star Alliance. They have detected an abnormal energy gathering around the Silent Star track and have issued the highest level combat alert. Yuanheng quickly initiated the ship's jump procedure, and the star map's route automatically locked onto the direction of the Silent Star track. The engine roared as it accumulated energy, and the stardust outside began to twist into flowing light. Hold on tight. Yuanheng gripped the control stick, his gaze sharp as an eagle. We're about to breach the forbidden zone. The ship suddenly burst through the atmosphere, plunging into the vast interstellar channel. On the star map, the light of the 3 coordinates suddenly became blinding, as if casting an invisible net in the darkness. Yuanheng knew that this journey was destined to be anything but calm. Behind the imbalanced star track lay secrets possibly more terrifying than the collapse of energy itself. And the pact he made with Stardust had only just begun to face its true test. The ship's warp drive emitted a low hum, the virtual route on the star chart extending like a silver thread, setting the Silent Star track as the navigation destination. Yuanheng gazed at the identity verification screen above the console, where the falsified information of the Free Star Alliance survey ship Sand Falcon was synchronously updating with energy pulses. Even the hull's exterior was transforming into the standard gray-black patterns of the Star Alliance under the influence of the nanocoating. The energy camouflage field can be maintained for another 47 standard hours. Ella stared intently at the energy monitor, her fingertips swiftly sliding over contingency plans. But the Star Alliance's quantum radar is very sensitive. If we deviate more than 3 astronomical units from the public flight path, the disguise will be seen through. Yuanheng adjusted the spaceship's attitude, stabilizing its speed at sublight cruising velocity. Outside the porthole, the border between the Federation and the Star Alliance was like an invisible barrier. Debris from Starship wrecks drifted slowly in the dark matter stream, remnants of recent conflicts. The public route only skirts the periphery of the Silent Star track. We have to deviate near the 3rd navigation star. Yuanheng called up the gravitational model of the star track. The gravitational disturbance there will interfere with radar scanning. It's our only chance. Ella bit her lower lip and pressed a Stardust communicator into Yuanheng's hand. This is the Parliament's emergency beacon. Press it, and the Stardust Guard will arrive within 10 minutes. But don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Exposing Parliament's involvement will cause the border situation to spiral completely out of control. As the spaceship swept past the halo of the 3rd navigation star, Yuanheng yanked the control lever. The engines instantly overloaded, and the hull shuddered violently in the gravitational waves. The energy reading of the camouflage field plummeted abruptly, and the console emitted a piercing warning. We've been discovered. Ella stared at the radar screen. 3-star Alliance patrol ships are approaching at high speed. They've sent an expulsion signal. Yunheng didn't slow down. Instead, he pushed the engine thrust to maximum. Reply to them, Sand Falcon, on an urgent survey mission code, K-739. This was the highest authority disguise code provided by the speaker, theoretically enough to make the Star Alliance fleet temporarily stand down. The light dot on the radar paused for a moment, then accelerated in pursuit. The communication channel erupted with the roar of the Star Alliance commander, falsified code. Halt immediately and prepare for inspection, or you will be destroyed. A red laser beam flashed past the porthole, and the ship's energy shield flared to life instantly. Yunheng veered sharply, steering the vessel into an asteroid belt using the cover of the rocks to evade the attack. Shield energy is down to 60. Ella's voice was breathless. Their firepower is much stronger than the intelligence suggested. These aren't ordinary patrol ships. Yunheng's gaze swept across the star chart and suddenly locked onto a dark crevice deep within the asteroid belt. Hold on tight, we're going through. The spaceship darted between the asteroids like a fish, the hull scraping against the debris with a piercing screech. As the last asteroid swept past the ship's tail, the scene before them suddenly opened up. The outline of the silent star track emerged from the darkness, an ancient stellar track entwined with twisted starlight. Purple energy fissures were spreading across the track like cracks in glass. That's the destabilized node. Yunheng's heartbeat accelerated sharply. The energy fluctuations emanating from the star track's fissures perfectly matched the detection spectrum. The energy field is already collapsing. Just then, the Star Alliance patrol ships broke through the asteroid belt's blockade, their laser cannons locking onto the ship's cockpit. Yunheng was about to initiate emergency evasive maneuvers when a familiar voice dripping with cold mockery suddenly came through the communication channel. Yunheng, long time no see. The image that popped up on the screen made Yunheng's pupils contract sharply. It was the Star Track Marshal of the Free Star Alliance, Reinhardt. And the background behind him was unmistakably the secret base on the edge of the silent star track. At the center of the base stood a device that was continuously absorbing the energy of the star track. You are the one artificially causing the energy imbalance. Yunheng's voice trembled with rage. Reinhardt gave a light laugh, his fingers gliding over the device's console. A little pawn of the Stardust Parliament, you think you're saving the world. How naive. The destabilized star track energy is the perfect weapon. The purple energy fissures suddenly expanded violently, and the ship's alarms let out a desperate shriek. On Ella's monitor, the countdown to the energy field's collapse began to spin wildly. Only 12 standard hours remained. The piercing wail of the energy alarm pierced the eardrums, and on the control panel's screen the countdown for the energy collapse of the silent star track was visibly shortening. With each tick of the timer, the purple energy flowing from the cracks in the star track surged forth. Reinhardt's image on the screen flickered, and the secret base behind him suddenly lit up with blinding red light as the device's energy absorption frequency abruptly accelerated. Do you see? This is the power of imbalance. His voice dripped with a sickly fervor. As long as we control it, the Free Star Alliance can completely break the Federation's blockade and establish a new interstellar order. Are you suggesting to exchange the destruction of the entire star system for this so-called new order? Yunheng slammed his hand against the weapon control console. Ella lock onto the energy core of the base. No. Ella firmly held down his hand. The base and the star track node are completely bound. Attacking the core would cause the energy field to collapse instantly. Before her words fell, the spaceship shook violently as the laser cannon of the Alliance patrol ship hit the engine side compartment precisely. The disguise coating peeled away in the explosion, revealing the original silver-gray hull, and the signal of their forged identity instantly failed. Federation spy ship detected. A soldier from the Alliance roared through the communication channel. The Marshal commands destroy the target. A three-pronged attack. Ella gasped. Reinhardt wants to trap us here. Yunheng suddenly laughed. He activated the spaceship's backup energy system and input the parameters for the anti-phase energy wave into the weapon control console. Trap us. He forgot that the energy of the star track could not only be absorbed but also guided. He slammed the launch button and hidden energy emitters sprang from the spaceship's side, shooting a faint blue energy beam precisely into the weak point of the star track's fracture. The surging purple energy flow instantly slowed, and the countdown halted at 8 hours and 17 minutes. Reinhardt's expression on the screen changed drastically. Are you insane? This will make the star track structure even more unstable. Instability is an opportunity. Yunheng stared at the three approaching signals on the star map. Ella, do you remember the energy reflection principle of the forgotten starport? We can use the base's absorption device as a mirror. Ella instantly understood his intention, her fingers flying across the control panel like a dance. The anti-phase wave frequency is adjusted waiting for energy reflection coordinates. Yunheng piloted the spaceship toward the core area of the star track, fracture the laser cannon's beam, grazing the hull and leaving charred marks. He looked at the increasingly closer secret base and the purple cracks spreading across the star track, suddenly recalling the words of the Stardust speaker. Balance is never static. It is about finding the possibility of coexistence on the edge of imbalance. Now's the time. Yunheng roared as he pressed the second launch button. The antiphase energy waves surged along the star track fracture's veins, forming a blinding energy vortex at the base's absorption port. Reinhardt's image flickered amidst the violent energy to shock his roar, turning into panic. Stop! The device will overload. On the spaceship's scanner, the three approaching signals suddenly became chaotic. The signal of the Stardust escort ship even changed direction. The energy vortex interfered with their targeting system. Yunheng seized the fleeting opportunity and piloted the spaceship toward the edge of the energy vortex. Are we going to pass through the vortex? Ella tightly gripped the safety belt, her voice trembling. Only here, they wouldn't dare to fire. Yunheng's gaze locked onto the fleeting stable passage in the center of the vortex. Reinhardt wants to utilize the star track. The energy whirlpool resembled an enraged behemoth ensnaring the spaceship in a swirling stream of purple and blue energy. The starlight outside the window was distorted into shattered light bands. The alarm on the control panel had become hoarse and mute, and the pointers on the dashboard swung wildly, seemingly about to break free from the bounds of their scales. Yunheng gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. The spaceship jolted violently in the chaotic energy currents, each tremor threatening to tear the hull apart. Yet his mind was exceptionally clear, rapidly overlapping the energy flow diagram of the star trail's fractures with the absorption frequency of the base's devices. Though Reinhardt's device was plundering energy, it unexpectedly tore open a brief, stable passage at the center of the whirlpool, like a calm water zone hidden within a turbulent river. 30 degrees left rudder. Stabilize the energy shield. Yunheng roared, sweat dripping from his forehead down to the control panel, splashing tiny droplets. Era's fingers trembled as they operated with precision, the energy shield forming a faint golden barrier around the ship, just barely blocking the energy shockwaves coming from the side. The passage is shrinking. We only have 40 seconds. The spaceship shot towards the center of the whirlpool like an arrow released from a bow, where the energy flow suddenly became gentle and the purple and blue light wrapped around the hull like silk. Yunheng looked through the window, and in the depths of the passage, countless runes made of stardust emerged, slowly swirling in the darkness, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Those runes. Era's eyes widened. They're exactly like the Star Trail Covenant recorded in the ancient texts of the Stardust Council. Yunheng's pupils suddenly constricted. The runes seemed to possess life, gradually becoming clearer as the spaceship approached. He suddenly recalled the 94th chapter when he swore an oath at the Stardust Council. The speaker quietly slipped him the Stardust badge. At this moment, the badge was burning hot in his pocket, its surface patterns resonating with the runes in the passage. Buzz. The badge broke free from the confines of his pocket, hovering in the center of the cockpit, and the runes overflowed from the badge's surface, merging with the stardust runes in the passage. Countless fragmented sounds surged into Yunheng's mind, not words, but pure streams of consciousness. About the truth behind the imbalance of star trails, about the ancient agreements between Stardust and interstellar civilizations. It turned out that the Silent Star Trail was not a naturally formed forbidden zone, but a regulator built by the Stardust civilization to balance the interstellar energy field. Reinhardt's device was not creating the imbalance, but was destroying the core of the regulator, attempting to release the sealed primal energy. The core of the energy regulator is 3 levels underground in the base. Yunheng suddenly snapped back to reality. The information transmitted through the stream of consciousness was extraordinarily clear. We must restart the safety lock before it completely fails. At this moment, the spaceship had already burst out of the energy whirlpool, coming to a steady stop at the rear of the secret base. This was the firepower blind spot of the Star Alliance fleet. Yunheng grabbed the floating Stardust badge and turned towards the cabin door. Era, you stay here to maintain the ship's alertness. Use the antiphase energy waves to interfere with the base's external defenses. I will go restart the safety lock. Wait. Era handed him an energy dagger and a miniature communicator. The base's defense system uses genetic recognition. The Stardust badge can shield recognition signals. Yunheng tightened his grip on the badge. The runes on its surface were emitting a faint glow. The stream of consciousness tells me that only the one who carries the covenant of balance can approach the core. He opened the cabin door and leaped into the crevice behind the base. Era watched his figure disappear into the shadows, immediately returning to the control panel, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Antiphase energy waves shot out from the ship's launcher again, and the energy barrier around the base indeed showed a brief fluctuation. Inside the secret base, red alarm lights flashed in the passages, and the footsteps of Star Alliance soldiers echoed from afar. Yunheng relied on the badge's cover ghosting through the ventilation ducts, and Era's voice came through the miniature communicator. 30 meters to the left front, there is a patrol team. Turn right into the maintenance passage. He turned into the narrow maintenance passage. As directed, at the end of the passage, a metal door was engraved with the same runes as the badge. Yunheng pressed the badge against the door, and the runes instantly lit up, causing the metal door to slide open silently. Behind the door was a vast circular chamber. In the center stood a pitch-black cylindrical device, the core equipment that Reinhardt used to absorb star trail energy. The surface of the device was covered with purple cracks, each crack seeping out violent energy. At the bottom of the device, a groove made of stardust flickered with a faint glow. This was the interface for the safety lock. Just as Yunheng was about to approach, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. So it's you, the messenger of balance of the Stardust Council. Reinhardt had appeared at the entrance of the chamber, without Yunheng realizing it, holding an energy rifle firmly aimed at Yunheng. Isn't the truth your stream of consciousness revealed to you quite interesting? The Stardust civilization sealed energy to limit our development. They are the root of the imbalance in the stars. Yunheng did not turn back, aiming the Stardust badge at the safety lock interface. You are mistaken. They sealed the power of destruction. Just like now you think you're in control of energy, but in fact you're digging a grave for the entire star system. Then let's die together. Reinhardt pulled the trigger, and an energy beam shot towards Yunheng's back with a piercing shriek. In a moment of crisis, the Stardust badge suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forming a golden shield that blocked the energy beam. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng embedded the badge into the safety lock interface, and the ancient mechanical operation sound echoed within the chamber. The purple cracks on the cylindrical device began to slowly shrink. Reinhardt's eyes widened in rage, preparing to fire again, when a panicked shout suddenly came through the communicator. Marshal, a large number of Stardust energy entities have appeared outside the base, and they are attacking our fleet. Yunheng looked up at the window. Countless light forms made of stardust were flying from the direction of the Silent Star Trail, like guardian spirits of the Star Trails, launching a fierce attack on the Star Alliance fleet. That is the protective force of the Star Trails. Yunheng looked at the device, stabilizing gradually, letting out a long sigh. You disrupted the balance, so naturally the backlash will come. Reinhardt's face turned pale as paper. He looked at the shrinking cracks and the Stardust energy entities outside, finally realizing the terrible mistake he had made. And in the center of the chamber, the Stardust badge fully fused with the safety lock. A soft blue light spread along the device. The energy imbalance signal of the Silent Star Trail was gradually weakening. The onslaught of Stardust energy bodies surged like a tidal wave, shattering the protective shield of the Star Alliance fleet inch by inch amidst golden light. Reinhardt gazed outside the viewport at the chaotic battlefield, then looked down at the gradually stabilizing columnar device within the chamber, the fervor on his face entirely replaced by despair. The energy rifle in his hand clattered to the ground as he staggered back a few steps, crashing against the cold wall of the cabin. Impossible. Didn't the Stardust civilization already vanish? He muttered to himself, his voice filled with incredulity. Yunheng paid him no heed, his attention fully focused on the progress of the safety lock's activation. After the Stardust badge was inserted into the interface, the purple cracks on the surface of the device healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the surrounding turbulent energy flow gradually calmed, transforming into soft blue light points that merged into the star track. A voice from the miniature communicator was heard, Ella's tone noticeably relaxed. The countdown for the energy field collapse has stopped. It now shows a stable recovery. It's not over yet. Yunheng fixed his gaze on the fluctuating data stream at the top of the device. The safety lock has merely temporarily suppressed the imbalance. To fully repair it, we need to locate the nodes of the other two coordinates. The three nodes must be synchronized for calibration. Just then the large door of the chamber was violently swung open and the guards of the Stardust Council rushed in. The leading captain raised his energy rifle, aiming it at Reinhardt. Reinhardt, Marshal of the Free Star Alliance, you are under arrest for allegedly disrupting the interstellar energy balance. Reinhardt suddenly broke into a wry smile. Arrest me? Do you think you can hide the people from my council? His gaze swept over the guards, finally landing on the badge at the captain's waist. Especially you, the traitor of the Shield of Stardust. Do you think you can wash away your sins just by changing your identity? The captain's expression instantly changed, his fingers subconsciously tightening around the gun grip. Yunheng felt a chill in his heart. Was Reinhardt telling the truth? A mole in the council was actually a core member of the guard. Take him down, the captain ordered sharply, trying to mask his panic. But the two guards behind him did not move. Instead, they slowly raised their guns, aiming at the captain. It seems there is more than one traitor. Yunheng quickly retreated, pressing his back against the columnar device, warily observing the situation. The Stardust badge in his palm was faintly warm, conveying a dangerous warning signal. Reinhardt looked at the chaotic scene, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yunhong, do you think the Stardust Council is a clean place? What they guard is never balance, but a monopoly over the star track energy. You are merely a pawn they use to eliminate dissenters. Shut up, the captain roared as he pulled the trigger, but the energy beam was suddenly blocked by the Stardust energy body that appeared out of nowhere. The light and shadows guarding the star track had unknowingly surged into the chamber, separating the three factions. Yunhang suddenly recalled the information he received during the consciousness flow. The founders of the Stardust Council were originally descendants of the guardians of the Stardust civilization, but over time some members gradually strayed from their original intentions, turning balance into a tool for power. Ella immediately checked the identity background of the Stardust Guard captain and compare it with the Council's unusual decision records from the past decade. Yunhang whispered into the communicator. Ella's reply came swiftly, found it. The captain was suddenly reassigned from the Shield of Stardust 5 years ago, and during the same period the Council passed 3 bills relaxing the energy exploration at the borders, all proposed by the Vice President of the Stardust Council. Yunhang's heart sank. The Vice President who had vehemently opposed revealing the truth of the imbalance in the Council turned out to be the one whose tentacles had already reached the core of the Council. The Stardust energy bodies are protecting us. Yunhang looked at the golden light and shadows swirling around him, suddenly understanding something. They do not recognize the identity of the Council, they recognize the oath of balance itself. He stepped forward, the light emitted from the Stardust badge merging with the golden light of the energy bodies. Reinhardt, you are under arrest for disrupting the star track, and that is a fact. But the traitors within the Council will not escape either. Reinhardt sneered. Do you think you can fight against the Council with these light and shadows? Too naive. I don't need to fight against the Council, well, I just need to make the truth visible. Yunhang activated the recording function of the miniature communicator, directing it towards Reinhardt and the pale-faced captain. The conversation just now has been synchronously sent to all members of the Stardust Council, including those who truly guard the balance. The Stardust energy body suddenly emitted a gentle light, and a diamond-shaped crystal popped out from the top of the columnar device, pulsating with energy waves identical to those of the silent star track. Yunhang reached out to grasp the crystal, and the secret incantation of Stardust echoed in his mind again. The next imbalance node, the edge of the broken star belt, hides the true source of the star track imbalance. Outside the cabin, the signal for the Star Alliance fleet's retreat was heard, and the Council's reinforcement ships had arrived. The captain was escorted out of the chamber by the guards, and Reinhardt looked at the crystal in Yunhang's hand, finally lowering his head. Yunhang stored the crystal away and walked to the viewport. The Stardust energy body was gradually dissipating, and the light of the silent star track had become stable and gentle once more. Ella's communication request chimed in timely. The ship has been repaired and is ready to depart at any time. By the way, the President just sent a message saying the traitor in the Council has been apprehended and he wishes to apologize to you in person. No need for an apology. Yunhang looked at the coordinates of the edge of the broken star belt on the star map, his gaze becoming resolute once more. Tell the President that once I find all the imbalanced nodes, I will personally return to the Council to report. Before that, I will continue to uphold the oath of Stardust. The spaceship slowly departed from the secret base, jumping towards the direction of the edge of the broken star belt. Yunhang embedded the diamond-shaped crystal into the control panel, the energy within the crystal connecting with the spaceship's systems, and a brand new flight path instantly appeared on the star map, pointing directly to the source mentioned in the Stardust secret incantation. The glow of the jump engine gradually faded as the spaceship exited the hyperspace. The sight before Yunhang and AI Law left them both breathless. The edge of the shattered star belt was even more bizarre than depicted in the star map. Tens of thousands of meteors floated in the dark energy stream, not in chaos, but slowly rotating according to some ancient law, forming a circular maze that spanned dozens of light years. The surfaces of the meteors were covered with stardust runes identical to those of the silent star track, their flickering frequency resonating perfectly with the energy fluctuations of the diamond-shaped crystal. The energy detector is completely malfunctioning, AI Law exclaimed, banging on the console with a furrowed brow. These meteors are interfering with all energy signals. It's as if we've stumbled into a labyrinth without a star map. Yunhang brought the diamond-shaped crystal close to the star map projection, and the crystal's glow suddenly intensified, illuminating a faint blue path in the previously blurred area of the shattered star belt on the star map. The paths extended along the gaps between the meteors, ultimately pointing towards a dark brown asteroid at the center of the maze. The crystal is leading us. Yunhang tightened his grip on the control stick. Follow the path. Don't deviate even a little. The spaceship cautiously entered the asteroid maze, and the glow of the runes outside the window grew brighter. Whenever the spaceship approached the meteor cluster, the runes would emit a soft pulsation, automatically opening passages in the gaps between the meteors. AI Law watched this scene, and suddenly said softly, "It seems like they recognize you." Or perhaps they recognize the oath of balance on you. Yuanheng did not respond. His focus remained solely on the path ahead. As they delved deeper, coherent patterns began to emerge on the surfaces of the meteors. Depictions of the Stardust civilization illustrating the scenes from the birth of the star tracks, countless Stardust particles coalescing into energy nodes interconnected by flowing light, forming an energy network covering the entire interstellar space. At the end of the mural, a meteor exuding a dark aura crashed into the core of the network. Is that the source of the imbalance? AI Law pointed at the dark meteor in the mural. It looks like a polluted core of Stardust. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently, and the path ahead vanished. Yuanheng slammed on the brakes, almost bringing the spaceship to a halt before a massive meteor whose surface runes had transformed into a blinding red, emanating hostile energy fluctuations. "The path is cut off," AI Law said, her voice tense. "The energy fluctuations of the crystal are weakening, as if being suppressed by something." Yuanheng glanced at the diamond-shaped crystal, and indeed its glow was dimming. He pressed the Stardust badge against the crystal, and the golden light from the badge infused into the crystal, barely stabilizing its glow. At that moment, the meteor cluster suddenly accelerated its rotation, and a deep hum resonated from the center of the maze, as if some colossal being was awakening. "It's that dark brown asteroid." AI Law magnified the display. "It's releasing dark energy, polluting the surrounding Stardust runes." On the display, the surface of the asteroid at the center of the maze cracked open with countless fissures, and black energy surged from the gaps, turning the Stardust runes red wherever it passed. The diamond-shaped crystal trembled violently, a chaotic stream of consciousness flooding into Yuanheng's mind. Not the secret language of Stardust, but a howl filled with pain and anger. This is not a natural imbalance. Yuanheng clutched his forehead as the images within the stream of consciousness gradually became clearer. Something is forcibly devouring the energy of the star tracks. That asteroid is its nest. Suddenly, the meteors surrounding the spaceship changed trajectory and charged towards the hull. Yuanheng quickly activated the energy shield. While calling up the weapon system, AI Law analyzed the frequency of the red runes and used the inverse wave to disrupt them. AI Law's fingers danced across the keyboard, and the inverse energy wave shot out from both sides of the spaceship, exploding into blinding light upon colliding with the red runes. The momentum of the meteor impacts clearly diminished, but the humming from the center of the maze grew increasingly piercing. From the cracks on the surface of the asteroid, numerous tendrils composed of dark energy reached out towards the spaceship. "They are locking onto our energy source." AI Law's voice was filled with panic. "The shield's energy is depleting rapidly." Yuanheng watched the dark energy tendrils closing in, and then glanced at the dimming glow of the diamond-shaped crystal. Suddenly, making a decision, AI Law, steady the spaceship. "I need to go to the core." "Are you crazy?" AI Law widened her eyes. "The outside is filled with dark energy tendrils. You won't be able to get close to the asteroid. But only by getting close can I understand what energy is being devoured." Yuanheng grabbed the Stardust badge, its golden light intertwining with the crystal's glow. "The stream of consciousness tells me that this asteroid conceals the last line of defense left by the Stardust civilization. If I can activate it, I can cut off the source of dark energy." He opened the spaceship's ejection chamber and donned the specially designed Stardust protective suit. "I will use the badge to shield against the dark energy's corrosion. You provide a path for me with the inverse wave. As soon as I activate the defense line, I will notify you immediately." AI Law looked at his determined expression, knowing that further persuasion would be futile. She could only nod vigorously. "Be careful. I will stay on the communication channel and watch over you." The door of the ejection chamber opened, and Yuanheng leaped into the asteroid maze. The Stardust badge glowed on his chest, forming a golden shield that dissolved the dark energy tendrils upon contact. He skillfully navigated between the rotating meteors, following the direction indicated by the crystal, flying towards the asteroid at the center of the maze. The closer he got to the asteroid, the clearer the howls in the stream of consciousness became. When he finally landed next to a crack on the asteroid's surface, he could see the scene deep within the fissure. Not a nest, but a Stardust altar wrapped in dark energy, with a half-black, half-white crystal floating in the center, the black portion ravenously consuming the light of the white. "This is the core of the Star Tracks balance." Yuanheng's heart tightened. "It has been polluted." The Stardust badge suddenly flew above the altar, and golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, momentarily suppressing the spread of dark energy. From within the half-black, half-white crystal came a weak, yet clear voice, no longer a howl, but a pleading whisper. "Balance requires a price." Yuanheng reached out, and the moment he touched the crystal, countless fragments of memory surged into his mind. Sacrifices made by the Stardust civilization to seal dark energy, the operational principles of the balance core, and the method to activate the last line of defense. He abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the runes carved around the altar. they were not a defense array, but a purification array that required the power of the oath to activate. Is that the price? Yunheng clenched the Stardust badge, the oath he had made echoing in his heart. The oath of balance of the star tracks has never feared the price. He embedded the Stardust badge into the groove at the center of the altar while channeling all of his mental energy into it. Golden light spread from the altar, merging with the glow of the Stardust badge, enveloping the half-black, half-white crystal. The howls of dark energy became frenzied and countless tendrils surged from the cracks, lunging toward Yunheng. But this time the golden light from the Stardust badge grew even more radiant, shattering the tendrils one by one. AI Law, prepare to receive the energy fluctuations. Yunheng shouted into the communicator, I'm going to activate the defense line now. All the runes on the surface of the asteroid lit up, resonating with the meteors in the maze. Yunheng could feel the white light of the balance core gradually reviving, with the black portion of dark energy dissipating little by little within the golden light. Outside the maze, AI Law watched the suddenly stable energy graph on the display and the golden light blooming around the asteroid, tightly clenching her fists. It worked. He succeeded. But just then a muffled groan suddenly came through Yunheng's communication channel, followed by the alarm of the Stardust badge's energy plummeting. AI Law's heart leaped into her throat. Yunheng, what happened? Answer me. The communication channel was filled only with crackling electric noise and the distant, unwilling howls of dark energy. The golden light on the surface of the asteroid remained dazzling, but AI Law knew something bad must have happened. She stared intently at the energy readings on the display, her finger hovering over the weapon control panel, ready to rush in and provide support at any moment. Beside the altar on the asteroid, Yunheng knelt on the ground, the glow of the Stardust badge having dimmed significantly. On his arm, a black pattern composed of dark energy was slowly spreading. Yet looking at the gradually purifying white light within the balance core, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The first step is complete, he whispered, but his consciousness began to blur. Although the last line of defense had been activated, the backlash from the dark energy was far stronger than anticipated. The meteors in the maze resumed their gentle rotation, and the red runes transformed back to their original pale blue. Yunheng understood that the imbalance at the edge of the shattered star belt had been temporarily contained, but the black pattern was a reminder to him that the true source might be even more terrifying than he imagined. And his pact with the Stardust still had a long way to go. Yunheng stared intently at the suspended black warship on the screen, his fingertips tightening slightly at the edge of the console. Shaoxing's alarm suddenly grew shrill, detecting energy core overload in the warship, likely preparing to fire the main cannon. Initiate the Stardust refraction protocol immediately, Yunheng commanded sharply. This was a defensive technique he had comprehended within the fragment star maze, utilizing the special particles pervading the Stardust passage to distort the trajectory of energy attacks. The base's outer shield instantly shimmered with a fine silver light, like stardust scattered into the darkness. Almost simultaneously, a beam of deep purple light shot forth from the black warship's main cannon, tearing through the void and hurtling straight toward the base. Yet at the moment it contacted the shield, the beam bizarrely deflected, grazing the base's edge and blasting into a distant asteroid belt, stirring up a storm of debris. A burst of chaotic static came through the communication channel, as if the other side was also taken aback by the failed attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng transmitted a data packet he had prepared long ago. This is the energy storm prediction chart for the Stardust passage over the past century. Without this data, talk of control over the passage is meaningless. The data packet not only contained practical navigation data, but also concealed a fragment of the source whisper he had recorded within the fragment star maze, a mysterious frequency capable of interfering with energy fluctuations. True to expectations, the other side's communication fell into silence. After a moment, a hoarse voice came through the translation system. Who are you? Why do you possess the Stardust secret language? Yunheng's heart stirred. The other's tone had clearly softened. He pulled up the projection of an old navigation log on his wrist, a relic left by his father, its cover engraved with runes similar to those on the black warship's surface. I am the guardian of the Stardust passage, inheriting my forebear's promise to this star region. The runes on you are from the dark star remnants, aren't they? This was a guess he had made in a flash of inspiration. Similar symbols had been seen on the stone walls of the fragment star maze, and after comparison, Shaoxing had found them related to the lost civilization Dark Star clan recorded in ancient texts. The warship's runes suddenly flickered, and the noise on the communication channel turned into a low chant. The black warship slowly retreated, and the hoarse voice spoke again. 3 days later, meet at the entrance of the fragment star maze. Bring the complete secret language atlas, or else. The threat was left unfinished as the warship dissolved into a shadow and vanished into a jump passage. The alarm cancellation sounded, yet Yunheng dared not relax. Staring at the lingering rune projection on the screen, he recalled a line from his father's log: "Stardust may guide the way, but the whisper always carries a price." The meeting in 3 days was evidently more dangerous than the attack just now. What the other side wanted was likely not merely control of the passage, but the true secret deep within the fragment star maze. Shaoxing compile all records regarding the Dark Star clan, Yunheng said, rubbing his throbbing temples. Also repeatedly analyze the whisper sound waves recorded in the maze. I have a feeling that sound is more than a warning. The base's lights softened back to normal, but Yunheng knew the tranquility of the Stardust passage had been irrevocably shattered. The rune projection left by the black warship flickered on the screen like a riddle about to be unveiled, yet also like a net quietly tightening. Yunheng replayed the jump trajectory data of the vanished black warship, repeatedly tracing an arc on the console. With his fingertip, Shaoxing tracked the residual energy trail of the jump and marked possible return points. The meeting in 3 days seemed like a respite, but in truth it concealed deadly intent. He had to make thorough preparations. Shaoxing's holographic projection flickered twice, pulling up an encrypted file. An anomaly was detected while analyzing the Dark Star clan's data. Your father's logs contain a dormant audio file that requires the energy frequency of the star fragment maze to unlock. Yunheng's heart tightened. He immediately fed this source whisper recorded in the maze into the decoder. As a low hum resonated, the microchip embedded in the logs glowed faintly, and a blurry image unfolded on the screen. In the footage, his young father stood before the star chart of the Stardust passage, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. The Dark Star clan are not invaders. They are the guardians of the Stardust core. When the passage collapsed, they took the core fragments, but were also cursed by the energy backlash. The image abruptly cut off, leaving only a flickering set of coordinates, precisely the core region of the star fragment maze. Yunheng suddenly recalled the runes on the black warship, strikingly similar to the pattern of the Stardust core in the logs. So they weren't after control of the passage. They wanted the method to break the curse. He muttered to himself, his fingertip tracing the energy nodes deep within the maze on the star chart. Over the next 2 days, Yunheng raced against time to prepare. He repaired the vulnerabilities in the base's defense systems, compiled the data on the Stardust core into an encrypted chip, and deployed energy sensors along the safe paths of the star fragment maze. Shaoxing, meanwhile, discovered that the energy fluctuations of the Dark Star clan's warship resonated with the source whisper of the maze. This might be the key to communication. On the appointed day, Yunheng piloted his modified ship, the Stardust, alone to the entrance of the star fragment maze. The black warship was already waiting there, the surrounding Stardust frozen by some force, creating an eerie zone of silence. As his ship approached, an energy barrier parted automatically, guiding him into the warship's interior. The hatch opened, and instead of cold weapons, he was greeted by an elder draped in a dark patterned robe. The elder's face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, his voice raspy, like grinding metal. Your father's logs hold half the truth. With a wave of his hand, the elder conjured a holographic projection of the Stardust core. We took the fragments back then to prevent them from being misused by interstellar plunderers, but we never expected the fragments' radiation to corrode our people's lives. Yunheng stared at the cracks in the core fragments and the projections, suddenly recalling the grooves on the stone walls of the star fragment maze. Can the energy nodes deep in the maze repair the core fragments? The elder's body trembled slightly, and a glint of shock flashed beneath his hood. You can read the Stardust mark. It seems the Stardust has truly chosen you. Just then the warship suddenly shook violently, alarms piercing the silence. Shaoxing's urgent transmission came through, detecting a large, unknown fleet approaching. Their energy signature resembles the Dark Star clan, but with a much stronger predatory nature. The elder's face turned ashen. It's the renegades. They've long wanted to seize the core fragments and dominate the passage. Yunheng instantly grasped the situation. The Dark Star clan had long been divided, and now they were caught in a pincer. He gripped the encrypted chip tightly, meeting the elder's gaze. If you want to survive, tell me the complete method to repair the core. The guardians of the Stardust passage have never been just your clan. The violent tremors caused the warship's bulkheads to groan under the strain. The elder abruptly turned to the main console, his fingers flying across the screen beneath his dark robe. They've cracked the clan's encrypted channels, and know we're here. Yunheng glimpsed the densely packed red dots on the screen. A fleet of at least 20 warships surging from the warp passage, their hulls also covered in runes, yet with far more ferocious edges than the old man's vessel. Shaoxing's analysis came through simultaneously. The energy fluctuations of the renegade vessels are more violent, suggesting the use of unstable core enhancement technology. Activate the Stardust anchor, the old man roared as he pressed the red button. The stardust around the warship suddenly coalesced into silver chains, firmly locking the hull in place within the void. This will keep our coordinates steady amidst the chaos, but it won't hold for more than 10 minutes. Yuanhang studied the formation of the renegade fleet, noticing they were deliberately encircling both the warship and the entrance to the labyrinth. They want the core fragment and the secrets of the maze. Suddenly, he recalled the stone walls in the Starfall labyrinth that responded to the whisper of the source. Old man, can the radiation from the core fragment resonate with the maze? A glimmer of realization flashed in the old man's eyes. You mean using the maze's energy to suppress their enhanced cores? But someone needs to enter the maze and trigger the nodes. He'll go. Yuanhang grabbed a portable communicator, turned, and dashed toward the ship's landing pod. Shaoxing will sync the maze map. You cover me with the main cannon. As the hatch closed, he heard the old man's roar over the comms. Come back alive. The Stardust passage cannot be without its guardian. The moment the landing pod shot out of the warship, the renegade's artillery pounded down like a storm. The old man's black warship suddenly erupted with dazzling runic light, its main cannon firing 3 purple beams in succession, tearing a path through the net of fire. Yuanhang piloted the landing pod close to the asteroid belt, weaving through the whistling shells. As the pod entered the Starfall labyrinth, the surrounding debris began to vibrate rhythmically. He pulled up the Stardust imprint chart from his father's logs and found it matched the grooves on the maze's stone walls perfectly. Shaoxing, locate energy nodes 3, 7, and 9 and activate them in that order. As he maneuvered the pod through the maze-like rubble, he transmitted the imprint chart to Shaoxing. When the first node was activated, a silver pillar of energy shot into the sky. The renegade fleet's fire suddenly stalled for an instant, followed by panicked shouts over the comms, abnormal fluctuations in the core. Heartened, Yuanhang accelerated toward the second node. Just as he was about to reach node 7, a small renegade warship burst from behind a shadowy asteroid, its main cannon aimed directly at the pod. Yuanhang yanked the control stick, sending the pod rolling upward past the blast, but a side cannon from the warship struck the tail fin, sending it spiraling out of control into a massive asteroid. The violent impact left Yuanhang seeing stars. He struggled to his feet, only to find the pod's engine dead. The old man's urgent voice crackled over the comms. Hold on. We can't contain them much longer. Gazing at the faintly glowing node 7, not far away, Yuanhang gritted his teeth, grabbed an emergency pack, and leaped out of the pod. Every step was arduous on the rubble-strewn ground, with renegade cannons still strafing the area. When he finally reached the stone wall of node 7 and pressed his fingers into the groove, the entire labyrinth suddenly shook violently. Silver streams of energy spread like a spiderweb, and the enhanced cores of the renegade fleet blared overload warnings, one after another, explosions echoing through the void. But Yuanhang did not stop. He looked toward the last node in the distance, where renegade boarding parties had already appeared. The old man's voice came through the communicator, breathless. We've held the line. You. Before he could finish, a dark figure suddenly lunged from the shadows behind Yuanhang, a cold blade pressed against his neck. Yuanhang froze, turning to see a figure clad in battered runic armor, a mechanical eye glowing red beneath the hood. Found you, the new guardian of the Stardust passage. The icy blade pressed against his neck, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Yuanhang could smell the metallic rust lingering on the opponent's battle armor, along with a faint trace of Stardust radiation. He slowly raised his hands, but the corner of his eye was fixed on the stone wall near node 9. The groove there was faintly glowing with the surging energy of the maze formation. Give up. Your companions won't last much longer. The renegade's voice was hoarse and dry, his mechanical eye flashing red. Hand over the method to repair the core fragment, and I might spare your life. Yuanhang's fingers quietly tightened around the energy dagger in his emergency pack, but he deliberately stalled for time. You betrayed your own kin and abused the core energy. Even if you get the fragment, what then? In the end, you'll only end up like those Darkstar clansmen, corroded by radiation. Shut up. The renegade suddenly roared, pressing the blade closer. If it weren't for those old conservatives clinging to their so-called responsibility, we would have already seized control of the Stardust passage and used the core energy to reshape civilization. His mechanical eye suddenly focused on Yuanhang's chest. You carry the aura of a Stardust mark, inherited from your father. Those words sent a shock through Yuanhang's heart. This man actually knew about his father. In that moment of distraction, the renegade suddenly reached for his pack, which contained the encrypted chip recording the core fragment data. But Yuanhang was prepared. He jerked his body backward, simultaneously drawing the energy dagger and thrusting it at the opponent's weapon-wielding wrist. With a sizzling sound, the energy dagger clashed against the battle armor, sparking a shower of flames. The renegade winced in pain, his blade shifting slightly. Yuanhang seized the opportunity to roll sideways, dodging the fatal strike. The two wrestled on the rubble-strewn ground. The renegade's battle armor was evidently reinforced, his movements swift and heavy, each swing of the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yuanhang, leveraging his familiarity with the maze's terrain, kept weaving through the debris to evade. He noticed that the renegade's mechanical eye occasionally flickered with electric current, seemingly disrupted by the maze formation's energy. Xiaoxing amplified the energy fluctuation at Node 9. He growled into the communicator. In the distance, Node 9 suddenly erupted with blinding silver light, energy waves spreading like a tidal surge. The renegade's mechanical eye instantly went haywire, emitting piercing alarm sounds. He clutched his head and fell to his knees in agony. Seizing the moment, Yunheng rushed forward and pressed the energy dagger against his throat. Speak. How do you know about my father? Cough. The guardians of the Stardust Passage have never been only the Darkstar clan. The renegade said haltingly, the red light in his mechanical eye gradually dimming. Your father once helped us decipher the core fragment, but later he backed out. Yunheng's heart pounded violently. His father's logs had never mentioned this past. Just then an elderly voice came through the communicator. The renegade fleet is retreating. We've won. He had barely breathed a sigh of relief when the renegade suddenly flashed a sinister smile and pulled out a crystal shimmering with black light from his pocket. This is the radiation source of the core fragment. Let's perish together. The crystal instantly erupted with intense energy, causing the surrounding rubble to tremble violently. No, he's going to detonate the energy crystal. Yunheng leaped backward while pressing the button on his emergency pack, releasing all the stored Stardust particles. These particles collected in the star fragment maze encountered the radiation from the energy crystal and suddenly burst into a soft white light, firmly suppressing the black energy. The crystal's glow gradually faded. The renegade's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he finally fell silent, losing all signs of life. Yunheng slumped to the ground, watching the distant void slowly calm. The elderly voice came through the communicator again. We found records about your father on the ship. Perhaps it's time to tell you the true secret of the Stardust Passage. He looked up into the depths of the maze where the energy fluctuations were gradually subsiding, yet leaving behind a string of shimmering marks in the void, like the unfinished symbols in his father's logs. Yunheng knew that the end of this battle was merely the beginning of unraveling a much greater secret. When Yunheng dragged his weary body back to the black warship, the elder was already waiting at the hatch. His dark-patterned robe was stained with dust, yet the gaze beneath his hood was exceptionally bright. Come with me. There are things you must see. In the deep secret chamber of the warship, the walls were covered with glowing star charts, and in the center floated an ancient metal box. The elder pressed his palm against the box's surface. As the runes lit up, the lid slowly opened, revealing a scroll of star charts shimmering with silver light. The complete Stardust Passage map Yunheng had seen countless times in his father's logs, but this one was marked with dense red annotations. This is the Stardust secret record containing all the hidden truths since the passage's birth, the elder said, his voice carrying the weight of years. Your father's name is recorded here. He traced his finger across a spot on the scroll, and a line of text emerged. Yunshin's 7th-generation Stardust Guardian assisted the Gloomstar clan in sealing the core fragment. In Star Era 372, cooperation terminated due to ideological differences. Yunheng's breath quickened. Beside his father's name was a small symbol identical to the energy node markings on the stone walls of the star fragment labyrinth. Ideological differences, because they wanted to abuse the core energy. The elder nodded silently and called up a holographic recording. In the image, a young Yunshin stood in a laboratory, a half-broken core fragment, glowing red, suspended before him. This energy is too dangerous. Forcing activation will only trigger a stardust storm. But the Gloomstar figure on the other side of the transmission argued passionately, this is our only chance for revival. The recording abruptly ended. The elder sighed. Your father did help us analyze part of the fragment structure back then, but when he discovered that the radical faction among us wanted to weaponize the energy, he stole the key data overnight and left a seal on the core fragment. He pointed to the small script on the edge of the scroll. These are the sealing coordinates your father left behind right in the deepest part of the star fragment labyrinth. Yunheng's heart churned. His father had never mentioned these events to him, yet in his logs, he had left countless clues pointing to the labyrinth. He suddenly recalled the source whispers he had heard in the star fragment labyrinth. Those indistinct syllables seemed to resonate with the runes on the scroll. Xiaoxing compared the whispers' sound waves with the frequencies of the secret record runes. The analysis results came quickly. The fluctuation frequencies of the two were highly consistent. Shock flickered in the elder's eyes. You can hear the source whispers. That is the consciousness fragment of the Stardust core. Only guardians acknowledged by the passage can perceive it. Just then the chamber's alarm suddenly blared and Xiaoxing's voice came urgently. Detected abnormal energy in the core of the star fragment labyrinth. The seal is loosening. Yunheng and the elder both looked at the star chart scroll, where the area representing the labyrinth's depths was flaring with an ominous red glow, like a beast about to awaken. The core fragment is responding to the whispers. The elder's face grew grave. Your father's seal won't hold much longer. Once the fragment fully awakens, the entire Stardust Passage will be consumed by an energy storm. Yuanhang tightened his grip on the encrypted chip containing the energy data he had collected in the labyrinth. He looked at the elder, his gaze resolute. Take me to the seal site. Since it was my father's legacy, it is mine to fulfill. The elder saw the light in his eyes, as if glimpsing the Yun Shun of years past. He nodded and activated the warship's jump sequence. Remember, the power of the Stardust core was never meant for destruction, but for protection. That is the truth your father wanted you to understand. The black warship slowly sailed into the depths of the star fragment labyrinth. The red light ahead grew brighter, like a blood-colored passage leading into the unknown. Yuanhang knew that what awaited him was not only the secret of the core fragment, but also the unfinished path his father had left among the stars. The black warship weaved through the stream of debris, the crimson glow ahead intensifying until it cast an eerie tint upon the vessel's alloy hull. Standing before the observation window, Yuanhang watched the red crystals congealed on the floating rubble, his fingertips trembling faintly. This was the trace of Stardust core energy leakage, far more severe than he had imagined. 3 kilometers to the seal point. The elder's voice carried an undercurrent of tension as he projected a holographic display of the seal structure left by Yuanhang's father. Your father constructed a triple seal using the primal particles of the Stardust passage. The outer layer has shattered completely, and the middle layer is now peeling away. In the projection, a mass of red light was encased within 2 semi-transparent energy membranes, the outer one riddled with cracks like glass on the verge of shattering. Yuanhang fixed his gaze on the energy flow patterns within the projection and suddenly noticed an anomaly. The movement of these particles. It closely resembles the Stardust refraction protocol of the shattered star labyrinth. He swiftly called up the energy data of the labyrinth for comparison, confirming the highly similar fluctuation patterns. Father applied the labyrinth's defensive principles to this seal. A glimmer of realization flashed in the elder's eyes. No wonder we could never crack the seal back then. He integrated it with the passage's natural barriers. He shifted tone abruptly, his voice grave. But the refraction field is failing now. We must infuse new primal particles to reinforce it. The warship slowly came to a halt before a colossal meteorite, its surface veined with web-like crimson light. Embedded at its center was a half-sized core fragment surrounded by a faint blue energy membrane, the middle seal left by his father. Donning a specialized protective suit and carrying a container filled with primal particles, Yuanhang followed the elder out of the warship. The moment he set foot on the meteorite, a wave of scorching heat surged toward him, and the red crystals beneath his feet emitted a faint, brittle crunch. Following the holographic guide, Yuanhang approached the seal and aimed the container at the energy membrane. Just as he prepared to inject the particles, the fragment suddenly trembled violently. A beam of red light shot through a crack, grazing his shoulder and blasting a deep crater into the rock wall behind him. Careful, the fragment has developed its own consciousness. The elder urgently warned while activating a runic device in his hand, conjuring a violet barrier around them. It's rejecting external energy. We must use the Stardust mark to guide the particles in. Recalling the Stardust mark from his father's logs, Yuanhang pressed his hand against the energy membrane, channeling the primal force he had comprehended within the labyrinth at his fingertips. As his mark aligned with the patterns on the seal, the energy membrane rippled, and the red light momentarily subsided. Now, the elder shouted. Yuanhang immediately opened the container, and azure primal particles flowed like a stream into the seal. But just as the particles were about to reach the core fragment, it erupted with blinding radiance. A powerful repulsive force hurled Yuanhang back, slamming him against the rock wall, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Something's wrong, the elder exclaimed, staring at the eerie patterns emerging on the energy membrane, his face paling. This isn't rejection. It's absorption. The fragment is devouring the primal particles to strengthen itself. Struggling to his feet, Yuanhang watched the rapidly dwindling particles in the container and suddenly understood. Father's seal wasn't meant to prevent the leakage. It was meant to guide it. He grabbed the last container of particles and rushed toward a groove on the opposite side of the fragment, its patterns identical to those he had seen at the labyrinth's nodes. Xiao Xing analyzed the energy frequency of this groove and sync it to my communicator. Frequency data streamed through the communicator. Yuanhang tapped the groove in rhythm, each touch diminishing the fragment's crimson glow. When the last primal particle was injected into the groove, the entire meteorite shuddered violently. The red light around the core fragment began to reverse, reabsorbing into its interior. Did we succeed? The elder asked, his eyes alight with joy as he watched the calming energy membrane. But Yuanhang shook his head, his gaze fixed on a line of ancient script emerging on the fragment's surface. Xiao Xing had just translated it. When the Stardust returns, the passage awakens. The true trial has only just begun. As his words faded, the entire shattered star labyrinth blazed to life. Countless silver beams rose from the debris, weaving together in the void into a colossal star chart that spanned the entire Stardust passage. The star map woven from silver light slowly rotated in the void, each star corresponding to a node in the Stardust passage, with even the most remote asteroid belt shimmering faintly within it. Standing on the surface of an asteroid, Yun-Heng gazed up at this unprecedented and magnificent spectacle, his back beneath the protective suit already drenched in cold sweat. This was no ordinary star map, but the embodiment of some energy network. This is the primal vein of the Stardust passage. The elderly man's voice trembled as he reached out to touch the void, his fingertips stirring a series of ripples as they passed through the silver threads. Legend says that only when the core fragment is fully stabilized can this heavenly track star map be activated, yet its current energy intensity has already surpassed all ancient records. Yun-Heng's communicator suddenly grew hot, and Xiaoxing's voice came through with a crackling urgency, detecting synchronous energy resonance across the entire passage. The base, the asteroid belt, the jump nodes. All energy frequencies are aligning with the star map. He looked down at his wrist. The old navigation log left by his father had flipped open on its own, the runes on its cover pulsing with fluctuations identical to the silver threads of the star map. At that moment, the heavenly track star map suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and a pillar of silver light descended from the heavens, enveloping the core fragment and Yun-Heng. He felt a surge of warm energy flood into his body, and countless images flashed through his mind: the cosmic storm at the birth of the Stardust passage, the oaths of the dark star ancestors guarding the core, the silhouette of his father as a young man drawing star maps in the laboratory. These visions cascaded like a tide, finally crystallizing into a line of glowing text. The Guardian's heart is the soul of the passage. When the pillar of light dissipated, the cracks on the surface of the core fragment had mostly healed, emitting a soft blue glow. In Yun-Heng's palm, silver patterns identical to the star map had emerged like star tracks etched into his skin. You have inherited the recognition of the passage. The elderly man looked at the mark on his palm, his tone filled with reverence. From this day forth, you are not merely an explorer of the Stardust passage, but a heavenly track guardian who can command its primal energy. Yet this recognition brought no peace. Xiaoxing's alarm rang out again. The energy fluctuations from the activation of the heavenly track star map have been detected remotely. At least 5 fleets from unknown factions are approaching the shattered star maze at high speed. Yun-Heng's heart sank. The emergence of the heavenly track star map must have alarmed all the powers in the star region, who what they sought was undoubtedly control over this force capable of reshaping the passage's order. The elderly man quickly called up the warship's weapon systems. We can activate the star map's defensive mechanism, but it requires energy from the core fragment. He looked at Yun-Heng, his gaze solemn. But this will destabilize the fragment once more, and the seal your father left behind may be undone. Yun-Heng stared at the blinking red dots on the heavenly track star map. Those were the approaching fleets. He recalled the last line in his father's log: guardianship is not about fortification, but about letting the passage flow freely forever. He clenched the silver pattern in his palm and made his decision: activate the defensive mechanism, but only open the star map's guidance mode. This was an ability he had grasped in the Pillar of Light. The heavenly track star map could not only defend, but also guide the flow of energy. Though puzzled, the elderly man followed the instructions. As the core fragment released energy, the silver threads of the star map suddenly transformed into countless streams of light, surging like a gentle tide toward the approaching fleets. The streams of light did not attack, but upon contacting the fleets, they left Star Trek imprints on their hulls. Xiaoxing's analysis results showed the imprints will forcibly guide the fleets into safe passageways, preventing any deviation from course. Yun-Heng watched the fleets being gently driven away, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the guardianship his father had envisioned, using the power of the passage, not endless war. As the last fleet was guided away, the radiance of the heavenly track star map gradually softened. The elderly man looked at the mark on Yun-Heng's palm, suddenly understanding something. Your father foresaw this day long ago. What he left behind was not just a seal, but a method for the passage to protect itself. Yun-Heng caressed the core fragment, feeling its steady energy pulsations. He knew that the awakening of the heavenly track star map was only the beginning, and the secrets of the Stardust passage were far from unveiled. But this time he was no longer alone. His father's footsteps, the legacy of the Dark Star clan, and this heavenly track star map spanning the sea of stars would all journey with him. The radiance of the celestial orbit star chart had not yet fully dissipated when Yun-Heng's communicator received an urgent signal from the temporary base in the Stardust corridor. Xiaoxing's holographic projection bore an unusually grave expression. The base has detected encrypted communications from multiple factions. Though driven away by the star chart, they have formed an encirclement at the periphery of the shattered star maze. Yun-Heng summoned a holographic star map where points of light representing various factions lingered like a dormant beast pack along the safe routes at the maze's edge. The elder leaned in his fingertip, pointing at a fleet marker glowing with golden light. This is the vanguard of the Interstellar Federation. They have long sought to bring the Stardust corridor under their jurisdiction. He then gestured to a cluster of red lights on the other side. These are warships of the Free Alliance. They advocate for the corridor to remain masterless, but in truth they wish to monopolize its core resources. And this one, Yunheng enlarged a gray marker in a corner of the star map. The fleet's signal there was extremely covert, its energy signature bearing a striking resemblance to the renegade vessels from before. They haven't left. The elder's countenance darkened instantly. They are the remnants of the Dark Star clan. When the schism occurred, they took many core technologies with them. They must be eyeing the core fragment, waiting for chaos to snatch it. As the two analyzed the situation, the silver patterns on Yunheng's palm suddenly grew hot. On the celestial orbit star chart, the node corresponding to the base flashed red. Xiaoxing's alarm followed immediately. The base is under a cyber attack. They are attempting to crack the core code of the Stardust refraction protocol. Yunheng immediately returned to the black warship's console, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Activate the star orbit firewall. Use the energy fluctuations of the celestial orbit star chart to encrypt the data link. The patterns on his palm resonated with the console. A thread of silver light flowing within the star chart suddenly branched out, like a living entity coiling around the base's data stream. The hacker's attack was intercepted in an instant. Their technology is very peculiar. Xiaoxing rapidly analyzed the traces of the attack. It uses the runic codes of the Dark Star clan, but mixed with the quantum algorithms of the Federation. The elder's brow furrowed deeply. Are they working together? This speculation cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. If several factions had joined forces, the defenses of the lone black warship and the temporary base would be utterly insufficient. Yunheng, however, noticed a detail. The attack only lasted 3 minutes before retreating. It was more of a probe. He called up a replay of the attack's trajectory. They were confirming whether we could truly harness the power of the celestial orbit star chart. As his words faded, the communication channel suddenly received an encrypted message. The sender was none other than the commander of the Interstellar Federation's vanguard fleet. The message was brief and direct. Meet at the Stardust Lighthouse in 3 days to discuss the corridor's future. A Hongmen banquet, the elder sneered. They want to gauge your hand and either win you over or pressure you. Yunheng stroked the silver patterns on his palm, suddenly recalling a fragment of a star chart tucked inside his father's journal. It marked the location of the Stardust Lighthouse, an ancient landmark of the Stardust corridor rumored to have once been a communication hub established by the First Guardian. We'll go, he decided. But we won't go alone. Over the next 2 days, Yunheng had Xiaoxing repair the base's defensive vulnerabilities while he sent messages through the celestial orbit star chart to the neutral factions within the corridor. The merchant caravans, explorers, and reclusive star cartographers who perpetually traversed the route. They were the true masters of the Stardust corridor. The elder watched as he marked point after point on the star map, a glint of gratification in his eyes. Your father once tried to unite them, but failed due to the Dark Star clan's internal strife. Times have changed. Yunheng pulled up a stream of replies with most neutral factions expressing willingness to come to the Stardust Lighthouse. Now they have a common goal to protect. The celestial orbit star chart must not fall into the hands of any single faction. On the night before departure, Yunheng went alone to the core fragment. After 2 days of stabilization, the fragment had fully recovered its blue radiance, its surface patterns resonating with the celestial orbit star chart. He reached out and touched the fragment. In his mind, the indistinct whispers sounded again. This time he understood a few words: balance, guardian, legacy. When he opened his eyes, he saw a new star chart coordinate had materialized on the fragment's surface, pointing directly to an underground chamber beneath the Stardust Lighthouse. Yunheng's heart stirred. He recorded the coordinate in his log. This might be the final clue left by his father and the keycard for the meeting in 3 days. The black warship slowly departed the shattered star maze. The silver threads of the celestial orbit star chart wove into a web behind it, like a river of stars bidding him farewell. Yunheng knew that the meeting at the Stardust Lighthouse would decide the future course of the Stardust corridor, and the Guardian's mark on his palm was already prepared. When the black warship arrived at the Stardust Lighthouse, this ancient structure suspended within the nebula was already besieged by various factions. The lighthouse's main body was a silver pillar of light piercing the clouds, its surface covered in worn star orbit runes said to amplify the resonance of Stardust energy, serving as the spiritual symbol of the Stardust Passage. Yunheng stood on the bridge observing the diverse warships anchored around the lighthouse. The golden livery of the Federation, the crimson hulls of the Free Alliance, and a gray vessel hidden in the shadow of an asteroid belt. The Dark Star renegades had indeed come. Xiaoxing confirmed the position of the neutral factions, Yunheng ordered. On the holographic screen, over a dozen small ships were gathering in the docking area at the lighthouse's base. They were mostly veterans of the passage, their hulls etched with scars from years of traversing the Star Sea. The elder walked to his side and whispered, "The commanders of the Federation and the Alliance are already meeting at the lighthouse's top floor. They deliberately did not invite us." Yunhang's lips curled slightly. "Then let them wait." He turned and walked towards the boarding pod. "First go see an old friend." In the lighthouse's ground floor hall, representatives of the neutral factions were murmuring amongst themselves, the atmosphere tense. Seeing Yunhang enter, an old captain with white hair and beard immediately approached. "Yun lad, can you truly mobilize the celestial track star chart?" He was the most seasoned caravan leader in the Stardust Passage, having witnessed the succession of 3 generations of guardians. Yunhang raised his hand, revealing the silver mark on his palm. As the mark contacted the runes on the hall's walls, the entire lighthouse began to glow faintly. "Not only can I mobilize it, but I can also keep the passage open to everyone forever." His voice was clear and firm. "But the prerequisite is that we must uphold this promise together." A sharp light flashed in the old captain's eyes. He patted Yunhang on the shoulder. "Your father said the same thing back then. We trust you." The surrounding representatives nodded in agreement, weary of the struggles among the major powers and yearning only for the Stardust Passage to return to its former tranquility. Just then the hall's communicator suddenly lit up and the Federation commander's voice rang out, "Mr. Yunhang, please proceed to the top floor meeting hall." The tone carried an undeniable arrogance. Yunhang led the old captain and 2 neutral representatives into the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. In the meeting hall, the commanders of the Federation and the Alliance were facing each other across a long table. Their expressions darkened simultaneously upon seeing the neutral representatives behind Yunhang. The Federation commander spoke first. "The energy of the celestial track star chart must be uniformly regulated by the Federation. This is the only way to maintain order in the passage." "Preposterous." The Alliance commander slammed the table and stood up. "The Stardust Passage has never belonged to any power. It should be managed collectively by all who travel it." As the two argued incessantly, Yunhang noticed a figure cloaked in a hood sitting in the corner. A mechanical eye glowed red beneath the hood. A Dark Star renegade had infiltrated the meeting. Sensing his gaze, the figure nodded slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Yunhang suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the argument. "The celestial track star chart belongs to no one. It is the origin of the Stardust Passage." He brought up a holographic projection, revealing the coordinates of a secret chamber beneath the lighthouse. But it requires an anchor to stabilize its energy, and that anchor lies deep within the lighthouse's foundation. The commanders of the Federation and the Alliance were both stunned. They had investigated the lighthouse for decades and never discovered the existence of this underground chamber. The Dark Star renegade's mechanical eye constricted sharply, clearly unaware of this secret either. "My father planted the Stardust anchor in the lighthouse back then," Yunhang continued. "Only the Guardian's mark can activate it, allowing the celestial track star chart to maintain eternal balance. But activation requires the witness of the neutral factions to ensure no single party can monopolize control." The old captain immediately chimed in. "We can form a supervisory committee rotating the watch over the anchor data every month." The neutral representatives voiced their agreement. This proposal guaranteed the passage's freedom while preventing the concentration of power. The Federation commander's face turned ashen, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. Though weak individually, the neutral factions could collectively influence the passage's material transport, and the Federation dared not easily antagonize them. The Alliance commander's eyes darted, and he smiled. "This proposal is very fair. The Alliance offers its full support." Just as consensus was about to be reached, the Dark Star renegade suddenly stood up, his voice raspy. "Have you all forgotten the existence of the Dark Star clan? The core fragment rightfully belongs to us, and the celestial track star chart should be under our control." He ripped off his cloak, revealing battle armor covered in runes, a miniature energy bomb clutched in his hand. "Now everyone step aside." The meeting hall instantly plunged into chaos. Guards from both the Federation and the Alliance immediately drew their weapons, aiming at him. Yunhang, however, fixed his gaze on the bomb. He suddenly noticed that the runes on its surface were identical to the energy nodes of the Shattered Star Labyrinth. This was a trap. Detonating it would trigger a catastrophic energy disruption in the celestial track star chart. "Stop him!" Yunhang shouted sharply as the silver mark on his palm erupted with a blinding light, temporarily jamming the bomb's detonation signal. The old captain reacted swiftly, grabbing a nearby metal staff and striking the renegade's wrist. The bomb clattered to the floor. Guards swarmed forward and subdued the renegade. The Federation commander stared at the bomb on the floor, his face pale. This fiend wanted to destroy the entire Stardust Passage. He finally realized that compared to vying for control, safeguarding the passage's security was the paramount priority. Yunhang picked up the bomb and addressed the assembly. "Now it's time to activate the Stardust anchor." His gaze swept across everyone present. "From this day forward, the fate of the Stardust Passage shall be guarded by us together." Outside the lighthouse within the nebula, the silver threads of the celestial track star chart shimmered once more as if bearing witness to this new covenant. The underground chamber of the Stardust lighthouse is deeper than imagined. Descending along the spiral stone steps, the runes on the walls gradually illuminate, with each step resembling guiding stars. Yunhang walks at the forefront, the silver mark in his palm resonating with the runes, emitting a gentle glow. The Federal Commander, the Alliance representative, the Old Captain, and the Elder follow closely behind, the atmosphere solemn. They all understand that the actions taken next will determine the future of the Stardust route. At the end of the chamber is a circular stone room. At the center stands a half-human tall metal platform engraved with patterns that perfectly match the celestial map except for a missing groove in the center. This is the base of the Stardust anchor. Yunhang touches the cold metal, the shape of the groove perfectly matching the size of the core fragment. It requires the core fragment to activate. The Elder takes out the core fragment from his energy container, which is now completely stable, emanating a warm blue light. As the fragment is embedded into the groove, the entire stone room suddenly shakes. The patterns on the metal platform come to life, intertwining with the mark in Yunhang's palm. Little stars synchronize the celestial map data and initiate the anchoring process. Yunhang closes his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the mark, feeling the pulse of every node along the Stardust route. The energy from the celestial map surges into the base through the runes. The dome at the top of the stone room suddenly lights up, projecting a holographic image of the entire Stardust route, clearly displaying the territorial boundaries of the Federation, the Alliance, and neutral forces. Now we need confirmation of the route-sharing agreement from all parties. Yunhang opens his eyes, scanning the crowd. Once the Stardust anchor is activated, the celestial map will become a public navigation system accessible to all forces equally, but it must not be used for military blockades or resource monopolization. The Federal Commander, looking at the patrol routes of his fleet in the image, furrows his brow slightly. The safety of the route requires oversight. The Federation can maintain order at the jump nodes. Oversight is fine, but there must be no tolls. The Alliance representative immediately retorts, free navigation is the foundation of the Stardust route. The Old Captain coughs, pointing at several abandoned supply stations in the image. Neutral forces can rebuild these stations, providing maintenance and supplies, allowing all forces to trade equally with profits used for the upkeep of the Stardust anchor. As the arguments continue, Yunhang suddenly brings up a data projection. It is a century's worth of accident records from the Stardust route left by his father, with devastating losses from energy storms, meteor strikes, and conflicts between forces. The celestial map can provide disaster warnings, and the Stardust anchor can stabilize energy, but true safety requires everyone to set aside their differences. His fingertip traces the record of the most brutal conflict in the projection. 20 years ago, a war broke out here over mineral resources, ultimately leading to mutual destruction, with the route blocked for 3 months, stranding countless merchant ships in peril. The conference hall falls into silence. The Federal Commander speaks first. The Federation agrees to renounce the right to military blockades, retaining only emergency rescue forces. The Alliance representative follows closely. The Alliance promises not to monopolize resource planets. All mining rights will be publicly bid. The Old Captain smiles, pulling out a yellowed navigation log from his pocket. We neutral forces are willing to establish the Stardust Council, holding monthly meetings at the lighthouse to mediate disputes between parties. Yunhang gazes at the consensus reached among the crowd, the mark in his palm, and the Stardust anchor erupting in a burst of light. On the dome's projection of the celestial map, the boundaries representing various forces begin to blur, replaced by intertwined silver routes, weaving the starry sea into a harmonious network. Stardust anchor activation successful. Little Star's voice is filled with joy. The celestial map has connected to the public channel, and the full route synchronization has started. As the crowd exits the underground chamber, the light beam of the Stardust lighthouse suddenly becomes extremely bright, shooting into the sky, showering the entire Stardust route with its radiance. The warships docked around the lighthouse sound their cannons not as a show of force, but in celebration. The defector from the Dark Star has been escorted onto the Federation warship, awaiting a fair trial across factions. The Elder approaches Yunhang, gazing at the starry sky. Your father's wish has finally been fulfilled. Yunhang looks up at the starry sky, his father's figure seemingly smiling among the stardust. He knows this is not the end. There are still many secrets within the Stardust route, and perhaps deeper within the celestial map lies traces of even older civilizations, but he is no longer alone. The order of the Federation, the freedom of the Alliance, the steadfastness of the neutral forces, and the legacy of the Dark Star clan will together safeguard this starry sea. A prompt from the communicator comes through. New navigation request detected from an unknown star region at the edge of the Stardust route. A glimmer of curiosity and anticipation flashes in Yunhang's eyes as he lightly taps the control panel. Approve the request, synchronize the celestial navigation data. The story of the Stardust route continues forever, and this time it will sail towards the more distant sea of stars under the watchful eyes of all guardians. The celebration at the Stardust Lighthouse had not yet dissipated when Yunhang's communicator suddenly received an urgent alert from Xiaoxing. An anomaly has occurred with the approved unknown star domain navigation application. The opposing spaceship is breaching the safety perimeter of the navigation channel, and its energy signature is unidentifiable. He quickly made his way to the observation deck at the top of the lighthouse. On the holographic screen, a completely transparent spaceship was weaving through the Stardust stream devoid of any markings, yet emanating a soft glow identical to that of the celestial trajectory star chart. Even more inexplicably, it could disregard the obstacles of the Stardust turbulence, its trajectory perfectly aligning with the silver lines of the star chart, as if it were born to navigate this route. Attempt to establish communication. Yunhang instructed, his fingers tapping lightly on the control panel, filled with confusion. This was certainly not a spaceship of any known civilization. The technology of the transparent hull even surpassed that of the Federation's most advanced stealth warships. The moment the communication channel connected, there was no sound of electricity, nor any spoken words, only a clear stream of consciousness directly entering everyone's minds. We are the Stardust observers from the birthplace of the navigation channel. The elder suddenly shuddered, his fingers clenched tightly beneath the dark-patterned robe. Ancient texts record that the ancestors of the Anstar race once encountered the shadow of Stardust, stating that they were conscious entities existing since the dawn of the universe. Could it be them? The transparent spaceship gradually approached the lighthouse, its surface revealing flowing patterns of the star chart resonating strongly with the celestial trajectory star chart. A sudden heat surged from the silver mark in Yunhang's palm, and a multitude of images flooded his mind, nebulae collapsing into stars, Stardust coalescing into navigation channels, the first guardians standing side by side, with transparent figures. These images were ancient and vague, yet carried a peculiar sense of familiarity. The energy of the celestial trajectory star chart is depleting. Xiaoxing's alarm interrupted his thoughts. The screen displayed that the silver lines of the chart were visibly fading, with some remote nodes already extinguished. The consciousness stream from the transparent spaceship came again. The energy of the Stardust anchor is unstable. The core fragments lack the heart of origin, rendering them unable to withstand the resonance of the entire navigation channel. What is the heart of origin? Yunhang pressed as the mark in his palm guided him to look at the base of the Stardust anchor. There on the surface of the core fragments, a minute crack was appearing, clearly a sign of energy overload. At the deepest part of the shattered star maze lies the primal consciousness of the Stardust core. The consciousness stream carried a hint of urgency. Only by merging the core fragments with the heart of origin can we stabilize the celestial trajectory star chart. Otherwise, the navigation channel will completely collapse after 3 energy resonances. As soon as the words left its mouth, the transparent spaceship suddenly transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the shattered star maze. Yunhang looked at the dimming star chart on the screen, then glanced at the cracked core fragments on the base, and instantly made a decision. Old Captain, please temporarily take over the coordination work of the Stardust Council. He turned to the commanders from the Federation and the Alliance. Please dispatch an elite squad to accompany me to the shattered star maze. The elder volunteered. The Anstar race is most familiar with the maze. I will lead the way. The Federation commander immediately pulled up the fleet deployment map, dispatched the Starlight for escort equipped with the latest energy supply ship. The Alliance representative was equally eager to contribute. Our Crimson Feather Squad excels in combat in complex terrains and is ready to depart at any time. As the black battleship formed a formation with the supporting fleets of the Federation and Alliance heading towards the shattered star maze, Yunhang stood on the bridge, gazing at the gradually dimming silver lines of the star chart. He knew this journey would be more perilous than any before. Secrets of the heart of origin, the true intentions of the Stardust observers, and the crisis of the celestial trajectory star chart's collapse loomed like an invisible net waiting for him in the depths of the shattered star maze. Meanwhile, the silver mark in his palm was flickering with a faint light, as if guiding the way, yet also serving as a warning. The fate of the Stardust navigation was once again hanging by a thread. When the fleet reached the edge of the shattered star maze, the silver lines of the celestial trajectory star map had dimmed by more than half, and even the most stable jump node in the navigation channel began to exhibit energy turbulence. Yunhang stood on the bridge of the black warship, gazing at the swirling dark purple nebula deep within the maze, the very direction in which the Stardust observer had vanished. The old man pointed to the vortex at the center of the nebula. Ancient texts record that this is the Stardust singularity, the source of all energy, and the most dangerous area of the maze. The Starshine has reported a high-intensity space-time distortion around the singularity. The onboard scanner cannot penetrate it, came the captain's voice over the Federation communication channel. Should we dispatch reconnaissance drones? No, Yunheng shook his head. The distortion field will shred mechanical bodies. Xiao Xing used the residual energy from the celestial trajectory star map to locate the heart of origin. We will go in ourselves. He turned to the old man and the leader of the Crimson Feather team. We can only take a small landing craft. The main fleet will remain on alert outside. 3 landing crafts formed a triangular formation, slowly entering the dark purple nebula. As they entered the depths of the maze, the surrounding debris began to rotate in reverse, creating rifts in space-time that flickered with blinding white light. Yunheng focused intently on the dashboard, adjusting the course according to the guidance of the mark on his palm. The mark grew warm each time, signaling the presence of deadly energy traps ahead. There's an energy storm 300 meters ahead on the left, shouted the leader of the Crimson Feather team over the comms. Yunheng immediately pulled the control stick, the landing craft skimming past the edge of the storm, the shield on the hull sparking as it was torn apart. The old man's voice followed closely. Do you see that glowing band of stardust? Follow it to avoid the space-time rifts. After passing through the stardust band, the scene before them opened up magnificently. A vast emptiness floated in the center of the nebula, devoid of debris or nebula, only a slowly rotating silver sphere of light emanating energy identical to that of the core fragment. That was the heart of origin. The transparent ship of the Stardust Observer was quietly hovering beside the sphere of light. As the landing craft came to a stop, Yunheng jumped down with the core fragment. The consciousness stream of the Stardust Observer actively reached out. You've finally arrived, Guardian. The heart of origin is weakening. It needs the resonance of the core fragment to awaken. Yunheng approached the silver sphere, noticing its surface was covered with fine cracks resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering. He raised the core fragment, which immediately emitted a humming sound resonating strongly with the sphere of light. The moment the fragment neared the sphere, a brilliant white light erupted, illuminating the entire void. Yunheng felt his consciousness being drawn into a pure white space where countless images of stars flickering into existence appeared before him. The Stardust Passage birthed from chaos, the first Guardians and Stardust Observers joining forces to protect the heart of origin, the ancestors of the Dark Star clan taking on the guardianship mission. Finally, the scene froze on his father Yun Shun, who was sealing the core fragment within a meteor, his eyes filled with reluctance and determination. This is the memory of Stardust. The observer's consciousness stream resonated in his mind. Your father discovered that the radiation from the core fragment would corrupt the Dark Star clan, so he intentionally split the fragment and used seals to delay the energy leakage. He understood that only the true Guardian could complete the fusion of the fragment and the heart of origin. As the white light dissipated, Yunheng found that the core fragment had merged with the heart of origin. The cracks on the surface of the sphere were healing, emitting a softer blue light than before. Suddenly, the silver lines of the celestial trajectory star map lit up in the void like a star fire, rekindled rapidly, spreading throughout the entire navigation channel. Did we succeed? The old man excitedly stepped forward, but realized that the space-time around the heart of origin was beginning to distort violently. No, the energy is overflowing. The consciousness stream of the Stardust Observer became urgent. The fusion is too fast. The energy of the heart of origin is exceeding its limits. Someone must enter the center of the sphere to guide the energy flow, or it will trigger a chain explosion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunheng looked at the mark on his palm, which was guiding him to the energy core at the center of the sphere. You all evacuate immediately. He shouted to the old man and the leader of the Crimson Feather team. Tell the fleet that if anything happens to me, they must immediately destroy this place with the main cannon. We cannot let the explosion affect the navigation channel. No, the old man urgently stopped him. You are the only Guardian. Yunheng smiled, clenching his fist. This is the mission of a Guardian. He turned and charged towards the heart of origin, and the moment he touched the sphere, his body was completely engulfed by blue light. In the instant his consciousness sank into the core, he finally understood his father's choice. Guardianship is not possession, but sacrifice. The energy fluctuations of the sphere gradually stabilized, and the silver lines of the celestial trajectory star map once again filled the starry sky brighter than ever. As Yunheng's figure slowly emerged from the sphere, the mark on his palm had completely synchronized with the heart of origin, glowing with a warm light. The consciousness stream of the Stardust Observer conveyed a sense of relief. The Stardust Passage is safe now. From this day forth, the heart of origin will nourish the entire passage through the celestial trajectory star map, and there will be no more energy crises. Yunheng looked up at the void as if he could see his father's smile. When Yunheng stepped out of the light sphere with the residual energy of the source, Hart the Elder and the captain of the Red Feather Squad could hardly believe their eyes. Though his protective suit was scarred by energy burns, his eyes shone as bright as stars. The silver mark on his palm resonated with the distant celestial orbit star chart, and with each flicker the energy fluctuations of the passage grew steadier. Xiaoxing scanned the energy status of the entire passage. Yunheng's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but was filled with strength. On the holographic screen, the silver lines of the celestial orbit star chart had fully restored, even more radiant than when first activated. The energy readings at remote nodes stabilized within safe thresholds. Report: Stardust Anchor has established a permanent resonance with the source heart. The passage's energy circulation system is now operational. Xiaoxing's voice brimmed with joy. The transparent ship of the Stardust Observer slowly approached, and a stream of consciousness flowed into everyone's minds. The source heart has stabilized. The Stardust Passage shall enter a new era. Our mission is complete. From here, it is yours to carry on. As the words faded, the ship dissolved into countless specks of light, merging into the surrounding stardust as if it had never existed. The elder gazed at the fading light, murmuring. Ancient records said the Stardust Observers were messengers of the universe. It seems true. He turned to Yunheng, his eyes filled with admiration. You have not only fulfilled your father's last wish, but also forged a new future for the passage. During the return journey to the Stardust Lighthouse, the communication channel was flooded with good news. The Federation rescue team had repaired all disrupted jump nodes. The Alliance merchant convoy began trial runs on the newly opened safe passage, and the reconstruction plan for neutral forces supply stations proceeded smoothly. The old captain's voice carried a chuckle. The first meeting of the Stardust Council has its charter set. From now on the first of every month, we'll gather at the lighthouse, sipping interstellar tea and discussing matters. Standing before the viewport of the black warship, Yunheng watched the Stardust Passage gradually regaining its vitality, yet his mind was not entirely at ease. He pulled up the last page of his father's journal, which depicted a never-before-seen star system coordinate with a small line of text beside it. Beyond the Stardust, there is still a glimmer. This coordinate bore no annotation on the celestial orbit star chart, as if pointing to an uncharted domain beyond the passage. Upon arriving at the lighthouse, the Stardust Council held a simple, yet solemn ceremony in his honor. The Federation commander pinned a medal engraved with star orbit runes onto his chest. This is the Passage Guardian Medal. The Stardust Federation will forever recognize your standing. The Alliance representative in turn presented a star map scroll. This is a chart of the passage's edge drawn by Alliance explorers. It might prove useful to you. The old captain patted him on the shoulder and handed him a heavy metal box. Inside is the Stardust Fund contributed by various factions for passage maintenance and expedition support. But lad, don't just bury yourself in work. Find some time to rest. After the ceremony, Yunheng went alone to the stone chamber of the Stardust Anchor. The energy of the source heart flowed through the base into the celestial orbit star chart. On the dome star map projection, the coordinate of the unknown star system suddenly flickered, matching exactly the mark in his father's journal. Xiaoxing's voice carried surprise, detecting faint stardust energy fluctuations at the coordinate homologous with the source heart. Curiosity and anticipation gleamed in Yunheng's eyes. He knew that while the task of guarding the Stardust Passage had concluded, a new exploration was only just beginning. The coordinate left by his father, the disappearance of the Stardust Observer, the glimmer beyond the passage. These enigmas flickered like stars in his heart, waiting to be unraveled. He picked up the communicator and dialed the old captain's number. Prepare the sturdiest exploration vessel. Destination: the unknown star system beyond the passage. A hearty laugh came through from the other end. I've been waiting for your order. The exploration ship Stardust is ready at a moment's notice. Let's go see what lies beyond. Ending the call, Yunheng looked up at the star map on the stone chamber's dome. The silver mark in his palm grew slightly warm, as if responding to the distant unknown stars. The rebirth of the Stardust Passage had begun, and his unfinished journey stretched toward an even more distant sea of stars. The moment the Stardust exploration ship sailed out of the boundary of the Stardust Channel, Yunheng stood on the bridge, watching the scenery outside the window change abruptly. The familiar silver-blue stardust within the channel gradually thinned, replaced by a deep violet void, where distant stars emitted unfamiliar glows, and even the signal of the celestial chart became faint. Xiaoxing enhanced signal reception and synchronized with the coordinates of the unknown star system, Yunheng commanded. On the holographic screen, the coordinates left by his father flickered with red light, indicating a 3-day jump journey ahead. The old captain, leaning on his metallic cane, approached him and pointed at a series of abnormal energy readings at the edge of the screen. The curvature of spacetime in this area is quite strange. Be extra cautious during the jump to avoid falling into a spacetime trap. As the most experienced mariner, the old captain voluntarily requested to join the expedition team, bringing with him the treasured Stardust Channel secrets, a record of countless legends about unknown star regions, which mention the existence of extra-dimensional glimmers. My grandfather once said the Stardust Channel is not the end of the universe. There is a vaster star sea beyond, yet the energy rules there are completely different from ours. The old captain flipped through the yellowed pages, pointing at a hand-drawn star map. Look, the shape of the nebula depicted here is exactly the same as what we see now. On the third day of their jump journey, the Stardust suddenly encountered a violent energy shock, causing the ship to shake violently, and the alarm sounded piercingly. Unknown gravitational field detected. Deviating from the course. Xiaoxing's voice was urgent. Yunhang immediately took manual control, feeling the silver mark in his palm suddenly heat up, guiding him to slightly adjust the heading to the left. As the spaceship burst free from the gravitational field, a dazzling nebula appeared ahead, precisely the unknown star system indicated by the coordinates. In the center of the star system floated a massive white star surrounded by 7 planets, each covered with flowing energy light bands, emitting vibrations that were more ancient, yet resonated with the heart of the source. The energy density here is 10 times that of the Stardust channel, Xiaoxing exclaimed, and it is extremely stable, as if meticulously regulated by some force. As the ship approached the first planet, countless light pillars suddenly illuminated the surface, forming a massive energy net in the void, yet exhibiting no aggression. A soft stream of consciousness came through Yunhang's communicator, similar to the fluctuations of the Stardust observers, yet more ancient, welcome guardian of the Stardust. Yunhang's heart trembled. This stream of consciousness directly formed images in his mind, a group of transparent figures constructing an energy network within the nebula, directing the star's energy to each planet. In the end, a faint light flew from the direction of the Stardust channel, merging into the core of the energy network. Is this the ancestor of the Stardust observers? We are the Source Energy Clan, the earliest guardians of energy in the universe. The stream of consciousness explained slowly. The source energy of the Stardust channel originates from the initial light of this star. The coordinates discovered by your father back then were an invitation left for the guardians of Stardust, inviting you to come here to learn the true secrets of energy. Following the guidance of the stream of consciousness, the Stardust landed before a crystalline structure on the planet's surface. In the center of the building stood a massive energy crystal, within which was sealed a flowing light shadow. That was the energy manipulation techniques recorded by the Source Energy Clan, deeper than the principles of the celestial chart. Yunhang reached out to touch the crystal, and the silver mark in his palm resonated with the crystal, causing the light shadow to surge into his mind. So energy can not only guard and guide, but also create. Yunhang opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment sparkling within. He could clearly perceive the flow of every ounce of energy around him, even able to manipulate the light bands on the planet's surface to weave the patterns of the Stardust channel in the void. The old captain watched this scene, his beard trembling with excitement. Your father was indeed not mistaken. The outside world truly harbors great secrets. The stream of consciousness spoke again. The mission of the Source Energy Clan is nearing completion. This star needs new guardians. The Stardust channel and the energy network here were originally one. When you can freely control both types of energy, the true picture of the universe will unfold before you. Yunhang gazed at the star in the center of the star system, radiating the initial light, then looked towards the direction of the Stardust channel as the mark in his palm and the crystal simultaneously lit up. He knew that this adventure was not an end, but a new beginning. The guardianship of the Stardust channel required greater power, and this unknown star was precisely where he sought answers. Xiaoxing began recording the energy data here. Yunhang turned towards the cockpit. We will establish a temporary base on this planet. The exploration ahead is just beginning. Outside the window, the energy light bands gently wrapped around the spaceship, as if welcoming this guardian from the Stardust channel, embarking on a new journey across the star sea that belonged to him. The temporary base was established on the energy light belt beside the crystal structure, whose soft radiance not only provided power, but also shielded against the planet's surface radiation. Yunhang immersed himself daily in the study of the source energy crystals. The silver mark on his fingertip, deepening with his understanding of energy, gradually took on a faint golden hue, the characteristic color of the source energy race's power. Look at this set of energy flow trajectories. Yunhang pointed to the intricate patterns on the holographic projection, explaining to the old captain. The source energy race could convert stellar energy into the life force of planets. If this technology were applied to the dead planets along the Stardust Passage, it might revive those lifeless asteroid belts. The old captain leaned closer to the screen, studying the orbital patterns embedded in the lines, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Isn't this exactly the Stardust revival project your father researched back then? He said he wanted every planet in the passage to grow interstellar crops, but he could never find the right method of energy conversion. Just then Xiaoxing's alarm blared, detecting intense energy fluctuations from the Stardust Passage direction, matching the resonance frequency of the celestial track star chart, but mixed with anomalous interference signals. Yunhang's heart tightened. He immediately opened the communication channel, but only caught intermittent static with faint urgent shouts from an old man. Energy storm. Stardust anchor. Out of control. Something's wrong at the Stardust passage. His face turned grave. He looked at the residual consciousness of the source energy race. Can you locate the source of the fluctuation? The consciousness transformed into a beam of light pointing at the star map, where a red flashed wildly at the junction of the Stardust passage and an unknown galaxy. That's the Stardust critical point, the buffer zone between the passage's energy and the outer void. The old captain's expression darkened. Legend says that once it becomes unbalanced, it triggers an energy storm spanning 2 star domains. Yunheng suddenly recalled the knowledge recorded in the source energy crystals. The source energy race's energy network can stabilize space-time nodes. If we channel the initial light here into the critical point, it might quell the storm. He dashed to the control console of the Stardust. Xiaoxing, calculate an energy transmission route. We'll use the source energy light belt to build a temporary passage. The source energy race's consciousness seemed to sense his intent. The light belts on the planet's surface converged into a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Yunheng piloted the Stardust into the pillar, and the ship's hull was instantly coated with a golden energy shield. Prepare for jump. Target, Stardust critical point. As the ship emerged from the jump channel, the scene before him made Yunheng gasp at the Stardust critical point. Dark purple void and silver-blue Stardust clashed violently, forming a turbulent energy stream hundreds of kilometers wide. Within the chaos, the silver threads of the celestial track star chart were torn, and the Stardust anchor's energy fluctuations were extremely erratic. The old man's black warship struggled to maintain its defenses, while the fleets of the Federation and Alliance wobbled helplessly in the turbulence. Yunheng, you're finally here. The old man's voice came through the static. The energy balance at the critical point was disrupted by an unknown interference. The Stardust anchor can't hold much longer. Without a word, Yunheng activated the ship's energy emitter. Xiaoxing synchronized the source energy light belt with the frequency of the celestial track star chart. Golden source energy shot from the ship, intertwining with the silver threads of the star chart in the air, forming a vast energy net that tightly enveloped the turbulent stream. As the source energy infused the resonance frequency of the Stardust anchor, the chaos at the critical point suddenly calmed somewhat. The mark on Yunheng's palm simultaneously erupted with gold and silver light. He could clearly sense the merging of 2 energies, the creative force of source energy and the guardian force of Stardust, forming a brand new balance. It's a jammer, Xiaoxing suddenly shouted. At the center of the turbulent stream, there's a device disguised as an asteroid emitting interference waves. Yunheng immediately locked onto the target, condensing the source energy into a beam of light that precisely struck the jammer. With an explosion, the jammer shattered into fragments, and the energy fluctuations at the critical point instantly stabilized. The old man's voice carried a tone of post-calamity relief. It's the remnants of the Dark Star defectors. After escaping from the interstellar prison, they tried to destroy the passage by detonating the critical point. Yunheng watched the gradually stabilizing energy turbulence, but a new understanding dawned on him. He piloted the Stardust toward the Stardust anchor, transmitting part of the source energy crystal's knowledge to Xiaoxing. Send these energy conversion technologies to the Stardust Council. Let them begin the Stardust Revival Project. He looked at the old captain, his eyes gleaming. The Stardust passage and this unknown sea of stars are inherently connected. Our guardianship should extend to the wider cosmos. The old captain smiled and nodded, gazing at the distant star emitting its initial light. If your father could see this, he'd surely say, the true Stardust passage has never had boundaries. Around the ship, gold and silver energy light belts interwove into a web tightly connecting the 2 star domains like a bond spanning the sea of stars, leading toward a more distant future. After the energy at the Stardust critical point had completely stabilized, Yunheng piloted the Stardust back to the temporary base in the unknown galaxy. The consciousness of the source energy race surged within his mind, carrying a note of approval. You have achieved the first true fusion of 2 energies, a crucial step for the balance of the cosmos. The energy crystal at the center of the crystalline building suddenly blazed with light, projecting a holographic star chart that spanned star sectors. A silver and gold energy ribbon connected the Stardust passage and the unknown galaxy, with dozens of energy nodes awaiting activation marked along its path. These are the Stardust's source meridians, the consciousness explained. Activate them, and you can establish stable cross-dimensional passages, allowing energy to flow freely between the 2 realms. Yunheng immediately transmitted the star chart data to the Stardust Council. The old captain, gazing at the dense nodes on the chart, stroked his beard and chuckled. Well, this is going to keep us busy. Activating the source meridians requires the combined efforts of the Stardust Council, the Federation, the Alliance, and the source energy race. We need to establish the rules first. 3 days later, the meeting hall of the Stardust Lighthouse received special guests. the source energy rays appeared through energy projections manifesting as several figures adorned with patterns of light. The Federation Commander, Alliance representatives, and neutral faction leaders gathered together to discuss the planning of the cross-dimensional passage. Activating the source meridians requires a strict energy ratio, Yunhang said, pulling up data from the source energy crystal. The Stardust passage provides the primal particles, and the source energy rays provides the conversion technology. No single party can control a node alone. He pointed to the key nodes on the star chart. These core nodes will be directly supervised by the Stardust Council, with rotating personnel, on a monthly basis to ensure no faction monopolizes them. The leader of the source energy projections nodded slightly. We can send energy envoys to assist with activation, but we will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Stardust passage. The balance of the universe requires the joint guardianship of different civilizations. The Federation Commander, seeing the immense resource potential in the star chart, his eyes gleaming with excitement, said once the cross-dimensional passage is open, the Federation is willing to fund the construction of interstellar stations providing supplies and maintenance services. The Alliance representative immediately added, the Alliance's explorers are already eager. We can take charge of charting detailed passage maps. The old captain produced a prepared draft of the Covenant. The most important thing is non-aggression. The Stardust passage will not interfere with the development of civilizations in the unknown galaxy, and the source energy race will not meddle in the passage's factional disputes. We will only engage in the exchange of energy and knowledge. As the representatives of all parties pressed their marks onto the energy covenant, the light pillar of the Stardust lighthouse shot into the sky, once more resonating with the source energy light of the unknown galaxy. The celestial orbit star chart and the source energy network lit up simultaneously. The first node of the cross-dimensional bond activated at the Stardust critical point, and a stable energy passage materialized out of thin air, blending the Stardust and source energy of both realms into a resplendent ribbon of light. After the activation ceremony, Yunhang went alone to the stone chamber of the Stardust anchor. His father's journal grew warm in his hand, and a line of text automatically appeared on the last blank page. Stardust knows no bounds. Guardianship has its source. He could almost see his father standing before him, smiling and patting him on the shoulder. A voice came through the communicator from Shaoxing, detected the first Alliance exploration ship arriving in the unknown galaxy via the cross-dimensional passage. They've sent back images of the planet's surface. There are interstellar plants that can grow in source energy. Yunhang walked to the porthole, watching the ships shuttling through the cross-dimensional passage. The silver and gold mark on his palm glowed with a warm light. The saga of the Stardust passage had long surpassed its initial exploration and conflict, becoming an epic of different civilizations joining hands to guard the balance. And he knew this was still not the end. There were more unknown star regions in the universe, more energy mysteries waiting to be discovered awaiting him, and all the Guardians to explore. The old captain's voice crackled over the communicator, "Kid, the next source meridian node is ready for activation. Get to the helm." Yunhang smiled in response and turned to walk toward the cockpit. Outside the window, the sea of stars stretched vast and boundless. The light of the cross-dimensional bond shone like an eternal beacon, guiding them toward a broader future. The legend of the Stardust passage would continue to be written in the far reaches of the cosmos. After the activation of the first node of the cross-border channel, the Stardust Council immediately initiated the Source Pulse exploration plan. Yunhang piloted the Stardust with the Federal Engineering Team, the Alliance's explorers, and the Source Energy emissaries, setting out to activate the remaining nodes along the energy link. Reaching each node required a combined effort from three parties. The Federation constructed energy conduction devices, the Alliance cleared surrounding asteroid obstacles, the Source Energy emissaries infused the initial light, while Yunhang harmonized the resonance of the two energies with a dual-colored mark in his palm. Upon activating the third node, they encountered an unexpected situation. A large amount of wreckage from abandoned warships floated among the stardust around the node, covered in runes similar to those of the Dark Star defectors. The Alliance explorer inspected the wreckage and said gravely, "The residual energy from these wrecks is quite fresh, as if they were destroyed recently." Yunhang had Shaoxing analyze the wreckage's database, and a fragmentary log was repaired, encountered the Void Marauders. They are hunting source energy carriers. Energy cores have been devoured. The log abruptly stopped with the last coordinates pointing deep into the cross-border channel. Void Marauders. The projection of the Source Energy emissary flickered. Slightly ancient texts record them as energy parasites wandering at the edge of the universe, living by consuming the source energy of civilizations. How did they appear here? The old captain looked at the bite marks on the wreckage, his expression darkening. They can trace the fluctuations of source energy. The energy link of the cross-border channel must have drawn them in. The subsequent activation work became particularly cautious. When they reached the fifth node, Shaoxing suddenly raised an alarm, detected a large number of unknown ships approaching, energy signatures consistent with those of the wreckage. Yunhang immediately ordered the defense formation to be activated. The Federal Engineering Team's energy shields unfolded, the Alliance's battleships charged their main cannons, and the Source Energy emissaries gathered a golden energy shield. Dozens of black ships resembling praying mantises burst forth from the stardust, their hulls shimmering with metallic luster, and the compound eyes on their heads emitted a greedy red light as they charged toward the energy core of the node. Protect the Source Energy device. Yunhang maneuvered the stardust to meet them, and the mark in his palm shot out dual-colored beams of light, striking one marauder ship, which was instantly torn apart by the energy, turning into stardust. But there were too many marauders. They surged like a tide, continuously crashing into the shields. One marauder broke through the defenses, piercing through the shell of the Source Energy device with its sharp forelimbs, and the energy core of the device immediately sounded an alarm energy leak. Node activation failed. The Source Energy emissary roared, and brilliant golden light erupted from him, with golden beams wrapping around several marauder ships, compressing them into energy spheres. Their weakness is the energy core. Attack the red crystal on the underside of the ship, the emissary shouted. Yunhang immediately adjusted the attack target, and the dual-colored beams accurately hit the crystal on the underside of a marauder. The moment the crystal shattered, the ship lost power and plummeted toward the asteroid belt. The firepower of the Federation and the Alliance also concentrated, with marauder ships being continuously destroyed, but even more ships continued to emerge. Just as everyone began to feel overwhelmed, Yunhang suddenly recalled the records within the Source Energy Crystal Xiaoxing Guide, the residual energy of the node, using Stardust Source Energy Resonance. He pressed the mark in his palm against the energy device, and the dual-colored energy spread along the device, generating intense resonance with the surrounding stardust. The resonance waves spread, causing the marauder ships to suddenly lose control, crashing chaotically through the starry sky, as they could not withstand the merging fluctuations of the two energies. The Source Energy emissary seized the opportunity, gathering the strongest energy impact to shatter all remaining marauder ships. After the battle, the energy device of the node was severely damaged. Yunhang examined the core of the device, discovering that the trajectory of the energy leak pointed towards the end of the cross-border channel. Their target is not the node, but the home planet of the Source Energy race. The energy core of the home planet is the source of the initial light. Once devoured, the entire cross-border channel will collapse. The projection of the Source Energy emissary flickered violently. Yunhang clenched his fists, looking at everyone. Accelerate the activation of the remaining nodes. We must return to the home planet before the marauders do. He knew that this sudden attack was just the beginning. The emergence of the Void Marauders cast a shadow over the newly established cross-border alliance, and what they were about to face might be an even more terrifying threat than the Dark Star defectors. It took 2 full days to repair the damaged energy device, during which Yunhang and the others repeatedly simulated the attack patterns of the Void Ravagers. The Source Energy Envoy summoned the defensive blueprint of the Mother Planet. The Mother Planet has 3 layers of energy barriers, but the Tower of Primordial Light at the core is the weak point. The energy there is most concentrated and most likely to be targeted. We must reinforce the defenses before the Ravagers arrive. Yunhang gazed at the red dots steadily approaching on the star map. Xiaoxing, calculate the shortest route. We'll use Stardust Warp to jump directly through the unactivated node zone. This was a new navigation technique he had created by combining 2 energies, enabling short-range spatial jumps through the resonance of Stardust and Source Energy. This Stardust led the Federation engineering ship and the Alliance escort fleet warping along the energy conduits. Each jump subjected the hull to immense pressure, and the dual-colored mark on Yunhang's palm grew continuously hot, harmonizing the energy shocks during the jumps. When they finally glimpsed the silhouette of the Source Energy Mother Planet, ominous black ripples had already begun to spread in the distant stardust. The vanguard of the Void Ravagers had arrived. The crystal buildings on the Mother Planet's surface gleamed with golden light under the starlight, and 3 layers of energy barriers enveloped the planet like an eggshell. But Yunhang keenly noticed several dim spots on the outermost barrier. They're testing the barrier's strength with energy corrosion attacks. The Source Energy Envoy immediately ordered, activate light vein circulation. The energy light belts on the Mother Planet's surface suddenly accelerated, and the spots on the barrier quickly regained their luster. But more Ravager ships surged from the black ripples, far outnumbering those in previous skirmishes. They formed formations and rushed toward the barrier like a black tide. Federation fleet, defend the left flank, Alliance fleet flank on the right. Yunhang commanded over the comm channel. The Stardust will protect the Tower of Primordial Light. He piloted the ship toward the light tower at the Mother Planet's north pole, where the energy fluctuations were most intense. As expected, dozens of Ravager ships broke through the defensive fire and headed straight for the energy core at the tower's apex. Use Source Energy Purification. Yunhang shouted to the Source Energy Envoy. The envoy's projection resonated with the light tower, and a golden beam shot from the tower's top, sweeping across the Ravager formation. The metal hulls of the ships instantly melted, revealing the pulsating red crystals within. Seizing the opportunity, Yun-Hang maneuvered the Stardust to fire a dual-colored beam, precisely shattering the crystals. The Ravager ships lost control and crashed one after another. Amid the fierce battle, Xiaoxing suddenly issued an alarm, detecting an ultra-large energy reaction. The Ravagers are assembling a mothership. In the distant black ripples, countless small ships began to merge, gradually forming a kilometer-long behemoth. A giant eye at its bow flashed with a scarlet glow, locking onto the mother planet's barrier. That's their energy aggregator. The source energy envoy's voice trembled with panic. It can absorb all surrounding energy and then unleash a devastating shockwave. The stardust around the giant ship began to warp, and even the mother planet's energy light belts showed signs of backflow. Yun-Hang's gaze fell on the top of the light tower. Only the primordial energy of the Tower of Primordial Light can counter it. But someone must enter the tower's core to guide the energy focus. He looked at the source energy envoy. Can you open the core passage? The envoy nodded firmly. Follow me. But the energy concentration in the core will sear your flesh. You must rely on the mark to protect yourself. Without hesitation, Yun-Hang piloted the Stardust close to the tower's surface, following the envoy's projection into the energy passage inside the tower. The passage was filled with golden energy currents. Yun-Hang's protective suit was soon scorched with holes, but the dual-colored mark on his palm emitted a faint glow, forming a protective shield. Upon reaching the core chamber, he saw a massive energy crystal suspended in the center, the very source of the primordial light. The Ravager mothership's shockwave had already been launched. A black beam tore through the void, slamming viciously into the mother planet's energy barrier. In an instant, the barrier was covered in cracks. Quickly, press the mark onto the crystal and use Stardust energy to guide it, the envoy yelled. Yun-Hang extended his palm. The moment the dual-colored mark touched the golden crystal, the entire light tower shook violently. The energy surging from the crystal was no longer gentle, but transformed into a raging golden dragon, bursting through the tower and charging straight at the Ravager mothership. The golden dragon collided with the black beam, erupting in a radiance that illuminated the entire starfield. The aggregator of the Ravager mothership was overwhelmed by the energy backlash, instantly disintegrating. The surrounding small ships were also destroyed by the shockwave, and the black ripples gradually dissipated. When the light faded, the mother planet's barrier, though riddled with cracks, still stood firm. At the top of the Tower of Primordial Light, a halo of intertwined gold and silver lingered. Yun-Hang slumped in the pilot's seat. The mark on his palm had dimmed considerably, but his eyes gleamed with the light of victory. The source energy envoy's projection bowed to him. Thank you, Guardian. You not only saved the mother planet, but also proved that the resonance between Stardust and source energy can create true miracles. In the distance, cheers erupted from the Federation and Alliance fleets. The old captain's voice crackled over the comm. Kid, well done. Now we can thoroughly study source energy technology. Yun-Hang gazed at the gradually calming starfield, knowing that this victory had solidified the Cross-Realm Alliance. Yet he also understood that the retreat of the Void Ravagers was only temporary. The threats at the edge of the universe still loomed, and their path of guardianship had a long way to go. As the light of the Reaver mothership's disintegration had yet to fully fade, Yun-Hang piloted the Stardust out of the beacon of primordial light. Although the energy barrier of the homeworld was riddled with cracks, it was slowly healing under the restoration of the source energy ribbon. The fleets of the Federation and the Alliance were clearing the battlefield debris, and the red crystal fragments drifting in the void emanated faint energy fluctuations. Xiaoxing collected crystal samples from the Reavers and analyzed their energy composition. Yun-Hang commanded. These crystals contained the life core of the Reavers, which might hold clues to their origin. An incoming communication from the old captain followed. Kid, get to the Homeworld Command Center. The elders of the Source Energy race want to see you. The command center of the Source Energy homeworld was a structure suspended above a crystal valley. Its interior walls were composed of energy runes that displayed the energy flow of the entire star system in real time. Several Source Energy elders draped in golden robes were already waiting in the hall. Their faces were obscured within the runic light, yet their voices carried a profound antiquity. We thank you for safeguarding the beacon of primordial light, Guardian. But the emergence of the Void Reavers is no mere coincidence. The elder waved a hand, conjuring an ancient star chart that marked a dark region at the edge of the cosmos. That is the energy wasteland where all the remnants of civilizations devoured by the Reavers are accumulated. Their goal is not merely source energy, but the primordial energy of the entire universe. The Stardust Passage will eventually become their target as well. Yun-Hang gazed at the markers extending into the unknown territory on the star chart, his brow furrowing. How can they track source energy? The elder's runic light flickered, because they were once a branch of the source energy race, but they fell in their pursuit of power corrupted by energy into parasites. They can sense energy fluctuations of the same origin. This revelation struck Yunhang's heart. So the Reavers shared such a deep connection with the source energy race. He suddenly recalled that the runes on the Reaver ships bore a resemblance to the ancient records of the Dark Star clan. Could the curse of the Dark Star clan also be related to the Reavers? The elder paused for a moment, then summoned a projection. The ancestors of the Dark Star clan once fought against the fallen branch and were infected by residual corrosive energy, which is why they needed the Stardust core to suppress the radiation. Your father stole the core fragment back, then perhaps precisely because he discovered this secret. The truth gradually became clear: the Stardust passage, the source energy homeworld, the curse of the Dark Star clan, and the Void Reavers. All had long been interwoven by an invisible network of energy. Yunhang clenched the mark on his palm, determination flashing in his eyes. We must actively explore the energy wasteland and find a way to completely eradicate the Reavers, or this war will never end. The elders exchanged glances, and the one at the lead nodded. The source energy race is willing to provide ancient texts and energy technology, but venturing deep into the wasteland requires a more powerful ship and crew. Our orbit vessel is nearing completion. It can shield energy signals within the wasteland, making it suitable for long-range exploration. Over the following month, all factions prepared for the expedition. The Federation upgraded its weapon systems, the Alliance charted the star maps of the wasteland's edge, the source energy envoys imparted energy purification techniques, and the elders of the Dark Star clan joined with their people, their knowledge of corrosive energy becoming a crucial asset. Yunhang integrated the energy data from the Reaver crystals and the Stardust core, developing a silence protocol capable of disrupting the Reaver's perception. On the night before departure, Yunhang stood alone atop the beacon of primordial light, gazing toward the direction of the Stardust passage. His father's journal rustled softly in his hands. On the blank space of the last page, a new line of text had materialized at the wastelands. In there is also a faint light. It was as if he could hear his father's voice echoing through the stars, guiding him toward an unknown journey. As the orbit vessel slowly departed from the source energy homeworld, the energy bonds of the cross-dimensional passage shimmered with blessings. Yunhang stood on the bridge, watching as the starscape outside gradually shifted into a dark violet. The dual-colored mark in his palm grew faintly warm. He knew that exploring the energy wasteland was fraught with the unknown and danger, yet behind him lay the trust of the Stardust passage and the source energy homeworld, and ahead lay the hope of unraveling all mysteries. The old captain walked up beside him and handed him a cup of warm interstellar tea. Don't worry, every passage we've traveled holds a path home. Yunhang took the cup with a smile, his gaze fixed on the dark region representing the energy wasteland on the star chart. It might be the edge of the universe, or perhaps a new beginning. But no matter what, he and the Guardians would never cease their march. In the third week since the Star Trek ship entered the energy wasteland, the surrounding stars had completely lost their radiance, leaving only an endless dark purple void where even starlight was devoured by some force. The energy dashboard on the bridge emitted a continuous low hum, indicating the surrounding space was saturated with distorted corrosive energy. Had it not been for the Star Trek ship's shielding layer and the silence protocol, they would have been discovered by the Void Reavers long ago. Xiao Xing, I've detected an anomalous energy zone ahead, Yunhang said, staring at the blinking red dot on the screen. The energy signature resembles Reaver crystals, but its intensity is 100 times greater than ordinary crystals. The elder of the Dark Star clan leaned closer to the screen, observing the energy vortex around the red, his expression grave. It's a corrosion vortex belt. According to ancient records, that's where the Reavers discard energy residue. Once we enter, the shielding layer will be rapidly depleted. The old captain turned the helm, maneuvering the Star Trek ship carefully around the vortex belt. The Alliance's star charts show an abandoned starport deep in the wasteland, an observation station left by an ancient civilization. Perhaps we can find patterns in the Reavers' activities there. Just as they were about to bypass the vortex belt, the ship suddenly shuddered violently and alarms blared. The shielding layer is under attack. Small Reaver ships have breached the silence protocol. Xiao Xing's voice was urgent. Yunhang looked out the porthole. Dozens of black ships shaped like moths were surging out of the vortex belt, their compound eyes glowing red, clearly drawn by the energy fluctuations of the Star Trek ship. Activate the source energy purification cannon, Yunhang commanded. The energy emitter at the ship's bow lit up with golden light, and a beam of pure energy shot toward the Reaver swarm. The ships struck, instantly dissolved into golden particles. But more Reavers emerged from the vortex belt. They stopped attacking and instead circled the Star Trek ship, forming a black encirclement. They're transmitting our position. The Dark Star elders shouted urgently. Enter full silence mode immediately. Cut all energy output. Yunhang immediately shut down the main engines, leaving only the life support system at minimal power. The Star Trek ship's shielding layer dimmed rapidly, blending into the surrounding dark purple void. The Reaver encirclement paused for a moment, as if they had lost their target, then gradually dispersed, vanishing back into the vortex belt. Everyone on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief. The old captain wiped the sweat from his brow. These creatures' perception is sharper than we thought. It seems the Reavers in the wasteland have evolved stronger tracking abilities. After 3 more days of sailing, the outline of the abandoned starport finally appeared ahead. The starport's main structure was a massive ring-shaped building, its surface covered with signs of weathering. Some parts had collapsed, but the central observation tower still stood, emitting a faint energy signal. Yunheng sent out reconnaissance drones to investigate. The images they sent back showed no signs of life within the starport, but it was littered with Reaver crystal fragments, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. The starport's database is still operational. Xiaoxing reported excitedly. I'm downloading data now. It contains ancient civilization research records on the Reavers. Yunheng led a small team onto the starport, stepping over crystal fragments as they made their way to the observation tower. The control console inside was rusted, but the energy core at the center still pulsed, faintly engraved with light patterns similar to those of the Source Energy clan. When Yunheng pressed his palm imprint against the energy core, it suddenly brightened, projecting a holographic image. Ancient researchers bustling about the starport, recording the Reaver's evolution. At the end of the image, a swarm of massive Reaver motherships surrounded the starport, and the researchers initiated the self-destruct sequence. The image cut off in an explosion. They discovered the Reaver's weakness. Xiaoxing rapidly analyzed the synchronized data. The Reaver's corrosive energy is powerful, but it fears Stardust's source energy resonance, which is the dual-colored energy in your palm. The ancient civilization used this resonance to purify a small area of the wasteland, but their energy wasn't strong enough, and they ultimately failed. Yunheng's heart stirred as he looked at the purification coordinates marked in the data located at the deepest part of the wasteland, labeled Reaver Hive. If we can trigger a large-scale resonance at the heart of the hive, we might be able to completely purify the corrosive energy. His words ignited hope in everyone's eyes, but the Dark Star Elder shook his head. The data shows an energy black hole surrounding the hive. Any ship that approaches will be devoured, let alone triggering a resonance. Just then, the Star Trek ship's emergency communication crackled to life, detecting massive energy reactions approaching the starport. It's the Reaver's main fleet. Yunheng rushed out of the observation tower and saw dozens of Reaver motherships appearing in the void beyond the starport, their giant eyes fixed on the station, clearly drawn by the activation signal of the energy core. Return to the Star Trek ship immediately, Yunheng shouted. The team members evacuated swiftly, and as the Star Trek ship burst out of the starport, the observation tower behind them was struck by a Reaver beam engulfed in flames. Yunheng stared at the screen showing the approaching motherships and clenched his fist. It seems our exploration has already alerted them. Xiaoxing set a course for the purification coordinates. Since we can't avoid them, let's go see the hive. The Star Trek ship changed direction, charging into the deeper darkness of the wasteland. On the bridge, everyone's eyes were fixed on Yunheng. The dual-colored mark on his palm shimmered faintly in the dim light, like the sole beacon of hope in this desolate wasteland. They knew the journey ahead would be the ultimate test of a Guardian's conviction. The Star Trek ship sped through the dark purple void with the Raider fleet in hot pursuit like a black tide. Corrosive beams from the mothership group continuously grazed the hull, and the energy readings of the shield layer kept dropping. Yunheng stared at the rapidly approaching coordinates of the energy black hole on the screen. The spatial distortion there had formed a visible dark spot, devouring any light that drew near. Well reached the black hole's gravitational range in 10 minutes. The old captain roared as he maneuvered the ship to dodge the beams. This damn place won't even allow a warp jump. We'll be sitting ducks. The Dark Star Elder suddenly pointed at the corner of the screen. Look there. There's a stable energy flow at the edge of the black hole, like a passage left by an ancient civilization. Yunheng immediately adjusted the course. The Star Trek ship skimmed along the gravitational edge of the black hole, with surrounding stardust twisted into spirals, and the hull groaned under the immense strain. When the ship surged into that energy flow, the surrounding space suddenly calmed. It was a safe passage shielded by an energy barrier with the dark purple void on either side like solidified walls. It's the Stardust ancient path. Xiaoxing's voice carried surprise. Data shows this is a secret passage opened by an ancient civilization leading directly to the edge of the hive. The rock walls on both sides of the passage were covered in Star Trek runes which resonated with the mark on Yunheng's palm, and the energy of the shield layer began to slowly recover. The fleet temporarily shook off the pursuit. Yunheng seized the opportunity to study the ancient data. Purifying the hive requires 2 conditions: sufficiently strong resonance of Stardust source energy and a key capable of bearing that resonance. He brought up a holographic model from the data, a diamond-shaped crystal, its surface etched with gold and silver patterns. This is the Stardust source core forged by the ancient civilization by fusing the core of Stardust with the primordial light. Unfortunately, it was lost during the self-destruction. The Dark Star Elder suddenly spoke up. The ancient records of my clan mention that our ancestors once brought back a balanced crystal from an abandoned starport. It was later sealed away as a source of curses. Could this be it? He displayed an image of the crystal and compared it with the model. The patterns matched perfectly. Where is it? Yunheng pressed. The elder's voice was heavy. It's in the underground palace of the Dark Star clan's mother planet, shrouded by corrosive energy. Any clan member who enters is consumed by backlash. But your mark might be able to resist the corrosion. Just then a sudden rupture appeared ahead in the passage. A massive energy vortex blocked the way. Xiaoxing's alarm rang out simultaneously. The raider fleet has bypassed the black hole and is setting an ambush ahead. They've activated a corrosion force field that will disintegrate our barrier. Yunheng stared at the red light flickering at the vortex's center and suddenly had an idea. Old Captain, channel all power to the engines. He shouted to the Dark Star Elder. Lend me your clan's ancient text. The elder immediately handed him the ancient book recording the crystal's location. Yunheng opened the pages, and the mark on his palm resonated with the runes on the page. The ancient book suddenly transformed into a ribbon of light wrapping around the bow of the Star Trek ship. Charge through, Yunheng yelled. The Star Trek ship shot into the energy vortex like an arrow from a bow. The light ribbon formed a protective shield at the bow, and the corrosive energy automatically dispersed upon contact. Before the raider fleet on the other side of the vortex could react, the Star Trek ship had broken through the encirclement and was speeding toward the hive. As the ship moved away from the vortex, Yunheng noticed a set of coordinates emerging from the light ribbon of the ancient book. It was precisely the location of the Dark Star mother planet's underground palace. He looked at the red dot on the screen representing the hive, then toward the direction of the Dark Star clan's mother planet, and a plan formed in his mind. First retrieve the Stardust source core, then use the ancient path to reach the hive directly. This time we will strike first. The Star Trek ship adjusted its course, and the light ribbon at its bow traced a golden arc through the void. Yunheng caressed the bicolor mark on his palm, feeling the resonance of energy from the Stardust passage and the source energy mother planet. He knew the true decisive battle was approaching, and that lost Stardust source core would be the key to the balance of the universe. In the dark purple void at the edge of the black hole, the ribbon of hope was guiding them toward the final battlefield. As the Star Trek ship arrived at the home planet of the Dim Star clan, the entire planet was shrouded in a layer of dark gray corrosive clouds. Within the ruins on the surface, intermittent energy pulses lingered, traces of the Dim Star clan's generations-long resistance against the corrosion. The elder pointed to a rift in the clouds. The entrance to the underground palace is right there, sealed by our ancestors with the last of their Stardust power. Only the Guardian's mark can open it. Yunheng donned a specially made anti-corrosion battle suit, took the ancient text light strip, an energy detector, and rode a landing pod alone toward the rift. The moment he passed through the clouds, he saw a barren stone plain. At its center stood a broken stele engraved with the ancient oath of the Dim Star clan, with Stardust as our shield, protect the origin from annihilation. Following the guidance of the ancient text, Yunheng pressed the mark on his palm against the stele. The stele suddenly sank, revealing the entrance to the bottomless underground palace beneath. A stream of chilling corrosive energy surged from the entrance immediately, causing black smoke to rise from the surface of his battle suit. However, the two-colored mark on his palm glowed faintly, forming a barrier that blocked the erosion. Xiaoxing synchronized the underground palace map and marked the energy traps. He opened his helmet visor, took a deep breath of air tinged with the smell of rust, and stepped into the underground palace. The stone walls on both sides of the underground passage were covered with murals from the Dim Star ancestors recording their battles against the plunderers, their infection by corrosive energy, and their eventual sealing of the Stardust core. At the end of the passage, a circular hall appeared. In the center of the hall, on a stone platform, a diamond-shaped crystal floated. The gold and silver two-colored patterns flowing on its surface were exactly as described in the ancient text, except that the crystal's edges were covered with black corrosive cracks. Found you. Just as Yunheng reached out to touch it, red light suddenly flared around the hall. Black energy tendrils surged from grooves in the stone walls, writhing toward him like living creatures. This was the final defense set by the Dim Star ancestors to prevent the core from falling into evil hands after being contaminated by corrosive energy. Yunheng immediately activated the mark on his palm, forming a shield of two-colored energy around his body. When the tendrils touched the shield, a sizzling sound of burning erupted. But the tendrils surged forth endlessly, gradually surrounding him, and the shield's glow began to fade. I must counterattack with the core's power. Seizing the moment, he charged toward the stone platform. Just as a tendril wrapped around his ankle, his fingertips finally touched the Stardust core. The moment the crystal was touched, it burst with dazzling light. The black cracks rapidly receded, and the gold and silver two-colored energy spread like a tide, turning all the tendrils into stardust. Yunheng felt a surge of powerful energy flood into his body. The mark on his palm completely merged with the core. Suddenly, countless voices echoed in his mind. The sighs of dim star ancestors, the whispers of ancient researchers, the blessings of source envoys, finally converging into a clear guidance. At the moment of resonance, the desert blooms. When he walked out of the underground palace holding the Stardust core, the elder of the Dim Star clan was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing the core restored to purity, the elder knelt in excitement. The ancestor's prophecy has come true. The curse of corrosion is finally coming to an end. On the return journey to the Star Track ship, Yunheng fixed the core into the energy slot on the bridge. The crystal immediately connected with the ship's systems, emitting a two-colored energy flow that enhanced the vessel's performance several times over. Xiaoxing's detection report displayed. The core has activated full-frequency resonance mode, capable of generating a purification wave covering the entire desert at the center of the hive. The old captain stared at the coordinates of the approaching hive on the screen, battle intent flickering in his eyes. Ready, kid. Let's go give those bugs a thorough cleaning. Yunheng gripped the control lever beside the energy slot. The Star Track ship adjusted its course, and the core's light at the bow pierced through the corrosive clouds of the dim star home planet, racing at full speed toward the deepest part of the energy desert, the Void Plunderer's hive. On the bridge, everyone's gaze was fixed on the Stardust core. The crystal's flowing light reflected in each person's eyes as if they could see a future where deserts turned into starry seas and darkness gave way to light. They knew that the final battle was imminent, and the core in their hands was the key of hope to shatter the darkness. The Stardust Trail ship pierced the final barrier of the energy desert, and the hive of the Void Ravagers finally materialized in full view. It was a colossal planet encased in black crystals, its surface crawling with pulsating energy veins that ceaselessly spewed corrosive energy into the surrounding void. Countless Ravager ships orbited the hive like a swarm of bees, forming an impenetrable defensive perimeter. Source core energy synchronized. Xiaoxing's voice trembled with nervous excitement. The purification wave requires 3 minutes to charge. We must protect the source core from attack during this time. Yunheng gazed at the energy core at the center of the hive on the screen. It flickered with the same red light as the Ravager crystals, the critical target for purification. Federal fleet pinned down the left flank. Alliance fleet breached the right flank. Yunheng commanded over the comm channel. The Darkstar clan will use the ancient light bands to construct a defensive barrier, and I will pilot the Stardust Trail ship straight to the core. With the order given, the support fleet following the Stardust Trail ship emerged from the warp tunnel. Golden source energy cannons and silver-blue Stardust beams intertwined into a web of fire, tearing through the Ravager's defenses. The Stardust Trail ship, like a sharp arrow, surged in speed with the source core's enhancement, evading countless corrosive beams. Yunheng maneuvered the ship through the swarm of Ravagers. The dual-colored mark on his palm resonated with the source core, forming an energy vortex around the hull that instantly purified any approaching Ravager ship into stardust. 1 kilometer to the core, the old captain roared, dodging energy streams spewed by the hive as the ship's shields became riddled with cracks. The Darkstar elders suddenly shouted, "Activate the Stardust Resonance Array." The Darkstar ships formed a ring formation, ancient light bands flowing between them to create a massive energy barrier that blocked the main fleets surging from the hive. The Stardust Trail ship finally reached the base of the hive's core, where the corrosive energy was so dense it almost solidified, causing the metal on the hull to peel away. Charging complete. Ready to release the purification wave. Xiaoxing called out. Yunheng channeled all the energy from the source core into the control stick, and both the mark on his palm and the source core erupted with blinding light. By the oath of Stardust, by the witness of source energy, purify. The moment he pressed the release button, a pillar of gold and silver light shot from the Stardust Trail ship, like a spear piercing heaven and earth, driving deep into the hive's core. The black crystal shell shattered instantly. Countless golden energy streams spread along the cracks, and wherever they passed, the corrosive energy melted like snow, revealing the planet's original rocky surface. The hive trembled violently. The red light at its core was devoured by the golden radiance, and the surrounding Ravager ships, deprived of energy, spiraled out of control and crashed. But just as the purification was nearing completion, a more powerful dark energy erupted from deep within the hive. A giant claw covered in bone spikes thrust out from the core's fissure, slamming fiercely toward the Stardust Trail ship. "It's the Ravager matriarch." The source envoy's voice rang through the communicator. "She's absorbing the last of the corrosive energy for a counterstrike." The Stardust Trail ship was struck by the giant claw. The violent impact plunged Yunheng's vision into darkness, and the source core's light dimmed instantly. Struggling to grip the control stick, he saw the matriarch's enormous eye fixed on him, brimming with the desire for destruction. We cannot let her succeed. Yunheng poured his last shred of consciousness into the mark on his palm. The mark in the source core resonated beyond their limits, and the wreckage of the Stardust trail ship suddenly burst into brilliant light, transforming into a miniature star that consumed the matriarch and the remaining corrosive energy entirely. When the light faded, the dark, purple void of the energy desert receded, revealing the original starry sea. At the site of the hive, a newborn blue planet slowly rotated, its surface adorned with bands of light, where Stardust and source energy merged. The Darkstar ships landed on the new planet. The elder scooped up a handful of soil and shouted with emotion, "The corrosive energy is gone. The curse is lifted." The Federal and Alliance fleets fired celebratory salutes across the starry sky, marking the victory that spanned the starfields. Yunheng's figure slowly emerged from the wreckage of the Stardust trail ship. His body had become translucent like a phantom made of energy, yet the dual-colored mark on his palm still shone brightly. The Source Envoy's projection bowed to him. "Guardian, you have completed the purification with your life, and the balance of the cosmos is restored." "No." Yunheng's voice was like wind passing through stardust. "This is not the end." His figure gradually dissolved into particles of light, merging into the light bands of the newborn planet. "The resonance of Stardust and source energy will forever guard this sea of stars." The old captain watched the direction where the light particles faded, tears in his eyes, but a smile on his lips. That kid. He turned himself into a new Stardust anchor. In the distance, the Stardust pathways and the source energy home planet echoed, each other, the light of the cross-dimensional bonds more radiant than ever. Years later, when interstellar travelers passed through this newborn star region, they would always see a planet emitting a dual glow of gold and silver. Legend had it that an eternal guardian dwelled there, using the power of Stardust and source energy to transform the dark desert into a paradise among the stars. And the tale of the Stardust pathway spread across every corner of the universe, becoming an eternal legend of different civilizations joining hands to safeguard balance. A decade after Yunheng dissolved into light and merged with the nascent planet, the cross-dimensional bond between the Stardust Passage and the Source Energy Galaxy had expanded into a stable twin-born passage. Countless spaceships shuttled along the silver and gold energy ribbons. The Stardust Council built a Guardian Memorial Hall on the new planet, at the center of which stood a monument forged from fragments of the Stardust source core, engraved with Yunheng's name and the timeless oath, "Boundless, as Stardust guarded by the Source." The old captain, now fully gray-haired, still sat steadfastly in the pilot seat of the Stardust, though the crew had been replaced by a younger generation. The daughter of a Federation engineer, the son of an Alliance explorer, a young envoy from the Darkstar clan, and a youthful Light Rune emissary from the Source Energy race. They gathered around the old captain, listening to him recount the tale of the Hive's final battle. "Look," said the old captain, pointing at the newborn planet outside the porthole, where the light ribbons stretched along the twin-born passage. "That kid Yun turned himself into a new energy anchor. The twin-born passage is now 10 times more stable than before. Even the remnants of the Void Raiders dare not approach." The young Darkstar envoy caressed the energy mark on his arm, a legacy imprint left by Yunheng before his dissolution, allowing him to sense the flow of Stardust and source energy. "The elders say we are fulfilling Senior Yunheng's wish to turn deserts into star seas, to bring light to darkness." He pulled up a star chart marked with dozens of newly discovered galaxies, all explored through the twin-born passage. Just then, the alarm in the memorial hall suddenly blared, and Xioxing's holographic projection echoed urgently through the passage, detected anomalous energy fluctuations at the edge of the twin-born passage, matching the characteristics of the Void Rift recorded in ancient source energy archives. The old captain's face instantly turned grave. He recalled the final data left by Yunheng. The Void Rift is a space-time breach at the edge of the universe, leaking primordial chaotic energy. It must be sealed through the resonance of Stardust and source energy. The young crew sprang into action. The Federation engineer's daughter activated the energy detector. The Alliance explorer's son plotted the course. The young envoy gathered source energy, and the Light Rune emissary synchronized the energy data of the twin-born passage. As the Stardust sped toward the rift, Xiaoxing suddenly retrieved a long-buried holographic recording, a farewell message left by Yunheng before his dissolution. In the recording, Yunheng wore a gentle smile, his gaze tender yet resolute. "If you are seeing this message, you may be facing a new challenge. Remember, the essence of guardianship is not sacrifice, but legacy. The resonance of Stardust and source energy lies within the faith of every guardian. As long as that faith endures, the light will never fade." As the recording dissolved, a fragment of the Stardust source core flew out from the monument and embedded itself into the energy core of the Stardust. The core instantly erupted in silver and gold radiance, resonating with the legacy imprints on the young crew members. The old captain watched, tears glistening in his eyes. This is young Yun's guidance. He has been watching over us all along. Upon arrival at the void rift, the chaotic energy there was twisting the surrounding spacetime, forming black vortexes. Following the method left by Yunhong, the young crew suspended the Stardust source core fragment at the center of the rift. As they simultaneously extended their hands, their legacy imprints resonated with the core fragment, and a dazzling dual-colored beam of light, even brighter than before, shot skyward into the rift. The chaotic energy gradually dissipated within the beam, and the rift began to heal slowly. When the last wisp of the black vortex vanished, the light ribbons of the Twinborn Passage suddenly surged, connecting the newborn planet, the Stardust Passage, and the Source Energy Galaxy into a single sea of stars. The young crew cheered and embraced one another, while the old captain stood at the helm, as if seeing Yunhang's silhouette smiling amidst the stars. Upon returning to the memorial hall, the young Dark Star envoy made a new vow before the monument. We will be like Senior Yunhong, letting the light of the Twinborn Passage illuminate more unknown starfields, ensuring the legacy of guardianship endures forever. As his words faded, the source core fragment on the monument suddenly glowed, projecting a brand new star chart marked with even more distant galaxies, as if inviting them to embark on a new exploration. The old captain looked at the sparkle in the young crew's eyes and knew that Yunhang's story had ended, but the legend of Stardust and Source Energy was being written anew by the hands of the next generation of guardians. The light ribbons of the Twinborn Passage flowed slowly through the star sea, like an eternal bond connecting past and future, guarding the known and the unknown. And at the edge of the star sea there were always new glimmers waiting, awaiting the footsteps of guardians to continue the legend. The radiant mark of inheritance on Yunhang's fingertip had not yet fully dissipated when the main control screen of the stellar arc suddenly blazed with a piercing red light, the alarm shattering the tranquility following the breakthrough in the star sea. Captain, spatial ripples have appeared in the star core coordinate zone, with energy fluctuations exceeding all records in the database. The vice captain's voice carried an unusual urgency. On the screen, the once stable star map was visibly warping. The pale blue nebula currents stirred, as if by an invisible giant hand, forming a spiral passage leading to an unknown region. Yunhang immediately restrained the freshly stabilized power of the star sea within him and strode swiftly to the main console. As his palm touched the sensor panel, the mark of inheritance resonated with the screen, and within the gaps of the distorted star map, ancient runes akin to those in his inherited memories began to emerge. It's the guiding mark. Yunhang's gaze sharpened. A sign left by the inheritor long ago, seemingly directing us toward the core of the stellar anomaly. The stellar arc activated its maximum propulsion mode, hurtling deep into the spiral passage. Along the way, fragments of celestial bodies glowed with a strange purple aura, resonating with the star sea energy surging within Yunhang after his breakthrough. The energy shield around the ship unconsciously took on a layer of pale purple radiance. Halfway through the journey, the communicator suddenly picked up a fragmented signal, the static interspersed with a familiar mechanical tone. The exclusive frequency of Old K, the mechanic Yunhang had met at an abandoned starport years ago. Yunhang. Star Core. Danger. Star Eater Clan. The signal came and went, only a few key words discernible. Yunhang's heart tightened. Old K had vanished a decade ago while exploring the edge of the Star Core, and now his signal had suddenly reappeared, mentioning the Star Eater Clan, a mysterious race that appeared only in inherited memories, known for devouring stellar energy. Clearly, the anomaly at the Star Core was no natural phenomenon. When the stellar arc burst out of the spiral passage, the sight before them left everyone breathless. A translucent pale blue star core floated in the void, its surface laced with black cracks like a spiderweb. Dozens of bizarre black warships orbited the core, their hulls emblazoned with the Star Eater Clan's totems glowing faintly in the darkness. And within the wreckage of an abandoned research station beside the Star Core, a weak energy signal was continuously transmitting. It was Old K's beacon. "Prepare for battle," Yunhang said, gripping the star energy blade at his waist as the mark of inheritance flared on his arm. "We must not only uncover the cause of the Star Core's anomaly, but also bring Old K back." The moment the words left his lips, the stellar arc's main cannon had already charged to full power. A pale blue beam of star energy tore through the void, hurtling toward the Star Eater Clan's fleet, signaling the beginning of another fierce battle above the star sea. Before the pale blue star energy beam could strike the Star Eater Clan's warships, a dark purple energy barrier suddenly materialized on the surface of those black hulls. The beam struck the barrier and vanished as if swallowed by a bottomless pit, only to have the barrier glow with an even richer purple light, reflecting several twisted energy rays back toward the stellar arc. "Evasive. Activate the shunt shields." Yunhang's command had barely left his mouth when the vice captain executed a sharp roll, barely dodging the rays. Yet the ship's tail section was grazed, the outer armor instantly melting into molten red iron, and the alarm screamed once more. Yuanheng stared at the intensifying purple glow on the screen, suddenly recalling a passage from his inherited memories. The Star Eater clan's barrier strengthens by devouring energy. You do not confront it with star energy. He strode swiftly to the runic console at the center of the bridge and pressed his arm against the panel, which was etched with ancient patterns. The inherited light patterns instantly connected with the console's runes. Pale golden light spread along the markings, and the one-stem console suddenly illuminated, revealing a runic map resembling the surface of the star core. These are the star core's defensive runes. Yuanheng's eyes lit up. The inheritor once used them to build the star core defense line. Perhaps we can reactivate it. At that moment, old KS voice came through the communicator, clearer now, but laced with the screech of grinding metal. Yuanheng, don't fight Hedon. There's a runic key inside the star core. It's the only thing that can cut off the Star Eater's energy source. I'm in the core module of the research station, working to break the key's seal. Before the words faded, a thick violet-black energy beam shot from the Star Eater flagship, hurtling straight toward the wreckage of the research station. Shield the research station. Yuanheng gave the order, and the side turrets of the star vessel opened fire simultaneously. But this time they shot not stellar energy, but pale golden runic beams. The beams wove into a luminous net around the research station, barely holding back the energy beam's impact. At the moment of collision, the black markings on the star core's surface flickered violently, as if resonating with the power of the runic net. Seeing this, the Star Eater flagship abruptly changed course, abandoning its assault on the star vessel and charging full force toward the research station. Yuanheng's heart tightened. The inherited light pattern condensed into a golden rune in his palm, which he pressed into the core slot of the console. Activate the first phase of the star core defense line, star chain binding. In an instant, the golden runes on the star core's surface awakened. Countless golden chains shot out from the star core, winding like vines around the Star Eater warships. The foremost black warships were ensnared by the chains, their hulls violet glowed, dimming as they began to be dragged toward the star core. But the Star Eater flagship suddenly accelerated, breaking through the chain's blockade and ramming straight into the research station's core module. It clearly knew that the runic key was the key to this battle. Yuanheng gripped his star energy blade and turned toward the ship's mecha bay. Leave this to you all. I'm going to the research station to support Old K. The mecha's hatch slowly closed, and pale golden inherited light patterns spread across its surface, forming a resplendent layer of star armor. As the mecha ejected from the star vessel and flew toward the research station, the Star Eater flagship's hatch also opened. Several Star Eater warriors clad in violet armor and wielding energy claws lunged toward the core module where Old K was. The golden star armor around the mecha traced streaks of light through the void. Yuanheng manipulated the mecha's left arm star energy cannon, firing continuously at the Star Eater warriors rushing the research station. The pale golden shells struck their targets with precision. The energy shields of the violet-armored warriors shattered instantly, their bodies dissolving into wisps of black smoke under the impact of stellar energy. But more Star Eater warriors poured from the flagship, swarming around the mecha like a hive of insects, their energy claws gleaming with deadly cold light in the darkness. Close combat, is it? Yuanheng's eyes hardened. He manipulated the mecha to draw the star energy longsword from its back. The inherited light patterns spread along the blade, coating its edge with a flowing golden radiance. He charged toward the Star Eater warriors, and wherever the blade swept, violet armor and bodies were cleaved asunder. Yet the Star Eater warriors seemed to know no fear, surging forward relentlessly. Soon deep gouges were carved into the mecha's shoulders and legs by their claws, and the light of its star armor began to dim. At that moment, the central cabin door of the research station suddenly blasted open, and a silver-white mechanical arm extended through the smoke, precisely gripping the neck of an Eclipser warrior and slamming it violently against the adjacent metal wall. Old KS figure then emerged, clad in a patch-covered mechanical exoskeleton, his left eye flickering with a pale blue mechanical light. Yuanheng, hold on for 3 more minutes. The seal on the key is almost broken. As his words faded, the flagship of the Eclipser race suddenly locked onto the research station, with dark purple energy converging at the cannon's muzzle. Yuanheng's heart clenched in urgency. He manipulated the mecha to spin around abruptly, shielding the research station with his back. The inherited light pattern on his palm flickered intensely, channeling all the mecha's remaining star energy to his back. Old K speeded up. I can't hold out much longer. Coming. Old KS roar echoed from the central cabin, followed by a fist-sized crystal, its surface entirely engraved, with golden runes flying out and hovering above the research station. That was the rune key. As soon as it appeared, the golden runes on the star core's surface flickered wildly, and countless golden blades of light materialized from the void, sweeping toward the Eclipser warships and warriors. The main cannon of the Eclipser flagship instantly fell into chaos, the purple light at its muzzle dissipating without a trace. The Eclipser warriors besieging the mecha were struck by the blades of light and turned to ash in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhang maneuvered the mecha backward until it rested against the research station's hull. The mecha's armor was mostly shattered with sparks flying from its internal circuits. Old K strode quickly to Yunhang's side and patted the mecha's leg. "Good lad, you've certainly improved your skills in the 10 years we've been apart. But this mecha of yours needs an upgrade. Next time I'll build you a more formidable one." Yunhang lifted the mecha's cockpit hatch, wiping the sweat from his face with a smile. "Let's save that for later. We need to get the rune key back to the star core quickly, or the Eclipser will return." Just as the two prepared to carry the rune key to the star core, the Eclipser flagship suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Its hull began to disintegrate, transforming into countless streams of dark purple light that fled deep into the cosmos. Yunhang stared at the fleeing streams of light, his gaze heavy with concern. "They won't give up so easily. This is only a temporary retreat." Old K handed the rune key to Yunhang. "Let's focus on the matter at hand first. Once the star core absorbs the key, it can reactivate the full defense system. Then if the Eclipser ever think of returning, they'll have to think twice." Yunhang took the key, the inherited light pattern on his palm, resonating with it. The runes on the key's surface began to pulse in sync with the light patterns on his arm. He lifted his head to gaze at the star core suspended in the void, took a deep breath, and flew toward it. This battle to defend the star core was far from truly over. Yunhang carried the rune key as he flew toward the star core. The inherited light pattern on his palm and the golden runes of the key achieved full synchronization, causing the void along his path to shimmer with delicate golden light, as if paving a luminous pathway to the star core. The dark purple streams of the fleeing Eclipser had long vanished into the depths of the universe, but the black patterns on the star core's surface continued to spread slowly, like an unremoved malignant tumor, incessantly eroding the pale blue core itself. As the rune key approached the star core, the core suddenly released a gentle pulling force, softly suspending the key. Yunhang released his grip and watched as the keys slowly merged into the rune groove on the star core's surface. The moment they connected, golden light swept across the entire star core like a tidal wave. The black patterns emitted a sizzling sound as they burned away, receding at a visible rate. The golden blades of light and chains in the void did not dissipate. Instead, they grew denser, eventually weaving into a colossal golden barrier that completely enveloped the star core. Runes swirled across the barrier's surface, emitting a reassuring wave of energy. This was the star core guardian array recorded in the inheritance memories, and the complete defense system had finally been reactivated. Yunhang hovered outside the barrier, feeling the gentle resonance from the star core. The power of the star sea within him flowed steadily, slowly replenishing the energy consumed in the previous battle. At that moment, Old K caught up in a small shuttle, stopping beside Yunhang. "All done. I thought it would take more effort." "Thanks to you cracking the seal in time," Yunhang replied with a smile, but his gaze fell on the shuttle's display screen. It was playing old KS recordings from recent years. One segment caught his attention. In an unknown starfield covered in ice crystals, faint black wreckage similar to Eclipse clan warships could be seen, with several metal fragments engraved with strange runes scattered nearby. "Where's this?" Yunhang asked, pointing at the screen. Old KS' expression turned serious as he brought up a clearer image. "This is the frozen starfield I discovered after I went missing. Those black wrecks are more ancient than the current Eclipse clan warships, and the runes on these metal fragments bear a striking resemblance to some patterns in your inherited light patterns." Yunhang's heart jolted as he took the metal fragment Old K handed him. The fragment felt icy cold in his hand. The moment its runes touched the inherited light patterns on his arm, the patterns flickered violently, and a fragment of blurry memory surged into his mind. An image of an inheritor clad in golden battle armor, fighting a group of massive Eclipse clan leaders, the battlefield being that very frozen starfield. "It seems the enmity between the Eclipse clan and the inheritors runs deeper than we thought," Yunhang said, gripping the metal fragment with a grave look. "And those ancient wrecks might hold the Eclipse clan's true purpose." Just then, the communication device on the Star Ark ship suddenly crackled with the vice captain's urgent voice. Captain Weave detected a faint spatial fluctuation outside the star core barrier, similar to the Eclipse clan warships, but more concealed. Yunhang and Old K looked up at the void simultaneously, catching a barely perceptible purple-black thread flickering through the darkness beyond the barrier before vanishing into the depths of space. Yunhang's eyes darkened. "They haven't gone far. They're still watching the star core. It seems we must investigate the frozen starfield." Old K patted Yunhang on the shoulder. "I was thinking of going back too. That starfield holds many unsolved mysteries. But before that, you need to get your Star Ark ship properly repaired, and this broken mech of yours needs an upgrade." Yunhang nodded with a smile. and turned to fly toward the star arc. The star core's barrier radiated a warm, golden glow behind him, while the undercurrents in the depths of the universe had already begun to stir toward the frozen star field, where ancient secrets lay buried. The star arc docked at a temporary anchor point outside the star core's barrier. Maintenance robotic arms methodically repaired the damaged sections of the hull. Pale blue energy fusion lights flickering at the armor gaps. Yunhang stood in the mech maintenance bay watching Old K circle the battered star mech, occasionally tapping its shell with a wrench producing crisp clinks. The core circuitry of this mech isn't severed, it can still be saved, Old K said, crouching down and pointing at the fracture in the mech's leg. But your star energy conduit is far too outdated. It needs to be replaced with a stellar silver conduit, and the interface of the inherited light rune must be converted into a synchronized slot. The next time you channel the inherited power, the mech will be able to link with the star C-force within your body, at least doubling its might. Yunhang handed him a freshly brewed cup of star tea. Stellar silver conduits are hard to come by on the interstellar black market, and our current reserves are insufficient. Old K took the cup, downed it in one gulp, and pulled a rusty metal box from his pocket. Opening it, he revealed 3 conduits gleaming with silver light. Found these 10 years ago in the frozen star domain. I planned to keep them for research, but now they'll serve you well. As the two were speaking, the vice captain hurried into the maintenance bay. Captain, Mr. Old K. We've deciphered the star domain coordinates from Old K's shuttle and confirmed the exact location of the frozen star domain. It lies at the edge of the abandoned star belt, a region perpetually plagued by spatial turbulence. Ordinary warships can't even get close. Yunhang took the coordinate chip and inserted it into the terminal. The screen immediately displayed a 3-dimensional model of the frozen star domain. The entire region was enveloped in thick layers of crystalline ice clouds, within which irregular red lightning flickered. Areas marked as high-risk spatial turbulence zones covered nearly the entire periphery. More critically, a blurry shadow lay at the domain's core which the instruments could not identify. The spatial turbulence is a problem, Yunhang frowned. The Star Cheong's current shields can't withstand the impact of the turbulence. Old K suddenly clapped his hands and turned toward the storage room. I have an idea. Years ago, I found a piece of icy soul crystal in the frozen star domain. It can absorb the energy of spatial turbulence and even reinforce shields. If we mount it on the Star Cheong's bow, it can carve out a safe passage. Over the next 3 days, the Star Cheong entered a state of full-scale upgrade. Old K personally refitted the hull, embedding the icy soul crystal into the bow's energy core and connecting the stellar silver conduit to the mech's star energy system. Meanwhile, Yunhang led the crew in calibrating the linkage mechanism of the Star Core Guardian Array, ensuring the light barrier could autonomously fend off small-scale attacks after their departure. On the day the upgrades were completed, the Star Cheong slowly departed from its anchor point. The icy soul crystal at the bow radiated a pale blue chill in the void. As the warship neared the abandoned star belt, the peripheral spatial turbulence arrived as expected. The twisting currents slammed against the shields, but were instantly absorbed by the icy soul crystal. A pale blue protective film formed around the hull, isolating the turbulence. It worked. Old K cheered in the main control room, slapping the console with a hearty laugh. This icy soul crystal was worth picking up after all. Yunhang stared at the frozen star domain, now growing clearer on the screen, but his gaze grew increasingly solemn. As the distance closed, the instruments finally captured the scene at the domain's core. A colossal golden altar floated there, surrounded by dozens of ancient Star Eater clan remains. At the center of the altar, a faint golden light rune flickered, strikingly similar to his own inherited light rune. At that moment, a surge of energy rippled from the mech bay. Yunhang's star armor mecha activated autonomously, its surface inherited light rune pulsing in sync with the altar's rune on the screen. Old K leaned in, observing the eerie synchronization, his tone turning grave. It seems that altar is the key to the battle between the inheritor and the ancient Star Eater clan. It might even conceal the ultimate secret of the inheritance. Yunhang took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the star energy blade at his waist. Whatever lies hidden there, we have to go and see. Notify the entire crew. Prepare to enter the frozen star domain and stay alert. The Star Cheong accelerated through the crystalline ice clouds, slowly sailing toward the golden altar that held ancient secrets sealed away for eons. The Starcraft vessel pierced through the dense crystalline ice clouds, and the ice soul crystal at its bow suddenly emitted a rapid blue light, causing the spatial stability index on the main control screen to plummet instantly. What's happening? Yunhang immediately rose to his feet, only to see the ice crystals outside beginning to coalesce. In the once empty starfield, countless enormous crystalline ice pillars materialized, forming a natural labyrinth that encircled the Starcraft vessel. It's the ice crystal maze. Old K stared at the ever-shifting arrangement of ice crystals on the screen. These crystals can disrupt spatial signals and reflect energy waves. If we trigger the traps, the entire maze will unleash a freezing energy that could instantly immobilize the ship's engines. No sooner had he spoken than an ice crystal pillar abruptly hurtled toward the Starcraft vessel. A layer of white frost formed on the hull's shields in an instant, and the temperature plummeted. Yunheng looked toward the mecha bay, where the stellar armor was still flickering autonomously, its light patterns perfectly synchronized with the vibrations of the ice crystal pillars. The inherited light pattern can sense the rhythm of the crystals, he said, striding quickly toward the mecha bay. It'll take the mecha to clear a path ahead. Follow my route. The stellar armor ejected, and the moment its golden light patterns touched the ice crystal pillars, faint golden veins spread across the surface of the ice. Yunheng manipulated the mecha to extend its palm, and the inherited light pattern condensed into a slender thread of light that coiled around the nearest ice crystal pillar. The thread traveled along the crystal's veins, and the once upright pillar slowly shifted to the side, opening a narrow passage. That's the pattern. Follow the direction of the light thread. Yunheng's voice came through the communicator to the Starcraft vessel. The first officer immediately maneuvered the ship, trailing behind the mecha as it advanced slowly along the path opened by the light thread. The ice crystal pillars along the way yielded one by one under the influence of the light pattern, but whenever the ship passed, the crystals behind them would close again, as if to block their retreat. Half an hour later, the mecha finally broke free of the maze, and a massive golden altar appeared before them. The altar was constructed from thousands of massive stones engraved with runes. Floating above its summit was a translucent crystal within which a golden light mass was sealed, the very source of the light pattern that their instruments had detected earlier. The ancient Star Eater corpses scattered around the altar each bore a clean incision on their chests, as if inflicted by the same weapon. Yunheng landed the mecha before the altar. As his hand touched the altar stone steps, the inherited light pattern suddenly merged completely with the runes on the steps. The crystal atop the altar instantly flared to life, and the sealed golden light mass transformed into a stream of light that surged into the mecha's cockpit and into Yunheng's mind. A clear fragment of memory unfolded before his eyes. Thousands of years ago, the last inheritor wielding a star energy blade fought a decisive battle here against the first leader of the Star Eaters. Using his own Starseed energy as a guide, the inheritor sealed the core energy of the Star Eater leader within the crystal. But in doing so, he exhausted his own power and dissolved into light patterns that merged with the altar. This crystal was in fact the Star Eater's energy core and the inheritor's final line of defense. So that's it, Yunheng murmured to himself. The Star Eaters have been fixated on the Star Core because they want to find this place and reclaim their leader's core energy. Just then, an alarm blared from the Starcraft vessel. Captain, a large number of Star Eater warships have appeared outside the maze. They are destroying the ice crystal pillars and charging toward the altar. Yunheng looked up into the depths of the cosmos and saw the ice crystal pillars at the maze's periphery collapsing one after another, with a dark purple fleet surging in like a tidal wave. The crystal atop the altar suddenly flickered violently, as if sensing the energy of its kin, and began releasing unstable fluctuations. Old Chaos voice came through the communicator. Urgent, Yunheng. The crystal is about to go out of control. If the Star Eaters seize the core, they can revive their first leader, and then the entire Star Sea will be doomed. Yunheng gripped his star energy blade tightly, the inherited light pattern forming a thick layer of stellar armor over the mecha. It'll hold the altar. You activate the Starcraft vessel's main cannon to intercept the Star Eater warships. The mecha leaped to the top of the altar, the star energy blade blazing with a dazzling golden radiance that intertwined with the light of the crystal. The battle to defend this ancient seal had already begun. The mech landed atop the altar, and Yunheng immediately pressed his palm against the shimmering crystal. The inheritance light patterns surged through his palm into the crystal, colliding with the sealed Star Eater core energy within. Golden and violet black light intertwined wildly inside the crystal, emitting a sizzling burst of energy. Cracks spread across the crystal's surface as if it would shatter at any moment. Hold on. Yunheng gritted his teeth, channeling the Star Sea power within him. A crucial piece of information suddenly surfaced from the inherited memories. When the ancient inheritor sealed the core, they left behind a mantra: use inheritance as the lock and the Star Sea as the key. He immediately adjusted the frequency of the light patterns, transforming the Star Sea power into golden chains that coiled around the crystal's cracks, attempting to reinforce the seal. At that moment, the Star Eater warships breached the last line of the ice crystal maze, firing dozens of violet-black energy beams toward the altar. The Star Cruiser timely blocked the path in front of the altar, the ice soul crystal at its bow erupting with a brilliant light, forming a pale blue shield. The energy beams slammed into the shield, instantly coating the entire ship in ice. The vice captain's trembling voice came through the communicator. Captain, the shield won't hold much longer. The Star Eater's firepower is too strong. Old K manned the rune cannons on the Star Cruiser's flanks, firing golden rune beams that precisely struck the engines of several Star Eater warships. The ships instantly lost control, crashing into their neighbors, but more warships kept closing in. Yunhang, if you don't do something well, I'll be frozen into ice cubes. Old K's roar was laced with the noise of mechanical malfunctions. Yunhang stared at the violet-black core inside the crystal, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Since the inheritance light patterns could reinforce the seal, perhaps they could also completely purify the core energy. But doing so would consume a vast amount of Star Sea power and might even cost him his inheritance ability. Just as he hesitated, the crystal suddenly trembled violently. A violet-black energy shockwave burst from within, sending the mech flying crashing into the altar's stone pillar. "Captain," the vice-captain exclaimed. Yunhang struggled to his feet, watching the seal on the crystal rapidly disintegrate as the phantom of the first Star Eater leader began to materialize within. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. Old K held them off for 30 seconds. Without another word, Yunhang leaped toward the crystal, pouring all his Star Sea power and inheritance light patterns into it. A golden light, like a tsunami, engulfed the crystal. The violet-black core energy let out a piercing shriek as it was gradually purified by the golden radiance. The ancient Star Eater remains around the altar suddenly trembled, pale purple mist seeping from the cuts on their chests and converging toward the crystal. The residual energy within these remains was attempting to support the core. "Don't even think about it." Old K piloted the shuttle over its mechanical arms, firing countless silver threads that entangled the purple mist, channeling it into the shuttle's energy containers. "Yunhang, hurry. I can trap this residual energy temporarily." Yunhang pushed his purification power to the limit. The violet-black core within the crystal gradually faded, and the phantom of the first leader became translucent. But his face grew paler and paler. The Star Sea power within him was nearly depleted, and the light of the inheritance patterns grew dimmer. As the last wisp of violet-black energy was purified, the crystal suddenly transformed into a stream of golden light, merging into Yunhang's body. The Star Eater warship fleet instantly halted, the violet glow on their hulls rapidly fading, as if they had lost their energy source. Then all the warships began to disintegrate, scattering into countless fragments. The ice on the Star Cruiser gradually melted, and the shield returned to normal. Yunhang piloted the mech to land on the Star Cruiser's deck. As soon as he opened the cockpit hatch, his vision went black, and he collapsed. Old K rushed over, catching him by the shoulders. "Yunhang, are you all right?" Yunhang smiled weakly, raising his arm. The inheritance light patterns were still there, but their glow was much softer, and the Star Sea power within him had become purer. "I'm fine, just drained of energy," he said, gazing into the depths of space. "The Star Eater threat is temporarily neutralized, but the secrets of the frozen star domain might only just be beginning." The vice-captain hurried over, handing him a detection report. "Captain, at the spot where the crystal vanished, we detected a new spatial coordinate pointing to the source of the Star Sea, a place mentioned in the inherited memories where the inheritor was born." Yunhang took the report, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "It seems our next destination is the source of the Star Sea. Let's rest and recuperate first. Once I recover, we'll set off." The Star Cruiser slowly departed from the frozen star domain, heading toward that unknown region that held the origin of the inheritance. And the inheritance light patterns on Yunhang's arm quietly resonated with the new spatial coordinates, as if answering the call of the source of the Star Sea. The starcraft sailed steadily through the cosmos. Yunhang sat in the rest cabin of the bridge, eyes closed, regulating his breath. The Star Sea force within him flowed like a gentle stream. After the exertion of purifying the Star Eater core, it now recovered with a novel rhythm. The inherited light patterns had fully merged with his internal energy, and the once somewhat impure Star Sea force had become as pristine as newborn starlight. Old K entered, carrying a cup of warm Star Core nutrient fluid, and placed it on the table before Yunhang. "The test report is out. The purity of your Star Sea force has increased by 30%, and the inherited light patterns have gained new runes, as if some hidden ability has been unlocked." He pointed at the light patterns on Yunhang's arm, where several fine golden lines had indeed appeared, forming a totem never seen before. Yunhang opened his eyes, gazing at the new totem on his arm. A fragment of vague information suddenly flooded his mind. The source of the Star Sea, the root of inheritance, the Star Core as the guide returning to the truth. He picked up the nutrient fluid and drank it in one gulp, then rose and walked toward the main console. "It seems this totem is the key to the source of the Star Sea." The vice-captain had already input the spatial coordinates into the navigation system. The screen displayed the approximate location of the Star Sea source. It lay at the edge of the universe, enveloped by a nebula composed of pure starlight. Instruments could not detect the interior of the nebula. "Captain, we will reach the nebula's periphery in 3 days. However, the density of starlight within the nebula is extremely high and may interfere with the ship's communications and navigation. Yunheng nodded, his gaze shifting toward the mecha maintenance bay. Old K, how is the mecha upgrade coming along? Old K smiled and pulled up a three-dimensional model of the mecha. It's been ready for a while. Not only have I replaced the star silver conduits, but I've also installed a starlight sensing module. It can navigate autonomously within the starlight nebula, so even if communications are cut off, you'll still find your way. 3 days later, the starcraft arrived at the periphery of the starlight nebula. The nebula before them resembled a flowing golden ocean with particles of starlight drifting gently through the void. When they touched the ship's shield, they created a soft rippling effect. Yunheng donned his starlight armor mecha and stood inside the launch bay, speaking into the communicator. He'll pilot the mecha into the nebula first to scout the path. You wait at the nebula's edge and only enter after I've confirmed it's safe. The mecha was ejected. The moment it entered the nebula, the starlight particles, as if attracted, converged towards it. The starlight sensing module on the mecha's surface lit up, and a clear navigation pathway formed ahead, marked by pale blue light patterns. Yunheng guided the mecha along the path. The starlight grew denser, and in the depths of the nebula, he could faintly discern a massive platform suspended in the void. At its center stood a stone pillar engraved with inherited runes. As the mecha landed on the platform, the stone pillar suddenly illuminated, resonating powerfully with the inherited light patterns on Yunheng's arm. The runes on the pillar's surface flowed slowly, forming a complete set of text that materialized before Yunheng's eyes. I am the first inheritor. With the Star Sea as my foundation, I created the path of inheritance to guard the order of the Star Sea. The Star Eaters originated from the turbid chi of the Star Sea. To eradicate them completely, you must purify the Star Sea source with the power of inheritance. Yunheng's heart trembled. So the root of the Star Eaters lay within the Star Sea source itself. He reached out and touched the stone pillar. Suddenly, the pillar released a golden stream of light that surged into his body. Countless fragments of inherited memories rushed in like a tidal wave, from the first inheritor establishing the inheritance system to the battles of successive inheritors against the Star Eaters to how they guarded the Star Cores and sealed the Star Eater cores. All the truths now lay clearly before him. So the ultimate mission of the inheritance is to purify the Star Sea source, Yunheng murmured. The inherited light patterns in his palm were now fully synchronized with the stone pillar. Only by purifying the source can the threat of the Star Eaters be completely eliminated. At that moment, a wave of energy fluctuation came from the nebula's periphery. The communicator of the starcraft crackled with the vice captain's urgent voice, "Captain, a large number of Star Eater warships have appeared outside the nebula. They are absorbing the starlight energy from the nebula." Yunheng looked up towards the nebula's edge. Countless strands of purple-black energy threads extended from the Star Eater warships like greedy tentacles, frantically absorbing the starlight particles. The golden radiance of the nebula began to dim, and the light of the stone pillar weakened as well. They want to destroy the Star Sea source. A sharp glint flashed in Yunheng's eyes. He maneuvered the mecha, flying towards the nebula's periphery. Old K, activate the starcraft's main cannon. Stop them from absorbing the starlight. I'm on my way. The mecha sped through the starlight, the inherited light patterns trailing a long golden tail behind it. The truth of the Star Sea source had been unveiled, and the battle to completely end the threat of the Star Eaters was about to officially commence within this starlight nebula. The mecha raced through the starlight, and Yunheng watched the images transmitted through his communicator. The energy filaments of the eclipsed star vessels, like a spider's web, entwined the outer reaches of the nebula. With each wisp of starlight absorbed, the purple glow on the hulls grew richer, and the one-stem main cannons gradually began to radiate a dangerous red light. We cannot let them complete their energy accumulation. Yunheng manipulated the star energy cannon on the mecha's left arm and opened fire on the nearest eclipsed star vessel. A golden beam of star energy pierced through the starlight, striking the energy filament interface of the vessel with precision. The filament snapped instantly, the ship shuddered violently, and it veered off into the depths of the nebula. But more eclipsed star vessels immediately filled the gap, and several even turned, charging straight toward the mecha. From both sides of their hulls, multiple sharp metallic blades extended, glinting coldly in the starlight, clearly intent on destroying the mecha at close range. Yunheng, we're here. Old K's voice came through the communicator. The star cruiser shattered the starlight barrier at the nebula's edge, and the ice soul crystal at its bow erupted in a brilliant flash, instantly deploying a pale blue shield. The rune cannons on the flanks opened fire simultaneously, and golden rune beams like a meteor shower poured down upon the swarm of eclipsed star vessels. A gleam lit up Yunheng's eyes as he suddenly recalled the starlight war array, recorded on the stone pillar. Using the inherited light patterns as a guide, gathering the power of the Star Sea and starlight particles, it could form an impregnable defensive and offensive formation. He immediately shouted into the communicator, Old K channeled the Star Cruiser's energy into my inherited light patterns. We're activating the Starlight War Array. Without a moment's hesitation, Old K adjusted the ship's energy output mode. A golden beam of energy shot from the top of the Star Cruiser and struck the mecha with pinpoint accuracy. Yunheng fully unleashed the power of the Star Sea within him and his inherited light patterns. The golden light merged with the energy beam, instantly transforming into a massive net of light that spread toward the Star Cruiser and the surrounding starlight particles. Starlight as the shield, inheritance as the blade. Yunheng chanted the incantation recorded on the stone pillar. The net of light suddenly contracted, coalescing into a golden war array that enveloped both the Star Cruiser and the mecha. Runes flowed across the array's surface as starlight particles continuously merged into it, forming countless spinning light blades that orbited the array at high speed. The main cannons of the Eclipse Star vessels fired simultaneously, sending beams of purple-black energy toward the array. But the moment the beams touched the light blades, they were instantly sliced into countless fragments, dissipating as wisps of miasma in the nebula. Instead, the array absorbed the trace energy within the miasma, its radiance growing even more dazzling. Now's the time. Yunheng piloted the mecha as it charged out of the war array. The star energy blade gathered an unprecedented golden light as he flew toward the heart of the Eclipse Star fleet, the largest flagship. Sensing the danger, the flagship immediately released a thick purple-black shield while mobilizing the surrounding vessels to form a protective ring. Yunheng did not force his way through. Instead, he adjusted the frequency of his inherited light patterns to synchronize with the Star Sea source pillar. The starlight particles within the war array suddenly surged violently, transforming into a golden torrent of energy that slammed into the flagship's shield. Cracks appeared in the shield instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng leaped onto the flagship's deck and drove the star energy blade deep into the fissure. Purify. Yunheng poured all the power of the Star Sea within him into the star energy blade. The golden light surged through the cracks and flooded the flagship's interior. A shrill, agonized screech echoed from the Eclipse Star leader within, and purple-black miasma frantically gushed out from the gaps in the hull. Yunheng immediately expanded his inherited light patterns, forming a golden barrier that trapped the miasma. This miasma was the very source of the Eclipse Star's power and the root cause of the Star Sea's corruption. The Star Cruiser arrived just in time. Old K manipulated the ship's energy intake tubes, drawing all the miasma trapped within the barrier into the energy containers. Yunheng quick channeled the miasma into the Star Sea source pillar. Only the pillar can completely purify it. Yunheng immediately piloted the mecha, grabbed the energy container, and flew toward the stone pillar deep within the nebula. Deprived of the miasma's support, the Eclipse Star flagship began to disintegrate rapidly. The surrounding vessels, like puppets whose strings had been cut, plummeted toward the nebula's periphery. As the mecha landed before the stone pillar, Yunheng released all the miasma from the energy container. The pillar instantly lit up, emitting a soft golden light that gently enveloped the miasma. The miasma writhed and struggled within the light, producing a sizzling sound as it was gradually broken down into harmless starlight particles, which then merged into the nebula. As the last wisp of miasma was purified, the nebula's golden radiance grew even more brilliant. The runes on the pillar's surface ceased their flow and returned to stillness. Yunheng gazed at the scene before him and let out a long, relieved breath. The threat to the Star Sea source had finally been completely eliminated. Old K piloted the Star Cruiser up to the platform and said with a smile, "We did it. No more worries about the Eclipse Star from now on." Yunheng nodded, his eyes fixed on the depths of the Star Sea. The inherited light patterns on his arm pulsed with a soft glow, as if responding to this reborn sea of stars. The mission of the inheritance is complete, but the exploration of the Star Sea is not over yet, Yunheng said with a smile. Next, we should go see the broader universe. The Star Cruiser slowly departed from the starlit nebula, heading into the unknown depths of the Star Sea. As the stellar arc departed from the starlight nebula, the starlight particles around the hull still drifted gently, as if offering a blessing for this hard-won victory. Inside the maintenance bay, Old K was fine-tuning a newly captured core component from the Star Eater clan. The clang of metal mingled with the beeping of energy instruments. Yunheng stood beside the main console, watching the star map refresh on the screen. After the purification by the Sea of Stars, the star regions once marked as high-risk miasma zones were gradually returning to their normal hues. "Finally, we can catch a break," the vice captain said, handing 2 cups of star tea to Yunheng and Old K. "We've been fighting the Star Eaters tooth and nail. Now we can properly plan the next leg of our journey." Old K had just taken a sip when a soft chime sounded from the main console. Unlike the usual alerts, it was an encrypted communication request. "Who could be looking for us?" Yunheng frowned, signaling the vice captain to patch the call through. On the screen soon appeared a holographic avatar bearing a starburst insignia with the backdrop of a colossal space station suspended in the void. the emblem of the Star Alliance, the largest interstellar organization across the sea of stars responsible for maintaining order and trade routes among the star regions. "Greetings, Captain Yunhang," the Avatar said in a gentle electronic voice. "I am a diplomatic envoy of the Star Alliance. We have detected the energy fluctuations in the Starlight Nebula and confirmed that you have thoroughly purified the Sea of Stars and eradicated the Star Eater threat. The Star Alliance headquarters formally extends an invitation for you to visit the Central Space Station to receive the highest honor, the Guardian of the Star Sea Medal, and to discuss the development plans of the Sea of Stars with representatives from various star regions." Yunhang exchanged a glance with Old K, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. The Star Alliance rarely invited solitary warships on its own initiative. To bestow a medal and invite them to a star region conference was a clear testament to their prowess. "We need some time to consider," Yunhang replied. "We'll give you our answer in 3 days." After the communication ended, Old K immediately leaned over the console. "We have to go." The Central Space Station houses the most advanced Mecha RD lab in the entire Star Seed, along with the Star Alliance's treasured ancient star charts. "We might even find clues to the legendary lost starship ruins." Yunhang smiled and nodded. He was also intrigued by the Star Alliance's intelligence on the Sea of Stars, yet a trace of concern lingered in his heart. The internal factions within the Alliance were complex, and rushing into the conference might embroil them in new conflicts. Over the next 3 days, the Stellar Ark docked at the Blue Crystal Star region for resupply. Known for its abundant energy crystals, the space station was bustling with a diverse array of alien species. During resupply, Yunhang overheard a conversation between 2 Star Alliance crew members who mentioned an unknown energy signal in the border star region suspected to be the product of a non-carbon-based civilization. This news stirred Yunhang's curiosity. Upon returning to the Stellar Ark, he immediately accessed the star charts of the border region. Coincidentally, the border star region lay near the route to the Central Space Station. "Perhaps we could take a detour to the border star region first," Yunhang suggested, pointing at the star chart. "If we can identify the source of the unknown signal, it might provide valuable insight for the Star Alliance meeting." Old K and the Vice Captain both agreed. The Stellar Ark adjusted its course and set off for the border star region. On the 5th day of the voyage, they arrived at the outer reaches of the region. The stars here were mostly barren rocky planets with cosmic dust forming thick clouds in the void. Suddenly, the main console emitted a series of urgent beeps, and a chaotic energy waveform appeared on the screen. It was the unknown signal, and its source lay deep within the debris belt ahead. "The signal strength is increasing steadily, as if it's actively drawing us closer," the Vice Captain said, staring at the screen with vigilance. "And the frequency is strange, neither mechanical nor energy waves. It's more like some form of consciousness transmission." Yunhang put the mecha on standby while maneuvering the Stellar Ark slowly into the debris belt. Along the way, faint fluorescent patterns could be seen on the rock fragments, subtly synchronized with the signal waveform. As the Stellar Ark passed through the core of the debris belt, the sight before them left everyone breathless. A silver-white disc-shaped warship hovered in the void, devoid of any markings, yet emanating an energy fluctuation identical to the unknown signal. This was no creation of any known civilization. At that moment, the inherited light pattern on Yunhang's arm suddenly flickered. The hatch of the disc-shaped warship slowly opened, and a gentle white light streamed out, forming a clear line of text before the Stellar Ark's successor. "Please come aboard for a conversation." The main control room of the Stellar Ark fell into a brief silence. The white text emitted by the disc-shaped warship floated in the void, soft, yet carrying an undeniable sense of guidance. Old K stroked his chin, his eyes brimming with curiosity. A non-carbon-based civilization, and they know the inheritor. This is even more mysterious than the secrets of the Eclipsers. Yunhang stared at the line of white text. The inherited light pattern on his arm continued to flicker, offering no warning of danger. Instead, it resonated with a sense of reunion after a long separation. He took a deep breath and said to the Vice Captain, "Keep an eye on the Stellar Ark. Old K and I will take the shuttle over." Old K immediately grabbed his toolkit, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Should have done this sooner. Maybe we can bring back a piece of alien metal to study." The two boarded the small shuttle and slowly approached the disc-shaped warship. As they drew closer, they realized the silver-white material of the warship's surface was not metal, but an unknown crystal that flowed with the light. The white light at the hatch, like liquid starlight, gently enveloped the shuttle and drew it smoothly inside. The shuttle came to a stop in a transparent circular chamber beyond whose walls lay the vast expanse of the universe. As Yunhang and Old K stepped out of the shuttle, a pillar of light suddenly blazed in the center of the chamber. Within it, a humanoid silhouette slowly coalesced. Formed entirely of pale blue energy, it had no distinct features, but clearly radiated a gentle presence. "Inheritor, we have finally awaited your arrival." The silhouette's voice echoed directly in their minds without any communication device. I am the guardian of the stellar spirit clan from the extraterrestrial star C. I have been waiting here for the inheritor for 3,000 years. Stellar spirit clan. Extraterrestrial star C. Yunhang's heart jolted. How do you know of the inheritor's existence? The energy form of the silhouette rippled slightly, as if recalling the past. 3,000 years ago, the first inheritor reached the extraterrestrial star C and fought alongside our stellar spirit clan against the invasion of the dark matter race. Before he departed, he left a part of the inheritance core with us, agreeing that if the star C faced a crisis, the stellar spirit clan should assist the inheritor. This time, the energy fluctuations from your purification of the star C's source activated the signal device we left in the border star region. Old K couldn't help but interject, so you've called us because of a new crisis. The silhouette's aura grew solemn. The dark matter race has recently shown signs of revival. They are approaching your star C. The core left by the first inheritor contains the method to counter the dark matter race, but it can only be unlocked with the inheritor's light pattern. As its words faded, the silhouette extended an energy arm, revealing a pale blue crystal in its palm. The crystal's surface was etched with runes similar to the inherited light pattern. Yunhang reached out. The moment his palm touched the crystal, the inherited light pattern on his arm blazed, merging completely with the crystal. A flood of new memories surged into his mind. Visions of the first inheritor fighting alongside the stellar spirit clan, the dark matter race, transforming into an endless black mist devouring stars in their path. The key to countering this mist was the stellar core resonance array, which required gathering the 7 most ancient stellar cores of the star C and activating their resonance with the power of inheritance to form a light net that would purify the black mist. So that's it, Yunhang said, gripping the merged crystal tightly. The dark matter race is even more dangerous than the eclipsers. We must find the 7 ancient stellar cores as soon as possible. The silhouette nodded. I have already transmitted the coordinates of 3 known stellar cores into your star charts. The remaining 4 must be sought across the star C. The Star Alliance possesses extensive intelligence on ancient stellar cores. If you head to the Central Space Station, you may find crucial clues. As Yunhang and Old K returned to the shuttle, the disc-shaped warship suddenly released a stream of pale blue energy that flowed into the engines of the Stellar Ark. The vice captain's voice rang out, filled with surprise. Captain, our engine power has increased by 30%, and we've gained an extra dark matter defense shield. The silhouette's voice echoed in Yunhang's mind once more. This is a gift from the Stellar Spirit Clan. May you successfully find the 7 stellar cores. If you require assistance, send a signal through the crystal, and we will come as swiftly as possible. The disc-shaped warship slowly vanished into the darkness of the debris field, leaving only the pale blue energy swirling around the stellar arc. Yunhang looked at the 3 new stellar core coordinates on the screen, his gaze resolute. It seems the Star Alliance's invitation wasn't just to award a medal, but to face a new crisis together. Prepare for departure. Next stop, Star Alliance Central Space Station. The engines of the stellar arc roared to life, heading towards the Star Alliance headquarters. The peace across the Star Sea had not lasted long. A new challenge, one concerning the very survival of the entire Star Sea, had quietly begun. The stellar arc set course for the Star Alliance Central Space Station. With the energy boost from the Stellar Spirit Clan, its engines carved a trail of pale blue light through the void, shortening the original Tendui journey to just 7. During those 7 days, Yunhang spent nearly all his time in the archives, meticulously studying the memories transmitted by the Stellar Spirit Clan's crystal. The diagram of this stellar core resonance array, left by the first inheritor, was immensely complex. Each ancient stellar core required a different activation method, each needing a specific energy from its corresponding star region as a catalyst. Look at this blaze stellar core. Yunhang pointed to a red-marked core on the diagram. To activate it, we need the energy of star flame grass, which only exists in the fire meteor star region. That region is now a resource control zone of the Star Alliance. We can't get in without authorization. Old K leaned in, holding a piece of metal scrap from an eclipse wreck. Then well, just ask for permission at Star Alliance headquarters. You're the Star Sea Guardian now. They can't just refuse us, can they? Just then the vice captain's voice came from the main console. Captain, we're approaching the Star Alliance Central Space Station. Yunhang and Old K quickly made their way to the bridge. Through the porthole, they saw a space station the size of a small planet floating in the starry void. Its surface was covered with ring-shaped flight paths, and countless ships of various sizes were entering and exiting in an orderly fashion. The Star Alliance's Starburst emblem gleamed with dazzling golden light at the station's apex. As the stellar arc drew near, a guiding beam locked onto the hull, directing it to a designated berth. The moment they stepped off the stellar arc, 2 guards in silver-white uniforms adorned with Star Alliance emblems approached. Captain Yunhang, Mr. Old K, the diplomatic envoy, is waiting for you in the reception hall. The reception hall was carpeted in deep blue star-patterned fabric with star charts of various regions adorning the walls. Seated at the central circular conference table was an elderly man with silver-white hair and sharp eyes. Lin, the diplomatic envoy who had contacted them, and one of the Star Alliance elders. "Welcome to the Central Space Station," Lin said, rising to shake Yunhang's hand. His gaze fell on the faintly visible inherited light pattern on Yunhang's arm. "We are already aware of the Stellar Spirit Clan's visit. The threat of the dark matter race is not just your challenge. It is a crisis for the entire Star Alliance." Yunhang's heart trembled. The Star Alliance had already detected the Stellar Spirit Clan's presence. Sensing his confusion, Lin explained with a smile. "The Star Alliance has deployed energy monitoring stations in the border regions. The energy fluctuations of the Stellar Spirit Clan's warship were too distinctive for us to miss. Moreover, the Star Alliance has been searching for the ancient stellar cores for some time. We simply lack the key to activate them, the power of inheritance." He raised his hand, summoning a holographic projection. The image displayed the coordinates of 4 ancient stellar cores. 3 matched those provided by the Stellar Spirit Clan exactly, while the 4th was marked in the Mist Star region. "We discovered this Mist stellar core 3 years ago, but the spatial magnetic field in the Mist Star region is extremely unstable. None of the survey teams we sent could get close. We hope to collaborate with you in finding and activating the 7 ancient stellar cores." Of course, Yunhang nodded. "But activating them requires special resources like the Star Flame Grass from the Fire Meteor Star region. We'll need the Star Alliance to grant us access." Lin agreed without hesitation. "I will arrange the highest level clearance for you immediately. Not just the Fire Meteor Star region. All Star Alliance control zones will be open to you. Additionally, after tomorrow's Star Sea Guardian investiture ceremony, we will hold an emergency meeting to invite representatives from all star regions to join the search for the ancient stellar cores." That evening, Lin arranged for Yunhang and Old K to tour the station's core areas. In the Star Alliance Museum of Antiquities, an exhibit made Yunhang stop in his tracks. It was a black stone tablet covered in engraved runes which bore a subtle connection to the inherited light pattern. "This was discovered on the edge of the Mist Star region," Lin explained. "The runes on this tablet can interfere with spatial magnetic fields. We suspect it is linked to the seal on the Mist stellar core." Yunhang reached out to touch the tablet. The inherited light pattern on his arm blazed, and the runes on the stone began to flow, forming an ancient inscription. "Mist shrouds the core, light shall guide its path." "It seems this tablet is the key to unlocking the seal on the Mist stellar core." Yunhang said, a thrill of excitement running through him. "After tomorrow's meeting, we'll head straight for the Mist Star region." Lin nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the starry sea beyond the window. "The dark matter race is moving faster than we anticipated. We must race against time. All of the Star Alliance's resources will be at your disposal." Night deepened. The lights of the Star Alliance Central Space Station shone like a beacon across the star sea, illuminating this star region that held so much hope. The next morning, the Starry Sea Auditorium aboard the Star Alliance Central Space Station was packed to capacity. Representatives from various star domains adorned in distinctive attire sat upon the circular observation deck, their gazes fixed on the metal podium at the auditorium's center, where a medal embedded with a rainbow star diamond floated, the highest honor of the Star Alliance, the Guardian of the Starry Sea Medal. Wearing a deep blue uniform tailored by the starry vessel with a badge bearing the pattern of the inheritance light pinned to his chest, Yunhang slowly ascended the podium. Elder Rain held the medal and solemnly affixed it to Yunhang's chest. "Captain Yunhang, you have purified the source of the Starry Sea with the power of inheritance, eradicated the threat of the Star Eaters, and brought peace to the Starry Sea. From this day forth, you are the Star Alliance certified Guardian of the Starry Sea, bearing the mission to protect the entire Starry Sea." Thunderous applause erupted in the auditorium as representatives of different races rose to pay their respects. Old K sat in the front row of the observation deck, waving his arms excitedly, holding a homemade fluorescent sign that read "Yunhang is the best," drawing amused smiles from the surrounding representatives. After the medal ceremony, an emergency meeting convened in the adjacent council chamber. Elder Rain integrated the ancient star core coordinates provided by the Stellar Spirit Race with the information held by the Star Alliance, projecting them onto the holographic screen at the center of the conference table. 4 ancient star cores have been confirmed: the Blazing Star Core, the Mist Star Core, the Ice Soul Star Core, and the Thunder Star Core. Captain Yunhang proposes we first head to the Mist Star domain to unlock the seal of the Mist Star Core. Does anyone have any objections? The representative from the Mist Star domain, a member of the Mist Hidden race draped in a light veil with translucent wings, spoke first. "The spatial magnetic field of the Mist Star domain is exceptionally complex. My people are more familiar with the environment there and are willing to send a guide to assist you." Other representatives also expressed their support, some offering detection equipment, others promising to dispatch escort vessels. After the meeting, the Mist Hidden guide Leah boarded the starry vessel. With lavender eyes and translucent wings that could sense changes in the spatial magnetic field, she held a staff engraved with mist patterns. Captain Yunhang, the spatial turbulence belt in the mist star domain is the greatest obstacle. My staff can detect the direction of the turbulence in advance, clearing a safe passage for us. Old K had already eagerly upgraded the starry vessel's detection system, installing the anti-magnetic module provided by the Star Alliance. Now even with the strongest magnetic interference, our radar will function perfectly. And I've added a layer of mist hidden coating to your mech. It can become invisible in the mist, so you'll be safe even in danger. With everything prepared, the starry vessel slowly departed from the Star Alliance Central Space Station, heading toward the mist star domain. Leah stood beside the main console, the gem at the top of her staff, flashing in different colors. As the spatial magnetic field shifted, the spatial turbulence belt is 3 light years ahead. Everyone brace yourselves. The turbulence will cause slight shaking of the ship. Yunhang gripped the black stone tablet in his hands, its runes resonating continuously with the inheritance light as if guiding the way. He gazed out the window at the gradually darkening cosmos. The edge of the mist star domain was faintly visible, where celestial bodies were shrouded in thick gray mist so dense that even starlight could not penetrate. Prepare to enter the mist star domain. Yunhang's voice was steady and resolute. Leah, please guide the course. Old K, monitor the mech status. Oh, Vice Captain, maintain communication. Our objective: find the mist star core and unlock its seal. The starry vessel's engines roared as it slowly sailed into the gray mist. The mist around the hull was pushed aside by the energy shield, forming a temporary transparent passage. As they ventured deeper into the mist, a faint, yet stable energy signal began to appear on the main console's radar screen. It was the direction of the mist star core, the first stop in their quest for the 7 ancient star cores. The star cruiser sailed slowly through the gray mist, the gem atop Leah's staff flickering with a faint blue light. Each time the glow dimmed, she promptly adjusted the course, evading the spatial turbulence hidden within the fog. The mist around the hull surged, as if alive, occasionally coalescing into blurred phantom stars that vanished into the darkness in an instant. Old K frowned deeply. This damn fog is too eerie. I feel like something's watching us. The moment he finished speaking, the main console erupted with a piercing alarm. The radar signals on the screen became chaotic in an instant, and the once clear marker pointing toward the star core grew indistinct. What's happening? Yunhang immediately rose to his feet. Outside the porthole, the mist spun rapidly, forming the phantom of a battered warship, the Dawn, which had vanished at an abandoned starport a decade ago. Yunhang had seen its image in old KS records. It's a mirage in the mist. Leah's voice was tense as the gem atop her staff flickered violently. The mist reads our memories, creating familiar sights to confuse us. If we're drawn to the phantom, we'll fall into a spatial trap. Yunhang stared at the phantom of the Dawn. On its deck, a faint silhouette of a figure stood, its outline strikingly similar to his long-lost mentor. The inherited light pattern on his arm suddenly grew warm, and a surge of cool energy instantly dispelled the daze in his mind. This was indeed the phantom's trap. Everyone stay alert. Don't look at the phantom. Yunhang commanded in a low voice, pressing his palm onto the rune interface of the main console. Old K, bring me the black stone slab. Old K quickly handed over the slab. Yunhang infused it with the inherited light pattern, and the runes on the slab instantly blazed to life, projecting a golden blade of light that sliced straight toward the phantom of the Dawn outside the porthole. The moment the blade passed through the phantom, the mist ignited and burned fiercely. The Dawn's illusion let out a piercing shriek before vanishing completely into the fog. The radar signals returned to normal, but the mist beneath the hull suddenly began to boil. Countless gray tendrils emerged from the fog, coiling toward the starcruiser. It's the mist-eroding creatures in the fog. Leah swung her staff, and her translucent wings released a pale purple dust. When the dust landed on the tendrils, they instantly froze into ice, but soon more tendrils surged from the mist. We can't just defend passively. Yunhang's eyes sharpened as he piloted his mech and launched out. The mist coating on the mech's surface rendered it invisible in the fog, with only the inherited light pattern glowing faintly gold. Following the radar's guidance, he flew toward the direction of the strongest star core signal. Along the way, the mist-eroding creatures were easily severed by the mech's star energy blade, dissolving into wisps of gray mist. After penetrating 50 kilometers into the mist, Yunhang finally saw the mist star core. It hovered above a massive spatial rift, its surface covered in thick gray ice. The ice was etched with runes identical to those on the black stone slab, constantly absorbing mist energy to maintain the core's seal. Yunhang maneuvered the mech onto a rocky platform beside the star core and pressed the black stone slab into the rune groove on the ice. The inherited light patterned the slab, and the star core's runes all lit up simultaneously. Golden light spread along the ice's veins, and the ice began to melt at a visible rate. But just as the ice was about to melt completely, the spatial rift suddenly released a powerful suction force. The mech systems immediately reported errors, and it began to tilt toward the rift. Yunheng, watch out. Old K's voice came through the communicator. The starcruiser arrived just in time, and the energy suction tube at its bow emitted a blue light rope that firmly wrapped around the mech's waist, pulling it back onto the platform. Yunheng breathed a sigh of relief and once again infused the inherited light pattern into the star core. The ice melted completely, revealing the pale blue core. The runes on the core resonated with Yunheng's inherited light pattern, and a gentle blue light stream shot out from the core, merging into his mech. The Mist Star core had been successfully activated. Excellent. First one done. Old K cheered over the communicator. But Yunheng's expression remained tense. He stared into the depths of the spatial rift, where a low-frequency vibration faintly echoed, strikingly similar to the energy fluctuations of the dark matter race from the Starlight clan's memories. Beneath the mist, there may be traces of the dark matter race. We need to activate the other star cores as quickly as possible. We can't give them time to revive. Leah swung her staff, dispelling the surrounding mist. The next one, the blazing star core, is in the fire meteor domain. The starflame grass there only matures during the starflame eruption period. We must arrive before the eruption ends. Yunheng piloted the mech back into the starcruiser. Gazing at the activated mist star core's coordinates on the screen, his eyes were resolute. Set off. Target fire meteor domain. The starcruiser slowly departed the mist star domain. Behind them, the gray mist closed in once more, as if no one had ever set foot in this mysterious realm, and the journey to find the ancient star cores had only just taken its first step. After departing the Misty Star sector, the Starlight ship immediately set full speed toward the blazing meteor star sector. According to data provided by the Star Alliance, the main star of the blazing meteor star sector, Crimson Flame Star, enters a stellar flame eruption period once every century. Before the eruption, the stellar flame grass on its surface absorbs sufficient stellar energy, blossoming into a golden flame capable of activating the Crimson Flame Star core, and only 7 days remain until the end of this eruption period. At our current speed, we can reach the blazing meteor star sector in 4 days, but the surface temperature of Crimson Flame Star exceeds 5,000 degrees Celsius, and ordinary shuttles simply cannot descend, the vice captain said, pointing at the planet's data on the screen, his tone grave. Moreover, the stellar flame eruption will be accompanied by magnetic storms affecting the communication and energy systems of the mechas. Old K patted his chest as he approached, holding a mecha modification blueprint in his hand. Don't worry. I've already prepared a high-temperature resistant star armor coating, and I've replaced the mecha's energy core with energy blocks refined from star spirit crystals. Even if the temperature reaches 10,000 degrees, it can withstand it. The communication issue is even simpler. Just install a stellar flame signal amplifier, and we can stay connected no matter how strong the magnetic storm gets. Over the next 4 days, Old K led the maintenance team in modifying the mecha around the clock, while Yunheng and Leah studied the star chart of Crimson Flame Star. The Crimson Flame Star core was hidden within the planet's Flame Heart Canyon, the energy source of the stellar flame eruption, and the area with the densest concentration of stellar flame grass. However, the canyon was surrounded by active volcanic craters. When the stellar flame erupted, magma would submerge most of the canyon, so they had to find the stellar flame grass and reach the star core's location before the eruption. When the Starlight ship arrived at the blazing meteor star sector, the surface of Crimson Flame Star was already covered in dark red magma. Burning rock fragments floated in the sky, and the air was thick with a pungent smell of sulfur. Leo waved her staff, her translucent wings sensing the planet's energy flow. The stellar flame eruption is still 3 days away. The volcanic craters around the canyon haven't become fully active yet. This is the best time to land. Yunheng donned the modified mecha, its surface coated with a silver high-temperature resistant layer and equipped with thrusters on the back for low-altitude flight over the magma. He'll land in the mecha, first find the stellar flame grass, and then activate the signal for you to send the shuttle with the star core activation device, Yunheng said into the communicator. Old K, is the mecha's energy reserve sufficient? Absolutely enough. I've even installed 2 spare energy blocks, so even if something unexpected happens, ITLL, hold up. Old K's voice was brimming with confidence. The mecha ejected from the Starlight ship. As it entered the atmosphere of Crimson Flame Star, the coating's friction with the air produced a faint blue glow, showing no sign of melting from the high heat. Yunheng maneuvered the mecha to avoid falling rock fragments flying toward the Flame Heart Canyon. Along the way, volcanic craters intermittently spewed red magma, and the mecha's radar constantly issued warnings, urging him to steer clear of danger zones. Half an hour later, the mecha finally reached the Flame Heart Canyon. Patches of reddish stellar flame grass grew on the canyon walls, but their leaves had yet to bloom with golden flames. Clearly, they hadn't absorbed enough stellar energy. Yunheng landed on a rock platform in the center of the canyon. Just as he was about to collect a sample of the stellar flame grass, a violent tremor suddenly came from a distant volcanic crater, and dark red magma began to flow down the rock walls, spreading toward the canyon's center. What's happening? Isn't the stellar flame eruption still 3 days away? Yunheng frowned and immediately contacted the Starlight ship. Leah's voice came through urgently. Not good. The energy of Crimson Flame Star's core is stirring ahead of time. The stellar flame eruption might come early. How long do you have until the stellar flame grass matures? Yunheng stared at the stellar flame grass, noticing its leaves were deepening in color with faint golden specks appearing at the tips. At most 2 hours. But the magma will flood this place soon. I need to protect the stellar flame grass. He immediately activated the mecha's energy shield, enveloping the surrounding stellar flame grass. Yet the magma's temperature kept rising and fine cracks began to appear on the shield's surface, while the mecha's energy reserves plummeted rapidly. Old K, is there any way to speed up the stellar flame grass maturation? Yunheng's voice carried a note of anxiety. Old K paused for a moment, then suddenly shouted, I've got it. Inject the energy of your inherited light pattern into the stellar flame grass. The star core resonance array requires the power of inheritance. Maybe the inherited light pattern can stimulate the stellar flame grass to mature early. Yunheng immediately followed the advice, pressing the inherited light pattern on his palm against the leaf of the stellar flame grass. Golden energy spread along the leaf, and the golden specks at the tip of the stellar flame grass instantly brightened. The leaf rapidly unfurled, bursting into a dazzling golden flame. The stellar flame grass had matured ahead of time. Just then a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from deep within the canyon, and the location of the Crimson Flame Star core appeared clearly on the mecha's radar. Yunheng immediately collected the flame energy of the stellar flame grass and flew toward the star core's location. The mecha, enveloped in the golden flames of the starfire grass, raced at low altitude above the magma. The energy fluctuations deep within the Flameheart Canyon grew increasingly intense. Fissures on the rock walls spewed scorching sparks. Although the mecha's high-temperature resistant coating could withstand the heat, it began to glow with a faint red hue from the relentless energy impact. Its power reserves were nearly half depleted. 3 more kilometers to the star core's location. Yunheng stared at the radar screen, suddenly spotting a massive black fissure emerging from the magma ahead. From within surged a chilling black mist, creating an eerie contrast with the surrounding high temperatures. Leah's voice immediately crackled through the communicator, laced with obvious tension. That's dark matter energy. It has already infiltrated the interior of Qi and Star. Yunheng's heart sank as he maneuvered the mecha to evade the black mist. Yet as if alive, the mist suddenly extended several dark tendrils, snaking toward the mecha. Wherever the tendrils passed, the magma instantly solidified into black rock. When the mecha's energy shield contacted the black mist, a corrosive hissing sound erupted, and the shield's integrity began to plummet rapidly. Must not let the black mist touch me. Yunheng immediately activated the backup thrusters, sending the mecha soaring upward. Simultaneously, he drew the star energy blade, channeling the inherited light patterns and the fiery energy of the starfire grass into the blade. A golden blade of light wreathed in blazing flames struck fiercely at the black tendrils. The tendrils ignited instantly, dissolving into wisps of black smoke that faded into the air. But more black mist surged from the fissure, coalescing into blurry humanoid shadow figures that lunged at the mecha. These shadows moved with incredible speed, weaving freely through the magma, while the mecha's radar failed to lock onto their trajectories. Old K, can you pinpoint the exact location of the star core? I'm being swarmed by the shadows. Yunheng's voice carried a note of urgency as the mecha's legs were ensnared by the shadows, tendrils, the energy shield's glow growing dimmer. Almost there. Old K's voice accompanied the beeping of instruments. Found it. The star core is in the Flameheart cave below the fissure, but the cave is shrouded in black mist. You'll need to dispel it to get close. Yunheng took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the star flame purification technique recorded in the Star Spirit Clan's crystal. Using the starfire grass flame as a catalyst combined with the inherited light patterns to purify dark matter energy. He immediately channeled all remaining energy from the mecha into the star energy blade. The golden flames on the blade surged, forming a fiery blade several meters long. By the star flame as guide, by the inheritance as shield. Yunheng intoned the incantation solemnly, sweeping the fiery blade in a wide arc toward the surrounding shadows. Wherever the flames passed, the shadows let out piercing shrieks and were instantly incinerated into ash. The black mist too dissipated swiftly like snow under a scorching sun. The Flameheart cave beneath the fissure was finally revealed in its true form, a vast circular cavern. At its center floated a star core, its entire surface a deep crimson. The runes on the core, eroded by the black mist, had grown dim and lifeless. Yunheng guided the mecha to land at the cavern's center, simultaneously injecting the starfire grass flame energy and the inherited light patterns into the Qian star core. Golden and crimson light interwove across the core's surface. The fading runes gradually brightened, and the core began to release powerful energy waves that spread throughout the cavern. Sensing the star core's energy, the black mist in the fissure recoiled like a startled beast, ultimately vanishing deep into the crack. Qian star core activated successfully. Yuanheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to contact the stellar arc, the cavern suddenly trembled violently. Cracks widened on the rock walls and torrents of magma began to flood in. No good. The star flame eruption is coming early. Yuanheng immediately piloted the mecha toward the cavern's exit. Behind him, the star core released a crimson energy shield enveloping the entire cavern, a self-activated defense mechanism to withstand the impact of the star flame eruption. As the mecha burst out of the flame heart canyon, the surface of Qian star was already completely submerged in magma, and a rain of burning meteorites fell from the sky. The Stellar Ark's rescue shuttle arrived just in time, pulling the mecha back into the ship. Old K rushed over, immediately examining the scratches on the mecha's surface with a pained expression. "My precious mecha. At least it's not too badly damaged. We'll give it a good fix when we get back." Yuanheng nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the screen. The coordinates of 2 ancient star cores had lit up, leaving 5 more awaiting their discovery. But a note of gravity crept into his eyes. The dark matter race has already begun its moves. We must accelerate. The next Ice Soul star core, let's set off now. The stellar arc slowly departed from the fire meteor starfield, leaving behind Qian star undergoing its violent star flame eruption. Its crimson glow illuminated the surrounding starry sky. A race against the dark matter race had entered its most intense phase. After leaving the fire meteor star region, the starry arc immediately adjusted its course towards the ice crystal star region, where the ice crystal star core is located. According to the dual comparison of the Star Spirit Clan's crystals and the Star Alliance's data, the ice crystal star core is hidden on the eternal frozen planet at the center of the star region. This planet is covered by an ice layer thousands of meters thick, and its core area is constantly swept by extreme cold storms capable of freezing energy, making it impossible for even the Star Alliance's probe robots to penetrate. The surface temperature of the eternal frozen planet drops to -200°C, and the mecha's thrusters are likely to freeze, the vice captain stated, pulling up the planet's data with a furrowed brow. Moreover, the extreme cold storms will interfere with energy transmission, which may weaken the effect of the inheritance light patterns. Old K had already been busy with tools beside the mecha, replying, without looking up, "I am well prepared. I have added a constant temperature energy ring to the mecha which can maintain a stable temperature for the core components. The thrusters have also been replaced with frost-resistant star crystal nozzles, allowing them to function normally even in the event of an extreme cold storm. As for the inheritance light patterns," he patted the groove on the mecha's chest, "I've installed energy blocks refined from the Star Spirit Clan's crystals here, which can enhance the energy intensity of the light patterns, making them resistant to storm interference." Leah waved her staff, her transparent wings glowing with a faint purple aura. Sensing the energy flow of the ice crystal star region, the extreme cold storms of the eternal frozen planet have a pattern weakening every 6 hours for half an hour. We must seize this half-hour window to land, or the mecha will be swept away by the storm as soon as it touches down. 3 days later, the starry arc arrived at the ice crystal star region. The eternal frozen planet before them was entirely snow-white, with the ice layer reflecting a cold sheen under the starlight. On the planet's surface, faint blue storm trails could be seen, resembling enormous icy serpents writhing. Leah fixed her gaze on the gem at the tip of her staff. 10 more minutes, the extreme cold storm will enter its weakening phase. Prepare to land. Yuanheng donned his mecha and stood in the launch chamber, watching the storm intensity count down on the screen. When the value jumped to the safe threshold, he immediately ordered launch. The mecha shot out of the starry arc like an arrow, flying towards the icy surface of the eternal frozen planet. As soon as it made contact with the ice layer, the mecha's constant temperature energy ring lit up with a faint red glow, resisting the bone-chilling cold. Yuanheng maneuvered the mecha towards the planet's core area, noticing strange ice sculptures scattered across the ice layer. These sculptures took various forms, some resembling armored warriors, others large ferocious beasts, and their surfaces were etched with runes similar to those of the ice crystal star core. "These ice sculptures are not simple," Leah's voice came through the communicator. "They are the ancient guardians of the eternal frozen planet, and will awaken to attack upon sensing outsiders. Be careful and don't touch them." Just as she finished speaking, several warrior ice sculptures ahead suddenly broke through the ice layer, their eyes glowing with a faint blue light as they brandished ice spears towards the mecha. Yuanheng immediately maneuvered the mecha to dodge as the star energy blade gathered golden light and slashed at the ice sculpture's spears. However, the ice spears were exceptionally hard, leaving only a shallow mark upon impact. Their core is in the runes on their chests. Leah quickly reminded, use the energy of the inheritance light patterns to attack the runes, and you can destroy them. Yunhang immediately adjusted his attack target, concentrating the energy of the inheritance light patterns at the tip of the star energy blade and thrusting towards the runes on the ice sculpture's chest. The golden light collided with the blue runes of the ice sculpture, which immediately emitted a cracking sound, shattering into a pile of ice shards. However, more ice sculptures awakened from beneath the ice layer, and several beast-like ice sculptures even exhaled icy breath towards the mecha. Wherever the breath passed, thick ice spikes instantly formed on the surface of the ice layer. We can't linger. The storm's weakening phase is nearly over. Yunhang glanced at the timer, maneuvering the mecha to activate the thrusters and fly quickly towards the core area. Ice sculptures continuously obstructed their path, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the mecha's armor, dimming the glow of the constant temperature energy ring. Just as the storm was about to strengthen again, Yunhang finally spotted the ice crystal star core. It was hidden in the center of a massive ice cavern, enveloped by a layer of faint blue energy barrier, with the runes on the barrier matching exactly with those on the surrounding ice sculptures. On the ice layer surrounding the cavern, ancient text was also inscribed, which Leah deciphered through the mecha's scanning device. Guardians of the ice crystal, those who are not inheritors, do not approach. Yunhang immediately pressed the inheritance light pattern against the energy barrier as golden light merged with the barrier's blue runes, causing the barrier to slowly dissipate. The ice crystal star core revealed its true form. It was a pale blue, resembling a colossal ice crystal, and the runes on its surface began to flicker with a soft glow in response to the inheritance light pattern. Quickly activate the star core. The storm is coming. Leah's voice was urgent. Yunhang immediately injected the energy from the star spirit clan's crystals into the star core, which instantly released a faint blue stream of light that merged into the mecha. At the same time, the surrounding ice sculptures suddenly ceased their attacks, their glowing eyes gradually dimming as they returned to cold statues. Activation successful. Yunhang felt a surge of joy within and immediately maneuvered the mecha towards the direction of the starry arc. At this moment, the extreme cold storm had intensified again, and thick ice dust rose several meters high from the surface, hitting the mecha's thrusters and causing malfunctions. Fortunately, the rescue shuttle from the starry arc arrived just in time, pulling the mecha back into the ship. Old K immediately checked the mecha's condition and sighed in relief, saying, "Fortunately, it's just the thrusters that are a bit frozen. A quick cleanup will make it usable." The next Thunderstar core is in the Thunderstorm Star region, where the situation is much more complex. Perpetual thunderstorms and the presence of thunder crystal beasts that can absorb lightning. Yunhang looked at the three ancient star core coordinates lit up on the screen, his gaze resolute. No matter how complicated it is, we have to go. The dark matter creatures won't give us much time. Prepare to set off. Target the Thunderstorm Star region. The starry arc slowly departed from the ice crystal star region, and the eternal frozen planet behind it was once again shrouded in extreme cold storms, as if no one had ever set foot in this frozen domain. The journey to find the ancient star cores continued, with the Thunderstorm Star region ahead waiting for their arrival. The starry arc sailed toward the Thunderstorm Starfield, and as it approached its destination, the starry sky outside the viewport grew increasingly dim. Thick, dark purple clouds enveloped the entire starfield, with silver-white lightning flashing within the clouds. Even from light years away, one could feel the heart-pounding energy fluctuations. The vice captain displayed the planetary scan data, stating, "The main star of the Thunderstorm Starfield, Thunderstar, is shrouded in permanent storm clouds covering 90% of its surface with strong electrical currents. What's more troublesome are the thunder crystal beasts, which feed on lightning and can change size based on the amount of energy absorbed. The largest of them can even crush the armor of a battleship." Old K was crouched inside the mecha's energy chamber, wrapping the core circuits with a layer of silver anti-electric metal mesh. "Don't worry, I've equipped the mecha with a lightning diversion device. Even if struck by lightning, it can convert the current into energy reserves. The outer shell is coated with insulating star glaze, so the electrical attacks from the thunder crystal beasts won't harm the insides at all." He patted the outer shell of the mecha and pointed to a radar-like device nearby. This lightning locator can detect thunderstorms and the positions of thunder crystal beasts in advance, ensuring we won't get lost. Leah waved her staff, the light of her transparent wings flickering. The core of Thunderstar is hidden in the Thunder Eye Canyon, where the storm energy is most concentrated, and also the nest of the thunder crystal beasts. However, the Thunder Eye Canyon experiences a lightning-free window every 12 hours, and only during that time can we approach the star core. We have 8 hours to arrive, just in time for the next window period. 8 hours later, the starry arc stopped in a safe area outside the Thunderstorm Starfield. Looking through the viewport, the storm clouds on the surface of Thunder Star churned like boiling waves, with silver-white lightning coursing through the clouds, producing a deafening roar. Leah focused on the gem of her staff. The window period opens in 10 minutes. Yunhang prepared to depart. Yunhang piloted the mecha and shot out. As soon as he entered the storm clouds, countless bolts of lightning struck towards the mecha. However, the insulating star glaze on the surface of the mecha glowed with a light blue aura, and the lightning was instantly absorbed by the diversion device, transforming into a pale golden energy stored in the mecha's backup energy chamber. This device is really useful. Yunheng laughed as he maneuvered the mecha toward the Thunder Eye Canyon. Visibility in the storm clouds was extremely low, relying entirely on the lightning locator to guide the direction. Along the way, Yunheng encountered several small thunder crystal beasts. They were entirely transparent, as if sculpted from crystal only the size of a fist, and swarmed toward the mecha, attempting to absorb the lightning energy stored by the diversion device. Yunheng controlled the mechanical arms of the mecha to easily disperse them without getting entangled for long. When the mecha reached the Thunder Eye Canyon, the window period just opened. The storm clouds above the canyon temporarily dissipated, revealing a relatively calm sky. The rock walls on either side of the canyon were covered with blue thunder crystals flickering with faint currents, while the ground at the bottom of the canyon was covered with a layer of conductive metallic sand, emitting a sizzling electrical sound when stepped on. The nest of the thunder crystal beasts is deep within the canyon, and the thunder star core should be located just behind the nest. Leah's voice came through the communicator. The window period is only half an hour, so find the star core quickly. Yunheng accelerated, flying deeper into the canyon. Just after flying around a corner, a massive shadow suddenly surged out from behind the rock wall. It was a thunder crystal beast the size of the mecha, covered entirely in deep blue thunder crystals with strong limbs, and a sharp crystalline horn coiled with thick lightning charging fiercely toward the mecha. Be careful, it's the thunder crystal beast leader. Leah's voice was urgent. Yunheng immediately maneuvered the mecha to dodge. The crystalline horn of the thunder crystal beast leader crashed into the rock wall, instantly shattering it with a bolt of lightning, sending debris mixed with electricity hurtling toward the mecha. Yunheng activated the energy shield of the mecha to block the impact of the debris while drawing out the star energy blade, infusing it with the energy of the inheriting light patterns. A golden blade glimmering with pale blue lightning slashed toward the crystalline horn of the thunder crystal beast leader. Bang! The star energy blade collided with the crystalline horn, emitting a piercing metallic clash. The thunder crystal beast leader let out a sharp cry of pain, and the lightning surrounding it surged violently, forming a massive net of electricity that enveloped the mecha. Yunheng's heart raced as he immediately activated the diversion device, absorbing all the energy from the electric net. The mecha's backup energy chamber was instantly filled, even starting to overflow with pale blue currents. So that's how it works. Its energy can help us activate the star core. Yunheng's eyes brightened as he deliberately exposed a weakness in the mecha to lure the thunder crystal beast leader into unleashing lightning again. The thunder crystal beast leader indeed took the bait, shooting a thick bolt of lightning toward the mecha. Yunheng maneuvered the mecha sideways while activating the diversion device's energy storage mode, compressing the lightning energy into a blue energy sphere held in the mecha's hand. At this point, 20 minutes had passed since the window period began, and the storm clouds started to gather again, sporadic bolts of lightning reappearing in the sky. Yunheng no longer entangled with the thunder crystal beast leader and piloted the mecha deeper into the canyon. There indeed was a silvery star core wrapped in a layer of lightning barrier. Yunheng injected the compressed lightning energy sphere and the inheriting light patterns into the barrier simultaneously, causing the barrier to vanish instantly. The thunder star core released a strong wave of energy, intertwining silver light with the golden patterns of the mecha. The thunder crystal beast leader chased them to this point, and upon seeing the activated star core, its hostility suddenly vanished, turning and walking toward the canyon entrance. Clearly, its mission was to guard the star core, and now that it had been activated by the inheritor, it no longer attacked. Thunder star core activated successfully. Yunheng sighed in relief and immediately piloted the mecha toward the direction of the starry arc. At this point, the window period had ended and storm clouds once again covered the canyon, with countless bolts of lightning striking toward the mecha. However, the diversion device of the mecha had stored enough energy to easily withstand the lightning attacks. When the mecha returned to the starry arc, Old K immediately surrounded it, looking at the electrical traces on the mecha's surface, excitedly saying, "How was it? My anti-electric device works well, right? The next star core is in the deep sea starfield, which is entirely an ocean of liquid methane, and we'll need to modify the mecha's underwater propulsion system." Yunheng nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the screen. 4 coordinates of ancient star cores had lit up, with the remaining 3 located in the deep sea starfield, the void starfield, and the aurora starfield. His eyes were filled with determination. Whether it's the deep sea starfield or the void starfield, we will overcome them one by one. The threat of the dark matter race is growing closer. We must quickly gather all 7 ancient star cores to activate the star core resonance array. The starry arc slowly sailed away from the thunderstorm starfield, the thunder star behind them once again enveloped by storm clouds, with silver-white lightning flickering in the starry sky, as if cheering for their journey. The road to finding the ancient star cores is still long, but Yunheng and the crew of the Starry Ark are already prepared to face all challenges. The Stellar Ark departed from the Thunderstorm starfield, setting its course directly for the Deep Sea starfield. The primary star of this region, the Deep Sea Star, had no solid surface. The entire planet was shrouded in a viscous ocean of liquid methane where the pressure in the abyssal depths could crush ordinary warships. Perpetually shrouded in darkness, only bioluminescent creatures could survive within its depths. The methane ocean of Deep Sea Star exceeds 100,000 meters in depth. The signal from the Thunder Core indicates it lies at the bottom of the abyssal canyon, the vice captain said, pulling up detection data. The ocean model on the screen was marked with dense red danger zones. The seabed not only has extreme pressure, but also methane behemoths capable of devouring energy. Their tentacles are covered in neurotoxins, and once entangled, the mecha's control systems will be disrupted. Old K was lying beneath the mecha welding a new underwater thruster. I've already looked up the data. I've equipped the mecha with a pressure-resistant stellar steel shell that can withstand millions of pascals of pressure. The thrusters have been replaced with helical stellar energy thrusters, which are faster than shuttles in liquid methane. As for the toxins, he raised a silver metal box. This is a neural barrier shield that can block all toxin interference, ensuring the mecha operates normally. Leah waved her staff and her translucent wings glowed with a faint blue light. The methane ocean of Deep Sea Star has energy stream layers. Following them will save time, but methane behemoths often lurk nearby. Moreover, the seabed is pitch black. It'll use luminous runes to mark a path for the mecha so you won't get lost. 5 days later, the Stellar Ark arrived in orbit around Deep Sea Star. Gazing through the porthole, Deep Sea Star appeared as a colossal blue sphere. Its surface was devoid of any land, only rolling waves of methane. Occasionally, bioluminescent creatures rose from the ocean's depths, tracing streaks of green light through the darkness. Leah affixed the luminous runes to the mecha's hull, and they immediately emitted a soft green glow. The energy stream layer is 5 kilometers below the sea level. Follow the green light to find the abyssal canyon. The window of opportunity is only 1 hour. Go now. Yunheng piloted the mecha as it was ejected, and the moment it plunged into the methane ocean, the pressure-resistant shell immediately glowed with a faint red light, resisting the seawater's pressure. The mecha activated its underwater thrusters, diving deep like a silver fish. The surrounding waters grew increasingly dark, with only the mecha's luminous runes and the occasional passing bioluminescent creature providing faint illumination. When the mecha reached 5 kilometers down, its radar suddenly detected a massive energy flow, a surging upward current of methane. The current was incredibly fast, and as the mecha rode it, its speed tripled instantly. But before long, several enormous red dots appeared on the radar screen, rapidly approaching the mecha. Methane behemoths. At least 3 of them. Leah's voice was urgent. Yunheng immediately decelerated the mecha and switched on the searchlight. 3 methane behemoths, each the size of a small warship, emerged from the darkness. Their bodies were translucent, with 10 thick tentacles covered in green stingers, and the luminous organs on their heads flickered with an eerie red light. The methane behemoths attacked first, their tentacles striking fiercely at the mecha. Yunheng maneuvered the mecha to dodge nimbly while drawing a stellar energy blade. He channeled the energy from the inherited light pattern into the blade. A golden flash of light, dazzling in the dark seawater, cleaved through the nearest tentacle. The severed tentacle instantly spewed green fluid, sending bubbles rising through the water. But the other 2 methane behemoths took the opportunity to flank the mecha, firing their stingers from their tentacles. Yunheng immediately activated the neural barrier shield. The stingers lost their potency upon hitting the shield and fell harmlessly into the water. The mecha's thrusters suddenly flared, propelling it towards the abyssal canyon. He knew he couldn't waste time here. The window of opportunity was rapidly closing. The methane behemoths refused to give up, pursuing him relentlessly. Along the way, more and smaller methane behemoths joined the chase, swarming like green insects, attacking the mecha incessantly. Yunheng activated the mecha's side turrets, firing golden beams of stellar energy that shot down the smaller behemoths one by one, but the larger ones continued to close in. Just then, the outline of a massive canyon emerged from the darkness ahead, the abyssal canyon. At its entrance was a faint blue energy barrier, its runes similar to those on the Thunder Core. Yunheng's heart leaped with joy. He immediately steered the mecha towards the barrier. Seeing this, the large methane behemoth suddenly accelerated, its tentacles crashing down hard at the mecha's thrusters. Yunheng spun the mecha around, channeling all his energy into the stellar energy blade as he swung it at the tentacle. Boom! The golden blade light collided with the tentacle. The immense impact sent the mecha reeling violently in the water, but it also severed most of the tentacle. The methane behemoth let out a muffled roar before turning and retreating into the darkness. Seizing the moment, Yunhang pressed the inherited light pattern against the energy barrier. The golden light merged with the barrier's blue runes, and the barrier slowly dissipated. Deep within the abyssal canyon, a deep blue core hovered in the water. Its surface runes flickered faintly under the light of the luminous runes. It was the deep sea core. Activate the core quickly. There are only 10 minutes left in the window. Leah's voice was filled with anxiety. Yunhang immediately injected the energy from the spirit crystal into the core. The core instantly released a stream of blue light that merged into the mecha. The surrounding waters suddenly calmed. The remaining methane behemoths turned and fled as if intimidated by the core's energy. Activation successful. Yunhang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately piloted the mecha towards the surface. By now the window was nearly closed and the pressure on the seabed was becoming unstable. Fine cracks appeared on the mecha's pressure-resistant shell. Fortunately, the Stellar Ark's rescue shuttle arrived in time to pull the mecha back on board. Old K immediately inspected the mecha, wiping sweat from his brow. It's just a few cracks in the shell. A repair, and it'll be good as new. The next core is in the void starfield. That place has no celestial bodies, only drifting spatial fragments and unstable wormholes. It's even more dangerous than Deep Sea Star. Yunhang gazed at the coordinates of the 5 ancient cores now illuminated on the screen, his eyes resolute. No matter how dangerous we must go, the energy fluctuations of the Dark Matter clan are drawing nearer. We must gather all 7 ancient cores as soon as possible. Prepare for departure. Target void starfield. The Stellar Ark slowly sailed away from Deep Sea Star. Behind them, the methane ocean returned to its tranquil state, with only bioluminescent creatures tracing streaks of green light through the darkness, as if seeing them off on their journey. The quest for the ancient cores was half complete, but even more formidable challenges still awaited them ahead. The Starry Sky ship departed from the Deep Sea Star region, heading towards the Void Star Domain. This star domain is a special area among the Star Sea. Devoid of stars and planets, it is filled with endless darkness and floating rock fragments, occasionally punctuated by unstable wormholes that flicker with purple light capable of tearing apart any object that approaches. The Void Star Domain has no fixed coordinates and can only be located through the resonance of the Star Spirit Clan's crystals. The first officer stared at the fluctuating energy waveforms on the screen, his brow furrowed. Moreover, the appearance of wormholes is utterly unpredictable. Our radar can only detect wormholes within a 10-kilometer radius beyond which it is interfered by the void. Old K was modifying the navigation system of the mech, holding a piece of the Star Spirit Clan's crystal. To calibrate the instruments, I have integrated the energy of the Star Spirit Clan's crystal into the mech's navigation, allowing it to sense the wormhole's gravitational field from 50 kilometers away. I have also installed a spatial anchoring device so that even if caught by the wormhole's gravity, we can temporarily stabilize our position until the Starry Sky ship comes to rescue us. He patted the shoulder of the mech. The armor has also been reinforced, so we need not fear collisions with rock fragments. Leah waved her staff, her translucent wings dimming as the energy of the Void Star Domain became chaotic, even affecting her perception abilities. The energy fluctuations of the Void Star core are quite unusual. They attract nearby wormholes. When we reach the star core, we might find ourselves surrounded by wormholes. We must activate the star core before a stable encirclement of wormholes forms, or we will be trapped in the void. 3 days later, the Starry Sky ship arrived at the edge of the Void Star Domain. Outside the porthole lay an expanse of pitch darkness, only occasionally illuminated by the flickering light of purple wormholes and floating rock fragments, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yunhang piloted the mech to launch out, and the Star Spirit Clan's crystal on the navigation system immediately lit up, guiding the direction of the star core. As soon as it entered the Void Star Domain, the mech's radar detected a small wormhole forming 20 kilometers ahead. Yunhang quickly adjusted his course to avoid the wormhole. The space around the wormhole twisted and rock fragments were instantly torn to powder upon approaching a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Be careful. 3 wormholes are converging 30 kilometers to the left front. Leah's voice was urgent. Yunhang looked up to see 3 purple wormholes slowly closing in from the darkness, forming a massive gravitational field that tugged at the surrounding rock fragments, drawing them toward the wormholes and creating a swirling fragment storm. The mech was affected by the gravitational field, beginning to drift towards the fragment storm. Yunhang immediately activated the spatial anchoring device, extending 3 silver anchor chains from the bottom of the mech, inserting them into the surrounding rock fragments to stabilize his position temporarily. At the same time, he controlled the mech to activate the thrusters and flew in the opposite direction of the gravitational field, barely managing to escape the clutches of the fragment storm. As he traveled, the density of wormholes increased, and the mech's navigation system continuously issued warnings. Yunhang had to frequently adjust his route to evade the ever-present dangers. Half an hour later, the mech's radar finally detected the energy fluctuations of the Void Star core. It floated in the center of a massive cluster of rock fragments surrounded by dozens of small wormholes like a treasure guarded by wormholes. The Void Star core is just ahead, but the surrounding wormholes are converging. We only have 10 minutes. Leah's voice was tinged with tension. Yunhang took a deep breath and piloted the mech towards the star core. The wormholes along the way continuously released gravitational forces tugging at the mech's exterior and causing slight deformations, but he dared not slow down. Time was slipping away rapidly. As the mech approached the star core, the surrounding wormholes suddenly accelerated their convergence, forming a massive purple light net that enveloped both the star core and the mech. The mech's thrusters were locked by the gravitational field, unable to move, and the spatial anchoring device failed due to the overwhelming gravitational force of the wormholes. This is bad. We're trapped. Yunhang's voice was filled with anxiety. Just then, the Star Spirit Clan's crystal suddenly flew out from the mech's navigation system, hovering in front of the mech, releasing a soft blue light. The light resonated with the energy fluctuations of the star core, causing the runes on the surface of the star core to illuminate instantly, and a golden light shield expanded from the star core, creating a gap in the surrounding wormhole light net. It's the power of the Star Spirit Clan's crystal. Quickly activate the star core. Leah's voice was filled with excitement. Yunhang immediately pressed the inheritance light pattern onto the surface of the star core. Golden energy spread along the runes of the star core, and in an instant the star core released a powerful energy fluctuation that completely dispelled the surrounding wormhole light net. The wormholes lost their gravitational support, transforming into purple light points that dissipated into the darkness. The activation of the Void Star core was successful, and a faint purple light stream flowed into the mech. Yunhang breathed a sigh of relief, piloting the mech towards the direction of the Starry Sky ship. At this moment, the Void Star domain had returned to calm, with only the floating rock fragments slowly drifting in the darkness, as if the earlier danger had never occurred. When the mech returned to the Starry Sky ship, Old K immediately rushed over, looking at the deformation marks on the mech's exterior with a pained expression. This void is too ruthless. It has deformed my precious mech. Fortunately, we activated the star core, otherwise we would have been trapped inside. The next star core is in the Aurora Star domain, where the Auroras can interfere with energy systems, and there are Aurora Guardians protecting the star core. It's going to be another tough battle. Yunhang looked at the 6 ancient star core coordinates lighting up on the screen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Only one is left. As long as we activate the Aurora Star core, we can initiate the star core resonance array to completely fend off the threat of the dark matter race. Prepare to depart. Target the Aurora Star domain. The Starry Sky ship slowly left the Void Star domain, the darkness behind gradually replaced by starlight. The journey to find the ancient star cores was nearing its end, and the final challenge awaited them in the Aurora Star domain ahead. The starcraft sailed toward the Aurora starfield, and the closer it got, the more breathtaking the view outside the portholes became. The entire starfield was shrouded in flowing, iridescent auroras. Ribbons of green, purple, and blue light intertwined in the void, forming a natural curtain of stunning beauty. But beneath this beautiful surface lurked danger. The auroras contained powerful energy interference waves capable of completely disrupting the ship's communication and navigation systems. The main star of the Aurora starfield, Aurora Star, is enveloped by 3 layers of aurora curtains. Each layer has a different intensity of energy interference. The innermost core curtain can even distort the energy of the inherited light pattern, the vice captain said, pulling up scan data. The energy waveforms on the screen were chaotic and disordered. Moreover, Star Alliance records show that the Aurora Star core is guarded by Aurora Guardians, life forms condensed from aurora energy that can manipulate the auroras to attack intruders. Old K was adding a layer of golden protective shell to the mecha's energy core. This is an aurora energy filter. It can convert interference waves into energy for the mecha. I've also swapped the navigation system for a light pattern locator. Even if communications go down, we can still lock onto the star core's direction using the inherited light pattern. As for the Guardians, he patted the mecha's stellar cannon. I've modified the muzzle into a resonance cannon. It might be able to resonate with the aurora energy and weaken their attacks. Leo waved her staff, and her translucent wings resonated faintly with the surrounding aurora. The aurora curtains have light gaps, areas where the energy interference is weakest. They only appear during aurora tides. According to astrological calculations, the first aurora tide will occur in 2 hours. We must seize this opportunity to pass through the 3 layers of curtains. 2 hours later, the starcraft halted at the periphery of the Aurora starfield. The aurora in the void suddenly began to surge violently, and narrow fissures appeared in the originally interwoven light bands, precisely the light gaps Leah had mentioned. Now, Leah shouted. The vice captain immediately maneuvered the starcraft, flying toward the nearest light gap. As they passed through the first aurora curtain, the hull vibrated slightly, and the communication system instantly cut out, but the mecha's light pattern locator continued to function normally. Yunhang piloted the mecha, ejecting it to follow closely behind the starcraft as they flew toward the second curtain. The aurora energy in the second curtain was even stronger. The filter on the mecha's surface glowed with a faint blue light, continuously converting the interference waves into energy, which was stored in the backup energy bay. When the starcraft and the mecha reached the third core curtain, the aurora tide suddenly weakened and the light gaps began to close rapidly. They'll go ahead to activate the star core. You wait outside the curtain. Yunhang shouted into the communicator. Though he knew the connection was dead, he still habitually gave the order. The mecha accelerated through the rapidly closing light gap and entered the atmosphere of Aurora Star. The surface of Aurora Star was covered in pale purple crystals. Countless small auroras floated in the sky, and the air was thick with a faint energy fluctuation. Guided by the mecha's light pattern locator, Yunhang flew toward the planet's core region. Just as he flew over a crystal plane, 3 blinding beams of light suddenly flared in the void ahead. As the light faded, 3 humanoid life forms entirely condensed from aurora energy appeared before him, the Aurora Guardians. Outsiders leave this place. The Guardian's voice sounded like the flowing of the aurora, carrying an undeniable authority. They raised their hands simultaneously, and 3 beams of aurora energy in different colors shot toward the mecha. Yunhang immediately activated the resonance cannon. The golden beam collided with the aurora energy beams, instantly resonating and dissolving into a sky full of shimmering light fragments. It works. Yunhang felt a surge of joy as he maneuvered the mecha to charge at the Guardians. The stellar blade gathered the energy of the inherited light pattern, and a golden blade light interwoven with aurora slashed toward the nearest Guardian. But the Guardian's body was as illusory as the aurora itself. The stellar blade passed through it without causing any damage. Their true forms are within the Aurora Star core. Leah's voice suddenly came through the communicator. The starcraft had actually managed to pass through the core curtain and had arrived beside the mecha. Use the energy of the inherited light pattern to lock onto their cores, and then you can damage them. Yunhang immediately adjusted his attack method, channeling the energy of the inherited light pattern into his eyes. The mecha's vision instantly transformed, allowing him to clearly see the golden cores flickering inside the Guardians. He piloted the mecha to strike again. The stellar blade precisely hit a Guardian's core. The Guardian let out a sharp shriek, its body dissolving into a flurry of aurora fragments that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, the other 2 Guardians immediately merged together, transforming into a massive aurora storm that swept toward the mecha and the starcraft. The storm contained twisting energy. The mecha's filter began to malfunction, and its energy reserves were rapidly depleting. Activate the pre-initiation sequence for the star core resonance array. Yunhang suddenly shouted, injecting the energy of the inherited light pattern into the mecha's core, causing it to resonate with the starcraft's energy. Golden energy was released from both the mecha and the starcraft, intertwining with the energy of the aurora storm. At that moment, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the planet's core region. The location of the Aurora Star core was exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhang piloted the mecha to break through the aurora storm and fly toward the source of the energy fluctuation. The Aurora Star core hovered in the center of a massive crystal altar, its entire body composed of iridescent aurora energy. The runes on its surface were identical to those of the inherited light pattern. Yunhang pressed the inherited light pattern against the star core. Golden energy spread along the runes, and the star core instantly released a dazzling light that radiated across the entire planet. The aurora storm attacking the starcraft abruptly ceased. The bodies of the remaining 2 Guardians gradually became transparent, eventually transforming into aurora energy and merging into the star core. Their mission was to guard the star core, and now that it had been activated by the inheritor, their task was complete. The final star core has been successfully activated. Yunhang shouted excitedly. The coordinates of the 7 ancient star cores lit up simultaneously on the light pattern locator, forming a complete star chart. The starcraft slowly approached, and the vice captain's voice was filled with excitement. Captain, the Starlight race has sent a signal. They have arrived at the Sea of Stars and are ready to assist us in activating the star core resonance array. Yunhang looked up at the aurora curtains in the void. The colorful ribbons of light still flowed slowly, but now they were no longer a threat. They were a symbol of victory. He piloted the mecha back to the starcraft, his eyes filled with determination. Set course. Return to the Sea of Stars. Activate the star core resonance array and completely repel the threat of the dark matter race. The starcraft slowly departed from Aurora Star, passing through layer after layer of aurora curtains, flying toward the Sea of Stars. The energy of the 7 ancient star cores resonated with each other across the void. A final battle that would decide the fate of the Star Sea was about to begin. The starcraft sped at full throttle toward the source of the star, see its hull encircled by the energy halos emanating from the 7 ancient star cores. The crimson of the blazing flame star core, the pale blue of the ice soul star core, the silver white of the thunder star core. The 7 hues interwove into a resplendent rainbow ribbon, leaving a brilliant trail across the void. Inside the main control room, Yunheng embedded the star spirit crystal into the central console. The crystal instantly released a stream of pale blue energy, linking with the coordinates of the 7 star cores displayed on the screen. The Star Spirit Fleet has assembled at the periphery of the source, the vice captain said, pulling up a holographic projection. In the image, dozens of disc-shaped warships hovered beside the Starlight Nebula, their pale blue hulls echoing the star core's radiance. Elder Rain is also leading the Star Alliance fleet to reinforce us. They will intercept the vanguard of the dark matter race. Old K stared intently at the mecha's energy readings, his palms slightly sweaty. The mecha's energy core has synchronized with the 7 star cores. The intensity of the inherited light patterns has peaked, but activating the resonance array requires you to enter the nebula's core and guide the energy beside the monolith. That location will become the primary target of the dark matter race. The danger exceeds any battle we've fought before. Yunheng patted Old K on the shoulder, his gaze resolute. This is the mission of the Inheritor and the final battle to protect the Star Sea. Once we activate the resonance array, we can completely purify the dark matter race. Then you can thoroughly study star spirit technology and create even more formidable mechas. When the starcraft arrived at the source of the star, vast patches of black mist had already appeared in the distant void, the vanguard of the dark matter race. Like flowing black fog, they rapidly closed in on the Starlight Nebula. The Star Spirit warships opened fire first. Pale blue energy beams like a meteor shower streaked toward the black mist. Eerie shrieks echoed from the mist, yet it continued to advance relentlessly. No time left. I'm heading to the nebula core now. Yunheng donned his mecha, and under the cover of the Star Spirit warships flew toward the monolith deep within the nebula. Along the way, starlight particles attracted by the star core's energy converged on the mecha, forming a multicolored energy shield around it. As the mecha landed beside the monolith, the energy of the 7 ancient star cores had already gathered within Yunheng through the inherited light patterns. He pressed his palm against the monolith and recited the incantation left by the first inheritor in a deep voice. The 7 stars as the guide, the Star Sea as the foundation, the power of resonance purify all evil. The monolith instantly burst into dazzling golden light. 7 energy pillars of different colors shot from across the Star Sea, landing precisely atop the monolith to form a colossal multicolored light array. Runes swirled within the array, and the emanating energy waves spread across the entire Star Sea. Wherever they passed, the black mist of dark matter melted away like snow under a scorching sun. We did it. Old K cheered through the communicator, but his voice quickly turned urgent. No, a massive energy fluctuation is emerging from deep within the black mist, far stronger than any dark matter creature before. Yunheng looked up to see a colossal black shadow slowly coalescing in the center of the black mist. It stood thousands of meters tall, its body entwined with dark matter energy that could devour starlight, and a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on the light array at the nebula's core. The Dark Matter Lord. The voice of the Star Spirit Guardian echoed in Yunheng's mind. It is the core of the dark matter race. Only by destroying it can the threat be eliminated. The Dark Matter Lord let out a deafening roar and raised its hand, unleashing a massive wave of black energy toward the light array. The Star Alliance fleet and the Star Spirit warships opened fire simultaneously, forming a defensive line of pale gold and pale blue energy beams. But the black energy wave shattered them instantly, striking multiple warships and reducing them to debris. The light array's energy also trembled under the impact, and fine cracks began to appear. Yunheng felt the inherited light patterns within him vibrate violently as the energy of the 7 ancient star cores drained rapidly. I must destroy its core quickly. Yunheng gritted his teeth and poured all remaining Star Sea power into the light array. A multicolored energy blade shot forth from the array, slicing toward the Dark Matter Lord's chest. The Dark Matter Lord dodged sideways, and the energy blade struck its arm, causing a large portion of the black mist to dissipate. But it quickly reformed its arm and unleashed another black energy wave. At that moment, the starcraft suddenly accelerated, the Ice Soul crystal at its bow blazing with intense light as it hurtled toward the Dark Matter Lord's chest. Old K was piloting the starcraft, aiming to ram its core. Old K, no! Yunheng shouted, but it was too late. The starcraft slammed violently into the Dark Matter Lord's chest. The black mist churned fiercely, and the Dark Matter Lord let out a piercing shriek as a dark red core was exposed in its chest. Now, Yunhang seized the opportunity, channeling the light array to release a multicolored pillar of light condensed from the full energy of the 7-star cores, which struck the Dark Matter Lord's core with unerring precision. The moment the light pillar pierced the core, the Dark Matter Lord let out an earth-shaking roar. Its colossal body began to disintegrate rapidly, dissolving into wisps of black mist that were completely purified by the light array's energy. With the Dark Matter Lord's demise, the remaining black mist also dissipated, and the Star Sea regained its former brilliance. The wreckage of the starcraft drifted slowly through the void. Old KS shuttle emerged from the debris and flew toward Yunhang. "Don't worry. I ejected long ago. The starcraft may be gone, but we can build an even better one." Yunhang nodded with a smile and looked up at the Star Sea. The energy of the 7 ancient star cores still swirled within the light array, guarding this reborn star domain. Crew members from the Star Spirit warships and the Star Alliance fleet emerged from their vessels, cheering in the void. Elder Rain's voice came through the communicator, filled with relief. "Captain Yunhang, you have fulfilled the mission of the first inheritor and protected the entire Star Sea. The Star Alliance is willing to rebuild the starcraft for you and assist you in exploring the wider cosmos." Yunhang looked at the still glowing inherited light patterns on his arm, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "The peace of the Star Sea requires our joint protection, and the universe holds countless more secrets waiting to be discovered. Next, we can search for the lost starship ruins together and venture into even more distant star regions." The Star Spirit Guardian's voice echoed in Yunhang's mind. "There are many threats beyond the Star Sea, like the Dark Matter race. If you are willing, the Star Spirit people will stand with you to safeguard the peace of the entire universe." Yunhang clenched his fist and gazed into the depths of the Star Sea. Sunlight streamed through the Starlight Nebula, casting a multicolored glow upon his mecha. An ultimate battle had concluded, but a new journey for him and his companions had just begun. They would pilot a new starship bearing the mission of inheritance and continue to write their own legend across this boundless Star Sea. Yunhang's palm still pressed against the cooling wall of the stellar core resonance device, the lingering scorching tremor beneath his fingertips yet to fade. The spatial rift left behind by the receding dark matter torrent still hung in the dome of the main control room like a frozen ink-black scar. Occasionally fine dark purple particles escaped from it, dissolving into silent ripples of annihilation upon touching the alloy floor. Energy readings are stable within safe thresholds, but the rift is expanding slowly. Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator, laced with the faint static of instrument currents. "We have at most 3 standard hours, or the rift will devour the entire Stardust." Yunhang looked up at the rift, the flowing dark matter radiance reflected in his pupils. During the decisive battle moments ago, the silver-white light burst from the stellar core device had briefly suppressed the rift, yet the corrosive force of the dark matter residue still gnawed at the spatial structure, a deliberate trap left behind by the retreating dark matter fleet. If not completely sealed, this passage would become a breach for dark matter invasion into the Star Alliance's star domain. He turned and walked toward the main console, his fingertips gliding across the cracked star chart projection, his gaze settling on a nebula region marked unexplored at the edge of the passage. "During the stellar core resonance, I received a pulse signal." Yunhang said, his voice carrying a faint yet unmistakable weariness, but resolute. "The source lies within this nebula, like a guide from some fragment of a star chart." "A star chart fragment." Lin Xia paused on the other end of the communicator, followed by the rustling sound of searching through data. "You mean the legendary piece said to locate the source of the stellar core? But all records call it a myth from the ancient Star Alliance." "It's no myth." Yunhang pulled up the energy records from the decisive battle. The silver-white ripples dancing on the screen overlapped with an ancient stellar script pattern. The energy fluctuations from the dark matter fleet's core warship resonated inversely with the stellar core device. They are searching for the source of the stellar core. This fragment signal might be our only clue to stop them. Before his words faded, the main control room suddenly shook violently. More dark purple particles surged from the rift in the dome, and the console's alarm lights flashed red instantly. "Rift expansion accelerating. Dark matter residue is activating spatial folds," a monitoring crew member shouted. Yunhang clenched his fist abruptly. The residual energy from the stellar core resonance burned faintly in his palm. He gazed at the churning nebula outside the porthole. It harbored unknown dangers, yet also held the hope of preserving the passage. "Lin Xia, prepare the jump drive. Target the unknown nebula." He pressed the communicator, his voice brooking no dissent. "The rift can only be sealed by the source of the stellar core. We have no time for hesitation." "But Captain, the unknown nebula has no jump coordinates. The risk is too great. The dark matter fleet is already ahead of us." Yunhang's gaze fell upon the projection of the star chart fragment. Its silver-white patterns glimmered in the darkness like a guiding lamp. "The stellar passage must not fall on our watch. This time we chase them down." The alarms in the main control room gradually subsided, and the hum of the jump drive began to echo deep within the ship's hull. The rift in the dome continued to expand slowly, but the nebula outside the porthole was now close at hand. Amid the colorful gas clouds, a faint silver-white light flickered, the echo of the star chart fragment and the beginning of a new adventure. Yunhang raised his hand to touch the nebula projection on the screen. The moment his fingertip aligned with the silver-white light, the tremor of the stellar core resonance surged again. This time it was no longer the aftermath of battle, but a summons toward the unknown. The residual warmth of the Stardust ship's warp engine had not yet dissipated when the vessel just entered the edge of an unknown nebula. Suddenly, the amber alert light in the control room blared. This was a signal indicating interference with the navigation scanner, and the once clear nebula map on the screen was instantly obscured by a multitude of noise. Captain, the surrounding spatial magnetic field is exceptionally turbulent, and the warp coordinates have completely failed. The navigator's voice was urgent. Strangely, the scanner has detected a large number of pseudo-stellar signals. Their energy fluctuations are almost identical to that of stars, making it impossible to distinguish which is a real celestial body. Yunhang quickly walked to the navigation console, his fingers gliding over the noise-ridden screen, the lingering heat from the star core resonance causing a dull pain in his palm. He looked up at the viewport, and the nebula outside was no longer the vibrant spectacle it had been upon first sight, but had transformed into a swirling gray mist, countless points of light flickering within resembling scattered diamonds on black cloth, yet none provided a clear navigational direction. This was not a naturally formed nebula, but rather a meticulously arranged maze. Lin Xia, pull up the energy records of the star map fragment and compare them with the current magnetic field data. Yunhang pressed the communicator, his gaze never leaving the mist outside the viewport. Since the Dark Matter Legion has been here, they must have left traces. The signal from the fragment might penetrate the interference. A moment later, Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator, tinged with surprise. The comparison results are in. The silver-white energy wave of the star map fragment completely matches the frequency of a certain pseudo-stellar signal within the mist. But that signal is moving. Yunhang frowned. Is it a warship of the Dark Matter Legion? Uncertain. Lin Xia's voice hesitated. The energy fluctuations of that signal are very stable, lacking the pulse characteristics of a warship engine, and rather resemble a guiding signal emitted by some device. At that moment, the Stardust suddenly trembled slightly, and the lights in the control room flickered. Amidst the noise that had covered the screen, a fragment of a holographic image suddenly emerged. A desolate planetary surface appeared with black rocks etched with silver-white patterns identical to those on the star map fragment, and at the center of these patterns floated a translucent crystal emitting a glow similar to that of the star core device. This is the ruins of the old Star Alliance. Yunhang's pupils suddenly constricted. He had seen similar records in ancient texts at the Star Alliance archives. During ancient times, the Alliance had laid out the Maze Nebula on critical routes to protect the source of the star core, allowing only those with a star map fragment to find the entrance to the ruins through the pseudo-stellar signals. But the image lasted only 3 seconds before vanishing with another magnetic field fluctuation, the screen once again covered by noise. Yet those 3 seconds of footage had already provided Yunhang with the key insight. That silver-white pattern was the missing part of the star map fragment. Lin Xia, lock onto the pseudo-stellar signal from earlier. Regardless of whether it's moving or not, we must follow it. Yunhang pressed the red button on the control panel, activating the emergency navigation mode of the Stardust. Shut down non-essential energy, only retain the main engine and star core sensing device. The magnetic field interference is too strong. We must rely on the star core resonance to find our direction. The vessel slowly sailed deeper into the nebula, the gray mist thickening, while the pseudo-stellar signals outside the viewport flickered, as if intentionally luring them off course. Yunhang clenched his fists, the sensation of the star core resonance in his palm growing stronger. Whenever the pseudo-stellar signal attempted to mislead them, that searing sensation would direct him toward a specific path. This was the star map fragment responding to the star core energy in his hand. Captain, the pseudo-stellar signal suddenly intensified 300 kilometers ahead on the left. The navigator shouted. Yunhang immediately ordered adjust course, full speed ahead. Be cautious of the surrounding spatial turbulence. The Stardust sped through the mist, the vessel occasionally experiencing slight jolts from the turbulent space. When the warship reached the source of the signal, everyone was stunned. There was no dark matter warship, nor any star, only a massive black rock floating in the nebula, its surface covered in silver-white patterns exactly like the ruins of the old Star Alliance seen in the holographic image. What was even more shocking was that beside the translucent crystal at the center of the rock lay a corpse dressed in the Dark Matter Legion uniform, its fingers tightly clutching a broken metal piece, the patterns inscribed on it perfectly matching those of the star map fragment. The Dark Matter Legion has been here and taken some of the crystal fragments. Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator grave. They are searching for clues to the source of the star core, and they are a step ahead of us. Yunheng stepped onto the bridge, his gaze fixed on the silver-white patterns on the black rock. The sensation of the star core resonance in his palm intensified, as if something deep within the rock was calling out to him. He suddenly recalled the reverse resonance that had erupted during the decisive battle with the Dark Matter Legion's warships. They were not aiming to destroy the Stardust route, but to use the star core energy to open the door to the source of the star core. Prepare the landing pod. I want to personally investigate the ruins. Yunheng turned to the crew. The magnetic field interference here is too strong. It's unsafe to stay on the ship. You are responsible for guarding the warship and communicate immediately if anything unusual occurs. The doors of the landing pod slowly opened. Yunheng held the portable box containing the star core resonance device, stepping toward the black rock. As his boots touched the surface of the rock, the silver-white patterns suddenly lit up, and a gentle silver-white beam shot out from the crystal, enveloping his entire body. Not an attack, but some form of identity verification. Within the beam, a clear holographic image unfolded before him. In the image, an elder clad in the uniform of the Old Star Alliance was embedding the translucent crystal into the rock's patterns, his voice carrying the weight of time. The source of the star core lies within the domain of darkness. Only those resonating with the star core can reach it. The erosion of dark matter has begun. If future generations see this image, they must prevent them from acquiring the power of the star core, or else the entire star domain will fall into eternal darkness. As the image dissipated, the black rock suddenly trembled violently, and a surge of energy erupted from the silver-white patterns, pouring into the star core resonance device in Yunheng's hand. On the screen of the portable box, the patterns of the star map fragment gradually completed, ultimately pointing to an area deep within the nebula devoid of starlight. That was the domain of darkness mentioned by the Elder and the location of the source of the star core. Captain, the signal of the Dark Matter Legion. It has appeared at the edge of the domain of darkness. A crew member's shout suddenly came through the communicator. Yunheng looked up towards the depths of the nebula where it was pitch black, yet he could sense the faint fluctuations of dark matter energy. He tightened his grip on the star core resonance device, the complete star map flickering in the darkness like a sword cleaving through the mist. Return to base, prepare to head to the domain of darkness. Yunheng pressed the communicator, his voice resolute. This time, we won't let them get ahead. As the Stardust departed from the ruins of the rocky cliffs, the gray mist of the nebula maze receded on its own, as if the barrier that had trapped the ship existed solely to verify the identity of the star core resonator. The scene outside the porthole abruptly changed. The colorful nebulae were left behind, and ahead lay an area of pitch darkness where even starlight could not penetrate. The domain of darkness, the hiding place of the source of the star core. Captain, the spatial density of the domain of darkness is 3 times that of a normal star region. The main engine's output power needs to be increased to 80 to maintain navigation. The engineer in the engine room reported, moreover, there is absolutely no signal reflection here. The scanner can only detect objects within 5 kilometers. Beyond, that is complete blackness. Yunheng stood at the control panel, his fingertips gliding across the newly completed star chart on the screen. Its complete silvery white line stood out against the dark background, resembling a light track embedded in the darkness leading deep into the domain of darkness. He looked down at his palm. The residual heat from the star core resonator was still present, but this time amidst the warmth there was a faint prickling pain, as if warning him of the danger ahead. Lin Xia, activate the star core sensing barrier to cover the entire battleship. Yunheng pressed the communicator, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside the porthole. The dark matter fleet is lingering at the edges, definitely preparing to enter. We cannot give them time. Star core sensing barrier activated. As Lin Xia's voice fell, a faint silvery light membrane emerged on the surface of the Stardust, the flowing patterns on the membrane aligning with the remnants of the star chart, blocking all dark matter particles attempting to infiltrate the ship. The ship slowly entered the domain of darkness, the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of nebulae or stellar radiation fluctuations. Only the low hum of the engine echoed in the darkness. Suddenly, a red dot flashed on the scanner's screen, followed by more red dots appearing in succession, forming a curved encirclement. Ships of the dark matter fleet. Captain, they have spotted us. 3 dark matter cruisers are closing in from the left, right, and rear. The weapons operator's voice was urgent. Their main cannons are charging up, and the energy fluctuations are stronger than during the last battle. Yunheng's gaze sharpened suddenly. He raised his hand to bring up the tactical map, his fingertips sliding quickly across the screen. Concentrate firepower on the port side cannon, target their engine's heat vent. When the dark matter battleships charge their main cannon, their engine defenses are weakest. Lin Xia, you lead 2 escort ships around to their rear from the right side, using star core vibration shells to disrupt their communication systems. Understood. Lin Xia's voice was resolute, and the launch systems of the escort ships activated immediately. Two silvery figures shot out from the side of the Stardust like two daggers piercing the darkness. The battle erupted instantly. The main cannons of the dark matter cruisers fired dark purple beams that grazed past the light membrane of the Stardust, leaving a fleeting trail in the darkness. The portside cannon retaliated immediately, and silvery energy projectiles accurately struck the engine of one cruiser, a violent explosion igniting a fireball in the darkness, causing the cruiser to slow down instantly. Effective. Their engine is indeed malfunctioning, the weapons operator shouted. But just then a huge red dot suddenly appeared on the scanner's screen, its signal more than 10 times stronger than a regular cruiser. It was the flagship of the dark matter fleet slowly emerging from the depths of the domain of darkness, its hull covered in a layer of black crystal, within which dark purple energy could be seen flowing. That is, the dark core crystal. Yunhang's pupils constricted suddenly. He had seen records of it in ancient texts of the Star Alliance. The dark core crystal is a weapon made by fusing star core energy with dark matter capable of instantaneously destroying the spatial structure of an entire star region once activated. The flagship's main cannon began charging, and a large amount of dark purple energy surged from the black crystal, converging into a thick beam directed at the Stardust. Yunhang's heart raced. The energy of the star core's sensing barrier was rapidly depleting, unable to withstand such an attack. Captain, the star core resonator is reacting. The navigator suddenly shouted, it is resonating with the dark core crystal on the flagship, as if repelling that beam. Yunhang immediately looked down at the star core resonator in his hand. The remnants of the star chart on the screen were flickering violently, a faint silvery light spreading along the patterns of the device, forming an invisible force that opposed the dark purple beam from the flagship. He suddenly understood that the source of the star core and the dark core crystal were of the same origin, and the star core resonance could suppress the erosion of dark matter. Everyone concentrate star core energy and inject it into the star core resonator. Yunhang shouted, use the star core resonance to counter their main cannon. The crew acted immediately. The star core reactor of the Stardust operated at full capacity. Silvery energy surged through the conduits into the device, and the star chart on the screen instantly lit up. A silvery beam shot out from the top of the device, colliding with the dark purple beam of the flagship midair. The collision point of the two beams erupted in blinding light, tearing a gap in the darkness of the domain of darkness. The silvery light gradually suppressed the dark purple, spreading backward along the beam, directly targeting the dark core crystal of the flagship. The flagship's hull began to tremble violently, cracks appearing on the black crystal. Their dark core crystal is about to collapse. Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator, let's break through the encirclement and head for the source of the star core. Yunhang did not hesitate, immediately giving the order, full throttle on the main engine, proceed at full speed in the direction indicated by the star chart. The Stardust broke through the encirclement of dark matter battleships, heading deep into the domain of darkness. Behind them, the dark core crystal of the dark matter flagship completely collapsed, a violent explosion igniting a massive fireball in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. There, a planet emitting a faint silvery light was suspended in the darkness, the patterns flowing on the planet's surface perfectly matching those of the star chart remnants and the star core resonator. That was the source of the star core. Yunhang stood by the porthole, watching the increasingly close silvery planet, the sensation of the star core resonance in his palm growing stronger. The Stardust hovered in orbit around the silver planet, its hull's core resonance barrier seamlessly merging with the planet's radiance. Beyond the porthole, the surface of the core source bore no mountains or oceans, only layers of silver-white patterns through which gentle energy flowed like the pulse of the earth. Captain, the planet's atmosphere is entirely composed of core energy, with no harmful substances. The landing pod can descend directly. Lin Xia's voice came through the communicator, barely concealing her excitement. And I've detected that the core energy here can automatically repair our ship. The port cannon damaged in the last battle has already restored 80 of its functionality. Yunhang gripped the core resonance device, the heat in his palm perfectly attuned to the planet's energy fluctuations, as if he and this celestial body were one. He looked down at the screen, where a complete star map pointed to the planet's north pole. Their raised platform bore denser patterns than the rest, as if it were the very heart of the core source. Prepare the landing pod. Lin Xia and I will go down together. Yunhang turned to the crew. You stay aboard the Stardust, guard the core source's orbit, and prevent any sneak attacks from the remnants of the Dark Matter Legion. Remember, if anything unusual happens, activate the core resonance barrier immediately. Don't engage recklessly. The landing pod slowly departed from the Stardust, descending toward the silver planet's surface. As it passed through the atmosphere, there was no violent turbulence, only a thin silver light membrane enveloping the pod, gently drawing in the surrounding core energy, as if welcoming their arrival. The moment the landing pods hatch opened and Yuanheng stepped onto the silver terrain, the patterns beneath his feet suddenly lit up. A gentle silver-white beam rose from the ground, enveloping him and Lin Xia. Within the beam, countless tiny light shadows swirled, as if displaying the history of the core's source. From the ancient Star Alliance's guardianship to the dark matter invasion to the birth of the Stardust Passage. Every scene was as vivid as if experienced firsthand. So the Stardust Passage was originally a guardian passage created by the ancient Star Alliance to protect the core source. Lin Xia murmured, her voice filled with awe. The path we've been walking was always meant for this day. Yuanheng remained silent. He could feel the core source conveying information to him. The true goal of the Dark Matter Legion was not to destroy the Stardust Passage, but to seize the core source's heart, converting its energy into dark matter's power to dominate the entire star domain. And the Dark Lord lurking behind the Dark Matter Legion had long been waiting in the depths of the lightless domain. The moment they touched the core, he would descend immediately. We have no retreat. Yuanheng tightened his grip on the core resonance device and strode toward the platform at the North Pole. Even if it's a trap, we must obtain the core. Otherwise, the Dark Matter Legion will eventually find another way and the entire star domain will suffer. The two advanced along the path formed by the patterns. The surrounding core energy grew increasingly dense, with specks of light condensed from energy floating in the air. When they reached the platform at the North Pole, the patterns at its center suddenly coalesced into a circular groove perfectly matching the shape of the core resonance device. Yuanheng took a deep breath and placed the core resonance device into the groove. The moment it embedded, the entire platform trembled violently. A silver-white light surged from the groove, spreading across the planet through the patterns. Simultaneously, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from the depths of the lightless domain. Dark purple clouds gathered rapidly, and a massive hand covered in black crystals reached out from the clouds. Then the Dark Lord's figure slowly emerged. Clad in a black robe with countless dark purple tentacles beneath it, his face devoid of features, only a flowing mass of dark matter. Finally, I've been waiting for you, Core Resonator. The Dark Lord's voice, like a chorus of countless whispers, echoed through the lightless domain. I have waited 3,000 years for this day. Yuanheng looked up at the Dark Lord, the core source's energy flowing rapidly within him, forming a stark confrontation against the Dark Lord's dark matter energy. 3,000 years of waiting just to seize the core source. His voice was resolute. Do you think dark matter can control core energy? Impossible. Impossible. The Dark Lord let out a cold laugh as countless dark purple beams shot from his tentacles toward the silver planet. Core and dark matter are the two poles of the universe. If I destroy the core, the energy balance of the entire star domain will shatter and dark matter will become the sole ruler. As the beams were about to strike the planet's surface, a massive silver barrier suddenly rose from the core source's terrain, blocking them all. Lin Xia stared at the barrier in astonishment, then turned to Yuanheng. Are you controlling this? Yuanheng shook his head. He could feel that the core source was defending itself autonomously, while the core resonance device in his palm was forging an increasingly powerful connection with the core. Not me. It's the core source itself. He looked at the Dark Lord, his gaze sharp. It has chosen to protect, not to be controlled by you. Enraged, the Dark Lord let out a furious roar. His dark purple energy surged, and the darkness of the lightless domain began to spread toward the silver planet, attempting to devour the core source's light. Yuanheng knew there was no more time to waste. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind to communicate with the core. The core resonance device grew brighter, and from the groove in the platform's center, a fully transparent crystal slowly rose, the core itself. Once I hold the core, I can activate the full power of the core source and completely purify the dark matter. Yuanheng opened his eyes and reached out toward the core. But just as his fingertips were about to touch it, the Dark Lord suddenly teleported onto the platform, a black tentacle lashing out toward the core. Yuanheng reacted instantly, shielding the core. A light shield of core energy formed before him, colliding with the tentacle. The violent energy shockwave overturned the entire platform. Lin Xia was thrown back a few steps, but immediately raised her core oscillation gun and fired at the Dark Lord's tentacle. The silver-white bullet struck the tentacle, exploding into a ball of fire. The tentacle was instantly scorched, emitting black smoke. Metal cement. The Dark Lord roared, swinging another tentacle at Lin Xia. Seeing this, Yuanheng released all his core energy. A silver-white beam shot from his body, striking the Dark Lord and forcing him back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Yuanheng grasped the core. Instantly, a surge of immense energy flooded into him, and a silver-white radiance emanated from his entire being, merging with the light of the core source. The Dark Lord stared in terror. No, this is impossible. How could core energy acknowledge you as its master? Because you only know how to plunder while I know how to protect. Yuanheng's voice carried the authority of core energy. He raised his hand and swept a beam toward the Dark Lord. The Stardust Passage and the entire star domain will not be destroyed by you. The beam struck the Dark Lord's body, which began to dissipate into countless dark purple particles. Before vanishing, he let out a defiant roar. I will return. The age of dark matter will come. The Dark Lord vanished completely, and the darkness of the lightless domain receded. Starlight once again illuminated the area. Holding the core, Yunheng slowly descended onto the platform. The core source's light gradually softened, returning to its former tranquility. Lin Xiao walked up to him, looking at the core, and smiled. We did it, Captain. Yunheng nodded. He gazed out at the Stardust through the porthole, then at the distant Stardust Passage, his heart filled with hope. The radiance of the star core's heart gradually receded, sinking back into the recess of the platform. The silver planet's surface markings resumed their gentle flow, as if the final battle with the Dark Lord had been but a fleeting ripple. Only the residual star core energy lingering in the air still whispered of the intensity that had passed. The Dark Lord's energy signature has vanished completely. The dark matter particles in the realm of eternal night are being purified by the star core's energy. Lin Xiao's communicator carried the crew members' report, her voice brimming with relief. More importantly, the spatial rifts in the Stardust Passage are closing. All star domains eroded by dark matter are returning to normal. Yunheng looked up at the sky. The darkness of the realm of eternal night had fully receded, replaced by a resplendent river of stars. The celestial bodies, once veiled by dark matter, now blazed anew like gems set upon black velvet. He lowered his gaze to his palm. The scorching heat of the star core resonance had softened into a gentle warmth, forming a subtle echo with the energy of the star core's origin. We should head back. Yunheng turned and walked toward the landing pod. Lin Xia followed swiftly, their silhouettes stretching into two long shadows across the silver terrain. The Stardust Passage needs repairs, and those planets affected by dark matter are waiting for our aid. As the Stardust departed the star core's orbit, the silver planet suddenly emitted a beam of silvery, white light, shooting straight toward the direction of the Stardust Passage, a guardian signal left by the star core's origin. From then on, whenever the passage faced danger, this signal would provide an early warning, becoming the waterway's eternal shield. The vessel sailed into the familiar Stardust Passage. The view outside the porthole astonished everyone. The space once torn by dark matter had fully healed. The shattered asteroid belt had rearranged into orderly trajectories, and several Star Alliance survey ships were cruising along the passage, transmitting friendly signals. Captain, a transmission from Star Alliance headquarters. The communications officer's voice trembled with excitement. They've detected the restoration of the Stardust Passage. They want to award us the Stardom Guardian Medal, and they plan to record the tale of the Star Core's origin into the official annals of the Alliance. Yunheng walked to the communications console, gazing at the Star Alliance emblem on the screen, but did not immediately accept the call. He recalled the moment he first set foot on the Stardust, the days and nights fighting alongside the crew against the dark matter legions. The guidance of the fragmented star charts the trials of the nebula maze and the call of the Star Core's origin. This adventure had never been about medals or glory, but about safeguarding the waterway that carried hope. Reply to Star Alliance headquarters: we can accept the medals, but what's more important is that the Stardust Passage requires routine patrols and protection. Yunheng's voice was calm, yet resolute. Though the Dark Lord is gone, remnants of dark matter may still lurk in the corners of the star domains. We cannot afford to be complacent. Just then the navigator suddenly shouted, "Captain, a faint signal detected at the edge of the passage. Not on the Star Alliance frequency, nor dark matter fluctuations. It resembles a distress signal from an unknown civilization." Yunheng immediately moved to the navigation console. The screen flickered with a pale blue signal, its source pointing toward an uncharted star domain beyond the Stardust Passage. He lifted his gaze to the crew, a spark of adventure rekindling in his eyes. "It seems our journey is far from over." Lin Xia stepped forward with a smile, holding the star core resonance device. The star map on its screen slowly unfurled, extending a new trajectory toward that unknown distress signal. Whether it's dark matter remnants or an unknown civilization, if the Stardust Passage needs us, we go. The Stardust adjusted its course, heading toward the new signal source. Outside the porthole, the starlight of the Stardust Passage interwove with the faint glow of the distant unknown star domain, like an endless trail of light guiding them toward the next adventure. Yunheng stood at the porthole, gripping the star core resonance device. The warmth in his palm merged with the starlight of the passage. He knew that as long as the Stardust sailed on, as long as the crew remained, this waterway, bearing hope and guardianship, would never fall silent. The Stardust sailed toward the unknown signal source. On the screen of the stellar core resonance device, the faint blue signal fluctuations grew increasingly distinct, even beginning to resonate weakly with the silver-white patterns on the device's surface, a phenomenon never before observed. It was neither a response from stellar core energy nor an interference from dark matter, but rather seemed as though two entirely different forms of civilization energy were communicating through some unknown law. "Captain, we have results from the signal analysis." The communications officer suddenly shouted, his voice laced with incredulous surprise. "This is no ordinary distress signal. It's an encrypted set of star chart coordinates and a repeating sonic message. Translated, it says, 'Guard the blue star, stop the Shadow Eater.'" Blue star? Shadow Eater? Yun Hang furrowed his brow. He had reviewed all the recorded civilization archives of the Star Alliance, yet he had never encountered these two names. He walked over to the communications console, gazing at the sonic wave patterns dancing across the screen. The pale blue ripples intertwined with the silver-white patterns of the stellar core resonance device, sketching out a simple outline of a blue planet on the display. A planet whose surface was covered in vast amounts of liquid water and patches of green, utterly unlike any habitable world known to the Star Alliance. Lin Xia scanned the spatial environment around the signal source. "Are there any dark matter residues or abnormal energy fluctuations?" Yun Hang pressed the communicator, his gaze never leaving the blue planet's silhouette on the screen. "Shadow Eater sounds like some kind of threat. We can't approach recklessly." Moments later, Lin Xia's voice came through. "The space around the signal source is stable with no dark matter residue. However, there is a special energy barrier. Its frequency matches the blue star's signal. It seems to be both protecting the planet and isolating it from external detection. Our scanners can only penetrate 10 of the barrier. We can't see the planet's specific conditions." An energy barrier. Yun Hang traced the outline of the blue star on the screen with his fingertip. Suddenly, the stellar core resonance device trembled slightly. The pale blue signal on the display and the silver-white patterns overlapped instantly, and a fleeting holographic image flashed by. In the image, the blue star surface was shrouded in a layer of black mist. Within the mist, countless slender shadows could be seen writhing. Hovering above the blue star was a strangely shaped spacecraft, its surface engraved with pale blue patterns identical to the signal source, firing beams of energy towards the mist. The image lasted only 2 seconds before vanishing as if it had never existed. But those 2 seconds were enough for Yun Hang to grasp the key point. Shadow Eater must be those black mists. And the ones transmitting the signal are likely the civilization guarding the blue star. They've encountered a crisis they cannot resolve and have sent a distress call to the Stardust passage. Just then, the Stardust suddenly entered a pale blue nebula. The particles of the nebula matched the frequency of the blue star's signal perfectly. The stellar core induction barrier on the ship's hull resonated with the nebula, weaving the pale blue light and the silver-white membrane together into a magnificent ribbon of radiance. "Captain, the signal source is dead ahead." The navigator's voice was filled with excitement. "It's a blue planet with no other celestial bodies around it, only that energy barrier in operation." Yun Hang looked up towards the porthole. A planet of pure azure hovered at the center of the nebula like a gemstone embedded in a velvet cloth of pale blue. The green regions on the planet's surface were clearly visible, and even white clouds could be seen drifting slowly. But at the planet's north pole, a mass of black mist was expanding slowly, staining the originally azure sky a dull gray. That was the Shadow Eater. "Prepare to approach the barrier, but do not trigger any defensive mechanisms," Yun Hang ordered. Lin Xia tried to establish a connection with the barrier using the stellar core resonance device. "Since the signal can resonate with the device, perhaps we can communicate with the blue star civilization through it." Lin Xia acted immediately, integrating the stellar core resonance device into the ship's communication system. When the device's silver-white patterns connected with the barrier's pale blue light, a clear voice suddenly came through the communicator. It was a gentle female voice tinged with weariness, yet brimming with hope. "Resonators of the stellar core, we have finally awaited your arrival. The Shadow Eater is devouring the life energy of the blue star. Our guardian fleet has only one ship left. We request assistance." Yun Hang gripped the communicator tightly, his voice resolute. "We are the guardians of the Stardust passage here to aid the blue star. Please tell us, what exactly is the Shadow Eater? What do you need us to do?" The Shadow Eater is a dark matter derivative from the realm of lightlessness. It feeds on the life energy of planets. The female voice was heavy with sorrow. "Our civilization has guarded the blue star for 5,000 years, relying on the energy of the life core. But 3 years ago, a crack appeared in the life core, causing an energy leak, which gave the Shadow Eater its opportunity. Only by using stellar core energy to repair the life core can the Shadow Eater be completely eradicated." "Where is the life core?" "At the blue star's core. It can only be entered through the Guardian Gate at the North Pole. But now the Shadow Eater has sealed the Guardian Gate. Our ships simply cannot get close." Yun Hang looked at the black mist over the blue star's North Pole through the porthole, then lowered his gaze to the stellar core resonance device. On the device's screen, the pale blue signal and the silver-white patterns were forming a clear trajectory, pointing directly towards the location of the Guardian Gate. "Lin Xia, prepare the landing pod." This time, we'll bring plenty of stellar core oscillation weapons. Yun Hang turned to face his crew, a determined light blazing in his eyes. The Blue Star's crisis is the Stardust Passage's crisis. Since we are here, we will not let the Shadow Eater continue its rampage. The landing pod's ejection system activated and two figures interwoven with silver and blue light shot out from the Stardust, flying towards the Blue Star's North Pole. Outside the porthole, the pale blue nebula and the azure planet complemented each other. But within the black mist at the North Pole, countless slender Shadow Eaters were writhing, as if awaiting new prey. Yun Hang tightened his grip on the stellar core oscillation gun. The stellar core resonance device in his palm grew slightly warm. This time, they were not only going to guard the Stardust Passage, but also protect the life and hope of an unfamiliar planet. As the landing pod pierced Blue Star's atmosphere, a pale blue energy barrier automatically parted, forming a passage, as if it had already confirmed their identities. The view outside the porthole shifted rapidly from azure oceans to emerald forests, finally halting above an ice field shrouded in black mist. This was Blue Star's North Pole, the location of the Guardian Gate. The Shadow Eater's energy fluctuations are stronger than the scans indicated. They're absorbing the ice field's energy. Lin Xia gripped her Starcore oscillation gun, her gaze cautious as she stared out the window. Look at that black mist. There are shadows moving inside like living entities. Yun Hang nodded. The Starcore resonance device trembled faintly in his palm, its screen displaying a pale blue trajectory pointing directly to the center of the ice field, where a towering arch made of pale blue crystals stood. The arch's surface was etched with patterns identical to the Blue Star signal, marking it as the Guardian Gate. Yet now the arch was encased in a thick layer of black mist, with countless elongated Shadow Eaters crawling along the crystal veins, attempting to breach the space beyond the gate. Prepare to move. Use the Starcore oscillation gun to clear the Shadow Eaters at the entrance. Don't let them damage the Guardian Gate. Yun Hang opened the landing pod's hatch, and a biting wind rushed in, carrying the stench of the Shadow Eaters. He raised his hand and activated the Starcore oscillation gun, its body instantly glowing with silver-white light. Remember, aim for the Shadow Eaters' cores. The red dots flickering within their black mist are their energy sources. The two sprinted toward the Guardian Gate. Beams from the Starcore oscillation gun shot out in succession, precisely striking the red dots within the Shadow Eaters. The struck Shadow Eaters instantly turned into black powder, dissipating in the cold wind. But more Shadow Eaters surged from the mist, closing in like a tide. Several elongated shadows even coiled around Lin Xia's ankles, attempting to drag her into the mist. Watch out! Yun Hang immediately spun around, firing a silver-white beam at the Shadow Eater entwined around Lin Xia's ankle, shattering it completely. He reached out and pulled Lin Xia up. Don't act alone, stay behind me. Lin Xia nodded. The two stood back to back, their Starcore oscillation guns weaving a silver barrier across the ice field, repelling the ceaseless onslaught of Shadow Eaters one by one. Finally, they arrived beneath the Guardian Gate. The black mist on the arch's surface had been largely cleared, and the pale blue crystals began to radiate light once more. What now? How do we open the Guardian Gate? Lin Xia asked, looking at the tightly shut crystal door at the center of the arch. Yun Hang took out the Starcore resonance device and pressed it against the Guardian Gate's crystal. The device's silver-white patterns instantly aligned with the arch's pale blue veins. A soft beam of light shot out from the center of the arch, and the crystal door slowly slid open, revealing a passage leading to the planet's core. The inner walls of the passage were covered in pale blue crystals, within which flowed energy identical to the Blue Star's signal, illuminating the path ahead. This is the path to the life core. Yun Hang holstered the Starcore oscillation gun and tightened his grip on the Starcore resonance device. There might still be Shadow Eaters in the passage. We need to hurry. The two stepped into the passage, and the crystal door slowly closed behind them, sealing off the wind and Shadow Eaters outside. The passage was warm and silent, filled only with the sound of energy flowing through the crystals. After walking for about 10 minutes, they suddenly emerged into a vast space. This was Blue Star's core. Suspended at its center was a crystal of pure emerald green, with a distinct crack on its surface from which pale green energy was slowly leaking. Surrounding the crystal were dozens of larger Shadow Eaters, greedily absorbing the escaping energy. That's the life core. Lin Xia's voice trembled with excitement. If we can repair the crack with Starcore energy, we can stop the energy leak and the Shadow Eaters will vanish. Yun Hang's gaze fixed on the crack in the life core. The Starcore resonance device vibrated violently in his palm, as if resonating with the life core. He took a deep breath and strode toward the life core. The surrounding Shadow Eaters sensed the threat and immediately abandoned the energy, lunging toward him. They'll cover you. Lin Xia immediately raised the Starcore oscillation gun, unleashing a dense volley of silver-white beams at the Shadow Eaters. Hurry, repair the life core. Yun Hang quickened his pace, ignoring the lunging Shadow Eaters, and pressed the Starcore resonance device against the crack in the life core. The device's silver-white light instantly surged into the crack, intertwining with the life core's pale green energy. The energy fluctuations at the crack grew stronger. The pale green and silver-white light formed a vortex, drawing in all the surrounding Shadow Eaters. We did it! Lin Xia shouted in exhilaration as she watched the Shadow Eaters being devoured by the vortex. But at that moment, the crack in the life core suddenly widened, and a surge of black energy erupted from within, blasting Yunheng away. He crashed heavily to the ground. Looking up at the life core, he saw a massive Shadow Eater slowly emerging from the crack. Its body 10 times the size of a normal Shadow Eater, pitch black, with 2 flickering red dots for eyes radiating dark matter energy, similar to that of the Dark Lord. This is a Shadow Eater Lord. Lin Xia's voice was tinged with shock. It was hiding inside the crack in the life core. The Shadow Eater Lord let out a piercing shriek, and countless black tentacles extended from its body, lashing out at Yunheng and Lin Xia. Yunheng scrambled to his feet, gripping the Starcore resonance device tightly. Silver-white light surged from the device, forming a shield of light before him. Starcore energy can not only repair the life core, but also purify dark matter. Yunheng set his eyes fixed on the Shadow Eater Lord with determination. Lin Xia, help me hold it off. I'm going to purify it completely with Starcore energy. Lin Xia nodded, immediately raising the Starcore oscillation gun and firing at the Shadow Eater Lord's tentacles. Yunheng focused his mind, channeling the Starcore resonance device's energy to its maximum. Silver-white light shot from the device, merging with the life core's pale green energy to form a powerful beam aimed directly at the Shadow Eater Lord. The beam struck the Shadow Eater Lord's body. It let out an agonized roar as its form began to dissipate. But it did not give up. Instead, it unleashed its final reserves of energy, lunging toward the life core in an attempt to destroy it completely. Not on my watch. Yunheng charged forward, throwing his body in front of the Shadow Eater Lord. Starcore energy erupted within him, clashing violently with the Shadow Eater Lord's dark matter energy. The intense energy impact caused the entire core chamber to tremble violently. Lin Xia was also knocked off her feet, but she refused to give up, pouring all the remaining energy from her Starcore oscillation gun into the beam to support Yunheng. Finally, the Shadow Eater Lord's body completely disintegrated into black powder. Yunheng, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground. Under the repair of the Starcore energy, the crack in the life core gradually healed. The pale green energy stabilized and ceased leaking. Lin Xia rushed over and helped Yunheng up. Are you okay? Yunheng shook his head and smiled. I'm fine, just a little tired. We did it. Blue Star is safe. Just then, the communicator crackled with the voice of the Blue Star civilization's female emissary, filled with emotion and gratitude. Thank you, Guardians of the Stardust Passage. The life core has been stabilized and the Shadow Eaters have been completely eradicated. Blue Star will forever remember your aid. Yunheng looked up at the life core, which now emitted a soft pale green glow, illuminating the entire core chamber. He knew this adventure had ended once again, but the journey through the Stardust Passage was far from over. It's time to get back to the Stardust. Yunheng rose to his feet, took Lin Xia's hand, and headed toward the passage. There are still more planets and civilizations that need our protection. As Yunheng and Lin Xia stepped out of the Guardian Gate, the black mist over the Arctic of Blue Star had completely dissipated. The biting wind had transformed into a warm breeze, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, and tender green shoots were beginning to emerge on the ice field, a sign that Blue Star's vitality was spreading once more as its core of life had been restored. The communicator of the Stardust suddenly flickered to life, and the voice of Blue Star's civilization returned, this time tinged with unmistakable joy. Guardians of the Stardust Passage, please come to the Plaza of Life on Blue Star. We have a gift for you as a token of our gratitude for the Stardust Passage. The landing pod flew toward the Plaza of Life, and the sights along the way left the pair in awe. The land, once eroded by the shadow erosion, was rapidly regaining its vitality. Dried up rivers began to flow again, withered trees sprouted new branches, and even colorful birds soared across the sky. This planet was being reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Plaza of Life, situated near Blue Star's equator, was a vast platform constructed from pale blue crystals. At its center stood an emerald statue born of the same essence as the core of life, its form bearing a striking resemblance to the silhouette of the Stardust. When the landing pod descended, dozens of Blue Star inhabitants in flowing light blue robes were already waiting in the plaza. Their eyes were a clear blue, and gentle smiles graced their faces. I am Lon, the leader of Blue Star's Guardians. An elder Blue Star native stepped forward, holding a translucent crystal in which a pale blue beam of light was sealed. This is the Star Voyage core, forged from the energy of the life core fused with Blue Star's star chart data. It can not only strengthen the Stardust's core resonance barrier, but also contains the coordinates of the unknown passage that Blue Star has explored for a millennium, a route connecting to more habitable worlds yet undiscovered by the Star Alliance, perhaps destined to become an extension of the Stardust Passage. Yunheng accepted the Star Voyage core. It was warm to the touch and resonated gently with the core resonance device. He could sense the immense energy within the core along with the densely packed passage coordinates like a string of pearls hidden in the starry void awaiting discovery. This gift is far too precious. Yunheng looked at Lan and said sincerely, "We only did what needed to be done. Guarding the passage means guarding the hope of all civilizations. No, what you brought us is not just aid but a rekindled faith." Lan shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant stars. Blue Star was trapped under the threat of the shadow erosion for 3 years. We had almost lost all hope. Your arrival showed us that there are partners in the universe willing to lend a hand. This unknown passage is our response to the universe's goodwill, a hope that in the future the Stardust Passage will become a bridge connecting even more civilizations. Lin Xia sidled up to Yunheng, her eyes fixed on the flowing pale blue beam within the Star Voyage core, brimming with anticipation. With these coordinates, the Stardust Passage can become so much broader and will be able to meet more friendly civilizations like Blue Star. Just then, an urgent signal came through the Stardust communicator. Captain Star Alliance headquarters has sent a message. Several unidentified vessels have appeared at the outer edge of the Stardust Passage. They haven't attacked, only lingered at the passage's boundary as if waiting to make contact. Yunheng and Lin Xia exchanged a glance, a spark of excitement flashing in both their eyes. Perhaps this was the first surprise brought by the unknown passage. He handed the Star Voyage core to Lin Xia. "Connect this core to the Stardust navigation system immediately and decode the coordinates of the unknown passage. We'll return to the ship now and go meet those guests." Lan watched their hurried figures and waved with a smile. "Guardians of the Stardust Passage, Blue Star will always be your port of call. No matter what difficulties you face in the future, just send a signal and we will come to your aid." Yunheng waved back, his heart filled with warmth. As the landing pod ascended, once more Blue Star shrank through the porthole until it became a single azure point of light merging into the resplendent river of stars. Yet he knew that this planet would not be merely a stop on the journey, but a new partner along the Stardust Passage. Back in the main control room of the Stardust, the Star Voyage core had been successfully integrated into the navigation system. The star map, previously blank, was now rapidly filling with pale blue passage coordinates, extending a new route toward an uncharted star domain. On the scanner screen, several oddly shaped vessels rested quietly at the passage's edge. The patterns on their hulls bore a resemblance to the crystalline textures of Blue Star. They were envoys from the civilization of the unknown passage, arriving with friendly intent. "Captain, shall we establish communication with the unknown vessels?" the communications officer asked. Yunheng looked at the new passage coordinates on the screen, then at the ships waiting for contact, a gleam of adventurous spirit in his eyes. "Of course. Tell them that the Guardians of the Stardust Passage welcome all friendly civilizations." The communicator was connected and a gentle voice came through. Though the language was foreign, the automatic translation of the core resonance device allowed Yunheng to hear clearly. "We come from Greensand Star, an ally of Blue Star. We heard that the Stardust Passage has a guardian who can harness core energy, and we have come specifically to visit, hoping to explore the new passage together." Yunheng clenched his fist, the core resonance device in his palm, and the Star Voyage core both blazed with light. He knew that the story of the Stardust Passage was about to turn yet another page. This passage, bearing guardianship and hope, was connecting more civilizations and reaching toward a vaster cosmos. The Stardust slowly sailed toward the unknown vessels, the new passage coordinates flickering on the screen like a string of lights guiding the future. Outside the porthole, the galaxy blazed in brilliance. A new adventure had only just begun. The Stardust and the green sand planet vessel drew near, the space between them devoid of any tension, instead permeated with a cross-stellar amity. The green sand planet ship resembled an unfolded green leaf, its hull covered in a pale green bioarmor. The energy patterns flowing across the armor shared the same origin as Blue Star's crystal patterns, yet possessed a more vibrant, flowing vitality. "Captain, the green sand planet ship has sent a docking request. They wish to send an envoy aboard for face-to-face communication." The communications officer's voice carried anticipation. "They have also sent the envoy's dossier. The leader is Green Sand Planet's channel envoy named Colin, responsible for their civilization's channel cooperation affairs." Yunheng looked at Colin's image on the main control screen. This Green Sand Planet envoy had a humanoid form with pale green skin and eyes like 2 emerald gems. He wore a robe patterned similarly to the ship's armor and held a small potted plant whose vines were slowly growing. "Approve the docking. Open the boarding passage. They'll go greet them." Yunheng straightened his uniform. The star core resonance device in his pocket grew slightly warm, a natural reaction to the Green Sand Planet's energy. "Lin Xia, you are in charge of monitoring the Green Sand Planet ship's energy fluctuations. Ensure the Stardust's safety." "Rest assured, Captain." Lin Xia nodded, her gaze fixed on the scanner screen. The green sand planet ship's energy signature was stable and gentle with no signs of weapon charging. The boarding passage docked slowly, and Colin entered with 2 attendants. As soon as he stepped onto the Stardust, the vine in his potted plant suddenly stretched towards Yunhang. The bud at the vine's tip gently touched the star core resonance device in Yunhang's pocket, then blossomed into a small pale purple flower. This is a star speech flower capable of sensing friendly energy in the universe, Colin explained with a gentle smile. It reacts strongly to star core energy. It seems Blue Star was right. You are indeed the guardian who can resonate with the star core. Yunhang took out the star core resonance device. The silver-white patterns on its surface resonated faintly with the star speech flower's petals. Pale purple pollen drifted gently in the air, forming a delicate ribbon of light. Green Sand Planet and Blue Star are allies, so we are indirectly friends too. He extended his hand. I am Yunhang, captain of the Stardust, guardian of the Stardust channel. Colin grasped Yunhang's hand. His palm had a plant-like coolness. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain Yunhang. Green Sand Planet and Blue Star have jointly guarded the unknown channel for a millennium, but our exploration was limited. It was only when Blue Star sent word that the Stardust channel had a powerful guardian-wielding star core energy that we decided to come. We hope to form an alliance with the Stardust channel to explore new star systems together and jointly face potential threats. The two entered the main control room where Lin Xia and the crew were already waiting. Colin looked at the new channel coordinates displayed on the screen, his eyes flashing with awe. Is this Blue Star's star navigation crystal core? The channels it records are only a part of the unknown star systems. Green Sand Planet possesses coordinates for deeper regions where there are more habitable planets like Blue Star and Green Sand Planet, as well as ruins left by ancient civilizations. Ruins of an ancient civilization. Yunhang's gaze sharpened, instantly reminded of the old Star Alliance's ruins within the star core's source. Are those ruins related to star core energy? Colin nodded, taking a green crystal from his robe pocket. Within the crystal was a faint image, a colossal structure suspended in space, its surface etched with silver-white patterns similar to those of the star core's source. We call it the Star Pivot Ruins. Its core emits waves identical to star core energy, but we cannot approach it due to a powerful energy barrier that only a star core resonator can open. Yunhang took the green crystal. The star core resonance device immediately resonated intensely with it. The star chart on the device's screen flickered automatically, aligning with the ruins' coordinates from the crystal, forming a complete exploration route. It seems the Star Pivot Ruins are also a part of the star core's source. He looked up at Colin. I agree to the alliance. The Stardust channel needs more partners to guard and explore the cosmos together. Colin's face broke into a smile. He handed the green crystal to Yunhang. This is Green Sand Planet's Star Pivot Coordinate Crystal. With it you can find the Star Pivot Ruins. As a token of our covenant, Green Sand Planet is willing to dispatch 3 escort vessels to assist the Stardust in exploring the new channel and to help safeguard the Stardust channel. Just then the Stardust scanner lit up. More points of light appeared on the screen. Blue Star's escort ships arriving from the other end of the Stardust channel to rendezvous with the Green Sand Planet ships, forming a magnificent fleet formation. Blue Star says they want to join us to escort the new covenant of the Stardust channel. Colin watched the fleet on the screen, his eyes filled with gratification. From now on, the Stardust channel will no longer fight alone. It will have the support of Blue Star, Green Sand Planet, and many more civilizations to come. Yunhang stood before the porthole, watching the converging fleet outside, then looked at the new channel extending into the unknown star systems on the screen, his heart brimming with emotion. From the initial dark matter threat to the decisive battle at the star core's source, and now to the alliance with Blue Star and Green Sand Planet, the Stardust channel was no longer a simple navigation route, but a road of hope connecting countless civilizations. Prepare to set sail. Yunhang turned to his crew, his voice resolute. Target the Star Pivot Ruins. Our next exploration begins now. The Stardust's engines restarted, and under the escort of the Blue Star and Green Sand Planet fleets, it sailed deeper into the new channel. Outside the porthole, the Star River blazed brilliantly. A new covenant was born under the starlight, and new adventures awaited them in the depths of the cosmos. The Stardust moved forward under the escort of the Blue Star and Green Sand fleets, following the course guided by the coordinates of the Star Hub. The closer they approached the Star Hub ruins, the more peculiar the surrounding star domain environment became. The originally clear starlight gradually turned hazy, and a layer of faint silver mist enveloped the ship. Within the mist floated fragmented energy particles which, upon touching the Stardust's stellar core sensing barrier, dissipated into weak light patterns. Captain, the Star Hub ruins are just 3,000 kilometers ahead, but this layer of silver mist is interfering with the scanner. We can only see a blurry outline and cannot determine the specific structure of the ruins. The navigator's voice was tinged with confusion. Strangely, the energy particles in the mist share the same source as the stellar core energy, yet they carry a sleeping fluctuation as if guarding something. Yuanheng looked out the porthole. The silver mist had completely enveloped the ship, and the silhouettes of the fleet outside became hazy. Only the energy patterns on the surfaces of the Blue Star and Green Sand ships could still be faintly seen glowing. He took out the stellar core resonance device. The silver-white patterns on the device's screen resonated with the particles in the mist, and a simple map of the Star Hub ruins slowly emerged in the center of the screen. It depicted a ruin composed of circular buildings and a central tower with the circular structures etched with patterns consistent with the source of the stellar core, while at the top of the central tower floated a crystal resembling the core. Colin, did you encounter this layer of mist when you approached the Star Hub ruins before? Yuanheng inquired through the communicator as Colin stood at the deputy control panel, intently observing the energy fluctuations within the mist. We encountered it, but as soon as our ship got close, the mist would release a strong energy impact, making it impossible to approach further. Colin's gaze fell upon the stellar core resonance device. But it's different now. The mist isn't attacking the Stardust. Instead, it is resonating with your device. Seems like only a stellar core resonator can pass through this layer of Star Hub mist. As soon as he finished speaking, the Stardust suddenly trembled slightly, and the energy particles in the mist began to converge towards the hull, forming a silver light trail outside the porthole, leading directly towards the Star Hub ruins. It's a guide. Lin Xiao's voice was filled with excitement. The mist is showing us the way we can proceed along the light trail. Yuanheng did not give the order immediately. He sensed a hint of vigilance hidden within the sleeping energy fluctuations of the mist. The guardians of the Star Hub ruins seemed to be confirming his identity. He tightened his grip on the stellar core resonance device, infusing his own stellar core energy into it. The silver-white patterns on the surface of the device instantly lit up, and a gentle beam of light shot out from the top of the device, penetrating the porthole and merging into the silver mist. At the moment the beam merged, the mist violently fluctuated, and the surrounding energy particles quickly aligned to form a clear passage. On either side of the passage, images constructed of light emerged. These were the past of the Star Hub ruins. Members of the Ancient Star Alliance studied stellar core energy here, using the power of the Star Hub to maintain the energy balance of the star domain. When dark matter invaded, the guardians of the Star Hub activated the mist barrier, sealing the ruins to prevent dark matter from encroaching. So the Star Hub ruins were the energy control center of the Ancient Star Alliance. Yuanheng's pupils constricted slightly. The last scene revealed a guardian of the Ancient Star Alliance embedding a silver crystal into a groove in the circular building, after which the mist completely enveloped the ruins. That crystal must be the key to unlocking the Star Hub core. At that moment, an energy barrier suddenly appeared ahead in the passage with a groove in the center that perfectly matched the stellar core resonance device. Yuanheng immediately understood that this was the final test of the Star Hub ruins. He picked up the device and walked toward the ship's energy conduction chamber. Only by embedding the device into the groove of the barrier could they open the door to the ruins. The porthole of the energy conduction chamber faced the barrier, and Yuanheng pressed the stellar core resonance device against the inner side of the porthole, aligning the silver-white patterns of the device precisely with the groove of the barrier. When the device's energy came into contact with the barrier, it suddenly lit up, and a silver crystal slowly rose from the groove, its surface engraved with patterns identical to those of the device. It was indeed the energy key embedded by the Ancient Star Alliance guardian in the image. The key is responding to the device. Lin Xiao's voice sounded. The barrier is disappearing. The door to the Star Hub ruins is about to open. The silver crystal resonated strongly with the stellar core resonance device, and the barrier gradually became transparent before ultimately dissipating entirely. The full view of the Star Hub ruins finally appeared before everyone. Although the surface of the circular buildings bore the marks of time, they still emitted a gentle stellar core energy. At the top of the central tower, the floating crystal was flickering with a faint light, as if waiting to be awakened. But just as the Stardust was about to enter the ruins, an alarm suddenly rang from the communicator of the Blue Star ship. Captain Yun, Hang, dark matter signals have appeared outside the Star Hub mist. It was the remnants of the dark matter army, and they were attacking our fleet. Yuanheng's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked out the porthole. At the edge of the silver mist, he could already see dark purple light flickering. The dark matter army had not given up. They had been following in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to seize the energy of the Star Hub. Colin, please lead the Green Sand fleet to support Blue Star and hold the line at the edge of the mist. Yuanheng quickly ordered Lin Xiaoyu and I will pilot the landing craft to enter the Star Hub ruins and awaken the core. As long as we activate the power of the Star Hub, we can purify the surrounding dark matter. Don't worry, Captain. We will hold the defense. Lin Xia immediately nodded and turned to head to the landing craft preparation room. Colin also responded through the communicator, leave it to us. You two hurry to awaken the Star Hub core. The number of dark matter ships is not many, we can hold on. The Stardust stopped beside the circular building of the Star Hub ruins, and the landing craft's door slowly opened. Yunhang held the stellar core resonance device and stepped onto the surface of the ruins alongside Lin Xia. On the silver surface, patterns illuminated beneath their feet, as if welcoming the long-awaited stellar core resonators. Ahead, the doors of the central tower were slowly opening, and the crystal atop the tower was growing brighter. The secrets of the Star Hub ruins were about to be unveiled, while the surrounding dark matter threat awaited total purification by the power of the Star Hub. Within the circular structure of the Star Pivot ruins, silence reigned, broken only by the echoes of Yunhang and Lin Weiner's footsteps in the vast emptiness. The silver-white patterns on the floor illuminated with their steps like a carpet of light laid out for the awakener, extending all the way to the entrance of the central tower. The tower's great gate stood open, revealing no stairs within, only a spiraling trail of light ascending upwards. At its end hovered the Star Pivot crystal. The energy fluctuations of this light trail perfectly matched the Star Core resonance device. We can ascend along it. Lin Weiner reached out to touch the light trail, a gentle warmth transmitting through her fingertips. The crystal's energy is stable, but it requires your Star Core energy to guide it for full awakening. Yunhang nodded and stepped onto the light trail first. The light trail activated instantly, carrying them slowly upwards. Along the walls, more records of the ancient Star Alliance emerged. The Star Pivot crystal was the energy regulator of the Star Core source, balancing the Star Core and dark matter energies across the entire star domain, preventing either from expanding excessively. So that's why the Dark Lord is obsessed with the Star Core source and the Star Pivot. He wants to destroy this regulator and let dark matter run rampant. Lin Weiner remarked, her voice grave, as she gazed at the records on the wall. We must succeed in awakening the Star Pivot, or even if we repel the dark matter, now new threats will arise in the future. As she spoke, they reached the tower's summit. The Star Pivot crystal hovered at the center of a circular platform, its surface coated in a thin layer of gray dust, the mark of ages and slumber. Yunhang stepped forward, pressing the Star Core resonance device against the crystal while channeling his own Star Core energy into it continuously. He could sense a vast power awakening deep within the crystal. The moment the Star Core energy was infused, the gray dust on the crystal's surface began to fall away. A pale silver light emanated from within the crystal, gradually illuminating the entire platform. All the patterns on the surrounding walls lit up. A beam of silver energy shot from the crystal's apex, piercing through the tower and soaring into the sky above the Star Pivot mist. The awakening has begun, Lin Weiner shouted in excitement. Through her communicator, she could sense the energy fluctuations within the Star Pivot mist rapidly intensifying, the slumbering particles being roused by the crystal's radiance. Meanwhile, fierce combat raged outside the Star Pivot mist. Though few in number, the remnants of the Dark Matter fleet were equipped with enhanced Dark Core weapons. The escort ships from Blue Star and Green Sandstar fought valiantly, but were gradually losing ground. Colin's voice came through the communicator, laced with exhaustion. Captain Yun, Hang, we can't hold on much longer. The dark matter weapons are tearing through our energy barriers. Yun Hang did not reply. He was focusing all his will on channeling the Star Core energy. The Star Pivot crystal's light grew ever brighter, and the patterns on the platform began to spin, forming an energy vortex. Within the vortex, a miniature model of the star domain materialized, showing the clear positions of the Stardust Passage, Blue Star, and Green Sandstar, while the area occupied by the Dark Matter fleet was encircled by a silver light. Now, Yunhang shouted, injecting the last vestiges of his Star Core energy into the crystal. In an instant, the brilliance of the Star Pivot crystal reached its zenith. A silver pillar of light, a kilometer in diameter, shot from the crystal's apex, pierced through the Star Pivot mist, and enveloped the entire Dark Matter fleet. Within the light pillar, the black crystals on the surface of the dark matter warships began to melt rapidly. The dark purple energy was forcibly stripped away by the light, dissolving into harmless particles that dissipated into the cosmos. The dark matter energy is being purified. Colin's voice rang with surprise and joy. Our barriers are restored. Their ships have lost power. Yunhang slowly withdrew his hand, and the glow of the Star Core resonance device gradually faded. He looked at the Star Pivot crystal, which had now returned to its original form. Completely transparent, with gentle Star Core energy flowing within. On the star domain model on the platform, the dark matter zone had returned to a normal star-like luster. The Star Pivot has been awakened successfully. The energy balance of the star domain is being restored, Lin Weiner said, walking to Yunhang's side and gazing at the silver mist gradually dissipating outside the window. The fleets of Blue Star and Green Sandstar are safe. The remnants of dark matter have been completely eradicated. Yunhang nodded. He looked at the communicator where the images of Colin and Lon, the Guardian of Blue Star, appeared simultaneously, both wearing smiles. Captain Yunhang, congratulations on successfully awakening the Star Pivot. Lan's voice was filled with gratitude. From now on, the power of the star pivot will connect with the Stardust passage, jointly protecting this star domain. And we've discovered that the star pivot contains coordinates for even more ancient passages. Colin added, his gaze fixed on the crystal. With these coordinates, we can explore a wider universe and find more lost civilizations. Yuanheng looked up at the porthole. The star pivot mist had completely cleared. The fleets of Blue Star and Green Sand Star were approaching the star pivot ruins, and sunlight once again illuminated this long silent star domain. He gripped the star core resonance device in his hand. On the device's screen, the map of the Stardust passage was merging with the new coordinates from the star pivot, extending countless routes into the unknown. A new exploration has only just begun. Yuanheng said, his voice firm and filled with anticipation for the future. Stardust, prepare to set sail. Target, the ancient passage. The engines of the Stardust restarted, and under the radiant glow of the star pivot crystal, it sailed towards the new passage. As the Stardust departed from the Star Hub ruins, a silver beam shot out from the Star Hub crystal, precisely connecting with the ship's navigation system. This was the complete coordinates of the ancient route. The beam extended across the screen like a silver ribbon, linking dozens of unmarked star regions, with the closest to the Stardust route marked as Outpost Alpha. The captain reported, the coordinate analysis of the ancient route is complete. Outpost Alpha is the closest to us, approximately 2 standard hours away. The navigator pointed at the light dot on the screen. According to the records from the Star Hub, this was an ancient route outpost established by the former Star Alliance, responsible for monitoring the energy fluctuations of the ancient route. Perhaps we can find more clues about the lost civilization there. Yuanheng looked at Colin, the envoy from Green Sand Star, who was focused on studying the data transmitted from the Star Hub. His fingertips traced over the simulation of Outpost Alpha on the screen. It was a cylindrical structure partially buried within an asteroid, its surface covered with patterns identical to those of the Star Hub. At the top was a massive energy detection device, which at that moment displayed a dormant state in the simulation. There are scattered records of route outposts in the ancient texts of Green Sand Star. Colin raised his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. The former Star Alliance stored star core reserve crystals at each outpost to maintain the energy stability of the route. If we can find the reserve crystals, not only can we replenish the energy of the Stardust, but we can also activate the outpost detection system to provide early warnings of dangers along the ancient route. Lin Xia walked to the weapon control console, checking the energy reserves of the Star Core shockwave weapon. The ancient route has never been explored. Who knows what dangers we might encounter? Although the remnants of dark matter have been cleared, there may still be other unknown threats. We need to be prepared. Yuanheng nodded, his gaze falling outside the porthole. The fleets of Blue Star and Green Sand Star had returned to their respective routes. The Stardust set off on its exploratory path once again, but this time it was not alone. The light of the Star Hub and the support of distant allies acted like 2 invisible barriers safeguarding the ship's journey. 2 standard hours later, the Stardust arrived at the asteroid belt where Outpost Alpha was located. The surface of the asteroid belt was covered with a thick layer of cosmic dust, but on the asteroid where Outpost Alpha was located, faint silver patterns could be seen shimmering beneath the dust. That was the residue of star core energy, proving that the outpost had not been entirely abandoned. Prepare the landing pod. Lin Xia, Colin, and I will go down together. Yuanheng organized his equipment, securing the star core resonance device at his waist. The rest of you stay on board to monitor the environmental conditions of the asteroid belt. If anything unusual occurs, provide immediate support. The landing pod traversed the debris field of the asteroid belt, steadily landing before the entrance of Outpost Alpha. The metal door at the entrance was already rusted, but the patterns of the star core on the door still emitted a faint glow. Yuanheng took out the star core resonance device and placed it against the center of the pattern. The silver light of the device connected with the patterns, and the metal door emitted a low hum as it slowly opened to the sides. The interior of the outpost was pitch black, with only the star core patterns on the walls gradually lighting up with a faint silver glow upon contact with the energy from the star core resonance device, illuminating the passage ahead. On both sides of the passage were scattered remnants of the former Star Alliance's equipment, with a thin layer of dust covering the ground, clearly having lain dormant for thousands of years. The star core energy here is very weak, but there are no remnants of dark matter. Colin squatted down, touching the patterns on the wall. It should have automatically entered a dormant state after the energy was depleted without suffering any damage. The 3 of them walked along the passage until they reached a circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a cylindrical energy storage tank, its glass cover riddled with cracks. Inside the tank, only half of a star core reserve crystal remained, with faint silver energy slowly flowing within the crystal. On the other side of the hall was a control console covered in dust where scattered light dots could still be seen flickering on the screen. It's a star core reserve crystal. Lin Xia's voice was filled with excitement as she quickly walked to the storage tank. Although there is only half left, the energy is enough to activate the outpost detection system. Yunheng did not approach the storage tank immediately. His gaze was drawn to a stone tablet beside the control console. The tablet bore inscriptions consistent with those of the Star Hub. Through the translation function of the Star Core resonance device, the text gradually appeared on the screen. Deep within the ancient route lies fragments of the dark matter nest. Its energy can contaminate the Star Core. If the nest awakens, the star region will fall into darkness again. The energy of Outpost Alpha will be exhausted. Future Guardians must remain vigilant. Fragments of the dark matter nest. Colin's expression suddenly turned serious. The ancient texts of Green Sand Star mentioned that the dark matter nest is the source of dark matter. The former Star Alliance paid a tremendous price to shatter the nest, but I never expected fragments to be hidden deep within the ancient route. Yunheng tightened his grip on the Star Core resonance device, understanding that awakening the Star Hub and clearing the remnants was just the beginning. The fragments of the nest deep within the ancient route posed the true threat. He looked at the Star Core reserve crystal in the storage tank, and then at the control console. First, we need to activate the outpost detection system to find the exact coordinates of the nest fragments. We must find and purify them before the fragments awaken. Lin Xia and Colin immediately sprang into action, extracting the half-star core reserve crystal and inserting it into the energy slot of the control console. As the energy from the reserve crystal was injected, the control console screen lit up and the projection device on the hall's walls activated, displaying a complete map of the ancient route. A red was slowly flashing at the deepest point of the map, labeled Nest Fragments Danger. Found it. The nest fragments are at the end of the ancient route in the Dead Silent Star region. Lin Xia pointed at the red light, but the spatial density of the Dead Silent Star region is extremely high. Ordinary vessels cannot enter. Only ships reinforced with Star Core energy can break through the spatial barriers there. Yunheng stared at the red, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He knew that this exploration now carried an even heavier mission, not only to open new routes, but also to completely eliminate the threat of dark matter. Return to the Stardust and prepare to head to the Dead Silent Star region. Yunheng turned and walked towards the passage. The energy of the Star Core reserve crystal is just enough to reinforce the hull of the Stardust. This time we will thoroughly resolve the hidden dangers of dark matter. The figures of the three disappeared into the passage while the projection map in the hall continued to shine. The red dot flickered in the darkness as if foretelling the dangers lurking deep within the ancient route and awaiting the arrival of the Guardians. Inside the main control room of the Stardust, half a Star Core reserve crystal was carefully embedded into the ship's energy core slot. As the pale silver energy of the reserve crystal connected with the Stardust Star Core reactor, the Star Core induction barrier on the ship's hull instantly illuminated. The originally pale silver light film gradually thickened, its patterns becoming denser, like a layer of solid armor covering the vessel. Hull reinforcement complete. The engineer's voice rang with excitement. The Star Core energy has merged with the ship's alloy. The Stardust resistance to spatial pressure has tripled, more than enough to handle the high-density space of the Dead Star domain. Yunheng walked to the porthole, gazing at the silvery white light flowing across the hull. The Star Core resonance device in his palm grew slightly warm. This was the energy resonance between the ship and him, as if the Stardust too sensed the danger ahead and was gathering strength alongside him. Colin, are there any records about the Dead Star domain in the ancient texts of Green Sand Star? Yunheng asked through the communicator. Colin was currently seated before the auxiliary console, rapidly sifting through the Green Sand Star database, attempting to uncover more information about the dark matter hive fragment. Only scattered descriptions, Colin replied, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. The Dead Star domain is the battlefield of an ancient war between star cores and dark matter. The space there was shattered into fragments, and residual energy disrupts all communication and navigation. Moreover, the ancient texts mention that very few ships entering the Dead Star domain ever return. Lin Xia walked to the tactical console and brought up the Stardust weapon systems. We've reinforced the hull and weapons. The Star Core shock cannon's power has increased by 50, and we've prepared enough Star Core shock shells. Even if we encounter danger, we have the strength to fight. Yunheng nodded, his gaze falling on the ancient channel map displayed on the main screen. The red light, the location of the dark matter hive fragment, resembled an eye lurking in the darkness, silently waiting for them. He took a deep breath and pressed the communicator, his voice echoing throughout the ship. Attention, all crew, we are about to enter the Dead Star domain. Our objective is to locate and purify the dark matter hive fragment. This is a difficult mission, but as long as we fight side by side, we will surely succeed. Acknowledged. The crew's response was firm and resolute, determination shining in every pair of eyes. The Stardust slowly set off, heading deep into the ancient channel. The scenery along the way grew increasingly desolate. The once brilliant Star River thinned out, and the starlight dimmed. As the ship entered a region completely devoid of starlight, the navigator suddenly shouted, "Captain, we've reached the edge of the dead star domain. The scanners are completely useless and communication signals are beginning to be disrupted." Yunheng looked toward the porthole. Outside there was only pitch-black darkness. Even the ship's searchlights could only illuminate 100 meters ahead. Beyond that lay infinite void. The hull began to tremble slightly, the spatial pressure intensifying around them. Had the ship's hull not been reinforced with star core energy beforehand, the Stardust would likely have already developed cracks. "Activate star core induction navigation," Yunheng ordered. "Use the energy from the star core resonance device to replace the scanners and communicators. Star core energy can penetrate the interference here." Lin Xia immediately operated the controls, integrating the star core resonance device into the ship's navigation system. The device's silvery white patterns merged with the hull's energy, and a pale silver beam shot out from the ship's bow, forming a clear light track in the darkness. The track's endpoint pointed precisely toward the direction of the hive fragment. "The light track is reacting. The hive fragment is 5,000 kilometers ahead." Lin Xiao's voice was tense. "And the energy fluctuation feedback from the light track shows that the hive fragment is awakening. The dark matter energy around it is far stronger than any dark matter we've encountered before." Yunheng clenched his fists. The star core resonance device in his palm grew hot, and the silvery white patterns on the device's screen violently repelled the dark matter energy of the hive fragment. This was the most fundamental confrontation between star core and dark matter, an unavoidable decisive battle. "All crew enter combat status." Yunheng's voice was resolute. "Preheat the weapon systems and raise the star core induction barrier to maximum power. We must find and purify the hive fragment before it fully awakens." Following the star core light track, the Stardust sped swiftly through the darkness of the dead star domain. The hull's tremors grew more violent. Dark matter particles began to collide with the star core induction barrier, leaving dark purple traces on its surface. Yet the ship did not stop, like a silver lightning bolt cutting through the endless darkness, racing toward its ultimate destination. Ahead in the darkness, a dark purple light gradually brightened, the energy radiated by the hive fragment. Stardust shattered the last spatial turbulence, and an eerie purple radiance abruptly filled the viewport. The fragment of the dark matter hive finally came into sight. It was a black crystal 1 kilometer in diameter, its surface riddled with web-like fissures. Dark purple energy surged violently from the cracks, forming a twisted energy vortex around it, distorting space itself. "Captain, the energy fluctuations of the hive fragment are still intensifying. The dark matter inside it is rapidly reviving. In 10 minutes, at most, it will regain its full dark matter erosion capability." Lin Xia stared intently at the energy monitor, where red warning lights flashed frantically. "Worse still, the energy vortex is attracting surrounding dark matter particles. It's replenishing its energy." Yunheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He could feel the star core resonance device trembling violently in his palm, its silver white patterns clashing sharply against the dark purple energy of the hive fragment. The very air seemed to heat up from the collision of these two forces. "We can't wait for it to revive." Lin Xia adjusted the angle of the star core oscillation cannon and aimed for the core fissure of the hive fragment. "That's where its energy is weakest." Star core oscillation cannon preheated, targeting the core fissure. The weapon operator's voice was urgent. The cannon's muzzle at the ship's front lit up with a silver-white glow, energy converging into a blinding beam. "Fire!" With Yunheng's command, the silver-white beam roared out, striking the core fissure of the hive fragment with pinpoint accuracy. A violent explosion erupted in the darkness. The dark purple energy vortex instantly became chaotic. The fissures on the fragment's surface widened, and more dark purple energy leaked out. But this was only temporary. New dark matter soon surged from within the fragment, sealing the cracks once more. "It's useless. Its self-repair speed is too fast." Lin Xiao's voice was tinged with anxiety. "The star core oscillation cannon's power isn't enough to destroy it. Instead, it's stimulating it to revive faster." Colin quickly strode to the main console, holding a green crystal. The life energy crystal from Green Sandstar, capable of temporarily suppressing dark matter activity. "Use this." The life energy crystal can merge with star core energy to form a twin purification wave. It might temporarily suppress the fragment's repairability. Yunheng immediately took the life energy crystal and embedded it into the energy slot of the star core resonance device. The two energies fused instantly. A faint green stream of light appeared within the silver-white patterns on the device's surface, and a stronger energy wave emanated from it, resonating with the star core reactor of the Stardust. Lin Xia channeled all the ship's star core energy into the star core resonance device. "I will personally guide the twin purification wave." Yunheng walked to the energy conduction chamber at the ship's front. the most energy-concentrated area of the Stardust, capable of maximizing the purification wave's power. Lin Xia didn't hesitate. She immediately operated the console, redirecting all the reactor's energy to the conduction chamber. Yuanheng gripped the star core resonance device tightly, fully merging his own star core energy with the ship's energy and the life energy crystal's power. A beam of intertwined silver and green light shot from the device's tip, piercing through the viewport and aimed straight at the hive fragment's core. The moment the beam struck, the hive fragment emitted a piercing roar. The dark purple energy fluctuated violently, and the fissures on its surface no longer healed. Instead, they began to be covered by the silver-green light. The dark matter energy inside the fragment was being forcibly stripped and purified by the twin purification wave. It's working. Its repairability is suppressed. Colin's voice was excited. Keep pouring in energy, purify it completely while we have the chance. Yuanheng clenched his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. His star core energy was rapidly depleting, but he dared not stop. If he let go, the hive fragment would revive, and all their efforts would be in vain. He could sense the struggle of the dark matter within the fragment, the dark force that had been sealed for millennia, making its final resistance. Suddenly, the hive fragment erupted with a powerful surge of dark purple energy, forcibly pushing back the twin purification wave. This Stardust trembled violently, a crack appearing on the star core barrier on the ship's hull, allowing dark purple particles to seep inside. Captain, the barrier has been breached. Dark matter particles are eroding the interior of the ship. A crew member's shout came through the communicator. Lin Xia immediately grabbed the star core oscillation gun and fired at the infiltrating dark matter particles, the silver-white beams purifying them one by one. Yuanheng, hold on. I'll guard the ship. You must purify the hive fragment completely. Yuanheng took a deep breath and channeled his remaining star core energy into the device. The light of the twin purification wave intensified once more, like a sharp sword piercing back into the core of the hive fragment. This time, the silver-green light completely enveloped the fragment. The dark purple energy on its surface dissipated rapidly, and the black crystal gradually became transparent, eventually transforming into a fully silver-green crystal floating in the darkness. The dark matter was thoroughly purified, and the hive fragment became a harmless energy core. As his energy was exhausted, Yuanheng collapsed onto the floor of the conduction chamber. The star core resonance device slipped from his hand, its light gradually fading. He looked at the silver-green crystal outside the viewport, a tired but relieved smile spreading across his face. We did it. We did it. Cheers from the crew echoed through the communicator. Lin Xia and Colin rushed into the conduction chamber, helping the weakened Yuanheng to his feet. Outside the viewport, the darkness of the Dead Star domain began to dissipate. Distant starlight pierced through the gloom, once more illuminating the battlefield that had lain silent for millennia. This Stardust slowly approached the purified crystal and secured it in the energy storage bay. Leaning on Lin Xia's shoulder, Yuanheng gazed at the starfield, gradually regaining its light, knowing in his heart that this battle spanning the Stardust Passage and the ancient passage had finally come to a perfect end. The Stardust departed the desolate starfield, carrying the purified energy core. As the ship shattered the last barrier of darkness, a brilliant starlight burst forth outside the porthole. The energy interference from the desolate starfield had completely dissipated. The once barren battlefield was now bathed once more in the radiance of the galaxy, and even the lingering dark matter particles in the air transformed into harmless stardust amidst the residual waves of the stellar core's energy. Captain, an urgent communication from Star Alliance headquarters. The communications officer's voice trembled with excitement. They've detected the energy balance of the entire starfield is recovering. The residual signals of dark matter have nearly vanished. The Star Alliance Council is set to hold a Starfield Guardian Award ceremony for us, and they've invited representatives from Blue Planet and Green Sand Star to attend. Yuanheng leaned back in the command chair. His body, having just regained a sliver of strength, was still somewhat weak, but a bright light gleamed in his eyes. He looked at Lin Xia, who was holding an energy test report, her face filled with relief. The purified core's energy is very stable. We can hand it over to the stellar relic to further consolidate the starfield's energy balance and prevent the resurgence of dark matter. Colin also stepped forward, holding a star chart of Green Sand Star. The Green Sand Star Council has decided to incorporate the ancient passage into the extended route of the Stardust Passage. In the future, we will work with the Star Alliance and Blue Planet to safeguard the new passage. Moreover, we've discovered several dormant outposts of the old Star Alliance deep within the ancient passage. Once activated with stellar core energy, they can form a complete monitoring network for the passage. As the ship journeyed onward, the scenes along the way grew increasingly lively. Star Alliance patrol vessels shuttled back and forth along the passage. Blue Planet's transport ships carried life energy crystals, and Green Sand Star's research vessels were surveying newly discovered habitable planets. The Stardust Passage, once shrouded in the shadow of dark matter, was now brimming with vitality and hope. 3 days later, the Stardust arrived at Central Star, the seat of the Star Alliance. As the ship entered Central Star's orbit, countless vessels from different civilizations lined up outside the portholes. The lights on their hulls formed the words, "Welcome, Guardians," and brilliant fireworks bloomed in the starry sky, illuminating the entire starfield as if it were day. The award ceremony was held in the Star Alliance Council Hall. Lon, the Guardian of Blue Planet, Colin, the Envoy from Green Sand Star, and Yunhang stood side by side on the platform. The Star Alliance chairman personally presented Yunhang with the Starfield Guardian Medal. The medal, forged from stellar core energy and rare crystals, was engraved with the maps of the Stardust Passage and the Ancient Passage. "Captain Yunhang, you have not only safeguarded the Stardust Passage, but saved the entire starfield." The chairman's voice resonated throughout the hall. From this day forward, the Star Alliance will fully support the exploration of new passages, and together with Blue Planet and Green Sand Star, establish a cross-starfield civilization alliance, so that peace and hope may be passed on forever among the stars. After the ceremony, Yunhang, Lon, and Colin stood on the observation deck of the council hall, overlooking the bustling Central Star below. In the distant starry sky, the silver light of the stellar relic intertwined with the starlight of the Stardust Passage, forming a ribbon of light that spanned across the galaxy. "So where do you plan to go next?" Lon looked at Yunhang, anticipation shining in her eyes. Yunhang raised his head to gaze at the distant starry sky, where countless unexplored starfields lay and countless unknown civilizations awaited encounter. He tightened his grip on the stellar core resonance device in his hand. The patterns on its surface resonated with the distant starlight, as if answering a new call. "The Stardust mission is not yet over." Yunhang's voice was firm and full of hope. "First, we must deliver the purified core to the stellar relic. Then we will pilot the Stardust to continue exploring new passages. The universe is vast, and there are still many stories waiting for us to write." Lin Xia and Colin exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with agreement. Colin produced a new star chart. "Green Sand Star will dispatch escort ships to help you activate the remaining old outposts, and Blue Planet will provide life energy crystals as support. No matter where you go, we will be your backing." A few days later, the Stardust set sail once more, carrying the purified core. This time, there were no urgent battles, no unknown dangers, only anticipation and longing for the future. The ship sailed through the Stardust Passage, traversed the Ancient Passage, and pressed on towards the stellar relic. Outside the porthole, the galaxy blazed with splendor, and the new passage stretched out under the starlight like an endless road of hope. Yunhang stood before the porthole, gripping the stellar core resonance device, understanding in his heart. The story of the Stardust Passage was never an ending, but the prelude to countless new beginnings. "Attention, all crew, destination the stellar relic, then onward to the unexplored regions of the Ancient Passage." Yunhang's voice echoed throughout the ship. "Stardust, prepare for a new adventure." The hum of the engines reverberated deep within the hull. The Stardust transformed into a silver meteor, slicing through the brilliant galaxy and heading towards the vaster cosmos. And the radiance of the Stardust Passage, following the silhouette of this vessel, shone forever across the boundless starry river. As the Stardust arrived at the star pivot relic, the patterns on the circular structure emitted a soft silver glow, as if it had long since the arrival of the purification core. The ship slowly docked beneath the central tower. Yunhang and Lin Xia, carrying the energy container holding the core, stepped onto the relic platform along the familiar luminous tracks. The star pivot crystal at the top of the central tower, the moment it sensed the purification core, actively shot a silver-white beam enveloping the container. The beam guided the container gently upward. As the core was inserted into the slot beside the star pivot crystal, the two lights merged instantly. The crystal's brilliance magnified tenfold, and a silver pillar of light pierced through the star domain, reaching deep into the galaxy. A signal of the star pivot's energy completion, and a mark of the star domain's energy balance being fully stabilized. A message from Star Alliance headquarters. Lin Xiao's communicator suddenly rang, her voice trembling with excitement. "The star pivot's energy has covered the entire Stardust Passage and the Ancient Passage. All energy dead zones left by dark matter have been purified. Even the most remote asteroid belt has detected gentle fluctuations of stellar core energy." Yunhang looked up at the star pivot crystal. The patterns on its surface resonated with the distant galaxy, as if proclaiming the arrival of peace across the entire star domain. He recalled the trepidation of his first voyage on the Stardust Passage, the resolve during the final battle against the Dark Lord. Now those memories had transformed into the light of the star pivot, illuminating a broader future. Before leaving the star pivot relic, Colin sent the latest coordinates of the ancient outposts via communicator. 3 outposts have been confirmed. Outpost Beta and Outpost Gamma still have barely enough energy reserves to activate, but Outpost Delta is completely drained. You'll need to carry stellar core energy crystals to restart it. The Stardust then changed course, heading toward the nearest outpost, Outpost Beta. The ancient passage along the way was no longer desolate. A research vessel from Green Sand Star was surveying along newly marked routes. A life energy crystal supply station from Blue Star had been built at the passage's edge. Occasionally, patrol ships from the Star Alliance and vessels from friendly civilizations passed each other, exchanging greetings. 3 days later, the ship arrived at the nebula where Outpost Beta was located. The outpost was half embedded at the edge of a purple nebula. Though the patterns on its surface were dim, the structure remained intact. Yun Hang and Lin Xia piloted a landing craft into the outpost and inserted the stellar core energy crystal into the control console. The moment energy was injected, the outpost detection systems reactivated, displaying a real-time monitoring map of the ancient passage on the screen, even clearly showing the faint signal from Outpost Gamma in the distance. Outpost Beta successfully restarted. Lin Xia pulled up the monitoring data. It can cover a region of 5,000 light-years. Any abnormal energy fluctuations will trigger an immediate early warning. It's like giving the new passage a clairvoyant eye. Over the next half-month, the Stardust successively restarted Outpost Gamma and Outpost Delta. At Outpost Delta, they unexpectedly discovered a well-preserved archive room from the ancient Star Alliance containing dozens of records about the Stellar Core civilization, a civilization that existed before the ancient Star Alliance, entirely dependent on stellar core energy. They had created countless miracles with its power, but ultimately declined due to overconsumption. This might be a warning for us, Yun Hang said, flipping through the records, his eyes filled with contemplation. Though stellar core energy is powerful, we must not use it recklessly. We must learn to coexist with it, not exploit it. When the signal of the last outpost's restart reached the Star Alliance, the entire cross-stellar civilization alliance erupted in cheers. The Star Alliance Council declared this day each year as Passage Memorial Day, commemorating the guardianship of the Stardust Passage and the pioneering of new passages. The Stardust was docked on the platform of Outpost Delta. Outside the porthole, the nebula drifted slowly, and the distant galaxy shone as brilliantly as ever. Lin Xia approached, holding a newly drawn star chart marked with coordinates of over a dozen unexplored habitable planets. The Star Alliance, together with Blue Star and Green Sand Star, has launched the new Passage Exploration Plan. These planets are the first targets. We can go as the Vanguard fleet. Yun Hang took the star chart, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar coordinates. The stellar core resonance device in his palm grew slightly warm, as if responding to the call of unknown planets. He looked at his crew. Each pair of eyes sparkled with the light of adventure. They were no longer the team that had merely fought to protect a single passage. They had become the Stardust pioneers, connecting civilizations and forging the future. Prepare to set sail, Yun Hang said, placing the star chart on the main console, his voice filled with anticipation for the future. Destination: unknown habitable planets. Let's go see how many more wondrous stories the universe has in store for us. The Stardust's engines roared once more. The ship slowly departed from Outpost Delta, flying toward the new coordinates. Outside the porthole, the light of the star pivot intertwined with the signals from the 3 outposts, forming a shield guarding the new passage. In the distant galaxy, new planets emitted faint light, waiting to be discovered and understood. Yun Hang stood before the porthole, gripping the stellar core resonance device tightly. For as long as the stars still shine, there will be pioneers' footsteps ever advancing into the depths of the cosmos. The Stardust navigated along the newly charted course, its destination the nearest habitable star Alpha. As the ship sailed beyond the ancient navigational boundaries, the scenery outside the viewport suddenly came alive. Vast stretches of colorful nebulas unfurled in the cosmos, thin green moss covered the rocks of the asteroid belt, and even comets with long tails could be seen tracing a sparkling arc through the starry river. Captain Habitable Star Alpha is right ahead. The scanner shows that the atmospheric composition of this planet is similar to that of Blue Star, with 70 of its surface covered in liquid water and over 50 of its land covered in vegetation, fully meeting the standards for habitability. The navigator's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as the planetary map on the screen clearly displayed blue oceans and green land, with even the white ice caps at the poles distinctly visible. Yun Hang approached the viewport, and Habitable Star Alpha resembled a gem embedded within the nebula, its surface adorned with white clouds beneath, which meandered rivers and stretches of forests could be faintly seen. The core resonance device in his palm warmed slightly, and the device's screen showed no abnormal energy fluctuations. This planet bore no traces of dark matter erosion, only pure life energy. Prepare the landing pod. I will descend with Lin Xia and Professor Chen, the biologist. Yun Hang secured his equipment, fastening the core shockwave gun at his waist. The others will remain on the ship to monitor the planet's energy environment and communicate immediately if there are any anomalies. Remember, we are explorers, not invaders. Maintain respect for unknown civilizations. The landing pod slowly entered the atmosphere of habitable star Alpha, and as it passed through the clouds, the scene below became increasingly clear. Towering ancient trees soared to a height of 100 meters, their trunks entwined with glowing vines, the clearings in the forest bursting with colorful flowers, and several winged creatures flitted through the treetops emitting crisp calls. This was a planet brimming with vitality. The landing pod gently descended onto an expansive grassland, and the moment the hatch opened, fresh air rushed in, carrying the fragrant scents of grass and earth with perfect temperature and humidity. Professor Chen immediately took out the detection device, bending down to collect soil samples from the grassland, his eyes filled with wonder. The soil is extremely fertile, rich in minerals, fully capable of nurturing a complex ecosystem. Moreover, the plant cells here contain chlorophyll similar to that of Blue Star's flora, but with an additional substance capable of absorbing cosmic radiation. Life on this planet has long adapted to the cosmic environment. Lin Xia held the core resonance device while walking along the edge of the grassland towards the forest. The silver patterns on the device's screen showed no warnings. Instead, they resonated faintly with the energy of the surrounding plants, and a line of small text appeared in the corner: gentle life, energy, no threat. The plants here are actively emitting friendly energy fluctuations. Lin Xia turned to Yunhang, saying, just like the core of life on Blue Star, the ecosystem of this planet seems to possess its own consciousness, able to sense the goodwill from the outside world. Yunhang nodded, his gaze drawn to a stone monument partially buried in the soil at the forest's edge. The surface of the monument was thickly covered with moss. He carefully cleared it away, and the engravings on the stone instantly came into view. An unfamiliar spiral pattern within which faint green energy flowed slowly, originating from the core energy, yet carrying a richer breath of life. This is a trace of civilization. Lin Xia hurried over, placing the core resonance device against the monument. The device's screen suddenly lit up, resonating with the spiral patterns, and a blurry holographic image slowly emerged. In the image, a group of beings with human-like outlines and pale green skin prayed around a gigantic tree of life. They held crystals matching the patterns on the monument, channeling energy into the roots of the tree of life. At the end of the image, this group of beings embedded a crystal into the monument, then turned and walked towards a distant spaceship, bowing deeply towards the planet as the ship ascended, like a farewell, yet also like leaving some kind of promise. It's a lost civilization. Professor Chen's voice trembled with shock. They must have been the indigenous people of this planet, perhaps leaving for some reason, but leaving behind the monument and tree of life to guard the planet's ecology. Yunhang gazed at the direction of the departing spaceship in the image, noticing a faint connection between the spiral patterns on the core resonance device's screen and a certain coordinate of the ancient navigational route. He suddenly understood that these indigenous people might not have gone far. Their traces could be hidden deep within the ancient navigational route. Professor Chen continued collecting samples and record ecological data. Yunhang put away the device, his eyes firm. Lin Xia, let's go see that tree of life. Oh, perhaps it can tell us more about the story of this civilization. The two followed the direction of the tree of life from the image, traversing through the dense forest, and finally came upon the legendary tree of life in a valley. It had a trunk so thick it would take a dozen people to embrace it, its crown resembling a giant umbrella covering the entire valley, and its leaves sparkled with pale green light under the sunlight. At the top of the trunk, a green crystal matching the patterns of the monument floated. As Yunhang approached the tree of life, the patterns on the trunk suddenly glowed, resonating intensely with the core resonance device in his palm. The green crystal slowly descended, hovering before Yunhang, and a line of spiral text appeared on its surface. Through the device's translation function, the text clearly read, "Welcome, core resonators. Our tribe is the Green Vine civilization, having migrated in pursuit of the source of the core, leaving the tree of life to protect our mother star. If you see this message, you may seek our tribe's traces along the star vine route to jointly protect the balance of life and the core." Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Another new route. It seems this planet is not only a habitable place, but also a bridge to connect with new civilizations. Yunhang tightened his grip on the green crystal. The instant it merged with the core resonance device, the device's screen automatically generated simple coordinates for the Starvine route, a new pathway extending from habitable star Alpha into the depths of the universe, intersecting with the ancient navigational route like another bond connecting civilizations. Return to the Stardust. Yunhang turned towards the landing pod, his eyes sparkling with new anticipation. We have not only found a habitable star, but also uncovered clues about the Green Vine civilization. The territory of the Stardust navigational route was about to expand once more. As the landing pod ascended again, the view of habitable star Alpha gradually shrank, but the green light at the top of the tree of life still flickered in the starry sky, like a lamp guiding the new route. Yunhang knew that the exploration of this planet was just the beginning. At the end of the Starvine route lay more unknown civilizations, and stories waiting for the Stardust to discover and connect. As the Stardust departs from the orbit of the habitable planet Alpha, Yunhang embeds the green crystal left by the Green Vine civilization into the ship's navigation system. The coordinates of the Star Vine navigation route unfold in an instant, forming a winding green light trail on the main control screen. This route passes through two uncharted nebulae, with its endpoint pointing towards a star region labeled Mother Star of the Star Vine, alongside several marked energy supply points clearly left as guidance for future seekers by the Green Vine civilization. Captain, the spatial environment of the Star Vine navigation route is very stable, with no signs of high-density space or dark matter remnants. Lin Xia called up the navigation analysis report, her eyes filled with anticipation. However, there is a strong magnetic field disturbance in the midsection of the route known as the Nebula of Mist, which may affect navigation. We need to strengthen the scanner with star core energy in advance. Yunhang nodded, his gaze fixed on the coordinates of the Mother Star of the Star Vine on the screen. He recalled the images of the Green Vine civilization, those light green beings praying around the Tree of Life, remembering their promise to protect the balance of life and star core. Perhaps this was yet another important partner in the Interstellar Civilization Alliance. Immediately initiate the scanner enhancement program covering the magnetic field disturbance area with star core energy. Additionally, send communications to the Star Alliance Blue Planet and Green Sand Star, informing them of the discovery of the Green Vine civilization and the coordinates of the Star Vine navigation route, inviting them to send representatives to participate in subsequent civilizational contact. After the communications were sent within a standard hour, the Star Alliance and the two planets Blue and Green responded in succession. The Star Alliance Council expressed that they would dispatch a diplomatic envoy aboard the fastest jump ship. Lon and Colin also personally replied, stating they would bring the civilizational tokens of their respective civilizations to rendezvous with the Stardust outside the Nebula of Mist. This would be the first joint civilizational contact since the establishment of the Interstellar Alliance, holding profound significance. 3 days later, the Stardust arrived at the outskirts of the Nebula of Mist, where Blue Planet's Life and Green Sand Star's Green Leaf had already been waiting. As the three ships converged, Lon and Kulin boarded the Stardust via a shuttle, each holding the Flower of Life from Blue Planet and the Leaf of Energy from Green Sand Star. These were the highest-grade civilizational tokens, symbolizing friendship and trust. Captain Yunhang, the Green Vine civilization, mentioned protecting life and the star core, which is completely in line with our alliance's philosophy. Lon placed the Flower of Life on the main control console, and under the nurturing of star core energy, the flower slowly began to bloom with pale blue petals. If we can form an alliance with them, the power of the Interstellar Alliance will become even stronger, and the safety of the new navigation route can be better ensured. Kulin also showcased the Leaf of Energy in his hand with a soft green glow flowing across its surface. There are sparse records about the Vine civilization in the ancient texts of Green Sand Star. They excel in using star core energy to nurture life, and perhaps they can help us improve the ecological environment along the Stardust navigation route, making more planets habitable. While the four were discussing, the navigator suddenly shouted, "Captain, energy signals have appeared inside the Nebula of Mist. It is a ship of the Star Vine civilization. They are heading in our direction." Yunhang immediately walked to the viewport, and through the pale purple mist of the Nebula of Mist, a uniquely shaped ship was slowly emerging. Its body resembled a twisted vine covered in luminescent green plants, with a spiral-patterned crystal hanging at its bow that matched the steel of habitable star Alpha, emitting a gentle green light, clearly signaling friendship. Activate the star core resonance device and release friendly energy waves. Yunhang commanded as the silver light of the star core resonance device resonated with the green light of the Star Vine ship, forming an intertwined silver-green light band between the two vessels. The Star Vine ship slowly docked beside the Stardust, and a green beam of transport light shot out from the ship, forming a light gate on the deck of the Stardust. 3 light green-skinned star vines emerged from the light gate, with the leading star vine adorned with a spiral-patterned crystal on its forehead, wearing a long robe woven from plant fibers resembling the images of the Green Vine civilization. Star Core resonators and friends from Blue Planet and Green Sand Star welcome you. The leading star vine spoke, its voice as gentle as the rustling of leaves. Through the translation of the Star Core resonance device, it clearly reached everyone's ears. "I am the guide of the Green Vine civilization, sent by the elders of the Mother Star, waiting for you here. The elders have sensed your goodwill through the Tree of Life, and invite you to the Mother Star of the Star Vine to discuss the alliance." Yunhang, Lan, and Colin exchanged smiles filled with relief. The first joint civilizational contact of the Interstellar Alliance was filled with friendliness and trust right from the start. "We are honored to accept the invitation." Yunhang extended his hand, and the hand of the Star Vine guide gently rested upon it, the crystals in their palms lighting up simultaneously. The Stardust navigation route and the Starvine navigation route will ultimately connect into a bond that protects life and the star core, allowing peace and hope to be conveyed across more star regions. The Starvine guide nodded with a smile, turning towards the transport beam. Please follow me. The elders of the Mother Star have been waiting for a long time. Yunhang Lan and Kulin followed the guide, stepping into the green light gate. At the moment the light gate closed, the Stardust Life and Green Leaf simultaneously activated, following the Starvine ship, slowly entering the nebula of mist. The exploration of the Starvine navigation route, the new journey of the Interstellar Alliance, officially commenced at this moment. The Starvine spaceship carved an emerald passage through the nebula of mist, its life energy pushing aside the lavender haze. Nebular particles scattered into fine specks of light within the green glow, resembling a flowing rain of stars. The Stardust followed closely behind. Occasionally suspended plant seeds could be seen drifting through the mist outside the porthole. Nourished by the Starvine's energy, these seeds slowly grew into delicate tendrils, as if marking the route for subsequent voyages. Captain, the energy fluctuations from the Starvine ship are truly remarkable. The engineer's voice crackled through the communicator. They use life energy to propel their vessel. Not only is there no pollution, but it also purifies the nebular environment along the way. If this technology could be applied to transport ships on the Stardust Passage, it would vastly improve the waterway's ecology. Yunhang gazed at the green hull of the Starvine ship, his respect for the verdant vine civilization deepening. They not only guarded their own homeworld, but also protected the cosmos ecology in their own way, a philosophy perfectly aligned with the ideals of the Interstellar Alliance. After approximately 1 standard hour, a dense emerald glow suddenly blazed at the edge of the nebula of mist. The Starvine homeworld had come into view. This planet brimmed with even more vitality than habitable Star Alpha. Its surface was covered entirely by a Starvine forest, with luminous vines entwined at the canopy's peak, casting the entire world in a soft green hue. At the equator stood a colossal tree that pierced the atmosphere, its crown spreading into the starry void like a giant green umbrella shielding the planet. That is the Covenant Tree, the symbol of the Starvine civilization. The voice of the Starvine guide came through the communicator, brimming with solemnity and pride. Every ally who forges a pact with the verdant vine civilization leaves the mark of their own civilization upon the Covenant Tree's branches. Today we shall also leave a new mark for the Stardust Passage Blue Star and Greensand Star. The Starvine ship descended slowly onto a plaza at the foot of the Covenant Tree. The plaza was paved with pale green crystals, and surrounding it stood Starvine people, each holding a spiral-patterned crystal. Their eyes shone with friendliness and anticipation. As Yunhang and his companions stepped out of the landing pod, the Starvine people raised their crystals, releasing a soft green radiance that formed an ocean of light. An elder of the Starvine with graying hair and a golden spiral crystal embedded in his forehead stepped forward amidst the crowd. In his hands, he held a tray crafted from the Covenant Tree's branches. Upon the tray rested 4 uncarved green crystals, the tokens of the Covenant awaiting the imprint of each civilization's mark. Guardians of the Stardust Passage, friends from Blue Star and Greensand Star, welcome to the Starvine homeworld. The elder's voice carried the weight of ages. 1,000 years ago, we left habitable Star Alpha in search of the truth of coexistence between star cores and life. 1,000 years later, you have arrived bearing the goodwill of the star core, showing us the hope of an interstellar alliance. Yunhang accepted a green crystal. His fingertip traced across its surface, channeling the star chart patterns of the Stardust Passage and the star core's energy into the crystal. The crystal instantly blazed with intertwined silver, white, and green light, and an energy imprint of the characters Stardust Passage emerged upon its surface. Lon and Colin also received their crystals, infusing them with the patterns of Blue Star's Flower of Life and Greensand Star's Leaf of Energy, respectively. The 4th crystal was engraved with the Covenant Tree's patterns by the Starvine Elder. When the 4 crystals were simultaneously embedded into the Covenant Tree's trunk, the colossal tree shuddered violently. Every vein on its trunk blazed with light, and the radiance from the 4 crystals spread along the patterns, converging at the crown's apex into a beam of silver, blue, and green that shot straight into the starry sky. This was the signal of the Covenant's establishment, the emblem of the formal alliance between the Stardust Passage, the Starvine Passage, Blue Star, and Greensand Star. From this day forward, we 4 shall share the resources of the waterways, jointly protect the star cores and life, and together defend against the threats of the cosmos. The Starvine Elder raised his hand, pointing to the beam of light in the starry sky. This covenant light shall become the symbol of the Interstellar Alliance, illuminating more unexplored star domains and attracting more friendly civilizations to join. After the covenant ceremony, the Starvine Elder led the group on a tour of the homeworld's life laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Starvine people were cultivating new plant species using star core energy. These plants could not only purify the air, but also absorb harmful cosmic radiation and even grow rapidly on barren planets, improving their ecological conditions. These plants we are willing to share with the Alliance. The elder looked at Yun Heng, his eyes filled with sincerity. Star core energy is a gift of the cosmos, and life is its miracle. Only through shared guardianship can this gift and miracle endure forever. As the sun set, Yun Heng stood atop the covenant tree, overlooking the green expanse of the Starvine homeworld. In the distant starry sky, the lights of the Stardust, the life, and the green leaf shone in harmony with the covenant light, like four celestial guardians watching over the planet. He knew that the ranks of the Interstellar Alliance had grown stronger, and the story of the Stardust Passage had entered a new chapter. No longer a solitary defense, but a pioneering effort forged by diverse civilizations advancing hand in hand. Prepare to return to the Stardust. Yun Heng turned, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Next, we must bring the technology and philosophy of the Starvine civilization back to the Stellar Alliance, so that the seeds of the Interstellar Alliance may take root and sprout in even more star domains. As the Stardust set sail once more, the covenant light of the Starvine homeworld continued to shine in the starry sky, like an eternal beacon guiding the Alliance's ships onward, ever onward, toward the boundless cosmos. The Stardust departed from the Starpollen motherworld, carrying the covenant tokens and ecological technology data of the Starpollen civilization, escorted by Starpollen vessels. Beyond the porthole, the tricolored beam atop the covenant tree remained clearly visible, not merely a symbol of alliance, but a beacon spanning star realms guiding subsequent coalition ships. Captain Star Alliance Headquarters has confirmed the establishment of the Cross-Domain Alliance Technology Sharing Center on the Central Star. Blue Star, Green Sand Star, and the Starpollen civilization will all dispatch technical teams. Lin Xia reported, her face radiant with excitement as she held the freshly received communication. The stellar core ecological plant samples provided by the Starpollen have passed preliminary tests. These plants can sprout seedlings in just 3 days within simulated barren planetary environments, purifying soil 10 times more efficiently than current technology. Yun Heng took the report, his gaze fixed on the diagram of the stellar core ecological plant. Its roots spiraled in a pattern mirroring Starpollen civilization motifs, capable of penetrating deep into soil to absorb harmful substances, while its leaves converted cosmic radiation into growth energy. He recalled the verdant landscape of the Starpollen motherworld, and a sudden idea struck him. Perhaps we could trial these plants on the derelict planets along the Stardust route. It would improve the route's ecology and lay the groundwork for future settlements or supply stations. Colin responded through the communicator from the helm of the Green Leaf. Flipping through a Starpollen technical manual, Green Sand Star fully supports this. We can provide the initial planting equipment, and Blue Star has also agreed to send ecologists to assist. This will be the Alliance's first joint project, carrying immense significance. During the voyage, Yun Heng organized an online exchange between the crew and the Starpollen technical team. The Starpollen elaborated on the cultivation methods of the stellar core ecological plant and shared their dual energy cultivation technique that fused life energy with stellar core energy, a method enabling the plants to adapt swiftly to extreme environments, greatly enhancing survival rates. 5 days later, the Stardust arrived at derelict Star Beta along the Stardust route. This planet, ravaged by dark matter erosion, was blanketed in thick gray dust with trace amounts of toxic gases lingering in its atmosphere, a quintessential ecological dead zone along the route. Prepare to deploy the planting equipment, Yun Heng ordered. Lin Xia used the stellar core resonance device to infuse initial energy into the seeds, ensuring they can germinate in the dust. Understood. Lin Xia manipulated the console, channeling stellar core energy through the device into the seed chamber. Subsequently, the Stardust's mechanical arms deployed 10 planting units onto the planet's surface. Upon landing, the units automatically unfolded, burying the seeds in pre-purified soil and releasing life energy spray from the Starpollen civilization. Within less than a standard hour, changes emerged in the planting area. Tender green sprouts broke through the soil, their leaves gradually unfurling under the nourishment of stellar core energy, beginning to absorb toxic gases from the air. Monitoring data indicated a gradual improvement in ambient air quality. The gray dust under the influence of the plant roots slowly coalesced into harmless soil granules. We've succeeded. Cheers erupted from the crew in the main control room as the ecological index curves on the screen rose steadily. The once lifeless planet was being revitalized through the Alliance's cooperation. As the Stardust continued its journey toward the Central Star, the Star Alliance Council issued a new notification: the Cross-Domain Alliance would hold a new beacon launch ceremony in 1 month, erecting a Alliance beacon tower at the intersection of the Stardust route and the Starpollen route, jointly designed by the 4 civilizations. The beacon tower would integrate stellar core sensing, life energy monitoring, and dark matter early warning functions, serving as the central nervous system of the Alliance's routes. The design blueprint for the beacon tower has arrived. Everyone can take a look. Lin Xia projected the design onto the main screen. The tower's main body was tetrahedral, with each face engraved with the stellar core patterns of the Stardust route, the life flower motifs of Blue Star, the energy leaf designs of Green Sand Star, and the spiral patterns of the Star Pollen civilization. At its apex floated a crystal formed from the fusion of four-colored energy, symbolizing the close cooperation among the four civilizations. Yuan Heng gazed at the design, his heart brimming with emotion. From his initial solitary guardianship of the Stardust route to forging an alliance with Blue Star, Green Sand Star, and the Star Pollen civilization, opening new routes and improving cosmic ecology, the saga of the Stardust route had transcended its original purpose of guardianship, becoming a cosmic peace chapter written collectively by diverse civilizations. Attention all crew, we are about to arrive at the Central Star to participate in the final design discussions for the Alliance Beacon Tower. Yuan Heng's voice resonated throughout the ship. This is not just a beacon tower, it is a symbol of the Alliance's hope. Let us all add the most perfect stroke to it. The engines of the Stardust roared as it accelerated toward the Central Star. Beyond the porthole, the starlight of the Stardust route intertwined with the green luminescence of the distant Star Pollen route, like two ribbons leading to the future. Yuan Heng knew that the activation of the Alliance Beacon Tower was merely the new beginning of the cross-domain alliance. In the more distant cosmos, countless more civilizations awaited encounter and more stories awaited inscription, and the Stardust would forever be the vanguard of this pioneering journey, carrying the Alliance's hope, continually setting sail toward the ocean of stars. In orbit around the Central Star, 4 colossal construction platforms were diligently working around the base of the Alliance Beacon Tower. By the time the Stardust arrived, the main structure of the beacon tower had already taken shape. Its quadrangular spire pointed toward the starry sky, its four-sided civilization patterns glowing softly under the sunlight, awaiting only the installation of the four-colored energy core at its apex for its official activation. Yuan Heng, Lon Colin, and Elder Starvine ascended the construction platform together, standing beside the mounting slot at the summit of the beacon tower. The four-colored energy core was carefully hoisted into place. Within the core, the silver, blue, and green energies, along with the spiraling emerald light of the Starvine civilization, flowed gently, aligning precisely with the tower's patterns. Initiate the energy fusion sequence. The voice of a Star Alliance engineer rang out as the four-colored core slowly embedded itself into the mounting slot. Instantly, every pattern on the tower blazed to life. Energy surged along the intricate lines to the summit, and the core erupted with a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, casting the entire sky of the Central Star into a kaleidoscope of colors. The Alliance Beacon Tower was officially complete. The beacon tower has connected to the monitoring systems of all Alliance routes. The engineer's voice trembled with excitement. It can cover a range of millions of light years. Any anomalous energy fluctuations, dark matter residues, or signals from unknown civilizations will be instantaneously synchronized to the main control systems of the Stardust Life, Verdant Leaf, and the Starvine homeworld. Yuan Heng looked up at the pillar of light. The stellar core resonance device in his palm grew faintly warm, resonating deeply with the beacon tower's energy. He knew that this beacon tower was not merely the central nervous system of the routes, but also a shared cosmic calling card of the Alliance civilizations. A declaration to the entire star sector that here a coalition of civilizations guarded peace and shared hope. The day after the inauguration ceremony, the Interstellar Alliance held its first plenary session. During the meeting, the 4 civilizations jointly signed the route-sharing covenant, agreeing to open the Stardust and Starvine main routes, share ecological technologies and stellar core resources, and establish the Cosmic Civilization Exploration Team, with the Stardust as its flagship, tasked with exploring unknown star sectors and seeking out other potential friendly civilizations. According to the star charts provided by the Starvine civilization, beyond the Starvine route lies a region called the Echo Nebula, where fluctuations resembling civilization signals have been detected. Lin Xia presented the nebula's spectral map during the meeting. Shall we set the first destination for the exploration team there? Elder Starvine nodded and added, the magnetic fields of the Echo Nebula can preserve ancient signals. Those fluctuations might originate from a lost ancient civilization, or they could be a distress call or greeting from an existing one. Whatever they are worth exploring. After the meeting, the Stardust began preparations for its voyage to the Echo Nebula. The Starvine civilization equipped the ship with a life energy shield to withstand the nebula's magnetic interference. Blue Star contributed the latest ecological probes for rapidly assessing the habitability of unknown planets, and Green Sand Planet provided improved stellar core concussion grenades for dealing with potential dangers. On the day of departure, the orbit of the central star was crowded with ships from all 4 civilizations. As the Stardust slowly pulled away, every ship sounded its horn, simultaneously releasing a shower of colorful energy fireworks that formed the words "Safe Journey" against the starry backdrop. Lon and Colin stood on their respective bridges waving toward the Stardust. This time, although they did not travel alongside, they offered the exploration team the most steadfast support in the Alliance's way. The Stardust entered the Starvine route. The beacon tower's pillar of light gradually shrank in the distance, yet it remained like a warm beacon, eternally illuminating the path ahead. Lin Xia walked to the porthole, gazing at the distant twinkling Starvine ships. Smiling, she said, "Remember the first time we encountered the Dark Matter Legion? We weren't even sure we could hold the Stardust route. Now we're off to explore an unknown nebula in search of new civilizations. It feels like a dream." Yin Heng smiled too. He tightened his grip on the stellar core resonance device on whose screen the coordinates of the Echo Nebula were now linked with the beacon tower's signal, forming a clear exploratory route. "This isn't a dream. It's a path we've forged step by step." His gaze fixed on the distant stars. "The universe is vast. There will always be new encounters, new hopes. And our mission is to connect these hopes to let the light of the Alliance illuminate more corners of the cosmos." The Stardust's engines roared as it accelerated toward the Echo Nebula. Outside the porthole, the green light tracks of the Starvine route and the silver-white starlight of the Stardust route gradually intertwined like 2 entwined ribbons, guiding the exploration team's direction. Yun Heng knew that the exploration of the Echo Nebula was merely the beginning of the Alliance's pioneering journey. In the far reaches of the cosmos, countless mysteries and civilizations awaited discovery, and countless more stories awaited the Stardust and the Interstellar Alliance to write together. As the Stardust approached the boundary of the Echo Nebula, the life energy shield on the ship's surface automatically activated, glowing with a faint green light. Inside the nebula, a light purple magnetic mist enveloped the surroundings, with tiny energy crystals floating within. When they collided with the light membrane, they transformed into fleeting glimmers that dissipated. This was the shield technology of the Starvine civilization, perfectly capable of resisting magnetic field interference, allowing the ship to navigate smoothly within the nebula. "Captain, the magnetic field intensity within the nebula is 30 lower than expected. The life energy shield can handle it completely." The navigator looked at the monitoring data on the screen, his tone relaxed. "However, the scanner is still slightly affected and can only detect within a range of 2,000 kilometers ahead. We will need to rely on the beacon tower's remote signals for positioning assistance." Yun Heng nodded and connected the star core resonance device to the navigation system. On the device's screen, the silvery signal from the beacon tower merged with the green light of the Starvine shield, carving out a clear detection path in the magnetic mist. Ahead along the path, a faint blue signal was flashing in a regular pattern, completely matching the previously detected suspected civilization signal. "The signal source is just 5,000 kilometers ahead." Lin Xia's voice was filled with excitement as she swiftly adjusted the signal receiver. "The signal frequency is very stable, like some sort of coordinate guidance. It isn't a chaotic interference wave. This is definitely emitted by an intelligent civilization." The ship continued along the detection path, the magnetic mist gradually thinning and the blue signal ahead becoming increasingly clear. About an hour later, a ship half buried in the nebula crystals appeared outside the porthole. It was an ancient-looking silver ship, its surface etched with patterns similar to those of the star core's origin, yet with a few softer curves. A blue crystal was suspended at the bow, which was the source of the signal. "It's a ship from an ancient civilization." Yun Heng's pupils slightly contracted. The star core resonance device trembled violently in his palm, and the patterns on the device's screen instantly aligned with those on the ship, revealing a blurred text message. "Our tribe is the Azure civilization. Having avoided the chaos of dark matter, we temporarily reside deep within the nebula, leaving coordinates to await those of like mind." Azure civilization. Lin Xia quickly flipped through the ancient records of the Star Alliance. There are records in the archives. The Azure civilization excelled in utilizing water element energy, which could complement star core energy. They suddenly vanished before the invasion of dark matter, and to think they were hiding within the Echo Nebula. Yun Heng ordered the ship to approach the ancient vessel. As the Stardust maintained a safe distance from the ancient ship, the blue crystal suddenly illuminated, projecting a holographic image from within it. Within the image, a group of Azure people in blue robes were injecting vast amounts of water element energy into a blue core, while surrounding nebula crystals gradually formed a protective barrier under the nurturing of energy. At the end of the image, an Azure elder looked directly into the camera and said, "If you see this image, you may follow the blue signal to the Azure secret realm. Our tribe is willing to share water element technology with friendly civilizations to jointly resist the remnants of dark matter." In the instant the image vanished, the blue crystal shot out a blue light trail pointing deep into the nebula. This was the exclusive passage to the Azure Secret Realm, with energy markers labeled No Danger, clearly indicating that the Azure civilization had left a safety guide for visitors. Prepare to follow the blue light trail. Yunhang's voice was filled with anticipation. If the water element energy mastered by the Azure civilization can merge with star core energy and life energy, it might completely resolve the water resource issues of barren planets, which is crucial for the Alliance's ecological plans. The Stardust traversed along the blue light trail, weaving through the depths of the Echo Nebula. The sights along the way grew increasingly peculiar. The nebula crystals, under the influence of water element energy, transformed into transparent crystal bodies, encapsulating flowing liquid water, refracting brilliant colors under the starlight. Occasionally, small water element creatures could be seen weaving through the crystals. They were entirely azure, resembling flowing water, showing no hostility towards the Stardust. 3 days later, at the end of the blue light trail, a vast water cloud suddenly appeared. This was a special area, formed by liquid water and nebula gases. At the center of the water cloud, a wholly azure planet was slowly rotating, its surface covered by a vast ocean, with only a few islands constructed from crystal bodies peeking above the water. This was the core of the Azure Secret Realm, the temporary residence of the Azure civilization. As the Stardust just entered the water cloud area, dozens of small ships from the Azure civilization ascended from the planet's surface. They were made entirely of crystal bodies, leaving behind a blue trail of water as they flew, resembling a group of water sprites traversing the starry sky. The lead ship transmitted a friendly communication. The Azure civilization welcomes friends of the Stardust route. Please follow us to the Temple of Water. The elders have been waiting for a long time. Yunhang gazed at the azure ships outside the window, filled with emotion. From the Stardust route to the Starvine route, and now to the Azure Secret Realm, the exploration path of the Interstellar Alliance always encounters civilizations of like mind. He tightened his grip on the star core resonance device, where the blue water element energy and the silvery star core energy were harmoniously resonating on the device's screen. This was a signal of friendship between civilizations and proof of the ever-expanding alliance. The Stardust followed the azure ships, heading towards the Temple of Water. The water clouds outside the porthole flowed slowly, the ocean of the azure planet shimmering under the sunlight like a blue gem set within the nebula. Stardust descended slowly under the escort of the Azure spacecraft, landing gently on the crystal platform before the water temple. The platform was constructed from translucent crystal, beneath which the flowing seawater was clearly visible. Luminous water element creatures occasionally swam through the depths, casting dappled shadows upon the surface. As the hatch opened, a moist breeze greeted them, imbued with a faint trace of water element energy that soothed the mind and spirit. 3 azure elders in blue robes awaited them on the platform. The foremost elder bore a diamond-shaped blue crystal on his forehead, identical to the signal source crystal on the ancient spacecraft. In his hand, he held a scepter carved from crystal, its tip suspending a single eternal droplet of water. Guardians of the Stardust Passage, welcome to the Azure Secret Realm. The elder's voice was as gentle as ocean waves. We sensed the star core energy and the goodwill of the Alliance through the signal from the Echo Nebula, which emboldened us to invite you here. Since the dark matter invasion, we have hidden deep within the nebula for a millennium and have not seen friends from the outside world in a long time. Yunhang stepped forward, presenting the star core resonance device and the Alliance Covenant token. In a calm tone, he said, I am Yunhang, captain of the Stardust, representing the Interstellar Alliance. The Alliance is composed of the Stardust Passage, Blue Star, Green Sandstar, and the Starvine civilization, united to safeguard cosmic peace and share the fruits of civilization. We are aware of the Azure civilization's mastery of water element technology and seek to collaborate to jointly improve the cosmic ecosystem and defend against potential threats. As the elder accepted the covenant token, his fingertips touched it, and instantly the blue water element energy fused with the silver, green, and blue energies within the token, forming a dazzling vortex of energy in the air. The Alliance's philosophy aligns perfectly with our Azure civilization's belief in water as the pole's coexistence and co-prosperity. The elder said, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Please follow me. I shall show you the mysteries of water element energy. The interior of the water temple was constructed from massive crystals. At its center stood the water element core, a blue sphere 10 meters in diameter within which liquid water flowed, and countless tiny water element entities darted about like a miniature ocean. Around the core, 4 azure priests channeled energy with their scepters, directing water element force into pipes connected to the temple. These pipes extended to every corner of the azure planet, supplying energy to the entire secret realm. This core was condensed from the ancient star sea water, capable of generating water element energy endlessly. The elder gestured proudly toward the core. It not only sustains the ecosystem of the Azure Secret Realm, but also converts gaseous water in the nebula into liquid water. If combined with star core energy, it could create a stable water source on arid planets. Lin Xia immediately produced an ecological detector and brought it close to the water element core. On the detector's screen, a simulation of the fusion between water element energy and star core energy quickly materialized. The combination boosted water purification efficiency fivefold and extended retention time in arid environments tenfold, fully meeting the needs for ecological transformation of barren planets. This is precisely the technology the Alliance needs. Lin Xia's voice rang with excitement. There are dozens of arid planets along the Stardust Passage. With this technology, they could soon become habitable supply depots. That afternoon, the Azure civilization formally signed the agreement to join the Interstellar Alliance. The Elder presented Yun Hang with a water element crystal core capable of linking with the star core resonance device to rapidly initiate the water element energy conversion process. In return, the Alliance pledged to provide the Azure Secret Realm with a star core energy shield to protect against potential threats beyond the nebula. During their 3-day stay on the Azure planet, the crew of the Stardust engaged in in-depth technical exchanges with the Azure people. The Azure people taught the methods of controlling water element energy, while the crew shared their expertise in star core energy applications. Together, they developed the Star Core Water Element Symbiosis device, which could release both energies simultaneously in the same area, purifying soil, while creating water sources, greatly enhancing the efficiency of ecological transformation. On the day of departure from the Azure Secret Realm, the Azure Elder himself boarded the Stardust to bid them farewell. Standing before the porthole, gazing at the distant water temple, he spoke solemnly. The Azure civilization has lain dormant for 1,000 years. Now, by joining the Alliance, we finally have the chance to contribute to the peace and ecology of the cosmos. Should you need assistance, simply send a signal through the water element crystal core, and our fleet will come to your aid immediately. Yun Hang nodded, gripping the water element crystal core firmly. The Alliance will forever be the Azure civilization's steadfast support. We look forward to spreading the philosophy of water and star core symbiosis to even more star realms in the future. The Stardust slowly departed from the Azure Secret Realm. A blue light trail shot out from the water element core, linking with the signal of the beacon tower, extending the Alliance's passageway. Through the porthole, the Azure spacecraft formed an escort formation accompanying the ship until it exited the Echo Nebula. As the nebula's pale purple magnetic mist gradually faded and the multicolored light pillars of the beacon tower reappeared on the horizon, Yun Hang knew that the Interstellar Alliance had grown stronger, and the story of the Stardust Passage had turned a more brilliant page with this new encounter. Attention, all crew, set the return course. Target Central Star. Yun Hang's voice resonated throughout the ship. We will bring the water element technology and the symbiosis device back to the Alliance, officially launching the ecological transformation plan along the Stardust Passage. The engines of the Stardust roared as it accelerated towards Central Star. Outside the porthole, the galaxy blazed brilliantly. The Alliance's passageway stretched endlessly under the starlight like a vast net, connecting civilizations and delivering hope, weaving the goodwill and peace of the cosmos tightly together. As the starlight returns to the Central Star, the ecological transformation team of the Interstellar Alliance has gathered at abandoned Star Beta. When Yun Hang presented the Star Core Water Element Symbiosis device and showcased the water element technology data from the Azure civilization, the on-site ecologists from Blue Star, engineers from Green Sand Star, and Starvine's cultivators erupted with excitement. The emergence of this technology transformed the Alliance's ecological restoration plan from a gradual advance to a rapid implementation. On the day of the transformation operation, the Starlight, carrying the symbiosis device, was the first to land in the planting area of abandoned Star Beta. Yun Hang embedded the water element crystal core into the device, while Lin Xia initiated the Star Core Energy Injection Program. In that instant, the silver-white Star Core Energy and the Azure Water Element Energy surged forth simultaneously, with the Star Core Energy penetrating the soil to purify harmful substances, while the Water Element Energy coalesced into fine droplets on the surface, evenly sprinkling over the previously planted Star Core ecological plants. A miracle occurred. 2 hours later, plants that were once only as tall as seedlings rapidly grew, their branches and leaves stretching to half a meter, while their roots spread throughout the soil, transforming gray dust into fertile brown earth. Simultaneously, the water element energy gathered at the edges of the planting area to form a small stream, with water flowing along the terrain, creating a small lake in the low-lying areas, where even light green aquatic plants began to sprout on the surface. Soil fertility has reached the standard. Water quality meets drinking standards. The harmful gas content in the atmosphere has decreased by 80. The monitor's voice trembled. The ecological environment of abandoned Star Beta is approaching livable standards. The news was transmitted back to the Central Star, and the Alliance immediately decided to simultaneously advance the transformation of 10 abandoned planets along the Starlight route. Blue Star provided life energy spray to accelerate plant growth. Green Sand Star sent automated irrigation equipment. The Starvine civilization dispatched a planting team for guidance and maintenance, while the Azure civilization remotely supplied water element energy control technology. A large-scale joint operation of the Interstellar Alliance commenced with astonishing efficiency. 3 months later, Yunhang piloted the Starlight patrolling along the Starlight route. The scene outside the porthole had completely changed. The once desolate abandoned star Beta was now blanketed with vast green vegetation, lakes reflecting the starry sky, and several temporarily constructed ecological observation stations stood on the grassland, further away on abandoned star Gamma. Blue Star's transport ships were unloading migration supplies, and the first batch of volunteers from various Alliance civilizations had begun building homes on the newly transformed land. Captain Yunhang, the Star Alliance headquarters, has sent a communication. The Starlight route has officially been renamed the main route of the Interstellar Alliance, and the 10 transformed planets along the way have been designated as stations of hope, open to supply and docking services for all Alliance civilizations. The communication officer's voice was filled with pride. Moreover, there is good news. The connection route between the Starvine's route and the Azure secrets has been opened, and the ecological plants of Starvines and the water element resources of Azure are being transported to various stations along the main route through the new route. Yunhang smiled at Lin Xia, their gazes unintentionally falling outside the porthole. A water element transport ship from the Azure civilization was slowly entering the port of the Station of Hope, its blue patterns shimmering with the silver and green structures of the station, while the crew stood on deck, waving to the volunteers at the station, and the languages of different civilizations converged through translators, laughter echoing in the starry sky. The last stop of the patrol was the Alliance Beacon Tower. At this moment, the beacon tower had undergone new changes. Beside the spiral patterns of star vines on the fourth side of the tower, a new azure water element pattern was added, and the four-colored crystal core at the top radiated blue light, transforming into the heart of the Alliance, interwoven with silver, blue, green, and cyan. The monitoring range of the beacon tower now covered the Starlight main route, Starvine's route, and Azure branch line, allowing any passing Alliance ships to obtain the latest route information and ecological data through the beacon tower. Captain Yunhang, the Alliance Council invites you to attend next week's route celebration to celebrate the comprehensive upgrade of the main route and the inauguration of the Station of Hope. The voice of the Alliance speaker came through filled with satisfaction. Also, elders from Azure and Starvines will be present. They said they have a gift from the Alliance to present to you in person. Yunhang looked up at the four-colored light at the top of the beacon tower, feeling a surge of emotions. From initially piloting the Starlight alone against dark matter, to now leading the Alliance civilizations in building peaceful routes and transforming the cosmic ecology, every step he took was inseparable from the support of his companions and the trust of civilizations. Return to the Central Star and prepare for the celebration. Yunhang's voice carried a vision for the future, but remember, this is not the end. The light of the beacon tower can illuminate 1,000,000 light years, yet the universe still holds more distant corners for us to explore, and many more civilizations in need of help await our connection. The Starlight slowly departed from the beacon tower, heading toward the direction of the Central Star. Outside the porthole, the Starlight of the main route and the lights of the Station of Hope intertwined like a river of light flowing through the universe, embodying peace and vitality. Yunhang knew that the story of the Interstellar Alliance was still ongoing, and the Starlight would forever be the most steadfast vessel in this river of light, carrying the Alliance's faith as it continued to sail toward a broader universe. At the Starport Plaza of the Central Star, ribbons and energy fireworks intertwined in the starry sky. Vessels from the Stardust main channel, the Starvine channel, and the Azure branch line formed orderly arrays, their hulls adorned with the patterns of civilizations glistening under the sunlight, resembling a sea of stars that gathered diverse civilizations. This was the grandest channel festival since the establishment of the Interstellar Alliance, where representatives of the Alliance's 5 civilizations and thousands of volunteers gathered to celebrate the main channel's upgrade and the inauguration of the Hope Station. Yunhang, clad in a uniform embroidered with the Alliance emblem, stood at the center of the festival stage alongside Lon Collin, the Starvine Elder, and the Azure Elder. Below the stage, people from different civilizations waved flags bearing the Alliance insignia. The life flower of the Blue Star, the energy leaf of the Green Sand Star, the spiral patterns of Starvine, the water element symbols of Azure, and the star core motifs of Stardust converged into a vibrant, colorful ocean. Today we celebrate not only the upgrade of the channels, but also the union of civilizations. The Alliance Chancellor stepped onto the stage, his voice amplified by energy speakers across the entire square. From the solitary guardianship of the Stardust Channel to the joint journey of 5 civilizations, we have used the power of star cores to dispel darkness and nurtured the universe with the goodwill of life. This is the original aspiration of the Interstellar Alliance and our commitment to the cosmos. As the Chancellor's words faded, a holographic projection lit up above the square, showcasing moments since the Alliance's founding, the decisive battle between the Stardust and the Dark Matter Legion, the awakening of the Star Pivot Ruins, the Covenant Tree of the Starvine homeworld, the Water Element Core of the Azure Secret Realm, and the green shoots of the Hope Station. Each image drew cheers from the crowd, a shared memory for all Alliance members. The climax of the festival was the unveiling of the Alliance Grand Gift. The Starvine Elder and the Azure Elder stepped forward together, holding an Alliance scepter crafted from 5 materials. The staff was assembled from Stardust Star Core, Silver Blue Star's Life, Wood Green Sand Star's Energy, Crystal Starvins, Vine Fibers, and Azure's Water Crystal, topped with a 5-colored core that concentrated the energies of the 5 civilizations. This scepter represents the tight bond of the 5 civilizations and the Alliance's trust in the Stardust. The Starvine Elder handed the scepter to Yunhang. From now on, the Stardust will serve as the Alliance's pioneer flagship, with priority access to the resources of the 5 civilizations, leading exploration teams to more distant reaches of the cosmos to seek out friendly civilizations and spread the Alliance's ideals. The Azure Elder added, "We have also upgraded the Stardust with a 5-energy shield integrating Star Core Life, Energy, Vine, and Water energies to withstand most dangers of the cosmos." A shared sentiment from the 5 civilizations, hoping it will safeguard every voyage of the Stardust. Yunhang gripped the Alliance scepter tightly. The 5-colored core at its tip resonated with the Star Core resonance device in his palm, emitting a soft multicolored light that merged with the holographic projection above the square, forming an Alliance star map covering the entire central star. On it, explored channels were marked in bright colors, while unexplored star regions shimmered with dots waiting to be lit, like countless stars of hope awaiting discovery. On behalf of the entire crew of the Stardust, I accept this gift and this responsibility. Yunhang's voice was firm and resolute. The Alliance's radiance will not remain within the explored channels. We will carry the trust of the 5 civilizations and sail to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, allowing the ideals of peace, sharing, and symbiosis to take root and flourish in even more star regions. After the festival, Yunhang stood by the observation window of the Stardust, watching the still cheering crowd in the square, the Alliance scepter in his hand glowing with a gentle light. Lin Xia approached him, handing over a new exploration report. According to the star charts provided by Starvine and Azure, beyond the Azure branch line lies a prismatic nebula where multiple suspected civilization signals have been detected. It may be our next target on this pioneering journey. Yunhang took the report, his gaze fixed on the coordinates of the prismatic nebula. The star core resonance device and the scepter's 5-colored energy simultaneously flared, as if responding to the call of the unknown star region. He turned to look at his crew. Each face gleamed with anticipation. They had long grown accustomed to exploration and pioneering, to measuring the vastness of the cosmos with their steps and bridging the warmth of civilizations with goodwill. "Attention, all crew, inspect the ship and replenish supplies." Yunhang's voice resonated through the entire Stardust. "In 3 days we will set sail for the prismatic nebula, embarking on a new chapter of the Alliance's pioneering journey." "Understood." The crew's response was resounding and steadfast. 3 days later, the Stardust slowly departed the starport of the central star. Ships from the Alliance's 5 civilizations formed an escort formation outside the observation window, only peeling away one by one as the vessel delved deep into the Stardust main channel. Beyond the window, the green light of the Starvine channel, the blue light of the Azure branch line, and the silver-white glow of the main channel interwove like 3 ribbons of light, guarding the path of exploration. Yunhang stood on the bridge, gripping the Alliance scepter, his gaze fixed on the distant direction of the prismatic nebula. He knew this journey might bring new challenges, but as long as the Alliance's conviction endured and the support of the 5 civilizations remained, the Stardust would never lose its way. The universe is boundless and the channels are endless. The tale of the Interstellar Alliance, following the trajectory of the Stardust, continues to inscribe an everlasting new chapter among the resplendent stars, a story belonging to the diverse civilizations. The Stardust sailed toward the iridescent nebula along the Azure branch, equipped with quintessential shields. As the vessel breached the final spatial barrier, the view outside the porthole abruptly shifted. The entire nebula resembled an overturned palette with gases in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, intertwining and flowing, forming a series of resplendent energy vortexes. Within these vortexes floated crystalline, prismatic crystals, whose refracted light wove a flowing web of radiance across the starry expanse. "Captain, the energy environment of the iridescent nebula is extraordinarily unique." The navigator stared intently at the screen, awe coloring their voice. The 7 colored gases correspond to 7 distinct energy attributes. They collide without conflict, forming a stable energy equilibrium field, an environment exceedingly rare in the cosmos. Yunheng activated the stellar core resonance device, which instantly captured 3 civilization signals of different frequencies originating from the red, green, and violet zones of the nebula. Strangely, the signals contained no text or images, only a recurring melody. Its tempo was slow, yet it carried a rhythmic pattern, as if transmitting some form of cipher. The signals have no clear coordinate guidance, only the melody looping, Lin Xia remarked, pulling up the signal analysis interface, her brow slightly furrowed. Even stranger, the melodies of the 3 signals appear different, yet they share overlapping syllables, as if they originate from the same civilization, or 3 civilizations conveying the same message. At that moment, the Azure Elder transmitted a warning via long-range communication. The energy equilibrium field of the iridescent nebula can disrupt standard detection, and the prismatic crystals may reflect signals, creating signal illusions. I suggest you first send unmanned probes into the nebula to collect energy data to avoid the vessel being ensnared in an energy vortex. Yunheng promptly adopted the advice, deploying 3 quintessential shield-equipped unmanned probes, each heading toward the red, green, and violet signal sources. Real-time footage from the probes revealed that the density of prismatic crystals within the nebula far exceeded expectations. Some crystals measured hundreds of meters in diameter. Their surfaces bore engravings whose frequencies matched those of the signal melodies. Clearly, these crystals served as signal amplifiers. 2 hours later, the probe in the red zone suddenly transmitted anomalous data. The signal melody's frequency began to accelerate, and the surrounding red gas density surged, forming an energy cocoon enveloping the probe. Immediately after, the probe's feed cut out, leaving only a fragment of garbled audio. Within it, besides the original melody, a faint cry for help emerged. Cross-referencing with the 5 civilization linguistic database, the cry bore a striking resemblance to the language of the ancient Stellar Alliance from the stellar core source. The language of the ancient Stellar Alliance. Yunheng's pupils contracted sharply. Could survivors of the ancient Stellar Alliance be hidden within the iridescent nebula? He immediately ordered the other 2 probes to halt their advance, while activating the quintessential shields to maximum power. Lin Xia performed a deep match between the signal melody from the red zone and the linguistic database of the ancient Stellar Alliance. Attempt to decipher its meaning. Everyone else closely monitor the nebula's energy fluctuations. At the first sign of anomaly, prepare for immediate evacuation. Lin Xia swiftly operated the console as the melody's waveform on the screen aligned syllable by syllable with the ancient Stellar Alliance's language. Half an hour later, a fragment of text was finally decoded. Trapped in the red crystal domain. Energy imbalance. Requesting stellar core resonator. Assist in stabilizing the core. It's a distress signal. Lin Xia's voice was urgent. The red crystal domain should be the area of the red signal source. There may be facilities left by the ancient Stellar Alliance, and their energy core is destabilizing, requiring stellar core energy to stabilize. Yunheng gazed at the iridescent nebula beyond the porthole. The red zone's glow was intensifying, a clear sign of worsening energy imbalance. He tightened his grip on the Alliance scepter, its tips multicolored crystal core resonating with the quintessential shields, emitting a gentle radiance. Prepare to pilot the landing pod into the red crystal domain. Lin Xia, linguist Professor Zhang, and I will go. The quintessential shields can withstand the nebula's energy interference, and the stellar core energy can address potential core instability. We must investigate. This could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the ancient Stellar Alliance's decline. The landing pod slowly departed from the Stardust, protected by the quintessential shields as it flew through layers of prismatic crystals toward the red zone. Along the way, the red gas grew denser, and the crystal engravings became clearer. Professor Zhang, using a linguistic analyzer, continuously deciphered the ancient Stellar Alliance script on the crystals. These texts record energy experiments. They were researching the fusion of 7 energies. But an accident occurred, leading to energy imbalance. When the pod reached the heart of the red crystal domain, a ring-shaped structure half buried in the red gas came into view. Its surface covered in ancient Stellar Alliance patterns. At its center hovered a crimson crystal core, its surrounding energy in chaotic disarray, with red gas being constantly drawn into the core, forming a perilous energy vortex. This is the ancient Stellar Alliance's 7-color energy laboratory. Professor Zhang's voice trembled with awe. If the core explodes, it will not only destroy the entire red crystal domain, but could also disrupt the iridescent nebula's energy equilibrium field, endangering the entire Azure branch. Yunheng quickly retrieved the stellar core resonance device, channeling the scepter's multicolored energy into it. Lin Xia used the quintessential shields to stabilize the energy around the core. Il used stellar core energy to repair the core's imbalance. As the device activated, silver-white stellar core energy and multicolored alliance energy surged forth simultaneously like a gentle radiance slowly enveloping the crimson core. Yunheng could sense the chaotic energy within the core gradually calming, and the ancient stellar alliance patterns began to glow anew. A rescue spanning millennia had finally commenced under the power of the alliance. The stellar core energy and the energies of the five-color alliance intertwined around the crimson core like a pair of gentle hands, slowly smoothing the turbulent energy fluctuations within. Yunheng stared intently at the patterns of the ancient star alliance etched upon the core's surface. As energy continuously poured in, tiny specks of light gradually emerged within the patterns, flowing along their lines until they coalesced into a complete holographic projection. In the image, several researchers of the ancient star alliance clad in silver-white battle armor were recording data around the core. Their faces were filled with excitement, unaware that danger was already creeping close. Energy fusion rate has reached 90. Injecting the final surge of stellar core energy will achieve a stable symbiosis of the seven colors. A researcher in the projection shouted, reaching out to press a button on the console. Yet the instant the energy was injected, the core erupted with a blinding red light. Crimson gas surged madly into the laboratory, and the word stable on the screen instantly flickered into imbalance. The terrified faces of the researchers became the final frame of the recording. So that's it. The ancient star alliance was trying to fuse the seven energies of the prismatic nebula, but a miscalculation in the energy ratio at the final step caused the core to become unbalanced. Professor Zhang's voice carried a tone of regret. They couldn't control the runaway energy and could only temporarily seal the lab, leaving a distress signal for rescue. Yunheng did not let himself be distracted. He could sense the energy fluctuations of the crimson core gradually stabilizing, yet deep within the core still lurked a stubborn energy turbulence. If this turbulent flow was not cleansed, the core could fall out of balance again at any moment. He pressed the alliance scepter against the core's surface, reproportioning the energies of the five civilizations. The silver of the stellar core, the blue of life, the green of the green sand star, the cyan of the star vine, and the deep blue of the azure, according to the energy balance formula recorded in the star pivot ruins. This formed a five-colored, harmonizing energy, which he slowly infused deep into the core. As the harmonizing energy clashed with the turbulence, the crimson core emitted a deep, low hum. The red light on its surface gradually softened into a gentle pink, and the chaotic red gas around it slowly calmed, reintegrating into the energy equilibrium field of the prismatic nebula. When the last trace of turbulence was cleansed, a beam of soft pink light shot from the top of the core, projecting a line of ancient star alliance text onto the laboratory wall. To the stellar core resonator and the new alliance, the secret of the seven-colored energy lies within the cores of the nebula's seven color domains. Gather the energy of all seven domains to unlock the universal energy balance blueprint, ensuring the stability of the star region for 10,000 years. The universal energy balance blueprint. Lin Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. This could be the unfinished research of the ancient star alliance. If we can gather the energy from all seven domains, we can not only completely stabilize the prismatic nebula, but also provide the alliance with more advanced energy application technology. Yunheng put away the alliance scepter. The crimson core was now completely stable, and the circular laboratory building once again glowed with a soft light. The ancient star alliance text on the walls began to auto-translate, revealing the approximate coordinates of the seven color domains. Besides the already explored red crystal domain, the remaining six domains, green, blue, yellow, orange, purple, and cyan, were distributed across different areas of the prismatic nebula, each core sealing a unique type of energy. We need to return to the Stardust immediately and report this discovery to the Alliance. Yunheng turned and walked towards the landing pod. Gathering the energy of all seven domains is no small matter. It requires a joint plan from all five civilizations to avoid repeating the mistakes of the ancient Star Alliance. As the landing pod left the red crystal domain, the surrounding colorful crystals suddenly lit up, projecting guiding light tracks. These tracks pointed towards the other six color domains. Clearly, the energy equilibrium field of the prismatic nebula had sensed the stabilization of the red crystal domain and proactively opened a safe passage for them. After returning to the Stardust, Yunheng immediately convened an emergency alliance remote meeting, sharing the discovery from the red crystal domain and the coordinates of the seven color domains with Lan Kolin, the Starvine Elder, and the Azure Elder. During the meeting, the representatives of the five civilizations unanimously agreed to form a seven-color energy joint exploration team. The Stardust would serve as the command ship, while Blue Star, Green Sand Star, Starvine, and Azure would each dispatch technical teams to assist in exploring the remaining six domains. The Green Sand Star will send an energy monitoring team to analyze the energy attributes of each domain in real time and prevent energy conflicts. Kulin's voice came through the communicator. We will also bring the latest energy harmonizers to help stabilize the core of each domain. The Azure civilization excels in energy conduction. We will dispatch water element manipulators to accompany the team, helping to calm any potential energy turbulence. The Azure Elder added, furthermore, we have already deciphered some of the energy ratio data from the Ancient Star Alliance and will synchronize it with the Stardust for reference. After the meeting, the Stardust began to wait at the edge of the prismatic nebula for Alliance reinforcements. 3 days later, Blue Star's Life, Green Sand Star's Green Leaf, Starvine's Vine, and Azure's Water Cloud arrived one after another. The 5 ships formed the joint exploration fleet and, guided by the light tracks from the colorful crystals, set course for the second region, the Green Crystal Domain. Outside the porthole, the 7-colored light of the prismatic nebula interwove and flowed. On the surfaces of the fleet's ships, the emblems of the 5 civilizations lit up simultaneously, resonating with the nebula's energy and forming a 5-colored ribbon of light. Standing on the bridge, Yuanheng gazed at the scene before him, his heart full of anticipation. Gathering the 7-colored energy and unlocking the universal energy balance blueprint would not only make amends for the regrets of the Ancient Star Alliance, but also mark a new step for the Cross-Star Region Alliance in safeguarding the peace of the cosmos. Attention all crew members, the joint exploration fleet is preparing to enter the Green Crystal Domain. Yuanheng's voice echoed throughout the fleet. Stay vigilant and cooperate closely. Let the power of the Alliance leave the mark of peace in every region of the prismatic nebula. The 5 ships following the green light track slowly sailed into the bounds of the Green Crystal Domain. The gases of the Green Crystal Domain were a pale green. Floating in the air were green mist particles that could release life energy. In the distance, the green crystal core emitted a soft light, like an emerald waiting to be awakened. Yuanheng knew that new challenges and discoveries awaited them in the depths of the Green Crystal Domain. As the joint exploration fleet entered the Green Crystal Domain, the quintuple shields automatically switched to an adaptive mode. A pale green layer of star vine life energy enveloped the shields, creating a gentle resonance with the domain's green mist particles. The green gas surrounding the ships did not obstruct them. Instead, it actively parted, like flowing water, clearing a path for the fleet. The energy properties of the Green Crystal Domain have been confirmed. The voice of the Green Sand Star technical officer came through the joint communication channel. The life source energy emitted by the core is of the same origin as the vine energy of the Star Vine civilization, yet purer. This energy can accelerate biological cell repair and enhance the growth efficiency of ecological plants. Yuanheng gazed out the viewport. The core of the Green Crystal Domain floated at the center of a vast green crystal forest. The crystal trees within were entirely emerald, their branches entwined with glowing energy vines. The buds at the tips of these vines slowly bloomed as the fleet approached, releasing more green mist particles. This scene resembled the ecological environment of the Star Vine homeworld, yet it possessed an added fantastical quality composed of crystals and energy. The Star Vine team is preparing to land. The Star Vine Elder commanded through the communication channel. Our Vine emissaries can establish a connection with the life source energy. First, confirm the core's status through energy resonance, then decide whether to inject harmonizing energy. 3 Star Vine landing pods departed from the Vine vessel. Inside, the Star Vine emissaries held spiral-patterned crystals and descended onto a clearing in the green crystal forest. When an emissary inserted a crystal into the ground, it instantly connected with the surrounding energy vines. A pale green energy ripple spread from the crystal, causing the crystal trees along its path to illuminate, channeling their energy toward the green crystal core. Energy resonance successful. The core is in a semi-dormant state with no risk of imbalance. The Star Vine emissary's voice carried a note of delight. The life source energy within the core is very stable. Only a small amount of Star Vine energy is needed to awaken it. There's no need to use the Alliance's harmonizing energy. Yuanheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the states of different colored cores varied greatly. The red crystal domain had been imbalanced and in need of rescue, while the green crystal domain was merely in gentle slumber. He ordered the Star Vine team to lead the awakening process, while other civilization teams were tasked with monitoring energy fluctuations to prevent any accidents. The Star Vine emissary slowly infused Star Vine energy into the spiral-patterned crystal on the ground. The energy flowed through the Vine network toward the green crystal core. The moment the energy touched the core, the patterns on its surface lit up. A green pillar of light shot into the sky, and the surrounding green mist particles rapidly coalesced, forming a tree of life, made of light in the starry expanse. A sign of the green crystal core's awakening and a testament to the perfect fusion of life source energy and Star Vine energy. Awakening successful. The life source energy is beginning to radiate outward. The monitor's voice came through. The energy balance field of the green crystal domain has further stabilized, and it's even beginning to nourish the surrounding phantom nebula. After the awakening ceremony, the Starvine emissaries discovered a stone tablet near the green crystal core inscribed with the script of the Old Stellar Alliance. Through translation, the tablet's content revealed the secret of the green crystal domain. It was once a life energy cultivation base of the Old Stellar Alliance. They had sealed the life source energy of the Phantom Nebula within the core for research into ecological restoration technology. It was only later when the red crystal domain's imbalance triggered a chain reaction that they were forced to set the green crystal domain into a dormant state. This tablet also contains an energy resonance formula. Lin Xia quickly recorded the inscription. It details the resonance conditions for different colored domain energies. For instance, life source energy needs to be paired with Starvine energy or blue star life energy, while water elemental energy can complement the metallic energy of the yellow crystal domain. This is crucial for awakening the other cores. The joint fleet remained in the green crystal domain for 2 days. The Starvine team collected life source energy samples and integrated them with the Alliance's ecological technology to develop a twin life revitalizing spray capable of rapidly repairing damaged ecosystems. The Green Sandstar team, using the energy resonance data, optimized the parameters of the harmonization device to ensure more precise energy input control when awakening subsequent cores. Before departing the green crystal domain, the green crystal core actively emitted a green light trail. It intersected with the earlier pink light trail from the red crystal domain, forming a dual-colored light band in the starry sky. The end of this light band pointed directly toward the direction of the yellow crystal domain. Gazing at this light band, Yunheng felt increasingly certain. The 7 colored domains of the Phantom Nebula were a single entity. Only by gathering all the energies could its true value be unlocked. Attention Joint Fleet. Target yellow crystal domain. Depart. Yunheng's voice echoed through the joint communication channel across all 5 ships. According to the resonance formula on the tablet, the Azure Blue team should prepare to modulate water elemental energy, and the Green Sandstar team should calibrate the harmonization device. We must awaken the next domain with maximum efficiency. The 5 ships followed the dual-colored light band toward the yellow crystal domain. Outside the viewport, the green light of the green crystal domain and the pink light of the red crystal domain intertwined behind them like 2 luminous trails guarding the path of exploration. Standing on the bridge of the Stardust, Yunheng gripped the Alliance scepter in his hand. The multicolored crystal at its tip resonated faintly with the signal from the yellow crystal domain ahead. He knew that with every core awakened, the Alliance moved one step closer to the cosmic energy balance atlas, and in turn closer to the goal of safeguarding peace in the universe. The outline of the yellow crystal domain gradually came into view. The gas within the domain was golden yellow, and shimmering metallic particles floated in the air. In the distance, the yellow crystal core resembled a golden sphere suspended in the starry sky, radiating a heavy, stable energy. A new challenge lay ahead, but the confidence of the joint fleet forged through each successive successful awakening grew ever stronger. The united fleet sailed into the yellow crystal domain, where golden metallic particles like delicate starlight slowly revolved around the ship's quintessential energy shields. Unlike the chaotic red crystal domain and the gentle green crystal domain, the energy here possessed a profound sense of stability. The yellow crystal core hovered atop a metallic crystal mountain range at the domain's center, its entire body golden, with patterns resembling intricate gears slowly rotating as if an eternal energy machine. Yellow crystal domain energy attribute confirmed metallic energy stability at 98 core in a low-consumption operation state. The Green Sandstar technical officer exclaimed in awe, this energy can enhance the strength of ship alloys and equipment. If applied to the upgrade of Alliance ships, defense capabilities could increase by at least 40. According to the resonance formula on the steel in the green crystal domain, metallic energy must synergize with the azure water elemental energy to form a soft rigid harmony. The fluidity of water elements can guide the rigidity of metallic energy, preventing it from becoming too stagnant. The stability of metallic energy in turn makes water elemental energy easier to control. The Azure Elder immediately ordered water elemental manipulators to board the Stardust energy conduction room and coordinate with the Green Sandstar's harmonization instrument team. Water elemental energy has been injected into the harmonization instrument, came the voice of the Azure manipulator. Energy flow is stable, ready to interface with metallic energy at any moment. Yunheng gazed at the yellow crystal core beyond the porthole. The gear patterns on the core's surface gradually accelerated, as if sensing the incoming foreign energy. He ordered the green leaf to approach the core and through the ship's energy conduits slowly transmit the water elemental energy from the harmonization instrument. As the blue water elemental energy touched the golden core, the core's gear patterns suddenly lit up. The originally dense metallic energy followed the water element's trajectory, forming a golden-blue intertwined energy stream that surged back through the conduit into the harmonization instrument. Its energy feedback. The Green Sand Star technical officer shouted. The metallic energy is actively merging with the water elemental energy. We only need to guide it, not force it in. Lin Xia immediately adjusted the Stardust's energy output, channeling star core energy into the harmonization instrument. The silvery white star core energy acted like an adhesive, making the fusion of golden and blue energy smoother. 3 minutes later, the gear patterns on the yellow crystal core fully unfolded. A golden beam shot out from the core's apex, converging with the pink light of the red crystal domain and the green light of the green crystal domain in the starry sky, forming a tricolored band. Within the band, a line of Old Star Alliance script appeared. Metallic arcane power can forge the foundation of all things. It must be tempered with softness to reveal its strength. As the beam rose, the metallic crystal mountain range began to tremble slightly. More golden particles surged from the mountain's crevices, coalescing in the air to form small metallic components, gears, conduits, and energy interfaces. Each component bore the same patterns as the core, evidently energy component templates left by the Old Star Alliance. These components are directly compatible with Alliance equipment. A Green Sand Star engineer picked up a solidified gear and exclaimed excitedly, "Components forged with metallic arcane power are 10 times harder than ordinary alloys and can autonomously conduct energy. From now on, ship repairs and equipment upgrades will save a tremendous amount of time." The Azure Elder watched the golden-blue intertwined energy stream, lost in thought. The synergy between water elements and metallic energy not only awakens the core, but also creates a new energy form. Perhaps based on this soft, rigid harmony, we can develop composite energy devices adaptable to various environments for broader exploration scenarios. The United Fleet remained in the yellow crystal domain for 3 days. Teams from each civilization worked in a division of labor. Green Sand Star collected samples of metallic arcane power to research new ship alloys. The Azure team studied the fusion ratio of water elements and metallic energy to optimize the composite energy formula. The Star Vine team attempted to strengthen vine fibers with metallic arcane power, enabling ecological plants to grow on planets with strong metallic properties. Blue Star's ecologists discovered that metallic arcane power could promote the release of minerals in the soil, further boosting crop yields at the Hope Station. Before departing the yellow crystal domain, Yunhang embedded a solidified metallic component into the Alliance scepter. The component fused perfectly with the scepter's multicolored crystal core, and the metallic parts of the staff glowed with a faint golden light, enhancing both defensive power and energy conduction efficiency. With each core awakened, the Alliance's strength grows, Yunhang remarked, looking at the scepter with deep emotion. What the Old Star Alliance left behind is not just energy, but a millennia-spanning wisdom of cooperation. The United Fleet set sail once more, heading for the 4th region, the Blue Crystal Domain. By now, in the Phantom Nebula, the tricolored band could clearly outline the nebula's contours. The 4 unexplored colored domains glimmered like stars awaiting ignition deep within the nebula. Standing on the bridge of the Stardust, Yunhang watched the orderly wake of the United Fleet, understanding in his heart that the path to gathering all 7 colors of energy might still hold challenges, but as long as the 5 civilizations continued to cooperate in synergy, no difficulty was insurmountable. Attention all units, the Blue Crystal Domain signal has been locked. Estimated arrival in 2 hours. Yunhang's voice resounded across the fleet. According to the resonance formula, the Blue Crystal Domain's ice elemental energy must be paired with Star Vine's vine energy. Star Vine team, prepare yourselves. Let us continue to light up the radiance of the Phantom Nebula. The fleet's engines roared as they advanced toward the Blue Crystal Domain. Before the metallic mystic energy at Yunhang's fingertips could fully retract, the floating diamond-shaped crystal pillar at the center of the yellow crystal domain suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Pale golden light patterns slithered along the grooves of the crystal pillar's surface, intertwining with the silver-blue mystic energy spilling from his palm, forming a translucent resonance light bridge in the air. This is not a synergistic reaction. The guardian elder of the yellow crystal domain beside him abruptly tightened his grip on his scepter, the yellow crystal fragments at its head trembling incessantly. It is a deep alignment of mystic energy frequencies. Lord Yunhang, your metallic mystic energy is awakening the slumbering core of the crystal pillar. Yunhang's heart tightened. Instinctively, he tried to withdraw his mystic energy, only to find the silver-blue light stream already tightly entwined with the light patterns of the crystal pillar, like roots burrowing into the soil. What unsettled him even more was that at the other end of the resonance light bridge, an irregular dark purple rift faintly emerged, a spatial breach never before seen in the crystal walls of the yellow crystal domain. The edges of the rift glowed with a corrosive energy antithetical to his metallic mystic energy. Elder, this rift is... Before Yunhang could finish, several black vines suddenly shot out from the rift. Their surfaces were covered in metallic scales, and their tips gleamed with a venomous, eerie light lunging straight at the two. The guardian elder reacted swiftly. He slammed his scepter heavily against the ground, summoning 3 yellow crystal barriers from the earth, but the black vines pierced through them instantly. It's the metal-eating vine, a legendary extra-dimensional creature capable of devouring metallic energy. How could it appear in the yellow crystal domain? The elder shouted in alarm, channeling his mystic energy. Yellow crystal fragments formed a defensive formation before him, but they could only barely hold back the vine's assault. A cold glint flashed in Yunhang's eyes. Instead of trying to withdraw his mystic energy, he pushed his metallic mystic energy to its absolute limit. The silver-blue light stream formed spinning light blades around him. He leaped toward the rift, and the light blades struck the metal-eating vine, but only sparked a shower of flames. The vine's metallic scales could withstand the cutting force of his metallic mystic energy. Ordinary attacks are useless. Yunhang soon noticed the anomaly. The vine's scales absorbed a portion of the energy upon contact with his mystic energy, converting it into its own defense. He immediately changed his strategy, condensing his mystic energy into hair-thin light needles that precisely pierced the gaps between the scales. This time black sap dripped down the needles, and the metal-eating vine let out a piercing shriek. But the rift did not cease its activity. More metal-eating vines surged forth, interspersed with a few mechanical wreckage covered in yellow crystal debris. Standard-issue machines from the Yellow Crystal Domain Patrol, now reduced to puppets manipulated by the vines. The resonance of the crystal pillar is expanding the rift. The elder's voice was laced with urgency. The yellow crystal mystic energy in his palm fought against the light patterns of the crystal pillar, but could only slow the resonance. Someone must enter the rift, find the source of the resonance, and sever it, or the entire crystal wall of the Yellow Crystal Domain will collapse. Yunhang looked at the ever-widening dark purple rift. The energy surging within was both alien and perilous. But he knew that if he retreated now, the cooperative defensive line he had established with the Yellow Crystal Domain would completely crumble, and the western barrier of the Stardust Passage would fall as well. He'll go. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunhang handed the Stardust compass at his waist to the elder. If I have not returned in half an hour, activate the compass emergency signal and have the Passage Coalition deploy their defenses in advance. The elder took the compass and nodded solemnly. Be careful. The energy field deep within the rift will interfere with mystic energy conduction. Your metallic mystic energy might. No matter what, I have to try. Yunhang cut him off. The silver-blue mystic energy around him surged once more, forming a protective light shield that enveloped him. He leaped into the rift, the elder's voice echoing behind him as he activated his yellow crystal mystic energy to reinforce the defenses. The darkness and corrosive aura within the rift instantly swallowed him. Upon entering the rift, Yunhang immediately felt a violent energy disturbance. The space around him twisted and warped, punctuated by sharp sounds of metal snapping. He could even see scattered fragments of stardust floating about, as if this place had once been part of a destroyed passage zone. Stranger still, his metallic mystic energy began to fluctuate uncontrollably. The light stream in his palm alternately brightened and dimmed. Just then, a rhythmic hum came from a head identical to the resonance frequency of the Yellow Crystal Domain's pillar. Yunhang followed the sound. After passing through a field of floating mechanical debris, the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. A metallic core suspended in the darkness, its surface etched with patterns similar to those on the Yellow Crystal Domain's pillar. Silver-blue mystic energy poured ceaselessly from the core, resonating with the crystal pillar. And coiled around the core were metal-eating vines several times thicker than those at the rift's entrance. Their roots had burrowed deep into the core, as if drawing sustenance from its energy. This is the lost resonance core of the Stardust Passage. Records from ancient passage texts flashed through Yunhang's mind. The resonance core was an ancient energy hub used for coordinating passage zones. It had vanished for unknown reasons long ago, and he never expected to find it here. Just as he prepared to approach the core, the metal-eating vines reacted. The thickest vine lashed out at him violently, its tip bristling with metallic barbs crackling with arcs of electricity. Yunhang sidestepped to dodge. The vine smashed into the mechanical debris behind him, pulverizing it into fragments in an instant. He knew he couldn't delay. He channeled all his mystic energy, and the silver-blue light stream coalesced into a long sword in his hand. This time he did not attack the vines directly. Instead, he aimed for the junction where the vines connected to the metallic core, a spot devoid of scales, the weakest point. The light sword struck, and black sap gushed out. The shriek of the metal-eating vine was so piercing it made Yunhang's eardrums ache. But more vines immediately surged in, surrounding him completely. Fighting while retreating, Yunhang kept his eyes fixed on the patterns on the metallic core. He noticed that besides the patterns similar to those on the crystal pillar, there was a strange dark purple pattern woven into the core's design. It was this pattern that was guiding the mystic energy into resonance. I must destroy that dark purple pattern. Yunhang made his decision. He suddenly sheathed his sword, condensing his mystic energy into several light needles, and shot them simultaneously at the surrounding metal-eating vines. The moment the vines recoiled in pain, he leaped upward, his light sword aimed directly at the dark purple pattern on the metallic core. But just as the light sword was about to touch the core erupted with a blinding light. A powerful force struck Yunhang, slamming him violently against the spatial barrier behind him. When he finally managed to steady himself, he saw that the dark purple pattern on the core's surface was glowing. The space around him twisted even more violently, and faint outlines of a second and third rift began to appear. Clearly, the resonance source had not been severed, but had been stimulated into accelerating by his attack. Something's wrong. Yunhang clutched his chest, spitting out a breath tinged with silver-blue mystic energy. Perhaps the resonance of this core is not being controlled, but actively guiding. Just then, he noticed a broken piece of yellow crystal attached to the other side of the metallic core. The pattern on that fragment was identical to the one on the Guardian Elder's scepter. Yunhang's gaze was locked onto the yellow crystal shard beside the metal core. Fresh fracture marks remained on its edge. It was by no means a relic from ancient times. Suppressing the dull ache in his chest, he quietly circled to the other side of the core. Silver-blue mystic energy coalesced at his fingertips into a slender thread, gently hooking toward the shard. Just as the mystic energy was about to touch the shard, a pale golden blade suddenly shot out from the darkness of the fissure, slashing straight at Yunhang's wrist. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping the strike, while his energy thread coiled around the shard, yanking it into his hand. "Who's there?" Yunhang demanded in a low voice, his mystic energy surging abruptly, illuminating the figure in the shadows. A person draped in the standard robe of a yellow crystal domain guardian, a hood concealing most of their face, revealing only a cold gleam along their jawline. What unsettled Yunhang even more was that the staff in the figure's hand bore a yellow crystal at its head identical to the elder's, yet an unfamiliar dark pattern was etched into the shaft. "Return the shard." The newcomer's voice was hoarse, as if deliberately lowered. The staff glowed again, pale golden mystic energy forming several sharp spikes that shot straight toward Yunhang's face. Yunhang neither dodged nor flinched. Clutching the yellow crystal shard in his left hand, he condensed a light sword with his right and cleaved through the mystic spikes in one stroke. "Are you a guardian of the yellow crystal domain? Why are you stopping me from investigating the core?" The figure gave no answer, but their assault grew fiercer. Yunhang gradually noticed that the opponent's method of wielding mystic energy was identical to the elder's, even more familiar with the yellow crystal domain's energy traits. Every attack precisely bypassed his metal-based mystic energy's strengths, targeting its defensive weak points. "Your mystic energy trajectory. It's from the elder's lineage." Suspicion churned in Yunhang's mind as he parried and probed. "Who are you? Are you the elder's disciple, or—" Before he could finish, the figure suddenly changed tactics. The yellow crystal atop the staff burst with blinding light, momentarily dazzling Yunhang's vision. When his sight returned, the figure had already circled to the metal core, palm pressed against the dark purple patterns on its surface. Not good. Alarms blared in Yunhang's mind as he thrust his light sword at the figure's back. Yet just as the sword was about to strike, the figure dissolved into a pale golden mist, vanishing into the fissure, leaving only a frigid voice echoing through the space. "Stop pursuing this, or the yellow crystal domain's calamity will only come sooner." The moment the mist dissipated, the metal core's resonance frequency suddenly went awry. The dark purple patterns emitted a piercing hum, and the surrounding erosion gold vines surged wildly, tightly ensnaring the core. Seeing this, Yunhang immediately channeled his mystic energy to sever the oncoming vines while attempting to approach the core again. Yet he noticed that the wounds he had inflicted on the vines were oozing dark purple fluid identical in color to the core's patterns. The erosion gold vine's energy is resonating with the core's dark patterns. A flash of insight struck Yunhang. He recalled an ancient record of extra-domain parasitism. Certain extra-domain beings could manipulate ancient relics through energy resonance, thereby breaching the spatial barriers of the Stardust channel. Just then, the Stardust compass at his waist suddenly vibrated. The dots on its dial flickered, displaying an emergency signal from the direction of the yellow crystal domain. Yunhang's heart tightened, knowing the elder was likely in trouble too. Without hesitation, he slashed through several main vines binding the core, temporarily suppressing the resonance. Trend then turned and leaped out of the fissure. Back in the yellow crystal domain, the sight before him made Yunhang's pupils contract. The once stable yellow crystal barrier now bore several cracks, with erosion gold vines pouring endlessly through the fissures. Though the guardians fought valiantly, their strength was waning. What alarmed him more was the elder, bound by 3 streams of pale golden mystic energy beside a crystal pillar. Controlling the energy were 3 guardians clad in robes identical to the figure in the fissure. "Lord Yunhang, beware. They are dark crystal guards, traitors lurking in the yellow crystal domain." The elder spotted Yun Hang and urgently shouted a warning, struggling to break free but suppressed by the mystic energy. Dark crystal guards. Yun Hang tightened his grip on the light, sword his gaze sweeping over the three guardians. He noticed the same dark patterns carved into their staff shafts. What is your connection to the metal core in the fissure? The lead dark crystal guard sneered, pulling back his hood to reveal a face covered in dark purple patterns. The yellow crystal domain guards an ancient power, yet willingly serves as a vassal to the Stardust channel. How laughable. We are merely helping the yellow crystal domain reclaim its true future by opening an extra domain passage through the metal core, making the domain the new overlord of the channel. Before his words faded, he suddenly raised his hand. Dark, purple mystic energy surged within his palm, and he struck directly at the crystal pillar beside him. The pale golden crystal pillar was instantly overtaken by dark purple. The resonance frequency spiked again, the ground trembled violently, and more cracks appeared in the crystal walls. Yun Hang knew he could wait no longer. He leaped into the air, his silver blue light sword thrusting straight at the lead dark crystal guard. Simultaneously, he hurled the yellow crystal shard toward the elder. Elder used the shard to purify the pillar's dark patterns. The elder caught the shard, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. This shard was a core fragment of the crystal pillar containing the purest yellow crystal mystic energy. He immediately channeled his mystic energy, pressing the shard against the area of the pillar covered by dark patterns. Pale golden light erupted in an instant, clashing fiercely with the dark purple patterns. The crystal pillar's resonance frequency began to stabilize. Seeing this, the lead dark crystal guard roared and lunged toward the elder. Yun Hang would not allow it. His light sword slashed horizontally, forcing the guard to turn back and block. The two clashed instantly, silver blue and dark purple mystic energy colliding in midair with booming echoes. The other two dark crystal guards, sensing trouble, attempted to flank the elder, but were intercepted by the arriving guardians. For a time, the central battlefield of the yellow crystal domain descended into chaos. The clash between guardians and dark crystal guards, the struggle between the crystal pillar and the dark patterns, and the ceaseless surge of erosion gold vines made the situation increasingly complex. During the fight with the dark crystal guard leader, Yun Hang gradually noticed a fatal flaw in the opponent's eerie mystic energy. Every time he used the dark purple energy, the pattern on his chest flickered and his speed momentarily slowed. Your dark energy hasn't fully integrated yet. Forcing its use will only backfire. Seizing the opening, Yun Hang suddenly redirected his light sword, aiming straight at the pattern on the guard's chest. The dark crystal guard leader's face twisted in alarm as he scrambled back, but the light sword still grazed his chest. Dark purple fluid dripped from the wound. No! The guard leader let out an agonized scream as his body began to convulse uncontrollably. The dark purple patterns spread from his chest across his entire body. He staggered backward, finally crashing heavily into the crystal pillar. His body was instantly consumed by the pale golden light erupting from the pillar, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. The remaining two dark crystal guards, seeing their leader fall, fell into disarray. The guardians seized the opportunity to launch an assault, quickly subduing them. With the immediate crisis resolved, the elder let out a long sigh of relief as the crystal pillar gradually calmed. Yet his brow remained furrowed. The dark crystal guards have been lurking for years to find the lost metal core and manipulate the extra domain erosion gold vines. There must be a greater force backing them. Yun Hang nodded, his gaze fixed on the depths of the fissure. Moreover, the extra domain passage the dark crystal guard leader mentioned is no empty talk. The metal core's power far exceeds our imagination. We must relocate it to a safe place as soon as possible and thoroughly investigate the remaining dark crystal guards to uncover the force behind them. Just then, Yun Hang's Stardust compass vibrated again. This time the dial displayed a strange coordinate, located at the far eastern side of the Stardust channel, a long abandoned channel zone. Beside the coordinate, a line of dark purple text was inscribed, "If you want to know the metal core's secret, come here." Yun Hang stared at the coordinate on the compass, a solemn look crossing his eyes. He knew it was undoubtedly a trap. Yet to uncover the truth behind the dark crystal guards and protect the Stardust channel, he had to go. Elder, please have someone clear the erosion gold vines in the yellow crystal domain and keep a close watch on the retrieved metal core. Yun Hang put away the compass and turned to the elder. I need to go to the abandoned eastern channel zone. The answers we seek may lie there. The elder nodded, his eyes full of concern. Travel safely. If you need anything, contact us through the compass anytime. The yellow crystal domain will be your strongest support. Yun Hang inclined his head, said no more, and with silver blue mystic energy surging around him, he leaped toward the eastern direction of the Stardust channel. His figure soon vanished into the Stardust, leaving the guardians of the yellow crystal domain to tend the battlefield, while a shadow of unease settled in their hearts. This seemingly concluded crisis might only be the beginning of a greater storm. The abandoned zone east of the Stardust waterway, once a vital hub of the ancient passage, now lay strewn with floating mechanical wreckage and turbulent energy currents. Yuanhang piloted his starship through the debris, the unfamiliar coordinates on the Stardust compass flickering incessantly, guiding him deeper into the forsaken region. The closer he approached the core area, the more violent the energy disturbances became. The starship's protective shield was struck intermittently by stray bolts of dark violet energy, triggering piercing alarm sirens. Yuanhang gripped the controls tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, where a half-collapsed metallic structure loomed into view, the destination coordinate pinpointing its very center. This is it. Yuanhang docked the starship at the structure's periphery, his body enveloped in a surge of silver-blue mystic energy that formed a luminous barrier against the external interference. He leaped from the starship, and the moment his feet touched the metallic floor, a sharp crack echoed beneath him. The ground split open, revealing a pitch-black void below. Yuanhang carefully circumvented the fissure and ventured deeper into the structure. Inside, thick dust blanketed everything. Faint blurred patterns were etched into the walls, reminiscent of the dark violet markings on the metal core, yet imbued with an ancient weathered aura. These patterns, they're more primitive than those of the Dark Crystal Guard. Yuanhang reached out to touch the wall, a faint resonance tingling at his fingertips. At that moment, his Stardust compass quaked violently. The luminous dots on its dial resonated with the wall's patterns, emitting a soft golden radiance. The light spread along the carvings, illuminating the entire structure. Yuanhang then saw a device at its center similar to the metal core, but larger, its surface riddled with cracks, clearly long abandoned. Beside the device lay several skeletons clad in ancient waterway garments, one clutching a broken metal shard, inscribed with patterns akin to those on the Stardust compass. Could this be the ruins of the ancient waterway's energy hub? Astonished, Yuanhang strode quickly to the device for a closer inspection. At the device's core was a recess, perfectly matching the metal core's dimensions, as if the core had always belonged there. Just as he prepared to investigate further, footsteps echoed from behind. Yuanhang spun around instantly, a light blade coalescing in his hand, but he froze at the sight of the newcomer. A figure in a robe similar to that of the Dark Crystal Guard, whose face beneath the hood bore a striking resemblance to the ancient waterway guardians depicted in old texts. "Who are you?" Yuanhang demanded in a low voice, his mystic energy surging to its peak. The figure did not reply, instead slowly raising a hand palm, glowing with a golden pattern identical to those on the walls. "I am a mark keeper, the one who guards this site and the truths of the olden days." The figure's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "You carry the aura of the metal core. Have you come to unravel the Dark Crystal Guard's conspiracy, or to seize the power here?" "I seek the truth." Yuanhang sheathed his light blade, but remained vigilant. The Dark Crystal Guard used the metal core to open a dimensional rift. Who is the power behind them? And what is the connection between this device and the metal core? The Mark Keeper paused, then turned toward the device. "Follow me. What you wish to know lies within the echoes of the past of this apparatus." Yuanhang followed closely as the Mark Keeper pressed the golden pattern on his palm into the device's recess. The device hummed, and golden energy surged from its cracks, coalescing into a phantom image in the air, a vision from an ancient era. In the vision, the guardians of the ancient waterway busied themselves around the device, the metal core nestled in the recess, radiating brilliant light. Suddenly, a colossal rift tore across the sky. Countless erosion vines and beings clad in black armor poured through, engaging the guardians in fierce combat. "Those are the extra-dimensional erosion tribe," the Mark Keeper's voice interjected. "In ancient times, the erosion tribe attempted to invade the Stardust waterway through the energy hub. To stop them, the guardians detonated part of the metal core's power. Though they repelled the tribe, the hub collapsed, the core was lost, and the waterway fractured." The vision continued. The guardians sealed the remaining energy within the site, leaving behind the lineage of Mark Keepers to guard it for eternity, preventing another incursion by the erosion tribe. The dark violet energy wielded by the Dark Crystal Guard was a remnant of the erosion tribe's power. They had struck a pact with the tribe, seeking to use the metal core to reopen the hub and the dimensional passage. The Dark Crystal Guard are mere pawns of the erosion tribe. Yuanhang realized with clarity. They thought to dominate the waterway with the tribe's power, never seeing themselves as tools for invasion. The Mark Keeper nodded, a shadow of worry in his eyes. Full activation of the metal core's energy would not only open the passage, but also awaken the erosion tribe's lingering souls dormant in this site. Though the Dark Crystal Guard have been crushed, remnants remain in other waterway sectors. They will likely make a move soon. Just then the structure trembled violently, and the wall patterns flickered with dark violet light. The Mark Keeper's face paled. "No. The lingering souls have awakened." Yuanhang turned to the entrance, where several dark violet phantoms slithered from the cracks, the very specters from the vision. The phantoms shrieked piercingly and lunged at the two. "Protect the device. Don't let them near." The Mark Keeper's palm pattern blazed golden mystic energy, forming a barrier to block the phantoms. Yunhang immediately channeled his metal mystic energy, reforming his light blade to engage the phantoms. The lingering souls moved with blinding speed, melding into the dark violet energy to launch ambushes from the shadows. Fighting back-to-back, Yunhang and the Mark Keeper wove together silver blue and golden mystic energy, barely holding off the assault. Their power grows over time. We must seal them quickly, the Mark Keeper shouted while fending them off. The device's core recess can absorb the phantoms. Activate the seal, it'll hold them. Yunhang nodded, and as the Mark Keeper blocked the phantoms, he vaulted toward the device. He pressed his palm into the recess, merging his silver-blue mystic energy with the device's golden power. The recess erupted with immense suction, drawing in the surrounding Erosion Tribe phantoms. Sensing the danger, the phantoms frenziedly surged at Yunhang. The Mark Keeper, without hesitation, channeled his full mystic energy, turning the golden barrier into blades of light that temporarily trapped them. Hurry! The seal is almost complete. Gritting his teeth, Yunhang poured more energy into the recess. The suction intensified and the phantoms struggled in vain, drawn inexorably into the cavity. As the last phantom was absorbed, the device emitted a dazzling light, its cracks slowly sealing and the surrounding energy stabilized. Yunhang exhaled in relief, collapsing to the floor, exhausted from the mystic energy depletion. The Mark Keeper, pale and equally spent, walked to his side. We're safe for now. The Mark Keeper gazed at the device with a glimmer of satisfaction. But this is temporary. The Erosion Tribe will not relent. The remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard are still searching for other energy hub ruins. If they succeed, the consequences will be dire. Yunhang rose, gripping the Stardust compass. He'll contact the Stardust Waterway Alliance immediately to reinforce the protection of other sites. At the same time, we must find the Dark Crystal Guard remnants and thwart their plans. The Mark Keeper nodded, retrieving a patterned metal shard from his robe. This is the Mark Keeper's token. With it, you can command the Mark Keepers across all waterway sectors. The Dark Crystal Guard remnants are elusive. With their help, you can track them faster. Yunhang accepted the token, a surge of warmth filling his heart. He knew the war against the Erosion Tribe had only begun, but he was no longer fighting alone. Thank you. He tucked the token away and turned toward his starship. He'll return soon to guard this place with you. The Mark Keeper watched his retreating figure and nodded softly. The future of the Stardust Waterway rests in your hands. Yunhang boarded the starship. The Stardust compass glowed again, its dial now displaying multiple suspicious coordinates. Locations provided by the Mark Keeper where the Dark Crystal Guard remnants might be hiding. He gripped the controls, and the starship slowly ascended, heading toward the new target. The starry sky of the Stardust Waterway remained resplendent, yet fraught with peril. Yunhang knew the path ahead would be even more arduous, but he would not retreat. To safeguard the waterway's peace and prevent the Erosion Tribe's invasion, he had to forge ahead courageously. The starship traversed the middle layer of the Stardust Channel. Yunhang embedded the mark of sealing into the groove of the Stardust compass. The suspicious coordinates on the dial instantly expanded, transforming into 3 holographic star charts corresponding to the icefield ruins in the North Channel, the lava gorge in the West Channel, and the nebula belt in the Middle Channel. Clues appearing in 3 directions simultaneously. It feels like a deliberate attempt to distract. Yunhang traced his finger across the star chart, his gaze lingering on the coordinates of the nebula belt. Once a trade hub of the ancient channel, it was now shrouded in thick nebula with extremely unstable signal transmission, perfect for concealment. He had just adjusted the starship's course when the mark of sealing suddenly grew warm, pale golden cryptic text emerging on its surface. Yunhang projected the text onto the console. It read, "The icefield hides bait, the lava berries trigger, the nebula holds core. Enter with caution." A trap indeed. A chill ran through Yunhang's heart. The Dark Crystal Guard had clearly anticipated his pursuit of the coordinates, deliberately setting a snare. He re-examined the star chart and noticed that beside the coordinates of the icefield ruins, a faint pattern akin to erosion energy was subtly marked, while the coordinates of the lava gorge bore a weak resonance with the frequency of the yellow crystal domain's metal core. Let's first see what the bait is at the icefield ruins. Changing his mind, Yunhang redirected the starship toward the North Channel. If he could decipher the trap logic of the Dark Crystal Guard, he might trace their true purpose. 3 days later, the starship arrived at the icefield ruins. Thick stellar ice covered the ground, and abandoned mechanical wreckage lay half buried beneath the ice, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Yunhang donned his cold-resistant mystic armor, took the Stardust compass and the mark of sealing, and leaped off the starship. The moment he stepped onto the ice, a tremor shook beneath his feet. A crack split the ice, and dark purple energy seeped from the fissure, resonating with the faint pattern on the compass. Yunhang immediately retreated. From the fissure, a small altar slowly rose. At its center lay a fragment resembling the metal core, surrounded by intricate erosion runes. luring me closer, hoping to use the fragment to trigger erosion energy. Yunheng saw through the trap at once. Instead of rushing forward, he took out the mark of sealing and infused it with pale, golden mystic energy. The mark of sealing emitted a glow, forming a barrier around the altar that temporarily suppressed the dark purple energy. Just then, the sound of mechanical movement echoed from afar. Yunheng turned to see 3 mechanical puppets covered in stellar ice charging at him. Their cores flickered with dark purple light, clearly controlled by erosion energy. Yunheng focused, condensing silver-blue mystic energy into a blade of light in his palm. He evaded the puppets' attacks and struck precisely at their cores. With a crack, the first puppet's core shattered. The dark purple energy dissipated, and the puppet crashed to the ground. The other 2 puppets immediately altered their strategy, flanking Yunheng from left and right. Yunheng dodged with agility, splitting the light blade into 2 and thrusting them toward the cores of the remaining puppets. But just as the blades were about to strike, the puppets disassembled into countless tiny metal fragments, reforming in midair into a dark purple energy net that trapped Yunheng. It couldn't be that simple, Yunheng thought to himself. He tried to break free by channeling his mystic energy, only to find the net absorbing his metal-based energy, growing stronger. At that moment, the mark of sealing grew hot again, updating its text. Use the mark as a guide, reverse the energy. Realizing what to do, Yunheng pressed the mark against the net while reversing the flow of his mystic energy. Pale golden light spread across the net. The dark purple energy began to recede, and the net gradually turned translucent. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng leaped out of the net, condensed his mystic energy into a spear of light, and hurled it at the fragment on the altar. With a bang, the fragment shattered. Dark purple energy erupted briefly before dissipating. The altar, deprived of its energy source, slowly sank back beneath the ice. With the crisis averted, Yunheng picked up a shard of the fragment. Besides the erosion runes, a line of text was engraved on it: "Lava Gorge awaits your arrival." It seems the Dark Crystal Guard is still watching me. Yunheng sneered, pocketed the shard, and returned to the starship. Instead of heading straight to the lava gorge, he contacted the sealer through the mark of sealing to inquire about the background of the gorge. Soon the sealer's reply came. Beneath the lava gorge lie the energy conduits of the ancient channel, akin to the metal core. The Dark Crystal Guard might be trying to use the conduits to activate the core's full power. A plan formed in Yunheng's mind. He adjusted the starship's course toward the lava gorge while setting up an emergency signal on the Stardust compass, one that would send a distress call to both the yellow crystal domain and the sealer if danger arose. 2 days later, the starship arrived at the lava gorge. The sky was shrouded in dark red magma steam, the ground dotted with erupting volcanic craters, molten lava flowing through the canyon, and the air thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. Yunheng parked the starship at the canyon entrance and ventured in on foot. He hadn't gone far when a thunderous roar erupted ahead, and a column of magma burst from the ground, blocking his path. At the same time, dark purple runes materialized on the canyon walls, identical to those on the metal core. Finally, Yunheng gripped his light blade, scanning his surroundings warily. 5 figures emerged from behind the rock walls, all clad in the robes of the Dark Crystal Guard. The leader's robe bore a complex dark pattern, marking him as the new chieftain. "Lord Yunheng, we have been expecting you." The new chieftain sneered, raising his hand. The runes on the walls glowed, and the magma began to flow along the patterns, forming a massive energy array. "The energy conduits here will convert your metal mystic energy into the key to activate the core. You will obediently become our sacrifice." Before his words faded, the energy array erupted in a blinding light. A powerful suction force emanated from the array's center, attempting to draw Yunheng in. Yunheng immediately channeled his mystic energy, forming a protective barrier around himself to resist the pull. Struggling is futile. The new chieftain snarled, pressing his palm against the rock wall. Dark purple energy surged into the array, intensifying the suction. Cracks began to appear in Yunheng's barrier, and his body involuntarily edged toward the array's center. At this critical moment, the mark of sealing erupted with dazzling light. A pale golden beam shot from the seal, striking the heart of the energy array. The array trembled violently. The dark purple glow faded, and the suction weakened. "Impossible." The new chieftain's face twisted in disbelief, staring at the mark of sealing. "How do you have something from the sealer?" Seizing the moment, Yunheng leaped up, his light blade aimed at the new chieftain. "You allied with the erosion and betrayed the channel. Today I will avenge those you have harmed." The new chieftain retreated hastily, ordering the other Dark Crystal Guards to attack. The 4 guards charged at Yunheng, their dark purple mystic energy forming claws that lunged at his face. Yunheng neither dodged nor flinched. He swept his light blade, deflecting all 4 attacks, and advanced steadily toward the new chieftain. Seeing the tide turn, the new chieftain spun around and tried to flee the gorge. Yunheng would not allow it. He condensed his mystic energy into a rope of light, wrapping it around the chieftain's ankle. The chieftain lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Yunhang strode forward, pressing his light blade to the chieftain's throat. Speak. How many remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard remain? What is your ultimate plan? A flicker of fear crossed the chieftain's eyes, but he remained defiant. Killing me changes nothing. The erosion lords will soon descend, and the Stardust channel will fall under their dominion. Just then the canyon shook violently. A massive fissure split the ground, spewing dark red magma, accompanied by piercing shrieks. The aura of the erosion seeped out from the rift. Damn! Though the energy array is suppressed, it has stirred the remnant erosion spirits beneath. Alarm bells rang in Yunhang's mind. He glanced at the new chieftain, knowing this was no time for interrogation. He had to leave the gorge immediately. He grabbed the new chieftain, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and channeled all his mystic energy to sprint toward the canyon entrance. The magma and erosion spirits pursued relentlessly, the ground collapsing behind him. Several times, Yunhang nearly plunged into the molten rock. Finally, just as the magma was about to engulf him, Yunhang burst out of the canyon and leaped onto the starship. He immediately ignited the engines, sending the ship rocketing upward. Glancing back, he saw the entire lava gorge swallowed by magma and erosion spirits. In that moment, the new chieftain of the Dark Crystal Guard was struck by a remnant erosion spirit dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Yunhang breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed into the pilot's seat. Though he hadn't extracted more information from the chieftain, he had at least thwarted the Dark Crystal Guard's trap, preventing them from using the energy conduits to activate the metal core. He looked at the Stardust compass. The coordinates of the nebula belt still flickered. Yunhang knew that was the Dark Crystal Guard's true target and his next destination. Nebula belt, here I come. Gripping the controls, Yunhang redirected the starship toward the middle channel's nebula belt. On the Stardust compass, the auras of the mark of sealing and the metal core resonated faintly, as if heralding that the truth hidden within the nebula belt was about to be unveiled. The moment the starship entered the misty star belt, all detection instruments suddenly malfunctioned, and the control panel displayed only a snowflake-like interference pattern. Yunhang gripped the control stick tightly, relying on his years of navigation experience to barely maneuver the starship slowly through the thick star fog. Countless abandoned starship wrecks floated within the fog, and a slight misstep could lead to a collision. The star fog here is infused with interference energy. Even the signal of the Guardian token is being blocked. Yunhang took out the Guardian token from his pocket. The originally glowing token now emitted only a faint golden halo. He had to temporarily shut down the engine, allowing the starship to drift slowly with the fog, while unleashing silver blue secret energy, attempting to penetrate the fog to investigate the surrounding environment. As soon as the secret energy touched the star fog, it was rebuffed by an invisible force. Yunhang's heart tightened. He concentrated the secret energy at his fingertips again, this time deliberately slowing the spread of the energy. He finally detected the anomaly hidden within the fog. Countless fine dark purple threads intertwined to form a net, creating a massive formation that interfered with energy and signals. It's the Soul Confusion formation of the Erosion clan, specifically designed to trap intruders. Yunhang recalled the ancient formation mentioned by the Guardians, and he immediately took a fragment of the metal core from the storage compartment, infusing the silver blue secret energy into it. The fragment emitted a faint glow, resonating weakly with the dark purple threads in the star fog, vaguely pointing out the formation's weak point. A derelict space station located in the center of the star belt. After confirming the direction, Yunhang restarted the starship, avoiding the floating wreckage, and headed towards the space station. As he got closer to the space station, the star fog grew thinner, and the dark purple threads became denser. Some threads even wrapped around the starship's shield, leaving faint corrosive marks. Only 3 kilometers to go. Yunhang focused intently ahead, suddenly noticing that the exterior of the space station bore dark purple patterns identical to those on the metal core, and at the entrance stood 2 familiar figures. Indeed, the Dark Crystal Guards that had escaped in the Huangjing domain. So you were waiting for me here. Yunhang's gaze turned cold as he parked the starship 100 meters away from the space station, leaping off the starship, where the silver blue energy sword instantly took shape. Yunhang, I didn't expect you to actually find this place. The Dark Crystal Guard on the left pulled down his hood, revealing a face covered in dark patterns. But this is your burial ground. Both of them activated their dark purple secret energy, simultaneously transforming into 2 black shadows that lunged at Yunhang. He did not flinch or evade, swinging his energy sword to repel them, while continuing to charge toward the entrance of the space station. He knew that the internal space station must be hiding the Dark Crystal Guard's ultimate plan, and that he had to get in quickly. Block him. The Dark Crystal Guard on the right shouted angrily, coalescing a dark purple energy spear in his palm and thrusting it toward Yunhang's back. Yunhang sidestepped to evade the energy spear, grazed his shoulder, and struck the starship's shield behind him, leaving a massive dent. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng accelerated and reached the entrance of the space station only to find it blocked by a dark purple energy barrier. He swung his sword at the barrier. The energy sword collided with it, emitting a piercing roar, yet only a slight crack appeared on the barrier. It's useless. This barrier is condensed from the core energy of the Erosion clan. Your metallic secret energy can't break through it. The dark crystal guard behind him caught up. Both of them launched attacks simultaneously, their dark purple secret energy morphing into claws that swiped at Yunheng's back. He was forced to turn around and block, becoming entangled in a struggle with the two. He gradually realized that these two dark crystal guards were stronger than those he had encountered before. Their dark purple secret energy contained a trace of the Erosion clan's primal energy. Each attack carried a potent corrosive effect, causing small rust spots to appear on the surface of his energy sword. If this continues, the energy sword will eventually be corroded. Yunheng thought to himself, suddenly changing tactics, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure in the dark crystal guard on his left. The opponent indeed took the bait, claws lunging for his chest. As Yunheng sidestepped to evade, his energy sword pierced toward the guard's throat. With a thud, the energy sword penetrated the dark crystal guard's throat, dark purple fluid gushing out. The other dark crystal guard, witnessing this, flashed a hint of fear in his eyes and turned to flee into the space station. Yunheng would not allow him to succeed. He hurled the energy sword, accurately piercing through the guard's calf. "Speak. How do I open the barrier?" Yunheng quickly approached, stepping on the opponent's wound, and demanded sternly. The dark crystal guard writhed in pain, but gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Yunheng's gaze turned icy as he infused silver-blue secret energy into the guard's wound. The secret energy clashed violently with the dark purple energy within the guard's body, making him emit a heart-wrenching scream. He'll tell you." The dark crystal guard finally could not hold on any longer. The switch for the barrier is in the control room inside the space station. Only the energy from the metal core can activate it. But you can't get in. There are more Erosion clan remnants waiting for you inside. Before he could finish, the dark crystal guard's eyes suddenly bulged, his body convulsing violently as dark purple energy gushed from his 7 orifices, instantly consuming him. Yunheng looked at the dissipating dark crystal guard, a wave of unease rising within him. The Erosion clan could actually control the life and death of dark crystal guards from a distance, indicating their power was beyond what he had imagined. He turned to face the energy barrier, then glanced at the fragment of the metal core in his hand. Since it requires core energy, perhaps. Yunheng pressed the fragment against the barrier while channeling all his secret energy into it. The fragment emitted a dazzling glow, resonating intensely with the dark purple energy of the barrier, and the cracks on the barrier multiplied. "Push harder." Yunheng gritted his teeth. An endless stream of secret energy poured out, and signs of fatigue began to show in his body. Finally, with a loud bang, the energy barrier shattered, revealing a dark passageway inside the space station. Yunheng stowed away the fragment, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the energy sword, and cautiously stepped into the passageway. The passageway was filled with a pungent stench, and the dark purple patterns on the walls flickered, occasionally illuminating the cells on both sides of the passageway. Inside, dozens of people from different navigational regions were imprisoned, all entangled in dark purple threads and falling into a coma. These are hostages captured by the dark crystal guards. Yunheng's heart sank. He quickly approached one of the cells, attempting to use secret energy to damage the door, only to find that the door was made of metal forged by the Erosion clan, impervious to ordinary secret energy. At that moment, a familiar humming sound came from deep within the passageway. It was the resonance of the metal core. Yunheng no longer hesitated. He left a silver-blue secret energy mark in front of each cell for future rescue, then sprinted towards the depths of the passageway. At the end of the passageway was a huge control room with a complete metal core floating in the center, dark purple patterns covering its surface, continuously radiating energy. Below the core stood a figure clad in black armor, the patterns on the armor identical to those of the Erosion clan's remnants. "You finally came, Yunheng." The figure in black armor slowly turned around, a hoarse voice emanating from beneath the helmet. "I have waited for this day for over 1,000 years. Who are you? Are you the leader of the Erosion clan?" Yunheng tightened his grip on the energy sword, watching the figure warily. "I am the sole guide of the Erosion clan, responsible for leading the Erosion army back to the Stardust path. This metal core is the energy hub created by our Erosion clan, seized by your navigational guardians in ancient times. Now I will take it back, open the outer domain passage, and allow the Erosion army to rule this place again." Without finishing his words, the soul guide injected the dark purple energy from his palm into the metal core. The core suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, a massive crack forming in the ceiling of the control room, dark purple energy gushing out from the crack, faintly revealing the shadow of the outer domain. "Not good. He's going to open the passage." Yunheng leaped up, pointing his energy sword at the soul guide. The soul guide dodged to the side, while releasing a dark purple energy blade with a wave of his hand aimed straight at Yunhang. The two instantly became entangled in combat, silver blue and dark purple energies clashing within the control room, producing a series of roars. Yunhang gradually realized that the soul guide's strength far surpassed that of all the enemies he had encountered before. His dark purple energy was not only highly corrosive but also absorbed surrounding energy to convert it into his own power, making Yunhang's attacks increasingly arduous. Your secret energy must be running low by now, right? The soul guide sneered, increasing his energy output, forcing Yunhang to retreat repeatedly with the dark purple energy blade. Give up resistance, you cannot stop me. The Stardust path will ultimately belong to the Erosion clan. Yunhang's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and the light of his energy sword gradually dimmed. Just as he was about to reach his limit, the Guardian token in his pocket suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, a faint golden beam shooting from the token and striking the metal core. The resonance frequency of the core instantly became chaotic, and the dark purple patterns began to fade. How is this possible? The power of the Guardians, how could it be in you? The soul guide's expression changed dramatically, looking at the Guardian token in disbelief. Yunhang seized the opportunity to channel all his remaining secret energy into the energy sword, leaping up, aiming it straight at the soul guide's chest, the weak point of the armor. The soul guide hurriedly raised his hand to block, but was still pierced through the armor by the energy sword, dark purple fluid gushing out. No. The soul guide let out an angry roar, his body beginning to swell violently. Even if I die, I will open the passage and let the Erosion army in. Yunhang's heart sank. He immediately turned and dashed towards the metal core, pressing the Guardian token against it while channeling secret energy to merge with the power of the token. A faint golden glow enveloped the core, the dark purple patterns rapidly fading, the resonance frequency of the core gradually stabilizing, and the crack in the ceiling of the control room also began to slowly close. The soul guide stared at the closing crack with a hint of despair in his eyes. His body ultimately exploded with a roar, transforming into a dark purple mist that dissipated. With the crisis averted, Yunhang collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He looked at the now calm metal core, letting out a sigh of relief. He had finally stopped the soul guide's plan and protected the Stardust path. At that moment, the door to the control room suddenly swung open and the Guardians rushed in. Yunhang, are you alright? We received your secret energy mark and have rescued all the hostages. Yunhang nodded, struggling to get to his feet. The soul guide has been eliminated and the metal core has stabilized, but the threat of the Erosion clan is not completely eliminated. We must strengthen our defenses to prevent another invasion. The Guardian nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. You not only stopped the Erosion clan's plan, but also safeguarded the peace of the Stardust path. You are the hero of the path. Yunhang smiled, looking out at the brilliant starry sky. I merely did what I was supposed to do. The peace of the Stardust path requires all of us to protect it together. Subsequently, Yunhang and the Guardians moved the metal core to a safe place and summoned the Guardians from various regions of the Stardust path to collaboratively devise a plan to prevent the Erosion clan's invasion. Those rescued hostages also returned to their respective navigational regions, spreading Yunhang's deeds throughout the entire Stardust path. The crisis of the Stardust path was temporarily averted, but Yunhang knew this was just the beginning. In the future, more challenges awaited him, and he would continue to wield the power of the metal secret energy and the Guardian token to protect this brilliant starry sky, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the Stardust path. On the 7th day after the metal core was sealed, the Guardians from various regions of the Stardust passage gathered in the yellow crystal domain. Within the grand assembly hall, pale golden crystal pillars radiated a soft glow, casting solemn expressions upon the faces of all present. This marked the first time since the ancient passage's division that so many factions had convened to discuss matters of mutual concern. Yunhang stood at the center of the hall, clutching the seal of traces and the Stardust compass, recounting to the assembly the battles against the Erosion clan and the Dark Crystal Guards, as well as the secrets of the metal core. When he mentioned the Soul Summoner's conspiracy and the risks of the extra-dimensional passage, a collective gasp echoed through the hall, and the faces of the regional guardians grew grave with concern. The threat of the Erosion clan is far greater than we imagined. If we continue to fight separately, we will be picked off one by one. The Guardian of the Northern Passage's ice wasteland spoke first, tapping his crystalline scepter lightly against the floor. I propose that we establish a Stardust Passage covenant with the Yellow Crystal Domain as its core, sharing intelligence and strength to jointly repel the Erosion clan's invasion. I agree. The Guardian of the Western Passage's lava domain immediately seconded, the molten patterns on his body glowing with crimson light. Our lava domain is willing to open its underground energy reserves to provide power for the covenant and repair the defensive arrays across all regions. The Guardian of the Central Passage's mist domain also nodded. Though the space station in the Mist Nebula has been abandoned, its ancient detection equipment can still be restored. We are willing to take charge of monitoring the entire passage and alert all regions at the first sign of erosion clan activity. The others quickly voiced their agreement, and consensus was soon reached. Yunheng watched the scene before him, a warm current surging within his heart. The passage regions, once divided by conflicts of interest, had finally united for a common cause. Since we all agree to establish the covenant, we need to draft a charter that clearly defines the duties and rights of each region. The elder of the yellow crystal domain rose, pointing his scepter at the crystal pillar at the hall's center. This yellow crystal pillar can record the covenant's contents. Once infused with the mystic energy of each region, it will become the symbol of our pact. Any violation of the covenant will be sensed by the pillar and result in backlash. Subsequently, the guardians of each region stepped forward one by one, channeling their mystic energy into the yellow crystal pillar. The pale golden pillar gradually took on hues of ice blue, fiery red, and ink green, eventually transforming into a pillar of multicolored light that hovered at the hall's center, radiating a warm and steadfast glow. After the covenant's establishment ceremony, the assembly began discussing subsequent defense plans. Yunheng proposed distributing fragments of the metal core to each region. Combined with the Trace Keeper's knowledge of formations, they could establish mystic energy defense lines along the passage's borders. When the Erosion Clan approached, the fragments would sound an alarm and activate the defensive arrays. This is an excellent proposal, but only a few possess the Trace Keeper's knowledge of formations. We need to train more guardians skilled in these arts. The Trace Keeper representative spoke, producing several ancient scrolls of formation diagrams. These scrolls record the formations used in ancient times to repel the Erosion Clan. We are willing to share them openly for study by all regions. The deliberations continued late into the night. By the time the attendees dispersed, the sky above the yellow crystal domain was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Standing outside the assembly hall, Yunheng watched the distant starships gliding through the brilliant starry sky, his heart brimming with hope. The Stardust passage had finally ushered in a new chapter. Just then his Stardust compass suddenly vibrated. A faint point of light emerged on its dial, its coordinates pointing to the dead silent star sector at the passage's outermost edge. The seal of traces also grew hot, a line of cryptic text appearing on its surface. Unusual activity in the dead silent star sector. Residual souls of the Erosion Clan linger. Beware. Yunheng tightened his grip on the compass, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He knew the Erosion Clan would not give up so easily. The dead silent star sector might conceal their new schemes. But this time he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood the support of the Covenant and the companionship of countless guardians. He had the confidence to face any challenge. The dead silent star sector is it. Yunheng murmured to himself, turning and walking toward his starship. Then let's go see what other cards the Erosion Clan has hidden. The starship slowly ascended and headed toward the dead silent star sector. Behind it, the multicolored pillar of light in the yellow crystal domain shimmered like a beacon, illuminating the future of the Stardust passage. Gazing at the profound starry expanse ahead, a resolute smile curled at the corners of Yunheng's mouth. A new battle was about to begin, but this time, they would surely safeguard the peace of this starry sky. The moment the starship entered the desolate star region, the surrounding starlight abruptly dimmed. There was no drifting stardust, no abandoned wreckage, only a pitch-black void. Even the hum of the starship's engines seemed swallowed, leaving only the faint glow of the console screen reflected on Yunheng's face. Truly desolate. Even energy is devoured. Yunheng glanced at the 0 readings on the detector and pressed the guard mark token against the center of the console. A pale golden light seeped from the token, barely forming an energy barrier around the starship. The detector finally revealed scattered specks of light, residual energy deep within the star region, carrying a distinct corrosive clan aura. Guided by the lights, the starship flew for half an hour before encountering a patch of irregular spatial distortion ahead. At the center of the distortion, a shattered extraterrestrial warship drifted faintly, its hull covered in dark purple patterns that continuously emitted corrosive energy. A corrosive clan warship. Yunheng's pupils contracted. He immediately lowered the starship's altitude and maneuvered to conceal it behind the vessel. Through the porthole, he observed the warship's half-open hatch, where several dark purple shadows stirred inside, the same corrosive clan remnants he had encountered in the lava canyon. What alarmed him more was the sight of 3 energy devices on the deck, similar to the metal core, but smaller, their surfaces etched with incomplete patterns. Clearly the remnants were attempting to replicate the metal core and rebuild an energy hub. I must destroy these devices before they succeed. Yunheng retracted the starship, his body surging with silver-blue mystic energy as he transformed into a streak of light, silently infiltrating the warship. Inside, the warship reeked of a pungent, rotting odor. Dark purple patterns flickered intermittently on the corridor walls, illuminating scattered corrosive clan bones on the floor. Holding his breath, Yunheng moved along the corridor toward the deck. He encountered two patrolling remnants, but evaded them with agile movements, avoiding detection. Upon reaching the deck, Yunheng saw three larger remnants busily working around the energy devices. Dark purple energy surged from their palms into the devices, the patterns on the surfaces visibly completing. Any later, and the devices would activate. Yunheng hesitated no more. A silver blue light blade materialized instantly as he leaped and slashed at the remnant nearest to the device. The remnant reacted swiftly, dodging sideways while releasing a dark purple light blade. Yunheng parried, but the residual energy struck the deck, leaving a deep, bone-exposing gash. The other two remnants abandoned the device and charged at Yunheng together. The three remnants attacked ferociously, weaving a net of dark purple energy across the deck, steadily compressing his space. Yunheng fought, while retreating, his eyes fixed on the energy device. He noticed a crack at its core, a mark left by the guard mark tokens light the device's weakest point. I must destroy the core first. A plan formed in Yunheng's mind. He suddenly accelerated toward the device. A remnant on the left immediately released an energy chain, ensnaring his ankle. Losing balance, Yunheng nearly fell. He turned, severed the chain with his light blade, and condensed his mystic energy into a spear, hurling it at the core's crack. Bang! The spear struck the crack, and the device erupted with blinding light, dark purple energy splattering everywhere. The three remnants let out piercing shrieks, turning to repair the fissure. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng leaped and swept his light blade, forcing the remnants back. Just then the warship shuddered violently, a roar echoing from below deck. Yunheng's heart tightened. Through the porthole, he saw more distorted spaces emerging in the void of the desolate star region, countless dark purple shadows crawling out and heading toward the warship. The main force of the corrosive clan remnants. Knowing he couldn't delay, Yunheng channeled all his mystic energy into the light blade, leaped above the device, and struck the core's crack. This time the crack widened completely. The device emitted a thunderous roar, then exploded. The shockwave flung Yunheng against the deck's edge, and he coughed up blood. The three remnants were consumed in the blast, dissipating into wisps of smoke. But more remnants had already reached the warship, battering its hull. The dark purple patterns on the ship's surface activated, absorbing the remnant's energy in an attempt to repair itself. I can't let the ship recover. Yunheng struggled to his feet, enduring the pain as he rushed toward the energy chamber. He knew that destroying the energy core would leave the warship powerless, unable to absorb the remnant's energy. Inside the chamber, a dark purple energy core pulsed, surrounded by countless energy conduits. Yunheng didn't hesitate. His light blade pierced the core. The instant the core was pierced, it emitted a sharp whine, then stopped pulsing. The warship's tremors ceased. Deprived of energy, the vessel began to sink, slowly falling into the depths of the desolate void. Yunheng turned and sprinted toward the hatch. Just as he was about to exit, a familiar hoarse voice came from behind. The soul summoner's voice, but noticeably weak. Yunheng, you cannot destroy the corrosive clan's plan. Our army will arrive soon. Yunheng looked back to see a faint dark purple shadow emerging from the energy chamber's ruins, the soul summoner's remnant. He didn't linger. He leaped out of the warship, mystic energy surging around him as he transformed into a streak of light, flying toward his starship. Behind him, the warship with the soul summoner's remnant gradually vanished into the dark void. Back on the starship, Yunheng immediately started the engines and sped away from the desolate star region. Watching the starlight slowly return to the path behind him, he felt no relief. The soul summoner's words were no empty threat. The corrosive clan's army might indeed be waiting in the outer realm, and the disturbances in the desolate star region were merely their vanguard probe. Yunheng took out the Stardust compass and transmitted the situation of the desolate star region to the guardians of each territory through the Covenant channel. Soon a reply came from the elder of the Yellow Crystal Domain. The Covenant has ordered all territories to strengthen border patrols. The guardmark keepers will also go to the desolate star region to set up monitoring arrays. Once any corrosive clan trace is found, the entire domain will be notified immediately. Yunheng nodded and adjusted the starship's course toward the Yellow Crystal Domain. He knew that in the days ahead the Stardust Passage would face greater challenges. But as long as the Guardians of the Covenant stood united, they could withstand the corrosive clan's invasion and protect this brilliant starry sky. The starship wove through the stardust, the multicolored beam of the Yellow Crystal Domain growing brighter ahead, a beacon in the darkness guiding the way and igniting hope in all hearts. When the starship arrived at the Yellow Crystal Domain, representatives of Guardians from various regions had already assembled outside the council hall. Beneath the iridescent light pillars, the crowd wore solemn expressions as communication devices continuously relayed reports from the border patrols. Since the disturbance in the Dead Star sector, faint traces of corrosive energy fluctuations had been detected along multiple border routes. Though no remnants of souls were found, it was enough to prove that the corrosive's probing had never ceased. We must establish defensive positions in advance. We cannot afford to react only when the corrosive army is upon us. Yunhang strode into the hall, projecting the wreckage images of the warship from the Dead Star sector onto the central display. In the footage, the shattered extraterritorial warship and the incomplete energy device were clearly visible once again, making the attending Guardians feel the imminence of the crisis. The Elder of the Yellow Crystal Domain stepped forward, tapping his staff lightly against the ground. A complete holographic map of the Stardust waterway unfurled, slowly marked with dozens of red dots, all vulnerable areas susceptible to corrosive invasion. According to ancient records provided by the Scar Keepers, the corrosives are most likely to break through from three directions: the Dead Star sector, the ruins of the lava canyon on the western waterway, and the energy rift beneath the ice fields of the northern waterway. I volunteer to lead the Guardians of the Lava Domain to garrison the lava canyon. The Guardian of the western waterway was the first to rise, a red glow emanating from his palm. The lava energy within our domain can resonate with the defensive array, maximizing the weakening of the corrosive's corrosive energy. The Guardian of the northern waterway ice fields followed closely. The low temperatures of the ice fields inherently suppress corrosive activity. We will reinforce the seals over the ice field rifts and deploy an ice crystal monitoring array. Once any remnant soul approaches, it will be frozen instantly. One by one, the Guardians claimed their defensive zones, and a preliminary deployment plan was soon finalized. Yunhang studied the gradually improving defensive network on the map, yet he still harbored concerns. The corrosives excel at stealth and surprise attacks. A single region defense could be breached one by one. I suggest establishing mystic energy communication channels between regions using the energy of the Scar Keeper's order as a link. If one area is attacked, others can provide rapid support. The representative of the Scar Keepers responded immediately. We have prepared teleportation scrolls. By integrating the fragments of the Scar Keeper's order from each region into the scrolls and embedding them into the core of the defensive arrays, we can achieve real-time cross-regional communication and energy support. Once the plan was set, everyone immediately set off to their tasks. Yunhang accompanied the Scar Keeper's representative to the energy hub of the Yellow Crystal Domain to assist in integrating the fragments of the Scar Keeper's order into the teleportation scrolls. As the last fragment was embedded into the scroll, it suddenly erupted with a pale golden light, transforming into countless threads of light that spread through the energy conduits to the defensive arrays of each region, forming an interconnected network of light on the holographic map. The Mystic Energy Communication Channel is activated. The Scar Keeper's representative gazed at the shimmering light web on the map, his eyes filled with exhilaration. Now the defensive arrays of all regions are linked as one. Energy can be shared and intelligence exchanged. Just then, Yunhang's Stardust compass began to tremble violently. The coordinates of the Dead Star sector on the dial emitted a piercing red light, and simultaneously an urgent alert came through the Covenant channel. The spatial distortion in the Dead Star sector had expanded again, and this time, 3 fully intact extraterritorial warships emerged. The dark purple runes on their hulls glowed with a dangerous light as they slowly advanced toward the border of the Stardust waterway. The corrosive's vanguard has arrived. Yunhang's expression changed drastically. He immediately issued orders through the communication channel. Guardians of the Mist waterway near the Dead Star sector, activate the defensive array immediately to slow down the warship's advance. Guardians of the Yellow Crystal Domain, Lava Domain, and Ice Field Domain, assemble for reinforcement immediately. The Guardians of each region responded swiftly. The defensive array of the Mist Star Belt was the first to activate, unfurling a pale green energy barrier across the starry sky, blocking the warship's path. Seeing this, the 3 extraterritorial warships lit up their bows with a dark purple glow, then fired 3 energy cannons that struck the energy barrier. The barrier shook violently, with 3 distinct cracks appearing. The barrier won't hold for long. The voice of the Mist Guardian rang out through the communication channel, tinged with urgency. The energy output of the warships far exceeds our expectations. We need reinforcements. We're almost there, came the voice of the Lava Domain Guardian, and at the same time, 3 red streaks of light appeared on the holographic map. The reinforcement units from the Lava Domain, Ice Field Domain, and Yellow Crystal Domain. Yunhang also piloted the starship, leading the Guardians of the Yellow Crystal Domain toward the Dead Star sector. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the energy barrier of the Mist Star Belt was on the verge of collapse. Yunhang made a decisive call. Guardians of the Lava Domain reinforce the barrier with lava energy. Guardians of the Ice Field Domain release ice crystal rays to freeze the warship's energy cannons. Guardians of the Mist Domain seize the opportunity to activate the array and disrupt the warship's control systems. The moment the command was given, the guardians of all regions acted simultaneously. The fiery red lava energy merged into the pale green barrier instantly, making it robust. Ice blue ice crystal rays shot toward the warships, freezing their bow energy cannons into blocks of ice. Pale green array light patterns coiled around the warships, significantly slowing their movement. The 3 extraterritorial warships fell into chaos, the dark purple runes on their hulls flickering erratically clearly under the strong interference of the array. Seizing the opportunity, Yunheng leaped out of the starship, a silver blue light blade coalescing in his hand as he charged straight for the leftmost warship. Destroy the warship's energy cores, Yunheng commanded. The Guardians followed suit, launching attacks from different directions. Pale gold, fiery red, ice blue, and dark green mystic energies intertwined with the silver blue light blade, forming a dazzling yet deadly net of attacks in the starry sky, continuously striking the warship's hulls and leaving deep gouges. The hull of the leftmost warship gradually broke apart, revealing the dark purple energy core within. A cold glint flashed in Yunheng's eyes as he leaped up, his light blade aimed directly at the core. With a piercing sound, the light blade penetrated the core. Dark purple energy erupted instantly, and the warship emitted a deafening roar before exploding violently, scattering into countless fragments across the starry sky. Seeing this, the other 2 warships attempted to turn and flee, but were blocked by the ice crystal rays from the ice field domain. The Guardians seized the moment to launch a full assault, and amid a series of intense explosions, the second warship was also destroyed. The third warship fought desperately to break through the defenses and escaped toward the spatial distortion of the Dead Star sector, eventually vanishing into the pitch-black void. The battle was over, but the starry sky was thick with residual dark purple energy. Yunheng watched the gradually closing spatial distortion, but felt no sense of relief. The escaped warship would inevitably bring back more of the corrosive army. The true war had only just begun. All regions, strengthen your defenses and closely monitor the movements in the Dead Star sector, Yunheng ordered through the communication channel. Scar Keepers continue to perfect the monitoring array. Once any expansion of the spatial distortion is detected, immediately notify the entire domain. The Guardians responded one after another, beginning to clear the battlefield and reinforce the defenses. Standing on the deck of the starship, Yunheng gazed at the distant brilliant stars and the interconnected defensive array light bands beneath his feet, tightening his grip on the Scar Keeper's order. He knew that future battles would be even more arduous, but as long as the Guardians of the Covenant stood united, they would surely defend the Stardust waterway and the starry sky that was their home. The Stardust shimmered, the war drums had sounded, and a new journey awaited them ahead. On the 3rd day after the 3rd Erosion Clan warship fled, a message arrived from the Mist Guardian of the Central Passage. A damaged metal hatch plate was discovered along the warship's escape route, engraved with encrypted dark purple patterns, suspected to be a secret communication cipher of the Erosion Clan. Yunheng immediately rushed to the Mist Star Belt and saw that hatch plate in a temporary research facility. The edges of the plate still bore scorch marks from the explosion, and the dark purple patterns on its surface were chaotic and interlaced, completely different from any Erosion Clan patterns seen before. A Rune Keeper representative cautiously probed the patterns with pale golden mystic energy, but they showed no response. Ordinary mystic energy cannot activate them. Perhaps we need the energy of a metal core. Yunheng took out a core fragment, infused it with silver blue mystic energy, and gently pressed it against the hatch plate. The moment the fragment touched the patterns, the dark purple markings suddenly illuminated, projecting a distorted image into the air. Within the vision, countless extraterritorial warships hovered in the pitch-black void, their bows aimed toward the Stardust passage, and at the end of the image stood a figure clad in dark golden armor, the patterns on the armor even more intricate than those of the soul lure, radiating an energy that made one's heart tremble. "That is the Erosion Clan's Vanguard commander," the Rune Keeper representative said gravely. According to ancient records, it was he who led the Erosion Clan's first invasion of the passage, later sealed in the extraterritorial space by the Guardians. It seems the fleeing warship went to deliver a message summoning him to personally lead the army here. The image suddenly shifted, displaying a projection of text. The Rune Keeper representative quickly interpreted they planned to launch a simultaneous assault from 3 directions: the Dead Star Zone, the Icefield Rift, and the Lava Canyon. In 7 days, using erosion bombs to destroy the core of the Covenant's defense array and open the passage's entrance. 7 days. Yunheng clenched his fists. We must reinforce all defense arrays before then, especially the core areas of the 3 breach points. Additionally, we need to find the weakness of the erosion bomb as soon as possible, otherwise the defense arrays won't be able to withstand it. Everyone immediately set to work. Yunheng, along with the core fragment and the Rune Keepers, inspected the 3 breach points, guiding the Guardians to combine the metal core energy with the Rune Keeper formations, adding a dual barrier outside the defense array core, the outer layer woven from lava and ice crystal energy, to weaken the erosion bomb's impact, and the inner layer using pale golden rune keeper mystic energy to isolate the corrosive energy. Meanwhile, researchers in the central passage began analyzing the hatch plate patterns, attempting to decipher the erosion bomb structure. 3 days later, a breakthrough emerged. The core of the erosion bomb was concentrated erosion clan essence, but this essence had a fatal weakness. When encountering the unique star core crystal energy of the Stardust passage, it would violently backlash and self-destruct. Star core crystals are only produced in the star core belt at the center of the passage with limited reserves. They must be allocated precisely. Yunhang immediately ordered all regional guardians to collect crystals from the star core belt and prioritized delivering them to the defense arrays at the 3 breach points. By the evening of the 6th day, all preparations were complete. Outside the defense array core of the Dead Star Zone, star core crystals were embedded into the pale golden barrier, refracting brilliant light. At the ice field rift, ice crystal energy intertwined with star core crystals, forming an ice blue light wall. Beside the lava canyon's defense array, lava guardians fused the crystals into the magma, coating the array surface with a fiery red crystalline shell. Yunhang stood on the watchtower of the yellow crystal domain, surveying each region's status through the communication channel. Just then, the monitoring array in the Dead Star Zone suddenly issued an alarm. The void distortion expanded once more. Countless beams of dark purple light shot out from the rift, and dense extraterritorial warships, like a swarm of locusts, surged toward the passage. At the bow of the lead warship, the Vanguard commander in dark golden armor stood, his gaze coldly fixed on the Stardust passage. "The Erosion Clan army is here," Yunhang shouted through the communication channel. "All regions prepare for battle. Prioritize destroying warships carrying erosion bombs." As if hearing his voice, the Vanguard commander raised his hand and waved. Dozens of small warships broke formation and accelerated toward the Dead Star Zone's defense array with black bombs, the erosion bombs, mounted on their tails. "Activate the Star Core Crystal Defense," the Guardian of the Dead Star Zone immediately ordered. The Star Core crystals at the array core erupted with dazzling light, and a pale blue beam shot into the sky, enveloping the entire defense array. As the small warships neared the defense array, they suddenly detonated the erosion bombs. The dark purple explosion shockwave instantly engulfed the array, violently shaking the outer lava and ice crystal barriers, which cracked in countless places. Just as the shockwave was about to reach the inner barrier, the pale blue light of the star core crystals abruptly surged, colliding with the dark purple energy. Boom! A violent explosion echoed as the dark purple energy was backlashed by the pale blue light, detonating in the air and destroying the surrounding small warships instead. Though the defense array was damaged, its core remained intact. "It works." Yunhang breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to order a counterattack, an alarm from the icefield rift suddenly blared. The Erosion Clan warships there had breached the outer barrier and were bombarding the inner barrier with energy cannons, causing the star core crystals at the array core to dim. "The icefield domain needs support." Yunhang immediately piloted his starship, leading the guardians of the yellow crystal domain to rush there. En route, he ordered the lava domain guardians to divert half their forces to support the icefield rift, while the mist domain guardians used formations to disrupt the Erosion Clan warships at the lava canyon, slowing their advance. Upon arriving at the icefield rift, a massive gap had already opened in the inner barrier, with several Erosion Clan warships attempting to charge through. Yunhang leaped from the starship, a silver blue light sword coalescing in his hand, and struck the lead warship with a single slash. The light sword clashed against the warship's hull, sparking blinding flashes, and the vessel was severed in two, sinking into the icefield rift. "Reinforce the barrier," Yunhang shouted, simultaneously channeling the core fragment's energy into the star core crystals. Pale golden and silver blue energies intertwined, rapidly repairing the gap in the barrier, and the star core crystal's radiance blazed brightly again. Seizing the opportunity, the icefield domain guardians launched a counterattack, firing ice crystal rays at the Erosion Clan warships, freezing and shattering them one by one. Just then, good news came from the lava canyon. The mist domain's formations had successfully trapped most of the Erosion Clan warships, and the lava domain guardians destroyed all those carrying erosion bombs, leaving the defense array intact. Seeing his attacks repelled on all 3 fronts, the Vanguard commander's eyes flickered with fury. He personally piloted his flagship, charging toward the Dead Star Zone's defense array, a massive dark purple energy cannon condensing at the bow, aimed at the array core. "Everyone evacuate the defense array," Yunhang shouted through the communication channel, pouring all his mystic energy into the core fragment and hurling it toward the array core. The moment the fragment merged with the star core crystals, a light far surpassing its previous intensity erupted, colliding with the dark purple energy cannon. The two forces locked in a stalemate in the air, warping the surrounding space and sending stardust fragments flying in all directions. Yunhang gritted his teeth, channeling the mystic energy of all Covenant Guardians through the communication channel, converging it into the light. Pale gold, fiery red, ice blue, emerald green, and silver blue. 5 colors of energy intertwined, forming a colossal beam that gradually suppressed the dark purple energy cannon. Impossible, the Vanguard commander roared, attempting to amplify his energy output only to find cracks appearing in the flagship's energy core. The wreckage of previously destroyed warships had drifted beneath the flagship along the energy waves, and the star core crystal fragments within the debris caused a backlash against the flagship's erosion energy. Now, Yunhang seized the moment, driving the beam to counterattack with full force. The dark purple energy cannon was instantly shattered, and the beam shot straight toward the flagship. The Vanguard commander tried to flee in his flagship, but it was too late. The beam struck the flagship's energy core, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the flagship's explosion swept across the surroundings. The remaining Erosion Clan warships, leaderless, began to flee in panic. The Covenant Guardians seized the opportunity to pursue, destroying most of the warships, with only a few escaping into the void distortion and vanishing. The battle ended, leaving the starry sky filled with residual energy and wreckage. Standing on the starship deck, Yunhang watched the void distortion gradually close, but his heart remained uneasy. Though the Vanguard commander had been defeated, the Erosion Clan's vast army still lurked in the extraterritorial space. This war was far from over. The Guardians gathered in the yellow crystal domain, watching the Covenant's rainbow-colored pillar of light blaze once more, their faces etched with weary yet resolute smiles. Yunhang stepped forward, holding the hatch plate that recorded the Erosion Clan's conspiracy. Today we defended the passage, but there will be more challenges ahead. As long as we stand united, no obstacle is insurmountable. Stardust shimmered, and the rainbow pillar illuminated the entire starry sky, as well as the hope shining in the Guardians' eyes. The battle to defend the Stardust passage continued, but their faith was stronger than ever. The day after the rout of the Erosion Clan's Vanguard fleet, the council hall of the Yellow Crystal Domain was devoid of the ease that victory should have brought. The Guardians from various regions sat together, watching a holographic projection displaying post-battle survey footage in the Dead Star Zone. Residual Erosion Clan energy lingered in the void, slowly seeping into the spatial barriers of the passageways. The seal at the glacial rift, though unbroken, had developed faint dark purple fissures. And most troubling of all, the crystal veins in the star core belt had experienced energy disturbances the previous night. The Erosion Clan's primordial energy hasn't fully dissipated, it's corrupting the spatial structure of the passageways. A representative of the rune markers pointed at the distorted streams of stardust in the projection. If we don't purify it soon, these areas will become new dead star zones devoid of all life energy. Yunhang frowned, his fingertip tracing the survey data of the star core belt. The star core crystal is crucial for resisting the Erosion Clan. We cannot ignore this energy disturbance. I suggest a two-pronged approach. First, form a purification team to combine the secret arts of the rune markers with the energy of the metal core to cleanse the residual Erosion Clan energy. Second, immediately head to the star core belt to investigate the cause of the crystal vein disturbance. With the plan set, the purification team was swiftly assembled, drawing elites from the Guardians of each region to head to contaminated areas like the Dead Star Zone and the Glacial Rift. Yunhang, accompanied by the rune marker representative and 2 Guardians from the Yellow Crystal Domain, piloted a starship towards the star core belt. The star core belt was located at the heart of the passageways, where countless translucent star core crystals floated, emitting a soft blue radiance, serving as a vital source of energy for the passageways. But when Yunhang and his team arrived, they found the once stable crystal veins abnormally active. Some crystals were covered in dark purple spots, constantly releasing chaotic energy, and a few had even shattered, with dark purple fluid seeping from the fragments. Its residual Erosion Clan energy seeping through spatial rifts to reach here. The rune marker representative crouched, touching a dark purple spot on a crystal, a sharp sting immediately shooting through their fingertip. This energy is eroding the crystal's essence. If we don't stop it, the entire star core belt will be corrupted. Yunhang retrieved a fragment of the metal core, infused it with silver blue secret energy, and gently pressed it against the contaminated crystal. The moment the fragment touched the crystal, azure and silver blue light intertwined, and the dark purple spots on the crystal's surface began to slowly recede. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from deep within the star core belt, and a pillar of dark purple energy shot up from the center of the mineral vein, piercing the starry sky. Not good. There's an Erosion Clan energy source at the center of the vein. A chill ran through Yunhang's heart as he immediately rose and dashed towards the energy pillar. The rune marker representative and the Yellow Crystal Domain Guardians followed closely. As they wove through the dense crystal veins, the sight before them made their pupils contract. At the center of the vein, a massive star core crystal had been hollowed out, and embedded within it was a dark purple crystal, the very concentrated Erosion Clan essence they had seen on the Erosion Clan warship. Standing around the crystal were three familiar figures, the remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard who had escaped earlier. "We didn't expect you to find this place." The lead Dark Crystal Guard sneered, raising a hand to inject a stream of dark purple energy into the crystal. "This erosion core will completely corrupt the Star Core Belt, robbing you of your last hope to resist the Erosion Clan's grand army." Yunheng wasted no words. A silver-blue light sword materialized instantly, and he leaped forward, lunging at the lead Dark Crystal Guard. The opponent was prepared, sidestepping while releasing a dark purple light blade. Yunheng parried, but the residual energy of the blade struck a nearby crystal, shattering it and splattering dark purple fluid. Seeing this, the other two Dark Crystal Guards immediately attacked the Rune Marker representative and the Yellow Crystal Domain Guardians. The Rune Marker representative channeled pale golden secret energy to form a barrier blocking the attack. The Yellow Crystal Domain Guardian drew a scepter, its yellow crystal tip glowing as it fired two pale golden light spears at the two Dark Crystal Guards. A fierce battle erupted within the vein, with azure crystal light, silver blue metallic secret energy, and dark purple Erosion Clan energy intertwining as crystal fragments rained down from above. In his fight with the lead Dark Crystal Guard, Yunheng noticed the opponent's techniques had grown more sinister, clearly having absorbed more Erosion Clan energy, significantly boosting his power. "You're already being consumed by the Erosion Clan energy. Persisting will only lead to your own destruction." Yunheng's voice was cold as his light sword suddenly changed trajectory, aiming directly at the dark purple lines on the opponent's chest, the focal point of the Erosion Clan energy within his body. The lead Dark Crystal Guard's face twisted in shock as he hastily retreated, but the light sword still grazed his chest. Dark purple fluid oozed from the wound, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. "Even if I die, I'll take you all with me." He suddenly turned and lunged towards the central erosion core, attempting to detonate the crystal. Startled, Yunheng immediately condensed his secret energy into a light rope, entangling the opponent's ankle. The Dark Crystal Guard lost his balance and fell, but still struggled to crawl towards the erosion core. At that moment, the Rune Marker representative seized the opportunity, condensing pale golden secret energy into a light spear that pierced the lead Dark Crystal Guard's body with precision. The Dark Crystal Guard let out a blood-curdling scream, his body gradually dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Seeing their leader dead, the other two Dark Crystal Guards' morale crumbled, and they were quickly subdued by the Yellow Crystal Domain Guardians. The immediate crisis was averted, but the central erosion core continued to release corrupting energy, and the surrounding star core crystals were still being eroded. "We must remove the erosion core as quickly as possible and purify the contaminated crystals." Yunheng approached the massive star core crystal, gazing at the dark purple crystal within. But the erosion core's energy is extremely potent, direct contact will cause a backlash. The Rune Marker representative pondered for a moment, then took out a fragment of a Rune Marker token. Combine the Rune Marker token fragment with the metal core fragment to form a dual energy barrier isolating the erosion core's energy before we can extract it. Yunheng nodded. Together with the Rune Marker representative, he pressed the Rune Marker token fragment and the metal core fragment onto the surface of the massive crystal. Pale golden and silver blue light intertwined, forming a barrier that enveloped the erosion core within the crystal. Both channeled their secret energy simultaneously, and the barrier gradually contracted, separating the erosion core from the crystal. The moment the erosion core was removed, the chaotic energy around them immediately stabilized. Yunheng placed the erosion core into a special sealed container, and then together with the others used their secret energy to purify the contaminated star core crystals. After several hours of effort, the energy of the star core belt finally returned to stability, and the azure glow of the crystals once again illuminated the region. The erosion core must be kept safe. The concentrated Erosion Clan essence it contains might become the key to studying the Erosion Clan's weaknesses. Yunheng handed the sealed container to the Rune Marker representative. Also, the Star Core Belt needs dedicated guardians stationed here to prevent any remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard or lingering Erosion Clan spirits from infiltrating again. The Rune Marker representative nodded and immediately contacted Covenant headquarters to dispatch guardians to the Star Core Belt. Yunheng looked at the now calm Star Core Belt, but unease lingered in his heart. The fact that the Dark Crystal Guard had managed to plant the erosion core here suggested they still had hidden strongholds within the passageways. Without a thorough purge, a crisis would inevitably arise again. Next, we must conduct a thorough investigation of the Dark Crystal Guard remnants within the passageways. Yunheng turned to the group. Only by eliminating internal threats can we focus our strength on the impending Erosion Clan army. The starship slowly departed from the Star Core Belt, heading towards the Yellow Crystal Domain. Yunheng stood by the porthole, gazing at the brilliant star core belt below, and tightened his grip on the metal core fragment in his hand. He knew this war was far from over. Both the external Erosion Clan army and the internal remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard were obstacles they had to overcome. But as long as the Guardians of the Covenant stood united, as long as they held fast to their conviction to protect the passageways, they would surely achieve final victory. Upon returning to the Huangjing domain, Yunheng immediately convened an emergency meeting of the Alliance to inform everyone of the discovery of the Star Core and the remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard. In the conference hall, the faces of the Guardians from various regions were extremely grave. The fact that the Dark Crystal Guard could infiltrate the Star Core of the shipping lanes indicated that their hidden bases were likely spread throughout all regions. If not thoroughly eradicated, they would be caught off guard in the future battles against the Erosion Clan. We must establish a comprehensive secret search network to link the monitoring arrays of each region with the energy of the Guardian mark. The representative of the Guardians took out an ancient secret map and displayed it on the holographic projection. The map marks the abandoned bases that the Dark Crystal Guard might have utilized during ancient times. By combining it with the current anomalies in the shipping lanes, we can narrow down the search area. Yunheng nodded and immediately commanded the Guardians of each region will take the lead, joining forces with the Guardians to form search teams. Using the secret map as a clue, we will conduct a thorough investigation of abandoned space stations, energy relics, and Stardust turbulence areas within our jurisdiction. At the same time, we will activate the highest authority of the Alliance to retrieve the shipping records of the past 6 months from each region, filtering for suspicious starships that match the characteristics of the Dark Crystal Guard. The search operation unfolded across the entire Stardust shipping lane. In the lava canyon of the western shipping lane, the search team discovered a hidden weapons cache of the Dark Crystal Guard within an abandoned energy mine containing dozens of unassembled energy bombs. Beneath the icy ruins of the northern shipping lane, the Guardians found a secret passage. At the end of the passage, in a hidden chamber, there were traces of Erosion Clan energy, and the ground was etched with an unfinished summoning formation. Yunheng personally led an elite team to the Phantom Star Zone in the central shipping lane. This area had been the core of the Dark Crystal Guard's early activities and was classified as a forbidden zone due to spatial disturbances. It was also marked as the highest risk point on the secret map. As the starship entered the Phantom Star Zone, the spatial distortions were more intense than in the Dead Silent Star Zone, and the ship's shield was occasionally scratched by invisible spatial fissures, triggering piercing alarms. Yunheng activated both the Guardian Mark and the metal core fragment, simultaneously intertwining 2 beams of light into a shield that barely stabilized the starship's flight trajectory. There is an energy response 3 kilometers ahead. The detector suddenly alerted, and the screen displayed an abandoned space station half buried in stardust with the insignia of the Dark Crystal Guard faintly visible on its shell. Yunheng immediately ordered the ship to halt, leading his team members to don their secret energy protective armor before infiltrating through the damaged hatch of the space station. The sight inside caused everyone to gasp in horror. The walls on both sides of the corridor were adorned with the bones of Guardians corroded by Erosion Clan energy, while the ground was strewn with the standard robes of the Dark Crystal Guard, and the air was thick with a pungent stench and corrosive aura. This should be the command base of the Dark Crystal Guard. Yunheng tightened his grip on his light sword, cautiously advancing deeper into the space station. After turning a corner, faint footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. 3 figures in Dark Crystal Guard robes were gathered around a control console, seemingly transmitting some data. Attack! Yunheng commanded, and the team members launched their assault simultaneously. Silver blue and pale gold energies intertwined instantly, surrounding the 3 members of the Dark Crystal Guard. The leader of the Dark Crystal Guard reacted swiftly, raising a hand to unleash a dark purple energy wave that pushed everyone back while he turned to press the red button on the console. An alarm blared throughout the space station, and the ground began to shake violently, with dark purple patterns on the walls flashing wildly. They are going to detonate the space station. Yunheng felt a chill in his heart as he thrust his light sword toward the throat of the leading Dark Crystal Guard. However, the opponent did not flinch, a frenzied smile creeping across his lips. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Just as the light sword was about to strike, a brilliant light erupted from the console, and a dark purple portal opened behind the Dark Crystal Guard. The 3 members of the Dark Crystal Guard leaped into the portal, which immediately closed, leaving behind a cold statement: the Erosion Clan army will arrive soon, and you will all perish. We can't catch up. A team member exclaimed anxiously as the tremors of the space station intensified and metallic debris from the ceiling began to fall. Retreat. Yunheng decisively led the team towards the hatch. Just as they were about to burst out of the space station, a loud explosion erupted behind them, and the entire station detonated the shockwave, forcefully propelling everyone toward the starship. Fortunately, the shield formed by the Guardian Mark deployed in time, blocking most of the impact. The team returned to the starship in disarray, watching the space station gradually disintegrate into fragments, their expressions grim. Not only had they allowed the remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard to escape, but they also failed to retrieve the data they had transmitted, and the search operation was once again at a standstill. Upon returning to the Huangjing domain, Yunhang immediately analyzed the spatial data of the Phantom Star Zone and found that the energy direction of the portal opened by the Dark Crystal Guard aligned with the direction of the Erosion Clan battleships that had previously escaped. They are transmitting data to the outer space, likely reporting the defensive deployments of the shipping lanes to the Erosion Clan army. Does that mean we are at a disadvantage? A guardian asked with concern. Yunhang remained silent for a moment, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Not necessarily. We can use their transmission signals to trace the exact location of the Erosion Clan army and prepare in advance. We can modify the energy frequency of the Guardian Mark to simulate the transmission signals of the Dark Crystal Guard and tap into their communication channel. As long as they transmit data again, we can pinpoint the coordinates of the outer space. After confirming the plan, all members of the Alliance immediately took action. The Guardians tirelessly modified the Guardian Mark, while the Guardians of each region strengthened their defenses and closely monitored all spatial fluctuations, waiting for the Dark Crystal Guard to reappear. On the night of the third day, the monitoring array of the central shipping lane suddenly captured a faint transmission signal. The Guardians immediately activated the reverse tracking device, and the pale gold glow of the Guardian Mark interwove with the data streams on the screen, gradually revealing a clear coordinate in outer space. It was a void located on the outer edge of the dead silent star zone, where dense energy responses were evidently emanating, clearly the gathering point of the Erosion Clan army. Found it. The representative of the Guardians shouted excitedly, projecting the coordinates onto the holographic map. The Erosion Clan army is right here, expected to arrive at the Stardust shipping lane in 5 days. Yunhang looked at the coordinates on the map, gripping his light sword tightly. The moment of the final battle was finally approaching. He immediately issued a command through the Alliance channel. All Guardians must be on alert. Adjust the energy of the Star Core crystals and defense array to maximum. The purification team will head to the dead silent star zone in advance to clear the residual Erosion Clan energy, removing obstacles for the final battle. The Guardians should prepare the ancient sealing formation, and if there's an opportunity, attempt to seal the passage of the Erosion Clan army. The Guardians of the Stardust shipping lane began preparing for the final battle. Under the starry sky, countless starships gathered, and the light of the defense arrays intertwined into a net. Behind every beam of light was the steadfast belief of the Guardians to protect their homeland. Yunhang stood atop the watchtower in the Huangjing domain, observing the scene before him, filled with strength. He knew that this battle would be incredibly difficult, but as long as they united as one, they would surely be able to repel the Erosion Clan and safeguard the peace of the Stardust shipping lane. The horn of the final battle has sounded in the starry sky. On the final day of the countdown to the decisive battle, all defensive arrays across the Stardust passage had been fully activated. At the border of the Dead Star sector, the pale golden Guardian Mark array intertwined with silver-blue metallic arcane energy into a colossal luminous net, its edges studded with star core crystals that refracted brilliant defensive radiance. The seals over the ice-field rift and the lava canyon were also reinforced to their limits, with ice crystal and lava energy flowing along the array patterns, forming 2 impassable energy barriers. Within the assembly hall of the Yellow Crystal Domain, all Guardian representatives had gathered. Yunhang stood at the center, holding a complete star core crystal in his hands. The pale blue light flowing across the crystal's surface reflected the solemn, yet resolute faces of everyone present. Tomorrow we face the Erosion Clan army in the final battle. Yunhang's voice was steady and powerful, transmitted through the communication channel across the entire passage. They seek to destroy our homeland and enslave our kin, but we will not let them prevail. For this is the Stardust Passage, the land we have guarded for generations. We shall defend the passage with our very lives. The Guardians in the hall roared in unison, their voices causing the crystal fragments on the ceiling to tremble faintly. This battle cry echoed through the communication channel to every starship and every defensive array, transforming into a shared conviction in the hearts of all Guardians. Then Yunhang placed the star core crystal beneath the 7-colored pillar of light in the assembly hall. The moment the crystal touched the light, its radiance surged, and a ripple of pale blue energy spread outward, enveloping the entire Yellow Crystal Domain. This is the Oath of Alliance, Yunhang explained. The star core crystal will record our conviction and link the arcane energy of all Guardians. When the battle begins, our strength shall converge into one to fight against the Erosion Clan. One by one, the Guardians stepped forward and pressed their palms upon the star core crystal. As the last Guardian's hand descended, the crystal erupted with dazzling light, transforming into countless strands of pale blue energy threads that flew through the communication channels toward every sector. In an instant, the entire Stardust passage was bathed in a pale blue glow. Starships, defensive arrays, and even the drifting stardust all shimmered with unwavering light. After the oath ceremony concluded, the Guardians returned to their posts to make final preparations. Yunhang remained in the assembly hall gazing at the flickering points of light representing the defensive arrays on the holographic map. The Guardian Mark representative approached him and handed over a modified Guardian Mark token. This is the domain seal token. If the Erosion Clan's army breaks through our defenses during the battle, we can use it to temporarily seal the spatial passage in the Dead Star sector, buying us time. Yunhang took the domain seal token, feeling the familiar warmth of pale gold at his fingertips. Thank you, he said softly, his gaze returning to the map. I hope we won't have to use it. That night, Yunhang did not rest. Instead, he piloted his starship to inspect all the defensive arrays. Before the defensive array in the Dead Star sector, he saw young Guardians checking each other's equipment. Though fatigue lined their faces, their eyes burned with fighting spirit. At the Star Core Belt Station, Guardians worked through the night to reinforce the defenses around the crystal mines, ensuring a steady supply of Star Core energy during the battle. At the Icefield Rift, Elder Guardians recounted tales of ancient Guardians battling the Erosion Clan to the younger generation, passing down the will to protect. Wherever he went, Yunhang stopped to speak with the Guardians, offering them encouragement. He knew that among these Guardians were youths who had just come of age, elders with silver hair, veterans who had fought side by side for years, and newcomers facing their first battle. But at this moment, they all shared one identity: Guardians of the Stardust Passage. When the inspection ended, the horizon was already showing the pale light of dawn. Yunhang returned to the yellow crystal domain and stood on the watchtower, gazing at the gradually brightening starry sky in the distance. From the direction of the Dead Star sector came the faint sound of spatial distortion. The Erosion Clan army was approaching. Are you ready? The Guardian Mark representative asked softly, walking up beside Yunhang. Yunhang nodded, gripping his light blade and the domain seal token tightly, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. I am ready. For the passage, for our people, we must win. Just then, the communication channel suddenly blared with an alarm. The spatial distortion in the Dead Star sector had reached its peak. Countless beams of dark purple light shot forth from the distortion, and a dense swarm of extraterritorial warships emerged like a storm cloud, blotting out the sky. At the lead flagship, the Vanguard commander in dark gold armor appeared once more, exuding an aura of chilling energy. The Erosion Clan army has arrived. Yunhang shouted through the communication channel, his voice devoid of fear, filled only with unyielding conviction. All Guardians, take your positions. The final battle begins now. In an instant, the call to battle resounded across every corner of the Stardust Passage. Starship engines roared as they converged on the Dead Star sector. Defensive arrays blazed with intensified light, bracing for the first wave of attacks. Guardians tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the enemy ahead. The pale blue radiance of the Oath of Alliance and the dark purple energy of the Erosion Clan faced off across the starry void. The decisive battle that would determine the fate of the Stardust Passage had officially begun. Yunhang piloted his starship, leading an elite squad at the vanguard. His silver blue light blade carved a dazzling arc across the cosmos, pointing directly at the Erosion Clan's flagship. The flagship of the Erosion tribe fired its dark golden energy cannon, first a pillar of dark purple light, as thick as a bucket, tearing through the starry sky, hurtling straight toward the defensive light net of the Dead Star sector. Raise the barrier, Yunhang roared through the communication channel. The Watchers immediately channeled their pale golden mystic energy, while the Star Core crystals simultaneously erupted with a faint blue glow. The two streams of light intertwined, barely withstanding the cannon's impact. The light net trembled violently, its surface covered in dense cracks, yet it remained unbroken. Counterattack, Yunhang commanded, and the Star Fleet assembled behind the light net opened fire in unison. Energy beams of silver blue, fiery red, and ice blue rained down upon the Erosion tribe fleet like a meteor shower, instantly obliterating over a dozen small warships. But the Erosion tribe's warships far exceeded expectations. Successive vessels immediately filled the gaps, their dark purple energy cannons dense as rain, relentlessly bombarding the defensive light net. The Vanguard commander stood on the flagship's deck, a cold sneer flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved. Dozens of warships loaded with erosion bombs broke formation, charging toward the light net like suicide bombers. Their hulls were covered in thickened erosion metal, impervious to ordinary energy cannons. Stop them! The Guardian of the Lava Domain roared, manipulating lava energy into a massive wall of fire in an attempt to block the charging warships. Yet the Erosion warships crashed straight through the fiery wall. Though their hulls were scorched red-hot, they continued their advance toward the light net. The Guardian of the Icefield Domain immediately unleashed ice crystal rays, freezing the engines of several warships, but more had already reached the light net, detonating their erosion bombs with a thunderous roar. Boom! The relentless explosions shattered the light net completely. Dark purple corrosive energy surged through the channel like a tidal wave. The Erosion Tribe fleet launched a full-scale assault, countless warships breaching the defenses and beginning to slaughter the scattered star fleet. Watching the Guardians fall one after another, a crimson glint flashed in Yunhang's eyes. He leaped from his starship, his silver-blue light sword expanding several-fold, and slashed at the energy core of an Erosion warship. Lord Yunhang, the light net is broken. Activate the sealing domain decree. The voice of the Watcher representative rang out in the communication channel, tinged with urgency. Yunhang gritted his teeth and nodded. He retrieved the sealing domain decree from his bosom, pouring all the energy from the metal core fragment into it. The pale golden token instantly erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a massive array that enveloped the spatial distortion in the Dead Star sector. Seal! Yunhang shouted sternly. The runes within the array began to spin the spatial distortion, gradually slowing, preventing any new Erosion warships from entering the channel. But the Erosion warships that had already breached the line continued their rampage. The Vanguard commander's flagship sped straight toward the yellow crystal domain. Its target was to destroy the Covenant's core, the seven-colored light pillar. I must not let him near the yellow crystal domain. Yunhang immediately changed course, giving chase to the flagship. Along the way, he was constantly obstructed by Erosion warships. Each swing of his light sword was accompanied by splatters of dark purple ichor, and his mystic energy armor was corroded, leaving several gaps. Just as he was about to catch up to the flagship, the Vanguard commander suddenly turned around. Intricate patterns emerged on his dark golden armor as an energy cannon far more powerful than before took shape. Taste the power of the Erosion Tribe's origin. The Vanguard commander sneered as the energy cannon fired with a thunderous roar. Yunhang's pupils contracted. Knowing he could not withstand it, he concentrated all his mystic energy into his light sword, attempting to cleave the energy blast. At that moment, the voices of all the Guardians came through the communication channel. Lord Yunhang, we are here to help you. Instantly, countless streams of mystic energy in various colors converged from all directions, merging into Yunhang's light sword. The light sword's radiance exploded, transforming into a silver-blue pillar that pierced the starry sky, actually splitting the dark purple energy cannon in two. The residual energy slammed into Yunhang. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet persisted through gritted teeth, leaping toward the Vanguard commander. Impossible! How can you possess such power? The Vanguard commander's face was full of disbelief. He hastily activated his armor's defenses, but Yunhang's sword pierced through a gap in the armor. Silver-blue mystic energy surged into the Vanguard commander's body, violently clashing with his dark purple origin energy. He let out a piercing scream as his body began to dissipate. The Erosion Tribe will never give up. The Vanguard commander's voice grew faint, finally vanishing completely into the starry void. Leaderless, the Erosion warships fell into chaos. The Covenant Guardians seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Star Fleet coordinated with ground defense arrays, relentlessly annihilating the remaining Erosion vessels. The battle raged for an entire day. When the last Erosion warship was destroyed, the starry sky was littered with wreckage and residual energy. Yunhang collapsed onto the deck of his starship, covered in wounds, yet he gazed at the gradually calming starry sky, a weary but relieved smile spreading across his face. The Watcher representative piloted a starship overlooking at the now closed spatial distortion and said softly, "The sealing domain decree has succeeded. The space channel in the Dead Star sector is temporarily sealed. For at least a century, the Erosion Tribe cannot invade the channel." Yunhang nodded, looking toward the distant yellow crystal domain. The seven-colored light pillar, though somewhat dim, still flickered steadfastly, a symbol of the Covenant and hope. Through the communication channel, he addressed all the surviving Guardians. "We have won. The Stardust channel is safe." The channel erupted with cheers and sobs. This decisive battle had cost them dearly, but they had defended the home they had guarded for generations. Days later, a grand memorial ceremony was held in the yellow crystal domain to honor the Guardians who had fallen in battle. After the ceremony, Yunhang, together with the Guardians of each domain, signed the charter of the Stardust Channel Covenant, clarifying the duties and cooperation mechanisms of each domain to ensure lasting peace for the channel. Standing on the observation tower, watching the starships traversing the starry sky and the revitalized star core belt, Yunhang held a new metal core fragment in his hand, found among the wreckage of the Erosion flagship, containing pure energy that might one day be used to repair the war-damaged channel. Stars twinkled and sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting light upon Yunhang. He knew that the end of this war marked a new beginning for the Stardust channel. There might be new challenges in the future, but as long as the Guardians stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. A month after the decisive battle, the Stardust Passage entered an intense period of reconstruction. The wreckage of warships in the Dead Star sector was cleared one by one as the Mark Wardens purified the residual Erosion energy, With their pale golden mystic arts, the seals on the icefield rift were reinforced, and newly added star core crystal arrays made the barrier's light even more resplendent. The damaged mineral veins in the star core belt gradually restored their former energy flow under the Guardian's repair. Yuanhang traveled between regions almost daily, coordinating reconstruction resources and comforting the afflicted passage residents. One day, just after finishing his inspection of the lava canyon in the West Passage, he received an urgent communication from a manhwaedit representative. Deep within the star core belt, an anomalous energy fluctuation had emerged, seemingly resonating with the metallic core fragment. When Yuanhang arrived at the star core belt, the manhwaedits had already set up a temporary research array deep within the mineral vein. At the center of the array, the metallic core fragment retrieved from the erosion flagship hovered in midair, its surface shimmering with silver-blue light, while the star core crystal vein below surged with azure energy upward, forming a pillar of light with the fragment. Since 3 days ago, the fragment suddenly reacted, continuously absorbing the energy of the star core crystals. The manhwaedit representative pointed at the pillar of light. Stranger still, after absorbing the energy, patterns never seen before emerged on its surface, as if it were some kind of information carrier. Yuanhang approached the pillar of light and pressed his palm against the energy barrier. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into the fragment. Before his eyes unfolded a strange starfield where countless silver-white starships, utterly different from erosion warships, darted through the void, their hulls engraved with patterns similar to those on the fragment. The scene shifted. A figure clad in silver armor, holding a complete metallic core, spoke to the camera. If the Guardians of the Stardust Passage see this recording, it means the erosion has been repelled. The core contains the Star Passage mystic power, which can repair passage space and activate the ancient Stargate network, allowing instantaneous travel between passage regions. The image abruptly cut off, and Yuanhang's consciousness returned to reality, his palm still tingling with the warm touch of the Star Passage mystic power. The fragment holds information from the ancient Guardians, he exclaimed excitedly. The metallic core can not only counter the erosion, but also repair the passage and even activate the Stargate network. The manhwaedits immediately conducted in-depth research on the fragment, discovering that the patterns on it were indeed the activation codes for the ancient Stargates, and the energy of the star core belt was the key to initiating the codes. To activate the Stargate network, we need at least 2 metallic core fragments, and we must simultaneously inject star core energy into the Stargate ruins in each region. The manhwaedit representative finished decoding the pattern information, his eyes brimming with excitement. We currently have 3 fragments. One sealed in the amber crystal domain, one found in the star core belt, and another seized from the dark crystal guards earlier. Just enough to activate 3 main Stargates. Once the news spread across, the Covenant Guardians from all regions immediately took action, searching for the Stargate ruins hidden within their jurisdictions. A week later, 3 Stargate ruins were discovered in succession, one in the underground palace of the North Passage Icefield, one in an abandoned space station in the Mist Star Belt of the Central Passage, and one beside the Deep Sea Star Spring in the South Passage. The activation ceremony was set at the Stargate ruin in the Amber Crystal Domain. On that day, Yuanhang and the Guardians from each region carried the fragments separately to the 3 Stargate ruins. The moment the star core energy was injected into the fragments, all 3 Stargates lit up simultaneously. The Icefield Gate radiated an ice blue light, the Mist Star Belt Gate shimmered with a pale green glow, and the Deep Sea Star Spring Gate emanated a cerulean luster. 3 beams of light shot into the sky, converging high above the Stardust Passage to form a rainbow-colored net. The Stargate network is activated. The manhwaedit representative's voice rang out through the communication channel, trembling with barely contained excitement. Through the Stargate's Guardians from the Amber Crystal Domain could reach the North Passage in an instant, and crystals from the Star Core Belt could be rapidly transported to all regions, boosting reconstruction efficiency manifold. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, the fragment in Yuanhang's hand suddenly lit up again, and a new image appeared. The same silver-armored Guardian, his expression now grave. Activating the Stargate network will also awaken the Star Core spirit, slumbering deep within the passage. It is the source of the passage's energy. If it awakens and senses a threat, it may cause energy turbulence. The moment the image vanished, a violent tremor shook the Star Core belt, and a colossal azure energy pillar burst from the center of the mineral vein, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette in the sky. The Star Core spirit had truly awakened. The Star Core spirit's form gradually became clear. It was composed entirely of azure energy, its eyes gleaming with ancient and wise light. It slowly turned its gaze to Yuanhang and spoke. "Guardian, you have awakened me. The threat of the erosion is gone, but the energy balance of the passage must still be safeguarded. The metallic core is the key to repair, but also the key to balance. Do not misuse its power." Yuanhang bowed respectfully. "We will surely protect the balance of the passage and never let the ancient catastrophe repeat." The star core spirit nodded gently, its body gradually dissolving into countless azure threads of light merging into every corner of the Stardust passage. As the threads of light spread, the damaged spatial barriers began to heal, the depleted energy nodes revived, and even the void of the Dead Star sector shimmered with faint starlight. The star core spirit is repairing the passage, the crowd exclaimed in delight, their hearts filled with hope. 3 months later, the reconstruction of the Stardust passage was essentially complete. All regions were closely connected through the stargates, trade and cultural exchanges grew increasingly frequent, and the wounds of war gradually healed. Yunheng stood on the observation tower of the Amber Crystal Domain, watching the starships weaving through the cosmos, and the dazzling net of stargate light, clutching the metallic core fragment in his hand. The Mark-Warden representative approached him and handed over a new covenant document. All regions have agreed to establish the Stardust Passage Guardian Alliance with you as its leader to oversee the defense and development of the entire passage. Yunheng took the document, his eyes softening as he looked at the dense signatures. He raised his gaze to the starry sky and said softly, "This is not my achievement alone, it is the collective effort of all Guardians. In the future, we will continue to protect this starry sky, ensuring it shines forever." The stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze brushed against the porthole, carrying the faint fragrance of the star core. The story of the Stardust Passage had turned a new page, and the conviction of guardianship, like the light of the stargates, would forever illuminate this ancient, yet youthful expanse of stars. On the day the Stardust Passage Guardian Alliance was established, the Yellow Crystal Domain held a grand celebration. Guardians from various regions gathered with local specialties, and the stargates were bustling with starships coming and going. The gloom that once shrouded the war had long been dispelled by laughter and joy. Yunheng stood on the high platform of the celebration square, observing the lively scene below. The metal core fragment in his hand grew slightly warm, a resonance left by the star core spirit, as if responding to this peace. Midway through the festivities, a gentle radiance suddenly emanated from the star core belt. A faint blue apparition descended slowly from the starry sky. It was the star core spirit. The square fell silent instantly. Everyone bowed in reverence, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. "Guardians," the star core spirit spoke, its voice gentle yet brimming with power. "You have safeguarded the passage and restored the balance. In the name of the star core's origin, I establish the star core covenant with you. As long as the flame of guardianship never extinguishes, the star core's energy shall forever nourish this starry expanse and repel all extraterritorial threats." Before its words faded, the star core spirit raised a hand and swept it through the air. Countless strands of pale blue light flew toward the guardians in the square, each merging into a small star core crystal. "This is the star core mark," the star core spirit explained. "It can sense residual energy from the erosion tribe, and in times of crisis mobilize the power of the star core. It is a new aid for your guardianship of the passage." Yunheng received his own star core mark. The crystal felt warm and smooth in his hand, resonating subtly with the metal core fragment. He was about to voice his thanks when the star core spirit's form began to grow translucent. "The future of the passage must ultimately be guarded by you alone. I will sink into the star core belt to slumber. Should a crisis arise that you cannot withstand, the star core mark will awaken me." With that, the star core's spirit transformed into a stream of light and vanished toward the direction of the star core belt. The guardians in the square gazed at the starry sky, long lost in silence. The star core marks in their hands seemed to have become a bond connecting faith and responsibility. After the celebration, Yunheng received a report from the Southern Passage. The Stargate ruins near the deep-sea star spring had recently exhibited frequent faint spatial fluctuations, suggesting extraterritorial entities were attempting to breach the Stargate's barrier. He immediately led an elite squad piloting a starship to the Southern Passage. The deep-sea star spring was a region covered in blue starwater with the Stargate ruins situated on a rocky island at its center. When Yunheng and his team set foot on the island, they noticed the Stargate's pale blue light had dimmed. Drifting in the surrounding star water were several strands of dark purple energy, the lingering aura of the erosion tribe. "The Stargate's barrier is weakening," a member of the Runetrace squad said grimly after scanning with instruments. "Someone is secretly draining the Stargate's energy. It could be remnants of the Dark Crystal Guard that were not eliminated or other extraterritorial forces coveting the passage." Yunheng gripped his light blade and patrolled along the edge of the star spring. When he reached the back of the rocky island, he discovered an unfamiliar formation carved into the ground. At its center lay a black crystal continuously absorbing the Stargate's energy. An energy absorption crystal. Yunheng recognized it at once. This type of crystal originated from the extraterritorial shadow domain and could tear through weak spatial barriers by absorbing spatial energy. Just then, 3 dark figures leaped from the star spring, charging straight at Yunheng. Clad in black cloaks and wielding dark purple daggers, their attacks were vicious, clearly professionally trained assassins. Yunhang sidestepped their assault, swinging his light blade to drive them back. Amid the clash, he spotted an emblem under their cloaks, a black skull pattern he had never seen before, entirely different from the Dark Crystal Guard's insignia. "Who are you? Why are you damaging the Stargate?" Yunhang demanded coldly. The lead assassin sneered, offering no reply, and instead intensified his attack. The other two assassins seized the moment to rush toward the energy absorption crystal at the formation's center, attempting to accelerate its absorption of the Stargate's energy. The Runetrace squad members immediately intervened, engaging the assassins in a skirmish. After several exchanges with the lead assassin, Yunhang noticed that while his techniques lacked the energy of the Erosion tribe, they were imbued with a potent space-distorting ability. Each strike could briefly tear the surrounding space, making it unpredictable. Space assassins from the Shadow Domain, Yunhang realized. You intend to open a passage for the Shadow Domain into the passage. A flicker of surprise crossed the assassin's eyes, clearly not expecting Yunhang to recognize their origin. He ceased his concealment, his body radiating black spatial energy. His dagger transformed into a shadow, thrusting straight for Yunhang's throat. Yunhang was prepared. He channeled the star core mark's energy into his light blade, intertwining pale blue light with silver blue mystic power. With one stroke, he cleaved through the spatial distortion and struck the assassin precisely in the shoulder. "Ack!" The assassin screamed, turning to flee by diving into the star spring. Yunhang would not let him escape. He condensed his mystic power into a lasso of light, snaring the assassin's ankle and yanking him back to the ground. Seeing their leader captured, the other two assassins fell into disarray and were quickly subdued by the Runetrace squad. Through interrogation, Yunhang learned that these space assassins hailed from the Shadow Domain. Acting under orders from the Shadow Domain Lord, they sought to weaken the Stargate barrier, paving the way for a Shadow Domain invasion of the passage. The energy absorption crystal was merely the first step in their plan. More assassins were to infiltrate other Stargate ruins. It seems the passage's peace demands even greater vigilance. Yunhang relayed the interrogation results to all regions of the Alliance via communication channel. All regions must immediately reinforce defenses at Stargate ruins and closely monitor spatial fluctuations. If any Shadow Domain assassins are detected, report to Alliance headquarters at once. After resolving the crisis in the southern passage, Yunhang stood before the Stargate ruins, watching as its light gradually restored. In his hand, the star core mark and the metal core fragment glowed simultaneously. He understood that the path of guarding the Stardust passage would never end. New threats might still lurk in the shadows, but as long as the Guardians held firm to their faith, wielding the power of the Star Core Covenant and the Alliance, they would surely protect this starry expanse. The starship slowly departed from the deep-sea star spring, heading toward the yellow crystal domain. Outside the window, the star spring shimmered with rippling light, intertwining with the distant glow of the Stargate, painting a scene of serene determination. Yunhang tightened his grip on his light blade, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, he would lead the Guardians, continuing on the path of protecting the Stardust passage, ensuring this starry sky would forever shine brightly. Upon returning to the yellow crystal domain, Yunhang immediately convened an emergency meeting of the Alliance, revealing the interrogation results of the Shadow Domain assassins and the properties of the energy-absorbing crystal to the public. On the holographic projection, the structural diagram of the black energy-absorbing crystal and the spatial fluctuation data of the Shadow Domain were clearly visible, and the faces of the Guardians from each region grew increasingly somber. Compared to the clearly targeted Erosion clan, this Shadow Domain, hidden in the shadows and adept at spatial ambushes, was evidently more difficult to defend against. The spatial assassins of the Shadow Domain can move through distorted space, making it difficult for conventional monitoring arrays to track their traces. A representative from the rune markers called up a map of the Stargate ruins, tracing his finger across 3 major stargates. "We must deploy spatial anchors around all stargates using the energy of star core crystals to stabilize the spatial structure, preventing the assassins from easily tearing through space to infiltrate." Yunhang nodded and added, "Defense alone is insufficient. We also need to form a shadow pursuit team composed of Guardians versed in spatial mysteries. Once an assassin's trail is found, they must immediately track its spatial trajectory and trace it back to their hidden stronghold." With the plans settled, the entire Alliance mobilized. The rune markers carrying star core crystals rushed to the various Stargate ruins to set up spatial anchors. The Shadow Pursuit team was divided into 5 squads stationed in the 5 major regions of the passage, ready for action at any time. Yunhang personally led a pursuit team stationed near the Stargate on the northern passage's icy plains. The spatial structure there was already fragile due to the extreme cold, making it the most likely location for the Shadow Domain to strike again. Late on the 3rd night of their station, the spatial anchor at the icy plain Stargate suddenly issued an alarm. The pale blue crystal light flickered violently, signaling an approaching spatial distortion. Yunhang immediately led the pursuit team members to conceal themselves deep within an ice cave beside the Stargate, their gazes fixed on the snowfield surrounding it. Moments later, a layer of black ripples suddenly spread across the snowfield's surface. 3 dark figures leaped out from the ripples, identical to the spatial assassins seen at the Southern Passage. They did not linger upon landing, but immediately produced dark purple tools attempting to destroy the crystal array of the spatial anchor. Now, Yunhang commanded, and the pursuit team members launched their attack simultaneously. Pale blue star core energy and silver blue metallic mystic energy interwove into a net, instantly encasing the 3 assassins. The lead assassin reacted swiftly, raising a hand to release a black spatial wave in an attempt to tear through the encirclement and escape. However, the wave was repelled by the crystal light of the spatial anchor, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood on the spot. "You want to escape?" Yunhang leaped up, his light sword aimed directly at the lead assassin's chest. A flicker of despair flashed in the assassin's eyes. Suddenly, he pulled a black crystal from his bosom, seemingly intent on detonating it to take everyone down with him. A quickie pursuit team member immediately bound his arm, with mystic energy chains snatching the black crystal away. This time, Yunhang did not rush to interrogate. Instead, he had the rune markers implant a spatial tracking mark on the assassins. A mark made from star core crystal energy capable of following the assassin's spatial movement trajectory to pinpoint their hidden base. Subsequently, he deliberately opened a gap, allowing one of the less injured assassins to escape. After fleeing, the assassin immediately tore through space, fleeing towards the northwest. Guided by the spatial tracking mark, Yunhang led the pursuit team in a starship, following closely behind. After half an hour of tracking, they discovered the assassin's spatial entrance near an abandoned extraterritorial space station. "This is the place." Yunhang signaled the others to conceal themselves while he transformed into a streak of silver blue light, silently infiltrating the space station. The scene inside tightened his heart. In the station's main hall, dozens of operating energy-absorbing crystal devices were arranged. Several researchers from the shadow domain were recording data around the devices. Beside the portal deep within the hall stood a figure draped in a black robe emanating spatial energy far stronger than the assassins. The shadow domain's space commander. Yunhang understood in his heart. He did not act rashly, but quietly retreated to formulate a raid plan with the pursuit team members. Half an hour later, the raid commenced. The rune markers used star core energy to temporarily seal the space station's spatial passages, preventing the enemy from escaping. The pursuit team members attacked from all sides, their silver blue light swords and pale blue star core energy intertwining, instantly routing the peripheral researchers. Seeing this, the space commander immediately channeled spatial energy, attempting to tear through the blockade. Yunhang leaped before him, his light sword pointing at the commander's throat. "Your plan ends here." The space commander let out a cold laugh. The space around him warped violently, sending countless black spatial blades shooting towards Yunhang. Yunhang infused the energy of the star core mark into his light sword. The pale blue light formed a barrier blocking the spatial blades while he thrust his sword at the space commander's chest. They clashed for dozens of rounds. The space commander gradually weakened. His spatial energy, though potent, could not withstand the stabilizing effect of the star core energy on space. Each time he distorted space, the star core energy backlashed against him. Finally, Yunhang seized an opening. His light sword pierced the commander's shoulder, subduing him. With the space commander captured, all energy-absorbing crystal devices in the station were destroyed. Other shadow domain strongholds hidden within the passage were also rooted out one by one through the commander's confessions. The shadow domain's first invasion attempt ended in failure. Upon returning to the yellow crystal domain, Yunhang imprisoned the space commander in a specially made star core cage. A cage capable of suppressing spatial energy, preventing him from tearing through space to escape. Simultaneously, the Alliance officially issued the Stargate Joint Defense Regulations, stipulating that guardians from each region must rotate daily to guard the Stargates and regularly inspect the energy of the spatial anchors to ensure the Stargate barriers were infallible. That evening, Yunhang stood on the observation tower, gazing at the shimmering network of Stargate lights and the pale blue glow of the spatial anchors in the starry sky. The star core mark in his hand pulsed with a slight warmth. He knew the shadow domain's failure was only temporary. In the future, perhaps more extraterritorial forces would covet the Stardust passage. But as long as the Alliance's guardians stood united, holding the oath of the star core and the power of joint defense, they could surely safeguard the peace of this starry expanse. Stardust drifted gently, and the evening breeze brushed against the porthole, carrying the faint fragrance of star crystals. 3 months after the crisis in the shadow domain was resolved, the Stardust passage finally enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. Trade routes flourished through the Stargates. The crystal veins in the star core belt steadily supplied energy, and the Guardians began systematic training to enhance their ability to counter extraterritorial threats. Yet this peace was shattered late one night. The energy monitors in the star core belt suddenly blared a sharp alarm. The colossal star core crystal at the heart of the mine had begun to emit an eerie dark purple glow. Upon receiving the news, Yun Hang was leading a tracking team in a spatial defense drill on the central passage. He immediately terminated the exercise and piloted his starship at full speed toward the star core belt. Upon arrival, the Wardens had already erected an isolation array around the giant star core crystal. A pale golden barrier of mystic energy enveloped the crystal, yet it could not prevent the dark purple aura from seeping outward. Even the smaller crystals nearby had begun to show faint dark cracks. This aura resembles the energy of the Erosion clan, but it carries an additional trace of ancient origin. The Warden representative pointed at the dark cracks on the crystal's surface, his expression grave. We attempted to purify it using the star core imprint, but the aura repelled the energy. Even the power of the metal core fragments could not approach. Yun Hang retrieved a fragment of the metal core and infused it with his silver-blue mystic energy. As the fragment neared the isolation array, the dark purple glow of the crystal suddenly surged. An invisible shockwave flung the fragment away, and a sharp pain shot through Yun Hang's palm. No, this is not ordinary contamination. He stared into the depths of the crystal, barely discerning a blurry shadow within the glow. There seems to be something inside. To uncover the truth, Yun Hang decided to venture into the isolation array and examine the crystal's interior up close. He activated both the star core imprint and the metal core fragment simultaneously. The two streams of light intertwined to form a protective shield, allowing him to slowly pass through the pale golden barrier and approach the giant star core crystal. The moment his palm touched the crystal's surface, Yun Hang's consciousness was pulled inward. Before him unfolded a desolate expanse of stars. Countless wrecked starships drifted through the void, and at the center of the starfield, a crystal similar to the giant star core crystal blazed with fire. Around the crystal stood two distinct types of figures, one clad in silver armor, ancient guardians, the other creatures covered in dark purple patterns. Their methods of combat were identical to those of the Erosion clan, yet they wielded a far more ancient power. Is this the ancient star core war? Yun Hang's mind trembled with shock. The vision continued. The ancient guardians ultimately detonated the central crystal, sealing the dark purple creatures in an extraterritorial space. The remaining crystal fragments formed what is now the star core belt. At the end of the vision, a dark purple shadow stealthily slipped into one of the fragments, falling with it into the depths of the star core belt, the very shadow now lurking within the crystal. Returning to reality, Yun Hang found his back drenched in cold sweat. Sealed within the crystal is the erosion source from the ancient star core war, one of the Erosion clan's primal origins. He quickly retreated from the isolation array and addressed the Wardens. The spatial fluctuations in the shadow domain have inadvertently awakened it. If we do not reseal it soon, it will contaminate the entire star core belt and even resurrect the remnants of the Erosion clan we thought were annihilated. Resealing the erosion source required two key powers: the complete energy of the metal core and the primordial power of the star core spirit. However, the Alliance currently possessed only 3 fragments, and the star core spirit had sunk into slumber within the star core belt. We must locate the 4th metal core fragment and awaken the star core spirit. Yun Hang made an immediate decision and issued orders through the Alliance channel. All regions were to immediately search ancient ruins for clues to the 4th fragment. The Wardens were to prepare the spirit summoning array and attempt to use the energy of the star core imprint to awaken the sleeping star core spirit. The search for the fragment lasted half a month. Finally, a guardian from the southern passage discovered the 4th fragment beneath an ancient altar in the deep sea star spring. The fragment was embedded in a stone tablet at the center of the altar, its surface covered with patterns identical to those on the giant star core crystal, clearly a sealing key deliberately left by the ancient guardians. Meanwhile, the Wardens had completed the construction of the spirit summoning array in the star core belt. When the 4 metal core fragments were placed into the array's focal points, and the energy of the star core imprint was channeled in a pale blue pillar of light, shot into the sky, causing the energy of the star core belt to surge violently. After a moment, a familiar pale blue apparition slowly emerged from the giant star core crystal. The star core spirit had finally been awakened. The awakening of the erosion source is both a calamity and an inevitability for the passage. The star core spirit's voice carried a trace of weariness. In ancient times, we failed to eradicate it completely. Now we must harness the power of the metal core and the star core's primordial essence to reseal it in the extraterritorial space. The sealing ceremony commenced. The star core spirit hovered above the giant star core crystal, channeling the primordial power of the star core into the crystal. Yun Hang and the Wardens activated the 4 metal core fragments, forming a silver-blue sealing light array that enveloped the crystal. As the pale blue and silver blue lights intertwined, the dark purple aura within the crystal began to resist violently. The shadow of the erosion source twisted and struggled amid the glow, emitting a piercing shriek. Push harder. We cannot let it break free. Yuanhang gritted his teeth and channeled all the energy of the star core imprint into the fragments. The light of the ceiling array instantly flared with intensified brilliance. The shadow of the erosion source was gradually suppressed. The dark purple aura contracted relentlessly until it was compressed into a thin thread of light. Following the channel formed by the metal core fragments, it was expelled from the star core belt and vanished into the direction of the extraterritorial space. As the last wisp of dark purple aura dissipated, the giant star core crystal regained its serene pale blue radiance, and the smaller crystals around it no longer bore the dark cracks. The star core spirit gazed upon the restored tranquility of the star core belt, its form growing translucent once more. This ceiling has consumed too much of my primordial essence. I must enter a longer slumber. Should a future crisis arise, you may awaken me again through the resonance of the star core imprint. With these words, the star core spirit transformed into a stream of light and sank back into the star core belt. Yuanhang looked at the metal core fragments in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis hidden in ancient secrets had finally been resolved. A few days later, the Alliance stored the 4 metal core fragments separately at 4 Stargate ruins, serving as the energy cores for the Stargate barriers and as a trump card against future threats. Standing on the observation tower of the yellow crystal domain, Yuanhang gazed at the stable stargates and the star core belt in the cosmos, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. The peace of the Stardust Passage was never a gift of chance. It was the result of generations of guardians protecting it with their conviction and strength. There may be new challenges and new secrets unveiled in the future, but as long as the original heart of guardianship remains unchanged, this starry sky will never lose its light. The stellar wind blew, carrying the faint fragrance of the star core. Yuanhang tightened his grip on the star core imprint. Half a year after the fragment of the metallic core became the energy core of the Stargate, the peace of the Stardust Passage entered a period of stability. The Stargates in each region operated orderly each day. The crystal veins in the star core belt continuously supplied energy to the passage, and the training of the Guardians was on track, with even the youngest member able to skillfully use the star core imprint to perceive spatial fluctuations. One morning, Yuanhang was instructing new members on how to manipulate metallic mystic energy in the training ground of the yellow crystal domain. Suddenly, the star core imprint on his wrist burned intensely, and an urgent call from the guardian of the Icefield Stargate at the Northern Passage came through the communication channel. Leader Yuanhang. An anomalous spatial fluctuation has appeared at the Icefield Stargate. It's not the energy of the shadow domain or the erosion race, but a silver-white energy never seen before. Yuanhang immediately halted the training, and leading 2 elite scar markers piloted a starship to the Icefield Stargate. Upon arrival, the sight before him made his pupils contract. The pale blue light of the Icefield Stargate was covered by silver-white energy. Inside the gate was no longer the familiar passage space, but a brilliant nebula. From deep within the nebula, a pure silver-white starship slowly emerged, its hull engraved with complex spiral patterns radiating a gentle yet powerful energy. "This is not a starship from our passage," the elite scar marker said, gripping his scepter tightly, staring vigilantly at the silver-white starship. "The energy fluctuation is stable, no aggression. It seems the visitor." The silver-white starship slowly landed on the open ground beside the Stargate. The hatch opened, and 3 figures draped in silver-white robes descended. The leader, with a gentle countenance, held a staff set with a transparent crystal in his hand. He stopped before Yuanhang and gave a slight bow. "Greetings, Guardian of the Stardust Passage. We are envoys of the Nebula Federation arriving from the Spiral Nebula beyond this domain. We wish to establish friendly exchanges with your passage." Yuanhang remained cautious. His gaze swept over the 3's robes, finding no threatening insignias, and the star core imprint gave no danger warning. He slowly retracted his light blade and returned the salute. "Welcome to the Stardust Passage. But forgive my frankness, a sudden visit from an extra-domain force requires us to confirm your intentions." The envoy from the Nebula Federation, undeterred by Yuanhang's vigilance, instead produced a transparent crystal and handed it to him. "This is a Nebula Record Crystal. It contains the history and technology of our Federation as well as the purpose of this visit. During our interstellar travels, we detected that the Stardust Passage had repelled invasions by the erosion race and the shadow domain. We admire your guardianship and hope to share space navigation technology with you to jointly resist extra-domain threats." Yuanhang took the record crystal and infused it with starcore energy. The crystal glowed with a soft light. Scenes and texts unfolded before his eyes. The Nebula Federation was composed of several peaceful extra-domain civilizations excelling in space navigation and energy purification technology. They had previously assisted other star regions in repelling extra-domain invasions with no record of aggression. It seems we were overly cautious, Yun Hang said, relieved. He invited the 3 envoys to board the starship and head to the council hall of the Yellow Crystal Domain. En route, the envoys briefed Yun Hang on the Spiral Nebula and mentioned that they had encountered a fleet from the Shadow Domain during their travels, resulting in minor skirmishes due to differing ideologies. Upon arriving at the Yellow Crystal Domain, Yun Hang convened a meeting of the core alliance members with the envoys. At the meeting, the Nebula Federation envoys presented their space navigation technology in detail, a spiral navigator capable of stabilizing space channels and reducing energy consumption. If applied to the stargates of the Stardust Passage, it could not only enhance transit efficiency, but also strengthen the stability of spatial barriers. We are willing to provide the spiral navigator technology to your passage, hoping only to establish a long-term information-sharing mechanism to jointly monitor extra-domain threats. The envoy spoke, sincerity shining in his eyes. After discussion, the alliance members unanimously agreed to establish friendly relations with the Nebula Federation. After all facing unknown extra-domain threats, one more ally meant one more source of strength. On behalf of the alliance, Yun Hang signed the Stardust Nebula Friendly Cooperation Agreement, with the envoys stipulating that both parties would share intelligence on extra-domain threats, exchange space technologies, and conduct regular exchange training for Guardians. On the 3rd day after the agreement was signed, the technical team from the Nebula Federation arrived at the Yellow Crystal Domain and began assisting the alliance in upgrading the Stargate's navigation systems. While modifying the Icefield Stargate, the head of the technical team suddenly discovered a faint black fissure hidden within the gate's spatial structure, a remnant spatial trace left by a previous Shadow Domain assassin. If left unrepaired, it would inevitably trigger a spatial collapse. Our purification technology can fix this fissure. The team leader immediately produced a silver-white device. Upon activation, it released a gentle silver-white energy that infused the black fissure. Under the influence of the energy, the fissure gradually contracted and finally vanished completely. The Stargate's light also became more stable. Watching the repaired Stargate, Yun Hang's trust in the Nebula Federation grew. He knew that this friendly cooperation not only brought more advanced technology to the Stardust Passage, but also added a reliable ally to the path of future guardianship. That evening, Yun Hang stood with the envoy from the Nebula Federation on the observation tower of the Yellow Crystal Domain, gazing at the starships shuttling through the starry sky and the shining stargates. Pointing toward the distant spiral nebula, the envoy said softly, "The universe is vast and threats are many. But as long as civilizations are willing to trust and assist one another, they can collectively protect their own homes." Yun Hang nodded, his gaze fixed on the profound starry sky. He knew that the guardianship of the Stardust Passage still had a long way to go. In the future, they might encounter new extra-domain civilizations and new challenges. But as long as they held fast to their convictions and united their allies, they could ensure this starry sky would forever shine brightly. The stellar wind blew, carrying the scent of the nebula and the fragrance of the star core. Yun Hang tightened his grip on the star core, imprint, his heart filled with hope for the future. The story of the Stardust Passage had turned a new page, a page inscribed with cooperation and mutual benefit, and also with a steadfast commitment to peace. The cooperation between the Stardust Passage and the Nebula Federation progressed exceptionally smoothly. With the assistance of the Nebula Federation's technical team, the modifications to the spiral navigator of the 3 main stargates were completed in succession. The efficiency of the Icefield Stargate was tripled, the spatial fluctuations of the Mist Starbelt Stargate were completely stabilized, and the Deep Sea Star Spring Stargate was equipped with a new energy backflow protection that could autonomously sever the outer channel, even when subjected to external impacts. On this day, Yun Hang arrived at the Star Core Belt with the technical head of the Nebula Federation, preparing to integrate the core technology of the Spiral Navigator with the energy system of the Star Core Crystal. As the silvery white spiral energy intertwined with the light blue Star Core energy in the device, the control panel suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms, and the spatial map on the screen displayed that dozens of new spatial rifts had suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken star zone. The energy fluctuations of these rifts are quite strange. They are neither the dark purple of the Erosion clan nor the black of the Shadow Domain. The technical head quickly operated the instruments, pulling up detailed data on the rifts. They are expanding rapidly, and from deep within the rifts, there are dense metallic energy reactions, like some fleet is approaching. Yun Hang's Star Core mark instantly grew hot. He immediately issued an order through the Alliance channel. The Guardian teams around the Broken Star Zone must go on alert immediately, and the Guardian Watchers activate the comprehensive spatial monitoring array to ascertain the identity of the fleet within the rifts. Half an hour later, the Forward Guardian team reported back. Emerging from the rift was a fleet that was entirely pitch black, with sharp bone-like patterns etched on its hull, rapidly heading towards the Star Core Belt. What was even more alarming was that the fleet's method of attack was extremely bizarre, capable of firing spatial bone spikes that directly tore through the Guardian's energy shield. 3 patrol starships had already been damaged. It's the Bone Spike clan. The envoy from the Nebula Federation suddenly rushed into the command room, looking grave. They are a notorious predatory civilization in the universe, living off the energy cores of other star regions. They have previously attacked our Federation's borders multiple times using extremely brutal methods. Yunhang immediately convened the core members of the Alliance and the Nebula Federation to formulate a defense plan. Step 1. Enhance the spatial barrier of the Broken Star Zone using the spiral navigator of the Stargate to slow the advance of the Bone Spike clan fleet. Step 2. All Guardians in the Star Core belt go on high alert, adjusting the energy of the Star Core crystal to maximum and activating the Star Core protection array. Step 3. The starship formations of the Alliance and the Nebula Federation will merge and launch a flanking attack to destroy the flagship of the Bone Spike clan. Once the plan was finalized, all parties immediately took action. The spiral navigator of the Stargate emitted a silvery white glow, forming a spatial barrier in the Broken Star Zone, significantly slowing the advance of the Bone Spike clan fleet. Simultaneously, the Star Core protection array in the Star Core belt was activated, enveloping the entire mining vein in a light blue energy shield, tightly protecting the Star Core crystal. Yunhang, along with the fleet commander of the Nebula Federation, led over 100 starships to quietly maneuver to the flank of the Bone Spike clan fleet. Attack! With Yunhang's order, the silver-blue energy cannons of the Alliance starships and the silvery-white energy cannons of the Nebula Federation starships fired simultaneously, instantly exploding 5 small warships of the Bone Spike clan. The Bone Spike clan fleet was thrown into chaos. The bone pattern markings on the flagship lit up, beginning to gather energy in preparation for a counterattack. We can't let them charge up. The fleet commander of the Nebula Federation ordered the release of spatial disruption bombs. Countless silvery white bombs flew towards the Bone Spike clan flagship, creating chaotic spatial fluctuations around it, interrupting the energy accumulation. Yunhang seized the opportunity, piloting his starship towards the flagship with a silver-blue light sword coalescing. He slashed at the flagship's energy core. The outer shell of the Bone Spike clan flagship was exceptionally hard, and the light sword merely left a shallow mark. A piercing roar came from within the flagship, and several spatial bone spikes shot out from the hull, aiming directly at Yunhang's starship. Yunhang skillfully maneuvered the starship to evade while injecting the energy from the metallic core fragments into the light sword. The light sword's brilliance surged once again, slashing towards the same spot. Bang! This time the light sword finally pierced through the flagship's outer shell, causing silver-blue secret energy to surge into the ship, triggering a violent explosion. With the flagship's energy core destroyed, the remaining Bone Spike clan warships lost command and began to scatter in retreat. The fleets of the Alliance and the Nebula Federation seized the opportunity to pursue, destroying most of the fleeing warships, with only a few breaking through the spatial barrier and disappearing into the rifts. After the battle, the spatial rifts in the Broken Star Zone gradually closed under the influence of the spiral navigator. Yunhang and the envoy from the Nebula Federation stood on the deck of their starship, watching the stable light blue shield of the Star Core belt, feeling a sense of relief. Thanks to your technical support this time, otherwise we would have had a hard time repelling the Bone Spike clan so quickly, Yunhang said sincerely. The envoy smiled and shook his head. We are allies. Mutual assistance is what we should do. Moreover, this incident also made us realize that relying solely on the power of a single civilization is insufficient to resist the predators in the universe. In the future, we need closer cooperation to protect our respective homelands. Subsequently, the Alliance and the Nebula Federation jointly signed the Space Defense Mutual Assistance Treaty, agreeing to share defense technologies, form a joint fleet, and monitor the movements of predatory civilizations in the universe together. The Guardians of the Stardust Passage also began to learn the spatial navigation technology of the Nebula Federation, preparing for potentially greater challenges to come. Yunhang stood on the lookout tower of the yellow crystal domain, watching the silver-blue and silvery-white lights converge in the starry sky, feeling the Star Core mark in his hand slightly warming. He knew that the path of guardianship for the Stardust Passage had now transitioned from merely repelling invaders to a new phase of alliance cooperation. The future starry sky may still be full of unknowns, but as long as there are reliable allies by one side and steadfast guardians, no hurdle is insurmountable. The star wind blew, carrying the dual essence of the Star Core and the Nebula, as Yunhang gazed deep into the universe. A month after repelling the Bone Spike clan, the joint defense exercise between the Stardust Passage and the Nebula Federation commenced in the Shattered Star Sector. Hundreds of starships aligned in orderly formations, the silver-blue Alliance vessels intermingled with the silver-white Federation ships. The defensive light net woven from spiral navigators and stellar core energy unfurled a dazzling barrier across the starry expanse. Yunheng stood shoulder to shoulder with the commander of the Nebula Federation fleet on the flagship's deck, observing the fleet drills below. The focus of this exercise is to test cross-civilization energy synergy. The Alliance's stellar core energy handles defense and purification, while the Federation's spiral energy manages spatial stabilization and assault. When combined, they can counter complex future threats. The commander called up the exercise plan, pointing at a simulated target on the screen. Next up is a live combat simulation replicating a joint invasion by the Bonespike clan and the Shadow Domain. The drill commenced as simulated Black and Bonespike energies surged from afar. Alliance starships instantly released stellar core energy, forming a pale blue defensive array to block the first wave. Federation starships activated their spiral navigators, tearing through space to flank the simulated target, firing silver-white energy cannons that precisely annihilated the target core. The entire process flowed seamlessly with no stutter, a synergy several times greater than their initial cooperation. The results far exceed expectations. Yunheng gazed at the drill data, his eyes filled with gratification. However, our current defense perimeter only covers the vicinity of the Stardust Passage. If threats emerge in other cosmic regions, we can hardly provide timely support. After all, long-range spatial jumps using the spiral navigator still suffer from excessive energy consumption. The commander nodded and produced a silver-white crystal. Our Federation is developing a cosmic beacon. By deploying beacons across various star regions, we can transmit spatial coordinates, drastically reducing the energy cost of long-distance jumps. Pilot beacons have already been placed in 3 star regions. If the Stardust Passage is willing to participate, we can erect the first cross-civilization beacon at the passage's edge. The proposal to deploy the cosmic beacon was swiftly approved by the entire Alliance. A week later, the Federation's technical team, along with the beacon equipment, journeyed with Alliance Guardians to the spatial stabilization point in the Shattered Star sector. The beacon's main body was a silver-white pillar several meters tall, its apex embedded with a crystal of the same origin as the spiral navigator, while its base required the insertion of a stellar core crystal to harness stellar core energy as a perpetual power source. When the beacon activated, the crystal at its peak erupted with intense silver-white radiance. A beam of light shot straight into the void, forging an invisible spatial link with the Federation's pilot beacon in the distance. The beacon is now active. Whether the Stardust Passage needs to reinforce other star regions or the Federation supports us, we can achieve rapid positioning and jumps through the beacon. The technical team leader displayed the spatial link diagram. Moreover, the beacon can monitor anomalous energy fluctuations in the cosmos. If a threat is detected, it will simultaneously alert both the Alliance and the Federation. Just as everyone celebrated the successful deployment, the beacon's monitoring screen flashed a red alert. From the desolate star domain, 5,000 light-years from the Stardust Passage, came intense Corrosion Clan energy fluctuations far stronger than any encountered Corrosion Clan vanguard. It's the main force of the Corrosion Clan. Yunheng's face turned ashen. He immediately sent a support request via the beacon to the Federation and mustered the Alliance fleet, preparing to head to the desolate star domain for reinforcement. The Nebula Federation's response exceeded all expectations. In just half a shurchen, the Federation's support fleet jumped through the beacon to the Shattered Star sector, rendezvousing with the Alliance fleet. The two fleets formed a combined task force, and guided by both the spiral navigator and the beacon, raced at full speed toward the desolate star domain. Upon arriving at the desolate star domain, the sight was harrowing. The entire region was shrouded in dark purple energy. Countless Corrosion Clan warships besieged a planet whose defensive array was on the verge of collapse. Through the dim light, they could barely make out the planet's inhabitants mounting a desperate resistance. Launch rescue operations immediately, Yunheng commanded. The combined fleet split into 2 groups, the Alliance fleet tasked with destroying the outer Corrosion Clan warships, while the Federation fleet used spiral energy to repair the planet's defensive array and cover the evacuation of its residents. The battle raged for an entire day. Only when the last Corrosion Clan warship was obliterated did the dark purple energy over the desolate star domain gradually dissipate. A representative of the planet's inhabitants came to the combined fleet, bowing deeply to Yunheng and the Federation commander. Thank you for your support. Had you not arrived in time, our planet would have been destroyed by the Corrosion Clan. This cross-domain rescue forged an even tighter bond between the Stardust Passage and the Nebula Federation. Afterward, both sides decided to expand the deployment of cosmic beacons, inviting more peaceful extraterrestrial civilizations to join the Cosmic Defense Alliance to jointly counter threats like the Corrosion Clan Shadow Domain and Bonespike Clan. Upon returning to the Stardust Passage, Yunheng stood atop the observation tower in the yellow crystal domain, gazing at the distant glow of the cosmic beacon. His heart swelled with emotion. From initially fighting the Dark Crystal Guard alone to now joining forces with multiple civilizations to safeguard cosmic peace, the Stardust Passage's path of guardianship had long since transcended the boundaries of a single star region. Future challenges may be even greater, but we no longer fight alone. Yuanheng tightened his grip on the stellar core imprint in his hand. The imprint's light echoed the beacon's radiance as if silently vowing an unwavering commitment to peace. 3 months after the expansion of the Cosmic Beacon deployment, the founding ceremony of the Cosmic Defense Alliance was held in the Huangjing domain of the Stardust Passage. Representatives from 7 peaceful civilizations, including the Spiral Nebula, the Wasteland Star region, and the Crystal Star Cluster, gathered in the conference hall to jointly sign the Cosmic Defense Agreement, pledging to share intelligence, exchange technology, and unite against enemies, covering a defense range of 50 surrounding star regions. After the ceremony, the Alliance held its first core meeting. The envoy from the Nebula Federation was the first to raise a critical question. Although the Erosion clan we have encountered in the past has been repelled, we still do not understand the source of their existence or why they are obsessed with plundering energy cores. Only by finding the source can we completely eliminate this threat. As everyone fell into deep thought, Yuanheng took out a metallic core fragment that recorded the ancient star core wars. The images within the fragment show that the origin of the Erosion clan, known as the Erosion Source, already existed in ancient times and has a special restraining relationship with star core energy. Perhaps the root of the Erosion clan is hidden in the origin of star core energy, the Primal Star Core Zone. The Primal Star Core Zone is an ancient star region formed during the early creation of the universe, characterized by spatial chaos and violent energy, making it a place few civilizations dare to venture. To explore the root of the Erosion clan, the Alliance decided to form a source retrieval team led by Yuanheng, with members including elite guardians and scientists from various civilizations traveling in the modified superluminal starship Star Core to the Primal Star Core Zone. After exiting the Stardust Passage, the Star Core traveled for 7 days at superluminal speed, finally reaching the edge of the Primal Star Core Zone. The spatial distortion here exceeded imagination, and the starship's protective shield was frequently struck by violent energy flows, triggering piercing alarms. Activate the spiral navigation device and the dual shield of star core energy. Yuanheng ordered as silver and light blue energies intertwined, barely stabilizing the starship's trajectory. 300 light-years into the Primal Star Core Zone, the detector suddenly captured a strong energy reaction from the Erosion clan. Following the signal source, they eventually discovered a massive dark purple altar amidst a floating ruin of star core crystals. A burning dark purple crystal was continuously absorbing the surrounding star core energy, while countless residual souls of the Erosion clan circled the altar, forming a terrifying energy vortex. "That is the mother core of the Erosion clan," exclaimed the scientist from the Nebula Federation. "It is the energy source of all Erosion clan members. As long as we destroy it, we can completely cut off their ability to regenerate." However, just as the source retrieval team prepared to launch an attack, the altar suddenly erupted with intense dark purple light, and a gigantic figure emerged from the crystal. It was the ultimate ruler of the Erosion clan, its size 10 times that of the Vanguard commander, covered in dark golden armor, wielding a staff embedded with fragments of the Erosion clan's mother core. "Intruders, how dare you trespass into my territory?" The voice of the ultimate ruler carried a deafening pressure, and with a wave of its staff, countless beams of dark purple energy shot towards the star core. Yuanheng immediately activated the starship's defense system while leading the elite guardians to leap out of the starship, charging towards the altar. Silver blue energy swords, silver white spiral energy, and crystal star cluster ray attacks. The combined assaults from various civilizations wove a web of attacks that continuously struck the armor of the ultimate ruler. However, the armor's defense was extremely strong, and the attacks only left shallow marks, which instead provoked its wrath. The ultimate ruler gathered all its energy, unleashing a massive dark purple energy cannon directly at the star core, attempting to destroy the team's escape route. "We can't let it hit the starship." Yuanheng activated all the star core seals and the energy of the metallic core fragment, creating 4 intertwining silver blue light beams that formed a massive sealing array in front of the star core. At the moment of collision between the energy cannon and the sealing array, a violent shockwave blasted everyone away, and blood trickled from the corner of Yuanheng's mouth. In this critical moment, the guardian of the Wasteland Star region suddenly discovered a weak point in the energy vortex of the altar, a faint blue fissure at the bottom of the vortex, sharing the same origin as the star core energy. Attack the fissure. Use star core energy to trigger a backlash of the vortex. Yuanheng immediately adjusted the strategy, leading everyone to concentrate their firepower, infusing star core energy and spiral energy into the fissure. The fissure expanded under the impact of the energy, causing the energy vortex of the altar to begin to destabilize, and cracks appeared on the armor of the ultimate ruler. Now's the time. Yuanheng leaped up, condensing all remaining energy into his sword, piercing through the armor of the ultimate ruler and striking the fragment of the Erosion clan's mother core in its chest. No. The ultimate ruler let out a mournful screech. Its body began to disintegrate, and the dark purple crystal on the altar exploded. The energy shockwave generated by the explosion swept through the surroundings, but under the guidance of star core energy, it gradually transformed into gentle star core energy, melding into the surrounding ruins of star core crystals. When everything returned to calm, the violent energy flows of the primal star core zone began to stabilize, and the dark purple energy of the Erosion clan completely dissipated. Members of the source retrieval team looked at the scene before them, their faces breaking into excited smiles. They had not only found the root of the Erosion clan, but had also completely destroyed the mother core, eliminating a significant threat in the universe. Upon returning to the Stardust passage, the achievements of the source retrieval team spread throughout the Cosmic Defense Alliance. Celebrations were held by various civilizations to commemorate this historic victory. Yuanheng stood atop the watchtower in the Huangjing domain, watching the joint fleet traversing the starry sky and the flickering cosmic beacons. His heart filled with an unprecedented sense of tranquility. From fighting alone to protect the Stardust passage to leading the Cosmic Alliance in eliminating the Erosion clan threat, Yuanheng understood that this path of guardianship was never easy, but every moment of perseverance made the light of peace shine even brighter. He tightened his grip on the star core seal in his hand, gazing into the more distant universe. There may be new challenges ahead, but as long as all civilizations unite as one, no obstacle is insurmountable. The news of the destruction of the mother core of the Erosion clan spread throughout the Universe Defense Alliance, bringing true peace to various civilizations. The energy flow in the original star core zone gradually stabilized, and the star regions once tainted by the Erosion clan began to rejuvenate under the joint purification of star core energy and spiral energy. On this day, Yuanheng received an invitation from the Nebula Federation to witness a star core rebirth ceremony in the original star core zone. When Yuanheng arrived aboard the star core ship, representatives from various civilizations of the Alliance had already gathered beside the ruins of the star core crystal. On the site of the once dark purple altar, a pale blue new star core was slowly taking shape, absorbing the surrounding stable energy flow, its surface shimmering with a gentle glow resonating with the essence of the giant star core crystal of the Stardust passage. This is the new core condensed from the origin of the star core after the explosion of the mother core. The scientist from the Nebula Federation explained it contains pure cosmic origin energy. If we can link it with the energy cores of various civilizations, it will form a cosmic energy network, allowing energy exchange and crisis defense among the star regions. The linking ceremony was jointly initiated by Yuanheng and the representatives of the Alliance. Everyone took out fragments of their respective civilizations' energy cores and injected them into the new star core. The pale blue star core suddenly erupted with colorful radiance, countless strands of energy light extending into the universe, connecting with the energy hubs of various civilizations. When the last strand of light successfully linked, a massive energy network map appeared in the starry sky, clearly displaying the energy fluctuations of each star region like the heartbeat of the universe. The cosmic energy network has been successfully activated. The scientist exclaimed excitedly. From now on, whenever a star region faces a threat, the network will issue a warning immediately, and the energy of various civilizations can quickly provide support through the network, truly realizing the concept of when one side is in trouble, all sides lend support. After the ceremony, the Alliance established the Cosmic Defense Headquarters in the original Star Core Zone, with Yuanheng serving as the chief commander of the headquarters, coordinating defense cooperation among various civilizations. Inside the headquarters, a massive holographic projection screen displayed the dynamics of the cosmic energy network in real time, with the guardians and scientists from various civilizations stationed together to monitor energy anomalies and spatial fluctuations in the universe. On this day, Yuanheng was reviewing the energy network data at the headquarters when the star core imprint suddenly emitted a gentle vibration. He looked up and saw the ethereal figure of the spirit of the star core slowly emerging from the glow of the new star core. This was the first time the spirit of the star core had manifested outside the Stardust passage. Guardian, you have transcended the mission of guarding a star region and become the bond of cosmic peace. The voice of the spirit of the star core was filled with satisfaction. The link between the new star core and the cosmic energy network allows the origin of the star core to continue in the universe of vision that the ancient guardians never achieved. Yuanheng bowed and said, "This is not my sole achievement. It is the result of the collective efforts of all civilizations. In the future, we will continue to safeguard this peace." The spirit of the star core gently nodded, its figure gradually merging into the new star core. If needed, the cosmic star core origin will always provide you with strength. With the stable operation of the cosmic energy network, various civilizations began to enter a period of rapid development. The Stargate network of the Stardust Passage deeply integrated with the Federation's spiral navigational instruments, achieving instantaneous interstellar travel, agricultural technologies from desolate star regions, shared resources with the energy technologies of the Crystal Star Cluster, addressing resource shortages for several civilizations. The Alliance also established the Cosmic Academy to cultivate guardians and scientists across civilizations, inheriting the ideals of peace and cooperation. Yuanhang occasionally returned to the Huangjing domain, standing on the former watchtower, gazing at the starry sky of the Stardust Passage. The passage now was no longer an isolated star region, but an important node in the cosmic energy network, with countless starships from different civilizations traversing here and intelligent beings of various colors and forms communicating with one another, the shadows of past wars having long been dispelled by the light of peace. On this evening, Yuanhang received an invitation from the Cosmic Academy to teach the newly appointed guardians. Standing on the podium, looking at the youthful faces filled with vitality below, he softly said, "Guardianship is not a narrow guarding territory, but a steadfast commitment to peace and respect for civilizations. The universe is vast, threats may always exist, but as long as we unite and trust each other, we can let the light of peace illuminate every starry sky forever." The audience erupted into warm applause, the young guardians' eyes sparkling with determination, just like Yuanhang in those days, carrying the belief in safeguarding peace, ready to embrace their own future. The graduation ceremony for the first cohort of Guardian trainees from the Cosmic Academy was held in the yellow crystal domain of the Stardust Passage. On graduation day, the starry skies of the yellow crystal domain were thronged with representatives from various civilizations. Yuanhang, as the Academy's honorary dean, personally presented the graduates with their insignia, crafted from Starcore crystal and spiral metal, the front engraved with the Cosmic Energy Network's diagram and the reverse bearing the words Guardianship Symbiosis. You are the new force of the Universal Defense Alliance, destined to shoulder the mission of safeguarding peace among multiple civilizations in the future. Standing on the graduation platform, Yuanhang swept his gaze across the spirited trainees below. Remember, true guardianship is not about relentless combat, but about understanding the differences between civilizations, resolving crises through collaboration, and bridging divides with inclusiveness. The moment his words faded, a faint fluctuation in space-time suddenly rippled through the cosmos. On the holographic projection of the Universal Energy Network, a pale golden point of light flickered anomalously. A representative of the Rift Wardens immediately stepped forward to report the space-time seal in the ancient archive of the Yellow Crystal Domain is loosening. It seems to harbor the space-time echoes left by the ancient guardians. Yuanhang promptly led a few core trainees and the Rift Wardens to the ancient archive. Deep within the archive, a stone platform covered in ancient inscriptions radiated a pale golden light. In the depression at its center, a crystal resembling a fragment of the metallic core trembled faintly. As Yuanhang pressed the star core imprint close to the crystal, the platform erupted in a dazzling blaze of light, and a holographic image slowly unfurled in the air. In the image, an ancient guardian clad in silver armor held a complete metallic core with countless silver-white starships behind him. He spoke slowly to the viewer. If future guardians see this message, it means the Universal Energy Network has been successfully established. In our ancient era, we missed the chance for unity due to the estrangement between civilizations, which allowed the Erosion clan to seize their opportunity. Now that you have broken down the barriers between star domains, achieving energy interconnection and civilizational symbiosis, this is the very foundation for resisting all threats. The image grew clearer, shifting to the final moments of the ancient Star Core War. To cover the evacuation of various civilizations, the ancient guardians detonated their own mystic energy, sealing the main forces of the Erosion clan within a space-time rift. That crystal was the space-time key they left behind, capable of opening a passage to the relics of the ancient guardians and obtaining more complete universal defense technologies. So the ancient guardians had already foreseen today's union. Yuanhang tightened his grip on the space-time key, his heart filled with awe. The Rift Warden representative immediately began studying the key, discovering that the coordinates of the relic were hidden within its engravings located near the new star core in the primal star core region, the central node of the Universal Energy Network. A week later, Yuanhang led an expedition to the relics, composed of outstanding Cosmic Academy trainees and technical experts from various civilizations. They boarded the Star Core vessel and set off for the primal Star Core region. Upon arriving at the relic's entrance, the sight before them left all in awe. A silver-white palace suspended in the starry void, its walls engraved with the patterns of ancient defensive formations that perfectly matched the Universal Energy Network's diagram. Entering the palace, the expedition team discovered a vast repository of knowledge in the core chamber. housing ancient spatial defense technologies, cross-civilization energy synergy combat tactics, and even a stellar astrolabe capable of predicting extraterritorial threats. Even more delightfully, the repository's terminal also preserved the ancient Guardian's observational records of various civilizations in the universe, detailing the energy characteristics and cultural customs of different civilizations, providing invaluable references for the Alliance's intercivilizational exchanges. These technologies can multiply the defensive capabilities of the Universal Energy Network. A technical expert from the Nebula Federation excitedly operated the terminal, synchronizing the repository's data to the Universal Defense Headquarters. The stellar astrolabe alone can predict threats 3 months in advance, transforming us from passive defense to proactive early warning. During the exploration of the relic, the young trainees displayed remarkable learning abilities. Some quickly grasped the core logic of the ancient formations, while others, drawing from their own civilization's technologies, optimized the defensive tactics. Watching the focused figures of the trainees, Yunhang felt a deep sense of gratification. The legacy of the Universal Defense Alliance was quietly being carried forward. After the relic expedition concluded, the Cosmic Academy promptly integrated the ancient technologies into its curriculum and established technical exchange stations across various civilizations, fostering a deep fusion of ancient wisdom and modern technology. Before long, the omnidirectional defense array based on the ancient formations and the Universal Energy Network was officially activated. Any extraterritorial threat approaching the Alliance's star domain would be detected by the array in advance, and the defensive forces of all civilizations could be instantly mobilized through the energy network. One day, Yunhang stood once again on the observation tower of the yellow crystal domain, gazing at the light of the Universal Energy Network and the omnidirectional defense array flowing through the starry sky. The space-time key in his hand resonated gently with the star core imprint. Half a year after the activation of the Universal Defense Array, the Cosmic Defense Alliance experienced an unprecedented period of tranquility. Various civilizations shared their achievements through technological exchange stations, while the students of the Cosmic Academy gradually deployed to various star regions. The symbiotic energy made from the fusion of star core crystals and spiral metals addressed the energy shortages in several peripheral star regions. However, this tranquility was shattered one day by an unusual ripple in space-time. A new star core from the primordial star core region suddenly fed back a vague civilization signal to the Cosmic Energy Network. When Yunhang received the news, he was conducting drills on cross-civilization array coordination with the students of the Cosmic Academy in the Central Navigation Channel. He immediately halted the training and led the Guardians and technical experts to the primordial star core region. Upon arrival, the group discovered strange patterns emerging on the surface of the new star core, constantly flashing and resonating with the Cosmic Energy Network, repeatedly transmitting that vague signal to the receiving terminals of various civilizations. The signal frequency does not match any known civilization. It seems to come from a more distant extraterrestrial realm. The technical experts of the Nebula Federation quickly analyzed the signal, their brows gradually tightening. The signal contains energy fluctuation data. It looks like a distress signal. To clarify the source of the signal, Yunhang decided to activate the astrological projection device discovered in the ancient ruins. When the projection device linked with the new star core, an unfamiliar starry sky appeared on the screen. In the sky, a blue planet was being devoured by black void energy. The wreckage of starships floated in the void around the planet, and the signal was emitted from an underground base on the planet. "It's the void race," the representative from the desolate star region suddenly exclaimed. This civilization was recorded in ancient texts. They survive by devouring planetary energy, turning every star region they visit into a dead void. The core members of the Cosmic Defense Alliance immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss whether to extend a helping hand. Some expressed concern that the rescue might lead the void race to the Alliance's star regions, while others argued that ignoring a civilization in distress contradicts the principle of civilizational symbiosis. Ultimately, a single statement from Yunhang reached a consensus among the crowd. "We once missed the opportunity for collaboration due to civilizational barriers. If we now abandon a civilization seeking help out of fear, how are we different from the isolationists of the past?" The rescue plan was quickly finalized, led by Yunhang. A joint fleet would travel through the supertemporal nodes of the Cosmic Energy Network aboard the modified star core. The Guardians and technical experts would remain in the Alliance to strengthen the Universal Defense Array and prevent a surprise attack from the void race, while the students of the Cosmic Academy would patrol various star regions to ensure the safety of the rear. As the star core initiated a supertemporal jump, the new star core suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, injecting a segment of energy adaptation code into the starship. This code remarkably matched the signal from the unfamiliar planet, allowing the starship to conceal its presence within the void energy. "The new star core is helping us," Yunheng felt a warmth in his heart, further solidifying his determination to rescue. After 3 days of supertemporal travel, the star core finally arrived at the unfamiliar star region. The scene before him was even more devastating than that. In the projection device, the atmosphere of the blue planet had been torn apart by the void energy, its surface riddled with black cracks, with only the energy barrier of the underground base still fiercely resisting. The joint fleet immediately sprang into action. The starships of the Nebula Federation released spiral energy to set up a temporary protective array around the base. The Guardians of the Stardust Passage piloted small warships to break through the blockade of the Void Race and deliver star core energy to the base, while Yunheng led an elite team to directly strike at the energy core of the Void Race, a black crystal floating above the planet. Destroy the core, Yunheng commanded as the silver-blue light sword and spiral energy cannon struck the black crystal simultaneously. The crystal emitted a piercing shriek with cracks appearing on its surface. Seeing this, the leader of the Void Race immediately condensed void energy into a black blade of light, thrusting it directly at Yunheng. Yunheng sidestepped, injecting the energy of the star core mark into his light sword, cleaving through the black blade and striking at the crystal again. Boom! The black crystal exploded violently, causing the void energy to spiral out of control and begin to spread in all directions. Yunheng immediately ordered the fleet to release star core energy, forming a light blue barrier to compress and purify the void energy. As the last wisp of black energy dissipated, cheers erupted from the underground base of the blue planet. The leader of the base expressed gratitude to the joint fleet through the communicator. "We are the Blue Star Civilization. Thank you for your time-space rescue. This kindness will forever be remembered." After the rescue, the Blue Star Civilization officially joined the Cosmic Defense Alliance. They brought unique ecological restoration technology that could rapidly restore the planetary environment damaged by war, perfectly complementing the Alliance's defense technology. Additionally, the resonance between the new star core and the signal from the Blue Star Civilization added dozens of supertemporal nodes to the cosmic energy network, expanding the Alliance's defense range to even more distant star regions. Upon returning to the Stardust Passage, Yunheng stood atop the lookout tower of the yellow crystal domain, gazing at the newly added blue points of light in the cosmic energy network, filled with emotion. From fighting alone in the Stardust Passage to crossing time and space to rescue an unfamiliar civilization, the Alliance's guardianship has transcended the boundaries of region and race. He clenched the star core mark in his hand, the mark resonating with the light of the new star core, as if narrating the beautiful vision of civilizational symbiosis. After the Blue Star Civilization joined the Cosmic Defense Alliance, the Ecological Restoration Project was fully launched across the Alliance's star regions. The technical team of Blue Star, equipped with special ecological seeds, successively ventured into the desolate star zones polluted by the Devourer race and the shattered star regions ravaged by the Bone Spike race. These seeds, nourished by the energy of the star core, could rapidly grow into star plants adapted to the interstellar environment, purifying residual harmful energy while providing a stable ecological cycle for the star regions. On this day, Yunheng arrived at the desolate star zone with ecological experts from the Blue Star Civilization. The once pitch-black void was now adorned with light green star plant vines, with blue flowers blossoming along the vines, continuously releasing pure oxygen, attracting numerous interstellar creatures to dwell there. At this rate, in less than half a year, the desolate star zone will be restored to a livable new star zone, said the ecological expert, looking at the ecological data on the monitoring device, a look of contentment on their face. At that moment, an urgent communication arrived from the Cosmic Defense Headquarters. Blue Star Civilization's home planet suddenly detected massive fluctuations of void energy, and the trajectory of these fluctuations was moving towards the Alliance's star regions. It's the remnants of the void race that escaped before. They are gathering strength, preparing to retaliate against the Alliance. Yunheng's expression changed dramatically as he immediately led the fleet back to headquarters. On the holographic projection screen at headquarters, the diffusion map of void energy was clearly visible. A massive void fleet was emerging from a spatial rift outside the Blue Star home planet. The scale of the fleet was 10 times larger than before, and a gigantic void bomb was mounted on the flagship. Once detonated, it would be sufficient to destroy the core nodes of the entire cosmic energy network. We must intercept them before they reach the Alliance's star regions. Yunheng immediately devised a battle plan. The fleet of the Blue Star Civilization would be responsible for the frontal distraction, using the energy barrier released by the ecological seeds to block the void bomb. The fleet of the Nebula Federation would activate the spiral navigation device, circling to the flank of the void fleet to disrupt its engine systems. The Stardust Passage would form a core assault team with other civilizations' fleets directly assaulting the void flagship to destroy the void bomb and the energy core. After the combat orders were issued, the Alliance fleets quickly gathered, setting up an ambush in the Misty Star region through the supertemporal nodes of the Cosmic Energy Network. As the Void Fleet entered the ambush zone, the Blue Star Fleet launched the first attack, with countless ecological seeds exploding in the starry sky, forming a light green energy barrier that firmly trapped the Void Fleet. Seeing this, the leader of the Void race immediately ordered the detonation of the Void Bomb. In a critical moment, the fleet of the Nebula Federation suddenly burst from the flank, and the spiral energy cannon precisely struck the detonation device of the bomb, putting it into hibernation. Now's the time. Yunhang led the core assault team towards the flagship, where silver-blue lightsabers intertwined with attacks from various civilizations, instantly breaking through the flagship's defense layers. Upon entering the flagship, Yunhang discovered that the Void race was using captured interstellar creatures to charge the Void Bomb. Stop! Yunhang severed the energy pipeline with a single strike, saving the trapped creatures. Furious and humiliated, the leader of the Void race gathered all the Void energy into a massive black claw, striking towards Yunhang. Yunhang activated all the energy of the star core mark and the metallic core fragments, intertwining two beams of light to form a faint golden protective shield that blocked the black claw. At the same time, he infused energy into his lightsaber and stabbed towards the leader's Void energy core in the chest. No! The leader let out a wretched scream as their body gradually dissipated and the flagship began to collapse violently. Retreat! Yunhang led the assault team quickly out of the flagship, followed by the sound of a violent explosion. The Void Fleet, having lost its leader, instantly disintegrated, and the Alliance fleet seized the opportunity to launch a full attack, destroying all remaining Void warships. After the battle, the various civilizations of the Alliance held a peace celebration in the Primal Star Core region. The leader of the Blue Star civilization presented an ecological core to the Alliance, embedding it in the new Star Core. Henceforth, the Cosmic Energy Network would not only transmit defensive energy, but also sync ecological restoration signals, ensuring that the ecological environment of the Alliance's star regions would continue to improve. Yunhang stood at the celebration site, watching the Guardians from different civilizations embrace and communicate with each other, his heart filled with warmth. From the solitary struggle of the Stardust Passage to the diverse coexistence of the Cosmic Alliance, from resisting the Devourers and the Shadow Domain to joining forces against the Void race, this path of guardianship is filled with strength through unity and increasingly broad through inclusivity. At the end of the celebration, Yunhang stood beneath the new Star Core and addressed all the Guardians, saying the peace of the universe has never been a solo performance by any single civilization, but rather the result of countless civilizations forging it together with faith, courage, and inclusiveness. In the future, there may yet be new challenges, but as long as we remain steadfast in our original intention of coexistence, we will surely let the light of peace illuminate every corner of the universe's starry sky forever. 3 years after the threat of the Void Clan was lifted, the Cosmic Defense Alliance celebrated its first Peace Memorial Day since its establishment. The main venue for the celebration was set in the new Star Core Square of the primitive Star Core Zone, where representatives from over 50 civilizations gathered. On the central holographic projection screen, footage of the Alliance's united efforts against the devouring clan Shadow Domain and Void Clan played in a loop, showcasing the flourishing scenes of ecological reconstruction across various star regions. Yunhang, as the chief commander of the Alliance, stood on the elevated platform of the celebration, holding a symbiosis emblem made from the fusion of energy core fragments from all civilizations. At the center of the emblem was a small piece of new Star Core crystal surrounded by the emblems of various civilizations, radiating a spectrum of colors in the starry sky. 3 years ago, we gathered due to a common threat. 3 years later, we stand firm due to a shared belief. Yunhang's voice resonated through the Cosmic Energy Network to every star region. The universe is vast. Challenges may never disappear, but as long as we remember the courage of standing shoulder to shoulder, the warmth of mutual aid among civilizations, the determination to safeguard peace, we can let the light of the Alliance shine forever in the darkness of the universe. As his words fell, the new Star Core suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, and a faint blue beam shot out from the crystal, coalescing in the air into the ethereal form of the spirit of the Star Core. This time, the spirit of the Star Core was no longer transparent, but appeared with unprecedented clarity and warmth. Guardians, you have demonstrated the power of symbiosis through your actions, allowing the essence of the Star Core to find its true home. From this day forth, the new Star Core will be permanently bonded with the Cosmic Energy Network, providing an unending source of protective power for all civilizations. The spirit of the Star Core waved its hand, and countless faint blue threads shot out from the new Star Core, merging into the bodies of every Guardian present. Yunhang could distinctly feel the resonance between the Star Core energy and his own Star Core mark, as well as the fragment of the metallic core, forming an eternal energy link. This was not just a transmission of power, but a continuation of the belief in protection. At the end of the celebration, Yunheng handed the symbiosis emblem to the most outstanding young student of the Cosmic Academy, Lin Xia from the Blue Star Civilization. Lin Xia had single-handedly repaired the damaged energy barrier during the battle against the Void Clan, showcasing courage and wisdom beyond her years. The path of guardianship in the future requires the strength of the young to forge ahead. Yunheng patted Lin Xia on the shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. Remember, the core of the alliance is not any one person or civilization, but all souls who steadfastly uphold peace. Lin Xia tightly grasped the symbiosis emblem, resolutely stating, "We will inherit this belief and ensure that the peace of the universe is passed down from generation to generation." After the celebration, Yunheng did not remain at headquarters, but chose to return to the Huangjing domain of the Stardust Passage. He stood atop the former lookout tower, gazing at the starships traversing the starry sky, the thriving trade space stations, and the faint green glow of the newly born star region in the distance, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. A representative of the Guardian Marks once asked him if he would regret relinquishing command. Yunheng simply smiled and shook his head. Guardianship is not about holding power, but about seeing more people take on responsibility and continue moving forward. Thereafter, Yunheng often visited the Cosmic Academy as a guest instructor, imparting his combat experience and protective philosophy to young students. He would occasionally board starships to patrol various star regions, witnessing the achievements of ecological reconstruction and listening to the stories of civilization exchanges. His Star Core mark always resonated with the new Star Core, as if silently conveying that no matter where he was, the belief in guardianship would never fade. Many years later, when Lin Xia became the new chief commander of the Cosmic Defense Alliance and successfully led the alliance in repelling a new extraterrestrial threat, she recounted Yunheng's teachings to all guardians at the celebration banquet. True guardianship is making peace the norm of the universe, allowing every civilization to grow freely in the starry sky. At this moment, Yunheng was sitting in the lookout tower of the Huangjing domain, watching the brilliant new star core and the light of the cosmic energy network in the starry sky, with the metallic core fragment in his hand gently vibrating. The star wind blew, carrying warmth that transcended time and space, as if the echoes of ancient guardians and the blessings of various civilizations were all concentrated in this starry sky, never to dissipate.